Chapter 1. The Fall of Washington. Damn it. The fighter jet has been hit. Code 9529 requests an emergency landing. Repeat. Repeat. When the world. Shouldn't such things exist only in movies? We've never encountered such a scene while maintaining world peace in foreign territories. Amidst the panic, heart-wrenching screams pierced the air as the fighter jet was struck with missile-like precision. Soldiers scrambled to evade the hood of a crashing jeep. The entire city of Washington was shrouded in gloom, its skyscrapers ruthlessly ravaged. Home was within sight, yet that did not guarantee a safe return. Loved ones had departed, wandering far from their roots, displaced and lost. Even the Pentagon lay in ruins, battered by the monstrous creature, and the White House was in a state of emergency. That beast is colossal. We can't possibly evade it. Soldier Jack lamented, clutching his mangled arm, his face contorted in agony, a gaping hole in his helmet. The scene shifted to a desolate wasteland, the very heart of American faith. The White House across the river was struck by a massive fireball, flames erupting, visible even from space as thick smoke billowed skyward. A cacophony of sirens blared. Apache helicopters circled above the ruins, yet humanity stood as fragile as clay figures, utterly defenseless before the creature. Watching this unfold on screens, the American populace covered their mouths in disbelief, unable to comprehend the horrors before them. They longed for the emergence of a superhero, but what awaited them was only death. "Give me the president on the line. I hope he is safe," Fury instructed. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm already aboard Air Force One and quite secure. A grave disaster looms before us. I have declared a state of emergency for the entire nation," the president replied. At that moment, the president's visage was projected onto the wall. He held a wine glass delicately, savoring the red wine, his thumb and forefinger gripping the stem, the other fingers half formed into a fist, resting against the base. "Fury, as you can see with your own eyes, Washington has become a playground for that monster. Your superheroes should eliminate this threat from our land. Otherwise, I will have the authority to authorize a nuclear strike against Washington by tomorrow," the president continued. Fury turned away, shutting off the projection. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he understood the gravity of the situation. The creature's power was immense, capable of effortlessly obliterating the entire city. Eliminating it was no simple task. Conventional weapons like missiles were akin to mere toys against its might, barely a mere tickle. The most secure method to permanently rid themselves of it was undoubtedly a nuclear strike. However, that would sacrifice countless lives, as no one could guarantee the evacuation of all Washington residents within 2 days. Fury gazed at the faces of the citizens on screen, yearning for the return of their heroes, feeling utterly powerless. Reflecting on the past, the familiar figures of Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Captain America had vanished from the public eye. To be precise, these heroes had inexplicably disappeared, with even Thanos confined to a psychiatric prison. In the face of such calamity, technological advancements had occurred, yet humanity remained diminutive and vulnerable. The roaring beast rampaged through Washington, its air raid sirens echoing across the skies. Far away on naval vessels, American soldiers received orders for a nuclear strike on Washington at dawn. Panic gripped the nation, and crime rates soared to unprecedented heights. Despair, anger, shock. The discourse surrounding a nuclear strike on Washington was met with vehement condemnation from the media and countless individuals. This would mark the greatest disgrace in American history. The reinforcements that arrived were no match for the beast, suffering heavy casualties. On board the naval vessel, Admiral Camaro was confirming the final launch orders. "Come on, let me show you the power of a nuclear explosion. This is no small boy's play, but the big leagues." Once the nuclear weapon was launched, Washington would be annihilated, along with a nameless wild creature. Launch countdown, 5 minutes remaining. Launch countdown, 1 minute remaining. Suddenly, the launch room was pierced by the shrill ring of an old-fashioned telephone. Camaro hastily answered the call. Moments later, he hung up and commanded the waiting soldiers, "I order an immediate cancellation of the launch." "Cancel the launch." He rushed to the control room, where the screen presented an astonishing scene. In Washington, amidst the ruins, the colossal monster was struck down for the first time. Citizens, too, paused in their frantic escape, turning their heads toward the towering beast. At last, in this moment of peril, they glimpsed hope. A mysterious man in his 20s had delivered the crushing blow to the creature. Switch to his face immediately. I need to see who he is, Fury insisted, his hands pressed firmly on the table. Mr. Fury, I apologize, but our external communications at S.H.I.E.L.D. are entirely down. We are currently receiving footage from the Horn Signal Daily's camera, so we cannot alter the captured images, a S.H.I.E.L.D. staff member explained. Fury was at a loss for words. Every time the camera attempted to focus on the man's face, the angle was inadvertently adjusted elsewhere, as if it were deliberate. In downtown Washington, the creature was thoroughly enraged, opening its jaws to unleash a fireball. Yet the mysterious man was too swift, only striking nearby buildings and stirring up clouds of dust. The roars of the beast echoed throughout Washington, inciting its wrath further as it swung its massive tentacles toward the newly appeared man. Everyone held their breath, President, Admiral Comero, and the citizens of Washington alike. They shielded their eyes, unable to witness the unfolding tragedy. All believed this was their moment of hope, yet none anticipated its swift extinguishment. Unless a miracle occurred, he would be reduced to mere pulp. The creature was struck down by a beam of light in the streets of Washington, creating a tumultuous shockwave, leaving a remarkable cavity in its abdomen. The beam pierced through its body like an arrow. Women wept with joy, covering their mouths with handkerchiefs, tears streaming down their faces. The tale of the mysterious man who saved Washington rapidly spread across the internet, and he became a hero. However, people were unaware of his true identity. He seemed to have vanished into thin air. Within the headquarters of the Washington Universal Daily, the wretched photographer ought to be dismissed. Surely his skills were taught by a mathematics teacher? The editor-in-chief erupted in fury, casting the newspaper onto the table. He had the opportunity to profit handsomely from the exclusive images he had captured, yet the camera consistently failed to capture the visage of the enigmatic hero, resulting in a significant loss of revenue. Mr. Connie, I implore you to reconsider. Mr. Lin had originally been vacationing in Hawaii, and upon hearing of the report, he rushed here to Washington with his camera and remarked as she took a sip of her evening coffee. And where is he now? If he is unwilling to fulfill his duties, he should promptly seek a reliable attorney. Chapter 2. The God being relentlessly pursued by a snail. The downtown area of Washington lay in ruins, ravaged by the monster's rampage. Now, the monster's carcass and the reconstruction of Washington had become the most pressing issues. Furthermore, the city faced a new set of challenges. In the aftermath of the monster's onslaught, Washington was overwhelmed with injured citizens. Some, in despair, leapt from heights, shattering limbs, while others became lifelong wheelchair-bound victims, unable to evade the creature's assault. The blood bank in Washington was in dire straits. The National Blood Bank, located in Washington, faced the most significant shortage since its founding, depleting over half of its blood bags within a mere hour. The invaluable O-type blood was nearly exhausted, with a projected shortfall of 10,000 bags. The compassionate mayor made an impassioned plea during his speech, urging citizens to donate blood generously to aid in the city's reconstruction. Even so, the rate of donation struggled to keep pace with the relentless demand, as the number of injured was staggering and beyond imagination. However, that very night, the O-type blood supply in the Washington Blood Bank miraculously replenished, alleviating the depletion rate. Lin Chi, a photographer for the Horn Daily, could hardly fathom that within half a day, he had saved Washington on 2 occasions. The first instance, he utilized his newfound superpower to pierce through the body of a small monster. The second instance, for an entire night, he selflessly donated 30,000 bags of O-type blood to the wounded citizens of Washington, all while remaining unscathed himself. Moreover, Lin Chi was not originally from this world. His true identity was that of an intern deity. Having been branded a poor student for merely passing gas in his own bed during an evaluation, he was punished by being stripped of his intern deity status and exiled to the Marvel Universe, deemed a low-level civilization. Thus, he arrived on Earth, inhabiting the body of a Washington photographer also named Lin Chi. I must return to work. If I am not mistaken, it should be appearing soon, Lin Chi mused, gazing up at the dawn sky with a slight furrow in his brow. Looking down the distance, he indeed spotted a golden snail slowly making its way towards him. The mere sight of the giant snail caused Lin Chi a moment of dismay, as this was also part of his punishment. The deity hunters specifically targeted deities, pursuing them relentlessly until death. In the headquarters office of the Horn Daily, Lin Chi, "You are fired," declared Mr. Connie, holding the newspaper with both hands braced against the edge of the table. Lin Chi was bewildered. Had he left any incriminating evidence? How could he be dismissed? "Editor-in-chief, I do not quite understand," Lin Chi replied. 50 shots, and not a single clear face of the new superhero captured. "I officially announce that you, my boy, are terminated," Connie fumed, throwing the newspaper in front of Lin Chi. Headlines from various newspapers were filled with accounts of the superhero's exploits from the previous day, yet all featured silhouettes, lacking a frontal photograph. This had caused Connie considerable distress. The Horn Daily, the mysterious superhero, single-handedly vanquishes the monster. The Madman Daily. Who is he? Where does he come from? Does he pose a threat to Earth? The Madman Daily. What visage lies concealed behind his enigmatic silhouette? The Planet Daily. How to perceive a professional photographer capturing subpar shots. The Horn Daily. The new superhero, the Shadow in Black, becomes Washington's guardian. Lin Chi looked at the descriptions from various newspapers, bemused. How had he overnight transformed into a hero, only to be dubbed the Shadow in Black? It was quite juvenile, to say the least. You performed admirably, but as a photographer, you failed to present the core of the news to the public. The stock price of the Horn Daily has plummeted as a result, and you must be held accountable, Connie asserted with righteous indignation. A photographer must commit to the authenticity of events. In Connie's view, Lin Chi's glaring error stemmed from his carelessness, a precarious mindset that could one day contravene the very mission of a photographer. Should this lack of exploration persist, it could lead to a catastrophic blow to the Horn Daily's reputation. If a photographer lacked the spirit of inquiry, Connie would deem Lin Chi unfit to serve as a photographer for the Horn Daily. Upon hearing Connie's critique, Lin Chi felt utterly wronged. The footage was not captured by him, but rather by his junior sister, who had taken his place behind the camera. Lin Chi could never have anticipated that his failure to capture his own handsome visage would lead to his dismissal. Yet, he had no intention of revealing his identity. He sought to avoid inciting panic. Gently removing his press badge from around his neck, Lin Chi sighed. He stood and bowed apologetically to his colleagues present, just as he prepared to gather his belongings and leave the Horn Daily, and suddenly stood up nearby. "Mr. Connie, look. Mr. Lin has won an award," she exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. The editors in attendance opened the newspaper, revealing a small headline in the bottom left corner of the Madman Daily. 56th Pulitzer Prize winner, the Horn Daily photographer, Lin Chi. The humble photographer, undeterred by life and death, embodies the spirit of journalism in the face of peril, stunning the news industry. The headline was accompanied by an image of a resolute silhouette and a photograph capturing Lin Chi at the moment he vanquished the monster. Connie, skeptical, picked up the newspaper, his expression transforming from a frown to a broad grin. The Pulitzer Prize, the highest honor in journalism. Connie could hardly believe that this young man had actually won a Pulitzer Prize. All present cast envious glances at Lin Chi. It is worth noting that only a handful of photographers worldwide have ever received the Pulitzer Prize, and most have long since passed away, which only deepened their envy. Ding, ding, ding. The female secretary answered the phone and soon turned to Lin Chi with a smile. "Mr. Lin, they are looking for you. You must take the call. Mr. Lin Chi, it is indeed you I should seek. The other party is the president of the Planet Daily." In a mere morning, Lin Chi received nearly 10 phone calls, all from media companies eager to entice him away from the Horn Daily. Lin Chi was taken aback. Just moments ago, the editor-in-chief who wished to dismiss him was now serving him a cup of coffee. Lin Chi was persuaded to stay by the earnest appeals of Connie, who promised to increase his remuneration by 200. Yet, Lin Chi found this inadequate. 250 and an additional day of leave, he countered, knowing full well he had a new opportunity lined up. 230, it cannot be higher. This is already the standard pay for an ordinary editor. Connie gritted his teeth, frustrated at being outmaneuvered by this rascal. 270, editor-in-chief, I have developed a bond with the Horn Daily, and I am reluctant to leave. However, the salary offered by the Madman Daily is simply too tempting, Lin Chi asserted, confident that Connie would not let go. Very well, I approve a 250 increase in your salary, Connie relented, his chestnut brow furrowing in resignation. Let us not forget the additional day of paid vacation, Lin Chi insisted. Connie clenched his fists, vexed beyond measure. Had it been yesterday, it would have been entirely reasonable for him to concoct an excuse to reduce Lin Chi's salary. However, the situation had changed. Lin Chi had won the Pulitzer Prize, and Connie was counting on him to generate revenue in the future. Connie acquiesced to Lin Chi's demands and turned to Annie, stating, "Annie, I want you to conduct extensive coverage on this enigmatic superhero. Even if only from behind, he must assume the central position. He is a superhero." As anticipated, that afternoon, an award ceremony authorized by the organizers was held outside the Horn Daily headquarters. As a recipient of the award, Lin Chi was the center of attention. He wished for discretion, yet his prowess would not allow it. Due to the fearless coverage of the superhero's deeds by the Horn Daily's photographers, the publication became a paragon among its peers, and its stock price soared. Chapter 3. My revelation as a superhero. The devastation wrought upon Washington by the monstrous creatures rendered the city's reconstruction exceedingly arduous, particularly as the crime rate surged alarmingly. In a bizarre turn of events, a tank stationed outside the restroom was stolen by criminals while the police had briefly stepped away. Ultimately, the stolen tank was discovered in a scrapyard. The president addressed the nation from a temporary office, asserting that there were no monsters to fear and that we would not be vanquished by such beasts. He proclaimed his prior awareness of their existence, placing blame on the Eastern nation for their arrival. Our magnificent Washington shall not succumb to destruction by a mere creature. Some among us may face peril, indeed. It is you, for I have Air Force One. I am the greatest president, and our efforts are commendable. Reclining on the couch, Lin Chi switched off the television broadcasting the president's propagandistic news, carelessly placing the remote on the cluttered glass coffee table. He glanced at his watch, where the hands stood resolutely at 5:30. At that moment, a mechanical and rigid notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Fusion of super ability blood slave complete. Lin Chi was accustomed to this. It was a golden finger he had pilfered from his mentor upon being exiled to the Marvel Universe. Upon activation, this golden finger allowed for the periodic airdrop of superpowers within the Marvel realm. By collecting these, he could earn various superpower rewards, and gathering identical abilities would enable their fusion, enhancing their potency. However, this golden finger was not without its drawbacks. If activated, and he failed to collect superpowers within a limited time frame, or if they were seized by others first, Lin Chi would suffer from various negative effects. His ability to vanquish monsters in a single strike was entirely due to acquiring the Light/superpower from an airdrop 2 weeks prior. Light/, capable of delivering a fatal blow to weaker monsters. Within the belly of a beast, Lin Chi had also acquired the ability to infinitely regenerate his own blood. Open Super Ability Panel, Light/, 1 star, Blood Slave, 1 star. Open Negative Effects Panel, Illusory Satisfaction. Your stomach seems peculiar. Gazing upon the images of food fills you up. Lin Chi dismissed the system panel and rose from the couch. He entered the restroom, freshened up, and then proceeded to the kitchen. Eggs, milk, bread. These appeared to be the only provisions remaining in the refrigerator. Although Lin Chi was afflicted by the negative effect of illusory satisfaction and felt no appetite, he still had to attend to his junior sister at home. After some bustling activity, a simple breakfast was finally prepared. Lin Chi placed the food on the table, and from the bedroom emerged a little girl of about 10 years old, a true beauty in the making. "Senior, you are so kind to me," Schwer said. Sleepily embracing Lin Chi, the sudden hug left Lin Chi feeling quite bashful. Although Schwer also held the identity of a deity, she had yet to acclimatize to the Earth's atmosphere, her life skills resembling those of an ordinary 10-year-old girl. Observing Schwer relish her breakfast, Lin Chi picked up a piece of drawing paper from the table. He held it before him, savoring it with deep affection. It possessed a certain charm. After breakfast, as he watched Schwer board the school bus, Lin Chi let out a long sigh of relief. Not only was Schwer a deity, but she was also the daughter of Lin Chi's mentor, making her exceedingly perilous. A notification from the system chimed. Ding. Target. Schwer, danger level, 100 stars. Warning, recommended to maintain distance, advised to eliminate. Wasn't a monster merely rated at 3 stars for danger? Although he was uncertain why she had come to Earth or why she posed such a threat, Lin Chi felt incapable of taking drastic measures against her. After Schwer departed on the school bus, Lin Chi received a reminder for overdue rent from his landlord. Sophia presented a lengthy rent bill. detailing the direct evidence of Lin Chi's rental arrears. Lin Chi handed over his entire bonus to the landlord. Mr. Lin Chi, even if not for yourself, you should consider your daughter. You ought to have a perfect family. The landlord was a robust Nordic woman, quite amiable. In his previous life, Lin Chi had been a gambler, often frequenting Las Vegas, and he was already buried under a mountain of debt, with rent overdue for 6 months. Since arriving in this world, Lin Chi had been striving to repay his debts. However, rent in downtown Washington was steep, and with the added responsibility of a divine daughter, Lin Chi felt immense pressure. In pursuit of income, Lin Chi was compelled to donate blood. Washington was currently undergoing reconstruction, and while the blood bank was recovering, there remained a shortage. Moreover, the compensation for blood donation was quite generous, $500 for 100 milliliters. I'm essentially a mobile blood bank. I might as well do a good deed, Lin Chi shrugged. Upon entering the hospital, he commenced his routine of blood donation. However, Lin Chi's seemingly limitless blood donation astonished the entire hospital, leaving them baffled by how swiftly his blood replenished. This phenomenon transcended scientific explanation, yet it was beneficial, as the compassionate Lin Chi provided hope to numerous injured souls. To this, Lin Chi remained indifferent. After all, wasn't that monster also beyond comprehension? He was merely an ordinary citizen, after all. For an entire day, Lin Chi earned $50,000 through blood donation and was awarded the Good Citizen Award by the hospital. As he glanced at the sky, darkness began to envelop the surroundings, and he realized that if he did not leave soon, he might be taken to the research institute. Walking along the pitch-black road, hindered by severe damage to the path, Lin Chi had no choice but to return on foot. Suddenly, the notification sound of a message echoed from his Huawei phone in his pocket. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from an unfamiliar number. If you wish to keep your secret concealed, meet me tomorrow at the Backstreet Garden Bar. I must say, your extraordinary abilities are quite impressive. These two simple sentences laid bare Lin Chi's hidden identity. What on earth? How could his secret as a superhero be exposed so swiftly? It seemed implausible. He had always been exceedingly cautious, and such exposure should not have occurred so soon. Moreover, the sender claimed to possess knowledge regarding the origins of the monster. Could it be a hacker? Had they intercepted his phone? Yet, if the sender was aware of his use of superpowers to vanquish the creature, they must also have insight into the monster's background. It appeared that this visit was indeed necessary for Lin Chi. He cast a glance back at the looming golden snail behind him and shrugged. The Backstreet Garden Bar, once encircled by artificial lakes and a haven for the affluent, had lost its allure over time. Now, it was far from beautiful. The sign flickered with various colors of LED lights in the night, drawing attention. Surrounding the area were several watchers. Perhaps it was his innate sensitivity to his environment that allowed Lin Chi to notice them immediately upon his arrival. However, he could hardly fathom that he, an unremarkable good citizen, would receive such profound hospitality from these enigmatic figures. As he surveyed his surroundings, a pair of hands suddenly enveloped his head with a black bag. Lin Chi attempted to struggle, but he found himself utterly powerless, an absurdity given his considerable strength. He had been kidnapped. In a haze, his mind buzzed with confusion. The atmosphere was devoid of dancing. It was filled solely with patrons savoring their drinks, accompanied by the lingering notes of jazz music. Leaning back in his chair, he found himself free, yet in a peculiar predicament. Before him sat a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, who finished the last piece of his rare steak with a knife and fork, placing them politely back onto the side plate before removing the napkin that adorned his neck. A man adorned with a pair of black, curled mustaches, topped with a high hat, and wielding a black cane, addressed Lin. Lin, you have finally awakened. I apologize for summoning you in such a manner, but it is for your safety. He stood up, elegantly raised a glass of red wine, and offered Lin a slight smile. Lin, I am Louis III. I sincerely regret the earlier incident, and this glass of wine serves as my apology. Internally, Lin was seething with frustration. What was the meaning of this? He had been inexplicably kidnapped, only to be expected to play the part of a gracious guest, all under the pretense of concern for his safety. Yet, under the circumstances, Lin reluctantly accepted the glass of red wine, hoping to glean information about the monster from his captor. I am quite curious as to how you identified me, Lin inquired, regarding the man who introduced himself as Louis III with a contemplative gaze. Louis chuckled, seemingly anticipating Lin's question. He then retrieved a tablet from his pocket. The screen displayed a video captured by a family camera, which fortuitously recorded the moment Lin vanquished the monster, with his face prominently visible. Faced with such undeniable evidence, Lin found himself at a loss for words. Concealing his identity had become an arduous task. With a deep bow, Louis III addressed Lin. "Mr. Lin, as you can see, this world is not as tranquil as it seems. I hope you will consider signing with our superhero agency. This is my invitation." He extended a business card towards Lin, which bore a design akin to an ordinary card, yet featured a spiderweb motif. "Sign with you? As far as I know, there are numerous superheroes in this world. I am nothing but an ordinary citizen. Surely you can seek them out instead?" Lin waved his hand dismissively. He longed for a quiet life, feeling ill-suited for the role of a superhero. Rather than live in the public eye, he preferred to remain a humble presence in the shadows. Louis III seemed to have anticipated Lin's reticence. "Please, follow me. I believe I can provide you with the answers you seek." Lin followed Louis III into a room within the bar. The unremarkable private room bore no significant difference from an ordinary one, save for the numerous portraits adorning the walls. Each depicted renowned superheroes who had once graced this world, members of the illustrious Avengers. Lin gazed solemnly at the images of those once active on Earth: Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, among others. 2 years ago, mysterious metallic pillars emerged across the globe, departing from us forever on a fateful mission. Louis III expressed a sense of helplessness at this revelation. He had believed that the age of superheroes had vanished, yet he never anticipated encountering Lin Chi. The metallic pillars harbored enigmatic energies from alternate dimensions, based on our investigations at the superhero agency. I can assure you that this latest monster is intricately connected to those pillars scattered throughout various locales. Are you suggesting that I should meet the same fate as them, never to return? Lin Chi posed a crucial question. With so many superheroes having fallen victim, Lin Chi, still youthful, was reluctant to unwittingly become ensnared in the metallic pillar incident. Rest assured, we have conducted thorough investigations into the mysterious metallic pillars and will not repeat past mistakes. I can guarantee you that. Louis III solemnly assured Lin Chi. "I'm sorry, but I cannot do that. You should seek someone else. I merely wish to live as an ordinary person." Lin Chi resolutely declined. After speaking, he intended to depart. He had received the answers he sought, and remaining here seemed futile. "Will you choose the life of a country mouse or that of a city mouse?" Louis III inquired. Lin Chi paused, momentarily perplexed. Is this a fable? What difference does it make if they are both mice? The country mouse consumes less yet lives longer, while the city mouse enjoys abundance but has a shorter lifespan. The balance of reward and risk is intertwined. I implore you to contemplate this carefully. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Should you sign with our superhero agency, you will ascend to the status of a distinguished VIP in the entire United States. Do you wish to rely on a photographer's salary to cover rent? Moreover, I assure you that your identity will remain a closely guarded secret, Louis III said, twirling the curls at the corner of his mouth. With the conversation having reached this juncture, did Lin Chi still possess a reason to refuse? Though he was busy as a photographer, he didn't mind the prospect of additional work. Chapter 4. Ray tracing upon returning home. Lin Chi discovered a group of rural ruffians causing a commotion outside his rented room. Clad in tattered garments and wielding weapons, they clearly did not harbor good intentions. The dimly lit villa he occupied suggested that Schwer had already succumbed to slumber. Lin Chi chose to remain hidden, observing from the shadows to discern the true nature of these intruders. After a chaotic display, the luxurious automobile parked at the entrance of Lin Chi's villa was treated with disdain. The engine had been ruthlessly dismantled by the group, and gifts once nestled within the vehicle had been looted. Among those treasures, a shimmering crystal necklace, likely a cherished dream for many young girls, had been seized. Initially, a sense of justice stirred within Lin Chi, prompting him to intervene. However, when Lin Chi beheld those gifts and the license plate number, he declined them. He recognized the vehicle as belonging to Sophia's husband, with whom he had a rather strained relationship, a fact well known among the neighbors. Thus, it was evident that the gifts were not intended for Sophia. Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of the situation. Yet, in a moment of relaxation, he inadvertently released a rather comfortable flatulence. A few rustic fellows seemed to have caught wind of something amiss, turning their gazes toward Lin Chi, their grips on their tools tightening, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Lin Chi casually clasped his hands behind his head and strolled toward his villa, whistling nonchalantly. The rustic men stood in stunned silence, initially believing Lin Chi to be a saboteur of their schemes, fearing they might be coerced into sharing the spoils. Just a passerby? The leader, a young man with tousled hair, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Brother, our misdeeds have been exposed. I've heard there are reporters in the area, and I certainly do not wish to make the papers. My mother has always believed I was applying to Harvard. Perhaps we should just take him out? Suggested another young man of African descent. Have you not realized this is a miracle? I firmly believe in a passage from the Bible. Follow the miracle, and it will lead you to the light. Once this job is complete, I intend to retire from this life, the young leader mused, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Chi entered his room, only to find it shrouded in darkness. Almost immediately, he sensed something watching him from behind, sending a chill down his spine. A peculiar feeling akin to lying on ice. Upon turning, he was nearly startled to death. Shweta stood there, trembling with an axe in her hands, gazing at him in fear. Yet, she quickly threw her arms around Lin Chi, exclaiming, "They are merely a few ruffians. You are the daughter of the main deity. Are you truly afraid?" Lin Chi was taken aback. Shweta nestled into Lin Chi's embrace, peeking out like a timid bird, nodding in affirmation. But soon, Lin Chi struck himself mentally. How foolish. It wasn't the ruffians she feared. There was something far more sinister at play. Since his return, Lin Chi had been hearing an array of faint ticking sounds emanating from within the house. "Oh no," Lin Chi shouted. To his horror, there were a dozen or so timed explosives scattered throughout the room. The countdown numbers were rapidly decreasing, their blinking luminescence creating a suffocating atmosphere. 10. 9. Lin Chi could not afford to linger. He hastily released his little disciple and dashed toward the ticking bombs. However, just halfway through his escape, Lin Chi abruptly halted the vehicle. He was merely flesh and blood. No matter how formidable he appeared, he could not withstand the force of an explosion. With this thought, Lin Chi clutched snow air and dashed towards the villa's exit. Boom! As soon as he crossed the threshold, an immense shockwave, one he had never encountered in his life, erupted behind him. Lin Chi was certain that had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have met a gruesome demise. The burden of caring for a young girl was indeed overwhelming, and Lin Chi felt utterly despondent. His little junior sister, though lacking in combat prowess, had continually brought him trouble since their reunion. She had a penchant for collecting bizarre objects. Today, it was a national treasure she had stumbled upon, and tomorrow, it might be deliberately planted false intelligence from the FBI at a train station. In short, there was nothing Lin Chi could conceive of that his little sister could not procure. With the house now reduced to rubble, Lin Chi found himself unjustly caught in the crossfire, now owing a considerable sum. Fortunately, the landlord, Sophia, had shown him remarkable kindness, even encouraging him not to worry or be afraid, asserting that it was merely an accident. Villains often resorted to such methods to liberate themselves while aiding others in achieving the same. To assist Lin Chi, Sophia offered him another villa, and seeing that he struggled with culinary skills, she generously spent several days preparing meals for him. Lin Chi, not lacking in awareness, understood that Sophia's intentions were more profound than mere surface hospitality. Speaking of Sophia, Lin Chi could not help but reflect on her remarkable qualities. With vast wealth and striking beauty, she was a paragon of allure, often attracting the gaze of countless men as she strolled down the street. Yet, even someone as stunning as she bore her own burdens, her marriage was fraught with discord. After tying the knot, she acquired half of her husband's fortune, owning most of the nearby villas. Yet beyond wealth, it seemed she possessed little else. Rumors even circulated that due to differing beliefs, the couple had not shared a bed in years, let alone conceived a child. As time flowed on, the reconstruction efforts in Washington gradually progressed. Meanwhile, the individual heralded as the new superhero seemed to fade from public consciousness. Overall, Lin Chi, having received the highest accolades from photography journalists, was not without tangible benefits. For instance, he was now required to handle even the most trivial matters. He had been assigned to a special operations group by Connie, where he had ascended to the role of leader. The Special Operations Group, formerly titled the Special Records Unit of the Mysterious Shadow Hero, comprised 4 members, including Annie, who shared Lin Chi's vision. The group was established merely a week ago, primarily to globally track the whereabouts of this newly emerged superhero. Perhaps Connie understood that the chances of discovering this superhero again were slim, yet he harbored a glimmer of hope and thus allocated only 4 members. However, Lin Chi was acutely aware that as long as he wished, they would likely never uncover a new image of him in this lifetime. Yet, that was not the outcome Lin Chi desired. He understood better than anyone that the adoration for heroes persisted everywhere. At any moment and in any place, heroes are needed. This is what people refer to as faith. Strangely enough, since leaving the Backstreet Garden Bar, Lin Chi had attempted to return to that establishment, only to be astonished by its utter absence. It seemed to have vanished into thin air. Regardless, if the need arose, Louis III would surely reach out to him. Lin Chi reclined on the lawn, sunlight cascading over him, with his camera by his side. The distant scenes of decay were no longer his concern. His sole mission was to find the latest image of the shadow. Moreover, his airdrop system had been quiet for several days, as if it had frozen. As for the relentless snail pursuing him, it was far simpler, often engaging in fierce battles with passers-by over fruit. Ding. The light tracing ability will be available in 3 days at Mount Sobi. Completing the airdrop task will earn the ability, light tracing. Lin Chi hurriedly sat up on the lawn, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Click to view ability details. Light tracing grants the host a speed comparable to light, enhancing the ability to merge with light. Lin Chi was momentarily taken aback. This was astonishingly powerful. The ability to transform into light. Would he then soar into the skies? However, after the initial excitement, Lin Chi quickly regained his composure. Mount Sobi? That place was notorious as a forbidden zone for adventurers. Even those at the pinnacle of the food chain dared not venture there. It was said that the terrain was treacherous and fraught with unknowns, rendering it inaccessible to the average person. The high altitude and dense forests, along with numerous wild animals, subtly deterred any seekers of secrets. Yet, what did this matter to Lin Chi? He could effortlessly defeat small monsters. A few wild animals were of no concern to him. Chapter 5. The transfer begins upon returning home. Lin Chi merely hoped that there were no ticking time bombs awaiting him. He could hardly endure any more turmoil. If more bombs were to appear, his life would undoubtedly become even more precarious. Fortunately, his home remained intact, and Schwerer had not returned yet. He pondered where she might be. As Lin Chi was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. On the other end was the gruff voice of a man, clearly irritable and impatient. Soon, Lin Chi learned the reason for this agitation. Schwerer had gone to a bubble tea shop with her classmate, Mila. While this seemed like a harmless escapade, Lin Chi couldn't muster any joy, for these two foolish girls had no money on them, and they had been apprehended as a result. Judging by the tone of the conversation, if Lin Chi did not send money soon, Schwerer would likely find herself in police custody. Lin Chi attempted to reason with the man, as he considered himself a civilized individual. Was it really necessary to detain someone over a few cups of bubble tea? The man on the other line, however, was entirely unreasonable. If you don't send the money within half an hour, you'll regret it, he threatened. I want to hear her voice, otherwise. How can I trust what you say? Lin Chi, not foolish enough to comply blindly, retorted. Do you have any choice in this matter? I believe you are deluding yourself. The self-proclaimed owner of the bubble tea shop became increasingly assertive. Before Lin Chi could respond further, the call was abruptly terminated. Left with no choice, Lin Chi resigned himself to send the money. Despite the devastation wrought by monsters across the city, there remained areas that had been spared, which had now become havens for leisure and entertainment. Here, life continued as usual, starkly contrasting with the destruction on the other side of town. Lin Chi hailed a taxi, instructing the driver of his destination, and soon they were en route to the bubble tea shop. Upon arriving, he sensed that matters were far from straightforward. The shop was eerily quiet, its floor-to-ceiling windows shut tight, obscuring the interior from view. Unwittingly, Lin Chi stepped inside, only to have a gun pointed at the back of his head. I hear your daughter claims you are wealthy. Unless you produce 500,000, you won't be leaving here, intoned a burly man with a deep voice from behind. Lin Chi recognized the voice from the earlier phone call. It's you? He stammered. Turn around slowly and raise your hands above your head so I can see, the man ordered. Under duress, Lin Chi complied. As he turned, he found it difficult to discern the man's face, not due to the dim lighting, but because the man wore a mask that concealed his identity, revealing only his eyes, as if he feared exposure. In addition to him, several other men brandishing submachine guns were present. Lin Chi's gaze drifted to the citizens huddled in the corners, crouching in fear. How could Lin Chi possibly be oblivious to what was unfolding? Clearly, this milk tea shop had fallen victim to a band of robbers. In a fleeting moment, he spotted the figure of his young disciple in the corner. He never anticipated that she would inadvertently stumble into the den of thieves. Faced with the pushing and shoving of these criminals, Lin Chi remained remarkably composed. He understood all too well the necessity of not provoking these men, for they wielded weapons that could lead to tragic consequences should chaos ensue, potentially harming the innocent bystanders. Thus, he resorted to negotiation, primarily seeking the release of those innocent souls. "I indeed possess money, but you must first let these individuals go," he asserted, gesturing towards the captives. "Mr. Lin, if you offer money, we can discuss anything. I appreciate your straightforwardness." The leader of the gang signaled to his accomplices. The others appeared to have already conspired. But instead of releasing the hostages, they aimed their guns at the innocent. "Do you truly think I'm a simpleton from the countryside? You expect me to release them so you can call the police?" The leader bellowed in fury. With a mere command, his subordinates would execute the hostages without hesitation. In such a precarious predicament, even the most seasoned individuals would feel an overwhelming weight, for so many lives rested in their hands, an unbearable pressure for anyone to endure. "This young lady is your daughter, Isn't she? I want money. Give us money." The leader's tone turned menacing as he seized Schwer, glaring fiercely at Lin Chi. Lin Chi certainly did not possess hundreds of thousands in cash. "I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the money I have. Just please don't harm her," he implored, handing over the scant few dollars he had on him. The robber's fury intensified. "A millionaire, you say? I'm after real money. Are you mocking me?" Lin Chi was at a loss for words. What had Schwer said to provoke such a reaction? How could a penniless man like him be mistaken for a millionaire? In his current predicament, he too yearned for wealth, wishing he could be buried beneath a mountain of money. Just as Lin Chi was engulfed in confusion, the robber raised his firearm, disengaging the safety of his submachine gun, directing it straight at Schwer's head. Now is the moment. Lin Chi's heart remained steadfast, his mind clear. He was not swayed by the menacing display. He awaited the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, he swept his hand forward, and a blinding light erupted, illuminating the dimly lit milk tea shop with an extraordinary brilliance. Instinctively, everyone shielded their eyes, including the robbers. How could Lin Chi let such a prime chance slip away? A series of brilliant flashes erupted forth. A blinding light converged, forming a radiant dart that struck the firearms held by the robbers. It was scorching. How could it be so hot? My hand felt as though it might melt. What on earth is this? The robbers were taken aback, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. One thing was certain. The weapons in their hands had melted and distorted beyond recognition. They dropped their firearms, screaming in agony, collapsing to their knees in despair. Half an hour later, agents arrived at the bubble tea shop, seizing what they deemed a golden opportunity for promotion. As these criminals were the ones they had been tirelessly pursuing, responsible for numerous casualties. However, when they went to retrieve the surveillance footage from that day, they discovered that the memory card had already been taken. After posing a few inquiries and confirming that none of the hostages were disguised robbers, Lin Chi and the other hostages were released. As Lin Chi walked along the expansive asphalt road, his junior sister, Schwer, trailed behind him. At that moment, Schwer wore an expression of grievance, as if she sensed her senior's displeasure. Suddenly, a voice of delight emerged from behind. "Senior, what do you think this is?" Lin Chi felt an urge to explode, yet he recognized that today's incident could not be solely attributed to his junior sister. In such a dire situation, even a young girl like her could only seek his assistance. Under this oppressive atmosphere, Schwer's innocent question dissipated Lin Chi's inner turmoil. He turned to face her, gazing at her cherubic face, which clutched a card adorned with a peculiar design. Lin Chi took it from her, uncertain of its significance, and promptly searched for information on his phone. However, upon discovering its contents, Lin Chi's composure shattered. Modern Bank? The largest private bank in the world. He was astounded. Lin Chi had heard of this bank, but for someone of his modest means, it seemed far too distant, and he had initially failed to recognize it. Modern Bank was no ordinary institution. A family bank with a legacy spanning nearly 200 years, it allowed withdrawals solely with a bank card, without the need for identification. Moreover, the bank's principles guaranteed permanent privacy protection for its members. Deposited funds could be withdrawn at any time without federal acknowledgement. This indicated that the owner of the Modern Bank card Schwer had found could not be traced. Lin Chi, being impoverished, was acutely aware that those who deposited money in Modern Bank were unlikely to be virtuous individuals. As Lin Chi pondered these revelations, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his clothing from Schwer. Lin Chi gazed in the direction indicated by Schwer, and to his astonishment, it led to a branch of the Modern Bank. One could not help but marvel at Schwer's extraordinary fortune. She had serendipitously stumbled upon a veritable treasure in the mundane world. Driven by curiosity, Lin Chi accompanied Schwer towards the modern bank. Chapter 6. Strange happenings in the village. Little did Lin Chi anticipate that he would soon discover the identity of the individual who had misplaced such a precious modern bank card. His ire was sparked by an elderly figure displayed on the grand screen in the square. This old man evidently possessed a poor memory, failing even to recall the name of the host. It was Jim Black, a notorious figure in the city, whose family had amassed wealth in the United States for centuries, remaining ever prosperous. The citizens of the city were largely discontent with him, yet his elevated status afforded him protection. He had his fingers in numerous industries, many of which were less than savory. Since his arrival in this world, Lin Chi had heard countless tales of the man's misdeeds. However, such a character was not one to be trifled with, even by the Horn Herald. Elated, Lin Chi felt no remorse. His junior sister was on the verge of becoming wealthy. As the most formidable bank, the modern bank treated its clients with utmost regard. Lin Chi had just retrieved the modern card when the staff scrutinized it, casting an unusual glance in his direction. Goodness! Was it possible that his ruse had been discovered so swiftly? This was most unfortunate. As Lin Chi pondered his escape, all the clients in the bank were ushered out, plunging the room into darkness. The expressions on the faces of the affluent families expelled from the bank were forever etched in his memory, a mix of shock and fury. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, brilliant red spotlights illuminated Lin Chi, casting him as the center of attention within the bank. Esteemed 10-star VIP, welcome to the modern bank. I am Jackson, the steward of this branch. An elderly gentleman with a mane of white hair descended from the upper floor. He regarded Lin Chi with fervor, as though he were a long-awaited guest. However, he was somewhat taken aback. How could this legendary 10-star VIP be so youthful? Was he perhaps a descendant? Yet, Jackson quickly dismissed such thoughts. The protocols of the modern bank dictated silence and the avoidance of speculation. Their duty was to fulfill transactions with clients, and this sense of guardianship filled him with pride. The 10-star designation represented the bank's most esteemed clientele. The bank star rating system was not solely based on the amount of wealth possessed, but rather on the duration of deposits. A client's star rating would increase by one level every 20 years. Thus, a 10-star rating indicated that the individual had maintained their wealth in the modern bank for 2 centuries. Lin Chi handed the bank card to the elderly gentleman. Upon receiving it, the man's hands trembled as he beheld the exquisite design on the card. The black card, adorned with a brilliant motif, radiated an air of opulence even in the dimly lit room. Could you please check the remaining balance for me? Lin Chi asked, his expression impassive. Jackson graciously offered a gentlemanly bow to Lin Chi before attending to the request personally. Before long, Lin Chi received the response, $100 billion. The moment he heard that staggering figure, he nearly lost his balance. Senior, do we truly possess such wealth? Schwer gazed at her senior with a mix of bewilderment and innocence. Lin Chi's face lit up with joy. This was more than mere riches. This was akin to becoming a wealthy heiress right from the start. May I inquire how much you wish to withdraw? Jackson cheerfully addressed Lin Chi and Schwer. Let us withdraw $500 million, Schwer replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. 20 minutes later, Lin Chi and Schwer emerged from the bank, but unlike their entrance, they now drove away in a Lamborghini, accompanied by a substantial sum of cash in their storage compartment. Sophia's rent was assured. Moreover, Schwer insisted on purchasing the villa next to Sophia's. Lin Chi found himself helpless in the face of such extravagant spending. On the surface, he felt it was somewhat wasteful, yet internally, he reveled in the exhilaration. Especially the 2 limited edition Lamborghinis, which were gifts from the modern bank to its esteemed 10-star clients. Ultimately, Schwer decided to gift these 2 Lamborghinis to Lin Chi. The roar of the engines reverberated throughout the neighborhood, ensuring a 100 turnaround rate among passers-by, save for the hearing impaired. In addition, Schwer resolved to donate a portion of the funds to an international charity organization. Lin Chi had no objections, as the money was, in essence, Schwer's to begin with. This way, even after his departure from Sophia, he could still look after Schwer, given the close bond they shared. Upon returning to the Horn Daily, Connie shot him a disapproving glare. Though you have received an award, you must remember your responsibilities. Your role is that of a photographer for Horn Daily. I believe an explanation is in order regarding your absence from the meeting I organized. The atmosphere was serious, particularly for Connie. It was supposed to be a routine meeting, yet Lin Chi was the only one who failed to sign in, leading Connie to believe that Lin Chi had become aloof and dismissive after his newfound success. Lin Chi remained unfazed, while Shue'er's wealth could sustain him for a lifetime. He understood that it was not his own fortune. Thus, he was unwilling to jeopardize his own livelihood. However, one thing is certain. Lin Chi certainly did not regard Connie with any significance. Apologies, I encountered some matters today, but I believe that the contents herein are of urgent necessity to us, Lin Chi addressed Editor-in-Chief Connie. After speaking, he retrieved a memory stick from his pocket and, casting a glance at Connie, threw it directly before him. Lin Chi pointed meaningfully. Upon activating the projection screen, the visuals displayed were solely of Lin Chi handling several robbers at the milk tea shop earlier that day. Connie and the colleagues present were left in a state of astonishment. This brilliance was all too familiar to them, and such an intense radiance could only belong to him. Instantly, Connie's attitude towards Lin Chi underwent a complete transformation. Mr. Lin, you truly are the person I have been keen on. The leader of this special operations team has indeed not been entrusted to you in vain. I hope you will continue your commendable efforts. Connie began to extol Lin Chi. As a reward, Lin Chi and the members of the Special Operations Team were granted a 3-day holiday, a fact that filled the entire team with pride. A 3-day holiday? This was indeed delightful news for Lin Chi, as it afforded him ample time to travel to Sobi Mountain. Lin, are you truly going to Sobi Mountain? Upon learning of Lin Chi's intentions, Annie's expression took on an unusual hue. Lin Chi nodded, unaware of her thoughts. Are you going alone? Annie continued to inquire. Yes. I primarily wish to investigate the recent mysterious occurrences in the villages there. It is our duty as journalists, Lin Chi replied, the latter part being a fabrication. That sounds exceedingly perilous, doesn't it? There have been reports of villagers whose throats were bitten through by some creature during the evening, and even some found completely drained of blood overnight. Annie recalled the recent strange events, feeling a chill in her heart. In truth, Annie's words held merit. Sobi Mountain had indeed witnessed bizarre happenings, all recounted by the fleeing villagers themselves. Such matters, it seemed, could only be attributed to him. Are you referring to that superhero? Annie was taken aback. Lin Chi nodded affirmatively. How could that be? He has saved us all, has he not? Our entire family admires him. He is truly my ideal. Annie insisted, utterly disbelieving Lin Chi's assertion and choosing to side with the enigmatic superhero. In Annie's mind, that superhero had long become the embodiment of faith for many. How could he possibly commit such deeds? Moreover, he had earlier assisted the police in defeating the robbers. Flattered by Annie's praises, Lin Chi felt a tinge of embarrassment, pondering how Annie would react if she discovered that the superhero was right before her eyes. Just as Annie was lost in thought, Lin Chi had already departed the assembly hall. Subsequently, Lin Chi assisted his colleagues in composing an article detailing the heroic deeds encountered at the milk tea shop, which was then published. After work, as Lin Chi passed by a Japanese mask shop, he was captivated by a particular mask. Given his identity, he could not afford to expose himself recklessly. As the saying goes, fame attracts trouble, and he certainly did not wish to find himself in the newspapers daily. Upon entering the mask shop, Lin Chi ultimately purchased a Japanese fox mask that perfectly fit his facial dimensions, alleviating the burden that had weighed heavily on his mind. This way, he could save the world without merely leaving behind an ethereal silhouette for the public. No longer needing to perform good deeds with his back turned to the people. Chapter 7. The Pillar of Calamity in the village. Time flowed forward to 2 days later. Mount Sobi, located in the western region of Washington, is not merely a mountain but a vast mountain range. The entire eastern face of this range overlooks the suburbs of western Washington. Lin Chi's destination was the southernmost part of Mount Sobi, known for its treacherous terrain. He had no intention of investigating the villagers, as this matter was of no concern to him. He merely sought to retrieve what belonged to him. However, Lin Chi did not anticipate that Annie would accompany him to Mount Sobi. I'm sorry, but I cannot leave you to venture into such a dangerous place alone, Annie stated. Clad in denim jeans and a fitted outfit. Having worked alongside Annie for an extended period, Lin Chi had always focused on their tasks. But it was only now that he realized how enchanting she truly was. Since she was insistent on joining him, Lin Chi had no choice. After all, she had a vehicle, and he could benefit from a lift. Although Mount Sobi was mountainous, half of it was accessible by road. As the two of them drove, Lin Chi initially took the wheel, and they took turns driving. As night fell, with the moon shining brightly and the stars sparse, They were surrounded by the incessant chirping of cicadas, planning to replenish their water supply at the next marked location. Just as they approached the supply point, their vehicle broke down. In the distance stood a wooden cabin illuminated by lights, with the sound of a generator echoing faintly. What bad luck to have a flat tire at this moment, Lin Chi muttered as he inspected the vehicle, quickly identifying the issue. The rear tire was punctured, with remnants of a long nail still visible. What shall we do now? Annie inquired. We can either set up camp here or inquire at the cabin to see if they have a spare tire, Lin Chi replied, glancing toward the distant wooden cabin. Annie nodded, understanding, and headed towards the cabin. Meanwhile, Lin Chi continued to assess the condition of the car and the surrounding area. However, just moments later, a piercing scream of terror emanated from the direction of the cabin, causing Lin Chi's heart to race. Something had gone awry. Once, Guy leapt down, and Lin Chi sprinted swiftly towards the small wooden cabin. Annie stood at the entrance, her eyes brimming with terror. Upon seeing Lin Chi approach, she hurriedly embraced him, her entire body collapsing in relief. The sight of Lin Chi gradually soothed her heart, which had been on the verge of shattering. Lin Chi turned his gaze toward the cabin, where a lifeless body lay. 2 gashes marred the neck of the deceased. He crouched down, displaying an unexpected lack of fear towards the corpse. Rather, his curiosity was piqued regarding the circumstances of its demise. They had yet to enter the depths of the primeval forest, so a pathway existed here, and the cabin's owner likely conducted trade, providing supplies for passers-by. After a considerable time, Lin Chi emerged from the cabin, draping a soft blanket from the vehicle over Annie's shoulders. His initial assessment suggested that the individual had succumbed to some form of bite. Bitten to death? What could have done such a thing? I'm so frightened, Annie exclaimed, her fear prompting her to burrow into Lin Chi's embrace. Lin Chi felt a twinge of embarrassment at her actions. In this desolate wilderness, a solitary man and woman together might provoke inappropriate thoughts in any normal man. He gently patted her back, striving to provide comfort. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems his death might correlate with that of the villagers, Lin Chi analyzed. The fatal wound is on the neck, quite substantial, resembling that of a gigantic bat. Vampire? I understand now. It must have been a vampire, for what else could drain human blood? Annie was horrified, her imagination spiraling into wild conjectures. Lin Chi felt a pang of sympathy for her plight. Annie, having been raised in a wealthy neighborhood, became discontent with her parents' indulgence and the bullying of ordinary people around her. Thus, she chose the life of a humble journalist, forsaking her opulent existence for simplicity. Stop imagining the impossible. Vampires do not truly exist. They are merely characters in novels. Lin Chi continued to reassure her. Then what could have caused his death? And there isn't a drop of blood left on his body. Annie pondered, perplexed. I believe answers will reveal themselves, and I assure you, I will not overlook this matter, Lin Chi promised her. Throughout the night, he kept vigil over Annie as she drifted into slumber. Initially, he anticipated something might occur, but as the night wore on, nothing transpired. Simultaneously, Lin Chi wrestled with the mystery of what had claimed the life of the cabin's owner. Nonetheless, he was certain that the owner's demise was intricately connected to the deaths of the villagers. Even so, he could not alert the authorities just yet. He would wait until their return to report. He did not wish for the police to interfere with his plans. Yet Lin Chi remained certain that he was drawing ever closer to the truth. The following dawn, he thoroughly searched the tools in the wooden cabin and finally discovered a spare tire. After replacing the old tire, the two resumed their journey. However, after half a day's travel, they found themselves at a dead end. They could only pack some essentials into their backpacks, including a portable camera, and then ventured into the depths of the primeval forest. As they delved deeper, they encountered an increasing number of corpses along the way. These lifeless bodies shared 2 ominous characteristics. First, each bore 2 deep gashes on their necks, resembling wounds inflicted by some monstrous fangs. Second, a significant portion of their blood had vanished, with some corpses appearing as though their blood had been entirely drained. Could it be that vampires truly existed in this world? Lin Chi pondered to himself. If they were not the work of vampires, what malevolent force could have inflicted such horrors? Suddenly, Lin Chi recalled something. Lewis had once shared with him tales of mysterious metallic pillars appearing across the globe. Could these recent calamities be connected to the pillars Lewis had mentioned? The two pressed on, soon coming upon a village. This was the very village that had been the subject of much gossip lately. A place the police had all but abandoned due to its peculiarities. Lin Chi, too, felt an unsettling strangeness. Upon entering the village inhabited by indigenous people, he sensed eyes watching him from behind. This feeling was peculiar indeed. Just then, Annie called out to Lin Chi, pointing to an elderly woman appearing in the distance. Exchanging glances, Lin Chi and Annie approached the old woman, only to be met with a flurry of spears hurtling toward them. Had Lin Chi not reacted swiftly, his life would have been forfeit. Meanwhile, Annie found herself in dire straits as well. Just as a spear threatened to strike her, Lin Chi conjured a burst of light, deflecting the projectiles. They are not the monsters you think. You cannot slaughter the innocent. A strange voice rang out from afar. It belonged to a man with a limp, leaning on a cane. Surrounding them were numerous villagers, all elderly or frail, with not a single youth among them. You are the ones who have brought calamity upon our village. You must die. The village chief, the elderly woman, glared coldly at Lin Chi and Annie. Her hair is white as snow. We are not villains. We have come merely to investigate these occurrences. Please believe us, Annie implored. You are indeed the wicked ones. What sorcery was it that you just employed? The men of the village cast menacing glares at Lin Chi, their disdainful eyes sending a chill down his spine. Lin Chi found himself at a loss for words, unable to elaborate on his true nature as a deity cast down to the mortal realm. I can assist you in uncovering the perpetrator, but you must divulge the events that transpired in the village, he stated to the elderly woman. Really? You can genuinely help us? The old woman replied, astonished. Indeed, I trust you can discern that we harbor no ill intentions towards you. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chi was welcomed into the village, where the old woman recounted the origins of the recent peculiar occurrences. Despite the villagers being indigenous, communication flowed seamlessly. It turned out that a week prior, a metallic pillar had materialized on the mountain behind the village. Approaching this pillar induced hallucinatory delusions, causing individuals to experience drastic changes in temperament, rendering them unrecognizable to their kin. Subsequently, even more bizarre events unfolded. Initially, those villagers who had ventured near the metallic pillar awoke the following day bearing bite marks on their necks. Eventually, these strange occurrences began to afflict the animals as well. The village soon sealed off the mountain, prompting the younger generation to abandon their homes, leaving only the elderly behind. Chapter 8. The frozen superstar Lin Chi proceeded towards the rear mountain, a destination he deemed imperative. However, Annie insisted on accompanying him. Due to the village's regulations, outsiders were forbidden from entering their sacred mountain, resulting in their camera being confiscated. With no alternative, Lin Chi acquiesced. The so-called rear mountain was revered as the Holy Mountain. To their astonishment, upon their arrival, they discovered a breathtaking array of ice formations. Pristine ice surfaces, resembling the shell of a tortoise, were intricately cracked in exquisite patterns yet remained intact. The ice glimmered like a mirror, reflecting their silhouettes. This enchanting realm stood in stark contrast to the sweltering summer outside. It's freezing. I feel as though I might turn into a popsicle, Annie shivered. Drawing closer to Lin Chi for warmth, she reflected on her previous disdain for men, likening them to cunning foxes. However, after engaging in profound conversations with Lin Chi, she realized that he embodied true masculinity. He was like a steadfast mountain, providing a comforting sense of security, and she longed for just a bit more warmth. Unbeknownst to Lin Chi, Annie's thoughts were far from his mind. Observing the surrounding changes, he retrieved the sole remaining windbreaker from his backpack and hastily donned it. He was too preoccupied to be distracted. Instead, he sat down. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to be uncovering the origins of the villagers' misfortunes? Why are you sitting down? Are you tired? Annie looked at Lin Chi in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his actions. Lin Chi paid her no mind. He remained seated on the icy surface, his eyes closed, as though engaged in a meditative trance. Infuriated by Lin Chi's indifference, Annie rummaged through her backpack, discovering a plethora of high-calorie provisions. Ignoring Lin Chi entirely, she focused on replenishing her own energy. Ding! A light-tracking airdrop will be deployed in 3 hours. The airdrop is 5 meters away from you. Lin Chi accessed the system, the notification granting him a sense of relief. His arduous journey had not been in vain. Merely 3 hours remained until he could claim the airdrop. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. He had never considered himself a hero, yet that did not imply he would disregard the village's affairs. Once he acquired the light-tracking superpower, how could he possibly underestimate the creature lurking beneath the ice? Indeed, the monster, feared by many, lay concealed beneath the icy layer. Though Lin Chi was uncertain of its appearance, for he did not possess the foresight to discern its form. However, the wait of 3 hours proved to be excruciating for Lin Chi surrounded by ice. His slight figure willingly endured the cold, despite being clad in a set of thermal gear. Even more torturous was the sight of Annie beside him, savoring her food. The beef jerky and chocolate she consumed made Lin Chi's stomach grumble with hunger. Her actions seemed to be a deliberate attempt to tempt him. Yet, he felt no desire for such sustenance, perhaps a consequence of the negative state he found himself in. Seeing Lin Chi's refusal to engage, Annie ceased her complaints. Although his silence was somewhat excessive, she understood their precarious situation beneath the ice. Making unnecessary noise could provoke a fracture in the layer, potentially entombing them both. Annie was curious about the unfolding events, but upon witnessing the confidence etched on Lin Chi's face, her fear of the cold began to dissipate. Surely, he must have a plan. Could he truly be some kind of superhero? She pondered, lost in speculation. Unbeknownst to anyone, the entire sacred mountain had been enveloped in ice, shrouded in mystery, with no one aware of the secrets concealed beneath its frozen surface. As time slipped away, only half an hour remained until the airdrop's arrival. Ding! Only 10 minutes remain until the airdrop arrives. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in Lin Chi's mind. Little did Lin Chi anticipate that at this moment, an explosive event would transpire. Merely due to a trivial flatulence, the towering ice formations surrounding them began to tremble, reminiscent of the tremors preceding an earthquake. Lin Chi found himself utterly speechless. How could he not even control such a minor bodily function? The significant upheaval startled Annie, yet, fortunate for her, Lin Chi's presence ensured that their predicament would not worsen too drastically. The shattering of massive ice blocks triggered a series of cascading effects, leading to a relentless collapse. Ultimately, they plummeted to the base of the sacred mountain. Here, the ice crystal fragments melted upon contact with the ground, a most extraordinary phenomenon. Even more astonishing for Lin Chi was the rapidity with which they were to confront the malevolent force behind it all. Before them stood an enigmatic figure, shrouded in a mysterious metallic covering, clad in a striking red garment. His eyes remained tightly shut, while the menacing fangs at the corners of his mouth instilled a chilling dread. Thankfully, he was encased in ice, rendering him incapable of engaging Lin Chi in combat. Indeed, Lin Chi had no desire for such an encounter, for the being exuded a sinister aura. "Shall we approach?" Annie queried, her uncertainty evident, resembling a timid kitten lacking resolve. Yet she acquiesced to Lin Chi's lead. He nodded. Given the circumstances, he was disinclined to abandon their pursuit. As Annie and Lin Chi drew nearer, a multitude of ice crystal bats erupted from the surroundings. This spectacle left Annie utterly astonished. She had never laid eyes on such a terrifying sight. These bats seemed to be nurturing the mysterious man. A vampire? Annie instinctively exclaimed. Lin Chi, too, found himself uncertain of the nature of this being. However, he had noticed something that piqued his interest. Behind the figure stood a metallic column, resplendent in silver, radiating an overwhelming power. What is this? Lin Chi pondered, feeling a stirring within him. His time in this world was far too brief, and his knowledge of many matters remained scant. He recalled that this realm had once been home to numerous superheroes who had banded together to vanquish formidable foes, only to later vanish from public view for reasons unknown, tales imparted to him by Louis III. In the midst of Lin Chi's contemplation, the mysterious man abruptly opened his eyes. At that moment, Lin Chi beheld the figure's visage clearly. He was an extraordinarily handsome man, a beauty that would render even international stars envious. Particularly striking were his blood-red eyes, which captivated the onlooker instantly. This alloy from the Dwarven Kingdom is truly remarkable. Once I absorb it entirely, I shall be able to enslave the entire universe. His voice resonated with an unforgettable timbre. Do not indulge in self-satisfaction. Lin Chi silently cursed. Is there truly a lack of awareness regarding the impending crisis? Lin Chi, too, possessed formidable strength. Did he not deserve dignity? How could one contemplate subjugating all beings in the universe without a modicum of crisis awareness? Was this not sheer nonsense? In his eyes, Lin Chi appeared to be an inconsequential entity, utterly insignificant. Chapter 9. Too fast, perhaps? Confronted by this sudden, enigmatic figure, Lin Chi found himself momentarily at a loss. Warning: Anomaly airdrop has been deployed in your vicinity. Hasten to collect and acquire enhanced abilities. A notification resonated in Lin Chi's mind, pulling him back to reality. The other party, with a beguiling gaze, nearly ensnared him, causing him to forget the purpose of his presence in this place. The method of airdrop deployment varied each time. It was not as casual as military supply drops, but rather more whimsical. Indeed, Lin Chi's last acquisition had been nestled within the belly of a small monster, and he had every reason to believe that this airdrop might very well descend into the mind of the pale-faced individual before him. For convenience, Lin Chi decided to refer to him as Pale-Face, as he found the man's complexion reminiscent of pork frozen for months. At that moment, the pale face suddenly froze. He glanced down at his feet, where a golden scroll lay. Lin Chi was speechless. Did this man wish for the world to know that it was treasure? Previously, he had been coerced into revealing his prowess by the monster, and now, this scroll appeared at the feet of the antagonist, manifesting as a treasure. Are you all here to welcome my rebirth? The recently revived pale face inquired haughtily, casting a glance at Lin Chi and Annie. Welcome your grandmother's leg. Lin Chi silently fumed. Indeed, master, we are here as loyal subjects to greet your magnificent rebirth. Though he inwardly lashed out, he outwardly presented himself with utmost subservience. He dared not act recklessly. Despite his own considerable strength, the scroll rested in the hands of the other, and he was entirely unaware of the figure's origins. What if he was no match for this individual? Should a conflict arise, would he not find himself at the mercy of this pale face? Yet, these concerns paled in comparison to the weighty burden at his side. Call me Count Dracula. Although you are all my slaves, I shall fulfill your every desire, for your loyalty is commendable, arriving promptly to welcome your illustrious count. Yes, my count. Lin Chi responded with polite acquiescence. Count Dracula? Could it be that vampires truly exist in this world? Lin Chi was taken aback, as was Annie. Yet, what exactly was this URU alloy that Count Dracula spoke of? Could it be the reason for his arrival? It seemed promising. Although the individual exuded an aura of strength, there was a distinct impression of a lack of intellect. Lin Chi decided to play along, continuing to extract information. Your Grace, you are extraordinarily handsome. You are, without a doubt, the most dashing count I have ever encountered. Might I request that you bestow upon me the scroll in your possession? Handsome? Is that not an insipid compliment from a repugnant earthling? Are you courting death? This object is unfit for you. I sense a malevolent force emanating from it. Count Dracula remarked, gazing coldly at the golden scroll in his hand. Having spoken, he was poised to crush it. Lin Chi was stunned, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. Could this Count Dracula be afflicted with madness? Just as he was about to shatter the scroll, he seemed to sense impending danger and turned his gaze toward the distance. Boom! Simultaneously, a series of explosive sounds erupted from afar. The sonic boom of fighter jets sent the ice bats beneath the frozen surface into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. Missiles rained down, and Count Dracula addressed Lin Chi. You are being pursued? Fear not. I shall assist you in dealing with them. With that, he departed the cavern. A great battle was imminent. Lin Chi was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. However, he was keenly aware that the ice cavern was on the brink of collapse. He needed to flee with Annie immediately. Yet, before that, he had to retrieve the golden scroll that the Count had carelessly discarded. For neglecting it would surely bring him misfortune. Successful retrieval of dropped item. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new ability, ray tracing. As rumblings of collapse echoed, the sacred mountain of the village crumbled entirely. A more terrifying event soon transpired, as a powerful residual aura from another dimension erupted from the metallic pillar, impacting everything in its vicinity. Even Lin Chi felt a chill of trepidation. At that moment, he finally grasped the gravity of Louis III's words. It was no jest, but a grim reality. The aura was indeed from another dimension, and Lin Chi was confronted with a mere remnant of its metallic pillar. A colossal roar resounded, and an overwhelming wave of energy crushed all living beings in its path. The entire sacred mountain was mercilessly swept away, and the ruins that once stood in this mountainous expanse were buried deep within the earth. Outside the sacred mountain, within a fighter jet, damn. Is he all right? Tom, respond. Louis III demanded, his voice laced with fury. I regret to inform you, sir, that there are no signs of life detected in that vicinity, came the reply from another fighter jet. Louis III took a moment to quell the tumult of his inner fury, slowly closing his eyes. Why did it come to this? He should not have perished. He was the beacon of hope for humanity. Just how formidable was that creature? Sir, 2 signs of life have emerged in the sky. What? Louis III gazed incredulously at the monitor, witnessing two vibrant lives moving at breakneck speed. It was utterly astonishing. He was still alive. The individuals he referred to were, of course, Lin Chi and Annie, though Annie was presently in a state of unconsciousness, having been saved by Lin Chi in a moment of dire peril. Lin Chi absorbed the power of light speed manipulation, directly harnessing light to augment his velocity. Light manipulation, in essence, allows one to merge with light wherever it exists, elevating one's speed to that of light itself. However, Lin Chi had only just acquired this ability and was not yet proficient in its application. "Are you not my loyal vassal?" Count Dracula now materialized before everyone. He had obliterated a fighter jet, liberating two peculiar beings from within. One was a man, and the other a woman. The woman was devoid of hands, or rather, her hands were replaced by stone hammers. The man was engulfed in molten rock. They were bound by an unseen force, but as the jet was destroyed, Count Dracula effortlessly shattered their restraints. The hammer woman and the lava creature both swore unwavering allegiance to Count Dracula. Yet, during his absorption of immense otherworldly power, Dracula experienced a slight disruption in his memories, leading him to mistakenly identify Lin Chi as his most faithful subordinate. From the ground, icy bats took flight, transforming into blood-red creatures that swirled around Count Dracula. "Kid, don't let him escape. He is exceedingly dangerous," Louis III warned Lin Chi simultaneously. A swarm of fighter jets appeared in the sky, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Count Dracula. Thunderous roars echoed as various advanced missiles, never before seen in the world, were launched. Lin Chi understood the gravity of the situation. He placed Annie gently on the ground, summoning a blade of light in his hand. He could manipulate the power of light and merge with it, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself before Count Dracula, suspended in midair. His speed was astounding, even outpacing the missiles. Count Dracula was taken aback. The hammer woman and the lava creature shared his astonishment. Yet, in what seemed an inevitable strike, Lin Chi was caught off guard and missed his target entirely. Chapter 10. The presence from another dimension. The Count's speed was overwhelmingly swift, leaving Lin Chi with no time to react. Lin Chi continued to unleash successive light strikes at the Count, but each was deftly countered. "Isn't this too formidable?" Lin Chi furrowed his brow. Even with aerial fire support, he found himself utterly incapable of contending with the vampire Count. Boom! Lin Chi absorbed all surrounding light, astonishingly manifesting a luminous sword. With a swift motion, he surged towards Count Dracula, having transitioned from the ground to nearly confronting his adversary in an instant. However, at that moment, the lava beast suddenly interposed itself before him. This strike had the potential to annihilate any life form. Mere mortals could scarcely witness it. The sky was ablaze with dazzling brilliance, akin to a cosmic explosion. Louis III, astonished, was at a loss, fearing that their aircraft might be incinerated, and hastily ordered his subordinates to retreat, prohibiting any closer approach. The air resonated with deafening explosions. Success! Even the mightiest subordinate was not so formidable. Lin Chi smirked. The lava beast, a subordinate of Count Dracula, disintegrated under the might of his luminous blade in mere moments. How pathetic, to be dubbed the strongest subordinate. Yet soon his smile faltered. This was utterly terrifying. Although Lin Chi's sword had severed the lava beast's form and achieved its intended target, the reality was far more intricate than it appeared. Many matters could not be elucidated by mere observation. Despite being shattered, the lava beast began to merge back together from the ground, starting from its legs, then its body, until it fully resurrected. Infuriating. It simply could not be slain. Lin Chi's face was etched with disbelief. "Now it is my turn," the lava beast laughed maniacally. Its form was forged from lava, rendering conventional means of destruction ineffective. Lin Chi's light strike was utterly futile. Such supposed strength was merely a facade. Seizing the moment while Lin Chi was momentarily stunned, the frenzied lava beast hurled countless molten fireballs. These fireballs ignited the very air surrounding Lin Chi. He attempted to escape desperately, but to no avail. In a moment of crisis, Lin Chi once again melded into the light. Yet even so, he was struck by several lava blasts. Wounded and weary, he half knelt on the ground, exhausted and famished. What a predicament! Even during a holiday, one must work overtime. Such is life. His stomach grumbled, seemingly causing him to forget the pain. At such a moment of grave injury, diverting one's attention was undoubtedly the wisest choice. "So weak? What do you possess to challenge me? Do you believe that slaying a mere insect proves your strength?" Count Dracula looked at the battered Lin Chi with a cold, mocking smile. Ridiculous. Truly laughable. Dracula's mockery did not throw Lin Chi into disarray. Rather, he seemed to comprehend that the monstrous creature must have originated from the same source. How repugnant. Lin Chi silently cursed. It would indeed be a laborious endeavor to eliminate you, yet you wish to challenge me. I hope you can remain true to your original intentions. Count Dracula observed Lin Chi with keen interest, relishing the challenge. Did this human not resemble the protagonist of a novel? Suffering setbacks only to encounter fortuitous events and ultimately triumph over the antagonist? With this thought, Count Dracula found the situation even more intriguing. Remember, to defeat me, for I have no desire to obliterate the world. Such an act is the folly of fools. Dracula gravely remarked to Lin Chi, what do you truly intend to do? Lin Chi gritted his teeth and inquired. To enslave beings, compelling them to serve me. To have humanity extract greater power for my benefit. Count Dracula unabashedly revealed his ambitions. Upon finishing his words, the surroundings grew exceedingly dim, and countless crimson bats swirled around him. The sky filled with bats created a stunning tableau. With a sinister smile, Count Dracula soared toward the horizon, gradually disappearing from Lin Chi and his companion's sight. After the Hammer Woman and the Lava Beast demonstrated their might menacingly towards Lin Chi, they reluctantly followed suit. In truth, the Lava Beast and Hammer Woman were puzzled as to why their master, Dracula, did not eliminate these humans, yet they remained obedient. Lin Chi surveyed the chaotic surroundings, wearing a resigned expression. At that moment, Louis III descended from the sky, maneuvering a fighter jet to the ground. A new contraption? Wealthier than I, Lin Chi mused. This is our newly developed combat aircraft, which is not merely a fighter jet. It encompasses various advanced weaponry. This is a novel aerial vehicle. Louis III expressed his satisfaction with the impressive machine. The sophisticated control system and fully automated piloting capabilities were also noteworthy, particularly the integrated fuselage, which from a distance resembled the letter V, was adorned with deep coatings that imparted a palpable sense of technological advancement to the entire aircraft. What intrigued Lin Chi most was the dual-barreled giant energy convergence cannon that had just showcased its prowess. According to Louis III, as long as it was granted sufficient time to gather energy, it could effortlessly demolish a mountain. If possible, procure one for me as well. I hope you can enlighten me on any additional practical functionalities this behemoth possesses, Lin Chi jested. Absolutely. This one is yours, however. We are currently developing an aerial vehicle capable of venturing into outer space. As for the practical functionalities you mentioned, indeed, they exist. With just a snap of your fingers, it can automatically shrink, Louis III explained, leaving Lin Chi utterly astonished by this revelation. With the assistance of Louis III, the aerial vessel designated as Dragon has transferred its artificial intelligence system into Lin Chi's genetic identity. Henceforth, only he will possess the authority to awaken this formidable dragon. How could this be? Lin Chi was taken aback, yet his response lacked the extraordinary astonishment typically exhibited by an ordinary individual encountering treasure. You are far more composed than I had anticipated, Louis III remarked with a gentle smile, exuding kindness. Our superhero agency boasts the most advanced technology in the world, particularly numerous super technologies that have never been witnessed on Earth. However, their emergence could profoundly impact the fate of humanity. They must not disrupt the delicate balance of mankind. At least in my perspective, and no one can wield them with ease. After speaking, Louis III cast his gaze toward the other aerial vessels. Lin Chi inquired, how can your subordinates achieve this? Upon hearing Lin Chi's question, Louis III chuckled. Have you heard of bioengineered beings? They possess no emotions and merely obey commands. They are virtually indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Yet, their muscular and neural capabilities far exceed those of regular individuals. What are they? I have never heard of such beings. This pertains to an ancient initiative known as the Brave Man Project. Long ago, a meteorite from the depths of space fell to Earth, revealing a remarkable metal. Investigations indicated that it is nearly indestructible and can withstand all forms of force. However, to acquire this metal capable of resisting external threats, humanity must traverse the cosmic expanse, venturing to distant galaxies. Thus, the world's foremost scientists convened to cultivate bioengineered beings, genetically perfected to resemble humans. Consequently, they could seek out the most precious metals on behalf of humanity, correct? Indeed, yet ultimately, this endeavor failed, and we lost contact with them. They may have become lost in the vastness of the universe, though we cannot ascertain. Louis III expressed this with a hint of regret. Could this metal be identical to the resources Count Dracula seeks to exploit? Lin Chi inquired with curiosity. I am not entirely certain. Yet I suspect that the disappearance of those superheroes is intricately linked to him. As for the metallic pillars, I can inform you that our investigations reveal they harbor another form of power. Any entity that absorbs this power will awaken an otherworldly force. Lin Chi appeared perplexed. Lin Chi, with greater strength comes greater responsibility. I understand your desire to avoid unnecessary troubles, yet troubles inevitably seek you out. You must accompany me to a certain location where you will comprehend the essence of the otherworldly presence and why the slumbering Count Dracula is so intent on absorbing that power. Louis III had been investigating the peculiar occurrences at the sacred mountain of the village, yet he had not anticipated Lin Chi's involvement. Upon listening to his words, Lin Chi felt a sense of clarity beginning to emerge within him. Chapter 11. The Origin of the Monsters. Initially, Lin Chi believed that the aerial vehicle was the most treasured gem of Louis III. However, he could never have anticipated that Louis III possessed even more astonishing inventions, capable of driving the world into a frenzy upon their unveiling. With a mere snap of his fingers, Louis III summoned a deep, resonant rumble from the heavens. A colossal space station slowly descended from the clouds, resembling a city unto itself. Its sudden appearance before Lin Chi and Louis III instilled in Lin Chi a fleeting sense of unreality, which only dissipated when he pinched his cheek and felt the sting of pain, confirming the authenticity of the scene before him. This was not merely a cinematic spectacle. Under the guidance of their instructor, the bioengineered beings maneuvered the aerial vehicles into the station for maintenance and resupply. The sheer magnitude of the space station was astonishing, measuring an impressive 700 meters in length and nearly 10 stories in height, with the capacity to accommodate thousands of workers and brilliant scientists. Equipped with a comprehensive array of facilities, it was not only capable of soaring through the skies with its formidable propulsion systems, but could also navigate the surface and depths of the ocean. Such an immense space station left Lin Chi in awe, pondering the might of its power systems. However, he did not truly wish to uncover the secrets behind it, for mystery often holds a more profound allure. It was akin to magic. In the absence of truth, it captivates, and no one desires to unveil the reality, as the truth can often be a harrowing revelation. To be precise, it was not a colossal beast traversing the ground, but rather an eagle soaring through the sky, adeptly fending off threats from outer space. Lin Chi explained to Louis III, who gazed upon him with curiosity. With that, Lin Chi and Louis III arrived at the headquarters of the most enigmatic base, nestled along the coast of Washington, concealed beneath the waves, adjacent to an islet. Two space stations alternated their duties. While one patrolled the atmosphere, the other remained at headquarters for maintenance. Activate stealth mode. Louis III commanded the artificial intelligence within the control room. Instantly, an invisible coating enveloped the exterior of the space station, rendering it entirely transparent to the outside world. Lin Chi witnessed the colossal beast stir the ocean into a frenzy before it gradually submerged beneath the waves. The depths bore little distinction from the seabed above, save for the myriad marine creatures, sharks and whales, swimming in unison. And thus, this was the headquarters of the Superhero Management Company. Lin Chi and Louis III traversed through multiple crimson alert zones, guided by Louis III until they arrived at a secluded area. Within this space stood two glass domes. They first approached the initial dome, which encased a dull, unremarkable piece of metal. This was the fabled metal said to be indestructible. Although it could not be obliterated through conventional means, I can assure you that we have discovered a method to forge it, thus enabling us to utilize it with remarkable efficacy. Observing Lin Chi's bewilderment, Louis III took the initiative to elucidate. For instance, Lin Chi inquired, bullets, weaponry, battle armor, all can be enhanced with this metal, transforming it into an unparalleled defense against external threats. The reason we were able to contain the lava creature and the hammer woman was due to the properties of this mysterious metal, Louis III explained. To Lin Chi, however, these revelations seemed somewhat superfluous. After all, he possessed the ability to vanquish monsters, rendering this metal of little interest to him. You must find it utterly useless. Akin to excrement in a toilet, correct? Louis III, well-versed in human psychology, discerned Lin Chi's thoughts with ease. Lin Chi nodded in affirmation, his mind aligned with that sentiment. Perhaps it holds no value for you, but do not forget that should this metal fall into the hands of outsiders, it would spell disaster. Devastation would engulf the entire planet. You must embrace this responsibility. At this juncture, Louis III's voice bore a note of sternness, and his gaze shifted to one of a mentor reprimanding a wayward student. As if chastising for a misstep, Lin Chi shrugged, ambivalent. He was merely an ordinary individual, easily dispatched even by a snail. His past prowess was just that, past. Why speak so grandly of his capability to save the world? He could hardly contend with Count Dracula, let alone rescue humanity, though he harbored a sense of justice. He shared the common desire to avoid peril. I must also inform you that the crimson attire worn by Count Dracula is forged from this very metal, which may elucidate his desire for more slaves to extract it. He stroked the cane in his hand, continuing, I have a foreboding sense that Earth is on the brink of an even more terrifying calamity. Indeed, Lin Chi shared the sentiment with Louis III. Count Dracula was undoubtedly formidable. This must be the URU metal he had previously mentioned. Lin Chi recalled Dracula's words about it. URU metal? Louis III glanced at Lin Chi, lost in contemplation. Moments later, he regained his composure. After Louis III introduced the extraterrestrial metal known as URU to Lin Chi, he led him toward another independent glass chamber. It was utterly devoid of any substance, leaving Lin Chi somewhat bewildered. Was this elderly gentleman suffering from memory lapses? Lin Chi stared vacantly at the empty space, pondering whether he was meant to perceive the essence of the situation. However, he could discern no peculiarities. What are you doing? This is an elevator. Follow me. Louis III remarked, looking at Lin Chi as though he were a fool. Young man, quite perplexing. Embarrassed, Lin Chi scratched his head, realizing that this was merely an elevator. He had imagined it concealed some unspeakable secret. Once inside the elevator, Lin Chi and Louis III swiftly descended to the next level of the underground base. This floor bore little distinction from the previous one, with moderate lighting yet a chilling temperature, akin to stepping into a cold storage facility. Upon glimpsing the array of glass chambers in the distance, Lin Chi's complexion suddenly paled. What on earth are those abominations? Are they truly products of Earth? Or have you discovered something extraterrestrial? He gasped, as if jolted awake from a haunting dream, his dazed eyes seemingly returning from a distant nightmare. What Lin Chi beheld would astonish anyone. The glass chambers housed numerous mutated creatures. Their grotesque forms varied greatly, some being so large they required dismemberment for preservation, while others lay prostrate within the chambers, unscathed. There were creatures with eyes the size of bulls, humanoid wild boars, and upright crocodiles. Why are they like this? Is it related to those metallic pillars? Lin Chi inquired with curiosity. You're quite astute. Indeed, our investigations reveal that when organisms approach those metal pillars, their genes are compromised. They can be altered and even awaken ancient genes within them. Ancient genes? What are those? Lin Chi asked, perplexed. All living beings originate from evolution, during which their ancient genes gradually diminish. These metallic pillars, however, possess the capability to resurrect those ancient genes. The monstrous creature you previously vanquished was awakened and amplified after absorbing the otherworldly essence from the pillars. At that moment, Lin Chi comprehended the astonishing truth. Was it truly possible for a creature's size to increase by several hundred times? This world had already become unfathomable. What difference would a little more incredulity make? Louis III remained remarkably composed in the face of such revelations. Chapter 12. Do not approach, woman. In this enigmatic realm, modern beings are compelled to awaken ancient genes through the mysterious essence of an otherworldly metal, thus acquiring the cataclysmic powers to devastate the world. Yet, they struggle to master these dimensional abilities completely. The very essence that grants them power also incites a volatile temperament. They wreak havoc upon structures, an unstoppable force, mercilessly crushing anyone who dares to obstruct their path. Louis, accompanied by Lin Chi, strides forward in this mysterious space, encountering a multitude of mutated creatures that dazzle Lin Chi's senses. These beings, forever ensnared by the bioengineered minions of Louis, will never awaken again. It is difficult to fathom the chaos that would ensue should these monsters manifest simultaneously on Earth. Do you now understand why I insist you join our superhero agency? It is because you embody a sense of justice unseen in others. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, you have never wielded them for selfish gain. I hope you will stand with us against Count Dracula and aid in locating the lost superheroes. Louis commended Lin Chi, flattered by the praise. Lin Chi felt a tinge of shyness. The potential consequences if these metals were absorbed by living beings were dire. Are you prepared for this, Lin Chi? Lewis asked solemnly. Lin Chi nodded in acknowledgement, realizing the gravity of the situation. Whereas he once acquiesced to Lewis merely to appease him, he now found himself in stark disagreement with his former mindset. Should Count Dracula conquer Earth, his days of scavenging for supplies would surely grow bleak. It seemed the time for subtlety had passed. Lin Chi clenched his fists, harboring intense loathing for Count Dracula. Moreover, Lin Chi had another compelling reason to vanquish Count Dracula. If this were the narrative of a science fiction tale, he would undoubtedly be a protagonist, would he not? How could he not feel incensed by such blatant provocation from one who regards him with utter disdain? After perusing the remarkable achievements of the superhero agency, Lin Chi departed from that layer of existence. Soon, he encountered the awakening Annie, who gazed at him in bewilderment, utterly disoriented. Where am I? How did I end up here? Who am I? Upon seeing Lin Chi, Annie exhaled a sigh of relief, believing herself to be deceased. She could only recall Lin shielding her in his embrace. Lin Chi waved at her, but Annie remained perplexed. Lin, are you all right? Where are we? Have we died? How could we possibly be dead? We were saved. It's a long story. Let us leave this place first, Lin Chi replied with a gentle smile. He found it difficult to explain too much to Annie. If she were to learn about these matters, it would likely take her considerable time to comprehend them fully. With a look of bewilderment on her face, Lin Chi departed the underwater base of the agency alongside her. Upon exiting the base, they were met by two security guards who had been waiting for them. Sir, I believe you are headed to the headquarters of the Horn Daily. One of the biochemically enhanced individuals, wearing sunglasses and sporting a pronounced nose, said with a solemn expression. Lin Chi nodded in agreement, as that was indeed his intention. Having unraveled the peculiarities of the village, he had also acquired some of the information he sought. It was time for him to return to his own life. Half an hour later, they arrived at the headquarters of the Horn Daily. Lin Chi bid farewell to Annie and entered the grand building alone. After reporting on some tasks, he sensed a tinge of dissatisfaction from Connie regarding the damage Lin Chi had inflicted on the company's vehicle. You destroyed the company car? That will be deducted from your salary next month, Connie remarked indifferently, knowing Lin Chi had no means to escape the consequences. Internally, Lin Chi cursed the editor-in-chief, deeming him miserly and insufferable. Had he known, he would have refrained from pretending to be someone he was not. The car was driven by Annie. Now, he was to bear the financial burden for its damages, adding to his misfortune. Lin, do you harbor any grievances? Connie inquired, observing the complexity of Lin Chi's expression as he lifted a cup of coffee, placing a newspaper on the table with his other hand. Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. No. Editor-in-chief, your deduction is quite astute. Truly, you are exceptionally wise. What do you mean by that? Connie was taken aback. Experience teaches wisdom. Your punishment serves as the best redemption for my negligence, and I shall not disappoint your expectations, Lin Chi replied insincerely. He recognized that Connie was his superior and dared not provoke him. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Connie appeared to revel in his triumph, a radiant smile gracing his face. Lin Chi felt an urge to strike him, but he restrained his outward displeasure. Despite the fact that his junior, Schwer, had suddenly become wealthy, Lin Chi had no intention of living off her success. He was not the type to rely on others, especially not on his junior. Once he had completed his reports, Lin Chi hailed a taxi to return to his residence. In just a few days of absence, he was astonished at the city's rapid recovery. The Federation had even procured a substantial number of intelligent robotic workers from tech giants, which effectively aided in the swift restoration of the city. Numerous skyscrapers began to rise, and where sunlight had once been abundant, these towering structures now served as shelters for the citizens. Before long, Lin Chi arrived back at the place where he once resided. The door was firmly shut from within, and Lin Chi speculated that his junior sister must be at home. However, when he knocked, a rough-looking brute emerged. As soon as this hulking figure made contact with Lin Chi, a foul stench wafted through the air, nearly suffocating him. Who is this person? Instinctively, he thrust his hand towards the man's abdomen, only for it to be effortlessly deflected. Lin Chi's mouth fell agape. What sort of beast possesses such strength? The burly man glared at Lin Chi with malevolence, silently urging him to leave. But this was Lin Chi's home. It seemed to him that the one who ought to depart was the intruder. Infuriated by being pushed to the ground, Lin Chi unleashed a ball of light, sending the man crashing into the house, demolishing furniture in his wake. As Lin Chi entered, intending to call out for his junior sister, he was rendered speechless by the man's subsequent behavior. Instead of maintaining his earlier ferocity, the brute opened his mouth and began to wail uncontrollably. What on earth? Lin Chi pondered whether this man was entirely sane. Why did Schwer invite such a character into their home? After searching the house, Lin Chi discovered that Schwer was nowhere to be found, and all his personal belongings had vanished. Unbelievable. He could no longer remain composed. His possessions contained items of great value. Turning to exit the villa, he encountered Sophia, the landlord, drawn by the commotion. It soon became clear to Lin Chi why this giant was occupying his living space. It turned out that after his departure, Schwer had purchased an even more luxurious villa and had a celebrity as her neighbor. Lin, I truly feel a pang of regret for you. If only my husband were as exceptional as you, I would not have to grapple with the guilt that follows, Sophia confessed. The saying that women become like wolves at 30 held a ring of truth. Lin Chi never anticipated that his first kiss would be bestowed upon a woman of such age. The moment unfolded too swiftly for him to evade. Their lips met, sharing warmth, though it was Sophia who felt it most profoundly. In that instant, all her guilt dissipated. Who could believe such a thing existed? Being a lonely individual herself, Sophia succumbed, her remorse a mere illusion. Lin Chi felt as though his mouth were a toilet bowl, ensnared by a plunger. This was utterly suffocating. With a swift kick, he sent Sophia sprawling across the room. How fierce! Why are you so rough? Sophia rose and strode towards Lin Chi. The scene was overwhelmingly terrifying. This remarkable young man found himself utterly helpless. Deep within, he yearned to plead, Uncle Connie, please take her in. Chapter 13. The superhero's neighbor Lin Chi was at a loss for words. He found himself without a home. To put it simply, such a formidable man could one day face bankruptcy. Once, he had been an aspiring deity. How had he fallen into such dire straits? Lin Chi lamented inwardly. What a world this had become. Despite Sophia's slender figure, and although she was already 30, Lin Chi was a man of principle, steadfast in his morals. He was anything but casual. He did not wish to be emotionally compromised. Yet, the harsh reality was that Sophia had him pinned against the wall. After what felt like an eternity, having sacrificed his dignity, Lin Chi finally gleaned from Sophia the whereabouts of Schwer's new residence. Number 001, Chintai Beach. This beach, located on the west coast of Washington, was a coveted retreat for the affluent, not only for its shores, but also for its stunning women. He could hardly believe that Schwer had chosen to purchase a new abode here, a staggering 200 kilometers from his current location. However, Lin Chi had yet to master the intricacies of light tracking, and with the throngs of people in the city, he approached the use of his extraordinary abilities with utmost caution. The city had undergone a comprehensive transformation, attracting some of the world's most illustrious architects to partake in the reconstruction of Washington. A remarkable new project had captured attention. The Century Express, scientifically validated, had evolved from an initial speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour years ago to an astonishing 1,500 kilometers per hour today. This new express connected all corners of Washington, fostering closer interactions among its inhabitants. Lin Chi entered, passing through security where his credentials were verified. The ticket price was a staggering 5,000. Reluctantly, he extracted the money from his pocket, feeling an acute pang of regret. This sum was a reward bestowed upon him by Sophia, and the memory of her humiliating him with a stack of cash flashed vividly in his mind. Alas, a single penny can thwart even the mightiest. Lin Chi sighed, reflecting on the sentiment. The winds howl coldly, and the hero departs never to return. Are you going in or not? It's fun to just come and go, isn't it? Barked a gruff staff member at Lin Chi undeterred. Lin Chi confidently boarded the Century Express and found his luxurious seat. No sooner had he settled in than a beautiful, slender service attendant approached him. Sir, here is your champagne, accompanied by exquisite caviar and the most precious Wagyu beef. The service staff treated Lin Chi with utmost gentleness, yet after having faced humiliation from Sophia, he had no desire to encounter women again. To Lin Chi, women had transformed into demons crawling out from the depths of hell, truly terrifying. Welcome aboard our new Century Express. Esteemed passengers, please fasten your seatbelts, as this Century train is about to depart. We will activate the gravity system, ensuring an unparalleled experience for your journey. The voice announcement resonated through the train. Despite the absence of sound, Lin Chi sensed through the flowing air outside that he was nearing his destination. In merely 10 minutes, he arrived. Before disembarking, Lin Chi did not forget the cost of the exquisite wine he had savored. After all, it represented a significant expenditure. Although he was indifferent to food, he certainly appreciated fine beverages. Thus, he took the remaining half bottle of champagne with him as he exited the New Century Express. At Chintai Beach, Lin Chi found himself entranced. The white sands were scattered with bits of coral and pearl, dazzling in their brilliance. The coconut and mangrove trees seemed to stretch their shadows longer, yearning to embrace the vast sea. Their innocence and simplicity brought tranquility and imagination to this meeting of sky and sea, where everyone could indulge in the beauty of nature beneath the moonlight. The elongated coastline captivated him, revealing an alluring beachscape, especially as wealthy individuals lounged under the sun with several companions, some even feeding them fruit. Witnessing this scene nearly caused Lin Chi to lose his composure, as it embodied the dreams of countless individuals from their youth. Just as he was lost in thought, a burly man, clad only in a top, seemed to notice Lin Chi in the man's eyes. Lin Chi was undoubtedly a mere insignificant figure, and he contemptuously gestured with a middle finger. A surge of frustration welled up within Lin Chi. It was not merely the insult that troubled him, but the fact that this scoundrel possessed such wealth. Why was he able to embrace beauties while Lin Chi could only stand by, drooling in envy? At that moment, the salty sea breeze greeted him, jolting Lin Chi back to reality. Upon arriving, he spotted Schwer watering the garden in front of the villa. She appeared as a little fairy, and Lin Chi was momentarily spellbound. He dared not underestimate her. Doing so would be a grave mistake. Schwer was anything but a mere girl. She exuded an air of maturity and cunning. "Senior, you're back. Do you like the grand villa I bought for you?" Schwer exclaimed upon seeing Lin Chi. Lin Chi gently tapped his head, certain of what Schwer was about to do next. As expected, Schwer scampered over. The first thing she did was wrap her arms around Lin Chi's legs. "Senior, do you have the scent of another woman?" Schwer's keen sense of smell detected the fragrance of another woman lingering on Lin Chi. His lips twitched. How could she have noticed? Yet, he could hardly blame her. The fault lay solely with Sophia, that relentless woman. "Impossible. Isn't that the scent you wear?" Lin Chi protested. "Is it? Does that mean you like me, senior? So, you decided to wear my perfume?" Lin Chi's mind was filled with a flurry of questions upon hearing her words. "What are you talking about? Of course I like you. You are my junior, so adorable that how could I not?" He sensed something was amiss with Schwer today. Her words seemed oddly peculiar. "Senior, I want to be with you forever." Schwer embraced Lin Chi, tears glistening in her eyes. Lin Chi gently patted her small head and smiled softly. "Rest assured, Senior will always protect you. No one shall bully you." To Lin Chi, it was evident that Schwer must have been wronged. Otherwise, she wouldn't exhibit such unusual behavior. "Isn't this beach villa beautiful? I bought it especially for you. Senior, it will belong to you from now on." Schwer pointed confidently at the villa behind her. "How can I accept this? You really needn't have gone to such lengths." Lin Chi declined the offer. Schwer gestured for Lin Chi to crouch down, leaving him puzzled. She leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Senior, what about now?" In truth, Lin Chi had few demands regarding where to reside. He primarily wished to be caressed by the sea breeze. Ultimately, he accepted the beach villa that Schwer gifted him. It was not merely a villa. He never imagined that his neighbor would be none other than the residence of Iron Man, a figure who had captivated the world. The fact that Schwer managed to purchase a villa adjacent to Iron Man spoke volumes about her depth. She was far from the superficial cuteness she initially portrayed, and her thoughts began to elude Lin Chi's understanding. After receiving the property deed, Schwer shed her earlier adult demeanor and dashed out to the front yard. "Senior, you mustn't like any other women. If you do, I won't be too pleased." She suddenly halted, turning back to Lin Chi, smiling brightly. After uttering those words, Schwer picked up a pair of scissors that had been hanging limply by her side, gesturing playfully towards Lin Chi, having completed her antics. She noticed a lovely little girl in the distance, waved her hand, and gracefully ran towards her. In Lin Chi's mind, the words that Schwer had just spoken echoed incessantly, causing him to feel a creeping dread. He hurriedly pressed his hand against his abdomen, momentarily at a loss for what to do. This beachside villa sprawled over 600 square meters, featuring a verdant lawn in front, a garden in the back, and even a swimming pool in the rear yard. Furthermore, it boasted an extraordinary layout with 2 stories above ground and 3 below. Upon entering, Lin Chi was rendered speechless by the opulent decorations that adorned the interior, alongside a myriad of exquisite garments meticulously chosen for him by Shui Air, all of which were luxurious designer pieces. After merely a stroll around the villa, he found it hard to believe that someone as impoverished as he could reside in such a splendid abode. Chapter 14. The lavish interior of the villa having moved into the estate purchased for him by Shui Air, Lin Chi had truly embraced the life of a wealthy individual, one whose level of luxury was rarely paralleled globally. Although he did not possess an excessive desire for wealth, this time, he was genuinely taken aback. Just a short distance away, his neighbor was none other than the residence at Chintai Beach number 002, which Iron Man had acquired for a staggering 5 billion years ago. It is well known that the land at Chintai Beach is exceedingly valuable, yet its breathtaking coastal views have enticed many affluent individuals to seek residence there. Oceanfront properties are not merely a luxury. The waters in this area exhibit two distinct colors, and the presence of military personnel ensures a high level of security, making the villas here command astronomical prices. A reporter from the Horn Herald once reported that there are a total of 20 villa estates at Chintai Beach, numbered from 001 to 020. Among them, the premier villa is numbered 001, designed to withstand tsunami storms, while 020 is the least desirable. Nonetheless, even the latter remains out of reach for many. This implies that the villa Lin Chi now possessed was indeed the most prestigious at Chintai Beach, while the remaining villas appeared to him as mere shabby remnants, utterly incomparable to his estate. Soon, he ascended to the second floor, where he was greeted by panoramic windows offering unobstructed views, creating an expansive atmosphere that was truly invigorating. Approaching the panoramic windows, he noticed that those lounging on the beach were disturbed by the light streaming through. At this point, Lin Chi's desire for discretion seemed futile, as all the sunbathers flaunting their physiques had noticed him stretching leisurely. The beautiful women on the beach could no longer remain seated. They stood up, casting flirtatious glances towards Lin Chi. Could this be the sensation of infatuation? Lin Chi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his heart racing uncontrollably. In truth, he was still a novice in matters of intimacy. In order to avoid an embarrassing situation or any form of nutritional imbalance, he needed to resist these temptations. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to maintain a facade of calmness. Yet little did he realize that this very gesture was perceived by the alluring women around him as the most favorable response. They erupted in excitement. As if Lin Chi were a champion of women, he slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He yearned for a low-key existence, but his undeniable charisma simply wouldn't allow it. What was there to be embarrassed about? Regaining his composure, Lin Chi reminded himself that he resided in a lavish mansion worth billions. Shouldn't it be they who felt inferior? With this thought, Lin Chi's previously slumped posture straightened with newfound pride. He defiantly raised his middle finger towards the envious wealthy onlookers, only to lower it shortly thereafter. Particularly, he directed his attention towards a man who had previously looked down upon him, extending 2 fingers before reducing them in size, locking his gaze onto the mocking individual. The man, Cameron, was taken aback. He had assumed Lin Chi was merely a petty thug, only to discover the magnitude of his true identity. Cameron's frustration mounted as he noticed the woman in his arms casting glances at Lin Chi. Yet, when he considered the grandeur of Lin Chi's residence, his grimace transformed into a grin, and he nodded in acknowledgement towards Lin Chi. This scene elicited a chuckle from Lin Chi, stretching lazily, having savored the ocean view. He noticed a beautiful maid approaching gracefully from a distance. "How may I assist you, my lord?" "My name is Maria," she said with utmost humility. Lin Chi was astonished. This young girl appeared no older than 17, yet here she was, serving as his maid. The opulence bestowed upon him by Shui Air exceeded his wildest expectations. The maids were recruited from Shui Air's school, where initially, no one took her seriously. However, her noble demeanor in school compelled them to acknowledge her status. Even some senior students willingly came to serve in Lin Chi's mansion, primarily due to the exorbitant salaries Shui Air offered, rivaling that of a corporate president. Under such enticing financial prospects, who could resist? This revelation left Lin Chi genuinely astonished. Given the vast expanse of the estate, it was impossible for just him and Shui Air to manage it alone, hence the necessity of recruiting maids. Shui Air had enlisted nearly 10 maids, all approximately 17 years old. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if such extravagance was truly necessary. Not only did she provide these maids with substantial monthly salaries, but she also gifted each of them a Lamborghini. It is precisely due to the substantial benefits bestowed upon them by Cher that their desire to serve the master of the villa intensifies. They are determined to attend to the master's every need, willing to brave any peril. Lin Chi gazes at the approaching throng of maids, his head spinning with confusion. He attributes this predicament solely to Cher, yet cannot bear the entirety of the blame. At that moment, he was embraced by Sophia, leaving him no choice but to comply. Though he attempted to resist, his efforts proved futile, leaving behind incriminating evidence. Lin Chi finds himself ensnared, with no avenue for escape amidst such numbers. Thus begins the harrowing nightmare that awaits him. It appears he is to be forcibly transformed. His current identity as a wealthy villa owner starkly contrasts the mediocrity he feels after returning from battle. He is under the control of these maids, who meticulously observe his every detail. Soon, he is clad in a sharply tailored suit. Furthermore, they meticulously groom him, even clearing away every trace of stubble, ensuring that not a single speck remains. The scene is utterly surreal. Lin Chi yearns to forget it, yet finds himself inexplicably intrigued. With no means to resist, he resolves to adapt to this unexpected reality. Once this transformation is complete, Lin Chi is escorted to a grander room. Inside, an array of luxury watches is displayed, each one meticulously arranged in glass cases, their brilliance overwhelming to his senses. Diamond-encrusted, gold-laden, and adorned with an abundance of exquisite agate, these limited-edition timepieces captivate his attention. Among them, one watch stands out with unparalleled radiance, igniting an immediate desire within him. Esteemed master, this timepiece boasts the most diamonds in the world, totaling a staggering 5,000, with its band embellished with 10 of the rarest sapphires. Miss Cher acquired it for a remarkable sum of $100 million. Maria speaks with deep respect, her tone imbued with humility. Though she serves him, she dares not meet his gaze directly, perhaps out of a sense of inferiority. She perceives herself merely as a country girl, unworthy of touching the esteemed figure before her. Even in her beautiful attire, which incites envy and admiration among her peers, her inner self-doubt remains unchanged. Lin Chi cannot fathom the thoughts swirling in Maria's mind at this moment, as he is completely entranced by the watch before him. Upon learning of its staggering value, he nearly falters. Could this girl truly be so extravagant? Although he feels a twinge of resistance toward Cher's lavishness, it cannot alter his affection for this singular timepiece. Curiosity piqued within Lin Chi as he observed the maids meticulously adorned for an evening event. Upon inquiring, he swiftly uncovered the reason behind their elaborate attire. It appeared that a gathering would take place that night at an opulent villa on Chintai Beach, attended by numerous affluent individuals. Naturally, Cher had received an invitation and could not possibly attend alone. She insisted on bringing Lin Chi, her senior. Cher believed that such grand affairs necessitated a certain level of decorum. While quality was not paramount, exclusivity was essential. Upon learning these details, Lin Chi couldn't help but lament internally. Truly, the tribulations of the wealthy are beyond comprehension. Chapter 15. The gathering after adorning Lin Chi with a comprehensive makeover. Cher embraced him tightly, reluctant to let go. It seemed as though Lin Chi embodied her entire world, and nothing she possessed could compare to his embrace. Let us depart. These 2 cars are for my senior, she exclaimed, bouncing with delight as they approached the villa. She pointed at the extravagant sports cars parked outside, her face aglow with joy. Lin Chi was taken aback, genuinely astonished. The vehicle was brand new, far more luxurious than the one bestowed upon him by the bank previously. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly inquired, "What happened to the last sports car? Wasn't it satisfactory? Why the sudden change?" With a playful giggle, Cher gestured toward the distance. Lin Chi instinctively felt an ominous premonition, which was confirmed as he turned around. The garage was brimming with an array of pristine sports cars and luxury vehicles, an impressive spectacle. Moreover, dedicated maids were on hand to maintain these extravagant automobiles, perhaps rendering them mere toys in Schwetter's eyes. "Let us hurry and get in the car." Cher blinked her eyes playfully, addressing Lin Chi in a sweet tone. Today, she appeared stunningly beautiful, transcending the innocence of a young girl and exuding a mature elegance, complemented by exquisite jewelry that enhanced her noble demeanor. Lin Chi, albeit non-committal, stepped into the luxurious car, a model he did not even recognize. However, he was certain it was a sports car, its striking red exterior designed for 2, boasting perfect curves that evoked a sense of fluidity. With a turn of the key, the engine roared to life. The unparalleled growl of the engine was irresistible to any man. Fortunately, Lin Chi was no stranger to grand spectacles and remained composed. Though he silently appreciated the high-end vehicle, the state-of-the-art autonomous driving system promised unparalleled agility, and the integrated assistance technology could effortlessly recognize its owner's preferences. Anticipating their destination with remarkable accuracy, Lin Chi merely placed his heart upon the steering wheel. As the system automatically emitted a prompt, "You are about to be driven to your destination. Wishing you a pleasant journey." These succinct phrases exemplified intelligence. Shortly thereafter, under the guise of a luxury sports car, Lin Chi and his companions swiftly arrived at another seaside edifice several kilometers away. This was a singular, one-story rectangular structure, adorned in a jade-like hue, illuminated by countless lights that banished the encroaching darkness of the night. Beyond the interior of the building, a multitude of affluent individuals congregated by the fountain outside. It appeared they had arrived late, as the crowd was already substantial. Lin Chi sighed, casting his clear gaze upon the gathering, observing their lively conversations about stocks and business, their dance with female partners. They were the guests of the evening. It seemed as though Lin Chi was an outcast amidst them, entirely unnoticed. What could he do? He was merely a photographer, perpetually on the brink of being dismissed. Furthermore, he could not afford to reveal his identity, although it was a predicament he could not escape. Surely, he could not disclose to others that he was a journalist. He would likely be met with hostility from those corrupt officials. Soon enough, someone in the crowd noticed Lin Chi, or rather, the singular luxury sports car he had just alighted from. Suddenly, the indifferent gazes of the onlookers transformed into ones of renewed scrutiny. Under such scrutiny, it seemed as if Lin Chi was fully discerned. Truly remarkable for one so young. Achieving such success at an early age, he was destined for greatness. At the very least far superior to those despicable and filthy construction workers. In the distance, a man clad in a suit also took note of Lin Chi, expressing admiration. Humph, what of it? Perhaps his wealth was merely an inheritance from his father, rendering it unremarkable. Many who had briefly regarded Lin Chi soon understood. They believed he was simply another wealthy heir. However, their perceptions swiftly shifted, as Lin Chi was conspicuously alone, save for the enchanting young girl beside him. The owner of Residence 001. Someone recognized Lin Chi. He glanced afar, only to find the very man who had previously gestured obscenely at him. Lin Chi inwardly chuckled at the irony. How could it be him? Indeed, as this realization dawned, everyone present regarded Lin Chi with a different gaze. Their composure faltered. For this successful individual was none other than a resident of 001 at Chintai Beach, the most distinguished guest of the evening. Chapter 16. A beautiful night. The host of this grand soiree is none other than Jimmy, the most prominent real estate tycoon in the vicinity. The theme of the gathering revolves around the notion that wealth equates to status, ostensibly aimed at serving the common folk in a more refined manner. However, Lin Chi harbors doubts about the genuine implementation of this theme. It seems less about enhancing service for the ordinary and more about presenting a facade to extract greater sums from them. To him, money is merely paper. He once luxuriated in a bath of 100 gallons of champagne, an experience that enveloped him in a euphoric embrace of affluence throughout his life. His father, a notorious gambler, served as a cautionary tale. Lin Chi resolved to gamble in the grandest casinos rather than in the back alleys, where winning could lead to beatings, as could losing. At this moment, Lin Chi's entrance attracted the attention of a distant figure who was indulging in fine wine while embracing a beautiful woman. As Lin Chi made his entrance, he captivated all with his stunning presence. Even the fragrance of his cologne lingered in the air for hours, wafting over several kilometers. With such an enhancement, it was nearly impossible for Lin Chi to conceal his ordinariness. Is that not the eternal watch I have been in search of? How could it be in his possession? Not only did some recognize him, but others also identified the exquisite timepiece adorning his wrist. Lin Chi, however, felt little interest in the grand spectacle. Upon noticing someone acknowledging his watch, he glanced down at it. Oh, this watch. It is my least valuable one. In fact, I would much prefer to disassemble it myself and count the diamonds it possesses, rather than revel in its worth. The moment these words escaped his lips, the affluent individuals who had been eyeing his watch were rendered speechless. The one who had recognized the watch suddenly felt deflated. He had hoped to establish a rapport with Lin Chi, but alas, their worlds were entirely disparate. How extraordinarily wealthy can one be? This is the most expensive watch in existence. In just a single day, Lin Chi had encountered a plethora of experiences beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, leaving him somewhat numb. After experiencing the opulent lifestyle in the most exhilarating manner, he had come to see the hypocrisy of human nature that night. The wealthy, who appeared to flatter one another, likely harbored ulterior motives. They were akin to wolves in sheep's clothing. The discussions among the affluent were not centered around noble causes for the nation or its people. Rather, many were engrossed in dialogues on how to evade government scrutiny and commit tax evasion, while others debated strategies to woo suitable companions. Lin Chi scoffed at this. Fortunately, he possessed a recording device, allowing him to capture all of it in one fell swoop, ready to hand it over to the authorities to address these nefarious individuals. You must be Mr. Lin, am I correct? I had long known of your considerable wealth, yet I am still astonished that you would grace our gathering with your presence. It is indeed an honor. Jimmy approached Lin Chi, intending to embrace him. It is but a trifle. Money has become merely a number to me. Shared prosperity. Lin Chi modestly replied. Mr. Lin, might you showcase your talents for us? Or perhaps elucidate what your profession entails? I observed your demeanor and sensed that you are far from being a millionaire. Moreover, I had my subordinates investigate your background, only to discover that the wealth rankings do not even mention your name. How curious that you would bring your daughter to such an affair. From a distance, a young gentleman regarded Lin Chi with disdain. It was evident he sought to undermine Lin Chi's stature, daring to question him. I possess no extraordinary talents. My greatest skill lies in the art of illusion. As for my profession, even the president of the nation seeks loans from me. My commercial empire could easily acquire all your companies, compelling you to serve my interests, Lin Chi retorted without hesitation. After all, no one knew his true identity. And even if they did, it mattered little. The crowd was taken aback by Lin Chi's words, their admiration for him only deepening. The young gentleman was visibly irked by Lin Chi's response. In truth, he was not a wealthy individual. He was an undercover agent tasked with infiltrating the gathering to investigate a significant matter. Naturally, Lin Chi was on his list of inquiries. After all, someone whom even the president sought to befriend must surely be embroiled in corruption. Meanwhile, Lin Chi engaged in lively discussions about various business matters with the attendees. Though he was not a genuine magnate and possessed no enterprises, he decided to revel in the evening's festivities. Mr. Lin, since we are enjoying such a harmonious conversation, do invest several $100 billion with me. Together, we shall construct a commercial empire. Mr. Lin, let us not forget our previous agreement. Invest in me, and I assure you I will not forget your generosity. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, Lin Chi responded, exuding an air of magnanimity. Mr. Lin, could you grant me an autograph? By the way, is this young lady beside you your daughter? Shall we consider an alliance? Over my dead body. She is mine and not for you, Lin Chi retorted, incensed, delivering a swift kick that sent the lascivious man sprawling. As the evening wore on and drinks flowed, Lin Chi's inebriation began to manifest in nonsensical ramblings. He leaned against a fountain, succumbing to slumber, while Shui Er dutifully remained by his side. The banquet continued for an extended duration, an exuberant celebration. Particularly, the grand event scheduled 2 hours later promised to be the highlight of the evening. Upon witnessing this, Jimmy felt immense satisfaction. It appeared that this gathering was indeed a resounding success. He returned to a dimly lit room nestled in the corner, shrouded in darkness, save for a flickering flame visible in the distance, casting an eerie ambience throughout the space. Master, I have gathered all the wealthy individuals as you requested. Will you now release me? Jimmy's demeanor had shifted dramatically. His face was now a canvas of terror. He appeared to be under the duress of an unseen force lurking within the shadows, its outline obscured and indistinct. After a prolonged silence, Jimmy dared not make a movement. His past experiences taught him that patience was his only ally. The more compliant he remained, the longer his life would endure. Jimmy, you have performed admirably. I appreciate your efforts. Now where's what I seek? The raspy voice emanated from the darkness, sending tremors through Jimmy's body. Trembling, he retrieved a list from his pocket, revealing the names of the affluent guests attending the soiree. All of them were accounted for. But what was Jimmy's true intention in presenting this? A skeletal hand emerged from the shadows, seizing the list. Upon witnessing that ghastly appendage, Jimmy felt his heart leap into his throat, rendering him powerless, despite having encountered it before. Soon, a repugnant laughter echoed from the flickering flame. Excellent. It seems we have a lucrative opportunity this evening. You must detain them. Ensure they cannot leave, and entertain them while I take a moment to rest. The figure in the darkness expressed satisfaction, reaching out to stroke Jimmy's hand as if bestowing a twisted reward. Internally, Jimmy was unraveling. The sensation was revolting, as if countless insects were crawling upon his skin. Gradually, the voice from the shadows faded, and Jimmy slowly exited the room, forcing his expression to return to a semblance of normalcy. All he needed to do was comply with the mysterious figure's demands to ensure his safety. Upon his return to the banquet, Jimmy feigned nonchalance. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another purpose for tonight's gathering. We shall engage in a charitable endeavor to raise funds for our city. I am certain those unfortunate souls enduring calamity will be profoundly grateful for your generosity, he proclaimed with eloquence. His words posed no issue. Such charitable acts were customary at these gatherings. As affluent individuals, they often felt compelled to extend their compassion to those less fortunate. With that, the attendees began their contributions. The fundraising was entirely voluntary, and within a mere few minutes, a significant sum of dollars had been amassed, displayed prominently before the crowd, gleaming enticingly. Once the donations concluded, the dinner commenced, and the wealthy guests settled in to relish a sumptuous feast. What a splendid night it is. Chapter 17. The Tales of the Decayed Man. In the banquet hall, guests gradually took their seats, and the chatter diminished. Sir, why aren't you eating? Is the food we prepared not to your liking? Lin Chi sat at his place, fully intending to partake of the delicacies laid before him. Upon hearing the server's inquiry, a profound bitterness welled up within him. He truly had grievances that he could not articulate. Is there a problem if I express dissatisfaction with your food? Lin Chi stood up, expressing his discontent. His sudden movement startled the server, who had never encountered such a vociferous guest before. The affluent patrons she had previously served had always been exceedingly refined and gentlemanly, whereas Lin Chi exhibited no trace of such grace. Indeed, Lin Chi was acutely aware of his shortcomings. He was not a wealthy man. Putting on a facade often reveals flaws, an unfortunate reality. Sir, if my service has been inadequate, please do let me know where I went wrong. I implore you not to lodge a complaint against me. The server nearly knelt before him, her expression one of deep distress and earnest pleading. Then tell me, why has your employer gathered so many people here? Is there something unusual about him lately? Lin Chi inquired. The abruptness of his question left the server somewhat flustered. How did you know our employer has been acting strangely? It seemed his suspicion was correct. Just tell me the truth. That is all I wish to know. Indeed, our employer has been rather eccentric of late, often muttering to himself in solitude. He keeps saying, "Do not kill me." It's quite peculiar. This rumor has spread among us staff, especially when the maid attempts to rouse him. He awakens as if in fright, as though someone is threatening him. The server spoke candidly to Lin Chi, revealing all she knew. That settles it then. You may leave. I shall overlook today's events. Lin Chi waved his hand dismissively. After the server departed, Lin Chi sat in silence. After a while, a man took a seat before him, none other than the agent he had previously reprimanded. So, I wasn't mistaken, was I? There is indeed something amiss here. The agent, named Delta, spoke softly to Lin Chi. In truth, Lin Chi felt utterly helpless before Delta. In response to Delta's inquiry, Lin Chi pretended to tap the edge of the table in a manner befitting a code. Morse code. The food is poisoned. Do not eat. Delta glanced at him and tapped his finger on the table in acknowledgement. Morse code. What are you saying? I did not catch that. Please repeat. Lin Chi was left speechless. In Morse code, the food is toxic. Do not eat. In Morse code, are the ladies here quite attractive? I know, but I am already committed. Lin Chi wore a perplexed expression. At that moment, Delta had already popped a piece of egg tart into his mouth. It was only after Lin Chi knocked several times that Delta finally grasped the message, hastily retrieving the egg tart from his mouth. Lin Chi felt a surge of incredulity. How could someone like this become an agent? Everything else was acceptable, but his lack of situational awareness was truly disconcerting. In truth, Morse code was a remnant of his previous life. As a journalist, it was not uncommon for him to learn various modes of communication. Yet he never anticipated that such an unusual method would capture the attention of an agent. To put it succinctly, his identity as an ordinary person had been uncovered. After all, Delta was an exceptional agent. He had sensed Lin Chi's uniqueness long before, tracing it back to the moment Lin Chi inadvertently tapped his finger against a wine glass. Following a thorough verification, Delta was convinced that Lin Chi was neither a wealthy tycoon nor an agent. The police department had previously mentioned augmenting his support, and they had procured an experienced informant. Little did they know that their meeting would occur so swiftly. Delta now regarded his superior with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that this mission would involve such significant resources, including a luxury vehicle and the assistance of a charming young woman. Thus, after their meeting, Delta relayed the details of the mission to Lin Chi. It appeared that the mastermind behind the gathering was intricately linked to the recent string of homicides. The chief was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, as its resolution was closely tied to his promotion. Capturing the perpetrator would pave the way for both his and Delta's advancement. Lin Chi had previously sensed something amiss with Jimmy. Despite his outward composure, Lin Chi could perceive a subtle unease beneath the surface. After inquiring with a waiter, Lin Chi's suspicions were further solidified. He was convinced that Jimmy harbored secrets. Meanwhile, the affluent attendees reveled in their conversations, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. After the dinner, the conversations resumed, providing an excellent platform for the wealthy to engage with one another. Of course, some guests felt the evening had reached its conclusion and planned to depart. At that moment, a distant performance of dance and magic caught the attention of the crowd. People seemed to rediscover their joy, and Lin Chi, intrigued, decided to follow suit. A colossal crimson balloon unexpectedly appeared on the venue, drawing all attention to it, leaving the onlookers in sheer astonishment. What rendered the scene truly unforgettable was the grotesque visage of a decayed human face painted upon the balloon. Gentlemen, you cannot leave just yet. The true climax of tonight's spectacle has yet to unfold. A bizarre voice emanated from within the balloon. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, the balloon burst as if pierced by a sharp needle, revealing a grotesquely decayed figure standing within. The audience was paralyzed with fear, their bodies rendered weak and immobile, unable to flee. Upon first sighting the decaying figure, Lin Chi's thoughts drifted to the metallic pillars. Could it be that this wretched being had also been transformed by the otherworldly essence absorbed from the metallic columns? Lin Chi pondered. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, he failed to notice Delta had already taken action. Drawing his firearm, Delta aimed and shot directly at the decayed figure. The impact was minimal. The bullets sank deep into the rotting flesh as though they were mere pebbles cast into the ocean. God, what on earth is this? Delta cursed incredulously, scarcely believing his own eyes. What transpired next left him utterly astounded. The wealthy individuals, in their death throes, began to tremble. It was not their bodies but the treasures adorning them that quivered. Soon, a multitude of sparkling diamonds erupted from their persons, soaring towards the decayed figure. Gradually, these crystalline gems coalesced upon the rotting form, bestowing upon it an impenetrable exterior adorned with glistening jewels. Lin Chi clenched his fists, sensing an impending threat. If he possessed any supernatural ability, perhaps it was the capacity to bind hard substances to his own body. Yet, his heart brimmed with resentment. He had undoubtedly endured a great deal. Just as Lin Chi surmised, he had once been an ordinary sewage treatment worker. However, driven by the greed of management, he was forced to utilize substandard materials. In a tragic incident, he sacrificed himself to save a colleague, plunging into despair. His face was disfigured beyond recognition, and his entire body succumbed to decay. He had become a mere shadow of his former self, even as the very colleague he had rescued accused him of negligence, draining his life savings and compensation to the company. Ultimately, he discovered a mysterious power within his own backyard, a force that granted him a new lease on life. On that dark and tempestuous night, he took the lives of his wife and daughter with his own hands. They were as delicate as ants, and in their final moments, they cried out in anguish, oblivious to the fact that it was their husband and father who had delivered their demise. What a sublime sensation it was. From that moment forth, he found a newfound passion. Moreover, he ruthlessly exacted vengeance upon those who had wronged him, believing they were utterly unworthy of existence. Chapter 18. The shadowy black fox. The bitterness festering within him was undoubtedly an insurmountable barrier, a chasm he could never cross. How could he have murdered his own daughter and wife? Such an act seemed utterly inconceivable, a disaster born of the despicable middle class. Ironically, he found himself pursued by the police, which further tarnished his reputation. He began to loathe all the wealthy, deeming them as nothing but trash, selfish, and unforgivable. Upon discovering that his body could merge with minerals, he envisioned becoming impervious. A brilliant idea sparked within him. He would seek revenge on the affluent, crafting a suit of armor from their most cherished diamonds, only to slaughter them all. This would serve as a most exquisite form of entertainment. Against the onslaught of Delta's gunfire, he remained unharmed. Do you fancy diamonds, you worthless scum? The decomposed one revealed a row of decaying fangs, and with that, expelled a diamond from his mouth, which soared towards Delta, striking his hand. Delta emitted a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, a sound he had never encountered even in the military. The pain was excruciating. The diamond embedded itself within his palm, rendering it impossible to extract. This is but a minor punishment. Should you continue your reckless behavior, I shall hasten your meeting with God. Lin Chi observed this hapless ally, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Was this not a self-inflicted predicament? To confront a being endowed with supernatural abilities while being unarmed? What else could one expect from such folly? Yet, he had not anticipated encountering Lin Chi that night. At that moment, Delta was bewildered. Lin Chi, who had been by his side, suddenly vanished. Where could that rascal have gone? Surely, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly alone. As Delta contemplated this, an invigorating energy surged through him. He could not allow Lin Chi to claim all the glory alone. He aspired for a promotion as well. Meanwhile, the decayed one was unconcerned with such trivial matters. He unleashed a long, rotting tongue from his mouth, a sight both terrifying and grotesque. He then spat upon the ground, and astonishingly, his tongue obliterated the bricks beneath. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, his elongated tongue ensnared a filthy, rotund man from the depths of a sewer. Please don't kill me. I have money. I beg you. Spare my life. The corpulent wealthy man, witnessing the scene, immediately succumbed to fear. The reason was simple. Throughout his life, he had encountered a multitude of individuals, and he unmistakably recognized the overwhelming hatred emanating from the decayed one's gaze. This loathing was inexplicable even to him. Was it solely due to his immense wealth? Could affluence itself be a sin? In truth, the unfortunate individual captured by the decayed one was the former president of his company, who had once vowed to slowly torment those demons who had caused him to lose everything. Ha! Upon hearing the pleas of the fat rich man, the decayed one erupted into derisive laughter. Money? What would I do with that? Do you presume I possess less than you? Since you cherish wealth so dearly, I shall shove it all into your wretched belly. The decayed one twisted his neck and seized the corpulent man in his grasp, trembling uncontrollably. The wealthy man was at a loss, his face a mask of despair and helplessness. He had merely been resting at home, cradling his wife in a weary slumber, when unexpectedly, he found himself suspended in the dead of night, imprisoned in a sewer. His pleas for help went unanswered. What misfortune indeed! Yes, I am a scoundrel. Please, spare my life. If you desire money, I can give you as much as you want, just don't kill me. Surely you have a wife too? He pleaded desperately, for he was still young and wished to live. The decayed one, however, grew increasingly irked by his incessant whimpering. With a swift motion, he raised his other hand and crushed the man's head. This scene would be etched into the minds of all present, especially those affluent individuals who were poisoned and unable to move. Although they were incapacitated, they retained consciousness and were fully aware of the unfolding horrors. They could hardly fathom how a living being could be rendered so insignificant before such a monstrous entity. This rotting creature was indeed a madman. Fear gripped everyone in attendance. Yet they dared not display their terror. They were not foolish. They understood the code for survival. However, the decayed one had no intention of sparing them. He gazed into the distance at the pile of money intended for donation, his remarkably long fingers deftly extracting a golden lighter from the grasp of a wealthy patron. Striking it, a blue flame flickered to life, illuminating the darkness like a beacon. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the lighter into the mound of dollars. Instantly, the towering heap of currency was engulfed in fierce flames. This scene was a heart-wrenching sight for the affluent onlookers. How long would it take to amass such wealth again? Yet, in an instant, it was all reduced to ashes. What followed was an orchestrated hunt. He intended to eliminate everyone present, ensuring that all would share in his torment. The gathered elite seemed to sense the impending doom, panic-stricken and disoriented, shrinking back in fear. This was precisely the reaction the decayed one sought. Was this what people referred to as a gentleman? Hardly. Hey, rotten princess, have you had your fill of this charade? Such childish antics are only befitting of primary school children. If you're done, perhaps you should retire for a restful slumber. I shall certainly wish you good night. A mysterious voice interjected, seemingly attempting to thwart the decayed one's impending actions. The assembly was taken aback by the confidence emanating from this voice. Who dares to meddle? Show yourself. The Decayed One bellowed in anger, unable to discern the speaker's presence. Hello, foolish child, I am right here. The enigmatic voice echoed once more. The Decayed One seethed with rage, bewildered by the source of the sound, which seemed to be right before him, yet there was nothing in sight. At last, he discerned a figure perched atop one of the buildings, clad in a black cloak that obscured his features, a fox mask adorning his face. Gazing down at him with calm composure, this figure, hidden behind the cloak, was none other than Lin Chi. The cloak, a gift from Louis XIII, was designed for ease of movement during various missions. As for the mask he wore, it was not the one Lin Chi had previously acquired from a shop. Rather, it was another gift from Louis XIII, crafted from advanced nanotechnology. The mask was not only nearly indestructible, but could also morph into various shapes according to Lin Chi's thoughts, proving highly convenient. Moreover, one of its most remarkable features was its ability to alter his vocal cords, producing a voice entirely distinct from his own, yet not so jarring as to be unrecognizable, a voice that could belong to two entirely different individuals. Shadow Fox lurking in the darkness, are you courting death? The Decayed One spat, acutely aware that he had been outmaneuvered, his disdain for the dark figure revealing its fox tail, growing ever more palpable. His arm grew incessantly, the speed akin to a flash of lightning, swiftly transforming into a crystalline whip that shimmered brilliantly amidst the darkness. Lin Chi felt a stir within. If this thing were to strike him, it would likely cleave him in two. With a fierce swing, it lashed towards Lin Chi, who executed a graceful dodge, evading the deadly blow with elegance. Thud! When Lin Chi turned to glance at the ground, he discovered a colossal crater had formed beneath him. To be precise, I have a fondness for the moniker you have bestowed upon me, yet it does not alter the grim reality of your indiscriminate slaughter. I shall send you to a certain place. Lin Chi sighed, lamenting the necessity of work at such a late hour. The decayed figure twisted its neck, emitting a series of ominous cracks. Since you are heedless of your own demise, I shall oblige you. Let me witness the resilience of your bones. The decayed being swung its elongated crystalline arm. Chapter 19. The final strike. Lin Chi engaged in a fierce struggle with the decayed figure. A tumultuous clash ensued. His sudden appearance was a beacon of hope for the captured tycoons. A fierce battle was imminent, both sides evenly matched, with tiles being violently uprooted all around. No one wished to witness such a scenario, and Lin Chi was acutely aware of one crucial fact. He could not afford to engage in an all-out brawl here. It was imperative to draw the foe away. Soon enough, Lin Chi realized that the area was teeming with people. Should the decayed figure unleash its power indiscriminately, countless lives would be at stake. Moreover, an essential factor loomed. Here, Lin Chi found it exceedingly difficult to unleash his full potential. After much contemplation, Lin Chi resolved to lure him away. While strategizing, the decayed figure had already initiated an attack against Lin Chi utilizing his superior agility. Lin Chi deftly evaded the impending harm. However, the decayed figure was surrounded by impenetrable crystals, rendering Lin Chi's light ineffective. The reason was simple. In this pitch-black environment, the potency of his light had been significantly diminished. While it could effortlessly vanquish a minor beast, striking down the opponent in such a setting proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, Lin Chi continued to maneuver around the decayed figure, who was unwittingly led by Lin Chi's tactics. Yet, Lin Chi's speed was formidable, making it difficult for the decayed figure to capture him. Damn slippery worm! The decayed figure bellowed, infuriated yet powerless. After being toyed with for a brief moment, Lin Chi suddenly positioned himself right before the creature. Darling, don't you wish to seize me? Why not engage in our duel in a more spacious arena? Lin Chi proposed with mischief. However, the decayed figure was no fool. He would not fall for such a ruse. Lowering his gaze upon the waning figures of the affluent, he chuckled. Do you intend to divert my attention, allowing your companions to whisk them away? I am no fool. The response came, why would I draw you away? I simply believe a rival of your caliber deserves due respect. Lin Chi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at these words, akin to the awkwardness of being caught in a compromising situation at home. Are the antagonists of today so astute? He had evaded his opponent for quite some time, inciting their fury to its zenith, yet their clarity of thought remained unshaken. You cannot possibly think me a simpleton, the decayed one sneered with arrogance. Is that so? Since you have discerned my intentions and are unwilling to engage elsewhere, I shall have to invite you myself. With a casual demeanor, Lin Chi produced a lighter and tossed it directly to the decayed one. The lighter sliced through the night air, tracing a magnificent arc that illuminated the darkness. Before the Decayed One could react, Lin Chi, with his acute sensitivity to light, had already positioned himself behind him in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? The Decayed One gasped in disbelief. He prided himself on his speed, confident that this was his domain, where few could escape his perception. Yet Lin Chi's velocity far surpassed his expectations, leaving him no time to respond. What followed astonished him even more. Lin Chi was resolute in his desire to disengage from this pestilent adversary, yet he also wished to spare the innocent from the collateral damage of his formidable prowess. Thus, he had but one choice: to relocate this bothersome creature elsewhere. Since you refused to cooperate, you have only yourself to blame. Lin Chi shrugged nonchalantly. What? The Decayed One exclaimed, utterly perplexed. Lin Chi's subsequent action was nothing short of astonishing. He hoisted the Decayed One and soared into the distance. He left behind a breathtaking silhouette against the night sky. Delta stood in awe, a newfound admiration blossoming for Lin Chi. Could this hero truly be the one capable of vanquishing monsters with a single strike? How fortunate he must be. Delta was elated. In the distance, Lin Chi carried the Decayed One to an open space, devoid of any onlookers, beneath a lavish villa. Surrounded by a radiant aura, Lin Chi shone brilliantly in the enveloping darkness. His unique ability, light tracking, allowed him to perceive and manipulate light with precision. As long as there was illumination, he would dazzle. Would you like to experience what true power feels like? Lin Chi declared, casting the Decayed One down to the ground. Immediately following, Lin Chi unleashed a relentless barrage against the Decayed Man. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The creature's resilience was formidable. Lin Chi's initial confidence waned, giving way to a sense of exhaustion. Ha ha ha. Is this what you call combat prowess? The Decayed Man discerned Lin Chi's trajectory and launched a powerful punch aimed at the point where Lin Chi was about to appear. The impact nearly cost Lin Chi his life, inflicting excruciating pain. He let out a pained scream as he crashed to the ground. However, he could not afford to linger on his plight, for the Decayed Man began to unleash another series of devastating blows. While most of these strikes were lethal, Lin Chi managed to deflect the majority. Yet, unlike Lin Chi, the Decayed Man had absorbed essence from another dimension, seemingly transformed in every aspect. Lin Chi, on the other hand, remained an ordinary man. He felt fatigue, pain, and emotion. His stamina rapidly waned, particularly in the dead of night. Devoid of even a sliver of moonlight, he relied upon the scant illumination borrowed from the banquet, yet even that light was gradually extinguishing, causing his combat effectiveness to plummet by more than 90%. He was mercilessly battered into the ground, utterly defenseless. Is this all you are capable of? The Decayed Man regarded Lin Chi with disdain. You deserve to perish for aiding the wealthy, but I shall unveil your mask to the world posthumously, he taunted. Lin Chi's limbs felt leaden, his agony palpable. Even the Decayed Man's next strike left him devoid of any defensive thoughts. The diamond-formed arm morphed into a razor-sharp blade as it advanced slowly towards Lin Chi. He struggled to maintain consciousness, but it was all in vain. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Rise, this is your just retribution. They are unworthy of sympathy. This is your transgression. In no time, the Decayed Man stood merely 2 meters away from Lin Chi. Lin Chi gradually closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate. After all, who urged him to play the hero? Who compelled him to safeguard the innocent? The sharp blade descended swiftly, poised to cleave Lin Chi in two. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming array of bright lights surged from all directions. Upon realizing the source, the Decayed Man could not help but scoff. Aren't those just the daytime running lights of automobiles? Have these wealthy fools lost their minds? Indeed, the lights emanated from an influx of luxury vehicles, their roaring engines creating a cacophony, illuminating the Decayed Man from all angles. While these beams might merely irritate the Decayed Man, they were of paramount importance to Lin Chi. As the crystalline blade descended, Lin Chi seemed to meld seamlessly into the surrounding lights. With a resounding crash, the blade struck the ground fiercely, missing its target. The Decayed One was both furious and astonished. It was inconceivable. The light shadow hero would never remove his mask, yet this was my moment. Lin Chi materialized behind the Decayed One. What? The Decayed One sensed impending doom. However, Lin Chi had swiftly positioned himself at his back, delivering a powerful punch that sent the Decayed One sprawling far away. Instantly, Lin Chi aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Yet the Decayed One was no fool. He rapidly transformed his hands into a crystalline shield, fiercely defending himself. Lin Chi's radiant slash was unexpectedly deflected. Damn! Lin Chi quickly dodged the rebounding light. A thunderous rumble echoed as the villa was reduced to dust. Just as the Decayed One believed Lin Chi was at a loss, Lin Chi surveyed the surrounding daylight lamps and a plan formed in his mind. He extended his hands, drawing all the light towards him, which coalesced into a radiant flame, enveloping the Decayed One completely. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the Decayed One's mouth, creating a harrowing scene. In the brilliance of the light, the Decayed One was certainly not doomed. However, Lin Chi had no intention of relying solely on this meager illumination to vanquish his foe, for it was far too weak. At least for Lin Chi nonetheless, he was gradually acclimating to the light's connection with him, mastering it with increasing finesse. Lin Chi immersed himself within the streams of light, swirling amidst them until they transformed into an intensely scorching flame. In that moment, the air ignited, specifically the Decayed One's crystalline armor, which began to burn fiercely due to the violent friction with the light. In an environment of absolute high temperature, the Decayed One's armor began to melt, eliciting continuous screams from his mouth, yet to no avail. It was time to deliver the final blow. Lin Chi spread his arms wide, summoning even more light that surged towards him, ready to perish. His light sword gathered a tremendous amount of energy, rivaling the temperature at the sun's core. He leapt swiftly, aiming for the Decayed One's head. With a thunderous crack, the Decayed One's head was cleaved from his body. The scene was utterly explosive, leaving those present in shock, their jaws agape. Hero, you are truly formidable. Well done. Thank you for rescuing us. You are indeed our superhero. The crowd was abuzz, and the wealthy individuals expressed their profound gratitude for Lin Chi's actions. However, when they turned their gaze back to the place where Lin Chi had battled the Corrupted One, they were taken aback to find that Lin Chi had vanished. He was like a fleeting shadow, appearing suddenly and disappearing just as swiftly. By the way, does he have a name? Who exactly is he? The Shadow War God. He is the Shadow War God. I've seen this fellow on television. What a pedestrian name for a hero. I propose he should be called the One-Sword Superman. The affluent elite became increasingly animated, engaging in a heated discussion about what name this superhero should bear. On the ground, Delta, having witnessed the demise of the Corrupted One, finally exhaled in relief. Yet, a sense of concern for the missing Lin Chi crept into his heart. With this thought, Delta felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He admired Lin Chi, particularly his calm demeanor in the face of danger. Where could Lin Chi have gone? Could he have been swallowed by that monster? Lin, where have you just been? At that moment, he spotted Lin Chi approaching from a distance, clutching his stomach. Lin Chi sighed in exasperation. How could he have forgotten about this character? He quickly concocted an excuse. I just had a bout of gastrointestinal distress. Nature calls. You didn't soil your pants, did you? Delta teased. Lin Chi shot him a glare. Was this how one engaged in conversation? Thus, Delta led Lin Chi to where the affluent gathered. Delta produced his detective badge and strode angrily toward Jimmy. Whatever you have to say, I will accommodate, but not at this moment. I suspect you are connected to several fatalities. Please accompany me, Delta declared. With that, he produced a pair of handcuffs and secured them around Jimmy's wrists. Jimmy seemed to realize the gravity of his misdeeds, his spirits visibly dampened. After bidding farewell to Lin Chi and the others, Delta departed. The guests at the banquet gradually began to leave as well, yet they remained embroiled in a heated debate over what name to bestow upon this superhero, resulting in disputes that escalated to physical altercations, their usual gentlemanly demeanor completely forgotten. Having resolved matters at the banquet, Lin Chi too planned to take his leave. What he longed for most was a restful sleep. Upon returning to his grand villa, Lin Chi collapsed into a deep slumber. Ding! A tenfold power amplification will arrive in the Hawaiian Islands in 50 minutes. Please retrieve it promptly. In the dead of night, Lin Chi was jolted awake by a familiar sound. Damn it! How terrifying! Can't you let me rest, even in the middle of the night? Lin Chi cursed inwardly as he glanced at the time. It was precisely 3 a.m. This system was utterly outrageous. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The alarm clock incessantly chimed. And it had only been 2 hours since Lin Chi had succumbed to slumber. Realizing the impending deadline, he immediately sat upright. There was no time for complaints. He had pressing matters to attend to. However, he needed to devise a plan to reach Hawaii. With a snap of his fingers, he activated the capsule-shaped aerial vehicle. The craft appeared before his eyes, and Lin Chi sent a text message to Schwerer before boarding it. Just before departing, he cast a glance back at the distant villa. This world was perilous, and everything could vanish in an instant. He fervently hoped that upon his return, the villa would remain intact. Engaging the autopilot mode, he set the destination. Dear Master, your speed settings have been completed. Thus, Lin Chi piloted the vehicle away from that place. Ultimately, the craft landed at the aerospace base, where Lin Chi verified his credentials. Soon, he came face to face with the person he was eager to meet. Louis III was making final adjustments for a friend about to embark on a journey. Lin, if I am not mistaken, you are the one handling that rotten man's affair, correct? Louis III smiled. Yes, sir. I hadn't anticipated that Mr. Lewis would discern it so swiftly. Lin Chi nodded, initially taken aback, but soon understanding the situation. Louis III scrutinized Lin Chi with satisfaction. Here it is, the Dragon 02 you requested. I trust it will meet your needs. He patted the Dragon 02 beside him. The Dragon 01 could not fulfill Lin Chi's requirement to reach Hawaii within an hour, so he had turned to Louis III. To his surprise, Louis III readily agreed to provide the newly developed Dragon 02 for urgent use. The Dragon 02 boasted a speed of 3 times the speed of sound, with a maximum velocity reaching 4,000 kilometers per hour. Since Lin Chi did not require much for this journey, the weaponry aboard had been entirely dismantled, further enhancing the Dragon 02's speed. Such formidable velocity astonished even Lin Chi. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of technology in the world. After bidding farewell to Louis III, Lin Chi piloted the Dragon 02 once more. This time, the speed was astonishingly rapid. Fortunately, the second-generation Dragon was equipped with a gravity control system, shielding Lin Chi from the effects of atmospheric pressure. He could even see cities whizzing past outside the window. In less than half an hour, Lin Chi had arrived at Hawaii. Lin Chi was quite familiar with this place. He had previously come here to collect an airdrop. However, he was uncertain about where this airdrop would land this time. Since the airdrop had yet to arrive, there was no need for haste. He descended onto the sandy beach of an island, exclaiming in admiration at its breathtaking beauty. This island was inhabited and even boasted a small airport, with numerous merchants bustling about. Just then, Lin Chi suddenly sensed something flying overhead. Startled, he quickly looked up at the sky, only to be unexpectedly struck by a droplet of bird excrement on his face. Nearby, a few children who noticed him erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Hastily, Lin Chi wiped the foul substance off his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. How could such a stroke of misfortune befall him? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the adventure task, unlocking the rare achievement, Bird Dropping Luck. Congratulations on acquiring the Bird Dropping Luck achievement. Please select your reward. 1. Remove a negative buff. 2. Automatically receive the next airdrop reward and randomly eliminate an enemy. Lin Chi felt overwhelmed by the sudden turn of fortune and promptly chose to remove his negative buff. Having long forgotten the pleasure of enjoying food, which he could only gaze at on blueprints every day, he was thrilled at the prospect of liberation. Dear host, congratulations on successfully removing the negative buff. Lin Chi was overjoyed, but his stomach growled with hunger, as if he hadn't eaten in centuries. With more than 10 minutes to spare, he thought it wise to seek out some food. His mouth watered in anticipation, and he felt a sense of urgency due to his hunger. Chapter 21. The Captured Little Pirate for Lin Chi, who had not savored food in months. The temptation of a meal was undoubtedly his greatest desire at that moment, due to the dimensional differences on Earth. It was the early hours of the morning in his current city, while in Hawaii, the sun shone brightly. Lin Chi had also gained a general understanding of his location. He found himself on a small tributary island in Hawaii, home to a town capable of accommodating around 70,000 residents. However, the standard of living here was extremely low, with most individuals eager to escape, as the poverty was quite severe. Even the Hawaiian Federation contemplated selling the island, yet no buyers were in sight. Soon, Lin Chi arrived at a roasted chicken stall, surrounded by a group of children playing together, their bare torsos reflecting a simplicity and innocence. Having exchanged some money, Lin Chi held the chicken leg in his hand, intent on acquiring more sustenance, for he was exceedingly famished. Yet, the food options in this place were exceedingly scarce. As he wandered through the quaint town, he was astonished to realize that within a brief span, he had single-handedly procured the majority of the town's available food, specifically a turkey leg and a few grilled fish. Strolling along the earthen paths, Lin Chi ravenously devoured the fragrant chicken leg and grilled fish, saliva pooling in his mouth. Besides his own hunger, he found himself surrounded by a throng of eager children, their eyes wide with longing, making it quite a struggle for him to break free from their grasp. Goodness, must they vie with me for a mere turkey leg? Is there no law left? He mused in silence. Once satiated, Lin Chi began to perceive the world around him with greater clarity. The children's eyes held a peculiar glint. Despite the delicious chicken legs being within arm's reach, it was as if they had never tasted such delights. The food they consumed left him utterly astounded. Due to the severely inadequate infrastructure, their sustenance was alarmingly rudimentary. He could hardly believe it. They feasted on mud cakes and rudimentary dishes crafted from twigs, even grinding and drying leaves to stave off hunger. While such fare might quell their immediate cravings, the long-term effects on their health were undeniably dire. Stunned, Lin Chi wondered if such items were indeed edible. Was this place truly so impoverished? He retrieved his watch and made his way to the largest shop in town, requesting, "Could you please exchange this for cash?" The shopkeeper regarded him as though he were a simpleton. "Sir, please do not jest. Even if I were to offer you everything in this shop, it would not suffice to purchase your watch," the shopkeeper replied with exasperation. Dejected, Lin Chi left the shop, chastising himself for his naivety. This place was far too destitute to harbor any wealthy individuals. Yet, the empathy in his heart compelled him to act for the sake of the children. He was not a saint, devoid of compassion for the wicked, nor had he ever hesitated to mock the unseemly. Yet, he recognized right from wrong and wished to shield these children from a life steeped in disappointment. For they were but young innocents, scarcely older than 7 or 8. He approached the fish stall and purchased all the remaining grilled fish, distributing them among the children. Their gratitude was palpable, as they even offered him 1 grilled fish in return. Lin Chi felt a profound sense of vulnerability at this gesture. Just as he was about to depart, a small hand grasped his own from behind. Turning around, he found a dark-skinned little boy standing there, his appearance unkempt and his hair seemingly untouched by water for many years. Silently, he merely touched his rumbling belly and fixed his gaze intently on the roasted fish in Lin Chi's hand. "Do you want it? Here, take it," Lin Chi smiled gently, offering him the fish. The boy accepted it, but Lin Chi had already departed, his figure receding under the pull of the sunlight. Ding! An extraordinary airdrop will land in 5 minutes. Please be alert. A prompt echoed in Lin Chi's mind. He was prepared. Perhaps this would be the most comfortable airdrop he had ever experienced. No monsters, no metallic pillars or threats. Everything was under his control. Yet, just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, a sudden gunshot rang out from a distance. Numerous pirates, aboard small boats, made their way directly to the town, causing the townsfolk to scatter in all directions. The children, who had been savoring the roasted fish, hastily shoved their uneaten morsels into their trousers, fearing that the pirates might snatch away their food. What the hell? Lin Chi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. There were likely dozens of pirates, and upon landing, they began to plunder the small town ruthlessly. They were clearly seasoned marauders, their menacing expressions honed to perfection for instilling fear in the townspeople. Soon, these ruffians forcibly abducted several women from the town, subjecting them to various unspeakable acts. This infuriated Lin Chi. Was this to become their supply zone? In an instant, he appeared before the pirates. One of them was about to shoot a child who was protecting his mother. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Lin Chi intervened, cleaving the assailant's AK-47 in two with a swift motion. In no time, he bound all the pirates with remarkable speed. It was utterly effortless. Lin Chi cracked his neck, finding the encounter rather dull. They posed no challenge whatsoever. At that moment, the one-eyed leader leaped down from the boat, seething with rage upon witnessing his subordinates bound up. What is happening? Why are all my men tied up by this guy? Kill them. Slay these damn islanders. We have ambushed them, shouted a scar-faced man, visibly furious, humiliated to be captured by an unarmed individual. The scarred leader drew the submachine gun hanging from his side and unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate fire towards the islanders. Infuriating. Unforgivable. Lin Chi transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. Just when Ken thought the islanders were doomed, an unexpected turn occurred. As the bullets were about to strike the islanders, they mysteriously plummeted from the air, landing on the ground with a dull thud. The bullets had inexplicably fallen to the earth. Ken was utterly astounded. He had fought countless battles, yet he had never encountered a situation as peculiar as this. However, he He was acutely aware that matters had spiraled beyond his control. Being a clever individual, he resolved to make a hasty retreat. Yet, Lin Chi stood right behind him, delivering a resounding slap that left Qin howling in pain. Is that wrong? Lin Chi struck him again with another fierce slap. I was wrong, I was wrong. Please, do not harm me. I am an honest pirate. A pirate? Lin Chi unleashed another slap upon him. Qin seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, desperately pleading for mercy. I will never pirate again. I am not a pirate. They are the true pirates. Please, eliminate them instead. Spare my life, I beg you. Indeed. Lin Chi responded with yet another slap. Eliminate them? You are hardly a virtuous individual. Upon uttering these words, Qin instinctively lowered his head, anticipating another blow. But this time Lin Chi refrained from striking him again. Why do you choose to be pirates? Lin Chi inquired, seizing Qin's weapon and pointing it at him. We are compelled by circumstance. We merely wish to survive and constantly repent for our past mistakes. Qin lamented, his previous bravado evaporating. Very well. I shall not harm you. But you must perform a task for me. State your demands, and if it is within our capacity, we shall comply without hesitation. Qin seized upon this lifeline, hopeful that survival was within reach. Lin Chi pondered for a moment. If you work for me, you will reap substantial rewards. Not only will you dine on meat daily, but you shall also receive a salary. What say you? As his words concluded, Lin Chi produced all the money he possessed, scattering it before the group with remarkable generosity. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Who was this individual, possessing such wealth? Fear not. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother, and I shall follow you unwaveringly, Qin declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. His true intention was to profit from Lin Chi, perhaps even to claim all of Lin Chi's wealth as his own. Chapter 22. The Space Conversion Laboratory. Lin Chi was well aware of Qin's ulterior motives. A dog cannot change its nature. How could such a petty character be devoid of selfish desires? Yet, Lin Chi did not dwell on this, for he had unwavering confidence in his own capabilities and was certain that Qin was well aware of his strength. Ding! Your ability airdrop has arrived. Please retrieve it promptly. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Chi's mind. The location of this ability drop was right before him. Lin Chi reached out, and sure enough, he grasped a crystal box effortlessly. That was a piece of cake, Lin Chi remarked, shrugging nonchalantly. The recent acquisition of the airdrop was remarkably straightforward, devoid of any significant peril. A tenfold amplification of strength? Lin Chi felt a surge of excitement within. Despite his formidable prowess, he harbored a modicum of insecurity regarding his own power. If his strength could be further augmented, he would be capable of effortlessly vanquishing the decayed beings. Contemplating this, Lin Chi became particularly intrigued by the recently obtained tenfold strength enhancement. Moreover, this extraordinary ability could be further elevated through the completion of specific tasks, potentially leading to enhancements such as 100-fold, 500-fold, or even 1,000-fold increase. Upon perusing the description, Lin Chi's enthusiasm ignited fervently. To assess the potency of this newfound power, he crouched down and delivered a punch directly to the ground. In no time, a gaping hole emerged, and torrents of heated air surged forth from the depths, startling Lin Chi with that. He returned to his villa. Upon arriving home, Lin Chi was beset by worries, his visage betraying a profound sorrow. Senior? Good morning. At that moment, Schwer noticed Lin Chi's troubled demeanor. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly. The speaker was oblivious. Yet the listener was perceptive. Schwer seemed to detect a hint of melancholy in Lin Chi's tone. Senior, what troubles you? Are you short on money? If you are, you can always tell me. Schwer playfully approached Lin Chi, wrapping her arms around his. Lin Chi was at a loss for words. His troubles indeed stemmed from a severe lack of funds, which hindered him from pursuing significant endeavors. Although he was aware that Schwer was quite affluent, he found it difficult to voice his predicament. Impossible. How could a senior like you be short on money? Lin Chi chuckled awkwardly, dismissing her assertion. Senior, you truly aren't in need of money? Schwer inquired, her gaze fixed on him with curiosity. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Lin Chi found himself slightly embarrassed. Not at all. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly lack funds? He replied with a smile, feigning strength. Half an hour later, Lin Chi emerged from the villa, a black card in hand, with the warmth of Schwer lingering on his skin. He returned to the base of Louis III, where he engaged in discussions, ultimately securing his first investment. On a lesser-known island in Hawaii, the population was sparse, and the inhabitants endured constant assaults from pirates, leading to their wretched existence. Earlier, an unexpected figure had appeared, capturing the detestable marauders and compelling them to toil with shovels and yokes. Strive, strive. Only through effort can we find a way forward. Boss, do we really have to work for him? What on earth is this fellow planning with such a grand construction on this desolate island? Inquired Moore, a subordinate of Ken. Indeed, it is not only he who remains perplexed by Lin Chi's grand design. Others share in this bewilderment. They are merely aware that Lin Chi intends for them to construct a magnificent edifice according to his blueprints. However, the materials utilized for this construction are unlike anything they have ever encountered, unyielding and indomitable. Even more astonishing is the realization that the walls of this structure extend several meters high. What purpose could this serve? Perhaps only Lin Chi possesses the answer. Initially, these pirates contemplated fleeing, unwilling to toil for Lin Chi, yet they were no match for his formidable presence. Just as they attempted to escape his grasp, he seemed to manifest like a demon, capturing them before they could cover a few meters. Under such circumstances, their desperate thoughts of escape gradually faded into resignation. Furthermore, their weapons had been rendered useless by Lin Chi, and even their pirate ship had been seized, repurposed for mundane fishing tasks. Time hurriedly passed, and soon 10 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Lin Chi diligently attended to his work, never neglecting his enterprises in Hawaii. He constructed a prison, a fortress of unbreakable strength, dedicated to punishing wrongdoers. It was only upon completion that Ken finally comprehended the nature of Lin Chi's construction. A prison? They were confined within its walls. You are inhuman. Your actions are deplorable. How dare you treat us this way? You have no authority to imprison us, you scoundrel. Ken exclaimed in exasperation. I certainly lack the authority to detain you, Lin Chi replied calmly, but you have pledged to serve me. Thus our relationship is merely contractual. With that, he produced a document, waving it before Ken's eyes. In stark black and white, the contract was replete with the terms of their agreement. Ken was taken aback. When had he ever consented to such an absurd contract? This is certainly not my signature. I have never entered into such an agreement with you, he protested. Regaining his composure, Lin Chi gestured for him to come closer, presenting the contract before him. Yet, as Ken leaned in, Lin Chi deftly grasped his hand, deftly slicing his thumb with a swift motion, causing a drop of blood to form. Observing this, Lin Chi pressed Ken's fingertip onto the contract. We are now officially bound by this agreement. You shall construct and defend this island, thereby serving as its guardians and, in turn, absolving yourselves of your past transgressions. Lin Chi paused for emphasis before continuing. In return, I may overlook your previous misdeeds, but should you refuse, I will have no choice but to turn you over to the villagers. His words left all present in profound silence. If Lin Chi's assertions were indeed accurate, they found themselves bereft of any alternative. The transformation at hand appears rather illogical, does it not? They are pirates, yet they are entrusted with the defense of this very isle. In truth, Lin Chi has already acquired ownership of this island, meaning that everything upon it belongs to him. The primary objective in developing this island is to ensure that other pirates cannot invade it. If incursions occur intermittently, the progress of development would be indefinitely stunted. Thus, the strength dedicated to safeguarding the island becomes exceedingly crucial. Lin Chi has no intention of releasing them, for he is acutely aware of their motivations for piracy. If they cannot be transformed, they shall remain pirates eternally. Releasing them today only means they will hunger for more tomorrow, invading additional islands. A scenario Lin Chi finds utterly undesirable. However, he can leverage these individuals to rehabilitate the island, transforming this barren land into a veritable paradise. Ultimately, Lin Chi is reluctant to pursue this path, yet he is burdened by an external influence. Ding. Island renovation progress. 510. Completion will yield rewards. Ken gazes at the prison before him, speechless, feeling a sense of betrayal from Lin Chi. It is somewhat incredulous that they have constructed a prison of their own making, truly the height of irony. Although Lin Chi offers a thorough explanation, the more they observe, the more it resembles a prison. Lin Chi, internally exasperated, contemplates that their construction is not a prison, but rather a spatial transformation laboratory. This facility is designed to possess an indestructible robustness, impervious even to hurricanes and tsunamis. As for the rationale behind establishing a laboratory here, Lin Chi has his own intentions. The distance from his villa is considerable, Although the Dragon 02 boasts remarkable speed, it cannot achieve instantaneous travel. Thus, the idea of constructing a spatial laboratory emerged. In the future, his visits here will be far less cumbersome, facilitating rapid development for this desolate island. Ostensibly a prison, it not only serves to intimidate the pirates, but also effectively conceals Lin Chi's true objectives, yielding a dual advantage. Chapter 23. Constructing a new island. Having acquired the island, Lin Chi embarked on its development. He holds absolute authority over the entire island, and has even bestowed upon it the charming name of Streamwood Isle. He employs the Spatial Transformation Laboratory to continually transfer various resources to this land. Fortunately, Ken has entered into a contract with him, allowing Lin Chi to issue commands for construction. Beyond simply fulfilling the conditions of the task, Lin Chi also aims to elevate the island's inhabitants to a state of affluence. To attain wealth, one must first pave the way. The entire island presents an elliptical shape, encompassing an area of approximately 200 square kilometers. The construction of roads is of paramount importance, and fortunately, Lin Chi finds himself with ample manpower and abundant resources on the island. After reviewing a comprehensive map of the island, Lin Chi resolves to construct a thoroughfare at the center, subsequently developing a grid-like network of roads, which will greatly facilitate future island development. In a remarkably short span, the roads were completed, and Lin Chi introduced a plethora of seeds. The Hawaiian Islands are exceptionally conducive to the cultivation of fruit trees, whose produce is highly coveted. Lin Chi seemingly glimpsed a lucrative opportunity as he discovered the rarity of Australian macadamia nuts. However, skepticism soon arose regarding Lin Chi's endeavors. Mayor, is this truly feasible? These fruit trees will require at least a decade to bear fruit, questioned one resident. Indeed, these trees cannot yield produce in the short term. If they fail to bear fruit, will we not have labored in vain? Faced with the townsfolk's doubts, Lin Chi remained unfazed. He had learned a special technique from his readings, one that could expedite fruit bearing in trees. This method, known as grafting, involves attaching young branches of nut trees to more mature limbs, thereby accelerating their growth. Moreover, Lin Chi intended for the townspeople to cultivate more uncultivated land, establishing farms to generate additional profits. As the fruits matured, Lin Chi encountered a new challenge. Sales were not his forte. Initially, he planned to sell the island's abundant produce to Hawaii, but reality dealt him a sharp blow. The market in Hawaii was saturated with such fruits, rendering them undesirable to the locals. Thus, Lin Chi was compelled to seek alternative avenues. Quickly recalling his identity as a journalist, Lin Chi wondered why he should be troubled by such matters. Upon returning to the Horn Daily, he approached Annie. Faced with Lin Chi's request, Annie found no grounds for refusal. Before long, affluent individuals in Washington were clamoring for the luxurious nuts he had recommended, achieving the desired outcome. Lin Chi profited handsomely from these wealthy patrons. Lin Chi was no fool. He understood that selling these nuts to the average person would yield minimal profit. However, if he could present them to the affluent, the returns would be substantial. Indeed, Lin Chi's nuts sold for an astonishing price of $500 each, even becoming a sought-after commodity among the wealthy, who found themselves unable to procure them fast enough. Goodness, these nuts can enhance beauty? Darling, I want some too. If I could indulge in these beautifying nuts, I would effortlessly captivate that wretched group of men. Lin Chi, leveraging the allure of nuts that enhance beauty, attracted a multitude of elegant women. Furthermore, Lin Chi established a partnership with a company in Washington. With this collaboration, merchant ships began to arrive periodically at the quaint town of Shimu Island to procure nuts, thereby bringing substantial profits to the entire community. Within a mere 6 months, the town underwent an unimaginable transformation. Employment opportunities flourished, providing the residents with considerable wages. As the mayor, Lin Chi continuously proposed plans for change. The tax revenue generated by the town was predominantly reinvested into its infrastructure. A primary focus was the construction of numerous upscale residences, thereby enhancing Lin Chi's reputation among the townsfolk, earning him increasing respect and admiration. Even Ken altered his perception of Lin Chi throughout his life. He had never encountered someone he truly admired until Lin Chi came along, reshaping his worldview. Once illiterate, Ken now managed to enroll in college, albeit a private institution in the town, yet still gained recognition from the global community. Additionally, Lin Chi constructed 4 schools throughout the town and recruited numerous distinguished educators from across the ocean, thereby continuously elevating the educational standards of the once undeveloped populace. Lin Chi's intentions were straightforward. He aspired for these children to cultivate their intellects and contribute to the island's development rather than stagnate after reaping benefits. Lin Chi brought substantial income to the island's inhabitants, which in turn significantly increased his tax revenues. With newfound wealth, Lin Chi aimed for a grand endeavor, initiating plans for a 5-star hotel and amusement park. As the townspeople's finances flourished, consumer spending surged, making various commercial establishments essential. In merely a year, Lin Chi transformed an exceedingly impoverished island town into an opulent haven. It was time to develop the tourism industry. Lin Chi resolved to undertake a monumental task. What is the point of burying something extraordinary? If the world could recognize the island he had transformed, the allure of the island would surely escalate. Although the island's residents were no longer impoverished, having reached a remarkable level of affluence, Lin Chi remained unsatisfied. Believing that true success demanded further challenges, he began corresponding with federal authorities, seeking to construct a multi-thousand-kilometer underwater tunnel to connect the island with the mainland. This connection would undoubtedly attract greater attention to his island town. However, Lin Chi's letters went unanswered, yet he did not lose hope and continued to write. On his second attempt, he received a response from the federal government, albeit one that was filled with disdain, calling Lin Chi a fool, which left him utterly speechless. This individual certainly had a narrow perspective. Unfazed, Lin Chi persevered in his correspondence, but still received no reply. Yet, perseverance bore fruit. The federal government astonishingly agreed to invest in Lin Chi's project. This investment amounted to a staggering $10 billion, spanning a year. The construction of the underwater tunnel was in full swing, and Lin Chi was far from idle. Each day, he not only returned to his regular duties at the Horn Daily, but also sought out stories about himself to satisfy Connie's vanity. Fortunately, Lin Chi's efforts were conducted with such discretion that no one noticed his peculiar activities, not even Snow. Naturally, he did not neglect the task of gathering airdrops. Alas, the very situation Lin Chi dreaded came to pass when construction of the underwater tunnel commenced. It was a rainy day when the long-vanished pirates once again set their sights on the opportunities presented by Shimu Island. Even more astonishing was the fact that the number of pirates intent on plundering Shimu Island had swelled to 50. The entire town was soon enveloped in a palpable sense of threat. To make matters worse, Lin Chi was not present in the town, meaning he had to confront the pirates himself. A fierce battle was imminent as the pirates clashed with the guard team led by Ken, ready to fight. Upon the invasion, Ken felt an invigorating rush of adrenaline. Fortunately, having undergone training, his combat skills had significantly improved, allowing him to remain composed in the face of these marauders. After a few hours, Ken managed to capture the suddenly invading pirates, binding them securely with ropes, rendering them unable to escape, and confiscating their weapons, leaving them powerless. However, upon apprehending the pirate leader, Ken was taken aback, for he realized he recognized him. This created an awkward situation, as the leader seemed to perceive some familiarity and even attempted to manipulate Ken, employing unscrupulous tactics to counter him. Consequently, Ken's subordinates had no choice but to surrender their arms. Faced with this coercion, Ken found himself in a moral quandary. Was he not being asked to betray his principles? Chapter 24. The hour of reckoning approaches. Although Lin Chi had forcibly confined them to Shimu Island, stripping them of their freedom, Ken held a deep appreciation for Lin Chi's efforts in building Shimu Town. Lin Chi had redeemed his wandering spirit, freeing him from a life of aimlessness and allowing Ken to truly comprehend the absurdity of his past. Pointing a gun at defenseless ordinary townsfolk, threatening them and seizing their meager food supplies. This was the grave error he committed. It was difficult for him to fathom how Lin Chi, an ordinary individual, could transform a once impoverished town into a prosperous one. Here, everything was suffused with fairness and justice. The people coexisted harmoniously, devoid of discord, embracing inclusivity and establishing a new order. If only you would join forces with me, all the treasures of this town would be ours, the pirate chief, Rolls, implored Ken. Upon hearing this, Ken shook his head, firmly rejecting the notion of colluding to oppress others. Look at you, what have you become? This is not the person I knew. Rolls lamented, disheartened by Ken's current despondency. Indeed, the Ken of now bore no resemblance to the formidable figure he once was. The fact that he would lay down his weapons for the sake of the townspeople was nothing short of absurd. I have turned over a new leaf. I promised someone that I would never forsake my word. I am truly sorry to disappoint you, Ken murmured to Rolls. At this, Rolls erupted in laughter. This is laughable. You are a pirate by birth, and that fact is immutable. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? Ken, however, could not concur. He had committed wrongs. Yet upon reflection, he recognized many past misdeeds. But he was different now. He was an educated man, and he perceived the gun aimed at him as the utmost disrespect. Could Rolls drink coffee? Could he use a fork to bring beef to his mouth? He could not, yet he had learned to do so. This realization reinforced Ken's belief that he and Rolls were no longer kindred spirits. Though captured, his spirit would continue to flourish. Rolls, make your move. Our esteemed mayor will not let you off easily, Ken exclaimed with deep indignation. At this proclamation, Rolls chuckled. Don't dream, your mayor will not return. I have already investigated. He is likely in Washington. By the time he returns, I will have eliminated all of you. A shadow passed over Rolls' eyes as he raised his gun and shot one of Ken's subordinates, instantly killing him. He then proceeded to slay several other defiant townsfolk, plunging the entire town into panic. Rolls' brutal actions swiftly extinguished any resistance among the townspeople. His henchmen plundered vast amounts of wealth and food resources, yet he had no intention of taking Ken with him. He discerned unwavering determination in Ken's eyes. He understood that the latter would never yield. For generations, we have been pirates. Though you have renounced your former ways, by the law, I ought to take your life. However, in consideration of your father, I shall spare you, Rouse coldly declared to Ken. Despite the pretense of leniency, Rouse's intentions were far more sinister. He had no intention of honoring his word. Instead, he bound everyone together, dousing them in gasoline, and tied a rope to a candle. As the candle burned down, the rope would eventually catch fire, leading to the demise of everyone in the town. Rouse's actions undoubtedly ignited a fierce anger among the residents of Creekwood. Yet they found themselves powerless to resist. Farewell, my friend, and good luck, Rouse taunted, brandishing his gun provocatively before he and the other pirates boarded their ship and set sail into the vast ocean. Watching their retreating figures, Ken's face reflected a deep sense of helplessness. He had done all he could, yet this was the outcome, and he felt a profound guilt. Half an hour later, the candle burned ever more quickly, nearing the point of igniting the rope. Despair enveloped everyone as the flickering hope within them began to extinguish. Just as they resigned themselves to their fate, a figure appeared that sparked a surge of hope among them. Lin Chi had just awakened and arrived at Creekwood Island for an inspection, only to find the town eerily silent. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly understood that the pirates had plundered the entire town. Cursing inwardly, Lin Chi extinguished the candle. This was utterly intolerable. How dare they target his town? I am sorry, Mayor. It is my failure to protect the town. I surrendered all weapons to them in a bid to safeguard the townsfolk. Even though those weapons were advanced enough to vanquish them, Ken lamented, his face etched with remorse. Lin Chi placed a reassuring hand on Ken's shoulder. It is not your fault. After all, you are no longer a pirate. With a calm demeanor, Lin Chi's mind was clear. This incident was not Ken's doing. He had performed admirably. His refusal to be swayed by the enemy signified that Ken had truly turned over a new leaf, unwilling to betray his principles for personal gain. I will not let them go unpunished. I will ensure that everything they stole is returned to its rightful place, Lin Chi vowed softly. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, all those around him heard his solemn promise. Before the townsfolk could express their righteous indignation, Lin Chi had already vanished. He was determined to confront Rouse, to make him understand the consequences of his actions. On that boundless ocean, only the azure waters stretched endlessly. Yet, if one could navigate these seas, it would reveal a myriad of islands, both large and small, teeming with birds and animals that relied on the islands for survival. Some thrive on the islands, while others take the opportunity to rest before selecting a suitable moment to continue their migration. Lin Chi soared through the sky, enabling him to observe more islands. Before long, he discovered the hiding place of the pirates hundreds of nautical miles away. It was a vast island. Though not as grand as Shimu Island, its elevation was considerable, and it was thickly covered with dense shrubs and trees, making it highly likely for anyone who ventured within to vanish without a trace. Indeed, Lin Chi soon spotted several pirate ships, though their cargo had long been removed. With a cold snort, Lin Chi unleashed several swift strikes of light towards the pirate vessels. Boom! The 5 pirate ships were systematically obliterated, and Lin Chi's figure appeared on the island. A few pirates emerged, quickly noticing Lin Chi's presence. Stay back. Otherwise, we will open fire. one of the pirates shouted in warning. However, Lin Chi paid him no heed and continued his solitary advance into the island's depths. Bang, bang, bang. Two pirates aimed at Lin Chi and pulled the trigger. Lin Chi, filled with indignation, remained unfazed. The two pirates could not have anticipated that the bullets they had just fired would strike their own heads. With an untraceable speed, Lin Chi intercepted the bullets, redirecting them back with his formidable strength. Ack! Ack! The two pirates screamed in agony. Lin Chi did not even glance at them as he pressed onward into the island. He did not wish to take lives, but he could not endure the brutal slaughter of his islanders, for he was the mayor and lord of Shimu Island. A fierce battle was imminent. The patrolling pirates across the island quickly became aware of Lin Chi's presence. They brandished their weapons and unleashed a volley of gunfire. Yet one by one, they were taken down by Lin Chi. Should they persist in their folly, their demise was assured. Lin Chi was stained with the blood of justice. Soon, he spotted the pirate captain, Rolls, relishing his meal, with a beautiful blonde woman in his embrace. One hand was occupied with food, while the other roamed indecorously. Though the woman felt unwilling, she dared not resist. At that moment, Rolls sensed something amiss. He lifted his gaze and immediately recognized the furious Lin Chi. He pushed the woman away and stood up. Chapter 25, Do You Believe in Light? Confronted by the sudden appearance of Lin Chi, Rawls stood frozen in disbelief. His expression blank, while the woman beside him was so startled that she instinctively shielded her head and fled. How despicable! How dare you disrupt my affairs? Rawls clenched his fists and angrily rebuked. Lin Chi cast a silent glance at this man. Are you Rawls? He inquired. Unbeknownst to Rawls, a terrifying fate awaited him. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, So what if I am? What do you intend to do? Hit me? With that, he drew a handgun from his waist, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at Lin Chi. This act bolstered his confidence significantly. After all, he was facing but a single individual, unarmed. Surely, he could not withstand a bullet's onslaught. In response to Rawls' provocation, Lin Chi remained unfazed, gazing at him with an air of nonchalance. This insignificant creature seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Yet, Lin Chi refrained from hastily exacting punishment. Do you know there exists a place in this world where food is perpetually abundant? What? Food. I have no lack of it now. If you seek to negotiate, I might consider engaging in a grand endeavor with you. Rawls discerned the underlying implication in the young man's words. Lin Chi smirked inwardly, extending his hand to dismiss the notion. No. You misunderstand my intention. I mean to introduce you to a place where you can enjoy a perpetual free lunch. Kid, are you jesting? How could such a place exist? Do you take me for a fool? Rawls' anger began to rise. Have you not heard that in prison meals are replete with delicacies? I believe that place would suit you well. By the way, I have a question. How does someone as dim-witted as you become a pirate leader? Lin Chi casually remarked, his fingers tapping together with exasperation. At this, Rawls' fury intensified. What was wrong with this insolent youth? Did he not realize that he had already placed himself in Rawls' crosshairs? With but a single thought, this arrogant young man could be dispatched. Prison. Excellent. I wager that before I enter prison, you will ascend to heaven, he declared, squeezing the trigger. The bullet surged towards Lin Chi's forehead in an instant. Yet, Lin Chi remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm. With a snap of his fingers, he instantly appeared before Rawls. His speed was so extraordinary that it rendered him nearly invisible. Before Rawls could comprehend what had transpired, the weapon in his hand had been disassembled by Lin Chi. The clattering of components echoed as they fell to the ground, a muted sound of defeat. It was astonishingly swift, beyond the realm of imagination. How did you manage to do it? Rawls was utterly defeated just moments ago, brimming with confidence. Do you believe in light? What? Light? What is that? I have never believed in it. I am light. Because I believe in light, I can vanquish you. Nonsense. Rawls gazed at the entranced Lin Chi, seizing a prime opportunity, for Lin Chi was directly before him. If he could strike Lin Chi down in an instant, he would survive. Yet he was mistaken. All his imaginings were so beautiful, but when he withdrew his dagger from his leg to plunge it into Lin Chi's neck, he found himself striking nothing but air. I told you, I am light. You are no match for me, for there is no light in your heart, nor any reverence. Lin Chi remarked nonchalantly. What nonsense. Rawls thought. It was a pity this boy wasn't involved in some sort of pyramid scheme. How absurd, this living, breathing individual insisted on being a beacon of light. Perhaps his mind was even less functional than his own? The miscalculating Rolls fell to the ground like a dog in disgrace, utterly flustered. At that moment, more pirate henchmen surged from all directions, having heard the sounds of battle. You're finished. You're done for. Where will you run now? Rolls bared his repugnant fangs once more, elated as if a petty man had suddenly achieved success. Just moments ago, his subordinates were absent, which did not imply that this little brat had bested him. Now, they were set to teach the boy a lesson. Attack! Whoever kills this brat shall be richly rewarded, Rolls commanded emphatically. He had always relished commanding others. The feeling of supremacy was immensely gratifying. Yet his orders fell on deaf ears, as if unheard by the crowd. This left Rolls in a most embarrassing position. Do not fear, even if he is formidable. He cannot withstand our bullets. Kill him. Kill him. Still, there was no movement. These men appeared to be paralyzed by fear, unwilling to take a single step forward. Lin Chi took a few steps closer, addressing the henchman. I have but one request. Each of you shall deliver a slap to him. Otherwise, I shall reward each of you with a slap. Lin Chi's words were unremarkable, yet they resonated in the ears of the pirate henchmen as if they were a death sentence. They raised their heads, glaring fiercely at Rolls. After exchanging glances, the henchman ultimately approached Rolls. Do you dare? I am your leader, he exclaimed, waving his dagger before them. Yet the henchman had no intention of heeding his words, completely unmoved by his threats. Slap, slap, slap. A resounding slap struck Rolls across the face, causing him to cry out in agony. Before he could even comprehend the situation, another blow landed on his cheek. He never imagined that those he routinely trampled upon would dare to strike him. Within moments, his face was swollen and red from the assault. Please, I beg you, stop hitting me. I recognize my mistakes. At this moment, Rolls finally grasped the truth. He himself was the fool. He knelt on the ground, disregarding the pain in his face, fervently pleading for mercy. Do you know of Creekwood Town? Yes, yes, we plundered Creekwood. I am the mayor. Do you comprehend the grievous crimes you have committed? I should not have robbed Abba's town. I was wrong, utterly wrong. Rolls repeatedly bowed his head before Lin Chi. I shall grant you 1 hour. Return everything you have stolen, or I will cast you all into the ocean to feed the fish. Moreover, for each life you have extinguished, you owe a finger of yours. If you remain obstinate, I shall teach you the meaning of obedience. Lin Chi strode confidently from the pirate hideout, his words irresistible, and the immense power he exuded left Rolls breathless. They had but 1 hour to restore all resources intact to Creekwood Town, a deathly mandate indeed. Their pirate ship had been destroyed by Lin Chi, compelling all pirates to mobilize and construct makeshift rafts. In the face of overwhelming strength, they found themselves with no alternative. Before long, the rafts were completed, and they began loading the goods, returning everything they had stolen. Meanwhile, Lin Chi was far removed from their plight. He had returned to Creekwood Town, sipping coffee on the beach while glancing at his watch. Behind him, several lovely ladies were massaging his shoulders, providing a soothing balm for his frayed nerves. As the final minutes of his allotted time dwindled, Ken rushed over, breathless. Mayor, they truly have returned. They've brought back all the stolen supplies. Ken's face was alight with excitement. This young man, even younger than he, was remarkably strong. Ken had previously doubted him, but now realized the truth in his words. Upon seeing the swelling on Rolls' face, Ken's heart soared with delight. Surely this lad had been bullied by their mayor. Not daring to delay, Rolls leaped from the raft before it reached the shore and hurried towards Lin Chi. He knelt before him, tears brimming in his eyes. Lin Chi remained silent, merely gazing at his watch. After several minutes, he expressed his disdain for tardiness, admonishing, "You are no longer a child. Why must you cause such anxiety?" Chapter 26. The Shadow Hero. Rolls felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort as he had rushed to arrive on time, distinctly recalling that he had not been late at all. This young man was clearly toying with him, which he found exceedingly unjust. How could Lin Chi act in such a manner? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, wishing he could directly confront Lin Chi and strangle this wretch. "Sir, I suspect your watch may be malfunctioning. I am never late. I suggest you recalibrate it," Rolls exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Chi in response. Lin Chi delivered a sharp slap, hoping to jolt him into awareness of his own predicament. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Lin Chi inquired, rising from his seat. He chose not to dwell on the matter further. The pirate captain's intimidation of Lin Chi resonated among the residents of Shimu Town. their eyes brimming with fervor and admiration. As he observed the pirates returning with the resources, Lin Chi felt a swell of pride. The townspeople, witnessing this scene, were filled with incredulity. "These are my socks. How infuriating. My precious belongings. You have finally returned, still imbued with that familiar scent. How could they have taken you from me? My Maria, they did not harm you, did they? Indeed, this is my cat. You are truly despicable." The residents, upon seeing their possessions, were elated, filled with excitement and joy. All of this, of course, was attributable to their mayor, as the townsfolk began to chant Lin Chi's name, elevating him to a status of reverence within their hearts. Ding. Island construction progress. 810. At that moment, Lin Chi was not focused on the townspeople, as a prompt echoed in his mind. Although he had been engaged in island construction for some time, the progress had been rather sluggish. Suddenly, the notification of progress upliftment filled him with uncontainable joy. Should he complete the task, he would enhance his own powers. With this thought, Lin Chi rolled up his sleeves and set to work. Once the townsfolk had retrieved their belongings, Lin Chi turned his gaze towards the beleaguered pirates. Their faces were etched with fear, a palpable dread of Lin Chi. "Please, spare us. We shall never commit wrongdoings again," Rolls pleaded, kneeling before Lin Chi and repeatedly bowing his head. Lin Chi scoffed internally. Was he not a pirate captain? How had he fallen so low? And was he truly that terrifying? Why did they regard him as if he were a demon? Confronted with the desperate pleas of numerous pirates, Lin Chi fell into deep contemplation. He could not, under any circumstances, allow these pirates to escape, for that would endanger the town of Shimu. After much deliberation, a thought struck him, a certain location that would undoubtedly contain these marauders. Following the recent incident at the affluent banquet, Delta had successfully apprehended suspects, earning him a commendation directly from the Federation. Delta had since ascended to the position of police chief and even overseer of a prison, where he was currently tallying the incarcerated individuals. However, the prison population was exceedingly sparse, and the funds allocated from above had no proper utilization, leading to instances of embezzlement by prison guards. Fortunately, he intervened just in time to ameliorate such absurdities. After completing the count of the inmates, Delta returned to his office. Ensnared by his own troubles, the region under his jurisdiction had become remarkably peaceful, resulting in a sharp decline in crime rates, which, in turn, diminished his significance and drastically reduced the budget he received. At that moment, an agent rushed in, breathless. "Chief, there is a group of wanted criminals outside." Delta was taken aback. "Brothers, arm yourselves. We must not allow them to achieve their escape." His immediate instinct was to grasp his handgun, as he would not permit such occurrences within his domain. "Chief, wait. These wanted criminals arrived bound by a beam of light. They are a group of notorious pirates." The agent exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his brow upon witnessing Delta's reaction. Is this truly happening? Delta could hardly believe it. Upon stepping outside the precinct, he beheld a group of pirates tightly bound, their expressions a portrait of despair. Initially, Delta struggled to accept the reality before him, yet the evidence was undeniable. Could it be the Shadow Hero? Surely. Only he would undertake such an extraordinary feat. The agent recalled the recent buzz surrounding this significant figure. Delta scoffed. "This individual is currently also on our wanted list. He has been wreaking havoc throughout the city. May I inquire if he has applied for a flight permit?" The agent was taken aback, unable to refute the chief's words. He distinctly remembered the chief displaying a poster of that superhero in his office. How could his stance towards this hero have shifted so drastically? Thus, Delta commanded his subordinates to apprehend all the pirates and await the court summons. Once this was accomplished, he sat alone in his office, sulking like a petulant child. Was it merely a request for a signature? Why must he act as if he were so important? What an insufferable individual, Delta thought, gazing at the photographs of the shadow hero hidden within the pages of his book, his eyes brimming with unbidden tears. He is, after all, a devoted admirer of the shadow hero. After several unsuccessful attempts to obtain an autograph, he found himself concerned about his own dignity. Thus, he categorized the shadow hero among the city's destructors. The title of shadow hero was one that Lin Chi had uniquely claimed for himself. Previously, he lacked a consistent moniker, leading to endless discussions about what to call him. Some referred to him as the Electric Kid, others as the Warrior of Light, and yet others dubbed him the Lord of Shadows. Naturally, Lin Chi was dissatisfied with these appellations. The Horn Herald even engaged in heated debates over what name to assign him, with various suggestions thrown around. It was during this time that Lin Chi realized the significance of a title. Ultimately, he conceived of a sophisticated and grand name, the Shadow Hero. To ensure this name became widely recognized, Lin Chi took on the role of the city's enforcer against crime. Public sentiment towards him soared, and within the jurisdiction of Delta, the crime rate plummeted by more than half. Delta, naturally filled with admiration for Lin Chi the Shadow Hero, found it unsurprising to desire an autograph. However, Delta did not anticipate the Shadow Hero's aloof demeanor. After several requests for an autograph were met with rejection, Delta felt his pride wounded. Lin Chi, of course, did not concern himself with such trivial matters. Over the past 6 months, he had relentlessly combated crime, defeating those infected by the metallic pillars, and had become a savior. During this period, Lin Chi had also acquired 2 additional superpowers, albeit not as formidable as his previous abilities. Click to view acquired superpowers. As solid as a rock, significantly enhances the hardness of any part of the body. Precision increases accuracy, allowing him to effortlessly hit a target a kilometer away. After reviewing his current superpowers, Lin Chi closed the panel. He remained a photographer for the Horn Herald, but financial concerns were no longer an issue, as Creekwood Town provided him with substantial income. Furthermore, throughout these 6 months, he had recorded his battle footage each time, earning the title of chief photographer at the Horn Herald. His status had undergone a remarkable transformation. His colleagues, including Annie, now regarded him with appreciative glances. With the promotion to chief photographer, his benefits had doubled. He could now dictate his own work schedule, and even if he missed days at the office, he would not face any salary deductions. Reflecting on it, Lin Chi realized he had not visited the Horn Herald headquarters in several days. Recently, he had been engrossed in investigating a peculiar matter, coupled with various responsibilities in Creekwood Town, leaving him quite occupied. At this moment, Lin Chi transformed into a beam of light, swiftly heading towards his grand villa. His speed was astonishing. Whenever he wished, no one would ever suspect that a superhero was traversing above their heads. Moments later, Lin Chi had returned to his villa. However, upon his arrival, he encountered Shui Er, whose actions were rather overwhelming for him. To his astonishment, she personally brought a basin of water upon seeing him. It appeared that he was destined to face an ordeal that evening. Chapter 27. Pursued relentlessly by a junior recently, Shui Er had been acting rather peculiarly. Perhaps she had picked up some questionable habits from somewhere. Regardless, her treatment of Lin Chi had been exceptionally kind, as evidenced by her intention to wash his feet that evening. Shui Er had matured, displaying a newfound understanding, and Lin Chi, akin to a caring elder brother, affectionately ruffled her hair. After observing her for a while, Lin Chi found no signs of abnormality in Shui Er. Indeed, it seemed she had genuinely grown up. He removed his shoes, feeling particularly fatigued that day, and Shui Er was like a warm comfort to him. However, when he submerged his feet into the basin, he nearly yelped in shock. The water was shockingly cold. Gazing down at his feet submerged in the basin, he felt a profound sense of despair. To his dismay, his feet were visibly freezing at an alarming rate. Clearly, his junior had regained some of her former divine powers, and the ice forming beneath his feet was the most lucid explanation. Lin Chi cast a questioning look at Shui Er, only to witness tears welling in her eyes. Shui Er was not like him. She had not been punished and cast into this primitive universe, which suggested that her divine powers had not been stripped away as his had. The reason her abilities remained dormant was that she was not from this world, struggling to acclimatize to the atmosphere here. Once she successfully adjusted, her powers would be unleashed. Nevertheless, Lin Chi had never doubted that Shui Er would use her formidable strength to harm others. Having watched her grow up, he knew she was gentle and kind-hearted, incapable of causing harm. "My heart is as cold as your feet. How could you not hug me this morning, senior brother?" Shui Er said, her expression filled with grievance. Lin Chi was at a loss for words. Was he to freeze his feet simply because he had forgotten to embrace her? "I apologize, I was just so tired. Next time, I promise," he replied, awkwardly scratching his head. After all, she was just a little girl, and it was only natural for her to seek care and attention. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the villa, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Lin, are you home? I have something important to discuss with you." It was the soft and melodious voice of Annie. "I'll go answer the door," Shui Er exclaimed, darting towards the entrance of the villa. Soon, Snow opened the grand door of the villa, and Annie stepped inside. She noticed Lin Chi was soaking his feet, seemingly frozen in place, which sparked a wicked thought in her mind. She had long harbored feelings for Lin Chi, yet had never found the courage to express them. Moreover, since her recent promotion, she had not had the opportunity to thank him. Was this not a fortuitous moment? With a sweet smile, she approached Lin Chi, gently placing a kiss on his cheek, leaving behind a profound lip imprint. This is my gratitude to you. I had not yet found the time to express my thanks after my promotion, Annie said earnestly. Lin Chi, composed, greeted her, managing to muster a smile. Though he was a kind-hearted individual, he had not anticipated such overt affection. However, his demeanor quickly attracted Snow's attention, who was evidently envious, though Lin Chi remained oblivious to her feelings. I have heard of a peculiar therapeutic method. Is this your version of ice therapy? Aren't you afraid of the cold? You must have an impressive constitution, Annie remarked, gesturing towards Lin Chi struggling against the chill that enveloped him. Lin Chi feigned calmness as he replied, Indeed, I have never feared the cold. I was born on a snowy day. Which is why I have a profound appreciation for ice, and I owe my gratitude to Snow for that. Annie chuckled softly. Really? I had no idea it could be so frigid. Snow crouched down, reaching out to touch the icy basin. However, her gentle touch caused Lin Chi considerable discomfort. The force was unexpectedly strong, and he had not anticipated that his feet would become ensnared in the ice. He wished to shatter the frost with a swift motion, but realized it was utterly impossible, especially with Annie observing him. He desired to remain discreet rather than frighten her. How delightful. I am truly grateful to you, Snow. Lin Chi gritted his teeth, forcing a smile. Internally, he felt a profound sense of despair. He was on the verge of freezing. After conversing with Annie for a while, she finally departed from the villa, yet Lin Chi remained trapped in the ice. I forgot how to thaw this, Snow said innocently. Lin Chi rubbed his temples, nearly exasperated. However, upon seeing Snow's adorable and innocent expression, he found it difficult to chastise her. Please refrain from using your powers so recklessly in the future. Unforeseen consequences may arise, Lin Chi advised Snow. Do you not like me anymore? Snow asked, feeling aggrieved, as if Lin Chi were scolding her. Tears welled in her eyes, and she began to cry loudly. That's not what I meant. Snow is so charming. Who wouldn't like you? But you are different from others. You possess formidable power that cannot be wielded casually, as it may startle those around you. All right then, I acknowledge my mistake. I simply do not wish to part ways with my senior. Schwer lifted her delicate head to look at Lin Chi. You are my junior. How could I possibly abandon you? I shall always protect you, Lin Chi assured her, employing both coaxing and persuasion. Really? If people in this world do not wish to separate, they marry. I want to marry you, senior, Schwer exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Lin Chi nearly choked on his own breath. He had never anticipated that this little girl would harbor such a frightening notion as wanting to marry him. This child was certainly not normal. As your senior, I have significant responsibilities, and you are still so young. I have no desire to find myself in a predicament, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. While he understood that Schwer was the daughter of the supreme deity and could not be compared to ordinary humans, beneath her youthful visage might lurk an ancient soul. However, they were on Earth, and though Lin Chi was a superhero, he remained a law-abiding citizen. I will strive to grow up. So can we arrange a betrothal, senior? Schwer implored earnestly. Lin Chi fell silent. This was utterly terrifying. How could he be liked by the daughter of the supreme deity? Schwer patiently awaited his response. She had spent considerable time on Earth and had developed a profound affection for it. Through her studies, she had learned about human reproduction and understood the distinctions between genders, as well as the nature of human emotions. You are the daughter of the supreme deity, while I am merely an exiled ordinary person. Thus, I can only regard you as my sister. Schwer, please refrain from watching those Korean dramas. They are all deceptive, Lin Chi replied resolutely, despite his disbelief. Is it solely because you are an ordinary person? I shall not relinquish my feelings for you, senior, Schwer declared with unwavering conviction. She was certain that she had long since fallen in love with her senior. The warmth Lin Chi provided felt akin to that of a father, irreplaceable and unique. When Schwer observed her senior interacting closely with other women, she could distinctly sense her own anger rising. Was this what humanity referred to as jealousy? In response to Schwer's confession, Lin Chi remained entirely indifferent, feigning ignorance, unsure of what qualities he possessed that might attract her. His mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters. The cold beneath his feet was unbearable, even causing his face to turn slightly purple. He yearned to leave this place and desperately sought a solution to dispel the frigid ice that had ensnared his feet. Lin Chi was well aware that the ice binding him was no ordinary chill, but the extreme frost emanating from the daughter of the supreme deity. Although Lin Chi was at a loss for how to thaw his frozen feet, he knew he had to devise a solution. If he failed to do so, his feet might become irreparably damaged. Fortunately, Lin Chi was capable of merging with light, and he transformed into a beam of radiance. Departing from the villa and heading towards an active volcano, he plunged his dual swords into the molten lava, yet to no avail. The magma was powerless to melt the enigmatic ice. This ice was truly remarkable, and he was astonished that shui air could unleash such a chilling force. Chapter 28. The Unknown Abyss. Lin Chi never anticipated that one day he would rush towards the sun in search of warmth. For an ordinary person, such a venture would result in being incinerated into vapor, but Lin Chi was different. He could blend seamlessly with light, coupled with his formidable, rock-solid abilities, rendering the heat inconsequential. Upon reaching the sun's surface, he found himself the sole living being amidst its brilliance. How scorching, he murmured. Is this truly the sun? Even he could feel an intense heat enveloping him. Strangely, however, the ice beneath his feet showed no sign of thawing. What on earth? Is this truly absurd? Could this be the power of the supreme deity? It seems to surpass what this world can destroy. Yet, Lin Chi remained undeterred. He resolved to venture deeper into the sun's core, for the chilling ice beneath him instilled far greater trepidation than the sun's searing heat. Transforming once more into a beam of light, he surged towards the sun's interior, where temperatures soared to nearly 20 million degrees Celsius. At last, Lin Chi witnessed what he had longed to see. The ice beneath his feet began to dissolve, albeit at a sluggish pace. After half an hour, the ice had completely melted away, leaving Lin Chi's feet entirely exposed. He was overjoyed, having feared he would be bound to this ice for eternity. Finally, it had melted away. Turning his gaze towards the sun's core, he felt a shiver of trepidation. Had an ordinary person been frozen by shui air, they would surely meet their demise. The power she wielded was truly terrifying, Lin Chi mused. Shaking off the weight of such thoughts, he diverted his gaze from the sun's core. He had no desire to linger on this desolate star, transforming into light once more as he sped back towards Earth. At this moment, in Washington, D.C., countless individuals seemed to have made an unspoken agreement, all gazing up at the sky with eyes filled with anticipation and hope. A young girl, Lawson Stephanie, who had just returned from her community, noticed an elderly woman staring directly at the sun. Rushing over, Lawson urged, "Grandma, it's best not to look directly at the sun. It's harmful to your eyes. My eldest grandson is utterly enamored with the shadow hero. In fact, our entire family shares this fondness. Word has it that he would be passing through the city today, prompting us to arrive early in anticipation of the hero's return." The elderly matriarch, however, seemed oblivious to the words of Lawson Stephanie. After some inquiry, Lawson Stephanie finally grasped the reason behind the multitude gazing skyward. It appeared that someone had inadvertently leaked the news that the ever-dedicated shadow hero would be traversing the city today, leading to the throngs gathering here in eager expectation. Upon hearing of the shadow hero's impending arrival, a spark of excitement illuminated Lawson Stephanie's countenance. Could it truly be? Would the shadow hero really make an appearance? Surely he would, as evidenced by the throng of journalists present, members of the Herald of the Shadow Hero diligently covering his exploits. The kindly grandmother gently reassured Lawson Stephanie. Everyone awaited the shadow hero's arrival, for he was their champion, having repeatedly saved their city, and they all yearned for a moment to capture his likeness. At that moment, Lin Chi, who had just thawed the extreme ice beneath his feet, returned. However, upon noticing the multitude of gazes directed at him, he seemed to comprehend something significant. He realized that word of his imminent return to Earth had been leaked. With a sense of resignation, he donned his freshly updated golden cloak and adorned himself with a mask that concealed his identity. The adoration for the shadow hero amongst the populace was overwhelming. They had nearly besieged the entire city in their fervor to catch a glimpse of him. Traffic was at a standstill, and even those engaged in their daily tasks rose to peer out of their windows. "Shadow hero! Shadow hero!" they cried, their voices brimming with excitement and tears of joy, as he had become a beacon of hope for the children. Lin Chi reveled in this sensation. Before the cameras, he offered no retreat, even striking a pose. This was not merely a manifestation of vanity, but rather a desire for these ordinary people to believe in the light, to know that he would emerge in their times of peril. Thus, Lin Chi once more graced the headlines, dominating short video feeds, and even drawing live coverage from onlookers. Shadow Hero, may I have your autograph? I am particularly fond of your broad chest. A stunning blonde approached him, extending a pen and a postcard. Lin Chi, unable to refuse such a charming request, promptly acquiesced, signing a symbol of his cloak upon the card. The blonde, filled with delight, kissed the postcard. However, Delta, patrolling the city, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing the shadow hero in the skies above. What is even more infuriating is that the other party actually gave a signature to a woman without offering him one, which intensified Delta's fury. Surround him. Engage in unauthorized flight. Apprehend him. Delta commanded his subordinates. Thus, police cars began to wail through the city, nearly cornering Lin Chi. Sir, do we truly have to proceed this way? After all, he is not inherently a villain. A police officer, who was quite fond of the Shadow Knight, remarked. This is my jurisdiction. Do you wish to have a flightless duck soaring above your head all day? What other monstrosity remains? He is currently the most dangerous individual in the entire city, Delta retorted. The officer fell silent, for he was, after all, on the payroll, and this was his superior. Consequently, dozens of police vehicles relentlessly pursued Lin Chi throughout the city. Lin Chi was rendered speechless, utterly at a loss. He had always delivered various wrongdoers to Delta's police station, even facilitating the latter's promotion to chief, yet unexpectedly, this fellow had turned the tables on him. Although Lin Chi did not regard these individuals with any seriousness, he also wished to avoid capture, especially since his strength had not fully recovered, rendering him incapable of merging into the light instantaneously. Thus, Lin Chi began to weave through the city, evading Delta. At that moment, a sudden roar echoed from a distant alleyway. It was a sound that left everyone astounded. Although the officers frequently encountered various dangerous noises, this one still startled them. The growl resonated as if it emanated from the depths of the earth, akin to a colossal beast emitting a profound, low growl. What is happening? Delta inquired upon arrival. Sir, we are unsure of what has transpired. We are investigating, an officer responded promptly. The police cars encircled the vicinity, and the alleyway ahead had transformed entirely. To be precise, a massive pit had appeared, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, revealing nothing but the echoes of the low growls they had just heard. Before long, the officers who had ventured ahead returned. Report, sir, it is exceedingly dark. We cannot discern what is occurring within, Officer A reported. Establish a perimeter. No outsiders are allowed entry. You four form a team with me. This is a splendid opportunity for you to achieve distinction. Delta swiftly organized the personnel, intending to investigate personally. However, as he entered the abyssal pit, he discovered it was truly beyond belief. The enormity of the chasm was staggering, resembling an entirely new realm. What place is this? How has the underground transformed into such a spectacle? Delta pondered, unable to trust his own eyes. The once familiar terrain had transformed into an entirely different visage. He extended his hand towards those enigmatic entities, only to find it smeared with a viscous substance that clung tenaciously to the earth beneath. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a tendril unexpectedly emerged from behind him. Delta was gripped by panic. He yearned to escape, yet that mysterious force resembled a quagmire, pulling him deeper the more he struggled. What on earth are these abominations? Infuriating. Delta had never encountered such entities before. Just as he was on the brink of being engulfed by darkness, a glimmer of light appeared before him. Chapter 29. The Doctor's Revelation. Delta found himself in a perilous predicament, teetering on the edge of life and death. Fortunately, Lin Chi materialized just in time, shining like a beacon amidst a tempestuous night. Although Lin Chi was being pursued, he had sensed the disturbance arising from the subterranean abyss. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly confronted the individuals involved. With remarkable strength, Lin Chi extricated Delta from the mire. Save them, please, save them, Delta implored, casting his gaze towards the officers on the brink of being consumed. Lin Chi hurled Delta to safety and, in a flash, appeared beside the remaining officers. Thankfully, Lin Chi's timely intervention facilitated the rescue of all. What exactly is happening here? Delta inquired, bewildered. Lin Chi shook his head, uncertain of the events that had transpired. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate the depths himself. I will accompany you. Otherwise, I shall not permit you to proceed, Delta asserted with unwavering determination. That is your prerogative. But the unknown lies within. I hope you ponder your decision carefully, Lin Chi responded resolutely. Without granting Delta a moment to contemplate, he advanced into the abyss. Alarmed, Delta hurried to follow. The previously inky darkness of the chasm grew astonishingly luminous due to Lin Chi's presence, gradually unveiling this mysterious facet to the world. Within lay an exceedingly viscous substance, the nature of which even Lin Chi could not ascertain. He inhaled deeply, detecting virtually no odor. "Do you hear that? It sounds reminiscent of a lullaby," Delta remarked, relaying his observations to Lin Chi, promptly covering his ears. Lin Chi marveled at Delta's keen perception. Indeed, he was the most exceptional detective, his observational skills far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Thanks to the illumination, they discerned a passageway ahead. This should be a sewer. Yet to my astonishment, it has been completely engulfed. Lin Chi expressed his surprise. Indeed, these enigmatic viscous substances have adhered to the sewer, and if my conjecture is correct, they are likely still expanding. Thus, Lin Chi and Delta proceeded towards the source of the sound. Before long, they discovered a colossal figure deep within the sewer. Yet the head of this mysterious creature remained elusive. The entire underground seemed to have been pierced by it. Evidently, the pit was formed due to its immense size, which had breached the surface above. How long has this creature been concealed beneath the earth? Delta pondered in astonishment. Lin Chi shared a similar sense of wonder. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps no one has ever noticed it. Or perhaps those who did have all become its sustenance, Lin Chi murmured softly. This was not merely speculation. He had already seen a pile of human bones in the distance, remnants of humanity, alongside some tools used for maintenance. Clearly, these individuals were workers who had ventured into the sewer. They had encountered these monsters long ago, yet they had no opportunity to react before being devoured. Delta made a gesture of silent tribute towards the bones, his expression somber. At that moment, the ground began to tremble incessantly. Lin Chi's heart lurched, and Delta snapped back to reality. From afar, a swarm of grotesque, long-legged creatures emerged from the depths, each bearing a decayed visage and limbs adorned with sharp claws. They surged forward as though their territory had been invaded, drawn towards Lin Chi and Delta by the scent of humanity. This is absurd. There are far too many. Delta panicked, nearly losing his footing. Their claws are so incredibly sharp, they are nearly impossible to withstand. If captured, death is all but assured. Delta attempted to aim his pistol and fire, but the bullets were utterly futile against these creatures. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. What on earth are these things? This is akin to a scene from a survival horror game. If this were a video game, it would be like facing a boss armed with nothing but a toy gun. We must retreat. Let us get out of this cursed place. He began to reconsider his choices, not out of fear for his life, but rather due to his lack of heavy weaponry. Do not fret, I am here. Lin Chi reassured Delta, who appeared quite timid. With that, he tossed a capsule from his hand. This was a blue capsule that rapidly expanded in size. Then, something remarkable occurred. The capsule revealed an array of advanced technological weaponry. All the weapons you desire are contained within this arsenal. Equip the intelligent control system. These implements are more than sufficient for your annihilation endeavors, surpassing even the thrill of gaming. Lin Chi exuded an unparalleled calmness. After conversing with Lewis, he had long been aware that this world would witness countless supernatural occurrences. Fortunately, Lewis possessed the world's most advanced technology, and the weapons he developed were fundamentally different from traditional arms. As expected, upon seeing such an array of weapons, Delta clenched his fists with determination. I have long harbored disdain for them. Let us eliminate them. Delta's ambition was palpable. He was no longer the inexperienced individual he once was, armed with laser cannons, quantum shields, infinite visors, and the colossal Inferno cannon. Boom! A multitude of monsters erupted from the depths below, and Delta fought alongside Lin Chi. It must be said that these technologically advanced weapons were extraordinarily potent. For instance, the Inferno cannon, once activated, incinerated the monsters within its range, effortlessly reducing them to ashes. The quantum shield was seemingly tailored for an ordinary individual like Delta. He was certain that he had never experienced such exhilaration in his life, as he dispatched countless monsters one by one. However, what they never anticipated was the sheer number of these creatures, far beyond their imagination. Thankfully, Lin Chi held the line against the majority of the monstrous onslaught. After half an hour of battling these fiends, their numbers finally began to dwindle. With this victory, the path ahead became increasingly clear. The duo ventured deeper into the unknown. Although they initially had little understanding of these creatures, Lin Chi proactively communicated with Lewis. Ultimately, after thorough analysis, Lin Chi gleaned vital information about the monsters. These creatures were all spawned from a maternal entity hidden beneath the earth. Though the location of this entity remained elusive to Dr. Lewis, discovering it would require time. This meant that unless they located and eradicated the maternal source, the monsters would continue to emerge relentlessly. Moreover, the viscous substances they previously encountered were not monsters per se. To be precise, they were dormant eggs produced by the maternal entity, which had merely been in a state of hibernation. After a period of natural incubation, they surfaced in the sewers, where they brutally slaughtered the unsuspecting sewer workers. Lin, they are exceedingly dangerous, and they have an urgent need for sustenance. To be exact, they will viciously consume anything within reach. You must exercise extreme caution. The slime possesses a high degree of corrosiveness, ranked from red to blue to green in intensity. Be vigilant. Dr. Lewis's voice resonated in Lin Chi's mind. Rest assured, Doctor, I will remain vigilant, Lin Chi replied. Upon comprehending the origins of these entities, Lin Chi finally grasped the situation in its entirety. The maternal source was not present here. The two of them were merely inconsequential. Lin Chi had initially believed he could effortlessly eliminate the creature lurking underground, yet he was taken aback by the creature's significant background. It seemed prudent to vacate this place. After dispatching the final monster, Lin Chi addressed Delta. What? Depart? Is it not the perfect moment to dismantle the lair of these beasts? Delta expressed his discontent. This is not their lair at all, and those viscous substances are exceedingly perilous. Do not touch them directly next time, or you may ruin your entire hand. Lin Chi cautioned. Having said this, Lin Chi proceeded alone towards the passage on the ground. There was no longer any business for him here. Naturally, he was reluctant to linger. Chapter 30. The essence of red mucus. Once Lin Chi emerged from the subterranean depths, he found himself at a loss regarding the location of the creature's maternal source. Thus, he resolved to visit Dr. Lewis. Upon arriving at Dr. Lewis's headquarters, he discovered the doctor awaiting him. Their reunion bore little warmth. Instead, both wore expressions of heightened seriousness. This mission has proven exceedingly arduous. Your presence is indeed fortuitous, Doctor, Lewis remarked. Are you unable to ascertain the existence of the maternal source? Lin Chi inquired with curiosity, as this was the matter that intrigued him most. The notion that Dr. Lewis's unparalleled advanced technology could not uncover the maternal location was astonishing. Lin, I possess absolute confidence in my technology. However, there is something I must convey to you. Dr. Lewis weighed his teacup thoughtfully before setting it down, his demeanor now grave as he continued. Our understanding of these creatures is limited, which hinders our ability to precisely track them and locate the maternal source. This time, you lack support. And I must also inform you that this situation may be connected to the previously vanished superheroes. Thus, it is imperative that you maintain close communication with me. Lin Chi nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the matter. He must expedite the search for the maternal source. If it were allowed to proliferate in this world, the subterranean realm would be filled with the eggs spawned by the maternal entity, leading to a catastrophic state for the entire city, if not the world. Simultaneously, more individuals in the city began to notice anomalies beneath the surface. Many became disoriented after coming into contact with the viscous substances, which had spread across a significant portion of the city almost overnight. Left with no choice, people fled to higher ground. At this juncture, Delta finally proved his worth. He assembled a courageous team to combat these monstrous adversaries. As the subterranean slime extended its reach to the surface, Lin Chi encountered Delta. What precisely is the situation now? How are we to cleanse this viscous menace? Delta inquired, his voice tinged with urgency upon seeing Lin Chi in his eyes. The Shadow Knight undoubtedly represented hope amidst despair. Yet it seemed even the Shadow Knight was at a loss against this substance, igniting Delta's anxiety. He had his own family to consider, a beloved wife waiting at home. But despite this, he could not relinquish the profound sense of responsibility and mission that weighed upon him. I must gather the essence of the red slime. Only by obtaining the most potent essence can I discern how to combat it, Lin Chi stated with measured calm. Although he had already acquired the green essence, it proved futile for vaccine research, which is why Dr. Lewis had tasked Lin Chi with seeking the whereabouts of the red essence. What is that? Delta asked. His curiosity piqued. We previously encountered green slime, which poses a relatively low threat. The blue slime is stronger than the green. While the red represents the highest level of danger, Lin Chi explained, recounting Dr. Lewis's insights to Delta. Thank goodness I did not encounter a stronger slime, Delta thought, a shiver of fear coursing through him. The green slime was not particularly harmful or corrosive, thus causing no tangible damage to Delta. Yet the red slime was a different affair. According to Dr. Lewis's conjecture, even alloys could be effortlessly corroded by it. What? Even alloys can be corroded? If that is the case, what use are those towering structures? Delta seemed to grasp a crucial point. People had fled to those high-rise buildings, terrified of these ghastly entities. Yet if even alloys could be eroded, their refuge would be rendered futile. Rest assured, as far as I know, the red slime will not manifest easily. As long as we can eliminate the source, we can effectively halt its spread, Lin Chi reassured him with composure. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Delta finally felt a measure of relief. If we are to save the world, I shall accompany you. That is not possible. I am currently unaware of the primary regions of the red slime, and I also need to search for the source. I fear for your safety on this journey. Lin Chi responded. What did you say? A jest. Are you the only one permitted to be a hero? Am I, Delta, unworthy of being a superhero? Lin Chi was struck with a wave of frustration. Given Delta's current capabilities, he doubted they would suffice against the monstrous threat. You may not want me to accompany you, but I insist on following. I, Delta, have a duty to save the world. The monsters that have destroyed my home shall know my might. Do you wish to steal the spotlight for yourself? If you deny me the chance to accompany you, I shall detain you and show you what it means to fly illegally. Very well. If you wish to join, then come along, Lin Chi conceded. Now that sounds more like it, Delta rejoiced inwardly. However, once he had tidied up his equipment and glanced towards Lin Chi's previous position, he was met with an empty space where Lin Chi once stood. The young man had long since vanished. Damn it, are you toying with me? Kid, should I ever lay eyes on you again, I shall ensure you regret it. Delta clenched his fists tightly. Time was of the essence for Lin Chi, as it equated to life itself. He traversed the skies, casting his gaze downward, where the city was engulfed in a vast expanse of green slime, spreading relentlessly. Though its pace was sluggish, the fear it instilled in the populace was unwavering. I must swiftly locate the essence of the red slime, Lin Chi murmured inwardly. Simultaneously, a droplet of green slime essence materialized in his hand. This sample would serve as a catalyst for Lin Chi to discover the more potent red essence. Fortunately, he was now akin to light itself, slipping through photons at an astonishing speed. His objective was to uncover a genetic sequence that mirrored that of the green slime, yet with a crimson hue. No, still nothing. Lin Chi found himself at a loss for words. Despite his breakneck pace, after searching for the better part of the day, he had yielded no results, leaving him in a state of acute anxiety. Soon, a peculiar glow emerged within his perceptual range. This light bore a striking resemblance to that within the green slime essence. Could this be the red essence I have been seeking? Lin Chi felt a surge of excitement. However, he quickly realized he was mistaken. The essence before him was not red, but rather green. Though a tinge of disappointment washed over him, he remained undeterred. He continued to transform into a beam of light. Meticulously searching, based on Lin Chi's deductions, the source of the eruption emanated from beneath the Washington outer ring, prompting him to explore outward, as he had already scoured the inner ring without uncovering anything of interest. Yet, his efforts proved futile. He still failed to locate the essence of the red slime. Now hovering in the sky, he took a brief respite before amplifying his search around the city's periphery. This time, however, Lin Chi was even more astonished. He encountered not even a trace of the green slime essence. This indicated that the green slime had yet to infiltrate the outer regions of the city. Damn it! Where did it all go awry? Lin Chi pondered. He had meticulously examined the underground slime, yet had not discovered the elusive red essence he sought. He had even come across blue slime essence, but the critically important red slime essence remained elusive. Perched atop a skyscraper's lightning rod, Lin Chi sank into deep contemplation. Where had he taken a wrong turn? According to Lin Chi's conjecture, this viscous substance must be concealed somewhere beneath the earth. However, Lin Chi has scoured nearly the entire city, yet found not a single clue. Perhaps, just perhaps, this invaluable red slime essence is not hidden underground, but rather on the surface. Or perhaps within a particular building. Lin Chi murmured softly. Your notion is indeed peculiar, yet not entirely implausible. Since you entertain such thoughts, why not endeavor to uncover the truth? The words of Dr. Lewis reached Lin Chi's ears. Doctor, I am in dire need of your assistance. Please investigate the current operational status of the entire city, marking any areas where resource consumption does not align with the respective sectors. I believe the perpetrator will soon be revealed. A confident smile adorned Lin Chi's face. Chapter 31. The confrontation. Sensing Lin Chi's urgent request, Dr. Lewis did not hesitate. He swiftly made his way to the control room, where an array of virtual screens materialized before him. Moreover, Dr. Lewis directly took control of the entire city's operational system. Soon, he identified several anomalies and relayed this information to Lin Chi. Notably, the power grid building exhibited a consumption rate tenfold that of its usual levels. Something was amiss there. Indeed, the power grid building was in trouble. If my intuition serves me right, the red slime essence should be located here, Lin Chi declared with assurance. Having roamed the city daily, no one understood it better than Lin Chi. In an instant, he vanished like a flash of light. The power grid building serves as the primary hub for the city's electrical operations, and concurrently, the city experienced widespread blackouts. Time was running short for Lin Chi. As nightfall approached, after confirming his suspicions, he set forth towards the power grid building. At that moment, the building was enveloped in copious amounts of slime, and the vicinity was eerily deserted. Notably, all the slime present was of a striking red hue, which caught Lin Chi's attention. To be precise, the personnel within the building were all ensnared by this mysterious viscous substance, with some having already been consumed by it. The few survivors had been forced into the underground levels, where they would soon face the same fate as those who had vanished. Are you searching for me? At that moment, Lin Chi suddenly heard a woman's voice. He froze, momentarily disoriented. There was no one in sight, yet the voice lingered in his ears. Who are you? He inquired. I am the entity you have been seeking, the progenitor. I apologize for startling you. I harbor no ill will towards humanity. You speak nonsense. If you bore no malice towards humanity, how could you harm so many? I hold a deep affection for humanity, contrary to what you assert. I have not inflicted harm upon them. What else can be expected when they fail to behave? No sooner had I spoken than a cacophony of hissing sounds erupted from the hall, the unsettling crackle of short-circuited wires reverberating throughout the space, casting an eerie flicker of light and shadow. At that moment, a little girl in red materialized before me, gracefully hovering in midair. Her eyes sparkled with an innocent brightness, resembling any ordinary child, yet the swirling crimson mist enveloping her form suggested an essence far from mundane. How can you utter such words? Do not presume that your charm renders you immune to my wrath. I could easily strike down a petite figure like you. I clenched my fist, intending merely to intimidate and gauge her response. To my surprise, she burst into tears. I truly had no intention of harming them. It is my sister who brings forth the pain. Your sister? Where might she be? I inquired, curiosity piqued. The sincerity etched upon her face belied any notion of wrongdoing. It was difficult to reconcile the image of such an adorable girl with the thought of her having committed heinous acts. My sister? Why, that would be me. The little girl beamed, pointing to herself with delight. Upon this revelation, I was momentarily at a loss for words, a chill creeping down my spine as the implications dawned upon me. What is it that you truly desire? I pressed on. I simply adore the energy here. It grants me an unparalleled sensation. Therefore, might you kindly take your leave? I harbor no ill will toward you, for I perceive you as a good soul, she replied, her tone surprisingly amiable. Energy? Are you referring to the electricity in this place? Indeed. More accurately, it is the nuclear energy that captivates me. It replenishes my vitality endlessly. Should I gather sufficient energy, I could enable countless children to experience this wondrous world, freeing them from their slumber beneath the earth to bask in the light of day. Her composure was unsettlingly calm as she conveyed her intentions. Suppressing my inner turmoil, I recognized the necessity of maintaining my composure in the presence of this formidable child. Very well. Assist me with but one request, and I shall guide you in your quest for greater energy. Really? You would not deceive me? How could I? With my appearance, it would be implausible for me to lie. That is splendid. Pray, tell me how I might assist you. Her joy was palpable. I require a portion of the crimson essence that resides within you. I hope you can fulfill this request. I disclosed my intentions without hesitation. Upon completing my statement, I tossed a vessel, given to me by Dr. Lewis, to her, gesturing for her to fill it. The little girl, displaying an unexpected obedience, graciously accepted the container. Is this what you mean? The entity extended a remarkably tender hand, reaching out before her, and swiftly grasping the swirling red viscous essence that hovered in her sight. It was a radiant crimson orb, the quintessence of the red fluid, exceedingly precious. Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with fervor. This was precisely what he sought. He could scarcely believe that such a magnificent treasure would reside within this diminutive sorceress. This object was invaluable not only to Lin Chi, but to the entire city. It would be ideal for her to willingly relinquish it, as Lin Chi had no desire to resort to force. Any harm inflicted upon the employees could lead to dire consequences, and this was also a nuclear power hub. Any malfunction would be catastrophic. However, just as the entity was about to place the red viscous essence into a vessel, she lowered her hand and lifted her gaze to Lin Chi. "I apologize, but I cannot give you this. It is of great importance to me," she declared. "That is unacceptable. You must hand it over to me. Thank you." Lin Chi insisted with unwavering firmness. It seemed evident that this was the item Dr. Lewis had sought. A realization flickered within him. Her attachment to it could not be mistaken. "Why are you behaving this way? I have already stated that I cannot part with this. Did you not comprehend? I see now. You are a deceiver, just like the others, utterly untrustworthy." The entity regarded Lin Chi with a frigid gaze. Yet, Lin Chi remained unperturbed. Calmly, he remarked, "It seems it is too late. I have already completed my task." "What?" The entity froze, momentarily unable to grasp the implications of Lin Chi's words. When she finally processed his statement, she glanced at her hand, only to discover that the viscous essence had vanished. "Gone. This is terrible. It has disappeared?" The entity grew anxious, but soon her focus shifted to Lin Chi, the human before her. "Did you take it? Where have you hidden it?" Lin Chi sensed her growing ire, yet he remained composed, even exuding a sense of triumph. In truth, he had long since taken the crimson essence, transporting it at the speed of light to Dr. Lewis's base. After all, he was the embodiment of light. His velocity matched that of light itself, allowing him to reach any destination where light shone. "I apologize for being so swift. I understand your feelings, but please do not be angry. For your anger cannot match my speed," Lin Chi revealed. The entity was nearly incensed to the point of apoplexy by his words. "I will not let you escape. You deceiver, you approached me solely to steal what I possess." Yet, in the blink of an eye, the very living figure that had just been before her had vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Chi abruptly appeared behind her. "The truth has been laid bare, and I find myself at a loss for words. My only desire is for you to cease your malevolent actions and refrain from inflicting harm upon this world." As Lin Chi's words resonated, a luminous sword materialized in his grasp. This was a prime opportunity to vanquish the adversary. Should he eliminate the foe, the proliferation of monsters would cease. With that thought, Lin Chi swung his sword with the swiftness of lightning, aiming for the core. However, his strike fell completely short, as the space where the core had been was now devoid of any presence. "I shall not let you escape," echoed the core's voice. "Do you truly believe this is enough to defeat me? You will regret opposing me." A complex expression adorned Lin Chi's face as he furrowed his brow in response to the voice reverberating through the hall. Chapter 32. A desperate situation, to be candid. Lin Chi had no desire to confront the core. However, circumstances left him with no alternative. He yearned to locate the core and subdue it, or ideally, eradicate it entirely. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. The entire power grid building began to tremble violently. Lin Chi understood that the structure was on the brink of collapse, and time was of the essence. There were still staff members in the lower levels who had not evacuated, and their lives were in jeopardy. Infuriated, Lin Chi clenched his fists, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing from the spot. The lower level of the power grid building was vast, and although Lin Chi swiftly located the stranded personnel, a new dilemma soon arose. While he could escape as light, he could not carry so many individuals at that velocity, as the immense energy might reduce them to ashes. Faced with this grim realization, Lin Chi resorted to a more forceful approach. Two radiant swords appeared in his hands, gleaming brilliantly. How striking he is! Alas, cursed fate, I have once again been ensnared. Is this the renowned Shadow Knight often reported in the papers? I truly was blind to have used his poster for such menial tasks. The senior engineers of the power grid building regarded Lin Chi with a mix of awe and scrutiny, as if he were a rare treasure, analyzing him from head to toe. "Everyone, heed my command and follow closely behind me. I will guide you to safety. Do not fall behind, or peril awaits," Lin Chi declared, poised for action. With a resounding crash, he struck the wall before him with a fierce swing, creating a gaping hole in the once impenetrable barrier. However, his actions prompted a distinguished elder engineer among the group to adjust his spectacles. "Young man, this violates the law of energy conservation," he inquired, his scholarly curiosity piqued. "Enough with the trivialities. I'm not bound by Robert Meyer's principles," Lin Chi retorted unapologetically. "What a time it is, and yet there are still so many issues." "Oh, I see now. It is clear you are not human." Lin Chi: "Indeed, I am not human. I am the Shadow Knight. Everyone, I implore you to leave this place swiftly. It is perilous here." Lin Chi calmly accepted the humiliation from the other party. How could a dignified Shadow Knight stoop to quarreling with an old man? However, the subsequent remarks from the other senior engineers utterly shattered Lin Chi's composure. "Shadow Knight, could you grant us an autograph? Otherwise, we shall not leave the electric grid building with you," a rather plain blonde woman remarked. Upon hearing this, another bespectacled lady could no longer contain her excitement. "Dear Shadow Knight, I have long admired you. I never imagined encountering you here. Thus, I earnestly ask that you fulfill my modest request and take a photo with me." While the previous requests were somewhat reasonable, the next statement from a rather portly middle-aged woman almost drove Lin Chi to despair. "Young man, what is your zodiac sign?" "Last night, I dreamed of the goddess Aphrodite, who declared you are my destined one. Would you take me along on your journey?" "Everyone, this is not a drill. We must evacuate immediately." Lin Chi was on the verge of losing his composure due to the engineer's incessant chatter. As he observed the encroaching, menacing creatures, and then glanced at the seemingly indifferent engineers, Lin Chi ultimately relented. With the speed of light, he darted among them, swiftly fulfilling the majority of their wishes in mere moments. The engineers stared in astonishment at the signed photographs and various snapshots they held in their hands, utterly amazed. Having satisfied their desires, they finally resolved to follow Lin Chi out of this treacherous place. The second-generation dragon was summoned by Lin Chi, set to escort these individuals to safety. Meanwhile, the entire building erupted with the alarms of a nuclear leak. "Alarm! Alarm! Nuclear fuel rods compromised. Nuclear fuel rods compromised. Staff, please evacuate immediately." The blaring alarms continued to sound, urging people to flee. This nuclear power station was located on the outskirts of the electric grid building, and due to the implementation of cutting-edge protective measures, a nuclear leak was deemed impossible even in the heart of the city. Although there was initial opposition to the construction of a nuclear facility in such a central location, the clean nuclear power station had since absorbed vast amounts of carbon dioxide from the urban center annually, silencing dissent with its public benefit. However, even the mightiest nuclear power station could be rendered vulnerable in the face of a terrifying entity like the Mother. The nuclear facility was under siege, and the electric grid building teetered on the brink of disaster. The formidable challenges that lay before Lin Chi were all too apparent. Fortunately, the engineers of the power grid building had already departed, leaving the vast structure devoid of life. Yet, at that moment, the building swayed with an even more terrifying intensity than before. Damn it! Lin Chi appeared high above the edifice, gazing down at his surroundings. This was a truly magnificent structure, soaring approximately 100 stories tall, surrounded by countless other towering buildings. Should this entire edifice collapse, the consequences would be unimaginable. People in the neighboring buildings stood by their windows, mouths agape in astonishment. They gasped, they were stunned, they were rendered speechless. Yet, they could only succumb to fear, for they had no means of resolution. Moreover, they were unable to escape their own buildings, as the ground below was slick with a viscous, slime-like substance. "Oh God, what on earth is happening? Damn it, how could this be? I do not wish to die yet. May God grant us the grace to survive until the dawn of tomorrow." The people prayed, they pleaded, they felt utterly helpless. The entire building must not tilt any further. Lin Chi stood atop the building, his brow furrowed. Though he yearned to right the structure, he simply lacked the strength to do so. While it would be effortless for Lin Chi to utterly destroy the building, the task of straightening a 100-story edifice tilted at 60 degrees was beyond his capabilities. In the distance, he suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette, the figure of the Mother. She smiled slyly at Lin Chi, their gazes locking in stark contrast. "Light Shadow Hero, let us see how you oppose me this time." The voice of the Mother echoed in Lin Chi's mind. "Cursed be this. What significance does your action hold? What purpose does your protection of humanity serve? After all, it is merely a building beneath your feet, an inanimate object. Am I truly inferior to it? inanimate? Do you comprehend the countless hearts and efforts invested in this structure? Do you realize how many lives would be shattered and how many would be rendered homeless should you destroy it? Who is to blame for their disobedience? Shouldn't they bear the responsibility themselves? I genuinely cherish humanity, but if they were obedient, I would keep them by my side, ensuring they could never disobey again. At that moment, numerous skulls materialized before the mother, swirling around her as she emitted a creaking, sinister laughter. Lin Chi clenched his fists tightly, feeling the tremors of the building beneath him. The time until the entire structure would collapse was running short, and yet he felt utterly powerless. This sense of helplessness pierced Lin Chi's heart deeply. He finally comprehended the essence of possessing remarkable abilities, yet being unable to salvage the dire circumstances at hand. Lin Chi, endowed with superhuman powers such as light slash, light tracking, and strength amplification, was celebrated as a beloved superhero. However, at this moment, those powers proved utterly futile. Was he to remain indifferent? Lin Chi pondered, his body slumped atop the skyscraper. I truly cannot fathom why you feel compelled to assist them. You are such a fool, mocked the mother entity. Ignoring her derisive remarks, Lin Chi propelled himself to the edge of the building, striving with all his might to halt its precarious tilt. Upon witnessing the shadow of light, the people's eyes ignited with renewed hope. In Chapter 33, D. 585 Thai, the city resounded with the exultant cries of the populace chanting the name of the Shadow of Light. Over the course of nearly a year, his name had become synonymous with hope throughout the city. Yet, it soon became apparent that even the Shadow of Light could not thwart the building's relentless lean. Although the descent was gradual, the increasing tilt was unmistakable. In stark contrast to the earlier joy upon seeing the hero, fear now clouded the people's expressions. The edifice was on the verge of collapse, and should it fall, the ensuing chaos would be catastrophic. A dense cloud of dust would suffocate those within several kilometers, igniting a perilous chain reaction. Compounding the situation, the nearby nuclear power plant was leaking continuously, heightening the potential disaster. Lin Chi struggled valiantly. Yet the notion of supporting a 100-story building was ludicrous. He was, after all, merely an ordinary human. Far away, Dr. Lewis witnessed this scene with tears in his eyes. The young man projected in the virtual display bore an unbearable burden. He could have chosen to remain indifferent, to lead a carefree life of wealth and happiness, utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Yet he did not. He embraced the weight of responsibility, opting to confront his fears and oppose the abyss. Child, you need not endure such self-infliction. You should choose to survive, to live well, Dr. Lewis lamented internally. Powerful aerial footage revealed the Shadow of Light's arms had torn his garments, veins bulging, and blood staining his hands. Though Lin Chi's hands had become as unyielding as stone, he could not withstand such immense pressure indefinitely. The once solid resolve crumbled, and blood cascaded from the skyscraper. People were able to empathize with Lin Chi's anguish. Go, Shadow Knight. You cannot surrender. They rallied, calling out his name. Yet, despite their encouragement, the reality of the building's relentless tilt remained unchanged, just as the structure was on the brink of tilting 70 degrees. And when all anticipated a profound disaster, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Countless Lin Chis appeared on the slanted side of the building, astonishingly aligning themselves in unison to right the entire edifice. This spectacle left all observers utterly astounded. What transpired next was even more astonishing as the building began to restore itself at a visibly rapid pace. In a mere 20 seconds, Lin Chi succeeded in completely straightening the structure. Scientists proclaimed it a miraculous scientific achievement. Architects lamented the loss of potential, remarking that this young man could have been a laborer, accomplishing in 20 seconds the work of thousands over months. Medical professionals expressed a desire to dissect him, pondering how many among their students would not wish to unveil his secrets. Once the building stood perfectly upright, Lin Chi found himself suspended in midair. Relieved to have restored the structure to its original state, he exhaled deeply, just as the voice of Dr. Lewis echoed in his mind. Filled with incredulity, how on earth did you accomplish this? It's a 100-story building. Ah, doctor, I thought you might first inquire about my well-being, Lin Chi jested, reflecting on the recent events with amusement. Initially, he had intended to take a desperate gamble, fully prepared to risk everything, never truly believing he could succeed. Yet, in the very moment he contemplated giving up, the system in his mind activated, delivering unexpected news. During Lin Chi's absence, Shimu Island had introduced a significant amount of Eastern rice, elevating the entire Shimu town into a high-income region, with per capita GDP soaring to unprecedented heights. This development propelled Lin Chi's island construction progress to 1010, unlocking a reward. He had the option of a 10,000-fold increase in strength or a million-fold. Lin Chi, not one to be foolish, immediately chose the million-fold increase. It was precisely due to such a significant augmentation of power that Lin Chi swiftly and successfully righted the entire building, utilizing his speed that rivaled the very velocity of light. However, he could not disclose these events to Dr. Lewis. Instead, he devised a benevolent falsehood, leaving it to the doctor to decide whether to believe him. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Now, let us promptly address the nuclear leak. Doctor. Lewis seemed to have recalled something. All right, leave this matter to me, Lin Chi replied with alacrity. You have worked hard. I have already decoded the genetic sequence of that viscous substance and am currently mass-producing the vaccine. I hope to deploy it soon, Dr. Lewis informed Lin Chi. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi's heart swelled with joy. The doctor, as always, managed to handle matters with remarkable efficiency. Lin Chi distinctly remembered having handed over the essence of the red viscous substance only recently, yet in such a short span, Dr. Lewis had already begun vaccine production. By the way, there is another matter. Dr. Lewis seemed to have remembered something. What is it? Lin Chi inquired. Although the building has been righted, it remains perilous. I have transmitted a substantial quantity of powerful adhesive to you. I hope you can inject it into the foundation's crevices, which should suffice to withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake. Additionally, I have sent you a considerable amount of D585Ty for addressing nuclear contamination, Dr. Lewis elaborated. Lin Chi, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with elation. Is this truly possible? Such a substance exists in the world? He pondered. What spectacle would D585Ty unveil? Indeed, Lin Chi soon received a substantial supply of both the powerful adhesive and D585Ty through spatial transmission. In a remarkably swift manner, he followed Dr. Lewis's instructions and injected them into the building's foundational crevices. Subsequently, Lin Chi departed from the edifice, heading towards the nuclear power station situated several hundred miles away. Within the power station, due to the malfunctioning nuclear reactor and the failure of control equipment, a considerable amount of radioactive elements continued to leak. At present, although the leakage was rapid, it had not yet reached a level that would jeopardize public health, and there were still protective measures struggling at the periphery of the power station. Not having the luxury of time to ponder further, Lin Chi hastily threw several capsules that the doctor had transmitted to him. What unfolded next was entirely beyond his expectations. Those capsules began to expand, swiftly releasing numerous smaller capsules, from which emerged a multitude of small creatures with large heads. They chirped incessantly, as if they had discovered a new world. Upon observing the surrounding radioactive elements, they immediately became invigorated and began to consume the nuclear contaminants voraciously. This is utterly astonishing. Have they truly devoured all the radioactive elements? Lin Chi exclaimed in disbelief. Originally, Lin Chi was uncertain about how to handle such a situation, especially considering the nuclear contamination. However, Dr. Lewis presented him with the D585Ty, a miraculous solution that effortlessly devoured the radioactive elements. Such feats were merely trivial. One must have faith in science. It can occasionally yield delightful surprises. Dr. Lewis maintained a composed demeanor, and in response to Lin Chi's praise, he felt a swell of pride within him, embodying the wisdom of age. Before long, under Dr. Lewis's guidance, Lin Chi successfully restored the entire devastated nuclear power plant. As for the abandoned nuclear fuel rods, he did not discard them carelessly. Instead, he traversed to the sun's surface at a speed surpassing light within mere minutes. With a resigned shrug, he disposed of the refuse into a waste container. Chapter 34. The transformation of Streamwood Town upon Lin Chi's return from the vastness of space. Dr. Lewis had successfully developed a vaccine and intended for Lin Chi to utilize it for dissolving the slime. However, the method of disseminating the vaccine presented a new challenge. Nevertheless, Lin Chi devised a comprehensive solution. What do you have in mind? Dr. Lewis inquired, intrigued. Since we cannot cover the entire underground city at once, why not release the vaccine through artificial rain? Lin Chi proposed. Upon hearing this, Dr. Lewis appeared to awaken from a dream, repeatedly commending Lin Chi's innovative approach. This method would ensure complete coverage of the subterranean space. Meanwhile, the temporary squad formed by Delta had largely eradicated the newly hatched monsters, which lacked significant combat capabilities. Consequently, with Lin Chi's artificial rain, the sky began to pour down a substantial amount of slime-dissolving vaccine. This rain was indistinguishable from regular rainfall, accumulating nearly 50 millimeters in a short period. As the vaccine made contact with the slime, it disintegrated rapidly, as if encountering its nemesis. Witnessing the continuous dissolution of the slime brought a long-awaited joy to the citizens' faces. "This is truly miraculous. I can scarcely believe it," exclaimed one. "Indeed, who would have thought that so much slime could vanish so swiftly?" Another replied, "The Shadow Knight has once again saved us. He is simply extraordinary." The populace attributed all the credit to Lin Chi, fervently calling his name, and in their hearts, the Shadow Knight had already become a symbol of faith. Following this battle, Lin Chi garnered even greater respect from the people. He had become a godlike figure in their eyes. Yet, Lin Chi was aware that he had not truly triumphed, for he knew the core entity had escaped to an unknown location, even to him. In the laboratory, Lin Chi encountered Dr. Lewis. "Doctor, do you have any leads? Where has the host escaped to?" he inquired. "I am uncertain as to her whereabouts, but she remains a threat. What do we know about her research?" Upon hearing Lin Chi's question, Dr. Lewis did not respond directly. Instead, he took a seat and calmly sipped his coffee. "The answer I possess is not far from your conjecture. Are you suggesting that she too has been influenced by the otherworldly aura emitted by that mysterious metallic pillar?" Lin Chi preferred directness. Dr. Lewis nodded. "Indeed, this is likely the truth. It is astonishing that not only the surface but even the depths have been tainted by these metallic pillars." Dr. Lewis sighed. "In truth, you can sense that these entities infused with otherworldly power are growing increasingly formidable. The challenges we face have never been so unprecedented. Have you found any leads regarding the matter I entrusted to you?" At this moment, Dr. Lewis appeared to recall something, raising his head with keen interest. Lin Chi shook his head. "I apologize, Doctor. I have conducted a thorough investigation as you suggested, but there are no leads. They were not taken by the host." Dr. Lewis expressed a sense of helplessness, releasing a long sigh. "Alas, this is my fault. I should not have sent them to investigate the metallic pillars, for otherwise, they would not have mysteriously vanished." Lin Chi seemed to grasp the guilt concealed within Dr. Lewis's heart. "I believe you will meet again one day," Lin Chi remarked lightly. Perhaps it was this statement that eased Dr. Lewis's complex emotions somewhat. "You are right. One day they will reappear before the world," Dr. Lewis said, sounding considerably more relaxed. Lin Chi held great admiration for the superheroes Dr. Lewis spoke of. They had once fought side by side, defeating formidable foes together. In truth, Lin Chi did not consider himself a superhero. He was merely a bystander. Yet they shared commonalities in their quest to rescue this fractured world, each contributing to its salvation. Although we did not uncover their whereabouts this time, I shall continue to assist you in this investigation, Lin Chi affirmed his position. After exchanging a few more words with Dr. Lewis, Lin Chi departed from the base. In Shimu Town, through the tireless efforts of the townsfolk, the entire appearance of the town had transformed significantly. The town was divided into pastoral, agricultural, orchard, production, residential, and tourism areas. Notably, the level of greenery in the town had reached an impressive 80. It is worth mentioning that since Lin Chi had purchased the entire island, all authority over it lay in his hands. Furthermore, the public revenue of the town is entirely under the dominion of Lin Chi, who distributes it at his whim. At this juncture, the town bears no resemblance to its former self. Initially, it operated on a model of equal investment to income, but gradually evolved into a state of collective affluence. The inhabitants of the town are blissfully unaware of any poverty. Through diligent effort, every household now resides in a villa, with Lin Chi generously financing their transformation. As Lin Chi strolls through the town, he is irresistibly drawn to its picturesque scenery. Restaurants, hotels, and entertainment facilities abound, rivaling those of any major metropolis. He gazes upon the town with a sense of awe. When he first arrived, the residents subsisted on tree roots. Yet now they enjoy sumptuous meals of 10 pounds of steak each day, in a bid to elevate the overall quality of life. Lin Chi has significantly increased investments in healthcare, eliminating 90% of medical expenses for any ailments faced by the townsfolk. The happiness index of the people continues to soar. However, Lin Chi is acutely aware that his mission to develop Shimu Town has reached its conclusion. He cannot tend to the town daily and must appoint a new mayor. Lin Chi sought out his secretary, Luli, intending to share his vision with her. "Dear Lin, It is such a pleasure to see you, Lily exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon encountering the long-absent mayor. In her office within the mayoral building, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at his return. Without hesitation, she embraced Lin Chi, almost leaning in for a deep kiss. Having endured oppression in the workplace and betrayal, she had once possessed a loving husband, only to lose him to another woman due to her perceived shortcomings, a revelation that had come as a painful surprise. Lily was deeply affected by her circumstances, with family members labeling her as unworthy, leading her to contemplate suicide. Fortunately, she met Lin Chi, who bestowed upon her a new lease on life. When Lin Chi gently declined her kiss, she felt a twinge of disappointment. "Am I not charming enough?" she inquired. Lin Chi offered a wry smile. "That is not my intention. I simply wish to show you the respect you deserve, especially given my current state." Upon hearing this, Lily beamed with a smile. "A man like you, even in rejection, maintains such gentlemanly grace. It is precisely why you are fit to be mayor," she remarked. Lin Chi then proceeded to inform her of his intention to elect a new mayor. Upon hearing this, Lily's face reflected disbelief. "Why? Perhaps it is because I have other matters to attend to. Are you, like the shadow hero, destined to save the world every day?" Lin Chi shook his head, hesitating momentarily before fixing his serious gaze upon Lily. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I wish to hold an election, allowing all citizens of the town to participate. What do you think?" "Fool, this is your island, legally recognized as yours. You possess the authority to allocate it as you see fit," Lily responded. Thus, Lin Chi announced the election, igniting a fervor throughout the entire town. In truth, no one was more deserving of their admiration than Lin Chi initially. There was considerable reluctance regarding the matter, yet upon hearing Lin Chi's plight, the townsfolk expressed their understanding. The election was set to take place in 2 days. With straightforward rules, anyone was eligible to become the mayor, and the individual with the most votes would assume the role of the new mayor of Shimu Town. The residents harbored no grievances concerning this arrangement. Chapter 35. Caught red-handed. Ken was filled with immense joy upon learning of Lin Chi's return to Shimu Town, immediately embracing him. The lack of news about Lin Chi had left Ken anxious, even leading him to fear that Lin Chi might have met with an unfortunate fate. Upon seeing Ken, Lin Chi wore an expression that was difficult to articulate. He felt deeply grateful to Ken, had it not been for his efforts in completing the town's reconstruction amidst turmoil. Lin Chi might not have survived. However, he would never express this gratitude openly, as Ken needed to remain humble. Thanks to continuous renovations, the island had transformed into a picturesque paradise, and people's aspirations for a beautiful life had grown ever higher. Families would occasionally stroll along the beach, witnessing the sunset and savoring the splendor of the world. "Do you know, I have never admired anyone in my life, but you are the exception. You are a hero, and you have changed me," Ken remarked. As they walked, Ken and Lin Chi shared laughter and stories. Ken reminisced about his former life as a pirate, reflecting on many past transgressions. "Thank you for giving me an opportunity, Lin. There is a delightful Sichuan restaurant in town. Should we indulge in a meal there?" Ken seemed eager to discuss something lighthearted. "Sichuan restaurant? What is that?" Lin Chi inquired with great curiosity. "That restaurant is one I introduced after you left the town. Their rabbit head hot pot is world-class. Would you be interested in trying it?" Ken replied, his mouth nearly watering at the thought. Intrigued, Lin Chi followed Ken towards the much-esteemed Sichuan restaurant. As Shimu Town continued to flourish, a diverse array of restaurants chose to invest there, even establishing numerous trendy shopping centers beside the iconic Kung Fu Panda statue in the town center. As the sole Sichuan restaurant in the quaint town of Shimu, this establishment has garnered considerable acclaim since its inception. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable rabbit head would ascend to the status of a culinary masterpiece? This Sichuan eatery has undoubtedly become a topic of fervent discussion among the town's residents and visitors alike. Soon, Lin Chi and Ken found themselves before a grand hotel. Although marketed as a Sichuan restaurant, it had evolved into a multifaceted venue for leisure, entertainment, and dining, soaring to a height of 20 stories. Upon entering the hotel, the two settled into a cozy spot. Before long, the rabbit head hot pot they had ordered was served. Lin Chi, having never tasted hot pot before, was initially hesitant. Yet, spurred on by Ken's encouragement, he chose to indulge. This endeavor proved to be a revelation. As soon as he took a bite, Lin Chi could scarcely contain his excitement. Having savored numerous delicacies, he had never encountered anything quite like this. How could something be so delicious? The sheer flavor left him in a state of blissful wonder, his expression akin to that of a true gourmet, longing for more. Ken, beaming with pride, remarked, "Indeed. This is the Sichuan restaurant I personally brought in, and I've heard that their secret recipe is locked away at the top of this hotel, accessible only to young Master Chin, who is the only one to have bypassed the world's most secure security system." Young Master Chin? The mention of a security system piqued Lin Chi's curiosity. Could it be that this young Master Chin is the executive of the restaurant? Young Master? He must be quite young, Lin Chi mused. Ken continued, his parents tragically perished in an aviation accident, leaving him to inherit the family fortune. This restaurant is merely a part of his assets, yet it is said to be the most cherished, particularly the unique recipe for rabbit hot pot. Ken recounted all he knew to Lin Chi, who nodded in understanding, recognizing the challenges faced by young Master Chin. At that moment, a blind man, guided by another, approached. Lin Chi and Ken, engrossed in their delightful meal, were unexpectedly jostled, nearly spilling soup all over themselves, which irked Ken. "What is wrong with you? Can't you be more careful?" Although displeased, Ken had transformed significantly and shed many of his previous bad habits. The person assisting the blind man apologized. "I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. Could you please direct me to the restroom?" "Over there," Ken replied dismissively, choosing not to dwell on the minor incident. After all, it was a trivial matter not worth further contemplation. Once they finished their rabbit head hot pot, Lin Chi and Ken decided to take their leave. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Chi called out to Ken, "Have you noticed something peculiar?" "What?" "Something rather strange." "Lin, it would be better if you spoke plainly. I completely do not understand what you are saying." Ken, clearly perplexed, wore a look of skepticism on his face. "I mean to say, those two individuals just now were odd." "What makes you think so?" "I suspect they deliberately collided with us to lay the groundwork for whatever they intend to do next." "Are you implying they are not well-intentioned? That they did not come merely to enjoy rabbit head hot pot?" Ken inquired, using a toothpick to clear debris from his teeth. Lin Chi nodded. "Indeed. That is precisely what I mean. I believe they came for the recipe of the rabbit head hot pot." "Humph. Then aren't they courting disaster? How could they possibly break through the defenses?" Ken dismissed the notion, convinced that the two were merely seeking their own demise. In fact, others had previously attempted to steal the legendary recipe, but many had been soundly beaten or captured by the formidable security system. "Wait here for a moment. I shall take a look," Lin Chi declared before vanishing without a trace. Ken was left astonished. He had just seen Lin Chi right beside him. How could he have disappeared in the blink of an eye? It was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, on the 20th floor of the hotel, the alarms blared incessantly. Simultaneously, Lin Chi reappeared, but he found himself amidst a pile of rubble, with a safe among the debris, though its contents had long since vanished. "Damn it! Am I too late?" Lin Chi clenched his fists. He could hardly be blamed. After all, he had merely arrived a moment too late. Just as he was about to continue his pursuit, he heard the sound of security personnel converging. Lin Chi was quickly surrounded. Countless guns were aimed at his head. Any sign of movement on his part would result in bullets piercing through his skull. Before long, a strikingly handsome young man emerged from the ranks of security. Towering above most, clad in a silver suit, with blue hair and black gloves. His every gesture exuded an air of nobility that overshadowed Lin Chi's presence. "Young master, this is the fellow who tampered with our alarm system and made off with the recipe," reported one of the guards after a brief investigation. Without needing to guess, Lin Chi understood that this was likely the esteemed young Master Chin Jian that Ken had mentioned. Now, Lin Chi found himself at a loss for words. Feeling unjustly accused as everyone regarded him with suspicious eyes. Resigned, he endeavored to maintain his composure, for he did not wish to convey any hint of danger. Such a signal would only serve to provoke them further. "Apologies, I arrived here in such a state," Lin Chi elucidated. At that moment, he noticed that Ken had already emerged within the crowd. Just as he finished his explanation, young Master Chin approached him, regarding him with an icy gaze. "The evidence is before everyone. Do you still deny taking it?" he retorted coldly. Without hesitation, young Master Chin stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Lin Chi's face. The sharp sting of the blow left a distinct mark on Lin Chi's cheek, causing him to grimace in pain. Internally, Lin Chi lamented. He had never experienced such humiliation, especially under circumstances where he had committed no wrongdoing. He had merely come to investigate the two rascals, yet unexpectedly found himself cast as the scapegoat. Fortunately, Ken stepped in just in time, presenting an identification card to young Master Qin. Qin accepted the document, then fixed a frigid stare at Lin Chi without uttering a word. Chapter 36. Superpower Academy. Ken's timely intervention proved somewhat beneficial, as Lin Chi's true identity was revealed. Upon learning that Lin Chi was the mayor, everyone had reason to believe that he was not the thief. However, this revelation only spawned further questions among the crowd. If he was not the thief, why was he present here? Lin Chi refrained from explaining, aware that further attempts at clarification would only complicate matters. He remained in a daze, fixated on young Master Qin, still reeling from the earlier slap. Yet, Qin's demeanor was resolute, showing no inclination to apologize. Once Lin Chi regained his composure, he departed from the top floor without uttering another word, convinced that the two thieves could not have vacated Shimu Island so swiftly. Just as Ken intended to seek out Lin Chi, he discovered that Lin Chi had vanished without a trace. Where could he have gone? Has he returned? Ken pondered helplessly. He had anticipated that Lin Chi would enjoy a delightful dining experience, only to be met with such unfortunate events, culminating in Lin Chi receiving a slap from young Master Qin. Lin must be quite upset, he sighed, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, as he contemplated, Lin Chi appeared by his side. I have located the formula, though I allowed another thief to escape, whereabouts unknown. Lin Chi's voice resonated beside him. Ken was taken aback, astonished. Lin had found the formula so swiftly? How did he accomplish that? Yet, upon turning around and seeing Lin Chi alongside the thief he had apprehended, Lin Chi's expression was remarkably relaxed. He had been quite modest, merely enjoying a rabbit head hot pot while inadvertently capturing a petty thief. Young Master Qin emerged from the hotel, flanked by a throng of individuals. Upon witnessing Lin Chi apprehending a small thief, incredulity washed over their faces. Speak, you little scoundrel. How did you manage to breach the security systems? The hotel attendant glared at the thief with palpable anger. Ken recognized the individual as the very blind man from earlier. This has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. The thief protested. Do you dare to quibble? Speak, or I shall have your tongue severed, the hotel attendant threatened, attempting to intimidate the thief. It wasn't me, truly. I am merely her accomplice, the thief stammered. Who is she? Ken inquired, recognizing that anyone capable of overcoming such formidable defenses to obtain the formula was not to be underestimated. I do not know her identity. We met through a discussion platform, both seeking to pilfer the world's most precious items. It was she who wanted to collaborate with me to steal the recipe for the rabbit head hot pot, the thief confessed, clearly terrified. Take him away and hand him over to the local police, the hotel manager instructed the other attendants. However, Lin Chi halted their actions and approached the thief with curiosity. How do you typically communicate? Our contact is usually one-off. As you can imagine, our endeavors are far from honorable. Thus, we seldom reconnect after a job. However, I know her moniker, and I can share it with you. Lin Chi's interest piqued. A moniker? Pray tell, what is it? Apologies, I've forgotten. I promise to remember for next time, the thief replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Lin Chi and the others exchanged glances, feeling as though they had been played for fools. Consequently, the thief was taken to the police station. Yet another fugitive remained at large, forcing Lin Chi and his companions to abandon their pursuit. Nonetheless, Lin Chi was certain that the individual in question was well acquainted with the town and possessed the skills of a master of disguise. For only such a talent could allow her to evade his search. Are you suggesting she is still in the town? Ken asked, astonished to learn that another thief lingered nearby. Indeed, might she not become a nuisance for the town? Ken pondered. Not necessarily. Her handing the formula to her accomplice suggests she is not particularly invested in it. I suspect she seeks a challenge, Lin Chi theorized. Such peculiar individuals exist? Ken was incredulous. However, Lin Chi had already departed, turning his attention towards preparations for the mayoral election. Under Lin Chi's stewardship, the election unfolded smoothly, with townsfolk casting their precious votes for their favored candidate. 2 days later, the counting station of the town finalized the tally. As anticipated, Ken was elected as the new mayor. I hereby announce that Ken has been elected as the first mayor of Shimu Town, and from this day forth, he shall lead the town towards new heights, Lin Chi addressed the residents from the podium. Ken found it hard to believe that he had become the mayor of Shimu Town. He was astonished, yet deeply grateful to Lin Chi for granting him this opportunity. The next step was for Ken to take an oath before the townsfolk. Witnessing the appointment of a new mayor filled Lin Chi with immense joy. as he was finally liberated from the burdens of the town's trivial matters. Upon returning to his villa, Lin Chi was finally able to indulge in a leisurely slumber. The atmosphere at home was serene, it was midday, and Shui Er was still at school. Moreover, a month prior, Lin Chi had specifically enrolled Shui Er in a Superpower Academy. Joining this institution would provide her with a sense of belonging and help her integrate into the broader environment, thereby alleviating some of Lin Chi's burdens. It goes without saying that this academy was introduced to him by Dr. Lewis. It is a specialized institution established for children endowed with extraordinary abilities, with Dr. Locke serving as the principal. Dr. Locke shares a close relationship with Dr. Lewis, and the two have been collaborating on research concerning superpowers. At the Superpower Academy, children receive comprehensive protection, enabling them to develop their extraordinary abilities perfectly and learn how to utilize their powers for self-defense. However, Shui Er's enrollment in the academy has not been without its share of troubles for Lin Chi, as Dr. Locke frequently calls him regarding matters concerning Shui Er. At that moment, Lin Chi's phone rang. Upon checking, it was yet another call from Dr. Locke. He smacked his forehead in exasperation, fully aware that yet another dilemma involving Shui Er had arisen. Upon arriving at the Superpower Academy, Lin Chi encountered Shui Er, who wore an innocent expression, her face smeared with mud, looking utterly aggrieved. "Who bullied you?" Lin Chi inquired, his anger flaring up. He could hardly bear to reprimand Shui Er under normal circumstances, so it was unfathomable to him that she had been victimized. Dr. Locke sighed. She was the one bullying others. Who could possibly bully her? He then pointed towards a distant young boy, who was covered in bandages, tears brimming in his eyes. "What happened to him?" Lin Chi asked, puzzled. "His name is Little Jiluan. He has had a pair of wings growing from his back since childhood. Unfortunately, Shui Er has torn his wings off, and now he is unable to fly. His wings are severely damaged and will not allow him to soar again in the near future," Dr. Locke explained. Lin Chi stared blankly at Little Jiluan, feeling that the situation was truly tragic. How could Shui Er have so ruthlessly pulled off his wings? Nevertheless, seeing that Shui Er was unharmed brought him some relief, though he dared not show it. He feigned anger as he gazed at Snow, demanding an explanation. "Did he not bully me first? After all, he refused to show me his feathers. I merely wished to borrow them for a moment." Snow wore an expression of innocence. "Your sister has committed a serious transgression. I hope you realize that camaraderie among classmates is essential," Dr. Locke stated with a grave demeanor. "Rest assured, I shall compensate little Jalen," Lin Chi remarked, casting a glance at the feathered mutant named Jalen. "Compensation?" Dr. Locke interjected. "Many things cannot be mended with money, much like his feathers, which are difficult to restore." "Doctor, is the Super Ability Academy leaking? With so many children possessing extraordinary powers gathered in one place, the academy must be in a state of severe disrepair. I intend to make a substantial donation to renovate the academy's facilities and contribute a state-of-the-art medical center," Lin Chi declared. "Lin, I hope you can appreciate Snow's feelings. She behaves differently from her peers." "Doctor, have you heard of Ale Island whiskey? I plan to gift you a bottle to express my gratitude for your guidance of the children." "How embarrassing. I prefer the limited edition," Lin Chi replied with a smile. Chapter 37. Elegance never goes out of style. Snow followed Lin Chi down the street, resembling a remorseful kitten, her face a portrait of innocence. With each step Lin Chi took, Snow mirrored his pace. As Lin Chi slowed, so did she. Eventually, he halted at an ice cream shop and purchased a scoop for Snow. "I know this isn't your fault. It's my oversight for not informing you not to meddle with Jalen's wings," Lin Chi said gently, handing the ice cream to her with utmost care. "It's their fault for bullying me. They refuse to play with me, thinking I'm too fierce, yet I have always been kind to them. Humanity is so complex." Snow blinked her eyes and pouted, savoring the ice cream. Lin Chi chuckled, not angry in the slightest. In his heart, this little girl had always been his sister, closer than any biological sibling, and he would never harbor anger towards her. "When I first arrived in this world, I too faced many challenges. However, as long as you possess a kind heart, who wouldn't want to be your friend?" Upon hearing this, Snow nodded. "We all make mistakes, including myself. For none of us are perfect. In truth, there are no perfect beings in this world, but we must strive to grow. For only through growth can we learn to be forgiving," Lin Chi said softly, crouching before Snow with gentleness. "What mistakes did my senior make? Was it passing gas under the covers? Or perhaps stealing my father's golden finger?" Lin Chi scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. This little girl certainly had a mischievous streak. Indeed, Lin Chi had long grown accustomed to Shui Air's penchant for trouble. In the academy, she had once employed a powerful gust of wind to elevate her classmates into the air, leaving them in a state of utter panic and embarrassment. On another occasion, she had even demolished an entire building within the institution. However, those incidents paled in comparison to the time when, en route to the academy, she stumbled upon a piece of radioactive metal, causing an uproar throughout the entire academy. The two shared light-hearted banter and swiftly returned to their villa. Fortunately, Lin Chi had prepared extensively for Shui Air, observing that her character was increasingly amiable. He also noted that, under the guidance of the Superpower Academy, Shui Air had grown more adept at controlling her own powers. That night, Lin Chi fell into a restless slumber, sensing that such precious moments were rare and deserving of his utmost appreciation. Tomorrow might bring unforeseen opportunities that required his attention. Meanwhile, in Shui Air's room, she stood by the window, gazing blankly at the moon outside. The resplendent full moon evoked memories of her hometown, where people lived carefree lives, and where she was a deity, overseeing the denizens of the world. Once, she had passed by a divine tree, beneath which a young boy stood, making a wish to become a deity himself. Little did he know, he was merely an ordinary human, an insignificant ant in the realm of deities, harboring such grand aspirations. His motivation for wishing to become a deity was rather amusing. He simply wished to remain forever with the one he loved. As the daughter of a deity, bestowed with divine heritage, Shui Air's duty was to assist others in fulfilling their wishes. Yet, the boy's desire was too immense for her to grant. Instead, she offered him a single fruit from the divine tree. This seemingly trivial act led the boy to become her senior years later. Had it not been for his father's harshness towards others, he might well have ascended to true divinity, never to enter this world. Nor would he have been stripped of his divine potential. The senior evoked a peculiar sensation within Shui Air, akin to that of a mother's warmth. She mumbled softly, her lips adorably pouting. Why did he not seem to favor her? Was it because of her looks? Soon, she found herself in a spiral of self-doubt, questioning why she was not liked by her senior. Surely, her mother had declared her the most beautiful goddess in existence. If her senior did not harbor affection for her, why had he never been unkind? A torrent of questions surged through her mind, each echoing from the depths of her soul. Stretching her limbs, she felt fatigued. After all, she had school the following day. Just then, a magnificent rainbow appeared in the sky, capturing Shui Air's attention. She gently extended her hand, and to her astonishment, the long rainbow slowly approached her. Soon, it transformed into a single, crystal-clear tear that fell into Snow's palm. This tear was remarkably tender, resting delicately in her hand. I could sense the immense power it harbored within. Snow was taken aback. Although she appeared to be merely 10 years old in human form, her memories remained intact. At that moment, she felt the tear resonating with her, causing her body to respond in harmony with the world around her. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black forest, deep within its confines stood a slanted castle, emerging from the depths of the earth. The darkness bore witness to its ascent, casting an even deeper shadow over the forest. Master, welcome back. The 9-headed ice dragon shall heed your command. The ground, once frozen for countless years, began to thaw, gradually taking shape as an ice dragon adorned with icy spikes erupted from below. Its wild presence clashed with the night sky, especially its crystalline form that seemed untouchable. Even more astonishing was its physique, boasting 9 dragon heads, each roaring, exuding a chilling aura. At that moment, a crimson figure appeared atop one of the dragon's heads. This power is truly formidable. I shall absorb the strength of all the mighty, and with my indomitable form, my dreams will draw ever closer. Count Dracula's arrogant voice echoed through the night sky. Suddenly, a cacophony of screeches filled the air as blood-red bats rushed towards him from all directions. Dracula opened his mouth wide, his fangs glimmering in the darkness like stars in the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. The bats, circling above, opened their mouths, allowing drops of fresh blood to fall into Dracula's waiting jaws. Half an hour later, he finished his feast, savoring the lingering taste as he elegantly wiped the blood from his lips. It was a delectable experience, almost addictive. We have encountered incompetence among us. It is time to settle the score this evening, Dracula declared, gazing down at the multitude of bats. To his surprise, they had lifted 2 figures into the air, Hammer Woman and the Lava Beast. They appeared utterly terrified, as if calamity were imminent. Master, spare us. It was our failure. Please punish us, but do not abandon us, Hammer Woman implored, her face etched with fear. The creature of molten lava quaked in fear, for its master stood before it as a harbinger of nightmares, leaving it devoid of any power to resist. With a resolute demeanor, Count Dracula proclaimed the beheading of his foes, instilling terror in all directions. Upon hearing his words, the Hammer Maiden and the lava creature trembled. They were escorted by bats to the execution ground, surrounded by skeletons. Soon, 2 tree men emerged from the desolate woods, brandishing long axes with malevolent expressions. The feeble will forever remain beneath my heel. Commence, Count Dracula declared with unwavering determination. He would not permit any weakling to linger in his presence, for their very existence would tarnish his grandeur. The axes fell with a thunderous thud, severing the heads of the Hammer Maiden and the lava creature from their bodies. In no time, countless bats feasted upon their remains, reducing the corpses to mere piles of bones that blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. This scene was not gruesome, yet it was profoundly terrifying. For Count Dracula, however, it was merely commonplace. He then strolled gracefully towards the grand castle, each step imbued with elegance. For him, elegance had long resided in his mind, a concept that accompanied him through countless ages, a principle he vowed to uphold for eternity. Elegance is eternally timeless. Chapter 38. The Count's past the tilted castle harbored secrets. Darkness enveloped the interior, creating an atmosphere of oppression and suffocation. Count Dracula approached with his elegant gait. Within the castle, several points of light emerged, growing larger as he drew nearer. Upon closer inspection, these lights emanated from various vessels filled with biological liquids, housed within scientific apparatuses. Mad Doctor, how goes the endeavor? Have you uncovered any information I seek? Count Dracula snapped his fingers, illuminating the surroundings significantly. Beside the vessels filled with biological fluids stood a creature resembling a monkey. Monkey? To regard it as merely a monkey would be a gross underestimation. Though it bore a monkey's appearance, complete with a tail, this being was decidedly fashionable, adorned with trendy headphones, listening to rock music. Its hairstyle resembled a mountain peak in brown, and its outfit rivaled that of a runway model, attracting considerable attention. Rest assured, my lord, I have gleaned substantial information regarding their inner workings, though it will require additional time to breach their mental defenses, the Mad Doctor stated, removing his headphones. These humans are truly bothersome. Their willpower is remarkably formidable. Indeed, after all, they are not ordinary beings, Count Dracula replied. The Mad Doctor, with a hint of exasperation, flicked his tail. No. They have now become mere mortals, incapable of saving the world, nor can they pose a threat to me. Count Dracula expressed his dissatisfaction with the mad scientist's words. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the transparent vessels before him. Within them, alongside a copious amount of green biological fluid, were the silhouettes of several individuals, each imprisoned in vessels of varying sizes. These were the defeated subordinates of Count Dracula. Upon awakening, he had already learned of the existence of numerous superheroes in this world. However, he had not anticipated that a mere feint would allow him to capture these so-called heroes so effortlessly. This realization left him rather bored. There stood Iron Man, clad in tattered steel, Captain America, whose shield lay battered and discarded, Spider-Man and Black Panther, both bearing numerous wounds, Thor, enveloped in dark lightning, and the Hulk, laid low within the confines of the laboratory. Even Captain Marvel had been captured. Once, they were champions of justice, defenders of Earth, but now, times had changed. The brilliance that once beckoned to them had vanished, for they were mere failures, unable even to glimpse the dawn of tomorrow. It is imperative that we unearth the secrets hidden within their hearts, for this will greatly aid us in our noble cause, declared Count Dracula. As you command, my lord, replied the mad scientist, surprisingly respectful. After bowing, he continued, however, there is one matter I do not comprehend. Are those pieces of information truly accurate? Regarding the treasure, they are witnesses to the flowering of the cosmic tree. They surely know the treasure's whereabouts. Count Dracula's displeasure was palpable. No sooner had he spoken than his hand seized the mad scientist's neck with a vice-like grip, and with a mere thought, the scientist's demise was assured. I detest being questioned, for it feels like treachery against me. Remember, all that you possess is granted by me. This action instilled fear in the mad scientist, who trembled and dared not utter a word. You are right, my lord. We shall capture humanity in its entirety, He coughed, offering his flattery to Count Dracula. No, not yet. I must continuously absorb the URU metal from this world, for only by doing so can I become the most formidable steel vampire of our clan. Count Dracula was in no rush to strike against humanity. He had unfinished business and could not act recklessly. He was keenly aware of the lessons taught by the failures of those who preceded him, for they paved the path to victory. The steel vampire was merely a legend, the most ancient tale of their vampire lineage. In the annals of legend, the vampire clan has long endured relentless persecution from formidable adversaries, subjecting them to countless epics of sorrow and calamity. It was not until the emergence of Count Dracula, the heir to the most potent vampire lineage, that hope flickered anew. He vowed to eradicate all his foes and, in his quest for strength, vanquished numerous enemies while also gaining a beloved, a human woman. Alas, tragedy struck when his wife was slain by his nemesis, the werewolf, leading him to exhaust every conceivable method to resurrect her, all in vain. Eventually, he sought the counsel of an astrological witch, who foretold that his beloved would be reborn thousands of years hence, and that she would present him with a token, a single tear, emblematic of their love. Thus, Count Dracula succumbed to a slumber that would span millennia. Upon awakening, he discovered a world transformed. His family had long since vanished. With no adversaries left and the vampire lineage extinguished, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness, a sensation reserved for the mighty. By chance, he stumbled upon his family's ancient castle and uncovered a tome of unparalleled significance, their sacred scripture, which detailed a miraculous metal. Should he fully integrate this metal within his being, his corporeal form would become unassailable. Furthermore, with sufficient quantities of this metal, he could attain the legendary status of the steel vampire, invincible and the sovereign of the cosmos. Yet, as he pursued knowledge regarding this metal, he uncovered unforeseen events, realizing that the accounts within the tome were indeed true. Consequently, he captured and imprisoned the Earth's superheroes, unaware of their reluctance to divulge information concerning the cosmic tree. Faced with their obstinacy, he devised an alternative approach to extract the answers embedded within their minds. This birthed a sinister ambition within him, to enslave humanity, compelling all of Earth's inhabitants to serve his will, thereby facilitating the extraction of more of the miraculous metal. This would enable him to fulfill his deepest desire, to be eternally united with his beloved. Lilith, I shall find you once more. We will be together forever, rest assured. Our reunion is imminent, Count Dracula mused, hope illuminating his features. Though it seemed the world had no rivals left for him, he acknowledged the lingering presence of an insignificant pest. I require more of this metal. Such trivialities should be delegated to my subordinates, he whispered to himself. He envisioned the figure of a youthful human, an extraordinary young man who, although a vanquished foe, piqued his interest immensely. Once, he naively believed he could conquer the formidable Count Dracula, who had graciously granted him an opportunity. He is indeed powerful, yet I seek worthy adversaries. I must ascertain the true strength of URU metal. As long as he does not impede my progress, what harm is there in allowing him to act recklessly? One day, he shall kneel in unwavering submission at my feet, he declared. Within the villa at Chintai Beach, room 001. Lin Chi observed the first rays of the morning sun gently cascading into the room, invigorating his spirit. It seemed as though he was confiding in the sunlight, recounting all that had transpired and what was yet to come. Recently, Lin Chi felt an increasingly profound connection to the luminous points around him. It was a sensation of burgeoning power. Ding! The airdrop landing point is about to refresh. The new location is XXXX. Click to view the destination. Lin Chi was speechless. Was the system teasing him? Yet he found it amusing. Ding! By opening the destination, you can unlock more information about it by completing 3 heroic tasks. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi's mind surged with a cacophony of thoughts. He realized he had been played by the system early in the morning. Chapter 39. The Exceptional Potato Ding. Heroic Tasks. Complete tasks that embody heroic deeds. After listening to the system's explanation of the heroic tasks, Lin Chi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Did the system deem him insufficiently heroic? He found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Ding. Do you wish to accept the heroic tasks? The specific location of the airdrop will be unlocked upon completion. Choose to accept. Lin Chi was no fool. If he failed to collect the airdrop within the allotted time, negative buffs would befall him. Thus, he chose to accept. Ding. Your heroic tasks have been assigned. Please check your notifications. Click to view heroic tasks. Task 1. Repair the leaking space station in orbit. Expected leak time, 3 p.m. Task 2. Deliver authentic Eastern potatoes to Potato Brother on Mars, ensuring the success of his Martian survival plan. Task 3. Be a boyfriend for a day to a girl who has been scammed for 999 times, fulfilling any wish she may have. However, superpowers may not be employed. After perusing these heroic tasks, Lin Chi could not help but feel overwhelmed. With so many tasks to complete, would he have enough time? Yet, with no other options, he shrugged and resolved to press on. The time constraints for the 3 tasks range from 1 to 3. Lin Chi glanced over the 3 assignments. Fortunately, aside from the 3rd task, which restricted the use of superpowers, the other 2 did not impose such limitations. This, undoubtedly, was a boon for Lin Chi. Xiaomi. Please ensure that the villa's main entrance is securely closed and activate the ultimate defense mode along with the hurricane defense mechanism. Lin Chi instructed the smart assistant of his villa before his departure. Understood, Master. Xiaomi has activated the defense mode. A gentle reminder, the hurricane is expected to arrive at 5 o'clock this evening, at which point the drainage system will automatically engage. You may rest assured, Xiaomi replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi smiled. Do remember to prepare a steaming cup of authentic bamboo leaf green tea for me upon my return. I desire the imported variety. Certainly. Master, I am at your service, Xiaomi responded enthusiastically. After issuing a series of commands to Xiaomi, Lin Chi left the villa. Repairing a space station, how troublesome. Lin Chi mused as he gazed at the sky. The first task perplexed him. The need for repairs on this space station stemmed largely from its considerable age, rendering many components obsolete. Yet, the resilient station continued to facilitate the nation's space research, prompting Lin Chi to reflect, how impoverished must they be? Are they unable to construct a new space station? Lin Chi accessed his bank account and examined his mobile banking balance. Balance, $100 billion. To Lin Chi, money felt almost ethereal. Much of this wealth was derived from public revenues generated in the town of Shimu Island, amounting to several $100 million each day, with a portion being a small allowance gifted by Shui Air. Speaking of Shui Air, even Lin Chi felt somewhat inadequate in comparison. Calling system. This is Lin Chi. System received. Please proceed, Lin Chi. XXXXXXXX. Lin Chi communicated a series of directives to the system. Affirmative. This meets the conditions for task completion. Lin Chi nodded in affirmation, and in an instant, he vanished from his location. Time swiftly advanced to the afternoon. At this moment, Lin Chi astonishingly found himself within the atmosphere. Moreover, today he was quite unlike himself. To his astonishment, he was soaring through the atmosphere, arms raised, effortlessly holding aloft a space station several hundred meters in size. This spectacle left numerous graduate students, currently conducting atmospheric research, utterly astounded. They traversed the near space and Earth aboard their atmospheric vessels, primarily to explore the essence of the atmosphere and its profound connection with the cosmos. Professor, I believe we should refrain from further investigating the relationship between the atmosphere and the universe. Shaoli, has your mind been clouded by the atmosphere? If you have no desire to explore, I shall cast you down to personally experience the atmosphere's attitude towards you. That would also reflect my sentiment towards you. The professor was incensed. Upon hearing this, Shaoli, astounded, pointed towards the distant atmosphere. No, Professor, look. It is indeed imperative for us to delve into this matter. The professor turned, gazing through the panoramic window towards the expanse beyond the atmosphere. He was taken aback and, after a moment of contemplation, uttered, "You are absolutely right. Quite right indeed." Lin Chi waved his hand at the graduate students and then soared directly into space. This was not Lin Chi's first venture into the cosmos. He navigated the celestial realm with remarkable ease. Here, any object would become astonishingly weightless due to the absence of gravity, and if left unanchored, would drift indefinitely in the void. Fortunately, Lin Chi was accompanied by light, following the meticulously charted course laid out by Dr. Lewis, heading towards the flight trajectory of the space station. Naturally, Lin Chi would not directly relocate the astronauts to the new station as he was not their superior. However, he could generously offer a brand new space station in the guise of the Light Shadow Knight. Soon, under Lin Chi's guidance, the new space station docked seamlessly with the old one. The astronauts, upon learning of the impending connection with the new station, were elated. promptly transferring all data to the new facility. They even extended an invitation to the Light Shadow Knight to dismantle the old station. Lin Chi chuckled, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although a tad awkward, he was not one to hold back. Extending a hand, a luminous sword materialized in his palm. In the name of light. Flash. Boom, boom, boom. In the vacuum of space, there was no sound. This was merely Lin Chi simulating the noise. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Especially in the weightless environment of space. However, Lin Chi soon regretted his impulsive actions. A moment of radiant slashing brought fleeting joy. A continuous spree of radiant slashes brought incessant delight. The space station behind him had been reduced to a mass of cosmic debris under his luminous strikes. This left Lin Chi in a quandary. He initially planned to make a hasty retreat, but the astute Dr. Lewis swiftly curtailed this detrimental habit. Space debris has begun to impact humanity in unprecedented ways. We inhabit the same world. We must take responsibility for our every action. Especially, we should strive for the welfare of our descendants. Doctor, that doesn't quite sound like your original words. It seems you've borrowed that from some text. In terms of enlightenment, I too fall slightly short. I have merely been engrossed in a profoundly insightful book lately. Oh, what book could enlighten the esteemed Dr. Lewis? The verdant mountains and clear waters are indeed as valuable as gold and silver. When you have a moment, you should indulge in some reading as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi appeared to gain profound insights. After listening to Dr. Lewis's ramblings, Lin Chi expressed his understanding and ultimately resolved to dutifully transport all that space debris to a desolate asteroid. This asteroid, designated as TFSD, is on a trajectory directly towards the sun, which put Lin Chi at ease. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first heroic task. Progress. 13. As Lin Chi was returning to Earth, a notification echoed in his mind. He had successfully accomplished his task. Elated, Lin Chi accessed the system, revealing the second mission. Task 2. Journey to Mars to deliver authentic Eastern potatoes to Potato Brother, ensuring the success of his Martian survival plan. This task undoubtedly posed a challenge for Lin Chi. He would need to select the perfect potatoes. Soon, he planned to travel to the East Country, for it is there that the finest potatoes in the world can be found. At that moment, Potato Brother must be lamenting the impossibility of their potatoes sprouting on Mars. Half a day later, Lin Chi found the potatoes he sought and prepared to embark for Mars. However, before that, he realized he was quite hungry and needed to indulge in a hearty meal. After all, he had the opportunity to visit the East Country every day. The East Country is a formidable and developed nation, boasting a large population, advanced healthcare, and numerous cities. Lin Chi's efforts in promoting common prosperity in Shimu Town were inspired by the literature from the East Country, which has shaped the town as it is today. Chapter 40. Potato Brother Lin Chi felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the East Country. It is no wonder, for in his past life, he was a citizen of this land. His interest in the East Country is thus quite natural. Speaking of its cuisine, it is undoubtedly unparalleled, leaving even Lin Chi yearning for more. At that moment, he thought of Shui Er. If she could savor such delectable dishes, it would surely bring her immense joy. However, Shui Er was not by his side at this moment, prompting Lin Chi to pick up his phone and initiate a video call. Upon seeing the array of mouth-watering dishes, Shui Er was left in tears of longing, which elicited a chuckle from Lin Chi, and so, Lin Chi departed with a bounty of potatoes, setting his sights on Mars. For the mission assigned to him was of great importance. In the vastness of space, silence and solitude enveloped him. This was Lin Chi's most immediate impression upon entering the cosmos. He also discerned that the further he ventured from the sun, the less effective his light-tracking capabilities became. Yet, this did not deter him. He continued to traverse the universe with unwavering determination. Mars is an exceedingly distant planet from Earth. However, fortunate for Lin Chi, his speed surpasses that of light. In less than 20 minutes, he has located Mars's orbit. Once a desolate sphere, Mars has unexpectedly begun to develop an atmosphere, albeit a tenuous one, which signifies progress in technology. Yet, this does not imply that Mars can currently sustain human life. Inhabitants here must still ensure their own air supply. In the southern hemisphere, conditions appear to be even more dire. Damn it, I have succeeded in everything. Extracting water through combustion, cultivating air with artificial algae. Why has this crucial step failed? Potato Brother was incensed. Everything appeared flawless, and indeed, it was. He possessed air and water, sufficient to meet his survival needs in the southern hemisphere until the next mission team from the northern base arrived, allowing him to rendezvous with them. He was a pioneer, albeit one whose spacecraft had met with disaster, resulting in the loss of all crew members and the destruction of communication devices. He had been declared dead, a fact evidenced by the absence of any support following the crash. Fortunately, in over half a year, headquarters planned a significant expansion, and if he could endure until then, he would escape his predicament. Little did he realize, however, that the resources he carried were wholly inadequate for prolonged survival on Mars, which chilled his spirit. Thankfully, he had brought some potatoes for research purposes. Thus, he resolved to use them for planting. Yet, he was further dismayed to discover that upper management had opted for substandard potatoes to save costs, rendering them incapable of germination on Mars. The revelation brought Potato Brother to the brink of tears. Was this not a cruel jest from the heavens? Gazing at his dwindling food supply, despair enveloped him. Once these provisions were exhausted, his fate would be sealed. I must survive. I will survive. Potato Brother clenched his fists. However, he soon felt like a deflated balloon. Survive? How could that be possible? He lacked sustenance. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. In a fit of rage, he consumed the last of his supplies in one sitting. Now, he was truly doomed, with no resources left to aid him. He was human. He required nourishment. This feeling of despair was excruciating. Why? Oh heavens! Why must I endure such suffering? In his anguish, Potato Brother cradled his head and crouched on the ground. At that moment, he suddenly heard a series of explosions. Hey, 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 Brother Potato, your package has arrived. The voice was that of a man, resonant and powerful, exuding an air of utter ordinariness. Brother Potato was taken aback. This was undoubtedly not the voice of any of his crew members, but rather a sound he had never encountered before. Could it be that his prolonged fasting had induced auditory hallucinations? He had long heard tales of phantoms haunting the nights on Mars, but he never expected them to be true. At that moment, Mars was cloaked in night, the stars twinkling, rendering the view outside discernible. Yet, Brother Potato was too terrified to look out. Oh, dear spirit, I have not eaten for 5 days. 5 days without food. My flesh is not delectable at all. I beg you, please do not target me. Brother Potato pleaded. Outside the ill-fated spacecraft, a handsome young man hovered gracefully in midair. It was none other than Lin Chi. Upon hearing Brother Potato's desperate entreaty, Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This fool was simply too amusing, mistaking him for a ghost. He glanced at the wrecked vessel, a look of helplessness crossing his face. If it were not for his mission, he could have effortlessly transported the ship to safety. Lin Chi surveyed his surroundings. This planet was indeed far more desolate than Earth. However, humanity was currently engaged in transforming this celestial body, primarily by generating more breathable air. Air was equally vital for Lin Chi. Yet he had the unique ability to traverse the cosmos without the need for respiration. He had two primary methods. First, he could supplement oxygen through the infinite blood within his body. Second, he could harden his form, rendering breath unnecessary. After all, who had ever seen a stone that breathed? After a while, as Brother Potato did not emerge to greet him, Lin Chi grew somewhat impatient. He had a mission to fulfill, and time was of the essence. Reluctantly, he decided to enter the spacecraft himself. However, the moment he stepped inside, regret washed over him as a heavy object struck his head, causing him to lose consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself being scrutinized by a pair of large eyes. Brother Potato stared blankly at him, and Lin Chi returned the gaze in kind. "Are you really the delivery person?" he asked incredulously. Lin Chi was at a loss for words. Had Brother Potato already been stripped of his potatoes, only to question his identity? "If you doubt my authenticity, then please return my potatoes," Lin Chi exclaimed, freeing himself from the fibrous bindings. For Lin Chi, this was child's play. Did they truly believe they could confine him? Brother Potato stared in astonishment. This youth, even younger than himself, was undeniably formidable. He unexpectedly boarded his spaceship with such immense power. Yet, a lingering question puzzled him. If the other party was so formidable, why had he been rendered unconscious by a mere strike? No, that was not his intention. He was but an ordinary individual and had never anticipated that anyone would truly notice the mishap of his ship. His gratitude for the abundant supply of potatoes was profound, to the point that Potato Brother was nearly moved to tears. If he could deliver such a plentiful supply of potatoes, why could he not bring forth something even more nutritious? Lin Chi waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for thanks. I merely performed a simple act. Since there's nothing more to address, I shall take my leave. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that only the propulsion and communication systems of the ship were damaged, while everything else remained intact, indicating that Potato Brothers' living conditions were quite ample. Could you possibly inform headquarters about the incident here? That way, I would not have to continue residing in this place, Potato Brother pondered. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi shook his head with certainty. I'm afraid my duty is solely to deliver potatoes. I cannot assist you with anything else. This was Lin Chi's sincere truth. He felt powerless to help. Not reporting the accident was also a directive from the system. According to the system, as long as Potato Brother could wait for new members to arrive and resume research, he would eventually be discovered. At that moment, Potato Brother would receive special recognition from headquarters, and his future hinged entirely upon this opportunity. Thus, Lin Chi could not interfere indiscriminately. After hearing Lin Chi's refusal, Potato Brother merely sighed. Lin Chi, witnessing this, could only offer some psychological encouragement. This individual was destined for greatness. Having delivered all the potatoes to Potato Brother, Lin Chi bid farewell to Mars and set his course toward Earth. Ding! Congratulations on completing the heroic task, Progress 1. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Chi's mind. Chapter 41. Finding some fun for the average person. Mars undoubtedly represents a realm brimming with endless legends. Behind its desolation lies the tale of a distant era. However, none of this held significance for Lin Chi, as he had far more pressing tasks to undertake. An hour after Lin Chi's departure, in the northern hemisphere of Mars, a fiery ball descended from the heavens, hurtling wildly toward the camp. Alarm! Alarm! An unidentified flying object is approaching the camp. The system's warning blared repeatedly, igniting chaos among the inhabitants of the camp. What is happening? What is going on? Captain, this is dire. There are signs of life emanating from those fireballs. What? Have we discovered extraterrestrial beings? Captain, they are rapidly approaching our encampment. This so-called encampment is one that humanity has established on Mars, primarily constructed for the purpose of facilitating human colonization of the planet. Of course, these encampments serve another significant function. They generate substantial amounts of oxygen, thereby fostering a new ecological environment on Mars and, in the distant future, enabling the formation of a new atmosphere. After all, humanity has long ascertained the presence of vast underground water reserves on Mars, which are crucial for human habitation. The encampment is under attack, and the inhabitants have not had the opportunity to alert the command center on Earth. In the command room, a figure materializes. Who are you? The camp leader inquires, astonished at the sight before him. He had never encountered this being before. Could it have emerged from that mysterious fireball? The figure emits a creaking laughter and replies, I am not of this place. Yet from this day forth, I shall wield control here. As long as you comply, I assure you your lives will remain unharmed. However, should you dare to devise any cunning tricks, you will come to know the sensation of your heads meeting the ground. The fall of Mars remains an enigma to those far away on Earth. For scientists, they merely speculate that solar storms have obscured communications. It is hardly surprising that the people on Earth remain oblivious, as the acknowledgement signal continues to transmit. How could they possibly know of the troubles besieging the Martian encampment? Yet, all of this is of little consequence to Lin Chi, for he has already returned to Earth. At this moment, his villa at Chintai Beach is enduring a once-in-a-millennium hurricane. Upon his return, Lin Chi discovers something quite amusing. All the residents of the villas on Chintai Beach have sought refuge under his eaves from the rain. Moreover, by the lotus pond adjacent to his home, Lin Chi even spots a golden snail taking cover from the downpour. This scene brings a smile to his face. Goodness! His home has become a sanctuary from the rain, while once wealthy individuals resemble drenched chickens. However, as Lin Chi turns to gaze into the distance, he quickly comprehends why so many affluent guests have congregated at his villa. This unprecedented hurricane is indeed formidable, having ripped the roofs off their precious abodes. With no escape in sight, they have discovered that a single villa on Chintai Beach remains intact, filling their hearts with unbridled joy. Truly, they have found a haven amidst their desperate search. Thus, they have taken refuge outside Lin Chi's villa from the relentless rain. It is indeed peculiar. As soon as they approached the villa of Lin Chi, they stumbled upon an unexpected phenomenon. They were no longer besieged by hurricanes or torrential rains, nor did they feel even a hint of chill, which filled their hearts with immense joy. Deep within, They felt a profound sense of pride for having such a neighbor. Lin Chi turned his gaze upon the affluent visitors. "Gentlemen, you are most welcome. Please, let us enter the house." Lin Chi was courteous, for after all, they were neighbors. Thus, he ushered them into the villa, where the fireplace bestowed upon them an unparalleled warmth. In this harsh and frigid weather, having a warm hearth was nothing short of a luxurious lifestyle, complemented by bread, milk, and coffee. Truly a delightful existence. It was as if they had returned to carefree days of yore. "Lin, we truly adore you," exclaimed the bearded magnate, Zachary MC, with fervor. "Indeed, Lin, it is our utmost honor to have you as our neighbor. Rest assured, in times of need, we shall offer our unwavering support," promised the silver-haired and spirited elder. Einstein Truman. "Lin, I swear by the name of my company, B-Buzz, that you have secured a steadfast friend in me," declared the car enthusiast, Constantine. With a serious demeanor, the remaining affluent gentlemen expressed their utmost respect towards Lin Chi, vowing to repay his kindness in the future. Lin Chi observed these once prosperous magnates, who now seemed to be in quite a lamentable state. Despite their boundless wealth, the circumstances rendered them mere ordinary individuals, their suits drenched by the relentless rain. "As a token of our meeting, I can offer but a small gesture," Lin Chi remarked, leaving the others perplexed by his words. With a snap of his fingers, a series of clothing racks emerged from the floor tiles, revealing an array of splendid golden suits. The wealthy attendees were left astounded. Although they had donned countless suits in their lives, they had never encountered such exquisite attire, with tags still affixed to each garment. With a gentle smile, Lin Chi generously presented the suits, which he ordinarily would not wear, as he was not particularly fond of formal attire. Soon enough, the magnates adorned themselves with the splendid suits Lin Chi had gifted them, shedding their previous drenched appearances. "Given that we are all gathered here, amidst our busy lives, surely we ought to find some amusement?" Lin Chi suggested, gazing at the invigorated gentleman. "Amusement?" The affluent men perked up at the mention. Indeed, they are in dire need of some amusement to dispel the dreary rain overhead. Moreover, it is imperative for them to demonstrate that they will not cower in the face of hurricane winds and torrential downpours. The presence of the assembled tycoons invigorated the atmosphere, and Lin Chi, of course, shared his thoughts with the crowd. He rhythmically clapped his hands, and to their astonishment, a hidden door opened in the wall of the first floor. All the magnates followed Lin Chi to this door, but as soon as they entered, they were astounded by the scene before them. This was no mere back entrance. It was akin to a grand parking lot, filled exclusively with limited edition luxury sports cars. "Oh my goodness, is that the limited edition Thunder I have been searching for all along?" They marveled at Lin Chi's impressive collection, their admiration palpable. Although they were all wealthy individuals, none had ever encountered such an array of exquisite automobiles. To their delight, Lin Chi encouraged them, since everyone is keen. "Why not choose one? This weather is perfect for a joyride." He regarded the cars, which had merely been gathering dust in their sanctuary, in disbelief. The group of 15 affluent individuals eagerly selected their favorite sports cars, and under Lin Chi's guidance, they sped out into the streets. The thunder roared, and the rain poured down, but in the presence of those symbols of passion, everything else felt insignificant. The engines growled with ferocity, capturing the attention of passers-by. Even as they hurried home, they may have witnessed numerous luxury cars racing down the road before, but never had they seen 16 limited edition vehicles simultaneously gracing the streets. Instantly, residents in the towering buildings opened their windows, undeterred by the howling winds, eager to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. They cheered and whistled, expressing their delight towards Lin Chi and his entourage. In response, the revving engines crescendoed, drowning out the sound of the wind. Chapter 42. Charity. The convoy led by Lin Chi swiftly navigated through the city streets, becoming the stars of the evening, undeterred by the tempest. Even the standing water on the roads could not hinder their progress. Soon, the procession halted in front of a grand academy, where the rainfall had lessened, and the area was not under the threat of the hurricane. This academy was vast, its magnitude unknown even to many outsiders, let alone the typically arrogant tycoons. "Lin, are we having dinner here?" Constantine inquired with a curious expression. "If so, this meal is on me, so don't even think of contesting it." Lin Chi shook his head apologetically, expressing, "I must take my sister along the way. I trust everyone can understand." "Of course, we completely understand," replied Constantine, an avid collector of sports cars, with sincerity. After all, She is your sister. Indeed, Lin, we fully comprehend, echoed Truman. If you had informed us beforehand, we could have prepared some gifts for your sister, Mike added with a hint of regret. Lin Chi awkwardly shook his head, signaling that such gestures were unnecessary. Thus, he proceeded towards the academy, followed by a group of affluent individuals. The children at the academy were astonished. The figures accompanying their brother Schwer were prominent personalities frequently gracing the front pages of major newspapers. Who would have imagined they would be trailing behind him? After escorting Schwer, Lin Chi happened to notice someone gazing at the dilapidated academy building, wearing a troubled expression. It was evident to Lin Chi that the other party was concerned. The academy was in dire need of funds for repairs. Indeed, this building is quite decrepit, Lin Chi remarked as he paused. Yes, I share your sentiment, Constantine agreed. Is it safe for the children to reside here? Mike added, his concern palpable. Sigh, seeing this reminds me of my own childhood. Spent in poverty where even basic sustenance was a challenge, Lin Chi lamented, lost in sorrowful memories. The wealthy attendees were visibly moved by Lin Chi's words. If we could offer these children some warmth, they would surely carry gratitude in their hearts for the future, Truman empathized. All the affluent individuals were touched by Lin Chi's sentiments. Lin, do you have any suggestions? If we can assist in any way, we shall do our utmost, Mike inquired. No, this is a trivial matter that should not trouble you all. I believe our resources could be better allocated elsewhere, perhaps to women, fine wine, or sports cars. Lin Chi declined graciously. Upon hearing this, the wealthy patrons grew restless. Lin, your words resonate deeply. Your sister is like our sister. How could we bear to let her live in such conditions? If possible, we are willing to lend a helping hand, Constantine declared heroically. Yes, Lin Chi. Let us engage in some charitable endeavors. Share your thoughts with us. We shall certainly respond to your ideas, they urged, eager to assist. How much could it possibly cost to repair an academy? They mused, dismissing the financial implications with ease. However, it is essential to remember that the reason they discerned Lin Chi's sorrow and wished to assist him was predominantly due to their desire to repay his kindness in taking them in. And even more so, to seize this opportunity to forge a connection with him. After a moment of contemplative silence, Lin Chi gazed at the assembly of affluent individuals, a smile gracing his lips as he proposed, what if we organize a charitable donation event? Upon hearing his suggestion, none of the wealthy patrons expressed any dissent. I wholeheartedly agree. This is indeed our duty, and I feel immensely honored that Lin Chi possesses such refined taste, Constantine praised him. The others, influenced by Constantine's flattery, found his reasoning compelling. They already owed Lin Chi a favor, and what better way to express their gratitude than by contributing a sum to the academy? Thus, under Lin Chi's persuasion, he prepared numerous paper slips, each inscribed with a required donation amount. Aiming for a grand spectacle, the total sum sought was an astonishing 40 billion. Within the church, a lively throng of whimsical children gathered closely, surrounded by numerous priests and nuns, all witnesses to this philanthropic endeavor. It resembled a grand gamble, filled with tension and excitement, intertwined with a sense of responsibility and purpose. On the table lay a collection of 16 paper slips, each detailing the specific donation amounts, culminating in a total of 40 billion. The highest amount requested was 1, while the lowest reached a staggering 15 billion. The thrilling atmosphere invigorated the assembled magnates, who exchanged glances at the slips before them. This was a self-imposed charitable initiative, and they were keen to uphold their dignity. Ahem, allow me to go first. I never shy away from charitable endeavors, Constantine declared with a smile. Money is merely a pile of paper. Once we depart this world, it serves no purpose. It is far better to do some good. He reached out, selecting a slip, his hands, though aged, remarkably well kept, devoid of any wrinkles. The others hesitated before reluctantly choosing their own slips. Lin Chi was the last to draw one. In truth, all the slips were identical. Some tycoons exhaled in relief upon viewing the dollar amounts on their slips, while others nearly choked in disbelief at the figures they uncovered. Among them, Constantine's reaction was the most pronounced, though he swiftly regained his usual poised demeanor. Before long, all the affluent individuals congregated, opening their slips in front of everyone. The required donation amounts soon came to light. Constantine found himself unexpectedly fortunate, having won a staggering jackpot of $15 billion, a sum he was required to donate. Surprisingly, the individual with the least donation was Lin Chi, a fact that took everyone by surprise. Although they were wealthy, Even billionaires would feel a pinch when confronted with such a substantial amount. Yet, once a promise is made, it is akin to water poured out. It cannot be retrieved. Thus, the 15 affluent individuals had no choice but to comply and contribute. Dean Locke was immensely exhilarated by this turn of events. Although he was not an ordinary person, he understood that wealth must be acquired through legitimate means. Disrupting the balance was out of the question. With so many magnates willing to donate, Locke was deeply moved. Thus, Lin Chi, accompanied by the wealthy patrons, made his way to the villa at Chintai Beach, along with Snow. As they cruised down the street, Lin Chi's phone chimed with a notification. You have received a text message. Open voice announcement. Ding. Your balance has been credited with $40 billion. Please check promptly. Hearing this, a subtle smile graced Lin Chi's lips, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. The storm still surged, and Lin Chi led the distinguished group towards his villa. Following this charitable endeavor, everyone, save for Constantine, was touched by Lin Chi's noble character. That evening, Lin Chi prepared an exquisite selection of the world's finest wines and rare delicacies for his guests. The affluent company savored the meal, but Constantine sat in gloomy silence. Losing $15 billion in an instant left him feeling rather deceived. Compounding his frustration was the fact that he could not appear overly concerned. However, while the promise may have been exhilarating at the moment, he would face the consequences upon returning home. Constantine, you truly are our role model. So generous. Donating $15 billion without a second thought. Impressive. Mike chimed in, lifting his glass for a toast with Constantine. I've heard you fear your wife. Is that true? Are you worried she might bully you? Nonsense. How could I, the mighty Constantine, be afraid of a mere woman? When I get home, I'll have her kneeling on the washboard, he retorted dismissively. The crowd erupted in laughter, giving Constantine enthusiastic thumbs up. Thus, he could only force a smile and join in the celebratory toast. Lin Chi's convoy swiftly navigated through the city streets, undeterred by the weather, with even the waterlogged roads failing to impede their progress. Soon, the procession halted in front of an academy where the rain had lessened, and they were no longer in the path of the hurricane. The academy is quite vast, a fact unknown to many outsiders. Lin, may I inquire if we shall dine here? Constantine asked, his curiosity evident. Lin Chi shook his head. I apologize, but I must pick up my sister along the way. I trust everyone can understand. Of course, we certainly understand, replied Constantine, a passionate collector of sports cars, with sincerity, for Lin's sister is indeed their sister. Indeed, Lin, we completely understand. After all, she is your sister, Truman echoed. Honestly, Lin, it would have been considerate to inform us beforehand, so we elders could present your sister with some gifts, Mike added apologetically. Thus, Lin Chi proceeded towards the academy, followed by a group of affluent individuals. The academy's children were astounded, for the figures accompanying them were prominent personalities frequently gracing the headlines of major newspapers. Never did they expect them to follow behind their brother Schwer. After escorting Schwer, Lin Chi happened upon the derelict academy building. His expression was one of deep sorrow and despair. It was clear to Lin Chi that the other party was troubled. The academy was in need of funds, and this abandoned building required significant financial resources for repairs. This building is truly dilapidated, Lin Chi remarked, coming to a halt. Indeed, I share your sentiment, Lin, Constantine replied. Isn't it exceedingly dangerous here? Would it not be unsafe for the children to reside within? Mike added. Seeing this reminds me of my own impoverished childhood. When even basic sustenance was a struggle during the winter, Lin Chi lamented, lost in sorrowful reminiscence. The affluent individuals present were moved by Lin Chi's words. Yes, if we could provide these children with warmth, they would surely carry a sense of gratitude towards us in the future, Truman empathized. The gathering of wealthy individuals was deeply touched by Lin Chi's sentiments. Lin, do you have any suggestions? We would do our utmost to assist you in any way possible. Mike offered. No, that would be unnecessary. This small matter doesn't warrant your efforts. I believe our resources could be better allocated elsewhere, such as to women, fine wine, and sports cars, Lin Chi declined. Upon hearing this, the wealthy individuals grew restless. Lin, you speak truthfully. Your sister is our sister as well. How can we bear to let our sister live in such an academy? Constantine declared, noble-hearted. Indeed, Lin Chi, let us engage in some charitable endeavors. If you have any ideas, please share them with us. We would be eager to support your vision, the group expressed, eager to assist Lin Chi. How much could it possibly cost to repair a college? Such expenses are hardly a concern for these affluent individuals. However, let us not forget that their desire to assist Lin Chi stems from a significant motive. They wish to repay the kindness he has extended to them and, moreover, to forge a connection with him. After a moment of contemplative silence, Lin Chi gazed at the assembly of wealthy patrons, a smile gracing his lips as he proposed. I have a splendid idea. Why don't we organize a charity donation? Upon hearing his suggestion, the wealthy attendees expressed no dissent. I concur. This is indeed our duty. And I feel immensely honored to support such a refined individual as Lin. Constantine lauded Lin Chi. The others, swayed by Constantine's eloquence, found his reasoning compelling. They already owed Lin Chi a favor, and what better way to repay him than to generously contribute to this institution? Thus, under Lin Chi's persuasive influence, he prepared numerous paper slips, each inscribed with a proposed donation amount. The total donation was a staggering 40 billion. Inside the church, a lively group of whimsical children gathered closely, surrounded by numerous priests and nuns who served as witnesses to this charitable event. It resembled a grand gamble, tense yet exhilarating, imbued with a sense of responsibility and purpose. On the table lay 16 paper slips, each detailing a specific sum to be donated, culminating in the total of 40 billion. The highest denomination was 1, while the lowest soared to 15 billion, creating an electrifying atmosphere that invigorated the wealthy patrons. They exchanged glances at the 16 slips before them, each acutely aware that this was a donation they had collectively decided upon, unwilling to tarnish their reputations. Cough, cough. Allow me to go first. I never shy away from charitable endeavors, Constantine declared, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Money is merely a stack of paper. Once we depart from this world, it serves no purpose. It is far better to do something good. With that, he reached forth and seized a slip, his hands, though aged, remarkably well cared for, devoid of any wrinkles. The others hesitated momentarily before retrieving their own slips. Lin Chi was the last to select one. In truth, all the slips were identical. Some patrons breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering the amount on their slips, while others nearly sputtered in shock at their designated sums. Among them, Constantine's reaction was the most pronounced, yet he quickly regained his usual noble demeanor. In short order, all the affluent individuals gathered once more to publicly unveil their chosen slips before the assembled crowd. Soon, the amount that everyone needed to donate surfaced. Unfortunately for Constantine, he unexpectedly hit the jackpot, with a staggering sum of $15 billion required from him. Surprisingly, the individual who had to contribute the least was Lin Chi. This was in dollars. Even though they were affluent individuals, parting with such a sum would still be somewhat painful. However, a spoken word is like spilled water. It cannot be taken back. Thus, the 15 wealthy individuals ultimately had no choice but to comply and contribute. Dean Locke was immensely exhilarated by this turn of events. Although he was not an ordinary person, money could only be acquired through legitimate means. One could not disrupt the balance, could they? At this moment, the willingness of so many affluent individuals to donate deeply moved Dean Locke. Consequently, Lin Chi, accompanied by numerous millionaires, headed towards the villa at Chintai Beach, alongside Shui Air. While traversing the streets, Lin Chi's phone suddenly chimed. A message notification appeared. Ding. Your balance has been credited with $40 billion. Please check promptly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi's lips curled into a slight smile, as if everything had unfolded just as he had anticipated. The whirlwind of events continued, with Lin Chi leading the many affluent individuals toward his villa. Following this charitable endeavor, all but Constantine were profoundly touched by Lin Chi's noble character. That evening, Lin Chi had specially prepared the finest red wine from around the globe, along with a selection of rare delicacies. The wealthy guests relished the exquisite feast, while only Constantine remained sullen. A staggering $15 billion had vanished in an instant, and he felt as though he had been duped. To make matters worse, he could not afford to appear overly concerned. Yet, a moment of promise could lead to a night of kneeling on a washboard upon returning home. Constantine, you truly are our exemplary figure, so generous and without hesitation in donating $15 billion. Impressive. Mike chuckled. With that, he raised his glass to toast with Constantine. Constantine, I've heard you fear your wife. Is there any truth to that? Nonsense. How could I, the illustrious Constantine, possibly fear a mere woman? When I return home, I'll have her kneel on the washboard. Constantine scoffed. The crowd erupted in laughter, giving Constantine a thumbs up, This was the mark of a true man. Thus, Constantine had no choice but to force a smile and join in the celebratory toast with everyone. Chapter 43. Winnie. This evening's banquet was perfectly tailored to the tastes of these affluent guests. This was largely due to Lin Chi's prior inquiries regarding their preferences. He had specifically instructed the villa's servants and chefs to meticulously prepare the food, ensuring no detail was overlooked. The day of the hurricane's departure was 2 days hence. During this interval, Lin Chi forged a close rapport with the affluent individuals surrounding him. Although he had little direct interaction with these magnates, Lin Chi was acutely aware of the significance of social connections, for these prominent figures would undoubtedly prove valuable in the future. They were each assigned to opulent, private chambers. Finally, 2 days later, the hurricane had vacated the city, and the wealthy individuals bid farewell to Lin Chi. They needed to repair their own villas. Yet the days spent in Lin Chi's company instilled within them a newfound sense of responsibility, endowing their charitable contributions with a profound sense of accomplishment. At dawn, Lin Chi opened the grand door of the villa. Not far from his doorstep lay a lotus pond, though the golden snail that once resided there was conspicuously absent. At that moment, Shui emerged from the villa, bearing a selection of fruits. Glancing into the distance, she noticed that the golden snail was irresistibly drawn to her offerings, completely disregarding Lin Chi, who stood not far away. This amusing scene brought a smile to Lin Chi's heart. The golden snail, once steadfastly loyal to Lin Chi, had followed him everywhere, even coming perilously close to consuming him on several occasions. Senior, you may not be aware, but this giant snail, though dubbed the God Hunter, does possess its vulnerabilities. As long as you present it with its desired morsel, it will pursue you relentlessly. Shui remarked playfully to Lin Chi. Lin Chi, upon hearing this, felt a mix of understanding and confusion. Even as a former semi-deity, he could hardly claim familiarity with such matters. Ah, I see. I comprehend now, he replied. Lin Chi felt a burgeoning admiration for his junior, particularly for her audacity in making seemingly outrageous requests, such as asking for a heartfelt embrace or for him to adorn her with the most exquisite stockings. While the embrace seemed harmless given Shui's youth, the notion of personally changing her stockings was something Lin Chi found quite difficult to accept. What had this girl been thinking? I'm sorry, I can certainly give you a hug right now, but I cannot acquiesce to your second request, Lin Chi stated with utmost seriousness. At present, he was her guardian and was committed to caring for her diligently, yet some requests were simply beyond his comfort. Why not? Shui queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. My classmates say that girls in stockings are the most beautiful in the world, so I secretly bought a pair. Is it not lovely? Lin Chi was at a loss for words. How on earth could he explain this to her? Though Shui is indeed a supreme deity, her experiences on Earth are still less than those of a 10-year-old girl. Thus, Lin Chi regards her as a younger sister, which is perfectly reasonable. He even wishes to shield her from any negative influences. Well, Shui gazed blankly at her senior, her stockings having turned to mere ashes in her hands. Lin Chi was taken aback. He could distinctly sense a formidable aura emanating from her, sending an involuntary chill down his spine. It was as if she was saying, if I don't wear them, so what? Can't my senior stop looking at me with such ferocity? Upon seeing her senior, she couldn't help but think he would never be intimidating. In the end, Shui made a playful face at Lin Chi. He scratched his head and averted his gaze, feeling that this little girl was truly pushing it. Did he not deserve any dignity? Nevertheless, it was precisely Shui's antics that eased the atmosphere in the room considerably. But soon after, she presented her pristine white socks before Lin Chi. Could you help me put these on, senior? She asked with a pitiful look. Lin Chi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Staring blankly at Shui for quite some time, he finally managed to utter, Don't you have hands? Faced with her senior's almost oblivious response, Shui was not upset at all. She pointed at Lin Chi, exclaiming, Look, I originally intended to embroider a picture for you, but I ended up poking my fingers full of tiny holes. Indeed, there were numerous small punctures on her outstretched fingers, leaving Lin Chi completely disarmed and somewhat touched. He remarked, How could you be so careless? Shui was moved to tears. Had this guy finally learned to care for her? If you ruin your hands, I might be accused of child abuse in court, Lin Chi added. Upon hearing this, Shui was left with tears but no sense of gratitude. Observing her woeful expression, Lin Chi eventually shook his head in resignation. After all, he was both her senior and guardian, given that she was merely his little sister. Helping each other was indeed a commendable act. Schroeder obediently sat on the sofa as Lin Chi, with a look of disdain, took her socks in hand and deftly helped her put them on. This filled Schroeder with immense joy. Seizing the moment while Lin Chi was assisting her, she suddenly leaned down and planted a bold kiss on his cheek. This caught Lin Chi completely off guard. Was this little girl out of her mind? He wiped his face with his hand, standing up helplessly. All right, you should be satisfied now, right? He went to the academy to study diligently, avoiding causing trouble everywhere. Lin Chi remarked, and Schroeder nodded in agreement, saying, All right, senior. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Lin Chi, she departed from the villa and boarded the academy's exclusive bus. Meanwhile, Lin Chi sat alone on the sofa. Ding. Heroic mission progress at 23. The third task will refresh tonight. Please pay attention to the relevant information. Upon hearing the long-awaited system notification, Lin Chi felt invigorated. Although the first two tasks refreshed rather quickly, this final one did not follow suit, taking nearly 3 days to materialize, coinciding with the end of the storm. Without hesitation, Lin Chi accessed the pertinent information. Ding. Welcome to Query Relevant Information. Your temporary girlfriend is a woman with severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, named Wendy, age 19. She has experienced 999 romantic relationships, hails from an affluent family, and has a profound desire for a beautiful romance, even if it lasts just a day. Your task is to download a dating application called Pido, gain her favor, have her add you as a friend, and during the one-day tenure as her temporary boyfriend, earn her commendation. The use of any superpowers during this task is strictly prohibited, otherwise, the mission will automatically fail. After perusing the information provided by the system, Lin Chi felt overwhelmed. He had never been particularly invested in matters of the heart, and now he was being tasked with such a challenge, which seemed rather daunting, especially considering his partner was an experienced player in this realm. Nevertheless, having come this far, Lin Chi had no intentions of retreating. He opened the App Store on his phone and followed the task's instructions to download the dating software. He spent a considerable sum acquiring several authentic photos that would pique her interest. Setting aside other concerns, he focused on reeling her in first. Indeed, after nearly 2 hours of waiting, someone approached him. More accurately, numerous beautiful women sought his attention, as Lin Chi found himself greeted with 99 messages upon opening his phone. Was this the allure of appearance? Stunned, Lin Chi realized that thanks to the photos provided by the system, he had to sift through the messages one by one. After half an hour of searching, he finally located the girl named Wendy. Hello, handsome. Would you like to be friends? I can't stop thinking about you. Are you perhaps thinking of me too? Wendy greeted him with a message. This made the inexperienced Lin Chi blush fiercely. Goodness, let me think about it, he replied, only to feel a pang of regret as he sent the message. Was he not digging his own grave? His task was to engage with her, yet he had inadvertently turned her away. Chapter 44. Wendy's wish. Lin Chi was not particularly enthusiastic about romance, for he harbored his own mission. Fortunately, this was merely a task and could only be regarded as such. He met Wendy by the city riverbank, where a heavily made-up young woman, strikingly charming with her alluring curves, caught his attention. What was even more captivating, however, was the unusual sense of maturity that emanated from her. Upon their meeting, Wendy appeared somewhat taken aback. She had initially envisioned Lin Chi as an extraordinarily handsome individual, yet the reality diverged from her expectations. I truly cannot engage with a deceiver. That would be a sheer waste of my youth, she remarked, casting a glance at him. Lin Chi, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, There have been rumors lately suggesting that I have feelings for you. I must confess, those rumors hold a grain of truth. A subtle smile graced his lips, and he found himself holding a rose, the origins of which he could not recall. Wendy, upon hearing his words, smiled beautifully, her lips forming a delicate curve. It was evident that her affection for Lin Chi had increased significantly. He gently offered the rose from his hand to hers, a pristine white rose. How did you know I adore white roses? Wendy exclaimed, momentarily stunned. The sight of the unassuming white rose brought tears to her eyes as it evoked vivid memories from her childhood at her grandmother's estate, where her grandmother had lovingly planted numerous white roses in the vicinity. This ordinary white rose ignited a profound nostalgia within her. The color white symbolized purity, exaltation, and encapsulated all her cherished memories with her grandmother. Are you well? I apologize for not knowing you disliked white. I did not intend to cause you such distress. If you wish, please feel free to discard it, Lin Chi offered, employing a strategy of feigned restraint. No. Wendy shook her head. I genuinely cherish the gift you have given me. She smiled, her tears reflecting a blend of joy and sorrow. In truth, she had encountered countless men, some affluent, some highly educated, and others mere playboys. Yet, none had comprehended her on such a profound level as Lin Chi did. Wendy was acutely aware that the interest of those men lay solely in her figure and her exquisite, radiant face. What is your name? Is your name also a deception? Wendy inquired, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident involving Lin Chi's misleading photograph. She was now deeply intrigued by the man who towered over her by half a head. Lin Chi's heart soared with delight as he quickly replied, My apologies for neglecting to introduce myself. I am Lin Chi, a photographic journalist. I truly did not know how to approach you for a date, so I resorted to this rather crude method in hopes of eliciting a smile from you. I sincerely hope you do not mind. With that, he bowed deeply in a gentlemanly manner towards Wendy. Lin Chi had no intention of deceiving the other party. However, bound by his mission, he found that without resorting to such means, a meeting with Wendy would be impossible. He was confident that once they met, he could bring his subsequent ideas to fruition. Aware of the significance of first impressions, he dressed in formal attire, donning a suit that piqued her interest. To his surprise, Wendy regarded him with a certain elegance. When he furrowed her brow slightly, Lin Chi smiled, revealing that this polished demeanor was a result of his time spent with Mike. Otherwise, what would he be doing in the company of affluent individuals? If you merely like me, I believe there's no need for us to continue our communication. However, I truly appreciate the roses you gifted me, she said, gazing at him. Internally, she grappled with her emotions. Although she had encountered many individuals like Lin Chi, none had penetrated her heart as he had. This very realization made her wary of developing a deeper connection, fearing the potential for heartache. Will you be my girlfriend? Just for one day? I promise I won't pursue marriage. Lin Chi laid bare his intentions. Wendy rested her hands on the stone railing, leaning slightly, lost in thought. Upon hearing his words, she was neither shocked nor did she find his proposition peculiar. To become a girlfriend of a man she had known for less than half an hour? It seemed utterly insane. A laugh escaped her lips. Lin Chi was unlike any man she had previously known. While others would have persisted for days or weeks to broach such a request, this man exuded confidence. Your proposition is quite audacious, you know, she remarked. I am aware, yet we must all live for our own desires. Wendy turned to him, her tone softening. Then you must also know that I relish in reckless endeavors. In an unexpected turn, without further inquiry, she agreed to his request, establishing herself as Lin Chi's temporary girlfriend, while he became her 5,000th boyfriend. Throughout that day, Lin Chi anticipated numerous extravagant demands from her, yet surprisingly, she refrained from making any unreasonable requests. When they arrived at a milk tea shop, Wendy expressed her desire for a drink, prompting Lin Chi to eagerly scurry off to make the purchase. His willingness to serve only heightened Wendy's fondness for him. Ding! Wendy's affection for you has increased by 50 points. A notification chimed in Lin Chi's mind. Wow! Just buying a cup of milk tea elevated my favorability by 30 points? This task appears to be quite manageable. However, he soon realized that the forthcoming challenges were far more complex than he had anticipated, as he would also need to help fulfill her dreams to enhance his standing further. As long as one attains a goodwill score of 100 points, Wendy will bestow upon him an unequivocal commendation, thereby allowing Lin Chi to consider all his heroic tasks accomplished. During their conversation, Lin Chi deliberately wove a trap within his words, swiftly discerning the dreams that resided within his companion. It turned out that in her childhood, her grandmother had been extraordinarily kind to her. Her parents, occupied with work, were unable to care for her, and her grandmother became her entire world, along with the estate that housed nearly all her childhood memories. Her grandmother's affection was profound. On one occasion, when intruders invaded the estate, she was shot by a miscreant while attempting to protect Wendy, ultimately leading to her demise. Over the years, Wendy had been engulfed by an overwhelming sense of guilt and an insatiable longing for her grandmother, yet the past could never be reclaimed. Did Wendy yearn for her grandmother? Did she long to stroll through the estate? Upon grasping the essence of Wendy's aspirations, Lin Chi appeared remarkably at ease. While it might prove challenging for others, for Lin Chi, it seemed rather straightforward. The skies soon darkened as they ascended a mountain. Lin Chi planned to surprise her, completely oblivious to the purpose of their excursion. Wendy was nonetheless confident in Lin Chi's character, believing him to be a kind soul, thus feeling no apprehension. Look, what is that? Wendy suddenly called out to Lin Chi. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and at that moment, a meteor streaked across the heavens. Lin Chi was taken aback. Could this truly be a meteor? No. There were more. It was undoubtedly a meteor shower. Just as Lin Chi turned to gaze at the celestial display, Wendy unexpectedly cupped his face in her hands. Their lips met in a kiss, causing Lin Chi to catch his breath. It was evident that they both made a wish in that fleeting moment as the meteors traversed the sky. Lin Chi was rendered speechless. After a brief pause, Wendy finally released his face. Is it the beauty of the moonlight tonight, or am I the one who is beautiful? She inquired. Lin Chi gazed at Wendy, radiant like a water lily, and for a fleeting instant, he found himself enamored. The moonlight tonight pales in comparison to your beauty, he replied. Wendy was truly pleased with this answer. This kiss is a reward for you, Lin. Thank you, she said. Lin Chi, upon hearing this, scratched his head and smiled foolishly, attempting to mask his inner embarrassment. Do you know why I brought you here? It's not merely to watch the meteors. There exists something far more potent than wishes in this world, Lin Chi stated. What? Wendy gazed at him in bewilderment. Lin Chi pointed towards the distant night sky, where the meteors had vanished. I wish to perform a magic trick for you, he said with a smile. What kind of magic trick? Wendy inquired. Lin Chi remained silent, rising to his feet and snapping his fingers towards the night sky. At the moment the snap resounded, the entire heavens were illuminated. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent and breathtaking. Even Wendy had never witnessed such a beautifully ethereal moment. Chapter 45. Preparing for departure. Lin Chi profoundly moved Wendy, and his manner of doing so was strikingly simple. He wished to fulfill a promise for her. Before their eyes, the once pitch-black sky transformed into a vivid illusion, depicting the manner where Wendy had spent her childhood. Of course, this was not the actual estate from Wendy's homeland, but rather a virtual creation crafted by Dr. Lewis's spatial capsule. This so-called spatial capsule allows designers to recreate nearly any realistic scene. However, as it stands, Dr. Lewis's invention can only generate a spatial environment of up to 10 square kilometers. One must admit, the affluent truly possess the means to manifest their desires. Yet, even this seemingly miraculous spatial capsule bears significant limitations. While it can conjure a new miniature space at will, its existence is ephemeral, lasting a mere 24 hours. Wow, Lin, you are incredible. Is this the surprise you have for me tonight? Wendy exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chi wore an air of composure, as if to convey to Wendy that this was merely a trivial feat. Do you like it? He inquired. Wendy nodded affirmatively, indicating her approval. Not being allowed to use superpowers does not equate to a prohibition on utilizing monetary prowess, Lin Chi mused inwardly. The spatial capsule theoretically could seamlessly assemble any terrain or landscape, even simulating sense and environmental conditions such as weather and flowing water, trivial matters indeed. The primary aim was to immerse the experiencer in an authentic atmosphere. Moreover, Dr. Lewis had included numerous realistic objects and entities within, closely tied to Lin Chi's previous studies. At that moment, countless drones approached Wendy, capable of transporting them into the spatial capsule. Thus, Wendy, in disbelief, made her way towards the manor. It was truly a flawless estate, resembling the manor from Wendy's memories before its demolition. Surrounding the entire property were lush green lawns, with boundless mountains and forests visible in the distance. Upon entering the manor, a delightful aroma of grapes wafted into the noses of Lin Chi and Wendy. The weather within the estate mirrored that of a serene morning, and on one side of the manor, vibrant grapes glistened like crystals. Wendy approached, casting a glance at Lin Chi, seemingly signaling something, or perhaps resembling a child seeking permission from an elder to partake in a meal. Lin Chi simply smiled and nodded in agreement. Wendy swiftly comprehended the situation. She extended her pristine hand and plucked a grape, which she then placed delicately into her mouth. It was utterly enchanting. Could this possibly be a dream? Wendy was at a loss for words. The grape was real, and upon tasting it, a wave of sweetness enveloped her, drawing her into its delightful embrace. Thus, Wendy and Lin Chi spent their day from dawn till dusk in this enchanting locale, where a plethora of wonders awaited them. The landscape teemed with tumbleweeds, fruit-bearing trees, and a multitude of vibrant parrots. They reveled in the joy of their day together, which rekindled a sense of nostalgia within Wendy. By the brook, their silhouettes danced in the crystal-clear waters. At that moment, Wendy scooped a handful of water and playfully splashed it at Lin Chi. who was entirely oblivious and fell victim to her mischievous prank, prompting peals of laughter from Wendy. Together, they embarked on a hunting expedition under Wendy's guidance. Lin Chi drew the bowstring towards a spotted deer. Alas, the archer's aim was woefully inadequate, missing the target entirely. Fortunately, Wendy's childhood lessons in hunting proved invaluable, ensuring their endeavor met with success. They reclined on the verdant grass, the sun's gentle rays caressing their bodies as if they were basking in its warm embrace. They resembled true lovers, experimenting with corn to make popcorn and playing games by the bedside. Although Lin Chi had never played before and often lagged behind, Wendy remained unfazed by the fact that he was somewhat inept. To evoke a sense of home for Wendy, Lin Chi had made numerous requests to Dr. Lewis, meticulously attending to every detail. As dawn broke the following day, everything seemed remarkably ordinary. Wendy had risen early to prepare breakfast for Lin Chi, sitting quietly by his bedside, watching him sleep. Ding. Wendy's affection level has risen to 100 points. Ding. Congratulations on completing the heroic quest. Ding. Click to view the airdrop destination. The system's notifications echoed in Lin Chi's mind, and after a long day of fatigue, he finally awakened. He understood that today marked the time for his parting from Wendy. Without a doubt, the day spent with Lin Chi was the happiest of Wendy's life, as she had heard countless endearing words from him and savored the joy of sharing a meal together. Thank you for braving the flames for me, and for bringing me to this beautiful place. Among all my past boyfriends, you will forever hold a special place in my heart. She smiled at Lin Chi truthfully. She felt a profound reluctance to part ways. However, their agreed-upon time had arrived, and it was time to say goodbye. After finishing the breakfast Wendy had prepared, Lin Chi glanced at the clock. There were just 4 hours remaining. After spending the final 4 hours with Wendy, Lin Chi completely vanished from her world. Although Wendy left Lin Chi her phone number, the number he provided was merely a void. It was as if he had never existed. Once Lin Chi had resolved his mundane affairs, he returned to his villa, intending to prepare for the peculiar destination he had recently acquired. This airdrop's location was extraordinarily bizarre, necessitating meticulous preparation on his part, as it was unlike any previous destination he had encountered. This time, the airdrop was, astonishingly, beneath the earth, perhaps even within the very core of the planet. Lin Chi was utterly bewildered. Was the system truly toying with him? An airdrop in the Earth's core? Though he cursed under his breath, a flicker of rationality remained within him. His silence stemmed primarily from the realization that the depths of the Earth were far beyond his realm of expertise. He was at a loss for how to navigate such a treacherous environment. Moreover, the subterranean realm was fraught with peril. An array of unknown dangers awaited him, compounded by the oppressive sensation of being surrounded by Earth. Lin Chi understood this all too well, for he had once ventured into the profound depths of space. He recalled hearing Dr. Lewis mention that while the surface appeared level and varied, the underground was a different story, filled with voids that could lead to various natural disasters if one were not careful. What troubled Lin Chi further was the difficulty of discerning directions underground, coupled with the absence of light. Without illumination, he would be unable to employ light tracking, presenting a formidable challenge for him. Yet, one must consider that Lin Chi would never shy away from a challenge. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to face it head-on. In this moment, he became acutely aware of Dr. Lewis's significance to him. Upon returning to the base where the doctor resided, Lin Chi reluctantly conveyed his request. This was not the first instance of seeking Dr. Lewis's assistance, and Lin Chi felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, the doctor seemed unfazed, readily agreeing to help him. To the Earth's core? That is quite feasible. I can assist you in constructing a vehicle for the journey, but you must promise me one thing. Dr. Lewis regarded Lin Chi with an air of profundity. Startled, Lin Chi turned to the doctor, wondering if there had been reports of any recent monsters. No, it's not what you think. Things have been quite peaceful lately, except for a minor issue I noticed with the signal transmission from Mars after your last visit. An issue? What sort of issue? Just trivial matters. I have already checked through the communication network, and everything at the Martian base is functioning normally. The doctor pointed to himself with his right index finger and continued, I can create a means of transportation to the Earth's core, but you must take me along, as this represents a rare opportunity for scientific research that I do not wish to miss. Lin Chi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, the doctor's stubbornness ultimately prevailed, and Lin Chi acquiesced. At that instant, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from a distance. I am here too. I wish to accompany you to the Earth's core. The voice was remarkably soft, yet imbued with an air of haughtiness that deterred any casual observer from gazing too closely. Chapter 46. The crust arc. Lin Chi was profoundly captivated by the unexpected voice. He turned towards its source and beheld a strikingly emotional woman approaching them. She donned a khaki vest that accentuated her beauty, her hair tied back in a simple ponytail that exuded elegance. As his gaze traveled downwards, he noted her light blue straight-leg pants, which enhanced her allure further. Returning his attention to the matter at hand, Lin Chi felt his heart quicken noticeably. He glanced at Dr. Lewis, thinking, this old fellow truly possesses some charm. Keeping a hidden gem? Dr. Lewis seemed to discern Lin Chi's thoughts and promptly clarified. This is my daughter, Laura. Father, is he the photographer you often mention? He doesn't seem particularly impressive. Should we allow him to accompany us? He might struggle to look after himself, Laura remarked, her tone dismissive. Lin Chi, though undeniably handsome, appeared somewhat frail compared to many others, which rendered Laura's skepticism understandable. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her words, Lin Chi remained silent. Do not underestimate him. He is no ordinary photographer, Dr. Lewis interjected, disagreeing with his daughter's assessment. Very well. I hope he is not merely an ordinary photographer, for if that were the case, he might meet an untimely fate, Laura retorted. Upon hearing this, Dr. Lewis erupted into hearty laughter. Lin Chi, however, was unfazed. After all, he was indeed just an ordinary photographer. Yet, a thought struck him. Dr. Lewis had previously mentioned having no family. How curious that a daughter had suddenly appeared. He looked at Dr. Lewis, seeking an explanation. Sensing Lin Chi's confusion, Dr. Lewis replied, do not dwell on it. She already has a boyfriend. Lin Chi was taken aback, unsure whether to attribute this to a decline in intelligence or to Dr. Lewis's jest. Nonetheless, he refrained from further inquiries. Have you confirmed our time to enter the Earth's core? Dr. Lewis inquired. Yes, let's proceed this evening, Lin Chi responded. Very well, then. Tonight, I plan to design a brand new crust Arkansas. If you two are interested, you may join me in the endeavor. Laura was not particularly interested in this, and she apologized, saying, Father, I have some matters to attend to, so I cannot assist you further. Dr. Lewis eventually turned his gaze to Lin Chi, who was indifferent, provided that the other party did not mind sharing their design blueprints. Before departing, Laura called out to Lin Chi, inquiring, Hey, little spare-a-reeb, would you be interested in reading for a while? Lin Chi paused, responding, I'm afraid I may not have the extra time at the moment. Laura felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not blame Lin Chi, adding, I hope you don't become too engrossed in work like that, old man. Thus, after the three reached an agreement, they began to design a brand new crust arc. This vessel was intended to delve deep into the Earth. Its appearance must possess an otherworldly quality, akin to a high-performance sports car, while its interior space needed to be sufficiently spacious. The so-called construction did not require Lin Chi and the others to physically build the arc. Rather, they were tasked with assembling various components, even having the liberty to choose the colors. Only when the functionalities of each component reached an optimal state would the supercomputing system permit the bioengineered individuals to proceed with the construction of the entire machine. Additionally, a robust weapon system was indispensable, as their knowledge of the Earth's core was rather limited. Please select a propellant, the supercomputing system prompted. Lin Chi gazed at the virtual screen, astonished by Dr. Lewis's brilliance. The array of propellants he had developed was extensive, and many of these unique propellants were unfamiliar to Lin Chi. Fragmented stone propellant, utilizing crushed stones to fuel the super engine. Soil propellant, utilizing soil to fuel the super engine. Air propellant, utilizing air to fuel the super engine. As Lin Chi examined these propellants and engine terminologies that were new to him, his mind brimmed with admiration for Dr. Lewis. The doctor was indeed a wellspring of wisdom. Glancing at the engines above, Lin Chi suddenly conceived an excellent idea. He planned to design two engines, one utilizing fragmented stone as a propellant and the other utilizing soil. This way, the resulting soil and fragmented stone could be entirely consumed. Conditions met, please select the material for the crust arc. Thus, Lin Chi and Dr. Lewis diligently collaborated in the laboratory, continuously designing the crust arc. As the time for their evening departure drew closer, the construction of the entire vessel progressed at an accelerated pace. Although the bioengineered individuals were not true humans, Dr. Lewis had endowed them with independent intelligence, making the task entirely manageable. Indeed, Within a mere 2 hours, these bioengineered beings had successfully constructed the crust arc intended for their descent into the Earth's core, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Chi's design. Lin Chi gazed in astonishment at the colossal structure before him. Lin, it seems you possess an innate talent for design. Dr. Lewis expressed his confidence in Lin Chi. They entered the crust arc for inspection, and everything was functioning perfectly. The vastness of the space was indeed breathtaking. The entire crust arc comprised 5 distinct zones. The living area, primarily for habitation. The maintenance area, stocked with various repair tools. The control area, dedicated to managing the operations of the crust arc. And the resource area, focused on storing a plethora of resources. As night swiftly approached, the trio embarked on their journey toward the Earth's core aboard the crust Arkansas. An hour later, they descended to a depth of 100 kilometers beneath the surface, with their target being the core, approximately 5,000 kilometers away. The term Earth's core refers to the region located between 5,000 and 6,000 kilometers from the surface. According to the latest core database, after spending half a day navigating through the underground, Lin Chi and his companions drew ever closer to their destination. Remarkably, despite being deep underground, they encountered no sound along their journey. Lin, did you know? We are not the first to venture into the Earth's core, Dr. Lewis remarked to Lin Chi with a calm demeanor. Doctor, has anyone been to the core before? Lin Chi inquired, intrigued. Dr. Lewis nodded, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. He then began recounting a story from long ago. It was over 40 years prior, when he was a spirited graduate student, following in his father's footsteps. One day, his father shared a seemingly mad idea with him. He wished to explore the core. Dr. Lewis was taken aback. The core? Is there life there? Yet his father remained resolute, convinced that he could reach the core and discover something he had long sought. The father and son made plans to embark on this journey together, but when Dr. Lewis awoke, he found himself alone. His father had ventured to the core without him, leaving behind only a fragment of jade in his possession. Trembling, Dr. Lewis retrieved the broken piece of jade from his pocket. It was a purple stone, faintly shimmering with a violet glow, shaped like a diamond, yet marred by a significant flaw at one corner. Lin Chi took it into his hands, sensing that it harbored a peculiar power, an essence of strength he had never before encountered. Doctor, was your father truly compelled to venture into the Earth's core in pursuit of another piece of purple jade? The inquiry lingered in the air. I cannot say for certain, yet I am convinced that my father never revealed this jade to me, nor do I comprehend the reason he entrusted it to me, replied Dr. Lewis with unwavering certainty. Had it not been for Lin Chi, Dr. Lewis might have forgotten the matter entirely. However, the sudden desire of Lin Chi to explore the Earth's core ignited an overwhelming anticipation within him. He believed he would soon reunite with his father. Chapter 47. Concerning the Earth's core, rest assured, Doctor, I am certain your father would find solace in your endeavors, Lin Chi offered, recognizing that comforting others was not his forte, but feeling compelled to break the silence. Yet, Dr. Lewis appeared utterly unfazed. It has been so long. I have long since come to terms with it. My only wish is to uncover the truth, Dr. Lewis confided, as he returned the enigmatic purple jade to Lin Chi. What do you know about the Earth's core? He suddenly inquired. Lin Chi was taken aback. His knowledge of the Earth's core was scant. Though he had previously searched underground for essence, those pursuits bore no resemblance to the depths of thousands of kilometers below the surface. I must admit, I am rather ignorant on the subject, he confessed sheepishly, scratching his head. That is of little consequence. After all, not everyone has journeyed to the Earth's core. However, in recent years, I have invested in several expeditions aimed at exploring it. And the outcome? Lin Chi asked, intrigued. Haha, Dr. Lewis chuckled. The results were not particularly favorable. Most of those who ventured did not return. Is there truly danger lurking in the Earth's core? How could they possibly fail to return unscathed? Lin Chi expressed his astonishment at Dr. Lewis's words. His casual tone belied the gravity of the matter, but upon reflection, Dr. Lewis himself had once shared that same naivete. Lin, it is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Huh. Lin Chi was utterly perplexed. At that moment, Laura approached from a distance, carrying a tray laden with coffee and bread. Gentlemen, I must say, your fervor for discussion is rather intense, she remarked, setting the food before Lin Chi and Dr. Lewis. My apologies, my daughter can be quite brash, lacking in decorum towards guests. Please do not take it to heart, Dr. Lewis said, glancing at Laura. Laura rolled her eyes. I'm merely looking out for your well-being. You are no longer the sprightly young man you were 2 decades ago, who says the doctor has aged. I believe he remains quite youthful, at least more so than some overbearing caretakers, Lin Chi retorted playfully. Lin Chi was largely indifferent to the arrogance exuded by Laura, even remaining unperturbed by her words. However, no matter how little he cared, he could not withstand Laura's repeated provocations. After all, he was a man. How could he allow a seemingly fragile woman to ride roughshod over him? Upon hearing this, Laura's anger was palpable. Who are you calling a housekeeper? With that, she grasped a coffee spoon in her hand, the stainless steel utensil unexpectedly beginning to warp under her grip. From now on, mind your words. Or dare to call me a housekeeper. I am your father. Lin Chi was utterly taken aback. Fragile? It was precisely Laura's series of actions that left him dumbfounded. He found himself involuntarily bringing the coffee closer to him. Yet, before he could take a sip, Laura snatched it away. I brewed this myself. If you wish to drink it, you must first call me Dad. After all, I made it for my son. Laura glared fiercely at Lin Chi. Her words, however, filled Dr. Lewis with melancholy. Laura was his daughter, and as such, he could not become angry. How could he possibly lower himself to argue with his own daughter? I want tea. Lin Chi replied decisively. Call her Dad. Was he not seeking medical help in the middle of the night for some ailment? Well then, Laura said, holding the coffee in her hand, I didn't expect you to be so fragile in appearance, but possess such fortitude. Thank you for the compliment. But I still want to call you that. Lin Chi waved his hand, signaling her to remove the food from his sight. If you call me Dad, I will feed you a spoonful of the porridge I personally prepared. If you call me Dad 10 times, I will feed you a whole bowl. It seemed that Laura had taken on the challenge. The more he resisted and expressed dissatisfaction, the more she was determined to teach him a lesson. Laura believed that this photographer, who appeared to have a close relationship with her father, was surely a fraud with ulterior motives for bringing her father to the center of the earth. Although Lin Chi had no intention of engaging with her, her proposition stirred something within him. If you are merely playing like a child, perhaps you should take a nap, Lin Chi remarked, gazing at Laura. Who is playing? What I said still stands. Laura shot him an angry look. Dad. Just when Laura assumed Lin Chi lacked the audacity, he suddenly spoke up, repeating her words like a parrot. This scene left Laura gaping in shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly reached out to cover his mouth. Lin Chi broke free. 10 should suffice. Your words must hold weight. If they do not, then I shall not engage in such tedious games with you again. Lin Chi regarded the other with a serious countenance. Laura's face flushed with indignation. How infuriating. You are the one lacking in integrity. When did I ever claim I couldn't afford to play? Laura retorted angrily. Very well, I am currently famished. I desire a large bowl of lean meat porridge. You shall prepare it for me, Lin Chi commanded without courtesy, fixing his gaze upon Laura. I am not your servant. Laura snapped in exasperation. Yet one must be willing to accept the consequences of their wagers. That was your assertion, Lin Chi replied calmly. Laura clenched her fists but ultimately acquiesced. Thus, Laura was summoned by Lin Chi to cook porridge for him. Meanwhile, Dr. Lewis regarded Lin Chi with a look of profound admiration. You are truly remarkable, Dr. Lewis exclaimed. He had never spoken to his own daughter in such a manner, yet Lin Chi dared to address her thus, even managing to subdue her proud demeanor. Doctor, I did not compel your daughter to cook for me. As you witnessed, she insisted on doing so herself, Lin Chi said somewhat awkwardly. Dr. Lewis waved his hand dismissively. Do not hold it against her. That is simply her nature. I bear the blame for being consumed by work and neglecting to communicate with her. Lin Chi nodded in understanding. However, Doctor, I still struggle to comprehend what horrors lie within the Earth's core. Dr. Lewis sighed. In truth, the core is far more terrifying than one might imagine. It harbors a unique ecological environment, even inhabited by many peculiar creatures, which remain largely unknown to me. Yet I am aware that they exist deep within. An ecological environment? Unique? Lin Chi was taken aback. Dr. Lewis's words shifted Lin Chi's previously relaxed demeanor to one of seriousness. This is truly unbelievable. I never considered the depths of the earth to harbor such mysteries. Indeed, you may find it astonishing, but the reality is even more daunting. Venturing to the core may reveal prehistoric creatures as well. Dr. Lewis's mention of these matters undeniably invigorated Lin Chi. He lifted his gaze towards the porthole of the crystal ark. Outside, darkness enveloped them, as if they traversed an abyss. Yet he occasionally glimpsed flickering points of light. These sporadic glimmers subtly informed Lin Chi and Dr. Lewis that the entire crustal arc was steadily advancing. In the past, those who aspired to venture into the Earth's core had to locate the nearest point to it and navigate through various rock layers and caverns. A perilous endeavor far less comfortable than their crustal arc. According to Dr. Lewis, these subterranean realms were rich with precious ores, including gold and crystals. It is difficult to fathom that materials symbolizing the wealth of the affluent in everyday life could be so abundant here. Dr. Lewis shared numerous insights about the Earth's core with Lin Chi, much of which consisted of data he had meticulously gathered, some of which had never been disclosed by any explorers. As they deliberated the existence of another sun within the Earth's core, Laura emerged from the living quarters once more, cradling a bowl of congee, precisely the lean meat porridge Lin Chi had requested. The aroma was so enticing that it heightened Lin Chi's appetite immensely. Come, it's time to eat, he thought to himself. Despite her inner discontent, Laura concealed her feelings. Though she might have felt reluctant, she was even less inclined to go back on her word. You cannot disregard my good intentions. If you refuse to eat, it would distress me, Laura declared with unprecedented earnestness. She personally fed Lin Chi the congee, a sight that made Dr. Lewis somewhat uncomfortable. Having raised this young woman since childhood, he had never once experienced her feeding him. You young ones certainly know how to have fun. I'm off to wash up and get some rest. Just call me if you need anything, Dr. Lewis remarked, clearly feeling a twinge of jealousy before departing. In this situation, it was evident he could not engage in a full conversation with Lin Chi. Little did Lin Chi anticipate that Dr. Lewis's exit was merely the commencement of genuine conflict. Laura had no intention of feeding Lin Chi leisurely. He sensed an ominous premonition. With a spoonful after spoonful of lean meat porridge, Laura relentlessly fed Lin Chi, catching him off guard and nearly overwhelming him. Fortunately, Lin Chi possessed extraordinary abilities. Is it delicious? She inquired. It's acceptable, he replied cautiously, fearful that she might prepare another bowl if he expressed anything contrary. Would you like me to continue feeding you? Laura teased, tapping the edge of the bowl. Lin Chi hastily gestured. No, I'm full. Laura regarded him with disdain. Is this your way of conceding to me? Lin Chi forced an awkward smile, thinking that this woman certainly did not seem benevolent. The lean meat porridge was extraordinarily unpalatable, nearly overwhelming him with saltiness. He even had the peculiar sensation that she might have fed him an entire ocean's worth of salt. Thus, the trio continued their descent into the depths of the earth within the crustal arc. As time flowed gently by, after a span of 10 hours, they finally arrived at their desired destination, the depths of the earth. Even Lin Chi, accustomed to grand spectacles, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Was this not extraordinarily marvelous? To think it was all true. Dr. Lewis gazed into the distance, his face a canvas of surprise. Lin Chi found no oddity in Dr. Lewis's astonishment. In fact, he himself was equally taken aback by the sights before him. What realm was this, truly? It felt as though they had traversed through time itself, stepping into an ancient epoch. They held their breath, scarcely daring to exhale. Through the porthole, they beheld a myriad of dinosaurs, Stegosaurus, Tyrannosaurus rex, Triceratops, and countless velociraptors poised around them. Father, I once thought you were merely spinning tales, yet it appears these wonders are indeed real. The astonishment etched on Laura's face rivaled that of Dr. Lewis. The world outside seemed as if woven from the fabric of fiction, utterly unbelievable, yet interwoven with an undeniable sense of authenticity. Doctor, how is this possible? How can these prehistoric creatures exist here? And what of the sun? Lin Chi found it nearly impossible to believe. It was far too inexplicable. Regarding the presence of these ancient beings in the Earth's core, I cannot provide a definitive explanation, but I am certain that they are remnants from a bygone era. But why do they dwell beneath the surface? Lin Chi inquired, perplexed. How could terrestrial creatures inhabit the depths? Your question is astute, but have you considered that they may not originate from the surface at all? What do you mean? Lin Chi responded in surprise, questioning his previous assumptions. If you are a staunch supporter of evolution, then you might believe these creatures evolved from cells. Yet their forms would inevitably differ somewhat from those of surface dwellers, Dr. Lewis elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi experienced a moment of enlightenment. The explanation resonated within him as perhaps the most accurate interpretation thus far. Soon, another thought struck him, and he turned his gaze towards the sun in the distance. Inquiring curiously, isn't this beneath the Earth's surface? How can there be a sun? The appearance of a sun underground continued to baffle Lin Chi. Dr. Lewis sat upon the sofa, notebook in hand, filled with data gathered from the Earth's crust arc, which had detected all the information regarding this subterranean world. The height of the Earth's core is approximately 10,000 meters, and it possesses its own atmosphere. The sun we observe is not the actual sun. Rather, it is a substance that has never manifested on Earth, which we shall temporarily refer to as nuclear fusion element Y. The energy emitted by this element rivals that of the sun and possesses an extraordinarily long decay period. The energy disperses through the clouds formed by water vapor, producing what we perceive as sunlight. This phenomenon is a principal reason for the existence of a complete natural ecosystem within the Earth's core. Dr. Lewis patiently elucidated this to Laura, who listened with astonishment. She inquired, "Might there also be human beings here?" This was an astute question, yet Dr. Lewis admitted his uncertainty, as it was his first time in this realm. "If I am not mistaken, there should also be stars here," he suggested. "If that is indeed the case, it would be marvelous," Laura expressed, evidently fascinated by the prospect of stars. At that moment, Dr. Lewis appeared as a venerable elder, generously sharing knowledge with his younger companions. After absorbing the doctor's preliminary analysis of this world, Lin Chi and Laura found themselves enlightened, gaining clarity on some extraordinary matters, despite their newfound understanding. Upon their arrival in this world, all three were profoundly astonished by the peculiarities of the Earth's core. Their crustal vessel emerged before a serene lake, and in the distance, they could faintly discern a forest. As they stepped out of the vessel, a familiar sensation enveloped them. The air here was nearly indistinguishable from that of the surface. An astonishing revelation. Dr. Lewis swiftly gathered data on the air quality for future research endeavors. Their attention was soon captivated by the trees across the lake, which differed significantly from those on Earth. Each tree soared skyward like colossal pillars, with enormous leaves obscuring their full forms. Perhaps this exemplifies the metaphor of towering trees perfectly. Dr. Lewis marveled. "Indeed, your comparison is entirely apt," Lin Chi replied with a smile. Suddenly, they spotted a group of prehistoric creatures emerging near the opposite shore of the lake. "Dreadful! We have been discovered," Laura exclaimed, retrieving her bow and arrows from behind her. Lin Chi, too, heightened his vigilance, recognizing that this environment was utterly foreign and anything could transpire. Caution was paramount. However, Dr. Lewis intervened, urging Laura to lower her weapon. "There is no need for alarm. They are not approaching us," he assured her. Laura's mastery of archery is profoundly intricate. Indeed, having been raised on a farm, hunting is but a trifling matter for her. Her foundational agility is hardly inferior to Lin Chi's. Chapter 49. The mighty pterosaur. Those fearsome and colossal dinosaurs in the distance are not actually advancing towards Lin Chi and his companions. Instead, they are akin to fierce warriors, encircling a Tyrannosaurus rex that clutches its young. The creature's eyes are filled with terror, as if it senses impending doom. A cacophony of frenzied roars resonates, evoking a visceral reaction. The menacing stegosaurs swiftly surround the T-Rex, their gazes brimming with greed and fervor. Having endured hunger for what feels like an eternity, they cannot afford to let this solitary T-Rex escape. The mother T-Rex, glistening with tears, appears to plead for mercy, lowering her massive body to the ground in submission. "Father, should we not assist her?" Laura implores, unable to bear the sight of such pitiable despair. "They must act." However, Dr. Lewis shakes his head. "Laura, I fully understand your sentiments, yet you must recognize that this is the law of nature. We have no right to intervene. Doing so would only disrupt the natural order," he explains. Lin Chi is taken aback. He never anticipated that the typically fierce Laura would exhibit such an anomaly. Showing compassion for Rex facing its end, Laura nods, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. At that moment, as Lin Chi and the others observe the famished stegosaurs feasting upon the mother T-Rex, a swarm of pterosaurs, each the size of a house, suddenly hurtles toward them. Clearly perceiving Lin Chi and his friends as intruders, they swarm in, not allowing time for a reaction, and launch themselves at their Arkansas quick. "Take cover inside the Ark," Dr. Lewis urgently shouts. The group hastily retreats into the interior of the vessel. "Allow you country mice to witness the marvels of high technology," Dr. Lewis remarks disdainfully as he gazes through the porthole. The Ark's external defenses are remarkably robust, capable of withstanding temperatures nearing 10,000 degrees Celsius. The flesh and blood of these creatures are utterly powerless against it. The pterosaurs frantically peck at the ark's surface, their sharp claws scratching chaotically at its exterior. Yet, no matter how audacious they may be in their usual demeanor, they find themselves utterly incapable of breaching this colossal machine. This spectacle even elicits a wry smile from Lin Chi. In truth, he prefers not to resort to his extraordinary abilities casually. Moreover, he could certainly accompany Dr. Lewis and the others in their quest to uncover the whereabouts of his father, as well as the elusive purple jade. After all, the airdrop would not arrive imminently. At this moment, Lin Chi and his companions were relatively safe, though they could not yet depart from the crust Arkansas. Let us take a moment to rest, Dr. Lewis suggested, noticing the weariness on everyone's faces. Lin Chi and Laura had no objections. Their stomachs were already growling, and the supplies within the crust ark were rather limited, necessitating an urgent replenishment. Dr. Lewis then opened the rear door of the crust ark, releasing several combat cats that would undoubtedly yield significant rewards for him. These combat cats were exceedingly agile, evading the notice of the pterosaurs soaring above. Lin Chi watched in astonishment at this remarkable display. In less than half an hour, the combat cats returned with a bounty of items: unhatched dinosaur eggs, remnants of dinosaurs hidden among the branches by the thieving raptors, and even some ripe fruits that sparked an irresistible urge to bite into them. Lin Chi was utterly astonished. He had never encountered fruits of such extraordinary size. Rest assured, indulge freely. These fruits have been meticulously selected by me. Their quality is guaranteed safe, and they are exceptionally nutritious, Dr. Lewis proclaimed, his face beaming with pride. He had already analyzed the nutritional components of these fruits, discovering that their value far surpassed that of those found on the surface. With that, Dr. Lewis took the lead, enthusiastically biting into one. A look of utter satisfaction graced his face. The fruit was delectably soft, sweet, and exceedingly juicy. Lin Chi retrieved one for himself and offered another to Laura, eager not to miss out on this local delicacy from the inner world. However, shortly after they finished the fruits, Lin Chi felt a disorienting haze envelop his mind. It was not just him. Both Dr. Lewis and Laura exhibited signs of lethargy. Damn it, there is something wrong with these fruits, Laura managed to utter before succumbing to unconsciousness. Soon, Dr. Lewis followed suit, collapsing. Although Lin Chi possessed an extraordinary constitution, he was unable to react in time, and soon found himself enveloped in a deep fog, ultimately losing consciousness. Time passed, and Lin Chi began to awaken. Upon noticing that the other two remained in a state of unconsciousness, he hurriedly sought to rouse Dr. Lewis and Laura from their stupor. Through the porthole, they could see that darkness was encroaching outside. Had they truly fainted for nearly half a day? This was but a minor oversight. Yet it did not reflect poorly on the intellect of the battle cat. Dr. Lewis hastily defended himself, artfully shifting the blame onto the creature. Lin Chi and Laura were left speechless. Had they known better, they would not have heeded the doctor's words. Had the substance truly been toxic, they might have met their demise right there. Just then, the crust arc beneath them trembled violently. Their immediate instinct was to think it was an earthquake. If it were indeed an earthquake, it would likely register at a magnitude of 15. The entire crust arc was rolling uncontrollably. Outside, they beheld their vessel being seized by a pterosaur in midair. Before Lin Chi and the others could react, their arc was hurled down from an altitude of 10,000 meters. The impact created a tremendous crater upon striking the ground. Fortunately, the internal system of the crust arc was equipped with shock-absorbing defenses, resulting in Lin Chi and the others sustaining only minor abrasions. At that moment, the system emitted an alert. Warning. Warning. The external defense perimeter has been compromised. Self-repair has failed. The alarming notification sent a chill through the group. The crust arc was supposed to be impervious. How could these pterosaurs breach it? If I am not mistaken, the saliva of these creatures can corrode certain specialized metals, Dr. Lewis quickly surmised. Yet he was not overly concerned. Rest assured, this is merely the outermost layer of defense suffering catastrophic damage. It does not imply that the core defenses are compromised, he reassured them. In truth, this was his oversight. He approached the control system and activated the crust arc's defense mechanisms. Beyond physical defenses, he also initiated biological defenses. Under the influence of certain sound waves, the surrounding pterosaurs began to lose interest in the entire crust Arkansas. What should we do next? Laura inquired. We must establish camp here. It is impossible to return immediately. I need to locate the isotopic metal for the outer layer of the crust arc's defenses, he replied. The outer defense metal of the crust arc was of utmost importance. Without it, their safe return to the surface would be impossible. Lin Chi and Laura nodded in agreement. For now, they had no other choice. Chapter 50. The Canister in the Earth's Core. Following the Doctor's analysis, only a portion of the fruits revealed substances that could affect humans. The remaining provisions, however, were deemed safe. After a few individuals hastily finished their meals, they began to succumb to slumber. The crust arc was currently quite secure, serving as a temporary base where they need not overly fret about any imminent dangers. Furthermore, Dr. Lewis had taken measures to minimize risks by submerging the crust arc 1 meter beneath the Earth's surface, thereby avoiding the attention of any mysterious subterranean creatures. At dawn the next day, Lin Chi and the others awoke early. Due to the influence of the surface, this place experienced morning, noon, and evening, as well as the changing of the seasons. In the early morning light, Lin Chi emerged from the crust arc, stretching his limbs. A look of fatigue etched upon his face. This was hardly surprising, as besides his personal mission, he was also tasked with responsibilities assigned by the doctor, which weighed heavily upon him. Their understanding of this area was limited, necessitating Lin Chi's assistance to help Dr. Lewis map the terrain and landscape. Of course, accomplishing such an ambitious task solely by Lin Chi was evidently impossible. He required assistance. Dr. Lewis had provided him with an intelligent system capable of rapidly mapping the geography, ensuring that every area Lin Chi traversed would be swiftly recorded. The assignment given to Lin Chi was relatively straightforward. He shrugged. Though the drop zone designated by the system was somewhat distant from their landing site, this distance presented an opportunity for Lin Chi to concurrently fulfill the task assigned by Dr. Lewis. Inside the crust arc, Laura expressed her concerns to her father. Father, are you truly comfortable with him venturing out alone? What if he encounters danger? She was dissatisfied with her father's decision. The surroundings were perilously dangerous. And more alarming was the fact that Lin Chi had set out without any equipment, which seemed tantamount to courting death. In Laura's eyes, Lin Chi's slight frame was hardly sufficient to pose any threat, let alone defend himself. Nevertheless, Dr. Lewis remained composed, internally scoffing at his daughter's words. What is it? How long have you known him? Do you care for this lad so much? He remarked with derision. At his words, a blush crept onto Laura's cheeks. What are you saying, father? Who cares about that boy? I merely fear that he might unwittingly jeopardize his life alongside ours, she hastily retorted. Dr. Lewis chuckled, the expression on his face seemingly conveying a sense of understanding. Meanwhile, Lin Chi soared through the sky, inadvertently sneezing. He wondered who might be speaking ill of him behind his back. Just as Lin Chi's thoughts wandered, a pterosaur suddenly swooped down from the distant horizon. With a piercing shriek, it seemed to have detected Lin Chi's presence. The abrupt appearance of the pterosaur caught him off guard, prompting him to evade swiftly. Fortunately, his speed was remarkable, allowing him to swiftly leave that colossal creature behind. The surroundings were overwhelmingly vast, almost indistinguishable from the ground itself. As Lin Chi gazed into the distance at the terrain below, he felt an immense sense of awe. This place was truly extraordinary. Everything about it was enormous, making it difficult to fathom the existence of such a mythical world within Earth. All around him, various colossal dinosaurs manifested, some soaring through the sky while others remained grounded, preying upon their surroundings. To his astonishment, Lin Chi observed two massive dinosaurs engaged in a fierce duel. One appeared to be significantly larger, while the other seemed somewhat more slender. Their bodies were adorned with an array of sharp spikes as the two spiked dragons clashed violently, their roars echoing through the air. The sounds of their bodies colliding reverberated around them, both ruthless and indifferent, yet they seemed impervious to pain. For the smaller spiked dragon, this was a chance to seize the opportunity to become the new king, while for the older spiked dragon, it was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate that it was still a formidable contender. Neither wished to miss such a grand chance. Lin Chi watched in awe. Captivated by the spectacle, it was indeed breathtaking, revealing that scenes of discontent were all too common. The struggle between the two spiked dragons sent mud flying in all directions, transforming old grass into fresh mire, adding intensity to the dramatic scene. Lin Chi held his breath, deeply intrigued by the unfolding battle. Yet he wondered who would ultimately emerge victorious. Soon, the smaller spiked dragon began to falter, its neck suddenly pierced by the sharp teeth of the larger dragon. It roared defiantly, seemingly issuing a direct challenge to its rival and asserting dominance over its kin, while the weaker spiked dragons cowered on the ground, trembling and lowly growling. At that moment, the larger dragon stood as the greatest victor. It earned the right to select superior genes and to continue leading its clan until the next challenger emerged. Just as Lin Chi was about to withdraw his gaze, a sudden realization struck him. He transformed into a beam of light and instantaneously descended to the ground. The surrounding light intensified, frightening the spiked dragons into retreat, including the recently victorious leader. Soon, only Lin Chi remained, accompanied by a few pterosaurs circling overhead. The area where Lin Chi found himself was a meadow lush with tender grass, partially submerged in mud, while another section was cluttered with rocks. He approached the pile of stones, and soon an expression of astonishment spread across his face. This is utterly absurd. Lin Chi believed that their journey to the Earth's core was already fraught with peril, yet he never anticipated that others had arrived here before them. He picked up a pile of debris from the ground, his expression increasingly complex. Among the refuse were several soda cans, astonishingly emblazoned with the Pepsi logo. What bewildered Lin Chi even further was that these cans had evidently been discarded quite recently. Who were these enigmatic individuals? Why had they ventured into the depths of the earth? What objectives did they harbor? In a moment, Lin Chi's mind was teeming with suspicions. He swiftly relayed this information to Dr. Lewis. I am already aware, Lin. You have worked diligently. It appears these individuals are anything but ordinary. I hope they are merely a scientific expedition, Dr. Lewis remarked to Lin Chi. Lin, how can you be so certain that there are precisely 4 of these mysterious figures? Have you encountered them? Laura's voice chimed in. Lin Chi shrugged, glancing at the distant soda cans, and replied unhurriedly, there are 7 cans in total. 2 have had their pull tabs removed, 2 still retain theirs. 1 has been crushed, and the edges of the remaining 2 are marked with numerous bite marks. Upon hearing this, Laura's expression was one of disbelief. Lin Chi continued, though I cannot ascertain their identities. The details on these cans lead me to deduce that they were evidently searching for something, and their anxiety is palpable. What he had articulated was merely the most fundamental inference drawn from his observations, yet the reality was likely not far from it. Chapter 51. Fragments of Firestone. The Earth's core had been prematurely claimed, leaving Lin Chi in utter astonishment. His curiosity regarding these individuals intensified, while Lin Chi's thoughts swirled. A formidable group of dinosaurs had encircled him. Roar. They seemed to regard Lin Chi as their next meal. Hey, young fellows. Didn't your mothers teach you to treat guests with respect? His words only served to agitate the dinosaurs further, as they appeared poised to devour him whole. Startled, Lin Chi hastily prepared to navigate this bizarre place using light tracking. However, a long-necked dinosaur, measuring several dozen meters, spat directly in his face. Lin Chi wiped the saliva from his visage, his frustration boiling within. He drew a lightsaber and unleashed a series of luminous slashes at the towering creatures. Roar. They emitted anguished cries, and soon enough, they collapsed in unison upon the ground. Lin Chi gazed at the long-necked dinosaur that had just spat at him. A family should remain united, he remarked coolly. The utterance startled the long-necked dinosaur, causing it to tremble and prostrate itself before Lin Chi, pleading for mercy. Very well. In light of your contrition, I shall refrain from tormenting you, Lin Chi declared. He leapt onto the back of the long-necked dinosaur and delivered a playful slap to its rear, prompting the creature to bolt away as if spurred by an unseen force. Seated atop the dinosaur, Lin Chi savored the sensation of the gentle breeze caressing his face, instilling a profound sense of relaxation within him. Before long, he stumbled upon a remarkable sight, a cluster of geothermal volcanoes. The central volcano was actively spewing forth lava, a surprising revelation that such fiery mountains existed in the Earth's core. Lin Chi furrowed his brow in concern. Fortunately, the volcanic activity was not overwhelming. Yet the long-necked dinosaur beneath him exhibited no intention of advancing further. With no alternative, Lin Chi resolved to proceed on foot. Ding! Your airdrop will arrive 10 kilometers away. Please ensure to collect it within 1 hour, or face penalties. The system's alert left Lin Chi momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that the airdrop would occur within the confines of a geothermal volcano. Goodness, was this preparation for a fiery roast? A look of astonishment crept across his face. Nevertheless, with the situation as it was, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, in a location enveloped by encasing lava, a group of individuals, seemingly impervious to the fiery surroundings, knelt upon the molten ground, as if held in thrall by an unseen force. They remained utterly motionless, resembling statues. Before them stood 4 men clad in black robes, who exhibited no fear of the flames. Soon, the leader of these robed figures addressed the kneeling ones, uttering words that reverberated with authority. "We, the Mandel tribe, pledge our eternal allegiance to our great master." The leader of the Mandel tribe nodded in acquiescence. "Excellent, excellent. Locate the intruders within the Earth's core and eliminate them. They come seeking the fragments of fire stones, and they must not be spared." The leader of the black-robed men commanded, his voice dripping with disdain. Upon hearing the term firestone fragments, the Mandel tribesmen's expressions twisted into fierce snarls, as they vehemently condemned the intruders. Thus, the Mandel tribe gradually withdrew from the area, leaving behind only the 4 figures in black robes. Removing his hood, the leader revealed a strikingly handsome visage, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Do not think I have failed to notice your entry into the Earth's core. In truth, I have been meticulously observing your every move." Listening and extended his hand, and a tablet materialized within his grasp, displaying the real-time imagery of the Earth's arc submerged beneath the surface, while the remaining footage was frozen on Lin Chi rummaging through refuse. However, this lad posed a challenge. Should he discover the fragments of the firestone first, I would have no way to explain myself to the master upon my return. He murmured to himself, "How could that be? How could we possibly be discovered? Moreover, how could he be privy to the secret of the firestone fragments?" Another cloaked figure scoffed. Upon hearing this, listening and turned to regard him. Unlike him, the other figures in black bore no faces. Instead, a swirling mass of darkness obscured their features. "It is prudent to exercise caution. He must have taken the bait. He could never have imagined that I had left him some misleading information." Listening and chuckled. His smile was laced with disdain, directed at Lin Chi yet. Lin Chi was entirely different. He remained oblivious to the fact that concealed within those cans lay vital information, and he had no inkling of the erroneous guidance meant to lead him astray. "You are all quite perplexing. Do you truly believe I am so easily manipulated?" Just then, a foreign voice echoed from a distance, startling the cloaked figures. Who is there?" Listening and exclaimed in surprise. He gazed into the distance, yet found nothing but emptiness. "Silly fool, I am right here," Lin Chi said, patting Listening on the shoulder. This simple gesture caused Listening and S complexion to drain, as if he had swallowed 100 weight of grasshoppers. If one were to overhear another plotting against them, it would surely evoke embarrassment and perhaps even an impulse to retaliate. However, Lin Chi felt quite the opposite. He found the young boy before him rather endearing. Who is this? Is there truly someone attempting to scheme against him? The irony was that he was not even on the adversary's radar. Observing the frantic expression of the cloaked figures, Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "So it is you few who recklessly litter, yet you wish to lead me somewhere?" Lin Chi feigned a nonchalant demeanor as he addressed the cloaked figures. "What are you talking about? We are merely here for a vacation. We have no idea what you are referring to." Listening and quickly retracted his earlier vexation, adopting an expression of confusion and playing the role of a tourist instead. The other 3 faceless figures crouched on the ground, turning their backs to Lin Chi, remaining silent, displaying a remarkable level of cooperation. "Not speaking, are we? In truth, you should be aware of my formidable capabilities," Lin Chi remarked with a smile, harboring no resentment toward their dishonesty. His words incited a sense of unease within Listening, and he was no fool. The moment he faced Lin Chi, he felt an unsettling disquiet, a clear indication that this young lad was more powerful than he appeared. "Brother, have mercy on us. We are merely passing through and harbor no animosity towards you," pleaded Tingen as he knelt down. Lin Chi, however, had exhausted all patience. He swiftly seized the nearest faceless figure clad in black robes, igniting his lightsaber, reducing the figure to mere ashes. This shocking display left Ting and utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated such rudeness. "I'll tell everything. I beg you, do not kill me." Tingen finally relented. Chapter 52. The slumbering fire dragon. The demise of the faceless black robe figure struck a devastating blow to Tingen, piercing deep into his very soul. Overwhelmed with grief, he found himself sleepless, consumed by a desire to flay Lin Chi alive, even to the extent of crafting a slingshot from the elastic of his underpants to shatter Lin Chi's windows. Yet, he recognized the danger posed by Lin Chi and abandoned such base thoughts. "We are all subordinates of Count Dracula. It's a long story. But that day we indulged a bit too much and received a harsh slap from him. one that left me grimacing in agony. Thus, I thought to take my good friends out for a breath of fresh air and a little adventure, Ting lamented, covering his face with a look of despair as he addressed Lin Chi. Get to the point, Lin Chi interjected, his expression betraying a sense of begrudging respect. The crux of the matter is, after we exited the dark forest, my companions and I encountered a vending machine, but we had only a single coin. I ingeniously drilled a hole in it and exchanged it for 4 cans of Pepsi. Truly, I am a genius, Ting declared, his face earnest, devoid of deceit. Lin Chi, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to crush him. Fortunately, Ting was no fool. He immediately discerned Lin Chi's unusual expression. Please, do not be angry. Allow me to explain further, Ting urged, pausing momentarily before continuing. Later, we stumbled upon your group entering the Earth's core, and we left those Pepsi cans behind to lure you in. By the end, Ting was brimming with pride, completely oblivious to his precarious situation. What is this nonsense? Are you merely boasting? Lin Chi exclaimed, drawing his lightsaber and striking at one of the remaining faceless black-robed figures. With a swift whoosh, the lightsaber sliced through the unfortunate figure, cleaving it in 2 before it vanished like a fleeting bubble. Ting felt his heart leap into his throat. What had he done wrong? He had not acted against anyone, not even daring to let out a sound. What is your purpose in the Earth's core? What is this Firestone fragment? Why are you searching for it? Lin Chi pressed, no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter. This was the very question that weighed heavily on his mind, especially after overhearing their earlier conversation. This. Listening was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other party was already aware of the situation. However, he dared not to lie. My lord, we have ventured into the depths of the earth solely in pursuit of the fragments of Firestone. There are 5 pieces in total, and if we can gather all 5, we can forge a complete Firestone. Count Dracula forbids us from revealing that this Firestone possesses the ability to melt URU metal. I shan't divulge that. Listening quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had inadvertently shared information with Lin Chi that he ought not to have. Lin Chi scoffed. Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, your brother's life might not be spared. Thank you for sparing my life. Listening expressed his gratitude. How many Firestone fragments does Count Dracula possess now? Lin Chi inquired, seemingly struck by a thought. He aspired to become the Steel Vampire Count, granting him immortality and rendering him unparalleled throughout the universe. As for how many fragments the Count possessed, I cannot say for certain, perhaps just 1. That was acquired by the Mad Doctor from an unknown location. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi shrugged. I see, Count Dracula truly remains obstinate. Yet, I wonder if my current strength is sufficient to overcome him. After all, he is my archenemy. Although the utility of the Firestone fragments to me remains uncertain, I believe I cannot allow them to fall into his hands. Will you surrender them willingly? Or shall I retrieve them myself? My lord, we do not possess the Firestone fragments. We were captured before we could even obtain them. Listening's heart raced as he heard Lin Chi's intimidation, fearing it might shatter. They truly had no damned Firestone fragments on them. Lin Chi's gaze fell upon Listening's face, their eyes locking momentarily. Very well, I trust you, but you must lead me to those Firestone fragments. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Lin Chi's smile was far from benevolent. In our homeland, we never consume meat that is well cooked, especially tender cuts. My lord, my flesh is unpalatable. You should partake of your own. Listening stammered, tears welling in his eyes as his heartbeat quickened. He never imagined that the man before him was a pervert. And now he found himself at the mercy of such a character. Just then, Lin Chi made his move again. With a swift motion, he dispatched the last remaining faceless figure in a black robe. Weren't you the one who claimed you would not harm us again? Listening was furious. This man was utterly untrustworthy, reneging on his earlier words. My apologies, Lin Chi scratched his head awkwardly. I simply became too excited and lost control for a moment. Listening could only roll his eyes in disdain, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. What could he do? Surely he could not retaliate with nothing but his small fish snacks. The lightsaber in the opponent's hand radiated an overwhelming power, even from a distance. He could sense the energy it contained. Moments later, Lin Chi gazed at the surrounding molten lava. Although he found himself within the volcano, the temperature was not as fearsome as he had imagined. To his surprise, the airdrop point coincided with the location of the volcanic rock fragments. Lin Chi mused internally. If that were indeed the case, his journey would be considerably easier. Soon, Lin Chi and his companions entered the forbidden domain of the Mandel clan. Here, numerous firespark trees flourished. According to Anne's account, this was the very place where the volcanic rock fragments were concealed. The fragments were enshrined atop the altar at the summit of the fire trees, surrounded by peculiar blue ice crystals. Following Lin Chi's gaze upward, he beheld a volcanic crater, its depths teeming with boundless magma, waves of scorching heat assaulting the onlooker's vision. Gradually, Lin Chi approached the center of the altar, and indeed, there lay a piece of the legendary volcanic rock fragment. However, he was momentarily stunned. This so-called fragment bore an uncanny resemblance to the shard held by Dr. Lewis. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, Lin Chi discerned that it was indeed the counterpart to the purple shard in Dr. Lewis's possession. With a leap, Lin Chi found himself atop the altar, where the oppressive heat dissipated slightly, replaced by an unexpected chill, possibly linked to the surrounding ice crystals. Before long, Lin Chi noticed a skeletal remains suspended beneath the floating volcanic rock fragment. The bones were stark against the surface, yet the clothing remained intact. This must be the corpse of Dr. Lewis's father. Lin Chi sighed deeply within. He seemed to have unraveled a certain truth. Retrieving a capsule, he carefully enclosed the remains. Subsequently, he attempted to contact the doctor, yet was met with silence, likely due to signal interference. At that moment, a hissing sound suddenly resonated from afar. Lin Chi turned toward the source, witnessing the ice crystals begin to melt. Soon, a fire dragon, enveloped in flames, emerged before Lin Chi and Un. It appeared to have broken free from its constraints, its roar echoing through the ages, materializing before them. Chapter 53. Barehanded against the blade, the unexpected appearance of the fire dragon left Lin Chi momentarily at a loss, particularly as its fiery wrath was directed toward him. This spectacle filled him with a sense of ecstatic anticipation from afar. This boy was surely destined to perish here, and soon he would regain his freedom. Anne's hatred for Lin Chi had reached its zenith. He could never forget the humiliation Lin Chi had inflicted upon him. Kill him, and cheered like a fervent spectator at a football match, urging the players on. Lin Chi let out a cold laugh. He could easily transform into a beam of light and depart from this place. However, he found himself unable to do so, for at that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Your airdrop has arrived. Please retrieve it promptly, or face punishment. Each airdrop point bore its uniqueness, and this instance was no exception, landing precisely within the fiery dragon egg. Lin Chi gazed at the distant egg, revered as a life source by the fire dragon, fully aware that a fierce battle awaited him today. The fire dragon roared as it charged forward, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Chi made his way towards the egg. Countdown, 60 seconds. The system initiated the countdown. Damn it, Lin Chi cursed inwardly, vehemently condemning the architect of this system. Was it not excessively inhumane? In the mere moment of his errant thoughts, another 10 seconds slipped away. Fortunately, Lin Chi had reached the egg's vicinity. He extended his hand to seize the dragon egg, but to his utter astonishment, it was far too heavy. Even exerting 70% of his strength proved futile in lifting it. Although his power had multiplied exponentially, unleashing it entirely would undoubtedly prevent his escape from this perilous situation, rendering him unable to fully exert his strength. Damn it! Lin Chi swore vehemently. Just as he stood on the precipice of despair, he heard the mocking laughter of Ting, and in the distance, a chance to turn the tables? Lin Chi seemed to have found an ideal opportunity to lure the fire dragon. He transformed into a beam of light and swiftly turned toward Tingen. Tingen was taken aback. Where had Lin Chi vanished to? His gaze had not wavered from the boy for even a moment, yet now he found him missing. Help me out. What? Tingen exclaimed in surprise. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Chi had already appeared before him, lifting him effortlessly. He cried out in panic, flailing about like a drowning man. At that moment, the fire dragon surged toward Lin Chi with frenzied speed, flames erupting around it, as if expelled from the depths of hell. With no time for contemplation, Lin Chi deftly evaded the inferno, the ground trembling with the thunderous roar of the dragon. Without hesitation, he hurled Ting and toward the fire dragon. You won't die easily, even as a ghost. I shall not spare you. Tingen's eyes brimmed with tears. Why me? This is just too unfortunate. However, Lin Chi would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. The fire dragon was momentarily restrained, granting Lin Chi an exceptional chance. Ding. Countdown, 20 seconds. Yet, What he could not have anticipated was that, perhaps due to the fire dragon's awareness of his abilities, it summoned numerous molten lava spikes that emerged from the surrounding rock walls, radiating an intensity so fierce that one dared not approach. They surged from all directions, increasing in number, nearly encircling Lin Chi completely. Nevertheless, even in this dire predicament, Lin Chi remained undeterred. The instant the lava spike struck, he deftly vacated the central area, successfully escaping. Humph, is that all? A cold smile graced Lin Chi's lips. Yet, soon after, more lava spikes hurtled towards him, as if guided by an invisible navigation system, relentlessly pursuing Lin Chi Ding. Countdown, 10 seconds. With time running perilously short, Lin Chi cast aside his concerns, for he was oblivious to whatever astonishing developments might await him. He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly arriving beside the dragon egg, and in the next moment, he exerted all his strength to seize it, executing the action with a fluidity akin to flowing water, leaving no room for hesitation. Roar! The dragon's bellow resonated, its colossal form moving with earth-shattering force, causing the entire altar to tremble. Enraged, it unleashed a torrent of molten rock, swiftly burying Lin Chi beneath a cascade of lava. Thankfully, it was not directed at me. Ting swallowed hard upon witnessing this spectacle. What kind of earthly suffering is this? Why must he encounter such a calamity? I must hasten to retrieve the firestone fragments and depart from this place. In due time, I shall slay his companions, ensuring he suffers in hell for his transgressions. Ting, consumed by rage, forced a laugh. Ultimately, the firestone fragments belonged to him. Elated, he reveled in his fortune, though he had lost several brothers. He remained the ultimate victor. Such is the life of the fortunate. Before long, he forcibly extracted the firestone fragments. However, just as he intended to leave, a faint sound emerged from behind him. In this desolate environment, even the slightest noise could be mercilessly amplified. Ting slowly turned, only to behold a figure rising in the distance, emanating an aura of power. Even the ancient magma had failed to scorch his body, nor had it marred his garments. This is impossible. This cannot be. Ting was taken aback. Seizing the opportunity while the figure was distracted, he fled in haste. However, before he could take a single step, an individual he never wished to encounter again suddenly materialized before him. Lin Chi the man was very much alive. How could he not be? At that moment, Lin Chi regarded him with a chilling glare. Big brother, let us converse amiably. Please, do not draw your sword. I shall kneel before you, he implored, adopting a posture of feigned submission. Step aside, Lin Chi commanded coldly. What? He inquired, perplexed. Yet, before he could fully grasp the situation, he was abruptly startled by a tremendous crash reverberating from behind his head. The unexpected noise felt akin to having several hundred tons of TNT detonated within his skull. Trembling, he turned around to witness Lin Chi effortlessly intercepting the molten lava spikes aimed at him. That individual was nothing short of a beacon of light. Had he just saved him? Big brother had indeed come to his rescue. The incredulity washed over him, as if he were caught in a dream. Lin Chi had exhibited extraordinary prowess, managing to catch deadly projectiles with bare hands. Drawing from past experiences, he absorbed the newfound abilities from the aerial drop. Upon comprehending the effects of this power, Lin Chi was overcome with elation. He resolved to test his capabilities, and to his astonishment, he successfully captured all the unparalleled lava spikes. How spectacular was this? Chapter 54, The Desert Barrier. Wow. Big Brother's expression is utterly magnificent. At that moment, Ting's admiration for Lin Chi reached unprecedented heights. Yet, this fervent admiration was fleeting. Lin Chi was his sworn enemy. How could he harbor feelings of reverence for him? With this thought, Ting vigorously shook his head. It was merely an illusion, a comforting delusion, he repeated to himself. Meanwhile, Lin Chi was entirely focused on his fierce battle with the fire dragon. The dragon's countless lava spikes were flawlessly intercepted by Lin Chi, and astonishingly, he did so with one hand. This spectacle left even the altar's fire dragon in awe. However, it had no intention of sparing the wretch who had stolen its offspring. The dragon's fury continued to mount, reaching a boiling point. Its form began to undergo a radical transformation, morphing from a fire dragon into an ice dragon. This, Lin Chi scoffed, dismissing it entirely. He was eager to showcase his newly acquired powers. With a flurry of movements, the enraged ice dragon began to whirl violently. Its body transformed into a colossal ice spear, soaring towards the heavens. In an instant, it plummeted back down, akin to a meteorite, striking directly at Lin Chi. The surrounding air appeared to freeze in place. Now, a furious roar erupted from Lin Chi's lips as he leaped into action, evading the lethal blow. With a surge of power amplified 10,000-fold, then 100,000-fold. The strength in Lin Chi's hands escalated in mere moments. He caught the ice dragon directly, swiftly lifting it into the air before delivering a devastating suplex. The sheer force was daunting, leaving Ting and trembling in fear. Within mere seconds, Lin Chi had slammed the ice dragon to the ground numerous times. The creature was thoroughly subdued, and in one final act of domination, Lin Chi cleaved the ice dragon in two mid-air with his luminous sword. Gradually, an extraordinary snowfall began to descend upon the scene. Exiting the volcanic altar, Lin Chi cast a silent glance at the distant Ting, his expression devoid of warmth. "Master, please listen to me. I did not intend to take your belongings." He tactfully extended his hand, hastily placing the fragments of firestone into Lin Chi's palm. Upon inspection, Lin Chi noted that it was a broken piece of firestone, and upon contact, he could feel the immense power of fire contained within. This artifact must be handed over to the doctor. Lin Chi accepted it with care. There were 5 pieces of firestone in total. 1 was with Count Dracula, while the remaining 4 were divided between them. Although the fragments held no immediate value for Lin Chi, he understood their significance. It was known that the doctor's father had perished due to this very object. He could not allow it to fall into the hands of evildoers. After resolving matters in this location, Lin Chi intended to depart. However, Ting was unwilling to let him go. "Master, you cannot leave," Ting exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Lin Chi made a gesture, causing Ting to retreat repeatedly, yet his weeping did not cease. "Master, I have betrayed my master and can no longer return. I hope you will take me in." Ting's expression was earnest, devoid of deceit. "What? You mean you wish to follow me?" Lin Chi inquired, studying him with keen interest. Ting felt a twinge of embarrassment under Lin Chi's unabashed gaze. Despite his striking beauty, he was not a maiden. Being scrutinized in such a manner was indeed disconcerting. "Yes, master," Ting nodded vigorously. Deep within, he harbored an unalterable hatred towards Lin Chi, yet under the circumstances, he had no choice but to yield. "Very well. This is not an unwise decision," Lin Chi replied. Although Lin Chi perceived that Ting was considerably weaker than he had imagined, he recognized that Ting concealed numerous secrets about Count Dracula. More importantly, Lin Chi discerned a glimmer of hope within Ting. He believed that this young lad might possess the potential for transformation. If he could indeed guide Ting back to the path of righteousness, it would be a commendable deed. Upon hearing this, Ting was overwhelmed with joy, exuberantly gesticulating in delight. Thank you," he exclaimed, elated as if he were a colossal figure weighing 900 pounds. Had Lin Chi been a young lady, Ting might have impulsively embraced her with fervent affection. Thus, Lin Chi took Ting under his wing, and in turn, Ting dutifully handed over all the information he had regarding the core of the earth. Upon examining the data provided by Ting, Lin Chi was taken aback. The expanse of the Earth's core was astonishingly vast, with already explored regions spanning a staggering 20 million square kilometers. The volcano where they currently stood was situated at the very center of the core, while Dr. Lewis was located in the northwestern region. After confirming their bearings, Lin Chi led Ting towards the area where Dr. Lewis awaited. However, their journey was fraught with challenges. Although they traveled at the speed of light, they were soon halted by an imposing barrier. Before them lay an endless desert, and it was this boundless expanse of sand that obstructed their path. The sand could effectively prevent light from penetrating, which was the primary reason Lin Chi could not utilize light for tracking. Reluctantly, Lin Chi descended from the air, still holding Ting in his grasp. Ting's face was covered in sand, leaving him dazed. "What in the world is this place? I've never been here before," he sputtered, spitting out sand. Lin Chi remained silent for a moment, gazing into the distance with a steely demeanor. "Be cautious. If I am not mistaken, this should be a shifting desert, inhabited by peculiar creatures. And what if you're wrong?" Ting, resembling a fool, stared blankly at Lin Chi. "This is absurd. A desert can shift? Do you think it's a train?" He scoffed at the notion of needing to be wary, wondering if the lizards in the desert could possibly devour them. Internally, Ting smirked. His feigned allegiance to Lin Chi was merely a ruse. His true intention was to find an opportune moment to betray Lin Chi. In truth, he deliberately withheld information about this bizarre desert, hoping that Lin Chi would unwittingly lead himself to ruin, thus allowing Ting and to reap the rewards. Although he revealed the Count's secret to Lin Chi, if he could return with the Firestone fragments intact, the Count would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. Not only would he refrain from punishment, but he would likely bestow lavish rewards upon him. Chapter 55. Pierce me with a fire stick. These sudden sand barriers undoubtedly posed immense challenges for Lin Chi, however. He was resolute in his determination to forge ahead. He had to escape this place. After attempting several methods to depart, all proved futile. Are you not tired, my lord? If you are weary, perhaps you should partake in some sustenance. As dusk fell, Ting sat at a dilapidated wooden table outside an abandoned desert shack. Observing the pensive Lin Chi, he could not comprehend why this individual was so fervently striving to leave. Was this place not satisfactory? It boasted an abundance of food, a serene moonlit ambience, and lacked any pressing concerns or threats. Upon finishing his thought, he reached out and tossed a piece of kindling into the flames. In the darkness, the fire illuminated Ting's face with a warm glow. Lin Chi sighed, somewhat perplexed. What was this place, after all? It stretched endlessly before him, with no discernible end in sight. Moreover, he had completely lost his sense of direction and was utterly unaware of north, south, east, or west. The prospect of leaving seemed exceedingly daunting. Yet, soon he appeared to have an epiphany. He turned to Ting, his expression one of bewilderment. Ting felt a twinge of apprehension under Lin Chi's gaze, for the latter's face was aglow with a strange light, which instilled a sense of fear within him. My lord, you do not intend to feast upon me, do you? I am but skin and bones. Please do not entertain such dark thoughts. Ting quivered, even sticking out his tongue in dismay. Lin Chi, internally bemused, inquired, where did the food you hold originate? From the ground, perhaps? What? Ting thought Lin Chi might not have heard him clearly, so he raised a massive tentacle. My lord, the ground can yield flesh, surely. You have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Ting chuckled, secretly thinking, this country bumpkin must be utterly astonished. Little did he expect that this desert was not only devoid of danger, but also teeming with sustenance. However, Lin Chi was far from nonchalant. Good heavens! This is no mere sidekick. He is a troublemaker. As Lin Chi gazed upon the tentacle roasted by Ting, he was convinced that its origins were far from ordinary and that Ting had unwittingly stirred up significant trouble. Sure enough, the ground around them began to tremble ever so slightly. When Ting sensed that something was amiss, it was already too late. A colossal glowing tentacle suddenly lifted him into the air, swaying like a pendulum. Ting wept profusely, lamenting his misfortune. How could he be so unfortunate? How dare you flaunt your petty skills before me? Lin Chi bellowed. The distant light appeared to be a gift prepared just for him, resembling a lighthouse that illuminated his path. Absorbing the light, a luminous sword coalesced in his hand. Amazing! Incredible! Ting exclaimed, as if he had clutched a lifeline. Shouting fervently at Lin Chi, keep it low-key. Keep it low-key. Lin Chi waved his hand, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm. There was no one else around. His ostentatious display was utterly pointless. Guided by the light, Lin Chi moved with remarkable speed, swiftly severing the glowing tentacle. He hurled a torch into the sky. As Ting landed heavily on the ground, he rushed to the fire, selecting a piece of wood that blazed the brightest to raise high. At last, the two of them beheld the true form of the creature. It was an enormous octopus, and the tentacle Lin Chi had just severed belonged to it. Their faces were etched with astonishment. A glowing octopus? Wasn't this a creature of the depths? Yet they were certain they stood in the midst of a desert. How could an octopus possibly reside here? This was no ocean. Just as Lin Chi pondered this, the octopus had already emerged from the sands, its tentacles slithering through the grains like a rattlesnake's tail, issuing a warning to Lin Chi and Ting and that they had inadvertently trespassed into its territory. What further incensed the luminous octopus was that Ting had audaciously severed its tentacle during its repose and even roasted it for sustenance, undoubtedly provoking its wrath. Humans, you shall all perish. It roared, even articulating human speech, which caused Lin Chi to gasp in disbelief. This is simply outrageous. The octopus continued, especially you. Daring to consume my tentacle, I shall make you experience the agony of being dissolved by gastric acid. Terrified, Ting retreated repeatedly, hastily kneeling and bowing in apology. Grandfather, I'm sorry, it was my fault. It's all because of him. He pointed at Lin Chi. He told me that octopus meat is a great delicacy. Lin Chi stood there in shock. Had he ever said that? The moment was upon Lin Chi. Yet he had no opportunity to contemplate, for the luminous octopus had already extended half of its tentacles, ruthlessly swiping towards him. With no alternative, Lin Chi was compelled to endure the assault. It was evening, and the light was exceedingly dim, rendering him incapable of utilizing his full capacity for light tracking. This is impossible. The octopus monster was momentarily stunned. A splendid opportunity. Lin Chi had no intention of granting his opponent further contemplation. He leaped into action, appearing like a specter in the feeble light, one moment before the octopus and the next, directly before its head. 100,000-fold amplification of strength. Lin Chi roared, channeling all his power into his arm. Under this immense enhancement, the octopus monster soon experienced a scene it had never encountered before. Its teeth were entirely shattered by Lin Chi, leaving it bloodied and incoherent. Seizing the moment, Lin Chi ascended once more, delivering several punches that brought the octopus monster crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Lin Chi stood firm upon the desert sands. He turned to regard the ailing, luminous octopus and found it lacking. This was all the result of its own actions. Lin Chi had no intention of causing harm. Yet, as the creature sought to challenge him, he felt compelled to exhibit his power. If one wishes to feast on barbecued octopus, one must act. Lin Chi glanced at the jubilant Tingen, his tone icy. Truly remarkable, Tingen exclaimed, overjoyed. He hurried forward, quickly arriving at the side of the glowing octopus. Dare you challenge me? Soon, you shall learn the essence of savory barbecued octopus. Tingen chuckled. However, before he could strike, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A howling wind swept through, stirring up clouds of sand. He squinted his eyes, and in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the luminous octopus exerted all its strength to burrow into the ground. This scene left Lin Chi momentarily stunned. He wished to act, but the octopus maneuvered in the desert with the grace of a fish in water, effortlessly evading him. To avoid embarrassment, Lin Chi deliberately closed his eyes, maintaining a stoic expression. It's all my fault. I am utterly inept. It is my incompetence that has led to our lost dinner. You might as well strike me down. Use that fire stick to end me. Tingen hurriedly pleaded for forgiveness. Chapter 56. The serpent woman Lin Chi looked at Tingen, brandishing the fire stick, and couldn't help but chuckle internally. This incident was not entirely the other's fault. Even Lin Chi had not anticipated that the octopus could swim through the desert as if it were in the ocean. Very well, let us rest here for the night. It seems we shall not be departing anytime soon. Lin Chi addressed Tingen. Upon hearing that the esteemed one was no longer upset with him, Tingen could hardly contain his joy. Esteemed one, I always knew you were the best to me. I absolutely adore you, he exclaimed. Lin Chi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such sentiments were unnecessary. Esteemed one, how can that be? I must bear you children, Tingen replied, clearly a bit overly excited. Lin Chi, overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity, was at a loss for words. Thus, the two spent a night resting in the abandoned wooden cabin. After a night of contemplation, Lin Chi gained a preliminary understanding of their surroundings. This place differed significantly from the deserts he had previously encountered, as it harbored potentially more than one creature capable of traversing the arid landscape. Indeed, Lin Chi's conjecture proved accurate. In the dead of night, their presence was detected by a pack of sharks residing in the desert. These sharks were quite different from their oceanic counterparts. They possessed 2 dorsal fins and remarkably sharp teeth. Tingen's rear and suffered a surprise attack from one of these creatures due to a moment of carelessness. Fortunately, Lin Chi had gained experience and expertly dispatched the shark. Hours later, dawn broke. Oh dear, esteemed one, my backside is in agony, Tingen lamented, as if he had consumed an abundance of bitter melons. Lin Chi had no intention of responding. He gazed into the distance, seeking some reference points. However, to his surprise, the horizon was teeming with massive crabs. Crabs? Esteemed one, we are in for a treat, Tingen exclaimed with delight. Lin Chi felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of these colossal crabs, reminiscent of elephants in size. Could this fellow truly consume them? It was evident that these crabs had come with ill intentions. Tingen sensed a looming dread. With so many formidable crabs approaching, could it be that they were to meet their demise here? The two held their breath, particularly Lin Chi, who braced himself for battle. Yet, to his astonishment, the crabs exhibited no hostility. Instead, they bowed before Lin Chi, seemingly pledging their allegiance. under the command of two one-armed ice and fire crabs. They halted and began clashing their formidable pincers, producing a cacophonous sound. It appeared they sought something from them. Tingen was taken aback by the scene before him. Lin Chi nodded, sensing a glimmer of understanding. The massive crabs soon scuttled across the desert, and before long, they had outlined a majestic crab with their limbs. This was their king. In no time, Lin Chi deciphered some clues from the messages conveyed by the crabs. Originally, they were captured and would soon be devoured, which is why they sought the refuge of Lin Chi, who had successfully frightened off the enormous octopus. Do you wish for my assistance in rescuing your king? Lin Chi inquired after a moment's hesitation. The crabs nodded eagerly in response. Let us take a look, Lin Chi proposed. Remaining here would yield no benefit. It was wiser to move forward and see what unfolded. Moreover, departing from this place could prove to be a commendable choice. Guided by the large crabs, they swiftly traversed the undulating desert hills, arriving at a location adorned with towering cacti, reaching several meters in height. As far as the eye could see, lush green cacti dominated the landscape, nearly concealing the original sandy hues of the desert. Yet, just as Lin Chi and his companions made their entrance, a multitude of colossal serpents emerged in the distance. Their tongues flickered as if they had been aware of Lin Chi's arrival all along. These serpents bore 5 distinct colors, exuding an air of the bizarre. However, they were not the native inhabitants of this land. That title belonged to the large crabs. Recently, their homeland had been overrun by this sudden influx of serpents, who had also kidnapped their king. The tyrannical serpent queen had commanded their king to assist her in severing the oldest red cactus in the tribe, threatening the annihilation of the entire crab clan should he refuse. Lin Chi soon spotted the so-called serpent queen in the distance. She was a striking figure, half woman, half serpent, standing motionless atop the tallest purple cactus. As Lin Chi's curiosity about her appearance grew, she abruptly turned her head. Despite the distance, Lin Chi could discern her features, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face, akin to a captivating vision, with cherry lips smiling and an enchanting presence that could effortlessly be likened to that of a celestial being. Captivated by her beauty at first glance, Lin Chi was not alone. Even Tingen found himself equally enthralled. Unbeknownst to them, the Serpent Queen's figure materialized before Lin Chi and Tingen. She waved her hand at the large crabs, who appeared to be utterly intimidated by her, trembling in fear and hastily scattering in all directions, unwilling to defy her will. It was only at this moment that Lin Chi realized they had been deceived. Cursed be it. The crabs had conveyed nothing but falsehoods. They were allies of the Serpent Queen. To make matters worse, Lin Chi found himself frozen, as if ensnared by some unseen force, with a vision of a woman appearing before him, luring him into a realm of illusion. Lin Chi's first thought was of enchantment. He had inadvertently fallen victim to the other's seductive spell. Do you not like me? What is your name? You promised to marry me. Do your words hold any weight? The alluring voice of the snake woman echoed in his ears. This is all a lie. This is all a lie. Lin Chi's inner self admonished. Suddenly, he seemed to hear Tingen's voice. I like you, of course I do. You are my utmost favorite. My name is Tingen, with Ting as in listening, and as in peace. To marry you, I would sell everything, even my beloved possessions, just to marry you. Please, will you feed me another grape? Lin Chi was rendered speechless. There was no need to mention that this kid lacked the composure he possessed. He had undoubtedly succumbed to the enchantment and was deeply ensnared. Yet, Lin Chi was somewhat curious as to the true intentions behind their abduction. Regardless, Lin Chi's current predicament was dire. If the other party harbored malicious plans, the two of them might meet their end here, particularly with Tingen, who was utterly defenseless. It would be as easy as crushing an ant for them to eliminate him. Just as Lin Chi's thoughts spiraled, he suddenly felt a silky hand caressing his cheek, a sensation so unique that he had never experienced anything like it before. Chapter 57. The Endless Desert. It was said that Lin Chi and Tingen were ensnared by the suddenly appearing snake woman, placing their situation in grave peril. Miss, please conduct yourself with dignity, Lin Chi implored, gazing at the alluring temptress before him. I advise you to mind your own business. Tingen seemed to be in a state of delirium. The following scene jolted Lin Chi back to clarity. He witnessed Tingen fervently embracing a massive cactus, passionately kissing it, as numerous thorns pierced his mouth. At that moment, Tingen appeared oblivious to the pain, as though he were a carefree soul. My beauty, I wish to take you as my wife. Your skin is so smooth. Did you bathe in milk? I adore you, and I long to be with you for eternity. Never depart. If you were to transform into wind, I would become rain to guard you, smiling for your sake. Tingen was lost in his fantasies, even singing as he did so. Lin Chi could no longer bear to watch. What the hell? This guy, at this moment, inspired genuine admiration within him. Is this even possible? Lin Chi's body had returned to its normal state, yet he could not reveal that he had broken free from his restraints, for he was entirely unaware of the other's intentions. Even if he were to eliminate them, it would likely prove futile. You must be quite curious as to why I have gone to such lengths to capture both of you. The serpent woman disregarded the self-satisfied Tian and approached Lin Chi instead. Previously, from a distance, he could not fully discern the enchanting features of the serpent woman. But now, as her captivating visage came into view, it left him somewhat parched and breathless. This sensation was peculiar. Lin Chi suppressed the tumult within him. Knowing that maintaining composure was paramount, his ability to depart from this place unscathed hinged upon the choices he would make henceforth. The serpent woman's hands were as delicate and smooth as any ordinary woman's, devoid of any serpentine scales. Lin Chi endured. What was a small sacrifice to ensure he could leave with Tianan? It seemed the serpent woman had become addicted, showing no intention of releasing her grip for an extended period. Lin Chi felt an amalgam of exasperation and helplessness. He had to learn to prioritize his own interests. In the face of such grave circumstances, he could not afford to falter now. He remained utterly still, allowing the serpent woman to caress his face without any response. Yet, ultimately, he reached his limit. Was his face truly so inviting to touch? The audacity of the other party to desecrate his visage for an entire hour was beyond comprehension. Did they truly believe his face was crafted from dough? Or perhaps it was as malleable as slime, providing such relief? In his resignation, Lin Chi had no choice but to concede. With a swift kick, he propelled the serpentine figure before him far away, eliciting a pained cry from the serpent woman. The elusive kick. After 30 years of relentless practice, it had finally found its purpose today. Lin Chi scoffed at the serpent woman he had just sent flying. Soon, he heard the anguished cries of Tian and in the distance. Turning swiftly, he beheld Tian and S face, now riddled with cactus spines, swollen and red, resembling a fool. Was this lad truly the epitome of misfortune? His self-control was utterly lacking. Observing Tianan's plight, Lin Chi felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, his own composure was far superior to that of this young man. Otherwise, he might not fare any better. The mere thought of having a mouthful of cactus spines jolted him. Help! Help me! I'm still young. I don't want to be disfigured. Tianan, upon realizing his predicament, descended into a frenzy. He grasped Lin Chi's shoulders, shaking him violently, nearly rendering Lin Chi dizzy. Sit down. With no other recourse, Lin Chi delivered a kick, sending the young man flying a considerable distance away. Hearing and was jolted awake by the forceful kick beneath him. Master, I truly owe you my gratitude, he lamented, on the verge of tears. At that moment, the serpent woman rose from the sand, gazing incredulously at Lin Chi. How is this possible? She exclaimed, pointing at him. No one can escape the bonds of my enchantment. Lin Chi, weary from the encounter, transformed into a beam of light and appeared before the serpent woman. He extended his hand, gripping her firmly. What is your true intention? Why have you lured us here? Humph. The little lady prefers sweetness over force. Only a kiss from you will suffice. Lin Chi struggled to suppress his growing frustration. Goodness, are all villains this audacious? Demanding a kiss amidst such dire circumstances? Clearly, her sense of danger is woefully inadequate. Without hesitation, Lin Chi delivered a resounding slap to the serpent woman's face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving her momentarily dazed. Speak. What is your purpose? He demanded once more. So you prefer softness, do you? Let's see just how tough your resolve truly is. The serpent woman turned her face aside, scoffing disdainfully. Lin Chi, undeterred, struck her again. Well done, master. Put some strength into it. Haven't you eaten today? Strike harder. Hearing chimed in, fanning the flames of encouragement. After the exchange, his own pain seemed to diminish significantly. Compared to Lin Chi, this woman was but a minor nuisance. Her malice was truly venomous, tarnishing his handsome visage. Finally, after enduring 2 slaps from Lin Chi, the serpent woman relented. I am Medusa, trapped in this endless desert for far too long. I simply wish to escape, but to do so, I require the ancient cactus sap, which is vital for locating my way out. Thus, I imprison the Crab King. hoping to persuade them to help destroy this ancient cactus, but they proved futile. Consequently, I had no choice but to enlist their aid in seeking out powerful beings within this endless desert, inadvertently leading me to you. Medusa confessed her plight to Lin Chi. After the preceding events, Lin Chi remained skeptical of Medusa's words. Having been deceived once, he was not inclined to trust her easily again, even if she spoke the truth. He demanded proof. You deceitful creature, why should we trust you? Hearing and interjected, brimming with indignation. Lin Chi nodded, seemingly in agreement with hearing and sentiment. What I say is true. I have not deceived you. The serpent woman has freed herself from Lin Chi's grasp. Lin Chi did not impede her, and Medusa pointed towards the tallest ancient cactus in the distance. This is the one I have been unable to destroy. If you can assist me in its destruction, we shall find our way out together, for the sap that flows from this ancient cactus can reach far and wide. As long as we follow the path of the flowing sap, we will escape, Medusa explained to Lin Chi and Ting. Following the direction of her finger, Lin Chi and Ting beheld the towering purple cactus. To be precise, it was not merely a purple cactus. It was one that changed colors over time. Medusa continued. However, I must forewarn you that the color of the sap varies with each time period, and so do its effects. Only the azure sap can continuously flow from this endless desert. Chapter 58. The Sand King. This is a beautiful adventure, a unique and incredible journey. Lin Chi and his companions encountered an unprecedented fantastical experience deep within the earth. The ancient cactus has existed for an exceedingly long time, absorbing the energy of this place for years, making it incredibly difficult to destroy. As Ting suggested, whether Medusa had deceived them could easily be tested. Given the circumstances, this might be the best way to ascertain the truth. The cactus displayed 5 distinct colors, and fortune favored Lin Chi and his companions. After merely 4 hours, the surface of the cactus began to turn azure. How astonishing is this? Ting exclaimed, leaping up, only to quickly sit back down in the sand. His throat was parched, and what he longed for most was a drink of water, for he was exceedingly thirsty. They had been traversing this endless desert for some time. Although it differed from a typical desert, one thing was certain: it was just as arid. Prolonged dehydration is a dire situation. Soon, an idea sparked in Ting's mind. Isn't it said that cacti contain moisture? Perhaps these cacti hold water resources as well? With this thought, he wasted no time and sliced open the smaller cacti with his dagger. To his delight, he discovered abundant water within. The water was exceptionally clear, requiring no filtration and could be consumed directly. Ting drank heartily, momentarily forgetting the pain on his face. I have a lingering suspicion about this water, Lin Chi remarked, observing Ting's actions. At that moment, he too was suffering from thirst, but he could not allow it to show. After all, in the eyes of Un and Medusa, one must be a figure of legend, unable to appear as an ordinary person. Otherwise, establishing authority before them would prove exceedingly difficult. Master, what is the matter? Is this water poisonous? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Upon hearing this, and was instantly flustered, Medusa, the serpent woman, wore an expression of confusion. Lin Chi seemed entirely disinclined to respond to Un, approaching a cactus with an air of aloofness. He deftly sliced it open, collecting a small amount of its contents and consuming it. Ah, this is the sensation, Lin Chi thought, feeling as though he had encountered a long-awaited oasis in the desert, relishing the exquisite relief. Master, did you discern something? Did you not drink something unusual? Medusa queried, her face a portrait of bewilderment. Lin Chi shook his head, sensing an underlying issue. There is certainly a problem, he declared, taking another sip of the water, which revitalized him slightly. What is the issue? Speak quickly. You are driving me mad. Must I strike you before you will divulge anything? Un, who had just consumed a considerable amount of water, feared that if there were indeed a problem, his demise would be swift. Lin Chi regarded him with a chilling gaze, his demeanor cold and his expression grim. Un, taken aback, was utterly perplexed. Has the master undergone a transformation? Can the water stored in the cactus induce such a change? The more he pondered, the more dread enveloped him. Fortunately, Medusa tugged at his sleeve, casting him knowing glances. This time, even Un, despite his simplicity, grasped the conveyed message. He hurriedly knelt down. Master, it is entirely my fault for losing my composure. With that, he slapped himself, exclaiming, I was wrong. Please forgive my transgression. He struck himself once more. Damn it! Lin Chi observed Un with a darkened expression, a storm brewing in his eyes. Two luminous swords materialized in his hands, their power intensifying. This scene sent a shiver through N's entire being. What on earth? I have already apologized. He protested. It was not intentional. One cannot fault me for such folly. After all, everyone makes mistakes. Though I erred, must it warrant my immediate demise? Is my life so inconsequential? Boom. Just as N attempted to flee, a deafening roar erupted behind him. It turned out Lin Chi was not targeting N. Rather, he had saved N's life. A monstrous fish, adorned with a dorsal fin that bore a lantern, suddenly emerged from the sands, attempting to devour N whole. Without hesitation, Lin Chi intervened. He had no desire to linger in that place any longer. Grasping the two luminous swords, he waved them toward the distant azure cactus. Whoosh, whoosh. Two brilliant beams of light erupted, cleaving the massive cactus in two. Medusa was beside herself with joy, while Ting jumped up, showering Lin Chi with 1,000 expressions of gratitude. Lin Chi remained silent, his gaze fixated on the severed cactus, soon noticing a stream of azure sap oozing from it. This sap flowed like a gentle brook, meandering in a singular direction. Let us depart. We should leave this place, Lin Chi murmured. With that, he took the lead, following the trail of the blue cactus sap. The other two, not daring to lag behind, hurriedly followed. This azure sap was indeed peculiar. Thus, the trio traversed the vast expanse of the endless desert. Along their journey, they encountered myriad wonders unique to this arid wilderness. Countless creatures thrived within the desert's embrace, roaming freely and presenting formidable challenges to Lin Chi and his companions. However, these obstacles proved trivial to Lin Chi, who easily overcame them. After nearly a day's journey, they finally emerged from the endless desert. Yet, just as they beheld a landscape starkly different from the desert terrain, a swirling sandstorm abruptly manifested before them. The storm obstructed their path. What is this? Is it the legendary Sand King? Medusa exclaimed, her face awash with astonishment. The Sand King? Lin Chi was taken aback. I have heard my mother speak of it. This endless desert was once not a desert at all, but a breathtaking paradise. However, after the arrival of a powerful being, this paradise transformed into a realm of dust and sand, and the architect of this calamity is none other than the Sand King, the sovereign of the endless desert, Medusa elucidated. Lin Chi clenched his fists. Having slain countless lives in this endless desert, do you think you can leave so easily? No sooner had he spoken than a towering figure gradually materialized from the swirling sands in the distance. He bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary man, yet his entire being was composed of sand, wielding a stone sword. With a mere wave of his hand, a unicorn whale suddenly surged forth from the dust, its cavernous maw gaping wide, unexpectedly swallowing Lin Chi and his companions whole. The sequence of events transpired with such swiftness that Ting was left bewildered, engulfed by darkness in an instant. Humph, is that all? Merely that? The Sand King chuckled, a look of disdain plastered across his face. He had anticipated something extraordinary from this youth, only to discover that his subordinates were utterly inept. He was not inclined to intervene, yet Lin Chi's audacity was intolerable. The young man had callously taken the lives of countless creatures in the boundless desert. Those marine beings were his subordinates, and he could not allow anyone to provoke him. Thus, he felt compelled to act. However, just as the Sand King reveled in his triumph, disbelief washed over him. The unicorn whale was thrashing about on the ground, as if it had ingested something it ought not to have, writhing in agony. A foreboding sensation gripped the Sand King. Chapter 59. The shattered sword within the stone. The unicorn whale, dwelling in the desert, had been brutally dispatched by Lin Chi. Its body was violently torn apart. The Sand King stood in stunned silence, while Lin Chi merely smiled, remaining silent. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He had to eliminate this insolent youth, lest his dignity be rendered worthless. Without hesitation, the Sand King raised his hands, wielding the sword of stone, and struck towards Lin Chi in an instant. Torrents of quicksand emerged, surging towards Lin Chi and his companions with alarming speed. The sky darkened, rendering visibility nearly impossible, a dire situation for Lin Chi. Transforming into a streak of light, he positioned himself behind the Sand King, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, the Sand King dismissed Lin Chi entirely. Despite the latter's apparent strength, he was merely a novice in the face of the Sand King's overwhelming power. Novice, I will make you cry for your mother. Just as the Sand King was about to be struck down by Lin Chi, His form transformed into a stream of quicksand, vanishing into the desert without a trace. Lin Chi's face was etched with astonishment. Was this old rascal forsaking martial ethics? Fleeing when faced with defeat? Nevertheless, Lin Chi did not believe the adversary's words were merely an attempt to intimidate him. He sensed the urgency to depart, lest unforeseen troubles arise. They had barely escaped the desert and had no desire to be ensnared again. The souls of the three finally resonated with a shared urgency. "Run!" Lin Chi shouted. In an instant, he appeared at the desert's edge. Medusa and Ting dared not linger, hastily following suit. "Thinking of fleeing? Just watch as I break your legs," echoed the Sand King's furious voice from above. "Don't grab my legs," Ting cried out in distress. How unfortunate could he be to be caught in such a predicament? Was that little serpent faster than him? "Great One, save me," he bellowed in panic. Lin Chi regarded the endless desert behind him, his expression calm. "Let us depart swiftly. That fool cannot survive. The Sand King's power is beyond our capacity to withstand." Medusa stood beside Lin Chi, kindly offering a warning. Lin Chi remained silent, seemingly unperturbed by the danger surrounding them. "Leave?" He found that notion impossible. "I must return to save him. You should depart from this place," she urged, as the peril was indeed palpable. Lin Chi turned to face Medusa, his gaze icy. "Do you not resent me for deceiving you?" she inquired. He merely shook his head, remaining mute. Nevertheless, her heart was already profoundly touched by his words. "Wait!" Lin Chi exclaimed, intent on rescuing Ting, but Medusa halted him. He froze in surprise as she suddenly embraced him. In that moment of confusion, Medusa unexpectedly pressed her lips against his. Lin Chi, taken aback, reacted instinctively, delivering a swift kick that sent her sprawling far away. "Ouch!" Medusa yelped, clutching her stomach. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You truly are impervious to reason." Yet Lin Chi was already racing into the vast desert. For him, abandoning Ting was not an option. He could not allow him to face annihilation alone. Though perhaps not a paragon of virtue, Lin Chi was no malevolent fiend either. He was a man of principles. Meanwhile, Ting found himself being dragged by the Sand King. "Stop your cries. They will not return to save you. Just moments ago, you were the most arrogant of all. Killing you would merely serve as a release of my frustration," the Sand King sneered coldly. Ting, now resembling a deflated balloon, had lost all semblance of his previous bravado. I was wrong. Please, do not kill me," he pleaded. "It is too late. Not only will I end your life, but I will also dry your corpse under the scorching sun, allowing all creatures in this endless desert to savor your foul stench." Striking terror far and wide, the Sand King's menacing threat left Ting utterly terrified, struggling against his bindings. Yet the Sand King had no intention of releasing him. With a swift motion, he brandished the stone sword before Ting eyes, regarding the desperate pleas with a cold smirk. As the sword descended with formidable force, it seemed inevitable that Ting's life would be extinguished. However, fate rarely unfolds as one imagines. Just when it appeared that all hope was lost, a radiant arrow shot forth from the distance, piercing the stone sword completely. If anyone had ever tasted defeat, the Sand King's expression at that moment would have been unmistakable. After a swirl of sand and dust, a familiar figure emerged. Lin Chi cast a cold gaze towards the distant Sand King, stating firmly, "Let him go. I will only say this once." At that moment, Lin Chi held a divine bow, crafted from concentrated light, in his hand. The Sand King scoffed dismissively, though inwardly astonished. Yet, how could he allow such vulnerability to show? "That would be akin to submitting to Lin Chi. Is it truly you, my esteemed master?" exclaimed Ting, his eyes brimming with admiration. "This is beyond belief. You are nothing short of a deity." In an instant, Ting's reverence for Lin Chi reached unparalleled heights. Seizing the opportunity, he rose and positioned himself behind Lin Chi. "Little brat, do you think hiding behind him will spare you?" the Sand King sneered. Ting, now emboldened by his protector's presence, retorted, "You scoundrel, come here. Weren't you just boasting moments ago? Were you not planning to eliminate this handsome figure beside me?" He hurled insults at the Sand King, fueled by bravado. Had Lin Chi not been present, he might have found himself begging for mercy, but now, with Lin Chi at his side, he felt fearless against the wretched being of sand. Both Lin Chi and the Sand King were taken aback by Ting's audacity. The Sand King even contemplated striking the insolent youth, eager to vent his pent-up frustration. Though he had encountered few humans, he never anticipated that among those he knew, Ting would emerge as the most shameless of all. However, The Sand King chose to disregard the foolhardy youth and instead focused his attention on Lin Chi's divine bow. What kind of artifact is this? How could it shatter my stone sword? His mind was shaken. The stone sword was no ordinary weapon. Its origins were exceptional. How could it be destroyed by this young man before him? Humph. Do you think possessing a divine weapon will grant you victory over me? In this boundless desert, I am the sovereign, the Sand King declared, his disdain evident. Lin Chi responded nonchalantly, Is that so? Then I shall put that to the test. As soon as the words left his lips, he drew back the bowstring, and a luminous arrow materialized from thin air. With a swift whoosh, the arrow hurtled towards the Sand King's form. Lin Chi's mastery over light was already superb. Conjuring a light arrow was a mere trifle. Despite the Sand King's overwhelming confidence, he instinctively raised his stone sword to counter the impending strike. Boom. Yet, the stone sword was as fragile as clay before Lin Chi's arrow. Upon impact, it shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the desert floor. Lin Chi had no intention of prolonging this encounter with the Sand King. He believed wholeheartedly in the words of the other. For the Sand King was indeed the sovereign of this boundless desert. Engaging further with the other would yield no fruitful outcome. In an instant, he seized Ting'an, disregarding the other's feelings, and transformed into a beam of light, fleeing towards the desert's edge. Yet, he could not have anticipated that he had underestimated the Sand King. The Sand King had already altered the original exit into a new expanse of sand. What he had thought to be an exit had merely led him to the very heart of the endless desert. Was this truly the ruler of the infinite sands? Lin Chi furrowed his brow, sensing an overwhelming peril. Humph, I see it clearly now. Is light of paramount importance to you? Does your power derive solely from light? What if I were to diminish the illumination of this endless desert by 90%? Would your wings still retain their strength? The Sand King laughed heartily, yet his figure was obscured by the swirling sands, rendering him invisible. Chapter 60. Never ending. The surrounding light began to fade gradually. Lin Chi exerted all his strength to gather the light around him. He grasped the luminous sword firmly in his hand and abruptly swung it towards the Sand King's form. A thunderous roar erupted. However, in the wake of the colossal sound, all efforts proved futile. Though Lin Chi had cleaved the Sand King's body in two, one must remember that his form was composed of sand, capable of swiftly reconstituting itself even after destruction. Lin Chi attempted many more times, yet each endeavor yielded no success against the Sand King. Damn it! It seems I cannot slay him with the light sword. Lin Chi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, yet found himself helpless, which left him utterly perplexed. Just as Lin Chi was caught off guard, the Sand King launched a surprise attack. Blood spurted from Lin Chi's mouth, his complexion turning ashen as he collapsed heavily onto the sand. This scene left Ting'an utterly bewildered. What on earth? The invincible master has actually been felled by the Sand King, and he appears gravely weakened. Surely he cannot be dead. If that were the case, would this Sand King not torment me again? The mere thought of the Sand King's previous tortures sent shivers down Ting'an's spine. Master, you must not die. Master. Kneeling beside Lin Chi, Ting'an began to weep uncontrollably, his tears and snot streaming down onto Lin Chi's face. In truth, Lin Chi had not died. He had merely been caught off guard and, due to the ferocity of the attack, had slipped into a brief unconsciousness. Faintly, he felt a chill on his face. Was this a sign from the divine? He slowly opened his eyes to find a large face, wet with tears and snot, hovering above him. To claim one is not angry would be a falsehood. Lin Chi, in a fit of frustration, aimed a kick at this unworthy entity, intending to send it flying. However, Tian'an, having lingered by Lin Chi's side for some time, had anticipated this action and swiftly dodged. Thus, Lin Chi's kick met with nothing but air, a first for him in such encounters. Tian'an, seemingly relieved to have evaded disaster, chuckled at Lin Chi's expense. Deep within, Lin Chi sighed heavily. Just as he prepared to survey his surroundings, he found himself abruptly hoisted up. The Sand King regarded him with an icy demeanor. Boy, how do you plan to escape this time? Lin Chi's face was a portrait of despondency. Escape? I had no intention of fleeing. I concede my defeat. He lamented. I admit I cannot best you. My skills fall short. The Sand King let out a hearty laugh, seemingly in agreement with Lin Chi's admission. Had this young man possessed such awareness earlier, he likely would not have fallen into the Sand King's grasp. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, the Sand King felt compelled to end Lin Chi's life, a necessary act to uphold his dignity. However, Lin Chi held a different perspective. He lifted his gaze to the Sand King. Before I meet my end, I have one final question that has long plagued me. What is it that you fear most? Lin Chi inquired. Humph, how amusing, the Sand King sneered, his lips curling into a derisive smile. What? Did I hear you correctly? This boy dares to ask about my weaknesses? Huh. After mocking Lin Chi, the Sand King regarded him with a condescending gaze, one he had often directed at lesser beings. You must be dreaming if you think I would divulge such information, he scoffed, dismissing the notion. His intention was clear, to eliminate this boy swiftly, lest the night stretch on with unwelcome complications. If you don't die, I shan't find rest. With a swift motion, he reached into the desert, drawing forth a golden staff that gleamed with a radiant light. Alas, to fall into your hands is my misfortune. I accept it. Let us proceed. He thrust the staff towards Lin Chi's abdomen. Tian watched in despair, feeling the weight of blame upon himself. If it were not for him, Lin Chi would never have been ensnared by this wretched Sand King. Now, it seemed, neither could escape. With a resounding thud, the golden staff pierced Lin Chi's abdomen, and blood erupted like a fountain from the wound. Only upon witnessing this did the Sand King's anxious heart finally find solace. This young man, no matter how formidable he appeared, was merely an ordinary human. He had expected far more strength than this fragile being displayed. However, he soon discovered something amiss. What was going on with this fellow? His blood was gushing forth as if it were free, an astonishing spectacle. What in the world was happening? The Sand King was momentarily stunned. He hurriedly approached Lin Chi's lifeless body to investigate. To his utter astonishment, even more blood surged forth, all flowing towards the Sand King's own body. A cry of anguish escaped the Sand King's lips, and this scene nearly rendered him unable to open his eyes. Yet, before he could contemplate his next action, something flashed before him. It was Lin Chi, who had just been convulsing on the ground. Now, he held a gigantic cactus in his hands, with all its thorns meticulously removed. The cactus was brimming with water, which Lin Chi promptly poured over the Sand King's body. The Sand King screamed in agony, but it was already too late. He was in disbelief. How could this happen so quickly? The Sand King was utterly astonished. Lin Chi smirked. To him, a mere second could accomplish many things. The Sand King's schemes had been effortlessly thwarted, resulting in Lin Chi's complete victory. My dear, are your wounds serious? An asked, expressing concern. Lin Chi waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing of consequence. The blood within him was practically flowing freely. After all, he had once been an exceptionally generous blood donor. He turned his gaze towards the Sand King, who was now in excruciating pain, unable to move as torrents of water inundated his body, leaving him nearly paralyzed. Lin Chi rummaged through the Sand King's form, and suddenly, an ancient parchment map appeared in his hand. Upon seeing it, he was filled with immense excitement. This was the map of the entire endless desert. However, Lin Chi was acutely aware that the Sand King's condition would not last long. He needed to devise a way to eliminate him completely. Otherwise, they might find themselves ensnared again before they could escape this boundless desert. Lin Chi had no desire to witness such a scene again, and he firmly believed that the Sand King would not fall for the same trick twice. Soon, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Chi's mind. He waved his light sword, and the surrounding sand mist gradually dissipated. In a flash, Lin Chi conjured two light whips, their surfaces glistening with blood, and began to strike them across the desert. Soon, the air was filled with distant cries. The scent of blood from the light whips swiftly attracted the predators lurking within the endless desert. Two massive sawtooth sharks burst forth from the sand, lunging toward Lin Chi. Their eyes filled with a ravenous greed, as if driven by insatiable hunger. Fortunately, Lin Chi was well prepared. He seized the body of the Sand King and, with a sudden exertion of strength, hurled it into the gaping maw of the colossal sawtooth shark. Now was the moment. Lin Chi grasped Ting and leaped onto the dorsal fin of another sawtooth shark, steering towards the exit marked on the map. This sequence unfolded seamlessly, and if fortune favored them, Lin Chi and his companions would likely never encounter that accursed Sand King again. Chapter 61. The distorted puppet having escaped the endless desert. Lin Chi and his companions found their situation considerably improved. As they distanced themselves from the arid expanse, the oppressive heat began to dissipate. Half an hour later, the surrounding landscape transformed from desert into a vibrant forest. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, a massive shark plummeted from the heavens. Were anyone to witness this spectacle, Their jaw would surely drop in disbelief, yet no one was present. Once freed from the desert's grasp, Lin Chi showed no mercy, swiftly slaying the shark that had dwelled in the desolation. Without delay, Lin Chi and Ting pressed onward to the location of Dr. Lewis. Reuniting with the doctor was of paramount importance, especially since Lin Chi was aware that Ting had previously issued orders to the Mandel tribe to encircle the doctor. Should they arrive too late, the doctor and his group might find themselves in peril. Fortunately, Lin Chi possessed the ability to merge with light. He focused on a direction and transformed into a beam of illumination. Moments later, he arrived at the site where he had parted ways with the doctor. Before him lay a vast pit, within which the earth arc loomed ominously. A gentle rain began to fall from the sky, piquing Ting's curiosity. "Big brother, what has transpired here? Your wife and father-in-law haven't been blown away, have they?" Ting approached the pit and crawled closer. At this, Lin Chi shot him an incredulous glance. "Is that how you speak?" He retorted. "Silence doesn't mean you're mute." Ting quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Chi, too, was taken aback. Logically, the Earth arc was immensely durable. However, it now bore signs of significant damage, indicating that something momentous had transpired in his absence. He had previously attempted to reach Dr. Lewis, but to no avail. Moreover, Lin Chi had learned from Ting that Dracula had dispatched only a handful of them, with no additional forces sent to seize the Firestone fragments. What, then, had occurred? Lin Chi's curiosity surged. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on uncertainties. He had to confront the unfolding events. Just as he prepared to approach the Earth arc, its defense system was suddenly activated. Target discovered. Defense system activated. At that moment, a barrage of missiles hurtled towards Lin Chi, astonishing. Listening and was taken aback. It was fortunate he hadn't personally come to capture the esteemed wife's affections, or he would have been obliterated. Lin Chi remained unfazed, resolutely maintaining his composure. He unsheathed 2 luminous swords, casting a cold glance at the incoming missiles, and with a speed surpassing the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Even as the missiles approached perilously close, they encountered their nemesis, falling harmlessly before Lin Chi, listening and gazed in disbelief as these formidable projectiles were sliced with precision. Neatly severed, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Lin Chi appeared utterly indifferent, as if this were merely a routine procedure for him. This spectacle only deepened listening and's admiration. Lin Chi descended to the bottom of the pit, eager to uncover the unfolding events. However, the doors of the geocentric arc were firmly sealed, preventing his entry. Just as he pondered how to gain access, the doors unexpectedly swung open. Startled, Lin Chi quickly relaxed, for before him stood a strikingly beautiful woman. Laura's face lit up upon seeing Lin Chi, but soon her eyes brimmed with tears. She collapsed into his embrace, weeping profusely. In no time, her tears dampened Lin Chi's chest, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Listening meanwhile, was wide-eyed with astonishment. He had never encountered such a breathtaking beauty. Yet, the fact that this exquisite woman had feelings for Lin Chi felt to him like a cosmic injustice, stirring a pang of jealousy within him. Nevertheless, he could only endure the bittersweet experience. From Laura, Lin Chi finally learned of the events that transpired during his absence. After their departure, the doctor and his team were besieged by a horde of puppet-like beings. The details of the ensuing chaos need not be elaborated. Ultimately, the geocentric arc was utterly defenseless against them, as it lacked any offensive directives against wooden entities. This oversight led to Dr. Lewis being abducted, while Laura managed to seek refuge within the ark just in time to escape calamity. At long last, Lin Chi had returned. Weapons proved futile against these creatures. A pained expression clouded Laura's face as she recounted the terrifying existence of such beings in the depths of the earth. This adventure would remain etched in her memory forever, particularly the eerie smiles of the puppet figures, haunting her thoughts. "Do not worry. I believe the doctor is not in any real danger," Lin Chi reassured her. At present, despite his mounting anxiety, Lin Chi found it impossible to locate the doctor. Upon entering the crust arc, his first course of action was to investigate the surveillance. It did not take long before he glimpsed the puppets Laura had mentioned on the screen. These figures, adorned with long noses and cloaked in brown, bore a striking resemblance to adult humans, appearing almost as exquisite works of art from a distance. Lin Chi conducted a cursory examination and discerned that there were primarily 3 types of these puppets. One type possessed arms reminiscent of a mantis, sharp and formidable. The second type exhibited a pair of azure arms, resembling broken, withered branches. The last type had hands resembling a wooden Gatling gun, albeit crafted from timber. Ting gazed in astonishment. "Have you encountered these before?" he asked Lin Chi, who shook his head in response. "I too have only recently arrived here," Ting admitted, "but I find these creatures rather eerie, and they instill a sense of dread within me. Perhaps we should depart? It hardly seems worth risking our lives for an old curmudgeon." Ting appeared somewhat cowardly, having narrowly escaped a perilous situation. He was reluctant to fall prey to any monstrous beings again. The depths of the earth were indeed terrifying, far exceeding his imagination, and he was eager to leave without delay. Lin Chi gestured toward the distance. "If you are frightened, you may leave now. I shall not impede your departure." He smiled slightly, seeming unperturbed by Ting and's timidity. However, Laura, disregarding Lin Chi's words, was incensed. "How outrageous! This boy dares to refer to my father as a mere old fool. You truly are infuriating, wishing to flee at such a critical moment." With that, she delivered a sharp slap to Ting, leaving him dazed and disoriented. "I will not leave. I wish to fight alongside you. I am determined to vanquish these puppets." Though apprehensive, Ting, inspired by the sight of the beautiful rose before him, proclaimed with fervor while covering his face. Lin Chi's lips curled into a smirk. "Those are your words. I am not coercing you to stay." Ting nodded obediently, akin to a well-trained puppy. "Indeed, I believe we shall soon uncover the origins of these puppets." At that moment, Lin Chi's gaze sharpened as he focused on the screen. The other two paused, redirecting their attention as well. On the display appeared a group of familiar figures, the Mandel clan. Previously, Ting had commanded them to apprehend Laura and her companions. But their sluggish pace had resulted in their tardy arrival at the base of the crust arc after Lin Chi and the others had returned. However, Lin Chi harbored great expectations for the Mandel tribe, who were enveloped in flames. Having dwelled in the depths of the earth for countless years, they undoubtedly possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding the peculiarities of this subterranean realm. Perhaps within them lay the tales of the puppeteers. Immediately, Lin Chi turned his gaze towards Ting and felt a twinge of apprehension under Lin Chi's scrutinizing stare. "I understand. I completely understand. Let me give it a try," Ting declared with unbridled confidence. Chapter 62. A new storm. The Mandel tribe had long since submitted to Ting, with even their leader acknowledging his authority. However, they were perplexed as to why the individual their master instructed them to capture was in the company of their master. And it appeared that their master shared a close bond with these individuals, leaving many of the Mandel people utterly bewildered. Ting resumed his previous haughty demeanor. "From now on, this is your master. Treat him with the same reverence as you would me." Without any hint of disrespect, Ting proclaimed with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the Mandel tribe dared not disobey and promptly knelt in worship. Without hesitation, Ting inquired about the puppeteers. Lin Chi's suspicions were indeed validated. The Mandel tribe possessed some knowledge regarding these enigmatic beings. It was revealed that long, long ago, in a tranquil forest within the earth's depths, there lived a puppeteer whose origins and longevity remained a mystery. He had a penchant for imitation, relishing the sounds of birds and their flights, as well as the hunting prowess of the mantis. However, his actions were terrifying. He imitated birds only to slay them, and he mimicked the mantis, crushing them in his grasp. One day, feeling unbearably bored, he crafted numerous puppeteers resembling himself. They seized control of the entire serene forest, forbidding any creature from uttering a sound. Those who defied this edict faced brutal execution. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi quickly identified the leader of the puppeteers from his memories. This particular puppeteer was remarkably slender, distinct from the others. He lacked the mantis-like arms, the gnarled wooden limbs, and the machine gun-like appendages. Instead, he possessed merely a mouth that had been crudely stitched together, a truly grotesque puppeteer. The Tranquil Realm? How shall we make our way there? Lin Chi inquired directly. The elder of the Mandel tribe shook his head in response. "For now, we are uncertain of the route. But I am aware that the Lord of the Endless Desert possesses a meditation totem, one that reveals the entirety of the subterranean world's locations." The elder gazed at Lin Chi and, with a sigh, continued, "However, the Lord of the Endless Desert is exceedingly formidable. Not only is it nearly impossible to defeat him, but even catching a glimpse of his figure in the vast expanse of the Endless Desert is almost inconceivable. Upon hearing the elder's words, Laura felt as though her heart had turned to ash. In an instant, tears streamed down her face. Her father had cherished her so deeply, yet now she could find no means to ascertain his whereabouts. How could she, as a daughter, not feel an overwhelming sense of urgency? Are you referring to this map? Lin Chi inquired, retrieving the so-called meditation totem from his bosom. The elder appeared momentarily dumbfounded. Had he possessed a pair of living eyes, they would surely have fallen to the ground, irretrievable. How could you possess this legendary totem? The elder exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chi smiled faintly. It's a long story. Perhaps it is best left unspoken. Speaking of surprise, Lin Chi himself was no less astonished. He had initially believed that the map he stumbled upon merely depicted the terrain of the endless desert. Yet the words of Mandel awakened him to the realization that this totem, which he had intended to discard, held immense significance. Elder, how should this map be utilized? If you are aware, please do share your insights. Lin Chi respectfully queried the venerable Mandel elder. Although Lin Chi had come to understand the map's formidable potential, he remained uncertain about its application. This is quite simple. You need only meditate. As long as your mind focuses on the name of the location you wish to manifest, it will appear, Elder Mandel replied. Meditation? Merely through meditation could one present the desired map upon this ancient totem? This revelation left Lin Chi in awe. He had heard whispers of meditation, which was said to grant practitioners access to realms beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. I understand that you are astonished, but this is how my predecessors imparted their wisdom to me, the elder continued. Lin Chi nodded in acknowledgement and settled into a cross-legged position, striving for deep concentration. However, as he began to practice meditation, his thoughts were tumultuous and unruly, rendering him unable to calm his mind, let alone meditate. Familiar figures repeatedly drifted through his consciousness, making it difficult for him to find solace. Wendy, that beautiful little girl. How is she faring now? Whose side is she by today? And his junior sister? That whimsical girl, surely she must miss him dearly. Lin Chi shook his head, attempting to set aside these poignant thoughts, but all was in vain. It seemed that the elder of the Mandel clan observed this scene intently. He kindly reminded Lin Chi that one's thoughts can greatly influence one's state of mind, urging him to cast aside all distractions and focus. Lin Chi did not respond to the elder, yet deep within, he wholeheartedly believed in the elder's words. Indeed, the elder spoke wisely. He must concentrate and relinquish all that could disturb his tranquility. With the insights gained from previous experiences, Lin Chi found himself seemingly imbued with divine assistance. The ancient totem, once firmly grasped in his hand, began to levitate, gradually manifesting before Lin Chi. Everyone present was astounded by this spectacle. However, not all shared the same sentiment. For instance, Tingen. Upon witnessing this event, he remained unfazed, feeling it was merely natural. His master was indeed extraordinary. Such trivial matters posed no challenge for him. In no time, intricate topographical features emerged upon the totem, revealing the direction toward the serene realm. After obtaining the location of this tranquil place, Lin Chi knew he could not afford to delay. He must hasten to rescue Dr. Lewis, for he understood the consequences of procrastination all too well. To his surprise, the serene realm was so far away. Tingen was taken aback upon seeing the map, exclaiming that it was indeed too distant. Lin Chi was well aware of the lengthy journey ahead. However, he had no intention of traversing it on foot. He summoned Dragon Number 2, stepping into it first, with Laura quickly following suit. Laura was not at all astonished by Lin Chi's remarkable equipment, given her father's close relationship with him. Tingen followed closely behind. Before departing, Tingen addressed the Mandel tribe members. You shall guard this vessel without leaving a step. Any creature that dares approach must perish. His tone was resolute, and the Mandel tribe members dared not defy him. Thus, the three of them advanced toward the serene forest, as a new storm began to brew. Chapter 63. Entering the serene forest. Lin Chi's Dragon Number 2 was a significant enhancement derived from Dragon Number 1, exhibiting remarkable improvements. Although it could not rival Lin Chi's lightspeed tracking, its velocity was commendable. Lin Chi could have ventured alone, but such a notion was merely a fleeting thought. Given Laura's impulsive nature, if he denied her the opportunity to accompany him, she would likely resort to extreme measures. Can you keep up? At this slow pace. By the time we arrive, my father, inside Dragon Number 2, Laura gazed at the sluggish speed of their flight, initially expressing disdain toward Lin Chi, but eventually becoming teary-eyed. Lin Chi scratched his head, pondering what to say next. However, Ting spoke up first. Big guy, are you capable of this? At this rate, by the time we arrive, Miss Laura's father will have turned to dust. His words had been brewing for a long time. Previously, he had been too rash and had upset Miss Laura. He had been eager to alter the negative first impression he had made in her heart. Thus, it was only natural for him to stand up for her now. However, as soon as his words escaped his lips, Laura's tears flowed even more profusely. Had he struck a chord deep within her? Was Miss Laura moved to tears? Please don't cry, miss. Big guy truly erred this time, and I apologize on his behalf. I hope you won't hold it against him. Ting approached Laura, who was crouched in the cabin, her head buried as she sobbed intensely. He gently patted her shoulder. The feeling of comforting a girl was truly delightful. Ting's heart soared with joy, realizing that he possessed a value that even Big Guy could not replace. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Laura's delicate hand swiftly struck his face. Ouch! Ting was left dazed, stars dancing before his eyes as he yelped in surprise. From a distance, Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Did this kid even know how to comfort someone? Was this how one offered consolation? Rest assured, your father will not perish, Lin Chi murmured. Upon hearing his words, Laura slowly lifted her head. Her face, beautiful yet spirited, appeared even more enchanting through her tears. Why? She inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chi replied, your father is tough and resilient. How could he possibly die so quickly? Moreover, the will to survive is the strongest among all living beings. Even if starved for days on end, they find ways to endure. Upon hearing this, Laura's heart felt as though it were shattering. Ultimately, she had misplaced her trust. Hours later, the Dragon number 2 halted before a curtain of darkness. These shadows inexplicably obstructed the vessel's forward momentum. The engine emitted a creaking sound as its speed, which usually reached thousands of kilometers per hour, was drastically reduced by this mysterious veil. How astonishing! Lin Chi followed his gaze, and outside the cabin, the scene was engulfed in utter blackness, resembling billowing clouds that enveloped the entire sky, leaving one bewildered. Was this the curtain of darkness? This so-called barrier filled Lin Chi with a sense of foreboding, though he felt no need to display it. The Dragon number 2 was retracted, and the three of them emerged onto the ground. In the distance, they could see a tranquil forest awaiting them. It appears that we must embark on yet another adventure. The tranquil forest awaits us. Lin Chi shouted towards the serene woods. Are you out of your mind? Laura exclaimed, covering her ears in discontent. Ting, feeling somewhat apologetic, scratched his head with an awkward smile. Had Lin Chi become overly excited? I can go in alone. You can wait for me here. Lin Chi turned to Laura and Ting, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Laura was not pleased. She was already prepared, bow and arrow in hand, unwilling to let Lin Chi face dangers alone. No, I cannot allow you to go by yourself. I must also rescue my father. She uttered the very words that Lin Chi had feared the most, with Laura insisting on joining. Ting also refused to be left behind. He too wanted to go, for staying behind with Dragon number 2 would be dreadfully dull. Lin Chi sighed and pressed his forehead. All right then, but you must adhere strictly to my instructions. Ting nodded, and Laura agreed as well. Following this, Lin Chi reiterated several crucial points to Ting. Once they entered the tranquil forest, they were to refrain from speaking loudly, for their primary objective was to rescue Dr. Lewis, and they must not attract the attention of the puppet beings. Thus, the trio gradually made their way towards the forest. The entire area was imbued with an eerie atmosphere. There were no clouds in the sky, and even upon entering the woods, they could see nothing but endless dark clouds, fostering an overwhelming sense of oppression. Little did Lin Chi and his companions realize how recklessly they had acted. They had not anticipated that the shroud enveloping the tranquil forest was, in fact, the misfortune of the entire subterranean realm. Once ensnared by this ominous aura, one would become exceedingly unfortunate. For instance, as Lin Chi and his companions entered the tranquil forest, they were immediately confronted by a puppet being lurking among the trees. Lin Chi swung his lightsaber, but to his surprise, it missed its target. The mantis-like puppet lunged at Lin Chi, yet before it could reach him, it stumbled and fell to the ground, its body shattering upon colliding with a stone. This spectacle left Ting utterly astonished. However, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Was it truly this easy? It seemed that the legendary puppet beings were not as formidable as they had imagined. Lin Chi approached the fallen puppet, eager to examine its inner workings. Regrettably, apart from a red stone, there was nothing else. The entire body resembled nothing more than splintered wood. Grasping the red stone in his hand, Lin Chi pondered. Could this be the source of the puppet's energy? How intriguing. Yet why had such a situation arisen moments ago? Lin Chi recalled the peculiar event that had just transpired. He sought to vanquish the puppet, yet his efforts faltered before they could even commence. The lightsaber seemed to be under some inexplicable control. He lifted his gaze to the sky, pondering whether this turmoil was indeed connected to the dark shroud above. Surely, there must be something amiss, Lin Chi murmured softly to himself. Have you discerned something? Laura inquired, noticing the peculiarity in Lin Chi's expression. Lin Chi's gaze shifted to Laura, more specifically to the bow and arrow she held. Shoot him, Lin Chi commanded towards Tingen. Tingen was taken aback. What on earth was the esteemed one suggesting? To have Miss Laura shoot him? Esteemed one, what have I done to deserve this? If I have erred in any way, you may reprimand me, scold me, or even offer me yesterday's chewing gum, and I would endure it. But this is beyond reason. Tingen's eyes brimmed with tears. Was it truly so difficult? He had remained utterly loyal to the esteemed one, yet now he was to be slain? Was this akin to a betrayal after the toil? Did the esteemed one believe he was too slow on his feet and sought to end his life? In a whirlwind of thoughts, Tingen found himself overwhelmed, unable to fathom why the esteemed one would wish him harm. He yearned to flee. Yet, Laura had already drawn back her bowstring. Aiming at Tingen, Lin Chi held his breath, fixated on him. Just as the arrow was about to reach Tingen, a sudden, inexplicable gust of wind swept through, diverting the arrow to the ground. This scene left the trio in shock. If anyone was truly shaken, it was Tingen. He had not forgotten the arrow that had been aimed at him, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Why has this occurred? Laura asked in astonishment. Lin Chi cleared his throat, addressing Tingen. If I am not mistaken, this dark cloud impedes one's thoughts and brings misfortune. The two were once again taken aback. Chapter 64. The gear labyrinth enveloped by the dark shroud. They found themselves beset by an unusual streak of bad luck. Fortunately, Lin Chi had discerned the underlying principles in time, serving as a warning for the endeavors that lay ahead. The dark veil transformed the tranquil forest into an ominous shadowland. However, Lin Chi and his companions soon realized something was amiss. With each step, they found themselves moving at an increasingly sluggish pace, the surroundings growing eerily familiar. They had stumbled into an area thick with vines, specifically, countless blood-red tendrils. Among these vines, remnants of birds' feathers and carcasses could be seen, creating a vivid tableau as if the heavens had bestowed life upon these crimson tendrils, which had mercilessly claimed the birds' lives to sustain their own existence, leaving an unsettling chill in the air. As Lin Chi and his companions drew closer, they discerned that the blood-red vines were deliberately cultivated, for beneath them lay numerous ceramic jars, which were nourishing the vines. However, Lin Chi had no intention of seeking further information, as their understanding of the vine's purpose was limited. Who is so lacking in civic virtue as to spit carelessly? Exclaimed Tingen, upon spotting saliva on a large rock, his tone laced with derision. Lin Chi and Laura cast bewildered glances at him. Isn't this your doing? Laura regarded Tingen with contempt. Among the three, who else could be so inconsiderate? It could only be Tingen. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, recalling that he indeed had spat on a stone moments prior. But how had they returned? What is going on? How have we come back? Lin Chi remarked, noticing the peculiar situation. After hours of wandering, they found themselves back where they started? How infuriating. I'm exhausted. Have we been wasting time here? Tingen vented, baring his teeth in frustration. Look over there. What is that? At that moment, a spectacle in the distance caught Laura's attention. The other two followed the direction of her pointing hand. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shift continuously. The earth had transformed into a myriad of gears, and they were walking atop wooden cogs. But that was not all. The sky was filled with gears, and they were enveloped in a sphere constructed entirely of countless wooden cogs. Clang, clang, clang. My friends, I shall make a grand entrance. The distant gears parted, revealing a puppet figure that was all too familiar to the three. This was the puppet with a stitched-up mouth, now brandishing two sledges and glaring unfriendly at Lin Chi and his companions. Beneath its feet lay several lifeless puppets, barely clinging to existence. Lin Chi was speechless. He had not anticipated that Tingen would inadvertently summon this formidable foe. Fear not. We need not be afraid. He cannot harm us. Tingen dismissed the threat nonchalantly. After all, They were well aware that the tranquil forest shrouded in darkness was a far cry from what it seemed. No creature could achieve its desires there. Ha ha ha, my friends. Welcome to my gear gym, the puppet proclaimed, eyeing Lin Chi and his companions. Tingen gave him a thumbs up. The puppet, intrigued, mimicked his gesture. Hearing was enraged. He raised his fist to intimidate the puppet. However, he did not anticipate that the puppet would also lift its hand, directly swinging the sled staff towards him. Undaunted, Hearing dismissed the puppet's attack as inconsequential. Yet, soon, a cacophony of wails escaped his lips. He had been struck, the puppet's sled staff landing a hit. The puppet, witnessing this, emitted a creaking laughter, a sound eerily emanating from its nostrils. Curse it, how could it possibly harm us? Lin Chi exclaimed in horror. Perhaps it was all due to the wooden gears surrounding them. Stop speculating. You must be curious why I can attack you, right? The answer lies in the fact that I am impervious to those shadows, unlike you. The puppet gazed at Lin Chi and continued. This place is a tranquil labyrinth. The moment a sound is made, a monstrous nightmare will appear. You are all destined to perish here. With a snap of its fingers, the entire gear sphere expanded, infinitely stretching outward. The transformation before the three was astonishing. What is happening? Has it suddenly turned into a labyrinth? They glanced around, only to find the puppet had vanished, leaving no trace behind. Lin Chi attempted to harness the light to escape, but all was in vain. The light here was entirely black, fundamentally different from the light he commanded, rendering his escape attempts futile. Little did they know that they had been ensnared moments after their encounter with the puppet's leader. Trapped within this serene maze, the puppet seemed to have lost interest in them, departing without a second thought. Damn it, Lin Chi cursed under his breath. Yet, he understood that such complaints were futile. They needed to devise a plan to escape. Fortunately, the three shared a tacit understanding, refraining from making unnecessary noise. As the labyrinth transformed into a place of eerie silence, imprisoned within, Hearing and Laura turned their gazes toward Lin Chi, who sighed in resignation. For a moment, he felt helpless, his efforts fruitless. Extending his hand, Lin Chi pressed it against the gears. The gears were numerous and varied in size, together forming wooden walls. 1,000-fold power amplification. Lin Chi attempted to push against the wooden wall of gears, but it remained utterly immobile. 10,000-fold power amplification. He endeavored again with increased strength. However, the situation remains less than ideal. Lin Chi found himself in a predicament. After a brief examination, he realized that these gears were impervious to brute force, akin to how sharp needles cannot sever a thread. Even if he managed to push, new wooden gears would swiftly replace them. This scene undoubtedly instilled a sense of despair. Leaning against the wall of gears, Lin Chi wore a look of resignation. Surely we won't perish here? Please, think of a solution. Anan whispered anxiously to Lin Chi. I refuse to accept this. I must rescue my father, Laura said, her face etched with fatigue. Seeing Lin Chi at a loss, she resolved to search for an exit from this tranquil labyrinth on her own. But how could Lin Chi allow that? Without hesitation, he followed her. After all, the puppet had previously mentioned the existence of a beaked nightmare here. Although he was unaware of its true nature, Lin Chi had an unsettling premonition. Fortunately, these creatures were somewhat sensitive to sound, allowing them to navigate safely as long as they proceeded with caution. Little did Lin Chi anticipate that the beings referenced by the puppet leaders would be drawn not only by sound, but also by light when darkness descended. As night gradually approached, the trio had spent the afternoon searching for a route out of the maze, with little success, an outcome that was hardly surprising. Given the labyrinth's elusive nature, so many paths, all incorrect, Lin Chi could scarcely believe it. Yet, the reality was undeniable. In the dark, they gathered by the fire. Their moods complicated, especially Laura, whose worry for her father was palpable. Unlike Laura, Anan seemed considerably more relaxed, after enduring hunger for most of the day. They finally had the opportunity to eat. He opened the resource pack and began to devour its contents ravenously. Lin Chi scoffed. In a moment like this, how can he still find the appetite to eat? Yet soon, Lin Chi found himself envying Anan. If only he could adopt such a carefree attitude. Perhaps he would have already discovered a way to escape. Due to the oppressive darkness and the wooden walls of gears, Lin Chi's abilities were significantly diminished, rendering many of his powers ineffective. This compelled him to reassess how to approach the unforeseen challenges ahead. Chapter 65, Goblin-Beaked Nightmare, a creature dwelling in darkness. Specifically nurtured by the puppet leaders. They embody darkness, coexisting with it daily, consuming all that is associated with light. Lin Chi and his companions were blissfully unaware of the formidable nature of the giant beaked nightmares. Just as they gathered around the campfire, a pair of shadowy hands suddenly approached their flickering flames. "What on earth is that?" Tian exclaimed, startled into rising abruptly, his heart racing uncontrollably. The sight was utterly terrifying, extinguishing their campfire in an instant. "Wasn't it said that only sound could attract them?" Tian murmured. Under the influence of these nightmarish creatures, the surrounding environment turned a ghastly white, and to the trio's astonishment, the giant beaked nightmares began to devour the very space around them, causing the area to collapse inward. Tianan, extending his hand, hurled a can towards the entity, only to witness it vanish in mere moments. As though consumed by flames, the speed of its demise was alarming. They could actually consume the surrounding space? If only a blanket had been nearby, Tian would have surely gnawed at it, for the scene was utterly petrifying. This spectacle was unprecedented, transcending the realm of the natural. Lin Chi and his friends found themselves utterly helpless. All they could do was retreat, yet soon they found themselves cornered, with no escape in sight. Was this to be their final moment? Tian was unwilling to accept such a fate, and Lin Chi felt the same. As they faced this insurmountable threat, unbeknownst to them, a figure in a distant, enigmatic location was observing their plight in its entirety. Insects consumed by darkness. How amusing. "Let them perish, let them perish," the puppet king mused, his expression obscured, yet he was filled with delight. The scene unfolding before him was emanating from an ancient tome of magic, a sight most astonishing. He relished the sight of their torment, evoking memories of his own past sufferings. "You shall not succeed," a hoarse voice resonated from the darkness. If Lin Chi and Laura were present, they would surely recognize it as the voice of Dr. Lewis. "Oh, is that so? I find your confidence most endearing, akin to the genuine self-assurance of my puppet king." The puppet king replied. Dr. Lewis snorted derisively. "Old fool, your life should belong to me. You ought to discover the true essence of your existence. Encountering me is your fortune." Through the faint glimmer of light, Dr. Lewis could be seen seated within a room, sketching something at the table, a design, the very thing the puppet king desired most. The puppet king had captured Dr. Lewis, seeking to employ him in crafting a grand and perfect vision. To be precise, the feather quill held by Dr. Lewis would prove to be of immense significance. It was an incredibly obedient magical quill, which, upon becoming its master, allowed one to command it to create any designs desired. "Oh, wondrous quill! Hurry, hasten your pace, and I shall reward you with the most delectable of insects." The puppet king enticed the enchanting pen in Dr. Lewis's grasp. Remarkably, under his temptation, the quill indeed quickened its pace. This extraordinary feather pen was akin to a curse upon Dr. Lewis, compelling him against his will, his hands moving uncontrollably as he was forced to sketch the designs demanded by the puppet king, despite his deep reluctance. As the silhouettes of Lin Chi and the others were gradually engulfed by the beak of the nightmare, the puppet king felt an overwhelming joy within. "Weak at such a tender age, what will become of you in your old age? Will you be leaning on a cane?" He jested humorously. A distant laugh from one of the puppet king's minions echoed, albeit stiffly. "Is my joke not amusing?" The puppet king cast a weary glance at the puppets he had crafted. With that, he raised his hand and shattered one with his Christmas sledge staff. In a dimly lit space, a chilling cold enveloped the air. Lin Chi slowly opened his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a wooden cabin. Aside from him, Ting and Laura lay unconscious in the distance. However, they soon regained consciousness. "Where are we? Have we arrived in paradise?" Ting, dazed, momentarily thought they had reached heaven. Yet, he quickly roused, pondering how paradise could feel so cold and yet so eerily familiar. As he looked around, the cabin felt increasingly recognizable. This little wooden house seems so familiar, Ting mused, observing his surroundings. Lin Chi, already aware, recalled that this was indeed the abandoned cabin they had encountered in the endless desert. The only difference was that the cabin now had a few lamps illuminating the interior. "Why have we returned to this forsaken place?" Ting exclaimed in astonishment. Just as Ting finished speaking, a cough echoed from the darkness nearby. An elderly man with a hunchback emerged from outside, carrying a lamp in one hand and a cane in the other. "Cough, cough. Who says my temple is merely an abandoned shack? Can the young ones not articulate properly?" The old man addressed the group. "Without a doubt, It was the venerable tortoise-backed elder who rescued them from the maw of the monstrous nightmare. Leaning upon a gnarled wooden staff, he placed the lantern he held upon the wooden table, regarding Lin Chi with a scrutinizing gaze that traveled up and down. "Did you save us?" Lin Chi inquired of the elder, his emotions clearly tinged with excitement. "Benefactor, benefactor, today I finally behold your true visage." The tortoise-backed elder was overwhelmed with elation upon seeing Lin Chi, as if he had encountered a person of great importance. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Chi scratched his head. "Do we know each other?" Indeed, Lin Chi was certain he had never met this individual before. Yet, this elder seemed to harbor a profound admiration for him. "I am the tortoise-backed gnome of this boundless desert. However, due to the arrival of the Sand King, my temple has been abandoned. It is you who has saved our entire endless desert." As he uttered the last words, the tortoise-backed gnome knelt before Lin Chi, setting his staff aside, and began to worship him with great fervor. Lin Chi hurried to assist him, his heart suddenly enlightened. Chapter 66. The Toys of the Giant Kingdom. He never anticipated that his unintentional defeat of the Sand King would inadvertently save the entire endless desert. The tortoise-backed gnome regarded Lin Chi with profound respect, as if he were in the presence of an ancestor, nearly pressing his lips to Lin Chi's face in reverence. This was not surprising, for the endless desert had long been under the oppressive rule of the Sand King, and the creatures dwelling here had grown weary of their subjugation. Now, the Sand King would no longer exist. The tyrant had paid a heavy price for his transgressions, and Lin Chi believed that the endless desert would soon blossom in beauty. With a faint smile, he offered polite words. "But how did we end up here?" Upon hearing this, the tortoise-backed gnome's face bore a look of astonishment. "Benefactor, I stumbled upon the fact that you ventured into that tranquil forest and encountered danger, which compelled me to intervene and save you." Laura and the others suddenly realized how formidable this gnome truly was, capable of rescuing them from such perilous circumstances. "We merely intended to venture into the tranquil forest to rescue someone, yet we unexpectedly encountered the Gear Labyrinth. What terrible luck," Lin Chi remarked. "Indeed, that is the Gear Labyrinth. Once ensnared within, escape becomes impossible. The old man employed tremendous abilities to extricate you all," the gnome explained. "Tremendous abilities? Is that a reference to the skill of burrowing?" Tianan mused, standing before an abyss. Laura shot a glance at Tianan. Lin Chi was at a loss for words. The tortoise-backed gnome appeared utterly unfazed, even taking pride in his abilities. "This is the most powerful skill of my kin, enabling us to swiftly tunnel through the earth, and even sense the creatures and events surrounding us through the ground." Upon hearing this, Tianan gasped, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Are you aware of the tale of the puppet people? Why did he abduct my father?" At this moment, Laura recalled her father. The tortoise-backed goblin nodded knowingly. "Indeed, he is perilous. I advise you to refrain from provoking him. As long as you do not disturb him, he will not seek this place, for he cannot leave the Whispering Woods," the tortoise-backed goblin remarked to Laura. "That can't be right, though. We clearly saw him leave the Whispering Woods," and pointed out, noticing a flaw in the goblin's words. Lin Chi also recognized the inconsistency, but chose to remain silent. "Oh, you are still unaware, aren't you? What you encountered was merely his puppet. You have not faced the true Puppet King. To be precise, he is currently quite feeble. But I still advise against provoking him, for he is a dangerous individual," the tortoise-backed goblin kindly cautioned. "My father has been taken by him. I must rescue him. If you know how to defeat him, please share your knowledge with us," Laura stated, determination etched upon her face. The tortoise-backed goblin displayed a flicker of hesitation. Turning to look at Lin Chi nodded in affirmation of Laura's words. "Well, there are indeed ways to confront him. But before I disclose how to deal with him, I must warn you that the Puppet King is, in fact, a rather pitiable puppet," the tortoise-backed goblin said with a sigh. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged bewildered glances. He was once a broken puppet abandoned by the Kingdom of Giants, left in the Whispering Woods. Over time, he gradually transformed his nature. Long ago, there existed a kingdom of giants, each with their own passions. One giant, in particular, had a fondness for crafting puppets. However, he was never satisfied with his creations until he finally fashioned one that met his approval, imbuing it with life. The puppet lived alongside the giant day and night, but this idyllic existence was short-lived. One day, the giant deemed the puppet's chatter too bothersome and sewed its mouth shut, ensuring it would never speak again. Undeterred, the puppet secretly tore the stitches away, and when the giant discovered this, He punished the puppet by destroying it and casting it into the Whispering Woods. Should it dare to make a sound, it would face punishment. Thus, the Puppet King endeavored to learn in solitude, and with his exquisite craftsmanship, he created more puppets to serve him. All the while, the Puppet King's deepest desire remained to escape this cursed place. But why did he capture my father? Laura inquired, perplexed. The tortoise-backed gnome explained in a hushed tone, "This is quite simple to elucidate. He is cursed and unable to leave. Hence he has long desired to construct a vessel to escape the tranquil forest. Only then can he embark on a quest to find the fragments of the Firestone to mend his broken body." Firestone fragments? Both In and Lin Chi gasped in astonishment upon hearing the mention of the Firestone. They had not anticipated that the Puppet King was also in pursuit of these coveted fragments, and the reason for abducting Dr. Lewis was to facilitate the creation of a ship for the Puppet King. Lin Chi produced the Firestone fragment, leaving the tortoise-backed gnome utterly astonished. He had never imagined that Lin Chi would possess such a treasure. "My benefactor is truly remarkable. Who would have thought you would have a Firestone fragment?" "This is precisely what the Puppet King has been searching for," the gnome exclaimed. The Firestone fragments possessed the remarkable ability to melt numerous special materials. And the wood used to craft the Puppet King was no ordinary timber. It required the unique fire of the world to burn the divine wood and extract its ashes, which, when mixed with water, could be formed into wood. This elucidates why the highly capable Puppet King has been unable to restore his damaged form over the years. He lacks the Firestone fragments. Is the method you speak of to defeat the Puppet King indeed the utilization of the Firestone fragments? Lin Chi seemed to have identified the crux of the matter. Indeed, if my benefactor possesses Firestone fragments, vanquishing the Puppet King will become a mere formality, the gnome declared, his admiration for Lin Chi deepening. Previously, he had cautioned them against proceeding, believing they lacked the means to defeat the creature, but the situation had now transformed. Lin Chi accepted the Firestone fragment, recognizing it as the key to overcoming the Puppet King. Yet, a lingering question remained in his mind. While we have seemingly discovered the means to triumph over the Puppet King, I still ponder, what exactly are those colossal beaked nightmares? Lin Chi inquired, unable to shake off the peculiar nature of those entities, which were nothing short of nightmarish, leaving him at a loss. "Oh, are you referring to those creatures? Dealing with them is quite straightforward. Though formidable, they are not without their weaknesses. If you simply feed them sufficiently, they will lose interest in devouring anything else." The tortoise-backed gnome informed Lin Chi Chapter 67, The Guardians of Moon Island from the gnome's account. Lin Chi and his companions gleaned a strategy to defeat the colossal beaked nightmares. The path before them had become crystal clear. They must procure ample food for the nightmares to divert their attention away from them. As for the gear labyrinth, the gnome advised that locating the core gear would render the entire labyrinth devoid of operational power. Having absorbed the gnome's insights, Laura finally felt her previously anxious heart settle. Her father was temporarily safe. After all, the Puppet King could not harm him. As constructing a vessel capable of carrying the remnants of the Puppet King was no easy feat thus, time granted them a much-needed respite. With a clear direction, the group promptly set forth towards Moon Island Lake, one of the largest lakes nestled deep within the earth. By the time Lin Chi and the others arrived at Moon Island Lake, it was already the early hours of the following day. The lake unfolded before them in a breathtaking expanse of azure, mirroring the sky above. Occasionally, colossal aquatic creatures would surface from the depths, gasping for air. The inhabitants of this realm were an astonishing array of bizarre life forms, each thriving without natural predators and growing to immense sizes due to the surrounding radiation. Yet, Lin Chi and his companions were not drawn here by these gigantic denizens of the deep. Their purpose in visiting was primarily to seek out the elusive jumping shrimp, which only made their appearance at dusk. These shrimp emitted a radiant glow in the evening, despite residing at the lake's bottom year-round. They would leap to the surface to lay their eggs on the sandy shores of Moon Island. After abstaining from food and water for months, they would quietly perish once their offspring hatched. However, these shrimp possessed a remarkable ability. They could enlarge their bodies hundreds of times when faced with danger, which was precisely why the tortoise-backed gnome had instructed them to find this species. Hearing that it had already prepared bags and nets, one might wonder about their origins. But such concerns were trivial. As night approached, he would assume the role of the vanguard. What? Was he merely a useless companion to the leader? Once, he too had entertained such thoughts. He felt woefully inadequate in the presence of the leader, having yet to accomplish anything of significance for him. Today, he was determined to perform an extraordinary feat that would leave the leader in awe. Meanwhile, the leader was engrossed in a romantic discourse with Miss Laura, and felt it inappropriate to intrude. It struck him as an ill-timed scene. What if the leader were to meet an unfortunate fate? Surely, then he could claim Miss Laura for himself. Of course, this was merely a fanciful notion of Anne's. With time still remaining before nightfall, he seized the opportunity to explore the enchanting Moon Island. It was undeniably a fairy tale realm, resplendent in its beauty and utterly captivating. The trees, in particular, resembled intricately carved crystal, and ventured deeper into the island, driven by a spirit of adventure, an endeavor befitting a man rather than merely comforting a woman, which would be a disgrace to their masculinity. The vast expanse of Moon Island stretched endlessly before him, heightening his intrigue. However, it was not long before Anne scampered back from the depths of the island, exuberant and exhilarated. He inadvertently found himself in trouble. The turtleback gnome had forgotten to inform Lin Chi and his companions. In truth, the Moon Island was home to a plethora of its own unique creatures. Having long been subjected to the island's mysterious powers, these beings had evolved from ordinary life forms into advanced entities, serving as guardians of the Moon Island. With long pincers and delicate legs, their bodies shimmered with a jade-like hue. However, they were remarkably swift when pursuing the hapless Ting and Help-Me. At that moment, Lin Chi and Laura were seated on a stone, indulging in barbecued delicacies, for the island's bounty was abundant, clean, and ready to eat. After all, one could forget their woes through the joy of feasting, a sentiment embodied by Miss Laura. Suddenly, upon hearing Ting An's cries for help, Lin Chi had no intention of intervening. This rascal was always causing trouble. Perhaps a bit of hardship would do him good. Yet, as they savored their meal, a massive claw suddenly hurtled towards their food, sending it flying and causing Lin Chi to leap in shock. How utterly despicable! Looking over, he saw Ting An in a state of utter helplessness, pursued by several Moon Island guardians. The scene unfolding was quite dire. Lin Chi chose to ignore it, resuming his meal. However, Laura grew concerned for Ting An. "Oh, you little rascal, let me lend you a hand," she declared, her face alight with a sense of justice. Though Ting An could be mischievous, she recognized him as a younger brother capable of redemption. Yet, Laura soon found herself taken aback. Her arrows, upon striking the Moon Island guardians, seemed no more effective than tickling them, akin to a mere egg striking a stone. Ding! At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Chi's mind, the system's notification. Not listening, Lin Chi was completely absorbed in his feast. What was this system nonsense? He couldn't be bothered. Ding! Zzz. Crack! Was the system malfunctioning? Lin Chi was at a loss. He had no idea what the system was up to. Ding! You have slain a Moon Island guardian and obtained a fragment of the Moon Island airdrop map. Ding! Slaying 1,000 Moon Island guardians will activate the Moon Island airdrop map fragment. Ding! Currently, there are 1,000 Moon Island guardians remaining, with one severely weakened. Life force at 0.00001. Please eliminate it promptly. Ding! By consuming the creatures of the Moon Island, you have gained the power of the Moon Island, activating the island's benefits. For every guardian you slay, you will obtain one fragment, which can be exchanged for items in the Moon Island shop. Lin Chi was utterly dumbfounded. No way. Did he hear incorrectly? What a coincidence that an airdrop mission would appear at this moment. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue lay in the fact that a Moon Island guardian was already on the brink of collapse. Soon, Lin Chi caught sight of the Moon Island guardian. At that moment, Ting An was being trampled underfoot by the guardian, yet he refused to yield. Though his body was subdued, his spirit remained unbroken. Bang! He launched a fierce headbutt against the Moon Island guardian, causing the latter to stagger, clearly disoriented. Die! Ting An gritted his teeth. He could not afford to perish. Even with his hands bound, he was determined to carve out a path to survival with his head. The Moon Island guardian before him seemed to falter under his onslaught, its power rapidly diminishing. Chapter 68. Challenge Mission. The Moon Island guardians were numerous, yet not inexhaustible. Lin Chi feared that if Ting An collided with the guardian once more, it would surely meet its end, and Lin Chi would be unable to fulfill his mission. In a flash, Lin Chi moved with extraordinary speed, appearing before Ting An in an instant. He had no intention of stealing the kill. He merely sought to adhere to the system's directives. The unfortunate Moon Island Guardian was sent flying by Lin Chi's punch, instantly transforming into a radiant light that entered Lin Chi's body. A chilling sensation washed over him, accompanied by no other feeling. Ding. 1 point of Moon Island fragment credited. A system notification echoed in Lin Chi's mind. There remained 999 Moon Island Guardians. A hint of relief washed over Lin Chi. These guardians were not so formidable after all, merely a trivial challenge. However, his intervention had unforeseen consequences. Upon the death of one guardian, the others sensed an imminent threat and swiftly reallocated their focus from Tingen, converging upon Lin Chi. An increasing number of Moon Island Guardians were drawn to him, as if they had encountered an unprecedented crisis. Lin Chi's heart sank. It felt as though he had stirred a hornet's nest, inciting the wrath of every guardian. Big brother, I knew you still cared for me. Tingen found it almost unbelievable. Just moments ago, Lin Chi had been indifferent to his plight, but it appeared that it was all a facade. Tingen was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears, yet he held them back. He would transform his sorrow into strength. Even if he were to die, he would face it alongside Lin Chi. A surge of formidable power erupted from Tingen's being. Wow. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Chi felt a deep sense of despair. Was this foolish boy out of his mind? If he failed to eliminate 1,000 of these creatures, who knew what negative effects he would suffer? Get lost. Lin Chi cursed vehemently. Get lost. Was this great genius suggesting I should evade these monsters by rolling? Truly an exceptional intellect. Listening to Anne's words, Lin Chi discerned their meaning, ultimately coming to a realization. He observed as enrolled among the Moon Island guards, feeling quite pleased. Great one, your method is indeed quite ingenious. I shall forever refer to you as the eternal god, and shouted towards Lin Chi, clearing his throat. You are truly a genius. Lin Chi was left speechless. Was this boy deliberately trying to provoke him? Yet, he could find no evidence to support his suspicion, and continued to roll amidst the Moon Island guards, and before long, he reached Lin Chi's side. Great one, allow me to fight alongside you, and said with a serious expression. Lin Chi, not in the mood, kicked him away. I told you to get lost. Leave these monsters to me. You are no match for them, Lin Chi replied coldly. One of the Moon Island guards had rendered and utterly dazed. How could such a multitude of guards not eliminate him? I care not what you are, but encountering me will spell your misfortune, Lin Chi declared. No sooner had he spoken than 2 glowing swords manifested in his hands. With the emergence of the swords, who could rival him? Roar. Before him lay countless pale blue figures, coalescing into an endless azure light. One man stands against 1,000, none shall pass. In that moment, Lin Chi embodied the spirit of a warrior, one unwilling to succumb to fear, especially in Anne's presence. The 2 glowing swords crossed before him, his feet planted atop the defeated Moon Island guards. Damn it, you dare interrupt my meal. You are truly deserving of death. Lin Chi wiped the biological oil from the corner of his mouth. Little did he anticipate that such a minor action would ensnare him in the system's trap. Ding. Sensing the host's fervent fighting spirit, the system has proactively activated the challenge timer. Ding. Challenge countdown, 30 seconds. Ding. Challenge countdown, 29 seconds. As the countdown dwindled, Lin Chi's heart raced. This system was truly burdensome. However, now was not the time for complaints. Come on. Let us see who is more formidable. Lin Chi also let out a furious roar. Burn, little universe. The 2 foremost Moon Island guards fell instantly. Yet soon more guards closed in, and Lin Chi showed not the slightest fear. He summoned the surrounding radiance, quickly coalescing it into a colossal sphere of light. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. The guardians of the Moon Island stood in utter astonishment, seemingly having never encountered such a massive orb of light. Their excitement palpable, especially as the sphere emitted a faint warmth. It only heightened their exhilaration, prompting a desire to draw nearer. However, Lin Chi harbored different intentions. He darted like a streak of light among the Moon Island guardians. Light slash. Lin Chi unleashed a guttural roar akin to a pig's squeal, reminiscent of a beleaguered writer whose manuscript had finally been accepted after a year's submission, his emotions overflowing. Clang, clang, clang. Waves of light and shadow erupted chaotically, detonating amidst the ranks of the Moon Island guardians. Ding. You have successfully slain 999 Moon Island guardians, earning 999 Moon Island shards. Ding. Challenge countdown, 10 seconds. Lin Chi stood atop the fallen guardians, An expression of indifference etched across his face. Who else? Who else? Lin Chi was momentarily consumed by frenzy. Yet, he soon recalled an important detail. He needed to slay a total of 1,000. With only 999 slain, he was one guardian short of completing his task. Realizing this, a jolt of urgency surged within him. It appeared there was still one elusive target remaining. Swiftly, Lin Chi pinpointed the location of the last remaining guardian, who was being dragged to the edge of the moon island by Ting In, seemingly intent on submerging it into the lake. It would be far too lenient to end their lives so easily. We must torment them, Ting In seethed at the guardians. No sooner had he spoken than he plunged the final guardian into the depths of the moon island lake. With only 5 seconds left on the countdown, Lin Chi felt betrayed by this incompetent fool. Though he longed to kick Ting In into the ground, this was not the time for petty grievances. He had to act swiftly. Whoosh! Just as Ting In was about to congratulate himself, he suddenly sensed something was past him. Where's the big guy? Ting In turned to where Lin Chi had been, but found no sign of him. Suddenly, a series of familiar cries erupted from behind him. Wasn't that the voice of the big guy? As he turned around, he was met with the sight of Lin Chi being bitten on the rear by a swarm of fish with sharp teeth, eliciting a cacophony of yelps. It was almost unfathomable that Lin Chi had become the target, simultaneously besieged by a dozen man-eating fish. Upon witnessing this scene, Ting In felt an urge to laugh, yet he forcefully covered his mouth. Chapter 69. The Enchanted Screaming Chicken. Lin Chi, bitten on the backside by a piranha, was experiencing an unfortunate streak of luck. However, even more misfortune awaited him. These piranhas possessed a peculiar trait. Once they lashed onto their prey, they would never release their grip, even in death. This predicament left Lin Chi in quite a bind. He attempted to scorch his rear with fire, but to no avail. He tried striking his backside with stones, yet it proved ineffective. Then, he resorted to immersing his behind in water, hoping to provide the piranhas with a more familiar environment. But still, there was no success. His posterior was on the verge of bursting. This spectacle was observed by Ting In and Laura, who found amusement in his plight. Despite exerting tremendous effort, Lin Chi was utterly helpless. Although Laura wished to assist him, she realized that as a girl, she was at a loss on how to help. Ultimately, humiliated by the relentless piranhas, Lin Chi inadvertently released a fart, which unexpectedly suffocated all the piranhas. This turn of events left Ting In utterly astonished. Lin Chi's emotions were tumultuous, while Laura's face turned crimson with embarrassment. How mortifying! Just how foul must that fart have been? He covered his mouth and nose with his hand, repulsed. Lowering his head, he was greeted by the sight of a group of piranhas, lifeless from the noxious gas. He had never anticipated the sheer power of his own flatulence. Later, upon seeing Lin Chi injured, Laura surprisingly offered to help bandage his wounds. Miss Laura, perhaps I should handle this, he thought. After all, Lin Chi's behind was akin to his own. If it suffered, his would too. Such trivial matters should be left to him. Ting In felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing Laura's offer to assist Lin Chi. I advise you not to meddle. He awkwardly scratched his head. After receiving an earful from Lin Chi, he discreetly stepped aside, yet internally, he was tormented. Why? Why was it not him being bitten by the piranhas? If only he could have Laura bandage his wounds, especially with a pink bow, he would have felt utterly fulfilled. Ting In wandered alone to the edge of Moon Island Lake, gazing at the distant surface of the water, his thoughts a tangled mess. He contemplated sacrificing his legs to the ferocious piranhas, but quickly abandoned the idea. These creatures were far too fearsome. Had they not noticed him, he might have ended up with nothing left of himself. Upon reflecting on this, Ting In withdrew his leg. A sense of trepidation enveloped him. After all, he was still young and could not simply succumb to fate. At last, Laura had successfully bandaged Lin Chi's wound. Unlike Ting In, Lin Chi harbored no exaggerated notions regarding Laura's benevolence, for his current concerns lay far beyond his injury. Lin Chi perused the array of goods presented to him, his comprehension of the system's intentions waning. The so-called enchanting opportunities, he gleaned, involved imbuing items with enhancements to amplify their efficacy. However, it was evident that the enchantments offered were rather meager. Otherwise, they would not be mere complementary offerings. In addition to enchanting items, there existed an assortment of other products, predominantly skins and special effects, commonly regarded as mere embellishments. After absorbing the details of these items, Lin Chi felt a burgeoning desire to engage with them. He initially purchased a piece of bubblegum and an axe, thereby depleting a total of 600 Moon Island fragments. Subsequently, he examined the skins and special effects, finding them rather appealing and reasonably priced, prompting him to acquire them all. However, a minor detail arose. He possessed 2 lightsabers. Thus, he could only purchase 2 skins of the Moon Shadow lightsaber. In total, Lin Chi expended all 1,000 Moon Island fragments. "Could you spare that axe for me? I need it for chopping wood," Ting remarked, eyeing the unremarkable axe in Lin Chi's possession. Indeed, the very axe he had procured with his Moon Island fragments. "Oh, this?" Without hesitation, Lin Chi tossed the axe to Ting, along with a piece of gum as a bonus. Ting was overwhelmed with gratitude, while Lin Chi maintained an expressionless demeanor. He had no time to indulge in idle chatter. He needed to delve into how to implement these treasures. The skins and effects could be easily applied with a mere selection. Application successful. Congratulations. Your lightsaber has been adorned with the Moon Shadow lightsaber skin, rendering you more conspicuous amidst the crowd. Go forth and dazzle your enemies with your titanium alloy brilliance. Having successfully utilized the shimmering effects of the lightsaber, Lin Chi felt a surge of curiosity regarding these skin effects. However, he realized he could not recklessly employ them at that moment and would have to wait for a more opportune time. With 2 enchanting opportunities remaining, he was prompted to select the equipment he wished to enchant. Without hesitation, Lin Chi chose the Moon Shadow lightsaber for this purpose. Although he was uncertain of the benefits that enchanting might confer, he believed that acquiring more advantages would undoubtedly be favorable. Initially, Lin Chi had presumed that the enchanting process would allow for personal selection. However, he soon discovered that it was entirely a matter of chance. To his dismay, after an intense flurry of operations, he found that the outcome was 2 enchanted items that emitted the sound of a squawking chicken. In disbelief, Lin Chi attempted to reject the enchantment, but was met with the system's obstinate insistence. Refusing enchantment, abandoning the process. "I shall not abandon the enchantment. I still wish to enchant 2 Moon Shadow lightsabers." Lin Chi felt utterly defeated. The so-called enchantment merely added a cacophony of chicken squawks to his Moon Shadow lightsaber. Was this intended to make him a fool? Once the enchantment was complete, the raucous sounds erupted from the Moon Shadow lightsaber, prompting incredulous stares from Ting and Laura in the distance. Embarrassed, Lin Chi quickly stowed the weapon and closed the interface of the Moon Island Mall, redirecting his attention to a map provided by the system. This map, riddled with numerous gaps, was his most prized acquisition, concealing the drop point for the next airdrop. It turned out to be a map of Moon Island, prominently featuring the many palaces located at its center. The drop point was situated within one of these palaces, expected to occur in approximately 2 hours. "Ah, what is that?" he exclaimed. "You 2 wait here for a moment. I wish to explore. There seems to be something peculiar over there." Lin Chi addressed Ting and Laura, not wanting to burden them as he ventured into the undoubtedly perilous Moon Island Palace. However, just as he prepared to set forth, the 2 had already packed their belongings and appeared before him. "Dear sir, are you not being a tad ungracious? Do you wish to act alone, or do you intend to leave us here to await our demise?" Listening to him, she still spoke with her characteristic candor. "It's far too perilous for you to venture alone. I cannot bear the thought. Moreover, your injury remains unhealed, and I must constantly monitor your condition." Laura's excuse was relatively reasonable. Though it seemed they had been at Moon Island for quite some time, it had yet to be half a day. Thus, they found themselves with ample time. Reluctantly, Lin Chi decided to accompany both En and Laura to the Moon Island Palace. The expanse of Moon Island was immense, and its guards merely served as expendable sentinels, tasked with maintaining the island's tranquility. The origins of the Moon Island Palace and the secrets it concealed remained a mystery to all. Yet, one could assert that the palace resembled a veiled lady, patiently awaiting someone to unveil her exquisite beauty. Chapter 70. Do you have abs? Before long, the trio arrived at the Moon Island Palace, only to be greeted by an enveloping chill. This cold was peculiar, penetrating deeply and causing a sharp sting against their skin. If Moon Island were akin to a game dungeon, this palace would likely be the lair of a formidable boss. The structure loomed large, its entirety adorned in a mesmerizing pale hue. Countless Moon Island toads leapt forth, seemingly sensing danger, and surged towards Lin Chi and his companions. Lin Chi pressed his forehead, contemplating whether this was merely a stage for him to showcase his talents. With a flourish, he drew the Moon Shadow lightsaber. A piercing cry echoed forth. Reminiscent of a distressed chicken, Lin Chi had long since grown accustomed to awkwardness. After all, as long as he remained unperturbed, any embarrassment would surely fall upon others. With this thought, Lin Chi's expression softened considerably. The Moon Island toads before him were utterly insignificant. He needed to eliminate them swiftly, for their numbers were overwhelming. And only he possessed the means to inflict substantial damage. Much like Laura, who, aware of her inferiority to the toads, still charged ahead and ultimately suffered bites on her arm. Moon Island toad. Detailed description. Each one consumed increases strength by a fraction. Just as Lin Chi prepared to reduce the toads to ashes with a thunderous strike, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. He paused, relaying the information to An. Upon hearing this, An was taken aback, as he had unwittingly regarded these toads as treasures, igniting a fire. Who would have imagined that such a desolate place harbored so many potent resources? A melange of toads, toad barbecue, toad skewers, and toad legs stewed with toad skin. He exuberantly devoured these lunar toads before the Grand Palace. Lin Chi did not intervene, instead leading Laura into the palace. The entire lunar palace resembled a crystalline sculpture, where even a mere breath seemed to freeze in the air, both ethereal and tangible, ever-changing. The palace columns, formed from ice crystals, stood resolute through countless ages, their exquisite transparency seemingly transporting onlookers across millennia. Lin Chi made a beeline for the main hall. For the object he sought resided there. It was a box carved from ice crystal. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and opened the box, only to be met with the system's voice. This was an utterly useless ability that left Lin Chi somewhat speechless. The ability was whimsically named Move a Grave and Die. Upon brief contemplation, Lin Chi understood it to mean causing a target to perish in another location, which seemed of little utility to him. Although the main hall contained nothing besides this box, Lin Chi soon perceived something peculiar about the hall. It appeared capable of healing wounds. His realization stemmed from the surprising absence of pain in his rear. Informing Laura of this discovery, she nodded in acknowledgement, indicating she too had noticed these subtleties. As their wounds gradually healed, after merely half an hour in the main hall, both Lin Chi and Laura found themselves completely restored, leaving them utterly astonished. After wandering around the main hall a bit more, they stumbled upon an area that seemed to have suffered destruction. Unlike the external purity, this place was filled with crumbled walls, and the surrounding ice crystals sparkled with starlight, creating a breathtaking sight. What astonished Lin Chi further was the sight of a monstrous carcass lying in the distance. Its mouth was sealed with a mask, and its body was bound by chains, its limbs resembling gigantic screws. One hand was a singular gun-like appendage, while the other was a clawed hand. A scene more reminiscent of a horror film than a living being. It was more fittingly described as a mechanical creature. To claim that he was not astonished would be disingenuous. Even Lin Chi, who had weathered many storms, was taken aback. Yet, this emotion quickly retreated into the depths of his mind. It was no surprise, given the myriad unknown creatures that populated the lunar isle. Lin Chi could hardly afford to be astonished at every turn. Upon exiting the main hall with Laura, they were unable to contain themselves at the sight before them. Was it possible that Tingen had such an insatiable appetite? He had managed to consume countless lunar toads. Throughout their journey back, the sound of his satisfied belches echoed around them. Strangely, despite his prodigious consumption, it seemed that Tingen's weight had not increased significantly. Time swiftly passed, and soon the evening descended upon them. This period undoubtedly served as a respite for their weary souls, a gentle embrace from the heavens. A multitude of shrimp were captured by Tingen. Although these creatures were rather unremarkable in appearance, they emitted beautiful points of light at night. Before long, these myriad points coalesced into a magnificent ocean of luminescence. To witness such an exquisite tapestry in this setting was truly enchanting. At this moment, Laura sat beside Tingen, while Lin Chi seemed lost in his own thoughts. Laura, however, was captivated by the glowing shrimp in the distance, showering praises upon their brilliance. Though she often found it difficult to appreciate beauty, what lay before her must surely be the essence of what people referred to as beauty. Laura expressed her admiration, turning her head only to find herself locking eyes with Lin Chi. To her surprise, he was secretly observing her, which sent a wave of shyness coursing through her. How peculiar. Why did she feel such an odd sensation? It was a feeling she had never experienced before. As a former agent, she had always maintained a vigilant stance towards the opposite sex, for her instructor had warned her that men are often the primary force leading one into the abyss. Yet, This man before her seemed quite different from the ones her instructor had described. He was incredibly responsible, often stepping forward in times of danger. Without him, she might still be in the dark about her father's whereabouts. Reflecting on this, Laura's feelings for Lin Chi deepened, and she longed to express her gratitude. However, the words caught in her throat. What was wrong? Did her face betray her emotions? Lin Chi asked, perplexed. A blush crept across Laura's cheeks, but fortunately, it was nighttime, and Lin Chi could not discern her expression. And no, Laura stammered. Do you have something on your mind? Lin Chi seemed to sense her hesitance. Not at all. I'm just a bit curious. Do men as formidable as you possess abs? The question tumbled out, surprising even her. Upon uttering it, her face flushed even deeper. How embarrassing. How could she have asked such an impertinent question? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be so forward, Laura quickly apologized. Lin Chi internally chuckled at the absurdity. While he might be capable of great feats, he certainly did not possess abs. He patted his stomach, realizing it likely contained little more than the remnants of his last meal. Of course I do. What healthy man could be without abs? Lin Chi certainly could not reveal the fact that he lacked abdominal muscles. He once did not possess them, but now he did. Really? Laura was incredulous. Who would have thought that someone who appeared so frail could actually have abs? Lin Chi nodded, as if to question the validity of her disbelief. Why not touch them? Then, reluctant to lose face, he employed a strategy of feigned indifference. I would never. Laura quickly shook her head, feeling embarrassed and ashamed at the thought of touching a man's abdomen. Yet, her hand involuntarily reached out. Forget about it, Lin Chi hastily replied, crossing his arms. At that moment, Laura's emotions resembled a climber who had reached the summit, only to slip back into the abyss. Her discontent was palpable. However, Lin Chi had long since turned his attention away from her and was now gazing at the nearby shrimp. If possible, I truly wish to spare these shrimp. They are magnificent creatures, Lin Chi remarked. There was little to be done, and Laura concurred with his sentiment. Indeed, these shrimp were truly remarkable. They would sacrifice their lives to protect their offspring, standing resolute against formidable foes, yet their fate was often tragic. Before long, a figure disrupted this poignant scene. Time to catch shrimp. Shrimp, come forth, I see you, do not flee. Rather than simply catching shrimp, it seemed that Tingen was playing joyfully. Upon sensing his approach, the shrimp scattered in a frenzy. Had it not been for the abundance of shrimp by the lakeside, this foolish boy likely would have caught none at all. After an entire night of tireless effort, Tingen finally managed to capture a substantial number of shrimp. The following morning, the group was eager to embark on their journey to the tranquil forest. However, this time, they did not intend to enter the serene woods as haphazardly as before. Should the dragon number 2 lead them again, they would likely be discovered by the Puppet King. Thus, they needed a different approach. Soon, they located the tortoiseback goblin. My benefactor, how could such a trivial matter pose a challenge for me? Rest assured, I will ensure your safe passage to the tranquil forest. The goblin assured them with enthusiasm. For him, it was 1,000 times worth the effort, as he promptly created a tunnel leading to the tranquil forest for Lin Chi and his companions. This time, Tingen deeply understood the meaning of speed, the speed of digging tunnels. Previously, he had mocked the goblin's tunneling, but now even he was astonished by the goblin's remarkable speed. Before long, their figures reappeared in the tranquil forest. Although everything seemed flawless, it wasn't long before they encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 71. The energetic Ting and the turtleback goblin, despite his overconfidence, found himself in a predicament. Old turtle, do not blame yourself. This is not entirely your fault. Tingen consoled. What transpired? It turned out that the hole dug by the turtleback goblin led directly into the gear maze, unwittingly bringing them back to where they started. It was akin to a self-assured chef preparing a dish of twice-cooked pork, only to discover that it contained no meat, resulting in an exceedingly awkward situation. I am aging and nearing retirement. Can't the younger generation show a bit of consideration for the elderly? The turtleback goblin grumbled as he stood behind Lin Chi. Tingen displayed a caring expression while cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Lin Chi shot him a glare, and at that moment, the lad finally settled down. This time, they were well prepared. Even the gear maze would find it difficult to impede their progress. Indeed, it was not long before they encountered the beaked nightmares. Tingen, go? Lin Chi commanded. Tingen nodded and swiftly released a multitude of jumping shrimp. The shrimp leaped continuously, and upon sensing danger, they expanded in size until they matched that of an adult human. The beaked nightmares began to ravenously devour these jumping shrimp. Though the beaked nightmares could consume some of them, even causing spatial distortions, they were ultimately living beings, and being alive meant they had vulnerabilities. After approximately 10 minutes, as anticipated, the beaked nightmares began to exhibit signs of satiety. They no longer posed a threat to Lin Chi and his companions. Their corpulent bodies lay heavily upon the ground, a stark contrast to their earlier menacing demeanor, even exuding a hint of adorableness. What adorable little creatures! Laura could hardly believe her eyes. Lin Chi, too, found it hard to accept this astonishing sight. Ting yearned to reach out and pet one, but the turtleback goblin intervened. However, it was too late, as Ting had already placed his hand upon the head of a beaked nightmare. Suddenly, a gaping maw lunged at Ting, catching him off guard. Fortunately, he managed to evade the perilous bite. Curiously, ever since he had consumed countless Month Island toads, a potent energy had been stirring within him, filling him with vigor. "You dare to bite even your father? Truly outrageous," he exclaimed, and with newfound energy, Ting retaliated against the beaked nightmare with punches and kicks. The beaked nightmare emitted a wretched cry. The scene was so harrowing that even the stoic Lin Chi dared not look for long. After enduring a thorough beating from Ting, the formidable nightmarish beak had become remarkably subdued, lying on the ground without daring to utter a single sound. This scene, however, did not escape Lin Chi's notice. Could it be that the toad meat is truly brimming with energy? Lin Chi mused to himself, a realization dawning upon him. Moreover, he discovered that the energy contained within the toad meat exceeded his expectations. Regretting his earlier decision to inform Ting, he lamented that had he known, he might have savored the delicacy in solitude. Indeed, he had no genuine interest in the power it bestowed. His primary desire was merely to indulge in its exquisite flavor. After conducting a thorough inquiry into the information regarding the Moon Island toad within the system, Lin Chi gained a comprehensive understanding of the properties of this toad meat. It turned out that it was not the toad meat itself that altered Ting's constitution, but rather the beast cores embedded within it. These cores are extracted from unique biological entities, and excessive consumption can profoundly influence a person, even transforming their physical makeup. Ting's current vitality was a result of his overconsumption of these cores, filling him with an exuberant energy. However, the full extent of the effects brought about by the beast cores remained uncertain to Lin Chi, as Lin Chi was lost in contemplation. Ting's subsequent actions left him utterly astonished. "Shall we seek out that gear core? Is that not a simple task? Leave it to me. I am filled with vigor," Ting proclaimed, thumping his chest. If there were 10 women present, surely 9 would be enamored with him now. For he radiated an irresistible energy. What man could resist such magnetism? The turtle-backed gnome regarded him with disdain, wearing a look of contempt, while Laura gazed at him as if he were a fool. Ting paid them no mind, consumed by an overwhelming restlessness that compelled him to act. With his newfound vigor, Ting astonishingly shattered the gear core, causing the entire gear maze to dissipate. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. "Incredible. Like a grandmother getting into bed, you've truly amused us." The turtle-backed gnome, despite his long existence, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Now, it was Ting's turn to look down upon them. "This is nothing. Do these pathetic creatures dare to flaunt themselves before me?" he declared, patting his chest with bravado. Yet, soon his face flushed with a hint of heat. "How uncomfortable. I must fight. I must fight." He glanced toward Laura in the distance, and a troubling vision flickered in his mind. He quickly shook his head. Such thoughts were dangerous, a rhythm that could lead to a crushing blow to his head. Resolving himself, he picked up a stone weighing a ton from the ground and raised it high. Under the watchful eyes of all, Ting commenced his extreme training. He excellently embodies the essence of a formidable man. Life is but a breath, and evidently, this young lad possesses an abundance of vitality. I understand. For I too was once youthful. The tortoise-backed gnome nods in comprehension. Lin Chi remains silent, perplexed by the antics of this young man. Laura's expression is a tapestry of complexity, her heart racing with trepidation as she hastens to stand behind Lin Chi after the gear labyrinth was deciphered by Ting. Before they could contemplate advancing further, they unexpectedly found themselves face to face with the puppet controlled by their lifelong adversary. It is the familiar silhouette again, brandishing a Christmas sleigh staff, exuding an air of arrogance and defiance. "Friends, I never anticipated you to be alive. How utterly fascinating. I did not expect to encounter you again so soon," he declared from the treetop. Except for Tingen, everyone else became alert. The puppet waved its sleigh hands, declaring, "Indeed, I underestimated you, but no matter. I know that old man divulged all my affairs to you. Now, I shall eradicate all of you who thwart my endeavors, leaving not a single one behind." Pointing the Christmas sleigh at the tortoise-backed gnome, the puppet was clearly incensed. The gnome's expression soured as he attempted to articulate something. Just as he was about to speak, a blood-red vine suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing through his entire body. Chapter 72. The silken eel. The stone in Tingen's hand slipped from his grasp. The sound of it crashing to the ground was jarring. He could hardly fathom that the tortoise elder, who had just moments ago been lively and animated, was now on the brink of death. "Elder, are you all right?" He rushed over to support him. Tingen's mouth watered with nostalgia. It is said that a 1,000-year-old turtle is worth its weight in gold. How he longed to savor the flesh of this millennia-old turtle. The tortoise-backed gnome was drenched in Tingen's saliva. "Do you have any final words?" "I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. You young lad, though often brash and thoughtless, I never expected you to be the most reliable in this critical moment," the gnome said, his expression a mix of discomfort and satisfaction. "Once I pass, just find me a tranquil resting place." It seemed the gnome had no extravagant demands for his burial site. Tingen nodded vigorously. "How could that be? I shall ensure you are properly interred." "Interred?" The gnome's countenance shifted slightly. "Oh, no, I meant lavishly buried. The young man is considerate. And then let the cattle and ducks accompany you in your grave, using this puppet king's body as a tombstone. That is entirely unnecessary. I have lived a simple life, and with all this fuss, I shall be unable to partake of it after I am gone." "How could that be?" "It would only enhance the flavor." Upon uttering these words, the saliva from Tingen flowed even more abundantly. The old man discerned the truth. This young rascal was not intent on providing me with a grand burial, but rather, he was lusting after my body, the tortoise-backed sprite observed incisively. He hastily attempted to break free from Tingen's grip, yet the confinement was far too tight, leaving him no room for escape. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from afar. It turned out that the puppet had finally made its move, launching an assault towards Lin Chi. "This is my dominion. Invaders shall meet their demise here." The puppet seethed with fury. Lin Chi had no choice but to evade the onslaught, as he needed to catch his opponent off guard or drive them into a state of utter madness. The puppet, however, seemed to regard Lin Chi's turtle-like retreat with disdain, growing ever more arrogant. Here, apart from himself, any malicious actions from others would be cursed, rendering them futile. This was the primary reason for the young man's incessant dodging. Indeed, the dark undercurrents in this place made Lin Chi wary of acting recklessly. He could only evade the puppet's attacks repeatedly, once, twice, 10 times. Initially, the puppet was inept, but its capacity for learning was astonishingly profound, which also led to the emergence of emotions. Yet, at that moment, it was not anger that stirred within, for it understood that its adversary was merely frightened, fleeing like a jester. However, even though the puppet was but a mere marionette, it was no ordinary one. It had developed emotions, and thus, it could feel rage. Lin Chi cleverly exploited this trait, persistently provoking the puppet to the brink of insanity. If 10 evasions posed no threat, then he would attempt 100. Finally, after evading its onslaught 50 times, the puppet was visibly affected. "Is it amusing to toy with me?" Lin Chi had truly roused its ire. This anger was not merely typical fury, it was accompanied by a sense of humiliation. As for why it was so determined to slay Lin Chi, the reason was clear. It recognized that among them, only Lin Chi posed a genuine threat. As for Tingen, he was foolish, and Laura, though she occasionally shot arrows at him, merely tickled him. He could not fathom why this human woman was so persistent, never relenting. What baffled him was that despite his formidable prowess, he could not vanquish this young man. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, unable to discern the source of his failure. Lin Chi, on the other hand, remained at ease, for he possessed the advantage of light tracing, unlike the puppet. Each time the Christmas sleigh would come crashing down upon Lin Chi, he would effortlessly evade it, akin to a sleek loach slipping through a pair of silk stockings. Such grace was unparalleled. The inflated Lin Chi had the puppet firmly in his grasp. However, the puppet, aware of its mockery, could no longer maintain its composure. Standing still, it chose to disregard Lin Chi, its eyes darting restlessly. This young lad dared not strike, yet the puppet knew it must alter its strategy, otherwise It would be worn down by the boy's relentless antics. Realizing this, the puppet covered its face with its hands, emanating a palpable gloom that began to spread around. Unnoticed by the weary goblin on the turtle's back. Be cautious. It seems he is about to unleash a devastating move, Laura cautioned. Lin Chi waved his hand dismissively. Exuding calm, he fixed his gaze ahead, where a swirling mass of dark energy began to coalesce, revealing countless puppet warriors charging towards them, brandishing an array of menacing weapons. Seriously? You're not done yet? Ting's heart sank as he observed the gathering puppet warriors. Simultaneously, more puppet warriors were summoned forth by their master. What an opportunity! Prepare to meet your demise. Lin Chi seemed to seize the moment, ready to strike down his rival. Yet the puppet was not foolish. Its primary intent was to bait Lin Chi into closing the distance, only to deliver a fatal blow in return. As Lin Chi cautiously approached, the puppet's hands morphed into two razor-sharp shackles. They shot towards him with astonishing speed, destined to collide. But that was not the end. As they neared Lin Chi, the shackles transformed again into two piercing spikes. Lin Chi, predictably, fell into the trap, his body pierced by the spikes. Golden blood flowing profusely from him, a sight both shocking and unsettling. Following this grim spectacle, a creaking laughter erupted from the puppet's stitched lips, though it was fleeting. Like a momentary bloom. Soon, its extraordinary form collapsed to the ground, lifeless, revealing a gaping hole behind it. Peering down into the abyss was akin to gazing into the fires of hell. Additionally, an arrow disintegrated in the searing heat. Though you may easily evade my arrows, it only takes one strike to secure your fate. Laura gently lowered her bow, a charming smile gracing her otherwise fierce countenance. Chapter 73. Are you coming to bite me? Lin Chi had long anticipated the folly surrounding the puppet. They had previously devised a strategy to confront the marionette. With the cunning of humanity, he realized that attempting to vanquish it with flint shards alone would likely prove futile. After much contemplation, Lin Chi and Laura resolved to execute a flawless collaboration. Lin Chi would engage as the primary actor while Laura would serve as the unexpected backup. Indeed, the puppet fell into their trap. Perceiving Lin Chi as its foremost adversary while overlooking the seemingly inconspicuous Laura. Ultimately, she succeeded in defeating it with a flint shard affixed to her feathered arrow. Meanwhile, Lin Chi remained unscathed, for his body was as resilient as granite. However, the demise of the puppet did not afford Lin Chi and his companions any respite. Instead, they soon encountered fresh troubles as a troop of puppet warriors entered their line of sight. In that moment, a sudden scream pierced the air from a distance. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, astonished. Where is Ting'an? To be precise, he had vanished without a trace. The group stood in disbelief. Big brother. I'm here, came Ting'an's voice. Lin Chi, perplexed, wondered how the boy had disappeared. Yet, the voice was unmistakably Ting'an's. Soon, however, he noticed something peculiar. A puddle had formed in the exact spot where Ting'an had been standing. This sight left Lin Chi incredulous, for the boy had seemingly transformed into water. Big brother. I'm so tall. No, wait, I'm so short. Ting'an exclaimed, his words tinged with bewilderment. It did not take long for him to grasp the reality of his watery transformation. Disappointment washed over him as he struggled to accept this new state. This is the result of consuming too many Moon Island toads, Lin Chi consoled him. Do you call this a benefit? I've turned into a useless puddle. Ting'an retorted. Lin Chi remained calm. Your ability to become water may not be such a misfortune. Perhaps you now possess the power to control it. Though he himself did not fully understand these matters, they were merely system notifications. Upon hearing this, Ting'an was left dumbfounded. Is this even human language? Yet, he soon realized he had transformed into a large puddle of water. Get lost. Lin Chi scolded. Ting'an could not help but admire his own quick learning. He had discovered how to harness his new ability in such a short span of time. Before long, he slipped out from Lin Chi's eye. Though often overlooked, he harbored the belief that there would eventually be someone who appreciated him. Thus, he infiltrated the bodies of the puppet warriors. A series of crackling sounds ensued as these puppet warriors, hindered by the immense water pressure, became completely immobilized and shattered in an instant. Listen, you are truly extraordinary, Laura exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at the puddle that was once him. Flattered by Miss Laura's commendation, he felt a swell of pride. This ability was simply remarkable. He was utterly enamored. His previous sense of shame dissipated. Before long, he astonishingly formed a water being, and furthermore, he could effortlessly alter his shape. The fact that he quickly mastered this superpower did not strike Lin Chi as particularly surprising. After all, the lad possessed exceptional talent. Otherwise, Count Dracula would not have sought him as a subordinate. Fortunately, he had pledged allegiance. Otherwise, he would prove difficult to contend with in the future. Lin Chi felt a sense of admiration for his own decisive actions. Having vanquished the puppets and numerous puppet warriors, Lin Chi and his companions ventured deeper into the tranquil forest. Although the turtle-backed gnome had sustained injuries, it was of little consequence. With the aid of the water being, he could not revert to his human form for the time being, and thus transformed his head into a large water tank, within which the gnome reclined. Thus, a grand turtle appeared to sprout from the mind of the water being. Their mission was to rescue Dr. Lewis and confront the Puppet King. Lin Chi had no intention of letting him escape or allowing his sinister plot to unfold. The Puppet King, filled with loathing for all, posed a considerable threat. Should he complete the construction of his spaceship and flee the tranquil forest, a catastrophic disaster might befall the entire subterranean world. The Puppet King resided in an immense estate, a place steeped in hostility, as it welcomed no one. Within a room, Dr. Lewis was engulfed in weakness, yet he showed no signs of ceasing his efforts. He continued to sketch fervently, his quill pen compelling him to persist. On the paper before him, the outlines of the spaceship were already taking shape. Faster. I need it done quicker. At that moment, an exceedingly impatient voice pierced the air. The source of the voice was not far off. Through a glimmer of light, one could faintly discern a large toy chair, upon which sat a dilapidated puppet, its body mostly in ruins save for a head and a pair of hands. Although Dr. Lewis was nearing completion of his design, an unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. Before long, he finally revealed a long-awaited joy. It worked. The design is complete. Upon finishing his words, his hand astonishingly extended infinitely, poised to grasp the design blueprint. Once the blueprint was in his possession, he would be one step closer to his objective. However, just as he was about to seize the laboriously crafted design of Dr. Lewis, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A mass of water enveloped the blueprint, causing it to fade before the Puppet King's eyes. My apologies, I have never been one for manners, and I seem to have dampened your precious treasure. But what will you do about it? Will you come over and bite me? Came the apologetic voice of Tian, and from within the water. The Puppet King found it hard to believe this was real. Had Unit 2 truly failed? How could that be? He muttered in disbelief. Unit 2 has already been dealt with. What is there to doubt? You should be more concerned about yourself now. Tian and continued. The door to the room swung open, finally allowing light to penetrate the shadows. Alongside Tian, Lin Chi and others also entered the room. Having navigated their way without obstruction, it was likely that even the Puppet King himself had not anticipated that anyone would go to such lengths to thwart him, especially at such a critical moment. Why? The Puppet King extended his hand, attempting to snatch the blueprint. Yet, Tian was not about to grant him that opportunity, swiftly melting the blueprint into a puddle of ink. This scene was profoundly disheartening for the Puppet King. Father, are you all right? Laura immediately spotted Dr. Lewis and asked helplessly. Chapter 74, The Crust Arkansas Miss. Does your father seem unscathed to you? Tian interjected. Laura shot him a glare, wondering why this boy was always so talkative. At that moment, the Puppet King, cornered by the crowd, seemed intent on taking them all down with him. Even if I am reduced to ashes, I will annihilate you, he declared in a muffled voice. As soon as the words left his lips, countless thorns erupted from the walls of the wooden house, as if cursed, surging towards Lin Chi and the others. I forgot to mention, I am an invincible being, Tian proclaimed, stepping in front of the group. In that moment, he finally felt he could stand alongside the Great Ones. Having spent so much time with them, he increasingly sensed that he had absorbed their admirable qualities. At this critical juncture, he felt compelled to shield everyone from harm. Tian discovered that he could not only absorb the natural water, but also the moisture within the thorns. With a sizzling sound, within moments, all the moisture had been extracted from the thorns. Devoid of water, they fell to the ground like deflated balloons. Yet he was still too slow, allowing a thorn to pierce the body of the tortoise-backed goblin. Goodness, why is it always me who gets hurt? The tortoise-backed goblin, who had just begun to recover, never anticipated that he would once again suffer such a wound. He lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his expression one of agony. Listening hurriedly transformed into a water being to save the tortoise-backed goblin. Old tortoise, you mustn't die? Listening was utterly distraught. Tears welled up in my eyes from the overwhelming emotion. The tortoise-backed goblin coughed up blood, his face reflecting a sense of solace. I haven't even asked you how to find quality turtle eggs yet. You must hold on. One could feel the depth of listening's distress. With a serene expression, the tortoise-backed goblin left this world. At that moment, when calamity befell the tortoise-backed goblin, Lin Chi had already taken action on the other side. As soon as he drew out the Firestone Shard, the Puppet King trembled in fear. Without uttering a word, Lin Chi hurled the Firestone Shard at the Puppet King. Indeed, this object ignited easily, akin to a piece of paper catching fire with just a spark. Soon, a raging inferno engulfed the estate, transforming it into ruins. The Puppet King was destined to fail, for his heart was devoid of light, filled instead with darkness that had ruled over the serene forest for countless years. Although a flicker of desire had allowed him to persist, it brought no substantial change. Rather, it forged his violent tendencies, inherited from the giants of the Giant Kingdom. The Puppet King sought to break free from the shackles of fate, nurturing the seeds of vengeance within him, making his aspirations exceedingly difficult to realize. Lin Chi and his companions effortlessly overcame the Puppet King, which was to be expected, as he was merely a remnant of a puppet, lacking any true combat prowess. Dr. Lewis appeared slightly fatigued, yet bore few visible wounds. Laura clung tightly to her father, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dr. Lewis gently stroked his daughter's hair, reassuring her that all was well. "Doctor, we must leave this place at once. It is far too perilous here," Lin Chi urged. Dr. Lewis nodded, intending to head towards the outskirts of the serene forest. However, as they reached the estate's periphery, countless puppets surged toward them from outside. The sheer number of these puppets was staggering, and they were not alone. There were also puppet war chariots and puppet beasts, all creations of the Puppet King. Though he had been vanquished by Lin Chi, his commands still lingered. Damn it, there are so many. Lin Chi's lips twitched. It was overwhelming. Although he possessed a Firestone Shard, he could not withstand such a multitude of foes. Moreover, this serene forest significantly restricts their abilities. Just as Lin Chi found himself at a loss, a sudden commotion echoed from the distance. He lifted his gaze to behold a multitude of Mandel clan figures emerging in the far-off expanse. They surged forward like an unstoppable tide, disregarding the curse that enveloped the tranquil woodland, advancing with disciplined precision towards the puppets. "Master, we have arrived late," declared the Mandel elder. Kneeling on one knee before Ting and overwhelmed with sorrow, Tingen was further moved by the unexpected arrival of the Mandel clan. A deluge of rain cascaded from the heavens. "Master, so you are here." The elder seemed to sense Ting and suspended in midair. He raised his head, only to be met with a torrent of water pouring down upon him. "Is this what you have become?" Tingen remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. He approached the lifeless body of the turtle-backed goblin. It was indeed deceased. Lin Chi squatted before the goblin's remains, exhaling a sigh. This time, the turtle-backed goblin was truly gone. Lin Chi felt a profound sense of helplessness regarding the demise of his counterpart, never anticipating that the goblin would fall victim. At the very least, he had passed away peacefully. Tingen seemed inclined to comfort Daji, but Lin Chi regarded him with disdain. Laura, too, shot him a scornful glance. "This has nothing to do with me." Tingen felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny and hastily defended himself. "I never suggested his death was your concern." Lin Chi replied nonchalantly, alleviating some of Tingen's inner turmoil. "How shall we dispose of his body?" Tingen inquired, feigning ignorance. His spirits lifted as he rubbed his water-slicked hands together. I understand. I will start a fire immediately." "How can you say such a thing? His body is still warm." "I believe there may be a chance to revive him," Laura interjected, sensing something amiss. Lin Chi shot a glare at Tingen, clearly indicating that the boy had misconstrued the situation. "Let us bury him in his temple, but I advise you to harbor no ill intentions." With the elder's admonition, Ting and sinister thoughts were promptly dispelled. In a swift turn of events, the Mandel clan eradicated all puppet creatures within the tranquil forest. After exiting the serene woodland, Lin Chi traversed the path cleared by the turtle-backed goblin and returned to the temple in the endless desert. Following the burial of the turtle-backed goblin, Lin Chi and his companions departed from that place. Upon returning to the location of the Earth Shell Ark, they found it in its original position, though this time surrounded by Mandel clan guardians, with no adversary daring to approach even slightly. Upon entering the Ark of the Crust, Laura had prepared a lavish array of delicacies for everyone. However, this time, they were cautious. Having encountered various pitfalls in their previous visits and gained a deeper understanding of the local ingredients. After a brief respite, Lin Chi retrieved the Firestone fragments. "What is this?" inquired Dr. Lewis, curiosity evident in his voice. Chapter 75. Return to the surface world. Firestone fragments, Firestone fragments? Lin Chi nodded affirmatively. "Doctor, I require the purple jade left to you by your father. Perhaps the answers lie within that very jade." Dr. Lewis, having no prior knowledge of Firestone fragments, was understandably intrigued. There are 5 Firestone fragments in existence, and Count Dracula is currently in pursuit of them. If I am not mistaken, the purple jade you possess must be significant, Lin Chi asserted with confidence. However, once Lin Chi crushed the precious jade left by the doctor's father, enlightenment seemed to dawn upon Dr. Lewis. It was revealed that within the jade was concealed a Firestone fragment, which, upon Lin Chi's gentle pressure, caused the violet glow to dissipate. Specifically, a unique material that had cloaked it was erased. Before long, a pristine Firestone fragment emerged before the onlookers. It mirrored the one in Lin Chi's hand, radiating a crimson hue, and upon gentle caress, it exuded a comforting warmth. Moreover, the 2 fragments could distinctly sense each other's presence, resonating in silent harmony. Dr. Lewis found this revelation quite astonishing. "Where did you acquire this?" he asked. Lin Chi, with no intention of withholding the truth, recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Lin Chi's narrative, Dr. Lewis was certain that this was indeed related to his father. Tears welled in his eyes, as it seemed that day had finally brought his father some solace. Lin Chi chose not to speak, silently empathizing with Dr. Lewis's emotions. "Since these Firestone fragments are of such significance, Lin Chi, I intend to entrust you with my own fragment for safekeeping," Dr. Lewis declared, handing over his piece. "Doctor, this jade is a cherished memory from your father. It feels inappropriate for you to give it to me," Lin Chi replied, somewhat conflicted. "Please, do not refuse. I merely wish to understand the circumstances of my father's disappearance. Now I know he was a great explorer, who once strived for his dreams, despite the failures he encountered." "Very well," Lin Chi conceded, accepting the fragment. Indeed, it would be safer in his possession, though he did not consider himself particularly remarkable. Primarily entrusted to Dr. Lewis, he was inevitably subject to the covetous gaze of Count Dracula, which would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble to Dr. Lewis. In the ensuing days, Lin Chi assisted Dr. Lewis in fabricating materials capable of repairing the crustal arc within the subterranean world. After several days of diligent effort, the entire crustal arc was finally restored. Furthermore, under Dr. Lewis's commission, Lin Chi meticulously gathered all pertinent information regarding the inner earth. Naturally, Lin Chi also accompanied Dr. Lewis to the sacred altar of the Mandel tribe, where Dr. Lewis encountered his own remains and laid them to rest. It was an ordinary day, yet one deserving of remembrance. Time perpetually flows, and people are but fleeting travelers within its current. As the moment of departure arrived, they had spent a mere 15 Earth days, half a month, within the depths of the earth. All preparations were complete. This journey would be an indelible adventure in their memories. As they prepared to part, the Mandel tribe was loath to bid farewell to Tingen. Yet, it was clear that Tingen could not reside in the inner earth indefinitely. He was compelled to make a choice. Ultimately, he chose to follow the Great One, believing it to be a path promising a bright future. The crustal arc set sail, bravely navigating towards the surface world. This time, Tingen finally experienced the burdensome grasp of gravity. However, the return journey proved considerably easier than the descent, at least for the crustal arc. At long last, they returned to the surface world, a realm both familiar and foreign. It was an unremarkable morning. The air bore no fragrance, and the moon's brightness was hardly discernible in the daytime. Lin Chi bid farewell to Dr. Lewis and, of course, to Laura. "I will miss you. Should you encounter any difficulties, just give me a call, and I shall certainly assist you," Laura assured Lin Chi. He waved his hand dismissively. What worries could he possibly have? With immense wealth and a charming little sister waiting for him at home, what could trouble him? As Laura watched Lin Chi's receding figure, a sense of reluctance stirred within her heart. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to see him go?" Dr. Lewis seemed to discern his daughter's unspoken feelings. No. How could that be?" Laura stammered, her face flushing. Dr. Lewis erupted into hearty laughter. "It's quite normal. When your mother pursued me, her situation was not dissimilar to yours now." "Mother?" Laura gazed skyward. In that fleeting moment, a vision of a beautiful woman, resembling Laura, seemed to materialize in her mind, only to vanish almost instantly. Well then, let us go. If love endures, does it not transcend the fleeting moments of dawn and dusk? Moreover, it is quite possible that others do not harbor feelings for you either. Dr. Lewis articulated this truth with piercing clarity. Laura felt her cheeks flush with anger at her father's words. Who says I like him? While he may possess some remarkable qualities, I am not lacking in any regard. Laura scoffed. Dr. Lewis laughed heartily, refraining from countering her remarks. Yet as an observer, he had long discerned the underlying dynamics. As for Lin Chi, he was not alone on his journey home, for he had the company of the lad, Tingen. Tingen had transformed into a puddle of water, thus existing in this aqueous form. Lin Chi was uncertain how long this condition would persist. According to the system, it seemed that Tingen would require his own insight to revert to human form, as it was a skill that could not be achieved merely through incantations. Thus, Tingen accompanied Lin Chi back to the villa at Chintai Beach, allowing Lin Chi to finally rest with peace of mind. Indeed, his foremost thought was to enjoy a well-deserved slumber, for he had been exceedingly fatigued of late. Fortunately, he had acquired several new abilities, making the journey worthwhile. Lying in bed, he discovered his phone had run out of battery and set it aside. Snow, too, had seemingly disappeared to some unknown place, though this was of little consequence. As for Tingen, Lin Chi had found him a secure abode within the villa's fish tank, where the ornamental fish would undoubtedly become his closest companions, something Tingen would surely appreciate. With these thoughts, Lin Chi gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 76. Reflections on becoming impoverished. Had it not been for a cacophony of curses invading his tranquility, Lin Chi might have slept the entire day away. In a haze, he opened his bleary eyes to find himself surrounded by a throng of media reporters, incessantly snapping photographs and gesturing animatedly. Bewildered, Lin Chi could not comprehend how these intruders had breached the sanctity of his home. Mr. Lin, could you please explain how you shamelessly managed to reside in someone else's villa? One reporter thrust a microphone in his direction, posing the question. Goodness gracious! Lin Chi was flabbergasted. This was undeniably his villa. For a moment, he even doubted whether he had mistakenly entered an unfamiliar residence, yet upon surveying the familiar furnishings, he was reassured that this was indeed his home. Have you mistaken your location and identity? This is my house, Lin Chi questioned, his expression laden with incredulity. The reporters exchanged glances, their faces quickly contorting into expressions of disdain. I sincerely apologize, Lin. I had intended to inform you of this news sooner. A familiar voice suddenly reached Lin Chi's ears just as he found himself at a loss, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The sound resonated vividly in Lin Chi's memory. It was none other than the old man Constantine, who had a penchant for collecting sports cars. Astute as Lin Chi was, how could he possibly be oblivious to the profound implications embedded within the brief utterances of his counterpart? Firstly, this old scoundrel had betrayed him. Secondly, the villa in question had, in fact, ceased to be his. Thirdly, he had yet to reach a definitive conclusion. Lin Chi found no surprise in the betrayal. After all, he had compelled this old fool to donate a staggering $15 billion in charitable funds. Thus it was hardly astonishing that Constantine would seize the opportunity to stab him in the back while he was momentarily absent. I don't know what you are talking about. I just returned from travel, but I reserve the right to consult my lawyer. Lin Chi had weathered countless storms and was determined to maintain his composure. Laughter erupted among the gathered journalists at his words. Constantine shrugged, sporting a sly grin. Just back from your travels, huh? That's of little consequence. I consider myself a person of loyalty, and I have not forgotten how you once invited us to your home to escape the rain. No, that matter doesn't hold water, for this is my home, Constantine murmured. He then carelessly tossed Lin Chi's clothes onto the bed. You should get up soon. This is my home, and you have sullied this fine silk quilt. However, I am magnanimous and will choose to overlook this transgression. He regarded Lin Chi with the condescension of an elite surveying the less fortunate. The camera flashes continued to illuminate Lin Chi, who, despite his exceptional nature, felt a twinge of discomfort. What is the meaning of this? Is there no semblance of human rights? Lin Chi's inner turmoil was palpable, yet he resolved to dress before voicing his grievances. Should any injustice arise, he would be better prepared to confront it. Otherwise, he would be left feeling rather exposed. Dressed, Lin Chi stood in the room. You claim this house is yours. Are you not being a tad presumptuous? Do you not realize that forcibly entering a residence incurs legal consequences? Constantine chuckled derisively. Are you not speaking of yourself? Nevertheless, I can empathize with your sentiments. With that, Constantine leisurely signaled to his servant to procure a Trinidad cigar. After savoring a puff, he carelessly discarded the entire cigar onto the floor. He waved a dismissive hand and strode towards a certain direction. There, in the living room, lay a certificate prominently displayed on the table. You better take a good look, for I have rightfully purchased this villa. Should you dare to slander me, I will ensure you endure a lifetime of misery, Constantine coldly declared to Lin Chi. As Lin Chi approached to scrutinize the document, his expression gradually morphed into one of dismay. This is a property certificate, identical to the one that Schwer had given him at that time. What is going on? Lin Chi was at a loss for words. He attempted to make a phone call, only to discover that his mobile phone had long since run out of battery. Soon, distant sounds of Constantine's derisive laughter echoed in the air. To be honest, Lin Chi genuinely wished to deliver a punch to that old man, undoubtedly leaving him searching for his teeth. However, the harsh reality was that he could not act on that impulse. Firstly, this was a legitimate property certificate, and the fact that the other party had acquired it indicated that his own property certificate had become invalid. Secondly, despite his yearning to confront the opponent, he restrained himself due to the presence of reporters all around. These journalists cared little for authenticity. Their sole interest lay in reporting what they witnessed, merely catering to the affluent, a fact Lin Chi understood better than anyone. Mr. Lin, might you share any insights with our viewers on the transition from wealth to poverty? A female journalist rudely thrust her microphone towards Lin Chi, pressing him for an answer. Simultaneously, a photographer aimed his large camera directly at Lin Chi, amplifying his discomfort. To his surprise, he even recognized a reporter from the Horn newspaper among the crowd. Being impoverished was one thing, but could they refrain from blinding him with the camera's flash? It made him feel exceedingly awkward, he remarked with a gesture of his hands towards the reporters. Yet, they merely stared at him as if he were a fool, showing no inclination to respond. How dare this pauper instruct them on their duties? With a resigned sigh, Lin Chi acknowledged that this place was no longer his home, and he had no reason to linger. He glanced towards the distant fish tank. Could I possibly take this fish tank with me? He humbly inquired. Of course, Mr. Lin, feel free, Constantine replied in a tone that suggested benevolence. Lin Chi nodded, clutching the fish tank as he prepared to depart from the villa. What was a mere villa to him? After all, he did not depend on it for his livelihood. However, just as he was about to leave, Constantine's voice rang out behind him, rebuking him. Oh my God, I can hardly believe it. Look at what you've done. Stop right there. Lin Chi turned in confusion, feeling a slight sense of foreboding, yet he was not angry. Such trivial challenges would not provoke him. It would only play into his adversary's hands. Upon turning, he saw Constantine glaring at the once magnificent carpet, now marred by a series of footprints. Lin Chi thought to himself, what are a few footprints? Is it that dramatic? This was manageable. He could certainly clean it for him. Clean? Constantine was astonished. Are you aware that these items cannot be wiped? Even washing them would compromise their quality. What should I do then? Lin Chi was at a loss for words. You might as well crawl out from beneath your feet. As for the fish tank, I shall arrange for someone to deliver it to you. If you are willing to part with 1 million in cash, I might consider forgiving you. After all, numerous media friends can attest to this. In truth, the carpet's actual value is even more exorbitant. However, it is utterly impossible for Lin Chi to produce such funds. As for crawling out, isn't that a bit too much? How could a man of Lin Chi's stature stoop to such a humiliating act, even in his current state of destitution? Yet, soon enough, Lin Chi found himself on the ground, crawling toward the villa's exit under the watchful lenses of numerous media cameras. His fists were clenched tightly, and internally he was jotting down this old man's transgressions in a little notebook. Chapter 77. What can a dollar coin do? The headline of the daily report read, once the wealthiest tycoon of Chintai Beach, now reduced to ruin overnight. The unbeatable press headlined, the former top photographer of the Horn Daily has been dismissed. The Radiant Daily proclaimed, Tycoon XX has fallen so low as to crawl on carpets to settle debts. On the street, Lin Chi, adorned with a top hat and dressed in rags, was holding an umbrella in one hand and several newspapers in the other. This unfortunate figure was none other than Lin Chi himself, and his incongruous attire was a direct result of his expulsion, or rather, being deceived by Constantine. The streets were abuzz with whispers. News of his bankruptcy had already spread throughout the city, leaving Lin Chi in a state of utter embarrassment. At this moment, he was destitute, with not a penny to his name. Although he possessed assets on Shimu Island, they had all been frozen due to his debts, and he was burdened with a substantial amount of bonds. To ensure Lin Chi had no means of escape, federal authorities had imposed a blockade, limiting his communications and monitoring his online activities. Determined to seek assistance from other wealthy individuals at Chintai Beach, Lin Chi was met with scornful derision. "Sir," they scoffed, "we do not welcome beggars here. Kindly make yourself scarce. Who do you think you are? Please do not obstruct our path. Have you not noticed? Our pet dogs eat better than you do." One individual lamented, "I once thought you were a dignified and respectable tycoon, but it appears otherwise, does it not?" The wealthy turned their backs on Lin Chi, their attitudes shifting dramatically, reminiscent of a man pulling up his trousers in shame. Once, Lin Chi basked in splendor. Though he had faced misfortunes, he had never envisioned himself in such a humiliating position. Gifted with extraordinary abilities, yet powerless to change his fate. What was he to do? Was he to slay all these wealthy individuals with his powers? Such actions might impart a lesson to them, yet regrettably, it would only serve as a minor admonition. Lin Chi is a man of principles. He would never employ his formidable powers against those who are utterly defenseless, let alone a group of capitalists. Cornered, Lin Chi remains unfazed, for he believes that after the darkest night comes the dawn. At this juncture, he is left with no choice but to seek fortune at his company. The Horn Daily, a prestigious newspaper renowned for its past coverage of the exploits of the Shadow Hero, has recently found itself bereft of any news stories regarding him, leading to a decline in the company's reputation. To his dismay, he is met with disdain upon his arrival. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but you have been dismissed from Horn Daily," Connie declared with an air of arrogance. "Sir, you cannot treat me this way," Lin Chi responded, his expression one of incredulity. How amusing it is that Connie, devoid of compassion, has resorted to such callousness, playing the role of the hunter after the prey has been caught. Hadn't he once thrived as well? It has not been long since their last encounter. "Mr. Lin, your dismissal is entirely justifiable. You should comprehend the situation. We do not harbor incompetence here, and your current influence on the company is substantial. We have decided in a meeting to expel you," Connie coldly informed him. Lin Chi turned to Annie, hoping she might offer assistance. His plight was dire. Although he could utilize his abilities to reach Shimu Island, he could not alter the data. He could conquer all formidable foes, yet he could not conquer the human heart. If the entire world turned against him, what use would it be for Lin Chi to call himself a superhero? Even if he amassed great wealth through his powers, he would find no solace in spending it, nor any sense of satisfaction. It is precisely for this reason that he refrains from employing his abilities in this matter. His actions are bound by absolute constraints. Connie shut the door, leaving Lin Chi outside. A bitter smile crept across Lin Chi's lips as he sank onto a wooden bench in the park. In a fleeting moment, he has witnessed the fickleness of the world, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. At that moment, a young boy approached, gazing at Lin Chi with a smile. "Do you need help?" he cautiously inquired, producing a dollar coin from his hand and looking at Lin Chi, his words hesitant yet earnest. His mother soon joined him, her expression one of astonishment as she regarded Lin Chi. Unlike others, she did not view him with disdain or contempt, but rather with an overwhelming sense of shock. Her child had not spoken in a long time, yet now he was speaking, which left her utterly astonished. Lin Chi lifted his head and looked at the boy. "Aren't you afraid of me?" he asked curiously. The boy shook his head and said, "You are not a bad person. Why should I fear you? I can sense a light emanating from you, which means you can conquer the darkness, right?" Lin Chi regarded the $1 coin the boy offered him, feeling an indescribable sensation within. He did not refuse. Instead, he accepted the coin. Subsequently, Lin Chi smiled at the boy and nodded, saying, "Of course. We shall eventually witness the light illuminating the entire world of darkness." The boy's mother said nothing to dissuade her child from reaching out to Lin Chi. She merely offered him a warm smile. Lin Chi would forever cherish the strength and encouragement that brief interaction with the boy provided him. Ting shared a similar sentiment. Though he had transformed into water in Lin Chi's eyes, he could still sense the disdain and scorn directed at him from others along their journey. Ting had long resolved to follow Lin Chi, believing that despite the perilous situation, Lin Chi was far from being at a dead end. After all, Lin Chi was an invincible entity. If he desired, all the wealth of the earth would be his. As for why Lin Chi would foolishly choose to suffer, Ting could not comprehend. He could have sought assistance from Dr. Lewis to resolve their current predicament, but Lin Chi instructed him to refrain from meddling, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Little did Tingen know, there were myriad reasons why Lin Chi refrained from soliciting Dr. Lewis's help. This was personal business. He needed to learn to manage it himself rather than resorting to grand gestures of seeking aid, which would only invite ridicule upon himself. What can a $1 coin accomplish? For an ordinary person, it holds little practical value. Yet for Lin Chi, it was different. He intended to meticulously analyze the potential uses of this dollar, as it was his last lifeline. At present, Lin Chi's primary concern lay with the reasons behind it all and what had truly transpired with Shui Air. He approached a telephone booth and inserted the solitary $1 coin. With deft movements, he dialed Shui Air's number. When the call connected, he heard her voice. Lin Chi bore no reproach. Instead, he quickly learned from Shui Air where she was located. Thus, Lin Chi exited the booth, made his way to a pile of refuse, retrieved a plastic bottle, and placed Tingen inside before proceeding toward their destination. Chapter 78. My unyielding struggle against telecommunication fraud. Tingen, confined within the plastic bottle, felt an overwhelming desire for freedom. He could hardly breathe. Yet, there was nothing he could do. In his current form, he was not human. Should he present himself as a monster before others, he would undoubtedly be perceived as such. Fortunately, this state did not persist for long, as Lin Chi soon found himself standing before a tranquil lake upon learning of Shui Air's current residence. The lake was remarkably clear, surrounded by seldom-traveled roads, with a vast expanse of picturesque scenery. A gentle drizzle enveloped the surface of the water, revealing an enchanting vista of undulating waves, numerous islands vying for beauty, and mountains cloaked in lush greenery, appearing both ethereal and elusive. The hues of blue from the lake and the verdant mountains merged seamlessly, not merely blue or green, but rather a harmonious blend of both, an embodiment of the saying, in spring, the river flows as green as blue, refreshing one's spirit to reflect the clarity of the serene landscape. As Lin Chi halted his steps, he could feel the invigorating air resonate with his soul, dissipating all negative thoughts within him. Remarkably, this lake was privately owned, and its proprietor was none other than Lin Chi's former landlord, Sophia. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, possessing an alluring figure that captivated men. When asked why Sophia resided here, the answer was simple. After divorcing her husband, she resolved to save her assets and escape the city, investing a substantial sum to acquire this lake, intending to reside here year-round. For her, life had been unfortunate, as she had not encountered the right person at the right moment. Yet, perhaps she was fortunate in her own right, for she found herself happier than many women. Before long, Lin Chi spotted a familiar silhouette. Without needing to guess, he surmised that Sophia had taken Shui Air in. Upon seeing Lin Chi, Shui Air was overcome with emotion, nearly in tears, disregarding his disheveled appearance as she hurriedly dashed toward him, eager to embrace him. Lin Chi placed a hand on her forehead. What was this girl thinking? His expression was indifferent, as if he had just consumed a sandwich filled with the dormitory's refuse. Can you listen to my explanation? Shui Air blinked her eyes, which sparkled with hope. Lin Chi mused, how willing he would be to listen. All the fruits of his labor had vanished due to his absence of over half a month. Nonetheless, Lin Chi maintained a stoic demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It all began half a month prior. Shui Air had received a phone call from an unknown party, who informed her that due to her inadvertent involvement in a money laundering scheme, she needed to transfer all her assets to a secure account, awaiting a safe period before they could be accessed. Failure to comply would result in restrictions on her family and friends' activities, as well as comprehensive spending limitations, and her guardian Lin Chi would face legal repercussions. Bewildered and uninformed, Shui Air promptly followed their instructions and transferred all her funds to their account. Thus, Snow was ensnared in a telecommunications scam. However, this was not the gravest of her misfortunes, as subsequent events unfolded with alarming predictability. After the bank funds were illicitly siphoned away, the villa faced the peril of closure due to the inability to pay exorbitant utility bills. At this juncture, it fell prey to the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Constantine harbored a deep-seated grudge against Lin Chi despite having received assistance from Lin Chi in the past. His heart brimmed with resentment. He deceived Snow, claiming he could clear her debts, and even offered to cover a down payment of $10,000 for the villa. Consequently, the villa was deceitfully taken away. Had Snow possessed a deeper understanding of the villa, she would have recognized the priceless luxury vehicles housed in its garage. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi was rendered speechless, utterly astounded. It was imperative to note that this situation was not entirely Snow's fault. She was merely a victim. Sophia approached Lin Chi, gently presenting a cup of coffee. Lin Chi was acutely aware that the blame could not rest solely on Snow. Cursed telecommunications fraud. I shall not rest until it is eradicated, he declared, his fists clenched. Such scams are a blight upon society. It is unconscionable to deceive such an innocent young girl. Lin Chi felt an overwhelming sense of condemnation. At least you are safe. He ultimately swallowed his frustrations. Money is inconsequential. What matters is that Snow is unharmed. And with Sophia's assistance, I believe reclaiming what is rightfully mine is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a familiar visage resurfaced in his mind. Constantine's mocking face flashed repeatedly, prompting Lin Chi to shake his head. What are your plans now, Lin Chi? Your situation appears rather dire, Sophia observed, picking up a newspaper from the table. Lin Chi's predicament was well known, and numerous negative reports circulated. I am uncertain about my next steps, but knowing Snow is safe brings me solace, he murmured. You currently lack a place to stay, do you not? Sophia inquired curiously. Lin Chi nodded. Indeed, he was destitute and unemployed. Then stay here with me for the time being. It is tranquil, and no one will disturb you, Sophia smiled softly. Would that not be an imposition? I truly do not wish to trouble you, Lin Chi replied hesitantly. What is improper about it? After all, I am simply your landlord. She retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. After much coaxing from Sophia, Lin Chi reluctantly agreed to her proposition and temporarily took up residence in the lakeside villa. The kindness Sophia extended to him would be etched in Lin Chi's memory for a lifetime. Sophia not only provided Lin Chi and Shui Air with a relatively safe and warm abode, but also promised to extend her assistance to the extent of her capabilities. Despite being destitute and in disarray, Lin Chi ultimately remained unscathed by the shadows of despair. After enjoying a hot shower, he washed away the grime that clung to him. It was at this moment that he recalled the presence of Tingen. He found a fish tank and placed Tingen inside. Soon, Shui Air discovered Tingen, mistaking him for a slime, and carelessly tossed him on the floor to play with, which left Ting in a state of utter distress. As for Lin Chi, although he had managed to regain some stability, he was still somewhat oblivious to the affairs of Shimu Island, as it was too distant for information to be readily conveyed. Nevertheless, an unsettling premonition lingered within him. Chapter 79. The devoured structure's Shimu Town is located on Shimu Island. Lin Chi had invested immense effort into Shimu Town. Although he was no longer the mayor, he remained the honorary mayor, with a share of the town's revenue, which constituted a substantial portion of his income. Upon teleporting to Shimu Town, he quickly arrived at his destination. The atmosphere seemed peaceful, with people leading content lives, yet this was merely a facade, as Lin Chi could clearly see numerous buildings collapsed in the distance. These structures could not have succumbed to natural disasters, as the remaining buildings stood unharmed. Indeed, Shimu Town had undergone some changes, and Lin Chi discerned the signs immediately. He sought out Ken, and through their conversation, it seemed Lin Chi finally gleaned some information. It turned out that Shimu Town had encountered some troubling incidents recently. What happened? Lin Chi inquired with curiosity. Not long ago, for reasons unknown, several buildings were inexplicably devoured. Ken responded. Devoured? In the office, Ken offered Lin Chi a seat, but Lin Chi waved his hand, indicating no need for such formalities. To be precise, it was as if they had been consumed. Ken continued. How is that possible? Who would consume buildings? Lin Chi exclaimed in disbelief. I formed a small team to investigate this matter, and this is the photograph they brought back, Ken said, handing Lin Chi a camera with meticulous care. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Chi accepted the camera. Upon opening the camera's gallery, he found only a few photographs. As he clicked through, one image caught his eye, a building that, while seemingly ordinary, bore distinct differences that piqued Lin Chi's interest. On those buildings, one could surprisingly discern an array of bite marks. Yes, bite marks. These peculiar impressions were intricate and elusive, defying comprehension. I have succeeded. I have finally triumphed. Just as Lin Chi was mired in confusion, a cacophony of curses suddenly erupted from a distance. Lin Chi and Ken turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. There, by the window, stood a figure, none other than Tingen. However, Tingen was no longer in his watery form. He was now a living, breathing human. Upon witnessing this transformation, Lin Chi felt a genuine joy for Ting. This lad had finally succeeded in transitioning from a liquid state to that of a human. Security. Security. Quickly, expel this lunatic. Ken exclaimed, dumbfounded. Who is this fellow? He waved his arms dismissively, regarding Ting and with scorn. Lin Chi raised a hand to quell the commotion. No need for that. This is my friend, endowed with extraordinary abilities. I have summoned him to assist us in investigating this incident, Lin Chi explained to Ken. Ken, though incredulous, had no further objections to Ting, and after hearing Lin Chi's words, in fact, he discerned the exceptional nature of this young man. Anyone valued by his superior must surely be extraordinary. My brother, I truly apologize for my lack of discernment. Allow me to express my regrets, Ken said, altering his demeanor towards Ting, and Ting, feeling rather pleased, reveled in this unexpected praise. Had he truly heard correctly? The esteemed Ken had just lauded him? At that moment, a group of security personnel entered the office. What are you standing there dazed for? Introduce yourself. Lin Chi urged Ting, and was taken aback. Introduce myself? With a butcher's knife in hand, my palms stained with blood, each day of mine unfolds amidst a haze of violence. Reflecting on the lives that have perished at my hands, I find myself at a loss for words. Despite my reputation as the so-called little demon of the human realm, the police do not apprehend me, and the courts dismiss my actions as trivial, unworthy of their attention. Isn't that infuriating? The security personnel stared at him as if he were a fool. Did this young man suffer from some sort of affliction? Or had he endured some profound loss in his family? It's fine. It's fine. You may leave now. This individual will henceforth be your new superior, Ken declared, pointing at Ting and Lin Chi, intended for Ting and to investigate the strange occurrences in Shimu Town. After some inquiries, Lin Chi discovered that although his account was frozen and he owed a substantial sum, Ken had refrained from transferring the earnings from Shimu Town to Lin Chi's account, opting instead to secure them in a safe account. Lin Chi held Ken's actions in the highest regard. Along the way, Ting expressed his curiosity. Boss, are we truly expected to endure this indignation? You are already burdened with such immense debts. Ting opened his tablet and stumbled upon news regarding Lin Chi's bond crisis. How about I send someone to settle these debts for you? That way, you wouldn't have to hide anymore. The nature of debt was akin to a snowball, growing increasingly formidable. In just a few days, Lin Chi had accrued debts amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. The origin of these bonds was easily explained. Once the funding chain was severed, all of Lin Chi's collaborations with other companies came to a halt, leading to a breach of contract on his part. Under such circumstances, his liabilities escalated daily, compounded by the treachery of Constantine and others who had conspired against him. For an ordinary person, such a situation might evoke profound shame, even thoughts of suicide. However, for Lin Chi, it was a mere drizzle. Is it merely 200 billion in debt? Hiding away? Lin Chi shot Ken a glance. He simply wished to feel the ocean breeze and enjoy a brief respite. How could one accuse him of evasion? There is no need to worry. Someone will surely settle these debts for me. Lin Chi exuded confidence. Someone will pay it off for you? I don't quite understand, Ken replied, puzzled. You will understand in due time, Lin Chi said with a slight smile and a shrug. He was a principled individual. He would not provoke others unless provoked himself. But should anyone dare to infringe upon him, Lin Chi would ensure they paid in blood for their transgressions. However, at that moment, he was disinterested in such matters, finding the issue of debt rather mundane compared to the challenges before him. You two need not follow me any longer. Ken, you and Ting should investigate those building matters. I need some information. Let me know when you have it. It has been a while since I returned to my seaside cottage, and I wish to unwind, Lin Chi instructed the two. Upon hearing this, Ting and Ken exchanged glances, feeling that Lin Chi appeared unusually relaxed. Nonetheless, since Lin Chi had spoken, they could not persist in following him and had no choice but to head in the opposite direction. Left alone, Lin Chi's expression grew increasingly serious. Chapter 80. The mysterious visitor Lin Chi was not merely on vacation. He had uncovered certain matters of significance. Yet, he currently had some leisure time to spare. Gazing at the distant coastline, he felt an irresistible longing. The beach was teeming with people, luxuriating in the sun and reveling in the warmth, as if the sunlight were banishing their inner turmoil. Truly, this was a paradise for relaxation, without the mockery of Constantine or a horde of insufferable media reporters. He reclined comfortably beneath a sunshade on the beach. Is this not the essence of a good life? Just then, a striking blonde approached, balancing 2 glasses of juice. Her lustrous flaxen hair cascaded around her, and her deep-set eyes radiated a sharp intelligence. Beneath her elegant nose rested enticing lips, perpetually curved into a charming smile that was simply irresistible. "Sir, this juice has been sent to you by our boss," she purred, handing the drink to Lin Chi with an alluring grace. He accepted the juice with delight, his face illuminated by satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, he noticed a man of African descent waving at him from a distance. This well-groomed gentleman, donning sunglasses, was so slender that Lin Chi initially did not recognize his ethnicity. He lay under a sunshade, a fishing tackle box beside him. In the spirit of reciprocity, Lin Chi waved back in gratitude. The local customs here were indeed commendable. After all, he had nurtured this community, and the quality of its people had markedly improved, particularly in terms of the rarity of deceitful practices. However, after finishing the juice, an unsettling sensation washed over him, a slight dizziness. Cursing inwardly, Lin Chi's cautious nature prompted him to suspect that the juice might have been tampered with. How reckless of him to have accepted something from a stranger. Just then, the woman who had delivered the juice sauntered back, her hips swaying with an exaggerated confidence. An ominous premonition gripped Lin Chi as he turned to face her, only to see her retrieving a syringe from beneath her skirt. With an impassive expression, she aimed to inject him in the forehead. Fortunately, Lin Chi's reflexes were sharp. He delivered a swift kick that sent her flying. She landed on the sand, groaning in pain. Startled, the woman attempted to flee, but Lin Chi was not one to be easily deterred. He swiftly moved to block her path, gripping her shoulder firmly. Just as Lin Chi believed he had her cornered, the sound of gunfire echoed from afar. These bullets, unlike ordinary ones, emitted a peculiar and less thunderous sound. Cursing under his breath, Lin Chi instinctively dodged, inadvertently allowing the woman to escape his grasp. "Who are you people?" Lin Chi inquired, suspicion lacing his voice. "Mr. Lin, we sincerely apologize. Our intention was merely to obtain a drop of your blood. We did not anticipate your lack of cooperation." "We are truly sorry," she replied. The man who originally intended to serve Lin Chi juice looked at him helplessly. Lin Chi understood. These two individuals were in cahoots, attempting to extract his blood? "Are you not aware that such actions would provoke my wrath?" "Indeed, Mr. Lin, we are fully aware of your true identity as the Shadow Knight, are we not? What is it? Do you wish for me to gain notoriety? I am quite a reserved individual." No, Mr. Lin, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you must cooperate with us today. The effects of the medication in your system should soon manifest, correct?" At that moment, Lin Chi felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, he was beginning to feel lightheaded. This sensation was profoundly distressing. His eyes throbbed with pain, and his head echoed with discomfort, making it difficult to maintain coherence. Lin Chi was at a loss. In his weakened state, he could only plead for help from the surrounding tourists. Yet, alas, he had miscalculated. There was truly no one to save him this time, for those tourists were clearly accomplices of the two individuals. In a daze, Lin Chi perceived the woman placing an empty syringe against his wrist. He surmised he had never encountered such a large syringe in his life. Was this what they referred to as a mere drop of blood? Lin Chi scoffed inwardly. In his blurred vision, he noticed a black cross insignia on the woman's hand. Soon after, he succumbed to a hazy slumber. When he awoke, he found himself in the bed of a seaside cottage. As he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he noted that although the cottage was modest, it was surprisingly spacious. It was a clandestine construction by Ken, under the pretense of providing tranquility. "Big guy, how are you feeling? We thought you had passed away. You truly frightened me." The first person to lean over Lin Chi's bedding was Tingyan, his eyes brimming with tears, genuine emotion spilling forth. Ken, on the other hand, appeared far more composed. "Boss, while they did not succeed in capturing you, this substance should have been extracted from your body." Upon hearing this, Lin Chi turned his gaze toward Ken, who held a vessel filled with golden blood. He accepted it, though his expression darkened. "This was a meticulously orchestrated abduction, specifically targeting you, boss. They swapped out all the tourists on the beach. These individuals are indeed formidable." Setting aside the origins of these people, Lin Chi reasoned that since they had failed, they would undoubtedly return to pursue him again. He turned to Tingyan. "How did you fare with the tasks I assigned you?" Tingyan scratched his head. The buildings contained no sand from the sea. All were constructed from finely ground stones from beneath the earth. Lin Chi nodded, his thoughts aligning perfectly with his expectations. If that were indeed the case, then his conjecture would be entirely accurate. "Boss, I truly do not comprehend your intentions, Ken expressed with confusion. What time is it? It's 4 in the afternoon. Came the reply. By evening, you will likely understand that there are mysterious guests arriving at Shimu Island. And you and Ken exchanged puzzled glances, entirely oblivious to Lin Chi's meaning. As time gradually slipped away, the sky darkened. In the midst of their boredom, Lin Chi was suddenly startled by the sound of a ringing phone. He answered to hear a man's serious voice. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chi? Due to your persistent debts, we require an investigation into your affairs. If you wish to prove your innocence, please transfer all your assets to our secure account. Thank you for your cooperation. The three stared at each other in disbelief. Lin Chi felt utterly speechless. Another wretched case of telecom fraud. He contemplated hanging up. But just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Your speechlessness has moved the system. You are rewarded with the ability to strike through the screen. If you are satisfied with this service, press 1. If not, press 2. 1. Confounded yet intrigued by this newfound ability, Lin Chi suddenly found himself reluctant to end the call. Chapter 81. A powerful heartbeat by the beach, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the coastline. Such beauty is something most may never witness in a lifetime. Inside a quaint cabin, Lin Chi held a smartphone, a sinister grin playing upon his lips. It was this very expression that caused Yu and Ken, standing at a distance, to tremble with trepidation, sensing an ominous foreboding. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from Shimu Island lay a heavily restricted area, surrounded by barbed wire, enclosing several office buildings. Within Unit B, Office 304, a man admonished Mr. Lin. Please mind your tone. We, the federal inspectors, have the authority to make your statements public. You would do well to choose your words carefully. Although the man appeared somewhat impatient, he had no choice but to comply with his superior's orders. He had deceived many, but few engaged in verbal sparring like Lin Chi. Allow me, said a captivating woman who entered the room, her presence fragrant as if she had just emerged from a blooming garden. Her name was Megan, and she adeptly answered the phone. We have no time for your games. If you do not transfer your assets immediately, prepare to be wanted, she stated emphatically, her words directed at Lin Chi on the other end of the line. What? Wanted for what? I urge you to promptly transfer your assets to our account. Surely, you could spare a bit more, couldn't you? $900 billion is an amount I cannot muster at present. Enough of your nonsense. Do not presume we are unaware of your wealth exceeding 1,000 billion. Should you fail to cooperate, prepare for the consequences that may shatter the glass of your home. Would you like the address of my current residence? It is at Chintai Beach. I strongly advise you to accept the reality of your situation. Do you not believe that with a single phone call, we could ruin your reputation? Yes, I do believe it. Lin Chi's voice betrayed a hint of fear. Precisely. Hasten to transfer your assets, or you will bear the repercussions. Megan felt exhausted. Could you not transfer a lesser amount? I currently possess only $1,000. It must be quite a burden to deceive others, Lin Chi said earnestly. What are you saying? Mr. Lin Chi, what we require is the transfer of all assets under your name to our secure account. At worst, you could simply tell your employer that I am but a penniless wretch, and you can pocket the $1,000. Isn't deceiving others quite tiresome? Prepare yourself for a lengthy incarceration. Lying is hardly befitting a person of your affluence. The truth was unveiled, and Megan grew agitated. Well done. You've uncovered the truth. You are indeed a clever woman. Lin Chi remained calm, continuing to probe. How about becoming my girlfriend? I could take care of you. That is out of the question. I already have a boyfriend, and isn't this conversation straying a bit off course? Do you comprehend what you're saying? I am a public servant. Are you attempting to bribe me? How about $5 million a month as pocket money? Lin Chi persisted. You cannot tempt me in such a manner. After all, I am a woman of high caliber. Do you not desire to revel in the first cup of milk I prepare for you each day? Would you not relish being enveloped in fresh milk all day? I could fulfill that desire for you. Megan found herself captivated by Lin Chi's words, envisioning delightful moments spent frolicking in the flower fields of his estate. A woman of your quality surely deserves a man of equal standing, one like myself. Lin Chi smoothly flattered. May I have a moment to speak privately? Megan was convinced, truly convinced. She feigned a trip to the restroom and discreetly called Lin Chi using her own phone. How to put it? She was a senior executive in this telecommunications fraud ring, primarily supervising the heads of various departments, and she was indeed a woman with a boyfriend. However, her boyfriend treated her poorly, providing her with a meager allowance and was a gambler, which filled Megan with disdain. Lin Chi had astutely seized upon women's yearning for a high-quality lifestyle. Under Lin Chi's persuasion, Megan divulged the entire address of their fraudulent organization. Thank you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself prone to penalties. As the little deer in my heart raced uncontrollably, a confession that left me blushing. Lin Chi spoke with profound shyness. Is that true? Am I truly so captivating? Of course, Lin Chi replied, enraptured. I feel that my future is incomplete without you. Megan, in the restroom, stifled a giggle. Although she had encountered numerous suitors, a soul as intriguing as Lin Chi's was indeed a rarity. Do you treat all girls with such sweetness? Megan found herself unable to escape the affection Lin Chi had for her. How could that be? If you don't believe me, press your ear against the phone. I assure you, my heartbeat is resounding. Lin Chi spoke with conviction. Megan genuinely yearned to hear Lin Chi's heartbeat and leaned closer. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly appeared on the phone screen and, taking advantage of the girl's distraction, delivered a resounding slap to her face. Did you hear that? ISNT, my heartbeat quite powerful? So powerful. I've never felt such a potent heartbeat. Striking through the screen was a new ability Lin Chi had acquired, one he had yet to fully explore. Little did he know, he would soon encounter telecommunication fraud. Lin Chi vowed to eradicate these fraudsters. Unfazed by the gender of his target, he delivered a slap to Megan, who fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Yet she believed this was merely a manifestation of her confusion over love, dismissing the idea that a hand could emerge from a screen. On the beach, Lin Chi relished a sense of tranquility. Indeed, he had succeeded. This newfound ability was nothing short of remarkable, allowing him to strike through the screen, igniting a desire for vengeance against the fraudulent syndicate. Yes, he wished to make these despicable fraudsters experience pain. Boss, are you performing magic? That's incredible. Although Ken had long been accustomed to Lin Chi's abilities, he was still taken aback when he witnessed him reach through the screen. What is the big deal? Anan waved dismissively. What challenge could possibly stump the Great One? I tell you, the Great One dares to sit bare-bottomed on a cactus. This is merely a small feat. Upon hearing this, Ken gave Lin Chi a thumbs up. Lin Chi genuinely desired to teach the young man a lesson. Yet he adhered to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, and thus found himself without justification. Chapter 82. Deep-sea bombs. Upon acquiring the address of the fraudsters, Lin Chi promptly instructed Ken to report them. These fraudulent groups were nothing short of societal tumors, unworthy of existence. As for the notion of love, that was simply absurd. After Megan and Lin Chi agreed on a meeting time, she refrained from disturbing him further. Outside, the darkness gradually deepened, and Lin Chi's expression became increasingly solemn. Ken arranged for the security staff to deliver an abundance of exquisite delicacies for Lin Chi and Ting En, with a variety of rare dishes that delighted Ting En's eyes. This only strengthened Ting En's resolve. Indeed, following the esteemed leader meant no worries about food and drink. As night fell, more accurately, in the depths of the night, rain began to fall outside. The raindrops were light, but the accompanying wind carried an ominous sense of impending events. Lin Chi's suspicions proved correct. In the darkness, they beheld creatures emanating a blue luminescence emerging from the water's surface, illuminated by the moonlight, swiftly making their way toward Creekwood Town. Lin Chi and his companions stealthily followed. These peculiar beings possessed a weak sense of awareness and remained oblivious to Lin Chi and his group. They witnessed these extraordinary creatures arrive before a building, and under the watchful eyes of Lin Chi and his companions, they began gnawing at a towering structure. Fortunately, this building was uninhabited, serving only as an office. However, in full view, they astonishingly devoured the foundation of the edifice in a remarkably short time. By the time Lin Chi and his companions decided to intervene, it was too late. The entire structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, fortunately without any injuries. Look over there, Ting En exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Lin Chi and Ken turned to see that these luminous creatures were beginning to reproduce. No, more accurately, they were duplicating themselves. From the initial 10, they had astonishingly multiplied to 20 in less than half an hour. Lin Chi was taken aback. Thankfully, after consuming the building, these creatures ceased their actions and retraced their path back into the ocean. This unexpected turn of events caught Lin Chi and his companions off guard. Now, everyone was convinced that there indeed existed creatures capable of devouring buildings. How did you know they would emerge from the sea? Ting En, seemingly struck by a realization, asked with curiosity. Lin Chi shrugged. The photographs have already informed us. Ting-in and Qin exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Chi smiled faintly. I stumbled upon the answer. The buildings that were gnawed upon contained some shells that could only be found in the ocean. Thus, I surmised they must have been brought from the sea. Upon hearing this, the two raised their thumbs in admiration. You're truly remarkable, Ting-in complimented enthusiastically. Lin Chi smiled wryly. Although he understood their origin, he was perplexed by the true nature of these creatures, and he would likely need to rely on Dr. Lewis for clarification. Fortunately, Lin Chi had just recorded all the information regarding these beings, and he had also captured their photographs. It was impossible for him to return to the Dr. S base, so he could only convey this matter through communication. Although Lin Chi was remarkably skilled, he was not omnipotent. If he could obtain the Dr. S assistance, his efforts would yield far greater results. What could this mean? If I am not mistaken, these creatures are most likely influenced by the metallic pillars. What? These are also influenced beings, but they are marine organisms. How could they be affected? Lin Chi was taken aback. This is quite normal. They are likely single-celled organisms that have been impacted. Such organisms reproduce through replication, utilizing the cells within their bodies. Those metallic pillars must also be present in the ocean, the doctor explained. Lin Chi found this baffling and struggled to comprehend it. By the way, I can assure you that these creatures are called deep-sea bombs. They are soft-bodied organisms residing on the ocean floor. Based on your data, I believe they do not intend to consume, but rather aim to self-destruct. Self-destruct? Yes. They seek to evolve themselves. They merely wish to evolve by consuming structures, which is the current state of affairs I have discerned. All right, I think I understand. But why are these creatures called deep-sea bombs? Lin Chi had his own questions. This organism was first catalogued in my mentor's Compendium of Extraordinary Creatures. They originally existed as small soft-bodied organisms in the deep sea. However, the record indicates that when threatened, they would destroy their gas-filled bodies, creating powerful shockwaves to protect themselves. Now, however, they have been infected and their bodily structures have altered. I suspect that changes have already occurred within them. What changes? Do they aspire to become human? Lin Chi inquired with curiosity. Not quite. They can now derive energy from buildings. If they were to explode, the consequences would be catastrophic, with destruction akin to that caused by a bomb. Understood. Lin Chi's expression darkened slightly. Yet, soon a voice from the Dr. S end conveyed a sense of astonishment. What is this? A sequence of codes awaiting decryption? What codes? The doctor paid no heed to Lin Chi, waiting a moment before new information arrived. I understand now. He is still alive, and he is coming for me. The Dr. S voice carried a hint of nostalgia, seemingly recalling events from long ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi gradually began to grasp the implications of the Dr. S words. Could it be that these creatures are entirely man-made? Perhaps so. However, this can only be regarded as my conjecture. Logically, he has been deceased for many years, yet it is astonishing to learn that he is still alive. Dr. Lewis found himself in a state of incredulity. Through the doctor's narration, Lin Chi gained a deeper understanding of the individual referred to by the doctor. It turns out that Dr. Lewis once had a childhood companion named Smith. The two had attended the same academy and shared many years of their lives together, but eventually diverged in their academic pursuits, compounded by misunderstandings. After that, Smith distanced himself, achieving remarkable accolades in the realm of science. Yet the two had not crossed paths for many years. The doctor later discovered that Smith had perished in an experimental explosion a few years prior, and now he received a coded message left behind by him. This clarified why the doctor believed that Smith's actions were directed towards him. According to the doctor's words, it was evident that Smith had uncovered the secret of the metallic pillars and intended to exploit the infected beings. It appeared that this was a challenge issued to me. I truly did not expect him to be alive. What a delightful surprise. The doctor murmured. Reflecting on the past, the trivialities of right and wrong lost their significance. After all, he was advanced in years, and academic disputes held little relevance for him now. The mere fact that Smith was alive was a cause for celebration. Lin Chi refrained from voicing his thoughts, but sensed that Smith's intentions might not be benevolent. Chapter 83. The crisis in Goda City. The emergence of the deep-sea bombs acted as a catalyst, their rate of development far surpassing Lin Chi's expectations. Initially, their rate of proliferation was not rapid, and even Lin Chi maintained a wait-and-see attitude under the doctor's guidance. Fortunately, they posed no significant threat to the structures of Shimu Town, merely spreading along the coastline. However, within a single day, these deep-sea bombs inexplicably vanished. and Shimu Town received no further clues regarding these anomalous creatures. Originally, Lin Chi and the others believed that the deep-sea bombs had merely disappeared temporarily and would reappear in Shimu Town. Yet, for several consecutive days, they encountered no sightings of these uniquely shaped deep-sea bombs. It was only after a brief interval of 2 days that Lin Chi and his companions rediscovered the presence of these deep-sea bombs, this time heading towards Goda City. By the time they made their discovery, the situation had already begun to take shape. Goda City, situated near the Pacific Ocean, boasted numerous harbors and a population of around 7 million, earning it the title of the Pacific Gateway. The self-replicating speed of these deep-sea bombs was astonishingly rapid, far exceeding human imagination as they began to swarm in flocks. They incessantly devoured coastal structures, growing in size, and could even float in the sky, glistening in the sunlight like azure jellyfish, though devoid of tentacles. Moreover, should humanity exhibit any malevolent behavior towards them, they would detonate on the spot, posing a significant danger. This situation spread like wildfire, leaving the police utterly powerless. Even their bomb shields proved ineffective. Consequently, the entire police force of Goda City found themselves in a state of despair, compelled to seek federal assistance. However, the federal government was equally helpless, resorting to withdrawing troops and merely distributing heavy weaponry, whose deployment acted as mere fuses, inadvertently provoking these entities further. Throughout the day, the resounding echoes of explosions reverberated across Goda City. Women and children were continuously transported to hospitals, while citizens, having lost their loved ones, could only kneel in front of the ruins, weeping profusely. The injustice was palpable. They had lost their families and all their life savings. Thus, Goda City found itself in a state of isolation and desperation. Fortunately, Dr. Lewis discerned the emerging threat in time, dispatching bioengineered individuals to Goda City, equipped with ample supplies. Naturally, Lin Chi also received the doctor's timely assistance. Lin, the situation in Goda City is dire, and to be precise, I currently lack any effective means to counter these aberrant creatures, Dr. Lewis informed Lin Chi. Even Dr. Lewis himself was at a loss. These entities had somehow been influenced by warm, moist air and drifted to Goda City. Lin Chi, observing the news on his phone, felt his expression grow increasingly grave. Understood. Doctor, rest assured. Lin Chi recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from hesitating. These deep-sea bombs had crossed oceans, wreaking havoc on Goda City and forcing the entire city into a state of emergency. What are we to do, boss? You're about to make a name for yourself again, and I am close to losing my mind, Tian exclaimed, watching the videos on his tablet, pacing anxiously. In truth, his concern was not for Goda City, but rather the realization that this time, the boss seemed poised for widespread acclaim. When would it be his turn to shine? Ken shot Tian in a glance, bemused by his peculiar thought process. Lin Chi chose to ignore Tian and boss. What should we do next? These creatures are not easy to deal with, Ken inquired. Lin Chi remained silent. Ken, referring to him as boss, did not create distance between them. It was merely a term of address. We shall go to Goda City and assist them in vanquishing these deep-sea bombs, Lin Chi responded decisively. After all, these deep-sea bombs had initially spread from their own Shimu town, and Lin Chi felt it was his duty to aid Goda City in eradicating these monstrosities. What mode of transport shall we take? Boss, I believe the Dragon 2 would be fitting for our stature, Tian and reminisced about the Dragon 2. Lin Chi was left speechless. He paid no heed to Ken and Ting and's thoughts, directly seizing an individual and transforming into a beam of light that the naked eye could scarcely perceive, vanishing from the spot. The light traced their path, instilling a sense of dread. In the next moment, the trio found themselves atop an 850-meter tower in the city of Goda. Ting, utterly petrified, felt his legs weaken. It was his first time in such lofty heights. Brother, are you afraid of heights? Ken teased, noticing Ting-en's demeanor. How could that be? It's just that my footing is unsteady, Ting-en retorted. Being at such an elevation was, in truth, a necessity for Lin Chi, as the saying goes. The higher you stand, the further you see. However, the entire city of Goda was in a dire situation. The monstrous beings had severely disrupted the city's functioning, resulting in widespread power outages. Restoring electricity was Lin Chi's undeniable responsibility. Besides repairing the power system, he also intended to meet with the bioengineered individuals dispatched by the doctor. This time, there were 5 locations where the power had failed, all complex electrical nexus areas. With a plan in mind, Lin Chi and the others set off separately. In just an hour, Lin Chi assisted the bioengineered individuals in restoring the city's electrical system. Soon, he encountered the leader of the bioengineered team, Sis. The bioengineered beings had made remarkable advancements over the years due to the Dr. S innovations, particularly in Goda City, where bioengineered beings and humans enjoyed equal standing. They could even procreate with human women and marry human men. Technically, the research on bioengineered beings had reached a bottleneck. They possessed human-like cognition, yet the attitude towards them varied significantly across different cities in the United States. Some cities strongly opposed their presence, fearing that their inherent genes would alter human genetics, relegating them to the most menial of jobs, akin to the status of robots. However, bioengineered beings were distinctly different from robots, as they possessed cognitive abilities, not merely programmed brains reliant on electrical power for energy. Goda City, conversely, was more progressive in its ideology. Despite its numerous ports, the city faced an unprecedented aging population crisis 2 decades prior. To combat this issue, the mayor decided to introduce bioengineered individuals, granting them the status and rights of ordinary citizens along with various job opportunities, which undoubtedly marked a revolution for the entire city. Chapter 84. Commissioned to his surprise. This old fellow is quite impressive. He has already succeeded in creating artificial humans. Ting had a profound impression of the bioengineered beings and couldn't help but feel admiration at that moment. Lin Chi was indifferent. Through their conversation, he grasped the purpose for which Dr. Lewis had summoned them. They were to assist the Gotham City Police in overcoming those so-called deep-sea bombs. And there was another matter of utmost secrecy that they needed to convey to Lin Chi. Mr. Lin Chi, the situation in Gotham City is dire. We have just received intelligence that the mayor has gone missing, Fick stated gravely, his gaze fixed on Lin Chi. What do you need him for? Ken inquired, perplexed. Fick, a male bioengineered individual standing at 17 meters tall and weighing no more than an average human, bore an advanced technological firearm that even Lin Chi had never encountered. Identifying bioengineered beings was quite straightforward. They adhered to certain principles. Firstly, a bioengineered individual must not conceal their identity. Secondly, to facilitate their identification, their eyes were designed to be blue, which also provided superior vision at night compared to that of ordinary humans. Upon hearing this, Fick turned to Ken with a sense of resignation. If we cannot locate the mayor, we will be unable to access Gotham City's financial vault. Has something happened? Lin Chi queried. Indeed, there have been some unfortunate incidents. The entire financial building is within the operational range of those floating jellyfish. If we do not take action, these creatures could very well destroy the entire structure, Fick replied. Absolutely. The financial building is crucial for the entire city. Its destruction would result in irreparable losses. Leave this to me. If we are certain these creatures will wreak havoc on the financial building, I can assist you, Lin Chi responded with composure. Really? That would be splendid, exclaimed a girl with a single ponytail and pale hair, visibly moved by Lin Chi's words. If you could help us find the mayor, that would be wonderful. She blinked adorably, her charm evident. Lin Chi smiled. I think it need not be so complicated. I have another method to access the financial vault. That's implausible. The financial vault is equipped with the most advanced defense mechanisms in the world. Even the doctor cannot decipher it in a short time. The girl asked curiously, Take us to the financial building. Trust in the Great One, and scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at the girl. What do you mean? Is a mere lock capable of thwarting the Great One? That would be an underestimation indeed. The financial building was located several kilometers along the coast, amidst a plethora of significant structures. This financial edifice was particularly formidable. If maliciously destroyed, the losses would be incalculable, which is why it was designed to withstand high-intensity earthquakes and other natural disasters. However, this time was rather different, as an unanticipated multitude of entities resembling jellyfish, yet not quite, had emerged along the coastline, subsisting solely on the consumption of structures. Astonishingly, these creatures could even float in the sky, should anyone dare to confront them. They would detonate, unleashing a tremendous shockwave, rendering survival impossible. What do you mean? That is utterly preposterous. You, a bioengineered being, should refrain from spouting such nonsense. Corporal Thomas, the manager of the establishment, became visibly displeased upon hearing Fick's words. What? Are you suggesting that these monsters will devour our financial edifice? This is nothing short of a jest. Soon, the CEO of the entire building appeared before Lin Chi and his companions. I refuse to believe such claims. And our financial institution does not require intervention from outsiders like you. Even if what you say holds truth, we would need the mayor's authorization to proceed. CEO Jerry asserted with unwavering certainty. Sir, I implore you to acknowledge the grave situation confronting our city. Those creatures pose a significant threat. I urge your cooperation in transferring all data and repository information pertaining to the financial building. Corporal Thomas responded with growing impatience. If this bioengineered individual continues to spread rumors, the standing of their financial institution will plummet, which is hardly advantageous. Expel these troublemakers at once. Corporal Thomas commanded the security personnel beside him. In no time, these guards surrounded Lin Chi and the other 6, brandishing firearms. The sound of bullets being chambered was alarmingly loud, and the security staff aimed their weapons menacingly at Lin Chi and his group. Lin Chi had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with them. He lifted his stride, boldly approaching the CEO. A provocation. This was an outright affront. The CEO could hardly contain himself, his heart racing. Is this person insane? He truly did not wish to witness anyone perish in their workplace. Halt right there. If you dare take another step, we shall not hesitate to act. The lead guard, a portly man, coldly threatened Lin Chi, yet Lin Chi showed no signs of stopping. Just as Lin Chi advanced another step, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Maintaining an impassive expression, Lin Chi remained remarkably composed. He transformed into a streak of light, dismantling the weapons in the guard's hands with an untraceable swiftness. Then returned to his previous position, seizing the bullet and presenting it to the man who had just fired at him. Brother, bullets are meant for dealing with perpetrators. Your actions are rather ill-advised. With that, Lin Chi placed the scorching bullet into the man's hand, eliciting a pained cry from him. The scene elicited hearty laughter from the 4 bioengineered individuals. Initially, they had been concerned about Lin Chi's actions, yet his performance far exceeded their expectations. The components of the firearms clattered onto the opulent floor tiles, producing a crisp sound. It was only now that the CEO began to comprehend the situation. He swallowed hard. But by then, Lin Chi and his companions had already ventured into the depths of the financial building. Lin Chi's prowess had captivated the CEO, who led them to the entrance of the financial vault. Although Lin Chi intended to enter the vault, he soon realized the futility of the endeavor. Numerous energy defenses surrounded the vault's exterior, rendering his attempts to penetrate it in vain. Even light tracking proved utterly ineffective. He then contemplated demolishing the financial vault. But after careful consideration, he dismissed the idea. Such an act would be entirely unnecessary, as it would obliterate the valuable information stored within, resulting in a loss far greater than any potential gain. Chapter 85. The peculiar sign. In a moment of desperation, Lin Chi executed a reckless maneuver. With the mayor missing and the financial building facing the imminent threat of deep-sea explosives, his only option was to relocate the entire structure to a secure location. Indeed, he chose to transfer the entire edifice. Insanity. The CEO thought Lin Chi must have emerged from a psychiatric institution. However, his subsequent reaction left him utterly astonished. The building began to sway. He gasped in disbelief. Yet, he soon discerned some telling signs. Approaching the window, he was left speechless. Not only he, but even Tingyan and Ken were similarly taken aback. The building seemed to float in midair like a mere sheet of paper. This spectacle utterly shocked all the citizens who witnessed it. The shadow of light. Is he the shadow of light? A young boy exclaimed, pointing into the air. Oh my God, I can't believe this is real, an elderly woman remarked. The entire building had lifted off the ground as if equipped with an engine. For Lin Chi, elevating a building was hardly an insurmountable feat. With his amplified strength, his control over power had reached an extraordinary level. After safely transporting the entire building to a secure area, he returned inside to rejoin his companions. Where are we now? Fick inquired incredulously. Indeed, we should no longer be in the bustling district of Goda City. Henceforth, I leave the handling of subsequent matters to you, Lin Chi said, gazing at Fick. No, the doctor instructed us to accompany you. Hoping to assist, Fick replied. Aren't you going to search for the mayor? Lin Chi's inquiry left Fick momentarily speechless. How to respond? Initially, they intended for Lin Chi to accompany them in the search for the whereabouts of Mr. Mayor. However, Lin Chi swiftly relocated the entire building, rendering the search for the mayor utterly futile. Consequently, they found themselves in a quandary, debating whether to pursue Mr. Mayor. Knowing that such an endeavor would hinder their ability to assist Lin Chi, their insistence on following Lin Chi was, in fact, understandable. They were acting under the directive of the doctor. Reluctantly, Lin Chi agreed to help them locate the mayor while they provided support to the city of Goda. At this juncture, Lin Chi pondered a pressing matter. Would the equipment supplied by the doctor be effective against the deep-sea bombs? Curiosity sparked within him. Indeed, it is quite effective, replied Fike with unwavering confidence. In addition to this small squad of 4, there were hundreds of bioengineered beings arriving to support Goda City. Wait, wasn't it said that weapons have no effect on those creatures? Questioned Tingyan, perplexed. Fike elucidated, the weapon developed by the doctor is somewhat unique. Its primary function is not annihilation, thus it poses no threat to them. Instead, it merely encapsulates them within a special space, preventing any self-detonation. Tingyan seemed to grasp the concept, albeit with some confusion. With this newfound understanding, Lin Chi set out alone towards the mayor's office to investigate. Regrettably, the room was devoid of any bodies. Only bloodstains remained, offering no clues to the mayor's fate. The office was shrouded in darkness, causing Lin Chi to feel uneasy. Just as he was about to leave, an unnamed cleaning lady caught his attention. She was furtively cleaning something in the women's restroom, and Lin Chi could distinctly sense that her hands were stained with blood. However, she appeared quite wary, engaging Lin Chi in a game of hide-and-seek. Lin Chi found himself at a loss. After all, it was the women's restroom, and he could not simply intrude. Lost in thought, he mused. Her furtive behavior certainly suggests something amiss. As he awaited the cleaning lady's emergence, several police officers appeared behind him. Hey, raise your hands to a visible height. You wouldn't want any unfortunate accidents, would you? Lin Chi, caught off guard by the officer's presence, found several guns aimed at his head. Yet, he remained remarkably calm. For he recognized a familiar voice. It was none other than the voice of Delta. Encountering Delta in this unexpected setting was beyond Lin Chi's imagination. Turning around, their eyes met, and Delta appeared equally astonished. To be frank, he never anticipated that the voyeur lurking outside the women's restroom would turn out to be someone familiar to him. Brother, what a peculiar taste. It was this cleaning lady who reported that a deviant had been squatting outside the women's restroom, too afraid to come out. Who would have thought it was you? Delta jested. Are you merely here to apprehend a pervert? Lin Chi shot him a sidelong glance. Could it be that you are here concerning the mayor's demise? Delta expressed his astonishment. The mayor is dead? Now it was Lin Chi's turn to be taken aback. Indeed. I have already dispatched officers to analyze the bloodstains found in the room. They belong to the mayor. Delta's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Lin Chi nodded. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be comfortably serving as your department's chief in Washington? Brother, let us not delve into that. It pains me to recount. Delta's expression darkened with sorrow. I am indifferent to how the other district chiefs embezzle funds, but when they coerced me into perjuring myself to frame a wealthy individual, I simply could not comply. Delta cast a knowing glance at Lin Chi, a smirk playing on his lips. Lin Chi reciprocated the smile. There was no need to elaborate. This affluent individual was, of course, himself. It is precisely because of this wretched wealthy man that I was ensnared by the other district chiefs, accused of abusing my power, ultimately leading to my dismissal as chief and reassignment to a mere officer, hence my arrival in Goda City. That wealthy individual truly deserves condemnation, Lin Chi remarked. Indeed. Delta's expression bore a hint of resignation. It became evident that Delta had been reduced to an ordinary police officer. Nevertheless, Lin Chi could still perceive the deep-seated reverence and integrity Delta held for the police force. Have you found the murderer? Not yet. Strangely, the room contained only the mayor's blood, and upon reviewing the surveillance, we found no one leaving with the mayor's body. Delta trailed off, hesitating. And what else? Lin Chi inquired with curiosity. We discovered a peculiar symbol at the crime scene, Delta replied. A symbol? What kind of symbol? It was a black cross. Chapter 86. The death knell. Delta's appearance undoubtedly provided Lin Chi with a sense of direction. The black cross. Once again, this accursed symbol. Little did he expect that this organization, which had faded from his memory only days prior, would re-emerge so swiftly. Do you recognize the origins of this symbol? Delta seemed to have discerned Lin Chi's expression, prompting his inquiry. Lin Chi nodded in affirmation. Yes, it is a relatively new organization. Do you know why they would conspire to murder the mayor of Goda City? Delta could not help but ask. Who could have foreseen that the mayor of Goda City would meet such a fate? If the citizens were to learn of this matter, it would undoubtedly incite considerable unrest. Should it be the result of an organized assassination, I suspect the situation is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Lin Chi remarked, "Are you suggesting this is not a crime of passion, but rather something more profound?" "Indeed. This is a premeditated murder, and it carries significant implications." Lin Chi responded cautiously. He then inquired, "Since you have commenced your investigation, do you know if the mayor has offended anyone?" Delta waved his hand dismissively. "I'm afraid I lack that information. However, we have traced the whereabouts of his wife and intend to pay her a visit. That is indeed fortuitous." Lin Chi immediately resolved to accompany Delta. As they traversed the path, the two engaged in a discussion regarding the recent emergence of deep-sea explosives in Goda City. Delta expressed his impotence in the matter, stating that as an agent, he was ill-equipped to handle such entities. Before long, they arrived at a detached villa. The sky had gradually darkened, and the only sounds emanating from within were the laughter of a woman playing with a child. Delta, wearing a khaki fedora, maintained a low profile, making it difficult to discern his identity as an agent. He politely knocked on the door, and it was not long before a nanny appeared. "May I assist you?" she inquired. "Yes, we are agents from Goda City, seeking to ask a few questions regarding Powell," Delta replied candidly. "What? Concerning my husband? What has happened to him?" The mistress of the house, having overheard Delta's voice, stepped into view. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman named Xuana, with skin as white as snow and as tender as soft candy, exuding an air of nobility, her striking blue eyes captivating all who beheld them. "I regret to inform you that what I have to say about your husband is distressing, but you must learn to bear it," Delta said solemnly. Moments later, within the house, the flames from the fireplace cast flickering shadows, yet they provided no warmth, only exacerbating the chill of the unforgiving night. "I cannot fathom my daughter enduring such immense misfortune at such a tender age," Xuana lamented sorrowfully. The news struck her like a thunderbolt, a devastating blow. "Indeed, she has lost an extraordinary father, and we have lost an exemplary mayor," Delta echoed, his expression equally somber. "Now, madam, might you enlighten us about the mayor's recent peculiar behaviors?" Delta had not forgotten the purpose of their visit to the mayor's residence. Xuana appeared visibly shaken, her gaze evasive, clearly attempting to conceal something. "Rest assured, we shall undoubtedly uncover the identity of the perpetrator. I implore you, madam, to disclose all that you know to us, thus enabling us to assist you in ascertaining the cause of Mayor's demise." Madame Zena gazed at Delta, hesitating for a moment before acquiescing to his request. "Very well. Perhaps it is imperative that I share this matter with you," she instructed her maid, who then departed the room, cradling a child. In an instant, the room was left with only Lin Chi and the two others, while outside, the heavens unleashed a downpour. The sound of the rain mingling with the rumble of thunder, creating an atmosphere of acute awareness on this fateful night. Approximately 3 nights ago, he ventured alone into the study, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone, yet I sensed his reluctance. Delta quickly pressed on, asking, "Do you recall the subject of their discussion?" After resting her hand on her cheek in contemplation, Zena replied, "I remember distinctly that the individual appeared to be discussing data regarding a virus with my husband, though the specifics elude me." "Do you recall any physical characteristics of that person?" "Certainly, I vividly recall. She was a woman adorned with a black cross emblem upon her forehead." Upon hearing this, both Lin Chi and Delta were taken aback. Indeed, the mayor's death was a conspiracy, a calculated murder. As the rain continued to pour, Lin Chi and Delta had no choice but to seek refuge within Madame Zena's villa. Although she mourned the loss of her husband, she understood the necessity of confronting her grief. Seated across from each other at the table, Lin Chi and Delta found themselves in a state of conflicted emotions. "Do you suppose this is linked to the virus?" Delta raised his gaze to Lin Chi. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chi responded, "It seems quite likely. However, it appears that the mayor was astute enough not to divulge the virus data to the other party." Delta nodded in agreement, yet they possessed scant information regarding this virus, lacking even the most rudimentary data. Moreover, Lin Chi had just communicated with the doctor, who also remained unaware of any virus-related matters, leaving Lin Chi in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Madame Zena returned with a platter of pastries. "I apologize. May I offer you any assistance?" she inquired earnestly. "Madam, might we search the mayor's study for clues?" Lin Chi's words, though somewhat abrupt, were indeed pivotal. If they could uncover any leads within the study, their visit would not be in vain. After a brief hesitation, Madame Zena ultimately consented to allow Lin Chi and the others entry into her husband's study. It was a remarkably organized room, with books meticulously arranged upon the shelves. He is a person with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, thus he arranges his belongings with meticulous precision. It seemed that Xuan Na discerned the confusion between the two, and spoke candidly. However, the astute Lin Chi noticed some discrepancies. If Xuan Na's words were entirely truthful, then why was a book, located at a distance, trapped beneath the desk? It was a brand new volume, seemingly without reason to be confined beneath such a surface, especially given Xuan Na's description of the mayor's extraordinary passion for literature. This peculiar occurrence aroused Lin Chi's suspicions. The most perilous places often conceal the greatest safety. This book must possess greater significance than it appears. Chapter 87. The Belief of the Bioengineered Beings with Xuan Na's Consent. Lin Chi retrieved the book from beneath the desk. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a striking message. Xuan Na, by the time you read this letter, I may have ventured far away. But I hope you can deliver the envelope enclosed within this book to the police. The brevity of this message left Xuan Na in tears, her anguish palpable in her eyes. Lin Chi soon spotted the letter. If all went as expected, the members of the Black Cross organization had likely not seen this note. He gently opened the envelope, revealing only a card, specifically, a data storage card. Lin Chi exchanged a glance with Delta, both recognizing the gravity of their thoughts. Madam, this situation may not be as straightforward as it seems. We must delve deeper into the information contained within this card, Delta remarked. Using the computer at Madame Xuan Na's residence, the two began to comprehend the contents of the storage card. It turned out that everything stemmed from a virus known as the Blue Demon, which had been developed a decade prior. This virus spreads rapidly and has the potential to create reproductive isolation among humans. The individuals behind its creation primarily intended to use it on impoverished populations, aiming to eradicate poverty. However, the mayor of Goda City opposed the application of this virus on humans and decided to seal away all related information. Now, the Black Cross organization had set its sights on these viruses, and if such a pathogen fell into their hands, the consequences would be dire. It was no wonder that the mayor of Goda City met with a tragic end, having unraveled the circumstances surrounding the mayor's demise. Delta promised Madame Xuan Na that he would find the perpetrator. Delta sought to take the card, but Lin Chi preemptively secured it for himself, leaving Delta in a state of helplessness. The two rested for the night at Madame Xuan Na's home. By morning, Lin Chi received a letter from Ken. The number of deep-sea bombs in their vicinity had surged, yet they were fortunately kept under control, posing no immediate threat. Before departing, Madame Xena consented to Delta taking the card, which contained data akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to detonate at any moment. As they traversed the main road, Delta initially walked ahead of Lin Chi, but soon halted his steps. Turning around, he gazed at Lin Chi, pondering their next move. How would they locate the elusive members of the Black Cross? Lin Chi shook his head, asserting that they could only intensify their surveillance. He sensed that their adversaries would not relent easily and would surely take further action. Indeed, Delta concurred with Lin Chi's assessment. That item should be secured at the police station. It is the safest location. Lin Chi nodded in agreement, yet looked at Delta with a firm expression. While I also believe it to be the safest place, I cannot entrust it to you. Are you attempting to play the hero alone? Even Shadow Knight is not as obstinate as you. This time, we face an enemy beyond imagination. If that item remains in your possession, it will undoubtedly bring calamity. Wouldn't it? You imposter. Lin Chi raised his head, gazing calmly at Delta. His words struck like a thunderclap, rendering Delta momentarily stunned. Impossible. How could you possibly discover my true identity? I had concealed it so well. What a pity, Lin Chi replied, unfazed as he retrieved his phone. The screen displayed a live press conference taking place at the mayor's office, with Delta himself as the host. Although Delta had indeed been relegated to Goda City, it was not surprising that an officer of his experience would attend such a press event. Realizing his cover was blown, the false Delta ceased to feign. His form morphed, shedding the guise of a burly man to reveal a slender and beautiful woman, prominently displaying a Black Cross emblem on her wrist. "Ah, we meet again," she remarked, a smile gracing her lips. "I hadn't anticipated our reunion would come so swiftly. I truly don't understand why you must thwart my endeavors. Had you kept silent, we wouldn't be caught in this awkward gaze, akin to a rogue leering at a lovely maiden." Lin Chi recognized her distinctly. She was the troublesome woman from the beach incident days prior. "This time, I shall not allow you to escape," Lin Chi stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. However, Just as Lin Chi prepared to act, the woman swiftly hurled a bamboo tube. A thick cloud of black smoke erupted from it. A trick, Lin Chi realized, as the woman executed her ruse before vanishing from sight. Damn it! Lin Chi felt a surge of anger, but fortunately, the virus storage card was still in his possession. However, his expression soon turned grave. He could hardly believe that these individuals were capable of such feats. Transforming into others was one thing. But if these deep-sea bombs were indeed linked to them, it would spell disaster. Lin Chi murmured to himself, yet he had to set aside his concerns for the moment. At least the data of the virus had not fallen into their hands. More pressing matters loomed before him, as the threat of the deep-sea bombs escalated. Lin Chi had to intervene to assist the entire city of Goda. Otherwise, calamity would befall it. Swiftly, he arrived at an amusement park in Goda City, where the sounds of explosions echoed ominously. To make matters worse, several tourists were trapped atop a Ferris wheel. Finally, you're here. Upon spotting Lin Chi, Zai seemed to regain his composure, filled with excitement. Not only was he powerless, but even Qin and the biohumans were at a loss. The power supply to the Ferris wheel had been destroyed, and a massive breach marred its structure. What happened? Lin Chi inquired with curiosity. Those damned deep-sea bombs have wrecked the Ferris wheel, and there are several children up there. Qin replied furiously. Just moments ago, Fick had already climbed up, determined to rescue the child dangling from the Ferris wheel. This scene provoked screams from the crowd below. Should he fall, Fick would undoubtedly perish, for despite being a biohuman, he was still flesh and blood. Yet within Fick, the reality of his biohuman existence had long been overshadowed by his unwavering love for humanity. Aiding them was his very reason for existence. He cradled the child in his arms and, using ropes, safely lowered the child to the ground. Chapter 88. Off to eat spicy snacks. The beliefs of the biohumans were remarkably simple. Though they faced significant rejection from many, they actively sought to integrate into the city, even in the face of unrecognition. After saving the young boy, the Ferris wheel began to sway perilously, teetering dangerously. Damn it! Fick exclaimed as he glanced at the remaining unrescued individuals, then back at the swaying Ferris wheel. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately overcame his fear and began to climb toward the others. Get away! You'll kill us, you damned biohuman! Shouted a bald man trapped within. Recognizing Fick's intentions and voicing his anger. Sir, your situation is perilous. Please remain calm. Allow me to rescue you. Fick responded, unperturbed. As he remained mindful of his purpose, he endeavored to console the other party, striving to prevent them from being overwhelmed by their emotions, which was of utmost importance. In the present situation, he had to collaborate with his teammates to rescue those trapped atop the Ferris wheel, even if these individuals appeared to harbor significant grievances against him. Just then, the entire Ferris wheel began to sway even more violently. At that moment, 5 people remained atop the structure, gripped by fear and utterly unsure of what to do. Fortunately, Fick, being experienced, swiftly managed to rescue 3 of the stranded citizens, leaving only 2 trapped individuals on the Ferris wheel. However, as Fick drew closer to them, the structure seemed to reach its breaking point, unable to withstand any further weight, and began to shake violently. It was unimaginable what kind of devastation would ensue if a massive piece of Ferris wheel machinery were to fall upon a person's body. If struck, Fick would surely meet his demise. Ultimately, Lin Chi, who had been observing from a distance, took action. He transformed into a beam of light and rescued all the trapped citizens, including Fick, in an instant. The speed of light was so swift that it eluded the naked eye, and Lin Chi possessed precisely that capability. In the blink of an eye, having accomplished this series of actions, he returned to his original position as if nothing had transpired. Buddy, I must say, you saved us. The previously disparaging bald man finally softened his stance, looking at Fick with a hint of embarrassment as he offered an apology. I also apologize, sir, for the immense fear I caused you. Fick was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering slightly. How about a drink? He suggested. I'm afraid that's not possible. This city still needs us, Fick politely declined. The onlookers raised their thumbs in admiration for Fick's exceptional performance. In truth, Fick was aware that he had not been the one to save the remaining trapped individuals. Casting his gaze into the distance, he spotted Lin Chi, who was giving him a thumbs up. Fick smiled in gratitude. As people gradually dispersed, only Fick and his companions remained. What happened? Lin Chi inquired. It's chaos. The entire city is in uproar. You're finally back, Ling cried, his voice trembling. Enough of that. Lin Chi dismissed him with indifference. Boss, we just received word that these creatures have mutated again. What? They mutated again? Yes. Ken affirmed with certainty that the previous tactics are no longer effective, as these creatures have transcended their former explosive limitations. What do you mean by that? As we discovered, certain self-destructing jellyfish have astonishingly begun to evolve into iced jellyfish capable of freezing individuals, Fick explained directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi's heart sank. Could these deep-sea explosives truly evolve in such a manner? Gathering his thoughts, Lin Chi appeared to gain a clearer understanding of these peculiar jellyfish. Of course, jellyfish is merely a figurative term, as their appearance closely resembles that of actual jellyfish, albeit without tentacles. Thus, those unaware of the truth could easily be misled. Their continuous evolution rendered the weapons provided by the doctor ineffective, for, according to Tingyan, the freezing essence released by these ice jellyfish could render the storage weapons obsolete. At that moment, a series of explosions erupted in the distance. We should take action, Fick declared, casting a glance at Lin Chi and the others before leading his team forward. However, he quickly retreated, as those creatures had begun to advance towards them. Tingyan had initially intended to mock them, but upon witnessing the fire-spewing jellyfish, he lost his composure. This is utterly incredible, he exclaimed. If the fire-spewing jellyfish were astonishing enough, there were also those radiating formidable lightning. They floated in midair, wreaking havoc throughout Goda City. As these mutated jellyfish approached, a radiant orb suddenly appeared, cleaving the ice-encased mutants in half. What is that? An astonished citizen could hardly believe his eyes as he rubbed them in disbelief. Indeed, it was a godlike figure, soaring majestically in the sky, exuding an aura of authority. Despite the jellyfish-like creatures attempting to encroach upon them, none could dare to cross the threshold in his presence. Tingyan helplessly wiped his handsome cheek. Damn it, I've been overshadowed again. Would you care for a snack? I've heard there's a place nearby known for its spicy strips, bursting with flavor and aroma, guaranteed to provide an exhilarating experience. Tingyan gestured towards Ken and the other bioengineered individuals beside him. Brother, what time is it? You still have the leisure for snacks? Ken reproached him, his tone tinged with urgency. Are we going or not? If you wish to go, then follow along. Even in battle, one must fill their stomach first, right? Furthermore, this shop is a global exclusive, and the waitresses there are quite robust, Tingyan concluded with a mischievous grin. After finishing his words, he began striding towards the distance. After a moment of contemplation, Ken decided to follow. Fick, concerned that the two might cause trouble, chose to accompany them as well. As for his teammates, they would undoubtedly heed their captain's lead. Lin Chi found himself on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation that felt almost epic. As if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. He was fiercely engaged in battle when, to his astonishment, his companions had ventured into a spicy snack shop without him. Was there no sense of loyalty among them? Just as he momentarily distracted himself, a chilling icicle surged towards him from behind. Fortunately, Lin Chi reacted swiftly, transforming into a beam of light, accompanied by the frantic soundtrack of a startled chicken. With dazzling prowess, he severed the icy projectile. Yet, little did he anticipate that more icy jellyfish would come rushing towards him. After regaining his composure, he tightened his fists, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. However, after vanquishing a portion of them, he was astonished to see the defeated jellyfish on the ground merging and regenerating. What on earth? Lin Chi was taken aback. Despite his formidable strength, he was not an inexhaustible machine. Even someone as powerful as Lin Chi had grown weary of this incessant cycle of violence. The sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, and due to his exceptional combat abilities, various mutated jellyfish began to converge upon him. It seemed that, for them, no one else was appealing. Only Lin Chi drew their interest. To his utter disbelief, these creatures continued to amalgamate. A colossal icy jellyfish began to form, its size utterly astonishing. The citizens in the distance, who were still cheering for the light shadow hero, were suddenly gripped by fear. Lin Chi, caught off guard, was struck down by the unexpectedly massive icy jellyfish. He took a moment to collect himself before rising to his feet, gazing upwards to finally discern the true nature of this formidable foe. It was surreal, almost dreamlike, beyond imagination. What in the world is this? Light Shadow Hero, please don't fail us now. The entire city relies on you. Fear not. We shall support you in spirit. Indeed, I just remembered that I left my laundry unattended. I must return home now. Farewell. The voices of the bystanders echoed clearly in Lin Chi's mind, leaving him somewhat speechless. In the vast expanse of the sky, with a sword as his companion, the solitude of a true master was unparalleled. This kind of loneliness was surely something only a powerful being like him could comprehend. Even though he wore an unremarkable mask and a flowing black cloak, it could not conceal his strikingly handsome visage. Who wouldn't he want to embrace such a hero? Suddenly, just as Lin Chi was lost in contemplation, a shard of ice came hurtling towards him from a distance. Good grief! Lin Chi tightly grasped the luminous sword, Moonshadow, effortlessly evading the imminent danger. You seek death, he roared, merging his essence with the light, radiating boundless energy. He beheld the creature, now transformed into a colossal ice jellyfish. And a flicker of indifference crossed his eyes. The super ice jellyfish relentlessly spewed shards of ice from its massive maw, resembling a Gatling gun. With each projectile unerringly aimed at Lin Chi, yet, at this moment, Lin Chi had elevated his combat prowess to its zenith, wholly unperturbed. He held no delusions about facing such a formidable beast in direct confrontation. Instead, he opted to flee. Engaging head-on was utterly implausible, now and forever, and only through cunning ambushes could he hope to survive. Lin Chi understood fully that any object drawn too close to the super ice jellyfish would be encased in ice. Thus it was imperative to keep it from roaming the city. He employed his old tactics, feigning weakness to instill a false sense of superiority in the super ice jellyfish. Subsequently, Lin Chi lured the creature to a secluded area, employing considerable strategy to ensure it willingly followed him. Indeed, he resolved to douse the super ice jellyfish with boiling water. Scalding water cascaded onto the towering, 300-meter-high jellyfish, causing ripples of heat to emanate from its form. Roaring in fury, the super ice jellyfish, perceiving Lin Chi's attempt to escape, seized the opportunity to conjure a massive ice sphere before it. With a howling rush, the ice sphere hurtled toward Lin Chi's back like a bullet. As if forewarned, Lin Chi deftly pivoted, cleaving the ice sphere in two with his dual swords. Humph! He scoffed disdainfully. Before long, Lin Chi's silhouette appeared before a dilapidated building. He surveyed his surroundings and suddenly erupted into laughter, his mirth escalating from a low chuckle to a hearty guffaw, reminiscent of a fool. The super ice jellyfish was momentarily taken aback, suspended in midair, motionless, facing Lin Chi. He made a grotesque face at the faceless jellyfish, mocking its lack of features. Come, let me test the strength of my newfound powers, Lin Chi murmured, speaking in a tone audible only to himself. In response, flames erupted from his hands, igniting in vibrant hues. As he spoke, the flames surged around him, roaring with intensity. At his command, they surged forth, spreading in all directions. In a fleeting moment, the super ice jellyfish was enveloped. The raging flames, akin to the hellish fires, seemed impossible to extinguish, even for the ice jellyfish itself, which began to melt away. Huzzah! Lin Chi exclaimed, watching the super ice jellyfish dissolve before his eyes. I expected something formidable, but it turns out to be utterly pathetic, he scoffed, filled with disdain. Indeed, Lin Chi had not anticipated that this creature would be vanquished so effortlessly by him. See, everyone, I told you that once we finished the spicy strips, it would all be over. In the distance, Tingen emerged from the spicy strip shop, and upon witnessing the ice jellyfish being consumed by flames, he couldn't help but munch on a spicy strip to calm his nerves. You're really something, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Ken. Ouch! But soon, he began to clutch his stomach. What's wrong? Tingen asked, his concern evident. It's nothing, just a bit of a stomach ache. Tingen, somewhat understanding, retrieved another spicy strip from an unknown source and offered it to Ken. Here, have a spicy strip to ease your nerves. Ken, tempted by the enticing aroma, reluctantly accepted the strip and took a bite. It must be said, the flavor was simply exquisite. As for Lin Chi, he had inadvertently harnessed a newfound ability to defeat the super ice jellyfish. At that moment, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully mastered the new ability, Starfire. Go show off to your friends. Yet, he remained vigilant, fully aware that several evolved super jellyfish still roamed the city. The super thunder jellyfish, colossal in size and adorned in purple, towered hundreds of meters high, emanating powerful electrical discharges. The mutated super fire jellyfish, a fusion of numerous fire jellyfish, unleashed flames capable of incinerating entire buildings in mere moments, posing a significant threat. Chapter 90. The reutilization of waste, the combination of the super thunder jellyfish and a recklessly fire-spewing fire jellyfish left Lin Chi feeling overwhelmed. To be precise, he wasn't particularly intrigued by the creature, but for the safety of the city, he knew he had to take action. The citizens were under siege, ensnared in despair. However, the emergence of the shadow hero was like a ray of spring sunshine, shattering the night's silence and instilling hope in the hearts of the people of Goda City. Yet, fire proved ineffective against the super thunder jellyfish and super fire jellyfish. Lin Chi's repeated attempts yielded no results. Glancing at Qin and Tingyan, who looked at him with great hope, his sense of duty intensified. He must engage in battle, even though these formidable foes are quite powerful. At that moment, Lin Chi suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. While these super jellyfish were indeed formidable, it did not necessarily imply that they were intelligent. What if he could incite these two super jellyfish to turn against each other? With this thought, Lin Chi couldn't help but commend himself for his cleverness. With a newfound strategy in mind, Lin Chi shook himself and gazed at the two super jellyfish positioned in opposite directions. However, before he could act, he realized that his intervention might not even be necessary. Are you trying to provoke the two super jellyfish? Following the direction of the voice, Lin Chi saw Ting and teasing the super fire jellyfish from afar, causing plumes of steam to rise and agitate it. This displeased the super fire jellyfish greatly. It yearned to annihilate Tingyan, yet Lin Chi was as slippery as an eel, making it impossible for the creature to capture him. Thus, a scene unfolded where the super fire jellyfish relentlessly pursued Tingyan. Unbeknownst to him, despite Tingyan's control over water, he was not immune to pain. The flames scorching his backside made him grimace and howl, resembling a distressed monkey. Lin Chi's heart brimmed with joy. This lad truly had too much time on his hands. Seeking out discomfort. Soon, Lin Chi witnessed an even more comical spectacle. Qin, perhaps overconfident or inflated with bravado, wielded a lightning rod in an attempt to flirt with the distant super thunder jellyfish. Yet, he was merely a mortal, soon scorched by electric shocks. His body darkened and nearly charred, until Fick intervened just in time to revive him. Boss, you must persevere. You cannot capitulate to these malevolent forces. Qin's voice nearly erupted in a primal roar. In that instant, Lin Chi felt a surge of emotion. However, the price of this newfound empathy was his own electrifying ordeal. Lin Chi emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The power of thunder was indeed formidable, and even he could feel the piercing agony. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit, and his efforts began to yield results. Provoked by Lin Chi, the super thunder jellyfish finally erupted in fury, locking onto him as its new adversary. Now was the moment, a splendid opportunity. Lin Chi watched as the super fire jellyfish drew closer, addressing Tingyan. The distance between the two super jellyfish diminished rapidly. Thanks to the efforts of both Lin Chi and Tingyan, they were on the verge of colliding. The tremendous roar sent shivers down their spines. Incredible, Lin Chi thought, as Tingyan rejoiced. Old pal, you've got it right. These two foolish super jellyfish have inexplicably turned upon each other. The super fire jellyfish, feeling that its posterior had been violated, directed its ire towards the super thunder jellyfish. Meanwhile, the super thunder jellyfish, sensing an unrelenting assault on its form, retaliated against the super fire jellyfish. Thus, these two monstrous entities engaged in a relentless brawl amidst the city, a spectacle so astonishing that it left onlookers in awe. Cascades of water splashed across the urban streets, and towering buildings were ruthlessly ravaged. Fortunately, the inhabitants had long since evacuated, mitigating the damage to a minimum. The absurdity of their clash was equally notable, as the two creatures unleashed their powers upon one another. One spewed fire, while the other discharged bolts of lightning. Inevitably, their conflict led to a stalemate, both sustaining injuries in the fray. This scene was undoubtedly to Lin Chi's delight as he circled above, keenly observing the unfolding situation. After half an hour, a glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Chi's mind. The opportunity had arrived. He noticed that the super fire jellyfish appeared to be weakening. Go! Lin Chi shouted, and suddenly, a cacophony of roaring waves erupted in the distance. The sound was truly startling, causing gasps from all present. If one were to draw a metaphor, it would be as if the waters of the Milky Way had descended from the heavens. The tumultuous torrents surged like a waterfall towards the fire jellyfish, instantly rendering it bewildered. Perish, came the thunderous voice of N. In the next moment, he controlled the river's waters to extinguish the super fire jellyfish. endowed with the extraordinary ability to command water, could not help but feel a sense of pride in his power. Indeed, he had succeeded. He had triumphed over the super fire jellyfish. What remained before them was solely the super thunder jellyfish, which seemed to sense its precarious situation and began to emit spheres of lightning in a desperate attempt to eliminate Lin Chi and his companions. However, Lin Chi remained utterly unfazed. He extended his bare hands, effortlessly deflecting the lightning spheres without sustaining any harm, an impressive feat akin to catching blades with bare hands. Yet, Lin Chi harbored no desire to destroy it, for he realized he could repurpose the Super Thunder Jellyfish. The Super Thunder Jellyfish, sensing defeat, surrendered and lay prostrate on the ground. Lin Chi, emboldened by a daring thought, resolved to harness this Super Thunder Jellyfish as the power source for the entire city of Goda. Thus, under Lin Chi's guidance, the Super Thunder Jellyfish was tamed. Embarking upon its newfound career of servitude, Lin Chi discovered that this peculiar creature held a profound fascination for batteries. Merely providing it with a few would significantly temper its temperament and even endear it to humanity. This revelation was undoubtedly a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Before long, the Super Thunder Jellyfish assumed the role of a promoter for clean energy in Goda City. Reports indicated that the electrical energy emitted by the Super Thunder Jellyfish could effortlessly supply the power needs of millions and effectively alleviate the industrial electricity demand, transforming what could have been a dire situation into a serendipitous boon for Goda City. The remaining deep-sea bombs no longer posed a threat, and upon the arrival of Dr. Lewis's reinforcements, they employed the newly developed weapons to eliminate them entirely. In a short span, the city of Goda gradually entered an era of reconstruction, and the moniker of the Light Shadow Hero undoubtedly illuminated the hearts of its citizens. Chapter 91. The Green Demon Virus. Although Goda City was in the midst of restoration, Lin Chi remained industrious and did not depart, for he had a mission to fulfill. The mayor of Goda City had died under mysterious circumstances, and Lin Chi was determined to uncover the murderer. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the mutated deep-sea bombs were likely intricately connected to the mayor's demise. On this particular day, Lin Chi encountered a familiar visitor. "Dr. Smith? Are you suggesting that this matter is also related to Smith?" he inquired while strolling through the park in Goda City. The doctor had arrived in Goda City, wearing an expression of fatigue, accompanied by a recognizable figure. Indeed, it was the long-absent Laura, who regarded Lin Chi with palpable disdain. How could this man be so serious? Did he not even notice her? Laura's heart was filled with contempt. Was it her appearance that was lacking? Yet she had meticulously prepared herself. Doubt began to creep into Laura's mind, leaving her increasingly insecure. Dr. Lewis nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Smith's sudden appearance surely bears significance. Be cautious of the Black Cross organization. Their emergence is far from trivial. By the way, when did you first encounter them? Dr. Lewis inquired. Lin Chi felt no need to conceal the truth and recounted his initial encounter with the Black Cross organization. Upon hearing this, Dr. Lewis's expression darkened. "I truly do not understand why they sought my blood," Lin Chi remarked, bewildered. "This matter may not be so simple, and their interest in your blood likely harbors ulterior motives." "What? Ulterior motives?" Lin Chi exclaimed in surprise. Dr. Lewis nodded. "Indeed. What could blood possibly be used for?" Lin Chi pondered, feeling utterly perplexed. "You are still quite young. Your blood possesses the ability to replicate your genes, including the talents you harbor. Do you still believe that blood is without significance?" Dr. Lewis remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Thank goodness his blood had not been taken. With this thought, Lin Chi breathed a sigh of relief. "I suspect that your blood has indeed been seized by the Black Cross organization," Dr. Lewis stated with unwavering composure as he regarded Lin Chi. "I had my suspicions. After all, thieves do not leave empty-handed," Lin Chi sighed. Clearly, he had been caught off guard during the ambush, otherwise he would not have allowed those individuals to succeed. "It appears that the adversaries we face this time will not be so simple," Dr. Lewis concluded. Lin Chi concurred with his perspective. Thus, the two engaged in further discourse regarding the recent attack on Goda City, exchanging insights and articulating their viewpoints. Before parting ways, Lin Chi finally noticed Laura standing nearby. "Your maid is truly lovely," he jested. This remark nearly provoked an outburst from Laura. "What on earth? This fellow actually considers me a maid?" Her expression darkened as she cast a cold glance at Lin Chi. It was only then that Lin Chi recognized her. He nearly failed to do so. "You, my friend." are rather impolite. Lin Chi awkwardly scratched his head. I apologize, Miss Laura. You are simply dressed so beautifully today that I genuinely did not recognize you. He defended himself. Humph. Laura pouted adorably, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. I shall let this slide. As a token of apology, you must accompany me shopping later. Lin Chi was not particularly fond of shopping, yet when he saw the eager expression on Laura's face, he reluctantly acquiesced. Laura's heart soared with joy, her spirits lifted. He actually agreed? How wonderful. Just then, Lin Chi seemed to recall something. He extended his hand and handed a storage card to Dr. Lewis. Doctor, I found this storage card in the mayor's study. What can you tell me about the Qingma virus? Lin Chi inquired curiously. However, the moment Dr. Lewis heard the term Qingma virus, his countenance soured. What transpired next was utterly unforeseen by Lin Chi. To his astonishment, Dr. Lewis collapsed onto the grass in the park. Not only Lin Chi, but Laura too was taken aback. She hurriedly rushed to assist him. I apologize. I did not anticipate your father would react so strongly, Lin Chi remarked. Laura was momentarily at a loss for words. Is this old man deliberately making things difficult for me? After much persuasion, Lin Chi finally agreed to go shopping, but this old man pretended to be unresponsive. Together with Lin Chi, they escorted the doctor to a hospital. After examination, the doctor was found to be in no significant danger. He had merely been overwhelmed by a sudden stimulus, causing his nerves to falter. This incident heightened Lin Chi's vigilance regarding the Qingma virus. A few hours later, the doctor regained consciousness. Doctor, are you all right? Lin Chi inquired with genuine concern. Doctor. Lewis shook his head, lamenting, I am old, truly old, and no longer of use. His words were heavy with nostalgia. His gaze then fell upon a storage locker nearby, where storage cards were prominently displayed. Who would have thought? This virus has not been destroyed and has resurfaced, Dr. Lewis remarked, coughing slightly. Destroyed? Lin Chi was further perplexed. Indeed, this virus was researched by the Smith team, but due to the immense destruction it posed to humanity, its development was prohibited. However, Smith continued his work, leading to its eventual discovery, after which the data was sealed away and obliterated. It is astonishing that this virus remains intact and that individuals still seek it. Dr. Lewis's complexion darkened. However, if Smith wanted this data, he could easily continue his research himself, having been part of the Qingma virus study. There would be no need for such elaborate measures to obtain it, Lin Chi mused, as if uncovering a revelation. If what you say is true, then Smith and the Black Cross organization are likely not aligned. Not necessarily. Smith has been discredited. If he desires the original data, that could explain his actions, Dr. Lewis offered his perspective. Lin Chi nodded, yet he remained confused about the formidable allure of the Qingma virus, as the information stored on the cards was scant. At that moment, Lin Chi directly inquired of the doctor, who did not withhold any information. He gazed out the window and murmured, the Qingma virus is a unique pathogen. A single drop could annihilate humanity. It differs from other viruses because it is specifically engineered to target genes. Chapter 92. The Fool's Milk Tea. This was a memory from long ago, a memory of which Lin Chi had never been a part. The Qingma virus possesses an extraordinarily brutal capacity to devastate human genes, which is the primary reason humanity refrains from further research. Should any information regarding the Qingma virus fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, it would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable consequences for the world. To be precise, the danger posed by the Qingma virus surpasses that of nuclear weapons. The rationale behind this assertion is rather simple. Although nuclear weapons possess the capacity to effortlessly obliterate an entire city, they do not inflict suffering upon humanity. Indeed, in the face of a nuclear explosion, humans do not endure pain, for they are annihilated in an instant. In stark contrast, the Qingma virus embodies a different horror. It subjects individuals to an existence so unbearable that they yearn for death, yet find themselves unable to attain it. The torment inflicted by the Qingma virus is relentless, capable of spreading to infants and perpetuating through generations, insidiously embedding itself within the very essence of life. If this were not alarming enough, the terrifying mutations induced by the Qingma virus evoke even greater dread among humanity. Once an individual succumbs to the virus, there lies a significant probability of their transformation into a zombie, losing all semblance of humanity. In this state, the infected become uncontrollable, compelled to feast upon their own kind until their victims are rendered incapable of resistance. The inevitable consequence of such a fate is the extinction of humankind. Upon hearing Dr. Lewis's account, Lin Chi grew increasingly vigilant regarding the Qingma virus. While the extent of Smith's obsession with this virus remained unknown, the potential consequences of it falling into his hands were all too vivid. By the way, Doctor, do you have any insights regarding that woman who can change her form at will? Lin Chi inquired. I have my suspicions, Dr. Lewis replied, albeit with a hint of uncertainty mingled with confidence. Her ability to transform freely suggests that she must have inherited some sort of supernatural power. Lin Chi seemed to grasp the implications of the doctor's words. The interpretation was rather straightforward. Her extraordinary ability was likely inherited through a certain channel, or perhaps passed down from those who possess such powers. This notion resonated with Lin Chi, particularly in light of their desire to escape the confines of their own bloodline. After their discussion, Dr. Lewis ultimately decided to leave the storage card containing the Qingma virus in Lin Chi's possession, to which Lin Chi offered no objections. However, he found himself unable to escape the fate of accompanying Laura on a shopping excursion. With the sky having darkened, Lin Chi suggested, I think we should forego shopping. How about I treat you to some milk tea instead? Isn't ordering takeout a more delightful option? He regarded Laura with a straightforward demeanor, resolutely asserting his proposal. Milk tea? Yes, milk tea. Do you not enjoy milk tea? Laura responded. I do, but are you truly offering to treat me? Will you accept it or not? If not, then just leave. Lin Chi scoffed. He held a profound disdain for women, and despite his rare concession to treat her, Laura's apparent dissatisfaction irked him. He was currently in dire financial straits and would not allow himself to be swindled out of even a single penny. As Lin Chi opened a popular food delivery app, he noted that, despite the late hour, numerous establishments remained open. Delicious milk tea, small cup 10 yuan, medium cup 20 yuan, large cup 30 yuan. Meow milk tea, small cup 9 yuan, medium cup 18 yuan, large cup 24 yuan. Silly milk tea, small cup 5 yuan, medium cup 10 yuan, large cup 15 yuan. Lin Chi browsed briefly and ultimately fixed his gaze upon silly milk tea. This option seemed quite appealing, although the tea did not appear particularly enticing. Its affordable price was irresistible, and it spared him the delivery fee. Without further ado, Lin Chi placed an order. In no time, Lin Chi received 2 cups of tea. Enjoy it. Once you've had a sip, you may find no desire to go shopping again. He handed 1 cup to Laura while grasping his own. He had little appetite, for the tea looked rather unpalatable. However, Laura was in stark contrast to Lin Chi despite silly milk tea's unremarkable appearance. She felt compelled to drink the tea given to her by the man. Even if it were poison, she believed it must be savored. In a short span, Laura found herself infatuated with Lin Chi, prompting her to drink the tea without hesitation. Yet, not long after finishing, Laura collapsed onto the floor. Goodness, this tea is poisoned. Lin Chi observed her on the ground. His immediate thought was of poisoning. No wonder he sensed something odd about the tea. He had not anticipated it to be genuinely toxic. Fortunately, he had abstained. Otherwise, he would have been the one afflicted. A smile crept across Lin Chi's lips as he internally celebrated his good fortune. My head feels so heavy. I just want to sleep, Laura lamented. Clutching her head and gazing at Lin Chi with a distinctly dazed expression, Lin Chi quickly approached to assist her. As long as she was not in serious trouble and merely desired rest, that was easily remedied. With this in mind, he helped her to her feet, relieved to see she could still stand. At this rate, she seemed unlikely to suffer any dire consequences. Fortunately, this hospital boasted a substantial reputation. Even the family accommodation area rivaled a 5-star hotel. With Lin Chi's support, Laura soon arrived at her room. To his surprise, the room was indeed spacious, adorned with down comforters and a climate-controlled, dust-free environment. The elegant chamber resembled a luxurious retreat. Adhering to the principle of aiding those in distress, Lin Chi gently laid Laura upon the plush mattress. However, just as he intended to depart, Laura seized his neck. Lin Chi inwardly cursed, alarmed by the thought that this woman might transform into a zombie and devour him. Just then, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, Laura's voice. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Will you not join me in appreciating this lovely sight? She murmured close to him. Lin Chi let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party had not succumbed to becoming a zombie, or else he would have been sullied. Yet, how presumptuous this woman was. She dared to demand his time. Just as he contemplated breaking free, he was swiftly pulled closer by Laura. It felt as though a mountain had settled upon his abdomen, rendering him breathless and uncomfortable. Upon encountering Laura's tender gaze, Lin Chi finally grasped her intentions. Indeed, it was evident that her motives were far from trivial. He could not allow himself to be swayed. With a sense of righteousness, how could he possibly develop feelings for a woman? Moreover, let us not forget that he harbored a deep disdain for them. As Laura lunged towards him, Lin Chi showed no restraint, delivering a swift kick to her midsection that sent her sprawling onto the distant bedding. Chapter 93, Merely an Illusion. However, neither Lin Chi nor Laura anticipated that, at that moment, the door to the room would swing open. Click! The flash of a camera illuminated the room, leaving Lin Chi momentarily speechless. Oh dear, am I intruding at an inopportune moment? Kong remarked, observing Lin Chi and Laura. He hurriedly lowered his phone. Undoubtedly, this lad had misconstrued the situation. My apologies, I did not realize you were so resistant to me. It is entirely my fault. And I shall be more mindful in the future, Laura said, her expression tinged with regret as she looked at Lin Chi. It is good that you recognize your mistake. Lin Chi regarded Laura, who resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, making it difficult for him to chastise her. I too am at fault. I was simply too anxious. I apologize, he replied, then continued, as compensation, I can grant you one wish. A wish? Upon hearing that Lin Chi was willing to fulfill one of her desires, Laura's heart warmed instantly. How about we go out for a bite? I know a splendid place. Laura gazed at Lin Chi with hopeful eyes. This? Rest assured, I am quite reasonable. I shall cover the expenses myself. Lin Chi could hardly reveal his financial constraints. Could he? What is wrong with that? She implored. You must agree. You just said you would grant me a wish. Very well. Lin Chi replied with a hint of reluctance. Yet, inwardly, he was elated. This was a splendid opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Lin Chi, now quite impoverished, felt indifferent as long as he was not required to pay. However, Lin Chi had acted hastily. Claiming to treat her to a grand feast was merely a guise for her desire to have him accompany her on a shopping spree. That night, Lin Chi found himself listlessly trailing behind Laura. Once a woman finds her desires fulfilled, she instantly liberates herself. Lin Chi followed closely behind her, adorned with an array of designer handbags and high heels. Miss, this ensemble is truly a match made in heaven for you, remarked the sales assistant in the boutique. Reciting her lines to Laura, Lin Chi could hardly fathom that a former operative now embraced such a trendy appearance, achieving a gaze-catching allure that was undoubtedly 100% effective. Particularly, the unique charm exuding from Laura was irresistible, which was one of the reasons Lin Chi felt compelled to maintain a distance from her. Oh, women, such enchanting yet perilous beings. Bored and restless, Lin Chi sat nearby, engrossed in his phone. How does this outfit look? Is it beautiful? Laura suddenly pivoted to face him, inquiring. Lin Chi raised his gaze, astonished at how swiftly Laura had changed her attire. She donned a stunning white dress, reminiscent of a wedding gown in its elegance. Indeed, even a woman like Laura, trained as an operative, harbored a deep-seated yearning to wear her own wedding dress, just like any ordinary woman. He nodded, acknowledging that, in truth, this gown was not particularly suited for Laura. However, Lin Chi was a man of principles. He could not simply declare it unattractive or ill-fitting, nor could he suggest it be used for mopping the floor despite his internal thoughts. I feel the same. However, I wish to look further. Your taste is commendable. It is truly delightful to have you around, Laura declared as she set aside the chosen wedding dress and continued her search. Lin Chi felt utterly speechless. Is this what it means to be a woman? If you're not going to purchase it, why inquire about your own opinion? As he resumed his phone distractions, Lin Chi's attention was drawn to a short video. To his astonishment, numerous videos about him had surfaced online. He never anticipated that, in such a brief span, rumors concerning him would escalate. Yes, although Lin Chi had faced bankruptcy, his influence remained undiminished. There was even a forum specifically created for those fallen tycoons like him, titled The Fallen Rich. Driven by curiosity, Lin Chi opened the discussion group, Lin Chi Trending. To his surprise, he had become somewhat of a celebrity. A top-tier luxury sports car was being auctioned, starting at $5 million. Owning this vehicle would allow one to experience the agony of failure, thus motivating them to strive harder and grasp the true essence of life. Beyond discussions about him, there were even individuals auctioning off his sports car. Yet, such absurd proclamations fell on Lin Chi's ears as nothing short of nonsensical. This individual is none other than Constantine, the very man who had conspired against him. How could Lin Chi ever forget such a figure? To his astonishment, This old scoundrel was not only present, but was also hosting an auction online. The sight of this man stirred a tempest of anger within Lin Chi. Though his face radiated an amiable demeanor, his heart was as malevolent as ever. 50 million for the first time, 50 million for the second. Ultimately, Lin Chi's luxury sports car was auctioned off for 60 million. At a loss for words, Lin Chi merely wished to show this old rascal a thing or two. You old fool, it seems you're courting disaster. With that, Lin Chi reached through the screen of his phone and delivered a resounding slap to his adversary. The viewers of the live broadcast were left dumbfounded. Did you just witness that? What was that? I thought I was the only one seeing things. Laughter erupted among the audience, and the chat exploded with reactions. This must be part of the show, Constantine mused, rubbing his aged face. Though puzzled, his seasoned wisdom led him to dismiss the notion of ghosts, attributing it all to theatrics. You old wretch, the heavens are watching. Just wait and see. I shall make you pay in full. Lin Chi felt an exhilarating satisfaction. This old man was indeed a clown. Yet, he knew this was not enough to quell his spirit. He yearned to impart a lesson, but a voice pulled him back to reality. Hey, do you think I look better in white or teal? Laura, trying on a pair of crystal high heels, turned to Lin Chi with curiosity. Is there really a difference? Of course. White has shades of light and dark, while teal embodies antiquity, elegance, and hope. Perhaps you should forego the shoes. I believe you look even more splendid barefoot. Lin Chi was at his wit's end. What did he know of such matters? Was this a deliberate provocation? Yet, the speaker remained oblivious, while Laura, unbeknownst to him, had taken his words to heart. She lifted her beautiful crystal shoes, seemingly disinclined to wear them. Chapter 94. The shoe heist. Lin Chi had intended merely to jest, but to his surprise, this young lady actually walked barefoot on the street. Though it was evening, passers-by still noticed her unusual behavior. Some men attempted to approach her, but upon seeing Lin Chi by her side, they quickly retreated. You are truly a genius. I know this is audacious, but life is meant for a bit of madness, isn't it? Laura turned suddenly, laughing as she walked ahead. Lin Chi remained silent, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. His words were mere expressions. They reminded me of past sufferings, which serve as constant reminders of hardship. Although the ground beneath his feet was somewhat abrasive, Laura experienced an array of emotions. Yet, one must admit, there is likely no other girl on this entire planet who would carry a crystal shoe to a restaurant. Indeed, she was finally able to indulge in a lavish meal with Lin Chi. However, as they traversed a rather dimly lit path, several burly men suddenly approached from a distance. Armed with knives, Lin Chi and Laura could hardly be oblivious to the intentions of these four individuals. Gentlemen, I don't believe you will find any sweetness in resistance, declared the leader, donning a cap and wielding a glinting knife that gleamed ominously under the night sky. The remaining thugs nodded at Lin Chi, seemingly warning him and Laura against defiance, lest they suffer physical harm. Rest assured, we shall not cause any trouble. Might you lower your weapons? Lin Chi implored, desperately wishing to avoid conflict. He was, after all, in dire financial straits. A simple monetary exchange would suffice. It would be beneath him to bully these inconspicuous miscreants. Moreover, if a few dollars from him could lead these men to reconsider their ways, then he would have contributed something meaningful to the world, wouldn't he? With that thought, Lin Chi retrieved several dollars from his pocket, trembling slightly as he handed them to the cap-wearing leader. The man received the money with an exuberant grin. Although this was not his first encounter with such situations, he had often heard tales of formidable adversaries from his predecessors. It was apparent that this coward was not among them. However, upon seeing the few dollar bills, the man's expression soured momentarily. Yet soon, he seemed to grasp the situation. Ah, I see. The money is with your girlfriend? One must admit, there are few men as humble as you in these times. Surely, you cannot forsake your dignity for love. The cap-wearing man chuckled, eliciting laughter from the others. They then turned their menacing gazes towards Laura. Indeed, none of them wished to witness a scene of bloodshed. The sound of knives slicing through the air was suffocating. Laura glanced at the cap-clad robber. I must say, you possess an eye for discerning value. Truly, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, she remarked with profound significance. In response, the cap-wearing robber smiled. It's a trivial matter. All you need to do is surrender the cabbage on you. Cabbage was their colloquial term for money. Is that all? Don't you wish to enjoy a drink at the bar? Laura inquired. Hand over the money immediately. Don't think we are unaware of your intentions to delay for the police, one of the bald men declared impatiently, seemingly having discerned Laura's subtle thoughts. What a pity. Laura replied with a disdainful toss of her head. If I were to become utterly intoxicated, my boyfriend might not escort me back. Especially after I just purchased these crystal shoes. I would be quite distressed if they were to become soiled. With that, she glanced over at Lin Chi, as if fervently signaling something. Lin Chi sighed in resignation. What a drama queen. This girl is truly an actress. Yet, one could not deny that these thugs might soon regret their course of action. Young lady, we empathize with your predicament and lament the presence of such a boyfriend. But we are robbers. Please show respect for our profession. We are not currently at a matchmaking event. Wouldn't you agree? If you continue to resist us, we may be forced to act unkindly. A green-haired youth then shockingly produced a gun from his trousers. The bullet was chambered, the trigger poised delicately. He aimed it menacingly at Laura. Laura remained unperturbed, as composed as ever. Even Lin Chi was taken aback. He had assumed these individuals were mere petty criminals, easily placated with money, but a handgun? Although it posed no threat to him, the same could not be said for Laura, a regular person who, despite a few years of training in espionage, could such skills truly stand against a bullet? As Lin Chi anxiously sweated for Laura, she remained remarkably calm. She looked at the weighty firearm and remarked, a low-end pistol manufactured by Goethe Company. I presume the bullets are complimentary? Her words instantly rendered the four robbers pale. What are you talking about? We don't understand your words. This gun has claimed lives. If you don't want to die, hand over all your money immediately. The green-haired youth's hand trembled as he held the gun. Lin Chi sensed the tension. It seemed Laura had indeed struck a nerve. I have no money on me. You can search me if you don't believe me. Don't try to deceive us. We are not fools, the green-haired youth retorted with a more hostile tone. Having purchased shoes, you wouldn't dare rob a defenseless woman of her footwear, would you? Laura said. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded them. The atmosphere became thick with tension, particularly among the robbers, who felt distinctly humiliated. Following a suggestion from the man in the cap, the green-haired youth resolved to personally search Laura, convinced that this wretched woman must have money on her. Lin Chi sighed, silently predicting that these unfortunate souls were about to face dire consequences. Indeed, as the green-haired youth approached Laura, he suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past him. As he finally regained his senses, he realized that the weapon had been snatched away. Laura gazed at him coldly, and, with remarkable skill, dismantled the entire handgun right before his eyes. This scene left the green-haired youth utterly astonished. Was that speed even conceivable? He attempted to turn away, but Laura swiftly shoved her old shoe, which she had tucked into her pocket, into his mouth, rendering him unconscious. The remaining three, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to flee. However, Laura was not about to let them escape. She hurled her other old shoe with precision. The shoe traced a graceful arc through the air, striking all three on their heads and causing them to collapse onto the ground. Chapter 95, District 59. In the police station, Laura felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed she could not quite transform into a complete lady. She pouted slightly. Indeed, in a single night, she had managed to take down 4 robbers and bring them to the police station, a feat that astonished everyone there. Is this your girlfriend? Delta inquired with delight upon seeing Lin Chi. At this, Lin Chi awkwardly shook his head. However, Laura appeared quite pleased to be referred to in such a manner, her face radiating joy. Though Delta and Lin Chi were not particularly close, they had shared trials together, and Delta had previously assisted Lin Chi, which ultimately led to his demotion and his subsequent move to Goethe City as a senior officer. Talent is talent, even after a fall from grace. Delta was faring well in Goethe City. He often lectured officers and regaled them with tales of his days alongside the Shadow Knight, earning him the goodwill of the entire precinct. Their reunion inevitably turned nostalgic, but this time, Delta was not in disguise. During their conversation, Lin Chi learned from Delta that he was already aware of the virus situation. The research on the virus had been ongoing, albeit conducted discreetly, which was of paramount importance. Delta explained. What? Conducted discreetly? Lin Chi questioned. Indeed, that is beyond doubt. However, the mayor, upon a moment of conscience, prevented the disaster from unfolding by concealing the original data of the virus. I suspect it is now in your possession, Delta remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Chi. A smile gracing his lips. Lin Chi smiled in return. It was not surprising that Delta was aware of the matter, although it had been the shapeshifter adopting his appearance. The mayor's wife would not conceal anything from him. If Delta wished to delve deeper, he would uncover the entire story, and Lin Chi had reason to believe that the mayor's wife would divulge all without reservation. Alas, How infuriating it is to have been impersonated. To have my likeness used to deceive you. It's utterly despicable, Delta exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. After a brief pause, he continued to inquire. The virus hasn't been taken from her, has it? Lin Chi shook his head. Of course not. How could that be? That's a relief. The data regarding the virus must never fall into the hands of nefarious individuals. The consequences would be unimaginable. Delta exhaled, relieved. Just then, an enigmatic one-eyed man approached from outside. Indeed, I share your concerns. Such data must remain secure from malevolent forces. However, we at Exiled have already identified a safe haven for it. The man was none other than Nick Fury, clad in a long black leather coat, exuding an air of determination. We are immensely grateful for your assistance in locating this viral data, but you must concede that it does not rightfully belong to you, Nick Fury asserted with conviction. Fixing his gaze upon Lin Chi half an hour later, Lin Chi and his companions boarded an airship en route to a classified base. Area 59, a realm shrouded in mystery, home to the most secure defense systems in the world, impervious to any assault. You must witness the prowess of this defense system, Nick Fury said as they traversed a deserted path, tossing out a single strand of hair. In an instant, a barrage of lasers erupted, incinerating the hair strand to ashes. Impressive, Delta remarked, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Had he stepped forward, he would have met his demise. Fear not. This area has undergone rigorous safety assessments. And you are all secure, Nick Fury assured them with calm composure. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a vast underground laboratory, situated 100 meters below ground. What is this place? Laura inquired. This is the Obsidian Laboratory, arguably the most secure laboratory in the world. Although our entry took mere seconds. The entire defense system has conducted a comprehensive safety evaluation of you all, Nick Fury responded. The group found this revelation astonishing. Nick Fury then turned his attention back to Lin Chi, who had no words to offer, fully aware of the other's intentions. Indeed, the presence of the Qingma virus was not one that should linger at Lin Chi's side. It required oversight from the nation. Moreover, several of the world's most powerful nations had dispatched task forces to oversee it, under the watchful eyes of Lin Chi and his companions. The data storage card of the Qingma virus was placed within the protective confines of Area 59. Observing the formidable defenses of Area 59, Lin Chi felt a sense of relief. Though their adversaries were formidable, he mused, he could not continually harbor a paranoia of victimhood. Furthermore, the information was known only to their small group, rendering the risk of a leak non-existent. Soon, the protective shield was lowered, and they gradually departed from the entire testing facility, returning to the surface. The entire Zone 59 could be described as exceedingly clandestine, and within a brief span, their identification badges had already emitted numerous signals. Just as Lin Chi intended to accompany the vehicle that was to transport them back, Nick Fury called out to him. Mr. Lin Chi, may I request a favor from you? Nick Fury inquired with utmost sincerity. Turning around, Lin Chi regarded him curiously. Is there a predicament that you are facing? Mr. Fury? Indeed, Nick Fury nodded. Are you familiar with the Stellar Project? Is it not regarded as the most magnificent endeavor of this century? Yes, Nick Fury replied, gazing towards the heavens. Since the exponential growth of the human population, humanity has harbored a dream of immigrating to other planets, with Mars standing out as the prime candidate. He paused momentarily, as if attempting to ascertain Mars's exact location. With the advancement of technology, we have indeed been striving towards this goal, even establishing a base on Mars. However, there have been some unforeseen incidents at the immigration base recently, and the settlers there have lost all communication. Although we dispatched personnel, none have returned with reports. Lin Chi certainly grasped the implications of his words. Was he being solicited to investigate? I am but an ordinary individual. You should seek the expertise of professionals regarding the issues at the Mars base. Lin Chi chuckled lightly. Nick Fury fixed his gaze upon Lin Chi. You are the only professional capable of extraordinary feats, able to lift buildings and possess capabilities that transcend the speed of light. Only you are worthy of such a title. Lin Chi waved his hand in refusal. He was reluctant to engage in such trivial matters, especially since the vampire count had been unusually quiet lately. He needed to exercise caution. Should complications arise in his absence, Earth could very well be in peril. Nevertheless, the conditions that Nick Fury subsequently proposed compelled Lin Chi to acquiesce to his request. Chapter 96. Be My Subordinate Indeed. Fury had discovered some incriminating evidence regarding Constantine that could aid Lin Chi in clearing his name. This is fortuitous. Although Lin Chi believed he could manage his own affairs, the sincerity of Fury's appeal made it difficult for him to decline. The fact that Fury had sought him out indicated an awareness of his capabilities. Without further ado, Lin Chi readily agreed. Objective: Mars. Lin Chi did not depart with the others. He merely bid farewell to a few, signaling them to return first. His current focus was Mars. The coldness of space was palpable, yet as long as there was light, Lin Chi could effortlessly reach his destination. He did not disappoint Fury. Just a few hours later, he successfully arrived on Mars. As it turned out, the situation at the Mars base was indeed as Fury had described. It was in turmoil. The base has been firmly seized by none other than the minions of Count Dracula, particularly the scythe-wielding clown, alongside a multitude of Earth scientists and numerous human beings. In truth, Lin Chi had encountered reports on his mobile device days prior, detailing inexplicable disappearances occurring around the globe. However, he dismissed them at the time. Now, reflecting on it, he realizes the futility of his earlier nonchalance. These photon sentinels, as servants of Count Dracula, possess formidable combat capabilities that require no further elaboration. Just moments ago, Lin Chi witnessed one of these experimental photon sentinels mercilessly cleave a human woman into countless pieces, a scene too horrific to behold. All transpiring in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, according to the information Lin Chi has gathered, Count Dracula is cultivating photon sentinels at the Martian base while extracting various resources hidden within the cosmos. The harvested resources are subsequently transported to Mars. These photon sentinels are numerous, possess immense combat prowess, and boast extraordinary speed. Do not inquire how Lin Chi knows this. He currently resides within the enemy's laboratory, and from a distance, he can overhear Count Dracula's conversation. "Mad Doctor, how is the product I requested?" Count Dracula inquired, observing a simian-like figure before him, who responded with utmost reverence. "My Lord Count, I assure you that this batch of photon sentinels will exhibit astonishing combat capabilities." "Excellent. I never anticipated that such an abundance of perfect URU metal would drift in from the RT Nebula. Nor did I foresee that the essence from those alternate dimensions could taint the URU metal. If we could forge these URU metals into individual photon sentinels, then at that moment, my Lord Count, you shall reign over the entire universe," the Mad Doctor dutifully concurred. "Indeed, rather than enslaving the entirety of Earth, I find myself more curious about the strength of the various wondrous races that dwell within the cosmos," Count Dracula mused, licking his lips. "Men are creatures prone to fickleness, and this holds true for Count Dracula as well. He not only aims to enslave humanity to serve him, but also yearns to delve deeper into the mysteries of the universe." The very reason Count Dracula ventured to Mars was due to the discovery of peculiar URU metal by his subordinates. This metal bore inscriptions. Fortunately, the Mad Doctor had extracted all the memories of Iron Man, and after a thorough decryption, he learned that humanity is not alone in the vast universe. There exist other life forms and humanoid races, abundant in resources, even possessing the potential to dominate the cosmos. This revelation ignited an even greater yearning within Count Dracula. A fool would choose only one option. He desires it all. Watching this unfold from a distance, Lin Chi felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder I haven't encountered these fellows lately. It turns out they have been hiding on Mars. What a twist of fate to run into them here. Lin Chi had initially contemplated a rescue, but soon realized it was unnecessary, for the entirety of Mars was under the dominion of Count Dracula. Who was he to rescue? Should he bring all these souls back? Such a feat was beyond his current capabilities. Nevertheless, Lin Chi harbored a firm belief that Count Dracula would undoubtedly exert a considerable influence over the Earth. "Is that you, little pest?" Just as Lin Chi wished to delve deeper into his thoughts, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Indeed, it was none other than the voice of Count Dracula himself. His tone carried an air of mockery, as if he had already detected Lin Chi's presence. This left Lin Chi feeling rather awkward. Had he been discovered so swiftly? He had hoped to gather more information, perhaps gleaning details regarding the Black Cross organization, but this individual had caught on to him much sooner than anticipated. However, perhaps it was for the best. It would be wise to inquire before making a hasty retreat. "I possess a singular question. How much do you know about the Black Cross organization?" Lin Chi inquired with curiosity. Before him stood a formidable undead being, likely infused with URU metal. and he harbored no illusions of defeating such an adversary. Yet, given his current capabilities, while he might not vanquish the Count, escaping was certainly within his grasp, which emboldened him to meet Count Dracula's gaze. Those were eyes of a blood-red hue, unlike any Lin Chi had ever encountered in his life. Count Dracula smiled. "What a curious little creature you are. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you." With that, he extended his hand, and instantly, a multitude of webs materialized from his grasp. Lin Chi, eager to gauge the Count's prowess, soon discovered it was formidable. His technique, the light/mirage, proved utterly ineffective. The light passed through as if it were immune, causing no damage whatsoever. Lin Chi stood in shock. This was indeed the most potent substance discovered in the universe, URU metal. Count Dracula had devised a means to transform it entirely into a web-like form. "Join me as my subordinate, abandon your allegiance to those wretched humans, and assist me in locating my wife, Lully's," Count Dracula declared, refraining from further aggression towards Lin Chi to him. Lin Chi might be the sole individual capable of resisting the URU web. Moreover, he had not anticipated such rapid changes in this young man, although he would never show it, for he was the proud Count Dracula, a man of great ideals. "Apologies, I am merely assisting another. I must return now. I sincerely hope you consider enslaving fewer Earthlings. Perhaps you could substitute them with robots." Lin Chi shrugged nonchalantly. "I truly fail to comprehend. Is it truly necessary to save these inhabitants of Earth? Why extend a hand to assist them? They resemble crickets trapped within a cage, destined for extinction sooner or later. You are meant for a much grander expanse." Lin Chi departed, pondering the final words left by Count Dracula, which remained elusive to his understanding. Despite his brief acquaintance with humanity, he recognized that as long as humans possess emotions, that is sufficient. Chapter 97. I truly do not wish to become a millionaire. Humans are imbued with feelings, whereas Count Dracula lacks such sentiments. This distinction marks the fundamental divergence between Lin Chi and the Count, establishing an insurmountable barrier to their potential friendship. Aware of the Count's ambitions and anticipating his inevitable return to plunder the entire Earth, Lin Chi also introspected whether, when that day arrives, he would have justifiable reasons to confront such tyranny. Upon returning to Earth, Lin Chi stood upon its surface. It was a cerulean sphere, vibrant and teeming with life, where the essence of existence echoed the perpetual cycles of rebirth. Here, even a speck of dust possesses its own narrative. This is Earth. Lin Chi felt remorse for not being able to rescue those individuals back to their home. However, Fury seemed to foresee the formidable adversaries they would confront, and thus held no grievances against Lin Chi. On the contrary, he honored his word and directly handed over the incriminating evidence against Constantine. It consisted of a photograph and several invoices, all detailing his tax evasion and earlier acts of hired murder. This transaction proved to be quite advantageous, bringing Lin Chi a sense of exhilaration. Could this be the moment he finally turns his fortunes around? At Chintai Beach, there existed a total of 20 villas, a number that would remain unchanged for a considerable duration. Each had acquired new proprietors, including the enigmatic Villa number 002, which had long since changed hands. Within the opulent confines of Villa number 001, the atmosphere was vibrant with bright lights, and a spirited contest ensued. Lin Chi discerned through the sounds that the opponent was, surprisingly, a young girl. He shrugged, astonished that this old fellow still harbored a sense of enjoyment. However, should his wife discover this, he would find himself in dire straits. He muttered to himself, unconcerned about the potential strain on his back. Nonetheless, Lin Chi realized that he need not engage in a battle with Constantine in such a manner, for he understood that it would only invite the latter's cunning rebuttals, rendering no substantial threat. Moreover, the press could be managed with wealth. The prospect of encountering this old adversary once more filled Lin Chi with joy. Indeed, before long, the surveillance system of the entire villa estate detected Lin Chi's presence. Constantine, mistaking it for his wife's arrival, hurriedly donned his finest attire and rushed to the hall, exclaiming, "Darling, I am still at work. Why have you arrived so soon? I haven't even had the chance to prepare," Constantine brazenly declared. However, upon recognizing the individuals before him, a smile crept across his face. "Security! Security! Throw this scoundrel out!" Constantine addressed Lin Chi with utmost disrespect. Lin Chi merely smiled. Yet, the newcomers were not security personnel, but rather a contingent of FBI agents accompanied by several police officers. Their expressions remained icy. You must be Constantine. We are here to formally arrest you for your involvement in a contract killing, stated the lead agent, Delta. He also held another title, an FBI instructor. This case fell under his jurisdiction due to Constantine's connections across multiple cities, where local officers lacked the authority to operate beyond their precincts. Consequently, they had to rely on the FBI's assistance, and in Goda City, Delta's orders held sway, rendering the FBI's presence little more than a formality. Officer, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly hire someone to commit murder? Constantine retorted with disdain. We possess clear evidence. You may attempt to argue, but I strongly advise you to secure a competent attorney, one of the female agents replied coldly. Aren't you a police officer from Goda City? This is not Goda City. You cannot operate beyond your jurisdiction. Constantine appeared to discern Delta's role as an agent. I certainly cannot exceed my authority, but this is not your grand estate. Just take a look at what lies outside. Delta's expression dripped with sarcasm. Having spoken, Constantine cast a skeptical glance out the window. What the hell? What beach is that? He found himself within a hotel. The view outside bustling with traffic and the vibrant allure of city nightlife. You dare to set me up? Constantine seemed to grasp the scheme at play. I did not hire a hitman. If you lack evidence, how can you frame me? He erupted in laughter. However, Delta then produced an envelope from his jacket. True to his seasoned nature, Constantine swiftly stepped forward, snatching the envelope with lightning speed and swallowing it whole. What was in that? Lin Chi inquired curiously. Wrong envelope. It contained hair samples extracted from deceased individuals. I didn't expect him to consume it so eagerly, Delta awkwardly admitted, retrieving another bag of evidence from a fellow officer. Upon hearing this, Constantine's face drained of color, and he immediately began to retch. Mr. Constantine, we have located the individual you hired for the murder, the female agent remarked, clapping her hands to signal the entry of a man. Upon seeing this man, Constantine's expression grew even more ghastly. At this point, Constantine found himself devoid of any grounds for rebuttal, for the murderer had confessed. Lin Chi, I shall not let you escape, you vile creature. Constantine glared malevolently at Lin Chi with a multitude of evidence against him. Coupled with his various scandals, Constantine's reputation lay in ruins, leading to his immediate detention at the police station. This news undoubtedly detonated a sensation within the affluent circles, as throngs of reporters congregated outside the precinct. The renowned magnate Constantine had, in a shocking turn of events, resorted to hiring an assassin to eliminate his rival. Such revelations gradually permeated public awareness. As night deepened, Lin Chi intended to depart the police station when Delta called out to him. Lin Chi, you truly are remarkable to have discovered the hotel where that old scoundrel resides. Lin Chi merely shrugged. Indeed, he had skillfully maneuvered to bring the old wretch to Goda City, before the latter even comprehended the unfolding events. Do you not intend to reclaim your assets? Delta inquired earnestly. Under these circumstances, Lin Chi was entitled to reclaim all that belonged to him. Given Constantine's crime of hiring a hitman, he could very well spend his life in prison, and a portion of his wealth rightfully belonged to Lin Chi. No need for that. There are many in this world who require financial assistance. You may handle it as you see fit. Establish a foundation or a charitable organization. Lin Chi departed with an air of nonchalance. Delta gazed at Lin Chi's retreating figure, reflecting on the enigma that was this man. After leaving the police station, a voice echoed in Lin Chi's mind from the system. Ding! Successfully incarcerated a villain. You are rewarded with $50 billion. Lin Chi felt somewhat speechless. He truly did not wish to ascend to the status of a wealthy individual, for such a lifestyle was undeniably exhausting. Chapter 98. A return to new beginnings. Wealth had become extraneous to Lin Chi in a matter of days. The villa at Chintai Beach No. 001, under Constantine's name, was returned to Lin Chi. This was only fitting, as it was rightfully his. Upon arriving at Sophia's residence, Lin Chi was finally able to take Schwerer home. However, Schwerer exhibited a lingering attachment to Sophia. Lin Chi felt a genuine gratitude towards Sophia. He vividly remembered the multitude who had refused him aid, with Sophia being the sole individual to extend her kindness. Yet, such gratitude could not be quantified by money, regardless of his current affluence. After bestowing a warm embrace upon her, Sophia nearly swooned from the gesture. Shall we go on a date tonight? Just the two of us. I have prepared some fine wine, which I believe will surely delight you. Sophia gazed at Lin Chi with profound significance. Lin Chi was momentarily taken aback, as if he grasped the implications of the words spoken by the other party. I am not one to act frivolously. Yet I am willing to indulge you just this once, Sophie continued. She was genuinely apprehensive about the possibility of rejection, fearing that if such a scenario were to unfold, she might never find someone to cherish again. Lin Chi found himself unable to reciprocate her feelings, for he understood that although Sophia harbored interest in him, he could only regard her as a sisterly figure. I am sorry, Sophia. You must understand that I see you merely as an elder sister, and you cannot entertain any other notions regarding me. However, I would be pleased to share a glass of wine with you this evening, for you are truly enchanting. Lin Chi smiled, having declined her advances without extinguishing her hopes entirely. As night fell, Lin Chi arrived at the rendezvous point with Sophia. It was a hot spring, which was hardly surprising, considering that Sophia was no ordinary person. She was already immersed in the warm waters, a glass of red wine in hand, seemingly awaiting Lin Chi's arrival. In gratitude for Sophia's kindness towards him and Shui Er, he felt compelled to keep her company and share a night of wine. How can you remain sober? My cheeks are flushed. Have you perhaps poured the wine into the hot spring? At the stroke of midnight, Sophia, her face aglow, gazed at her wine glass, mistakenly attributing her condition to Lin Chi. Amused by her misconceptions, Lin Chi chose not to respond, secretly chuckling to himself. Fortunately, he had been clever enough to anticipate her potential tricks and had refrained from consuming any wine. The hot spring was already tinted a rosy hue, a testament to his clever subterfuge, but thanks to the continuous flow of water, the color soon returned to normal. Before long, Sophia was thoroughly intoxicated, babbling incoherently, which left Lin Chi feeling quite awkward. After soaking in the spring for an entire night, Lin Chi felt invigorated. As dawn broke and Sophia opened her beautiful eyes, her initial sense of disappointment upon seeing herself unharmed quickly gave way to a smile. Alas, I have never behaved so shamelessly. It seems I am truly unworthy. I wonder who will benefit from my folly in the future. With that, Sophia sighed deeply. Lin Chi departed, carrying the weight of the past as he stepped toward the future. He needed to embark on a journey for the sake of the world, to fight for peace and justice, resolute in not allowing romantic entanglements to cloud his judgment. Upon returning to the Qintai beach, Lin Chi refrained from informing anyone of his reclaiming the villa there, preferring instead to remain discreet, for he believed that true elegance lay in subtlety. In his leisure time, Lin Chi often indulged in video games, occasionally tending to those creatures that had been afflicted by mysterious metallic pillars, or meandering through the city to deal with a few ruffians. During these days, Lin Chi had developed certain habits, one of which was to peruse a daily newspaper. The act of reading enhances one's judgment, a quality particularly crucial for him. Newspapers, replete with a melange of truths and falsehoods, require individuals to discern the genuine from the spurious, embodying the self-cultivation of a true reader. The Polar Bear Daily. Intriguing. Has someone actually spotted an extraterrestrial spacecraft in Polar Bear City? Truth or fiction? Whale headlines. A resident of Polar Bear City claims to have discovered aliens. This individual has since been admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Horn Daily. Several disappearances have been reported in Polar Bear City. Yet the much-anticipated shadow hero has not emerged in the public eye. Is this the fading of light or the indifference of a hero? Lin Chi chuckled softly. Based on his deductions, the recent spate of missing doctors in Polar Bear City hinted that they were likely abducted to Mars, and these so-called aliens were probably the photon sentinels of Count Dracula. However, upon reading the headline of the Horn Daily, his expression soured. His disdain for this publication had grown increasingly palpable. The adversaries he faced were formidable, and even he could only achieve a stalemate. Yet Lin Chi had never permitted these photon sentinels to enslave individuals before his very eyes. To be candid, he now possessed a deeper understanding, especially after experiencing significant upheaval. Lin Chi recognized that this world encompassed not only benevolence, but also malevolence. When he was subjected to the harsh glare of a camera flash while lying in bed, he had moments of introspection. He loathed that sensation, yet he had wielded the camera against others in the past. People often gloss over the truth of events, while exaggerating unfounded rumors, converting white to black, and in doing so, they inadvertently harm countless individuals, all in pursuit of the underlying, insidious benefits. Yet these very benefits can drive one to madness, leading individuals to sell their souls, losing sight of their true selves. This realization prompted Lin Chi to abandon his previous faith in the press, now replaced by a growing aversion. The mere thought of Connie's loathsome visage ignited his ire. What sort of scoundrel was he? capable of turning on someone more swiftly than one could turn a page. How had he failed to recognize that he had been ensnared by such a rogue? Nevertheless, Lin Chi had also observed some rather intriguing phenomena. The Horn Daily had diminished in significance, often resorting to sensational and provocative headlines to attract attention. Indeed, it is not only the Horn Daily that displays such behavior. Many newspapers resort to similar tactics to capture the public's attention, often resorting to unscrupulous means and even concealing the truth. This is primarily why Lin Chi intends to remain inconspicuous. He is well aware of the adage that a tall tree attracts the wind. Chapter 99. The Rebellious Class of Humanity. White Bear City. This is a city of moderate size, with a population of approximately 5 million inhabitants. The city's flat terrain is adorned with numerous farms and lakes, making it particularly cherished by its citizens. Although the economy is thriving, it has also experienced periods of decline, which has led to a significant number of displaced individuals in the present-day White Bear City. Within the precincts of the police station, Chief Thomas was vociferously reprimanding his subordinates. "My God, you useless lot. I have instructed you not to search for those missing individuals. They are merely a bunch of wastrels draining the welfare funds." Faced with the chief's harsh glare, the other officers appeared obedient, resembling a pack of docile puppies. "Chief, we cannot be held accountable. Several newspapers have recently fixated on this issue, and we have no desire to pursue the whereabouts of these vagrants." One officer attempted to justify their inaction. "My God, just put on a facade, gather all the officers and meander around the outskirts of the city." Chief Thomas continued his tirade. The officers complied, saluted, and then departed. Soon, the air outside the police station was filled with the blaring sirens of numerous police vehicles. This situation greatly vexed Thomas. Citizens go missing every day. Some leave home due to detrimental habits. Others succumb to societal ills and join nefarious organizations, while some, having lost all ambition, willingly become homeless. Thus, Thomas typically does not take such matters to heart. However, upon reviewing the list of missing persons, he could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. What on earth is happening? People have gone missing in just a few days? My God, I truly hope they have been abducted by aliens for experimentation. That would save my resources. Sir, a throng of reporters has arrived outside, demanding accountability. A secretary rushed in, visibly flustered. My God, what are you standing there for? Quickly, prevent them from entering. Thomas exclaimed, his impatience palpable. At that moment, the area outside the police station was swarmed with numerous journalists, both from other cities and local news outlets. Chief, could you shed light on why there are so many missing citizens? One reporter inquired. Thomas stood at the makeshift podium, casting a disdainful glance at the assembled journalists. My legal counsel, you should direct your inquiries to those who are missing. Next question, he dismissed curtly, feigning solemnity. The reporter at the front clearly felt slighted. Mr. Director, could you elucidate why you deem the lives of these missing individuals to be less than worthless? A female journalist challenged deliberately. For them, their questions served as weapons, and their cameras were instruments capable of rendering a person infamous or thrusting them into the limelight. Thomas felt a surge of anger. My legal counsel, perhaps you should inquire why excrement holds such value, he retorted, his weariness of these so-called media palpable. He had never articulated such disdain, at most. He merely wished to avoid wasting police resources on what he considered urban detritus. What good would it do to find them? Merely to burden the mayor further? And subsequently exploit the finances of their police department? The barrage of questions from the journalists nearly drove Thomas to the brink of collapse. Each query a sharp critique of their police department. In such a stifling atmosphere, Thomas drew his sidearm and fired a shot into the air, causing the journalists to scatter in alarm. My legal counsel, who permitted you to discharge your weapon? He hastily thrust the firearm into the hands of a nearby colleague. Cursing under his breath, the colleague looked bewildered, but upon seeing the director's stern expression, he averted his gaze, unwilling to risk his position. At that moment, a sudden explosion echoed in the distance. How fortuitous! Thomas was quite pleased with the eruption, as it provided an opportunity to extricate himself from the insufferable journalists. Police forces mobilized, dozens of patrol cars weaving through the city. My legal counsel, how is it that you have yet to ascertain the source of the explosion? Thomas fumed from the back seat of a patrol car, casting an amiable glance at his second secretary. Had she not been a woman, he might have slapped her for her incompetence. Women could be so tedious, taking excessively long over trivial matters. Mr. Director, it's primarily due to the bumpy ride of the patrol car, The second secretary attempted to defend herself, hoping to salvage some dignity. I have pinpointed the location. It emanated from the outskirts, approximately 50 kilometers from the center of White Bear City, she stammered. Thomas seized the radio, issuing orders to all active officers. My legal counsel. What are you waiting for? Locate the perpetrator, fully armed. If you find the assailant, do not hesitate to eliminate them, should they resist. Ensure their head meets the toilet to suffocate them. Thomas could scarcely fathom the audacity of the assailant, orchestrating such a grand spectacle. If he did not exert every effort this time, the journalist lurking behind him would undoubtedly have a fresh scandal to report. In a swift passage of time, a fleet of police vehicles arrived at the site of the explosion. It was a factory surrounded by colossal storage barrels of chemical materials. Under Thomas's command, all officers were mobilized, fully equipped and prepared, fearful of encountering any suspicious individuals. At that moment, the second female secretary let out a piercing scream. What is that? Look over there. The crowd turned their gaze towards the direction she pointed, their faces paling in terror. There loomed a massive circular spacecraft, from which factory employees were being transported inside. Open fire, Thomas exclaimed, his expression shifting drastically. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets soaring into the sky. Yet the effect was dismal, for a particle defense shield had unexpectedly materialized around the spacecraft. The bullets ricocheted back wildly. This spectacle sent the officers scrambling for cover in a frenzy, as if their presence had incited discontent among those on board the ship. In no time, photon sentinels, brimming with energy, emerged from the circular vessel, seemingly defying gravity as they floated down from the sky. Detected enemies, resisting humans, unsuitable for enslavement, eliminate, intoned the lead photon sentinel, its synthetic voice resonating uncomfortably yet loudly in the ears of all the officers below. Chapter 100. The obstacle before departure on ordinary days. Those once boastful officers now stood deflated. What in the world is this? Could it truly be extraterrestrial beings? Little did they know these were photon sentinels. Trembling, the officers watched in horror as, within mere moments, over 100 of them had already fallen, with more than 10 incapacitated. Some officers, paralyzed by fear, struggled to steady their weapons. One pointed at a photon sentinel, but the sentinel, wielding a formidable blade, effortlessly cleaved the officer's gun in two, causing the officer to lose control of his bodily functions in sheer terror. If anyone was truly afraid for their life, it was undoubtedly Thomas. Despite his earlier tirades and harsh reprimands towards his subordinates, when faced with a life-threatening situation, Thomas was the first to seek an escape. He crouched beside a massive tank of biochemical liquid, absurdly placing a flower atop his head, feigning death. Biological detection. Earth life form detected. Threat level 0. Suitable for capture as slaves. However, the photon sentinels possessed unparalleled biological discernment. Thomas's pathetic ruse was no match for their acute awareness. Human, do not pretend to be dead. I have already detected you, the lead sentinel declared, as a colossal cannon was aimed squarely at the back of Thomas's head. Thomas had never encountered such an exhilaratingly perilous situation. He was not merely frightened, he was utterly stunned, collapsing as his heart momentarily ceased its rhythmic beating. Given another chance, he would never act so impulsively again. Surely, it would have been more pleasant to remain seated in his office rather than personally thrust into danger. Wasn't he that akin to pouring salt in one's own wounds? A pointless endeavor? Target neutralized. Target neutralized. Terminate the enslavement process. The photon sentinel appeared to have detected Thomas's anomaly and promptly turned around. Clang. Just as he pivoted, he collided violently with a massive iron pillar, his head striking with a forceful impact. Threat. Annihilate. Annihilate. No sooner had the words left his lips than the straight barrel in his hand unleashed a torrent of fire akin to a Gatling gun. However, this chaotic barrage felled the iron pillar that had been securing the biological water tank, crashing down upon him and burying him instantly. The tank contained an exceedingly viscous liquid. Oh my! Resistance has emerged. Annihilate. Annihilate. The leading photon sentinel's eyes glowed red as it surveyed the surrounding humans. This caliber of sentinel could be deemed a photon leader. All the officers understood that this robot was poised for a massacre, prompting them to scatter in terror. The entire squad of photon sentinels comprised 10 members, all first-generation models. While they exhibited cognitive deficiencies, they were more than capable of handling humans, particularly with their formidable combat prowess. They showed no mercy towards the officers. completely oblivious to the pain inflicted by bloodshed. In an instant, several officers fell in the line of duty, and the subsequent scene left onlookers in disbelief. From a distance, a throng of reporters approached, some wielding cameras in search of vantage points, while others obstructed officers for interviews. Not even the explosive sounds disrupted their work. To them, it seemed more akin to a theatrical production. Yet soon, they were gripped by an overwhelming dread. Madness. This is sheer insanity. I thought this was a performance. I have never witnessed such a spectacle. It cannot be real. Who can assure me that none of this is genuine? Damn it. Why am I here? Why did I not heed my wife's advice to stay home, dance with her, and then take her shopping? What is this, if not a scene from a play? What stood before them was nothing short of a maniac. Identify the slave. Capture. One photon sentinel hoisted a female reporter onto its shoulder, emitting a mechanical synthesized voice. Despite her frantic attempts to strike the back of the sentinel, it was futile. How laughable. A photon sentinel crafted from URU metal was beyond her ability to deter. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. The woman cried in terror. Where would she be taken? To bear children for extraterrestrials? In a lifetime, one might endure dozens of such trials. She was on the verge of tears, her gaze filled with longing. I would willingly sacrifice my dignity. Please, spare my life. In her desperate struggle, she found herself at the end of her wits, even prepared to relinquish her very soul. In such dire circumstances, how wonderful it would be if the Shadow Knight could appear. Her heart was steeped in despair. Yet, our photon sentinel was unfazed, resolutely carrying her onward. What did he know of dignity? For him, the fulfillment of orders was paramount. Any living being daring to impede him would simply be eliminated. Mission accomplished. The slave target. The return protocol has been initiated. The photon leader issued the command. The other photon sentinels abandoned their pursuit of humanity and turned towards the return capsule. But at that moment, a whisper suddenly echoed through the distant sky. Might you release that human? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, and there, in the sky, appeared an impressive figure. It was the Shadow Knight. Quickly, prepare the cameras. Shadow Knight. Shadow Knight. Defeat them. Shadow Knight. Conquer them. For I am your true son. Lin Chi glanced at the reporter below, who aspired to be his son. He shook his head in disapproval, for he had no such unworthy offspring. If he was not mistaken, this fellow had just attempted to push a beautiful girl towards the photon sentinel. Alas, it seemed he was destined for notoriety once more. Lin Chi looked at the photon sentinel, who still ignored him, feeling a twinge of wounded pride. With a flick of his wrists, two glowing swords materialized in his hands, adorned with a skin-like texture. Truth be told, they were utterly useless apart from their aesthetic appeal. How magnificent the Shadow Knight is. The cameraman captured this moment with fervor. So, the Shadow Knight had been absent all this time due to upgrading his gear? Lin Chi flashed forward, appearing before the photon sentinel. He politely patted the sentinel's shoulder, an important gesture given he was dealing with a rather irritable individual. My friend, to be honest, your attire is utterly magnificent, though it might also render you a heap of scrap metal. I assure you, I speak not in jest. As Lin Chi spoke, he shook his head, gesturing animatedly while appraising the irritable sentinel. At that moment, Lin Chi felt an unexpected sense of being an intriguing soul himself. The photon sentinel, carrying the girl, regarded him with disdain. Logically, he was to return the slave to the capsule, but upon encountering an obstruction, his programming dictated the removal of any impediments first. Thus, the ensuing scene unfolded. As he unceremoniously hurled the reporter girl from the heights and locked his target onto Lin Chi Chapter 101. This is not a drill. The female journalist was utterly petrified. Her soul seemingly detached from her body. She had never experienced anything so exhilarating in her life. Initially, she felt a surge of joy at the appearance of the Shadow Knight, believing he could rescue her. Yet, the Shadow Knight was too preoccupied battling the monstrous foe to attend to her plight. As she teetered on the brink of a heavy fall, panic overtook her. Madam, I fear you may have neglected to purchase a substantial life insurance policy. At that dire moment, a remarkably suave figure appeared, swiftly enveloping her in his embrace and firmly stabilizing them both on the ground. The journalist was left in awe. To be candid, this was her first time experiencing such proximity to the Shadow Knight. Next time, definitely next time, she mused, somewhat infatuated. Madam, I recognize you. Your name is Annie. Is it not? How do you know my name? Annie replied, astonished. This Shadow Knight is truly remarkable, knowing the name of an ordinary person like me. A young man named Lin Chi informed me. You know him? Certainly. He is an extraordinary individual. Are you not aware that he has become a billionaire? That is impossible. Just a few days ago, he was merely a pauper, having lost his job because of it. Annie was taken aback. Oh, is that so? Am I to assume you are implying that I am deceiving you? No, that is not what I meant. Annie, contemplative, hastily shook her head. In the brief exchange, Lin Chi had already gently set Annie down. Despite his disdain for her previous indifference, he would not allow personal emotions to interfere in the face of human life. After saving Annie, Lin Chi deftly evaded the onslaught of the photon sentinels. Come forth. All of you shall perish. Lin Chi's gaze was frigid. He had already witnessed the prowess of these photon sentinels, yet he was more than capable of handling them. Gripping the Moonshadow lightsaber, each strike unleashed a cacophony of piercing screams that reverberated throughout the sky. The scene left all present journalists wide-eyed in astonishment. This was not merely a shadow knight. He was a man accompanied by his own dramatic soundtrack. With an icy stare directed at the photon sentinels before him, Lin Chi unleashed a flurry of frenzied slashes with his Moonshadow lightsaber. His speed was astonishing, akin to cutting through straw. At this pace, he had executed nearly 10,000 strikes within a single minute. What does speed truly mean? The cameras struggled to capture the moment, only able to reveal his swordplay when slowed down by a factor of 10,000. After nearly 50,000 strikes, the unfortunate adversary finally succumbed. The photon sentinels were utterly devoid of any capacity for counterattack, as Lin Chi's speed in drawing his sword was so astonishingly rapid that it defied description. If one were compelled to articulate the swiftness of Lin Chi at that moment, one could only say it was absurdly fast. Who claims that the photon sentinels are invincible? Lin Chi gazed upon the unfortunate photon sentinel that had provoked his ire. Zzz. It lay sprawled on the ground, its body riddled with countless wounds. Resembling a heap of scrap metal, utterly incapacitated, its programming ravaged by Lin Chi's relentless strikes. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Chi cast his gaze toward the 8 remaining photon sentinels and their leader, a fierce glint in his eyes. Today, you shall all perish, he murmured, his sword yearning for action. Target dangerous. Target dangerous. Initiate retreat protocol. The photon leader, having sensed Lin Chi's unusual demeanor, issued commands for the remaining sentinels to withdraw. Yet Lin Chi merely smirked, his lips curling upward as he coldly regarded the sky. Escape? Where could you possibly flee? With that, he extended his hand, and with a swift motion of his twin lightsabers, he conjured a beam of laser-like energy before the astonished onlookers. Before they could even process the event, the escape pod had been cleaved in two. This spectacle left all the photon sentinels in utter shock. How utterly ferocious. Following this, the enslaved citizens erupted into cries that echoed like the wails of slaughtered pigs. Shadow hero, I loathe you. A nameless vagrant cursed vehemently, vowing to haunt Lin Chi's lair in the afterlife. Lin Chi vehemently opposed this notion. He certainly did not wish for his abode to be drenched during the rainy season. Casting a glance at the unfortunate souls, he did not recoil at their filth. Instead, he transformed into a beam of light, gracefully transporting them to the ground. Shadow hero, I suffer from high blood pressure. I feel nauseous. You had better provide me with a toilet, and if you could procure a box of mapo tofu rice. That would be splendid. The unnamed vagrant grumbled. As a hero, Lin Chi deemed it essential to fulfill the aspirations of the populace, primarily to safeguard his own reputation. He promptly transformed into a beam of light and made a quick trip to the city. There, in an ordinary household, a young professional was attending to his needs in the restroom, sitting on the toilet while perusing a magazine. He suddenly found both the toilet beneath him and the magazine in his hands vanished. To prevent such occurrences from recurring, he resolved to install a surveillance camera in his own bathroom. Departing from the scene of the crime, Lin Chi returned to the nameless homeless man, instructing him to take a seat. With one hand, he presented the man with a magazine, and with the other, a box meal. Sir, enjoy your meal. Lin Chi gestured with a hint of nonchalance. This entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, a testament to Lin Chi's remarkable speed, rivaling that of light itself. All done, he proclaimed, dusting off his hands with satisfaction. However, a photon sentinel, already growing impatient, had swiftly dispatched the nameless homeless man with a shot, delivering him to his final meal. Lin Chi was left speechless. It was hardly his fault, for the whims of fate are unpredictable. Next, he turned his gaze towards the photon sentinels. To be candid, The remaining sentinels were only just recovering from their stupor, their eyes now fixed upon Lin Chi, who did not waver in his own scrutiny. These sentinels yearned to depart from Earth, only to discover that their return pods had been severed, and all their captives had been liberated. Eliminate them. Eradicate all threats. The Photon leader found himself at a loss. His programming dictated a command to annihilate everyone present. Thus, chaos erupted among the Photon sentinels. With mechanical sounds resonating, a multitude of gun barrels emerged, all aimed at the assembled crowd. This was no drill, nor a mere performance. It was an unfolding reality. Those present were caught off guard, and by the time they grasped the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. The Photon sentinels had charged their weapons, poised to unleash a lethal barrage in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Lin Chi severed the particles of their projectiles with astonishing speed. The sight of bullets being cleaved in two left the onlookers in awe. As they instinctively pointed their cameras at Lin Chi, the undeniable focal point of the moment, cascades of bullet fragments rained down from the sky, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. The Photon sentinels, bewildered, were evidently unprepared for such a scenario. Their programming had failed to account for this eventuality. What in the world was happening? It appeared they were facing an insurmountable adversary, just as they awaited a command from their leader. Several Photon sentinels fell to Lin Chi's swift strikes, reduced to mere scrap metal. Well then, it seems only you five remain. Lin Chi addressed the last few sentinels and their leader. Indeed, these sentinels were formidable, yet none anticipated the sheer strength of this human before them. They contemplated fleeing, for they could not hope to conquer a figure as swift as the wind. In the brief moment of distraction, Lin Chi had already arrived before Photon Sentinel number 005. Initiate self-destruct protocol. Initiate self-destruct protocol. The Sentinel had no choice but to comply, activating its self-destruction. Fortunately, Lin Chi managed to escape in time, avoiding the ensuing chaos. Goodness, is it really necessary? Such ruthlessness towards oneself. Lin Chi couldn't help but comment, bemused by the Sentinel's unwavering spirit, willing to perish rather than surrender. Even mastering the art of self-destruction. The crowd below erupted in applause, their faces radiant with excitement, nearly ready to present Lin Chi with a banner of commendation. However, this spectacle sparked a significant epiphany within Lin Chi subsequently. He replicated the approach, confronting another Photon Sentinel. With an expression of disdain, he seemed to convey two choices to his opponent, self-destruction or engaging him in combat, his decision to make. Lin Chi's combat prowess was extraordinarily formidable, manifesting an unparalleled strength. The Photon Sentinel was rendered erratic by Lin Chi's onslaught, unleashing all its energy in a desperate bid. Lin Chi understood their intent was to achieve mutual destruction. He smirked, welcoming the challenge, for he existed solely for the thrill of battle. After a fierce exchange, the three Photon Sentinels before him were forced to retreat, battered and bruised. Lin Chi remained unfazed, treating them with utter disdain, simply executing his task without hesitation. After a grueling half-hour, he vanquished all the Photon Sentinels along with their formidable leader. Thomas was assisted to his feet by an officer who happened to be Lin Chi himself. With a smile, Lin Chi remarked, "Brother, to be honest, I always knew you would show up. You are the savior of the world." Lin Chi, exuding a friendly demeanor, added, "Rest assured, I won't tell anyone about your little accident." With that, he departed. Thomas felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering how his secret had been discovered. The identity of the Shadow Knight was known to very few, and with the golden mask adorning Lin Chi's face, he radiated an air of mystery. "Excuse me, Shadow Knight. May I take a picture with you for keepsake?" A stunning female reporter approached. Smiling at Lin Chi, he nodded, "Of course. After all, it was just a photograph." He wished to leave a positive impression on the citizens. However, human greed knows no bounds, and soon more reporters clamored for interviews with Lin Chi. He felt exasperated, politely declining, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Although the return capsule had been destroyed, it was not entirely obliterated. Without uttering a word, Lin Chi employed his extraordinary powers to incinerate the remaining remnants of the spacecraft entirely. He understood well that these artifacts must not fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, as they could potentially wreak havoc upon Earth. Soon, his gaze fell upon the last unfortunate soul. Indeed, in a secluded location, another hapless individual was ensnared by a viscous substance. The adhesive nature of the slime was so formidable that he remained submerged within it. Lin Chi wasted no time and decisively eliminated him with a swift display of power. With that matter resolved, Lin Chi clapped his hands together. To be frank, his intervention with the Photon Sentinels was remarkably timely. Initially, he had no intention of traveling all the way to White Bear City, but the alarming number of recent disappearances compelled him to take action against those wretched Photon Sentinels. Truth be told, Lin Chi's ability to vanquish these adversaries stemmed from their combat prowess, which paled in comparison to that of Count Dracula. While they bore Yu metal, it was not entirely forged from it, thus allowing Lin Chi to triumph over them. Having addressed the situation, Lin Chi had no desire to linger. He needed to return. For those insufferable journalists were truly vexing, akin to a sticky candy. Just as he was about to depart, one reporter grasped the hem of Lin Chi's cloak, inquiring how he managed such swift movements. Lin Chi merely smiled and replied to the screen, "Trust in science." With that, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers. With the crisis in White Bear City averted, Lin Chi finally found a moment's respite. Upon returning to Washington, he felt considerably lighter. Indeed, the next day, he discovered numerous reports about himself in the news, with descriptions that had reached an almost sublime level of detail. Curiously, however, there was no coverage from the Horn Daily. Has the newspaper gone bankrupt? Lin Chi mused. But soon, the realization dawned upon him. In a corner of the Planet Daily, a small font announcement read that the Horn Daily faced dire financial straits, lacking significant news coverage, and was on the brink of collapse, with an auction scheduled in 2 days at the White Bear City Trading Center. Upon reading this, Lin Chi leaped with joy. What a turn of fortune. They can't even afford to rent headquarters in Washington anymore? An auction at the trading center in White Bear City? Although Lin Chi had once been an employee of the Horn Daily and took pride in his role as a photojournalist, his experiences with the paper's distasteful practices had left him devoid of any sentimental attachment. In a moment of self-indulgence, Lin Chi ordered the robot butler to bring forth a fine bottle of Lafite, celebrating his own little triumph. Just then, a resounding explosion echoed from within the villa. Lin Chi could only sigh in exasperation. He knew all too well what had transpired. It was none other than Ting, undoubtedly up to his typical antics once more. Despite having gained dominion over the element of water, Ting's newfound power had only inflated his ego, leading him to conduct increasingly reckless experiments day by day. Casting his gaze upon the auction address in the newspaper, a brilliant idea suddenly sparked within Lin Chi's mind. Chapter 103. The acquisition of the Horn Herald by Xiong City. Steeped in history, boasts towering skyscrapers that subtly reveal the allure this city holds for its inhabitants. The largest trading center in Baixiong City attracts 2 distinct types of individuals. First, the beleaguered entrepreneurs, driven to sell their faltering companies due to financial woes. Second, the affluent magnates, intent on acquiring others' businesses with their vast wealth. Consequently, the clientele here is undeniably elite. Today, however, marked a particularly extraordinary occurrence. The Horn Herald was to be auctioned right here in Baixiong City. The announcement sent shockwaves through the community, igniting fervor among its residents. It is worth noting that the Horn Herald had recently been in tumultuous waters, despite the board's continuous strategy adjustments in a desperate bid to salvage the publication. It was merely floundering in its death throes. The only viable solution lay in auctioning off the entire Horn Herald and reconstituting the board, thereby ensuring the publication's survival. Thus, the auction of the Horn Herald shares was set in motion. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a steady stream of citizens gathered to witness this momentous auction, with attendance numbering just over 10,000. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction will proceed by percentage of shares, with a minimum bid of 1 share, the auctioneer announced, displaying the certificate of shares for the Horn Herald with practiced ease. The first round of bidding commenced. Strangely, not a single bid was placed. This peculiar silence prompted the attendees to cast furtive glances at one another, bewildered. Still, no one dared to make an offer. Were they being treated as fools? There was no way they would invest in such a dismal company. One wealthy gentleman pondered the long-term implications. Indeed, the Horn Herald's reputation is abysmal. I have no desire to associate with it in any capacity, another echoed, voicing the sentiments of the crowd. The Horn Herald? Isn't that the publication notorious for sensationalist headlines? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. How is it still operational? I nearly suffered poisoning from their recent claims about alcohol. For many, the gathering was merely a spectacle, devoid of any intention to participate. The attendees were acutely aware of the Horn Herald's notorious reputation, particularly in Baixiong City, where it was met with widespread disdain, constantly disseminating false news while taking pleasure in disparaging rival news organizations. This company tarnishes the reputation of its competitors. How can such an establishment hope to maintain a good standing? Consequently, this has deterred numerous investors, making them reluctant to engage, as it would seem they are merely being set up as scapegoats. The atmosphere in the room underscored the significance of avoiding such a predicament, with the silence proving so profound that even the auctioneer found himself in an unprecedentedly awkward situation. Frankly, he had never encountered a scene like this before. Just when the tension reached its peak, a voice finally broke the silence. "I will take all the shares of the Hornet Daily." The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning towards the source of the voice. It was a young man, dressed simply. Under ordinary circumstances, many would have mocked his unpretentious attire. But now no one dared to think such thoughts. This individual was none other than Lin Chi. Indeed, he intended to acquire the Hornet Daily. The representative from Hornet Daily immediately recognized Lin Chi, as he was none other than Connie. "This young man dares to acquire our Hornet Daily?" Connie thought, somewhat incredulous. Gazing at Lin Chi's beaming smile, Connie was convinced he had not mistaken his identity. Yet, who would willingly forego financial gain? Moreover, he was merely a representative. He still needed to consult the board. In the presence of a notary, Lin Chi proceeded to acquire the Hornet Daily, along with all the employee contracts associated with it. For Lin Chi, the Hornet Daily was merely a liability, and transferring it to another's hands would only replace one burden with another. Thus, it was preferable for him to take ownership. This acquisition cost Lin Chi nearly 5 billion, a mere trifle for him. Indeed, Lin Chi's greatest abundance at present was wealth. No one comprehends the state of a person overwhelmed by riches, save for Lin Chi himself. Having acquired the Hornet Daily, he turned to Connie and instructed, "Send an email to all employees, requiring them to gather at headquarters tomorrow. Anyone who is late by even a minute will be dismissed." Lin Chi's tone was unremarkable as he departed the trading center with an air of nonchalance. This event undoubtedly set the entire news industry ablaze. The mysterious magnate takes over the Hornet Daily. Could the Hornet Daily reclaim its position among the elite in journalism? In an instant, the media was inundated with reports about the Hornet Daily. The following day, at the Hornet Daily headquarters, in response to Connie's email, employees from all corners of the globe were compelled to return to headquarters as swiftly as possible. They assembled neatly within the corporate building. The Hornet Daily boasted over 1,000 employees, and even the chief executives fell in line obediently. Although Lin Chi acquired the Hornet Daily, this does not imply that the ruling elite of the newspaper could transform into affluent magnates, for the company is burdened with substantial external debts that necessitate repayment. The funds allocated to them merely translate to a few additional months of salary. To maintain their positions within the Hornet Daily, they must adopt a subservient demeanor. While there are other board members, Lin Chi's complete ownership renders their previous roles virtually obsolete. Lin Chi stands as the unequivocal chief of the Hornet Daily. Indeed, despite this reality, a few old-timers still dare to challenge Lin Chi's authority. Two chief executives appeared to recognize Lin Chi, yet they chose to arrive at the assembly point at the last possible moment. "Ah, so this is our new boss. My apologies for nearly being late due to traffic," Soros remarked. As a seasoned entrepreneur, Soros deemed it essential to gauge the attitude of this new leader to facilitate future interactions. However, Lin Chi offered no opportunity for further banter. "You are dismissed." "What? Why? I haven't done anything," Soros responded, bewildered. "Is stepping through the company's entrance with your right foot not a sufficient reason?" Lin Chi dismissed the frivolous conversation, instructing Ting and to escort Soros away. With this decisive action, the remaining employees no longer dared to underestimate Lin Chi. They were assured that the new boss was not one to be trifled with. Those who had previously known Lin Chi regarded him with newfound respect, astonished to discover that he was a concealed tycoon. All positions will be retained, and all employee salaries will be increased by 20. Specifically, the wages of the cleaning and logistical staff will rise by 50. However, I expect no incidents of false reporting to occur in my company. Anyone who reports an employee previously involved in publishing false news will receive a reward of $1 million, awarded on a first-come, first-served basis. Lin Chi wasted no time addressing internal conduct issues among the staff. Chapter 104. Starting from the grassroots. Indeed, in a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. Even with Lin Chi's generous offerings, some still protested against his distribution of benefits. Lin Chi understood that while they outwardly expressed dissatisfaction with the high benefits, their true grievance lay with him as the executive director. Escort him away. You are dismissed. It's laughable that anyone would protest for receiving too many benefits in this day and age, Lin Chi scoffed. Ting returned and glanced at the foolish protester. You should have protested earlier. That way, he wouldn't have had to make 2 trips. Truly thoughtless. Ting harbored considerable discontent regarding his security role, as his formal attire felt incongruous with his position. In truth, he was not particularly fond of such formal attire. However, given the directives from above, he had no choice but to comply. It seemed a grave misallocation of talent for a master of his caliber to assume the role of a mere security guard. Lin Chi shared this sentiment. Thus, he appointed him to lead a security team, entrusting him with the mission of enhancing the operational capabilities of the security personnel at the Horndaily headquarters. With a larger entourage of subordinates, the scene of him humbly serving as a diligent worker emerged. At least now, he would not be left languishing in idleness. Indeed, by asserting authority over the employees present and offering enhanced benefits, the Horndaily was revitalized as if infused with new life. Yet, Lin Chi remained dissatisfied. While he could retain the Horndaily logo, he was resolute in preventing any freeloaders from becoming parasites within the company. Consequently, new regulations were instituted whereby any employee consistently ranked below the top 70 in performance for a month would be dismissed. To breathe new life into the Horndaily, Lin Chi proposed a lucrative salary package that was irresistible to all. Under such alluring financial incentives, the company began to exude renewed vitality, attracting an increasing number of job seekers who developed a distinct fondness for it. During the lunch break, a portly gentleman entered the office, clearly one accustomed to corruption. Lin Chi, or rather, Director, I have devoted my heart and soul to this company. Might I appeal for the reinstatement of my position as chief executive? He inquired cautiously. Lin Chi looked up and recognized the man. Wasn't he the very scoundrel, Connie, who had once mocked and belittled him? I am aware our relationship is rather peculiar, but this is a workplace. One ought to knock before entering, wouldn't you agree? Lin Chi remarked. Connie, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, yes, indeed. I should have knocked first. Internally, he seethed, wishing he could crush this insolent brat. Wasn't he once merely a timid whelp in his presence? Yet, times had changed. Even Connie understood the importance of adapting to circumstances. With 99 hungry mouths to feed at home, he knew he had to be astute to avoid losing his job. However, he presumed that someone as wealthy as Lin Chi would not stoop to his level. After all, he had been compelled by the circumstances. Who claimed that Lin Chi bore no grudges? Lin Chi had long since taken note of this rogue's name in his ledger. Observing his demeanor, Lin Chi was well aware of the ulterior motives at play. Did Lin Chi lack money? Not in the slightest. His primary desire was to release the pent-up frustration within him. Just days ago, he had been a shadowy figure, but now, he was merely a brash nouveau riche. He possesses the full spectrum of human emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are all part of his being, yet he is no saint. Why should he forgive that old wretch? Even if he extends forgiveness now, has his former self pardoned the transgressions of the past? Ding ding ding. As anticipated, Lin Chi soon heard the urgent rapping at the door once more. He chose to ignore it, resting his feet upon the opulent coffee table, donning his headphones, and immersing himself in music. Meanwhile, the old man continued his incessant knocking from outside. In a haze, Lin Chi succumbed to slumber. As expected, Connie did not disappoint him. He summoned a demolition crew, who proceeded to dismantle the door to Lin Chi's office. It was only at this moment that Lin Chi finally roused from his sleep. Gazing at the doorway that was now absent, he couldn't help but admire Connie with a mental thumbs up. Director, please allow me to explain. I was merely concerned for your safety. Rest assured, the cost of the door will be deducted from my salary. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the ancient Eastern blue and white porcelain in the distance and smashed it without hesitation. This too shall be deducted from my salary. I understand that you are still upset with me. Allow me to remain by your side, toiling for your benefit. Just don't cast me away. Connie's voice quivered with emotion. Lin Chi was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. Indeed, he realized he was still quite young. Let us see how you perform. However, it is best not to fall behind on your salary. As for the damaged items, they should be replaced with equivalents from your own home. Lin Chi observed Connie, recognizing that he was no pushover. After all, These items were not his. They appeared to be purchased with company funds, thus if they were broken, it was of little consequence to him. Rest assured, Director, I shall do my utmost to care for you in your later years, Connie declared, prostrating himself on the floor to clean up the debris. There is no need for such care, since you are so obedient. You may as well start at the bottom as a security guard. I look forward to witnessing your achievements, Lin Chi replied with a smile. Connie nodded tremulously. I will diligently fulfill my duties. Thank you for your kindness, Director. This was merely a facade. Deep within, Connie harbored immense resentment towards Lin Chi. This animosity continued to fester, and in his struggle to survive, Connie released it in small measures. Lin Chi was certainly aware of this, but what of it? If he failed to perform well, Connie's position would be at stake. The consequence of losing his position was dire. He would no longer find refuge among his peers, as his reputation was tarnished. With the Horn Daily's ongoing animosity against him, who would dare to employ him? It would be a mercy if he were not further cast down. Therefore, even in the most menial of professions, Connie had no choice but to comply entirely. Time passed swiftly, may the world know peace. Within a mere month, the Horn Daily regained its status as one of the top 2 publishing companies in the United States, with the Planet Daily reigning supreme in the first position. This newspaper is undeniably impressive, as if privy to the secrets of the world. The reporters invariably arrive at the scene of incidents with remarkable promptness, and the global network of journalists boasts tens of thousands of members. Such a vast scale is certainly beyond Lin Chi's reach. However, Lin Chi is disinclined to engage in competition with them. After all, he prefers a life of tranquility, choosing to remain inconspicuous unless provoked. Another fortnight has passed. During this time, Lin Chi received no directives from the system, leading to a rather monotonous existence, with the sole exception being his skirmishes with the Photon Sentinels. Chapter 105, Drive Me Away. The Horn Daily is thriving, and Lin Chi's name frequently graces various newspapers. He longs for discretion, yet his capabilities do not permit it. Following the revelation of his identity, it is hardly surprising that Anne, who had previously collaborated with Lin Chi, encounters him. One day, as Lin Chi emerged from the men's restroom, he was confronted by Anne. I apologize, it was entirely my fault. I should not have treated you that way, but I was compelled by circumstances. It was Connie who forbade us from extending our charity to you. She gazed at him with earnest eyes, hoping for his forgiveness. Is that you, missin'? Lin Chi inquired, curious, as he bore no grudge against her. Punish me if you must, but I implore you, do not dismiss me, she implored, grasping his trousers with delicate hands. What are you doing? Lin Chi was momentarily at a loss for words, relieved that he managed to evade her grasp, narrowly escaping her clutches. Ah, women! In that instant, Lin Chi finally discerned the true nature of this woman. He felt utterly blind to her character. Initially, he believed and to be understanding and not mired in moral ambiguity. But after everything that transpired, his fondness for her had evaporated. This also underscores a poignant truth. Human nature is indeed fragile and easily tested. To provide the employees of the Horn Daily with a better working environment, Lin Chi resolved to purchase a 300-meter-tall office building. Accompanied by the experienced Connie and Ting, he arrived at the newly completed structure, which boasts a prime location in the city center, nestled within the commercial hub. However, due to its exorbitant price, only a few floors have been sold thus far. This building serves as a comprehensive complex, integrating leisure and entertainment. Dressed simply, Lin Chi soon arrived at the edifice. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's gala requires an invitation. The landlord's daughter is getting married this evening, and I cannot permit entry without an invitation, the attendant informed them. This evening, a grand soiree is being held here, a momentous occasion marking the marriage of the daughter of a real estate magnate, drawing a multitude of dignitaries and elites. The waitstaff regard Lin Chi and his companions with palpable disdain. Who are these three, after all, dressed in floral shorts? They stand in stark contrast to the well-tailored suits surrounding them, exuding an aura of sheer provincialism. Please, find us the largest table, Lin Chi smiles, his disheveled appearance not indicative of his noble character. With that, he produces a wad of cash from his pocket and discreetly places it within the waiter's attire. The transformation in the waiter's demeanor is instantaneous. His joy nearly brings him to tears. What an extraordinary turn of events. Having encountered numerous wealthy patrons before, the tips they offered paled in comparison to the several $1,000s this young man has just bestowed, at least tens of thousands of dollars. Right this way, right this way. he exclaims, quickly adopting a more favorable expression. Wealth begets authority, regardless of attire. Even if he were to enter clad in a skirt, he would still warrant respect. Led by the waiter, the trio is ushered to a prominent table at the heart of the venue. This evening's gala also features a renowned celebrity. And at this moment, a stunning actress graces the stage. Her dance movements resemble a swan gliding across a tranquil lake, each subtle sway radiating beauty and charm. The spotlight envelopes her, enhancing her allure and confidence, while the cheers from the men below have long become a familiar backdrop. However, she soon notices, with great perplexity, that one individual at a nearby table is not gazing at her, but instead indulging in durian. This leaves her bewildered. Am I not attractive enough? Yet, she dismisses this notion, deciding to pay particular attention to him in her subsequent steps. Hey, that actress seems to have taken an interest in you. I have no time for that. Can't you see I'm eating durian? Come on, don't lose your charm. It looks like she's throwing you some flirtatious glances. Be quiet. Perhaps she's looking at you instead. At that moment, Ting-en is completely engrossed in his durian, oblivious to the world around him. How delightful this durian is. It is his first experience with such exquisite fruit. What concern does he have for any starlet? In truth, it is not only Connie who feels the stirrings of intrigue. Even Lin Chi has sensed something unusual. This actress is no mere figure. Lin Chi frequently encounters her on magazine covers, recognizing her as an exceptionally talented model. This also underscores the significance of today's wedding. It is surprising that this real estate tycoon possesses such clout, able to invite a star of Mira's caliber. Lin Chi muses. Indeed, the starlet is named Mira. Not only is Lin Chi acquainted with her, but even the old rascal, Connie, is familiar with her. In fact, Connie is a fervent admirer of Mira, frequently traversing various circles just to show his support for her, yet ultimately, he has been taken advantage of, never having had the chance to meet her in person. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter her here today, which filled him with immense excitement. Sir, may I invite you to dance with me? Mira gracefully descended from the stage. Yes, it was time once again for interaction with the audience. And the person she chose was none other than Ting-en. Stunned, Ting-en was nonetheless undeterred by the thought of dancing. He readily agreed, albeit with a few durians clutched in his hands. On stage, a fellow fixated on durians flailed about wildly, yet even in his exuberance, he remained mindful of the delectable treats. What splendid footwork! So distinctive. Myra's perspective differed from that of others. She had previously invited others to dance, but found their efforts lackluster and stifled. It could be said that she had never encountered a man as genuine as Ting-en. However, as Ting-en indulged in his feast, the stage became permeated with the peculiar aroma of durian, nearly causing the distinguished guests to retch. What madness is this? Get him out of here. Below, the real estate mogul grasped his daughter's hand. This was supposed to be a momentous occasion. Yet here was this imbecile causing a scene. Security promptly apprehended Ting-en. Just as they were about to eject him, a figure approached from afar. Lin Chi glanced at the real estate tycoon. This gentleman is my friend. Might you extend some courtesy? Lin Chi smiled. The real estate mogul recognized him. Isn't that the newly appointed director of the Horn Herald? Very well. I can grant you a favor, but he is turning my daughter's wedding into a chaotic affair, and I cannot abide by that, the mogul retorted unapologetically. Indeed, even Lin Chi found it difficult to overlook Ting-en's rude antics. Was this fellow completely out of line? Did he not realize he was at a wedding, creating such disarray that it displeased the real estate tycoon? If he wasn't shown the error of his ways, he would never learn the rules of the occasion. Ting-en was restrained by two security guards, clearly about to face the consequences of his actions. It is not your place to bully my subordinate for the mistakes he has made, Lin Chi coldly addressed the guards. Mr. Lin, please proceed, the real estate mogul, Charlison, replied. Lin Chi refrained from idle chatter as he stepped forward, standing directly in front of Ting-en. However, Lin Chi did not genuinely seek information from him. On the surface, it appeared as if he were inquiring, yet Ting-en, in a remarkable display of synchronicity, consistently managed to evade Lin Chi's strikes. The two security guards, tasked with restraining Ting-en, suffered immensely, their faces swollen from the blows. It was laughable. When had Lin Chi's subordinates become the subject of ridicule? Frustrated, Charlson let out a sigh. Alas, let us consider this a pardon for the young man. Though internally disgruntled, Charlson could not allow Lin Chi to continue his assault. 4 Lin Chi's strikes were indeed heavy-handed, and further aggression could prove fatal for the two guards. With this reprieve, Ting grew even more audacious. Perhaps the only one bold enough to indulge in durian at the wedding of Charleson's daughter. Mr. Lin Chi, I presume you lack an invitation? Charleston seemed to ponder. Is Mr. Charleston not welcoming me? Of course, welcome, welcome. It was my oversight not to invite Mr. Lin Chi, Charleston replied with great courtesy. However, he held Lin Chi in disdain. It was quite disrespectful, indeed. Today was a wedding banquet. This fellow swaggered into his daughter's wedding with two subordinates clad in shorts. Such a display of ill-breeding. Yet, he could not erupt in anger, after all. It was his daughter's wedding, and he must maintain decorum. Lin Chi merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. Charleston then prepared to take his leave, needing to attend to more guests. Lin Chi settled down, finding a seat to savor this delightful occasion. After half an hour of indulgence, the trio of Lin Chi, Ting, and Connie grew weary from their revelry. Without even a farewell, Lin Chi led Ting and Connie to exit the wedding venue. In the distance, Charleston observed the entire scene with clarity. How outrageous. These three had the audacity to feast at his daughter's wedding, which left him exceedingly displeased. Although it was a day of celebration, their presence marred his joy. Just then, the butler approached briskly. Sir, it's done, it's done. The butler, nearly breathless with excitement, rushed forward. What's the matter with your haste? Charleston inquired, slightly irked. Sir, you cannot imagine. Someone has just issued a substantial check to purchase this office building, and it's in cash, actual cash. The butler's hands trembled with anticipation as he presented the check. After examining the check, Charles' face radiated with astonishment. Splendid. Once I sell this office building, I shall be able to settle my debts, he murmured to himself. Unknown to others, despite being dubbed a real estate magnate, fortune had recently turned against him, and his business was in decline, necessitating a substantial sum for rescue. Have you managed to ascertain the identity of the financier? Charles seemed to ponder deeply. The butler reflected for a moment. The trio, dressed in casual shorts and somewhat disheveled, were indeed wealthy, having generously bestowed upon me $1 million tip. The butler was utterly elated. However, as soon as he spoke, an expression of discomfort crossed his face, for his master was gazing at him pensively. How careless. Since becoming the butler, he had signed a contract mandating that all tips received from guests be surrendered. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to hand over the entire gratuity. At that moment, Charles could no longer afford to underestimate Lin Chi in the slightest. After acquiring the office building, Lin Chi moved in with the Horn Daily several days later. Unbeknownst to many, Lin Chi had purchased the entire structure. Do not inquire further. Once the funds were secured, nothing was beyond reach. The Horn Daily buzzed with excitement, fostering a renewed sense of faith and affirmation in their work. Lin Chi's ambition was to establish a formidable media company, and a comfortable environment was undeniably essential for his employees. Moreover, he had achieved his goal, as his standing among the staff had risen considerably. Yet, as the saying goes, tall trees attract the wind, and Lin Chi never anticipated that his path to the restroom would be so fraught with obstacles. Just as he exited the restroom, he found himself cornered once more by Annie. Did you know? It was the Shadow Knight who informed me, claiming that you have feelings for me, and I perceive this as a blessing from him, Annie remarked. Gazing intently at Lin Chi was at a loss for words. He swore he had never uttered such sentiments to this woman. Did he truly say he would fall in love with you? Lin Chi scoffed. This time, equipped with experience, he swiftly seized the opportunity to slip away. Back in his office, Lin Chi's intention was merely to investigate the emergence of malevolent forces. Indeed, this was part of his grand plan. If he could freely scour the world's information, what evil entity could possibly escape his scrutiny? Just then, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in, he called, unable to divert his attention, as he recognized it was the designated time for the company's nutritionist to deliver his midday nutritional supplements. However, Lin Chi was taken aback to discover that the nutritionist had been replaced. Lin Chi was taken aback to discover it was Annie. She had resorted to such despicable means to approach him, attempting to ingratiate herself. What do you want? Lin Chi retreated into the corner of the sofa. I have already said it was unintentional. Why can't you just forgive me? Annie brandished a large syringe in her hand, catching Lin Chi off guard. Was she truly contemplating self-harm to gain leverage? However, he soon exhaled in relief as Annie pointed the syringe at her own neck. If you do not forgive me, I will take my own life, she declared with a resolute tone. Indeed, she was determined to go to extremes. Lin Chi regarded her thoughtfully, remaining silent, which only served to deepen Annie's inner turmoil. After a lengthy pause, Lin Chi finally spoke. Then by all means, go ahead. Chapter 107. Strange Tales from Lake He City. Annie was infuriated beyond measure by Lin Chi's response. Was his emotional intelligence truly that lacking? What had she done wrong? Yes, her previous actions were somewhat underhanded, but she could not be entirely blamed. The first reason was that Connie forbade them from assisting Lin Chi. And the second was that at that time, Lin Chi had lost all value. Why would she aid a poor man? Yet, the circumstances had shifted. For Lin Chi was now her superior. Moreover, she was in dire need of money, which was why she was so invested in him. Previously, she had regarded wealth as inconsequential, but after her family suffered a tragic accident, her perspective had transformed. Their entire fortune had been lost, and faced with family obligations, she had no choice but to assist them. If Lin Chi could provide her with prosperity, she could not afford to let this golden opportunity slip away. However, Lin Chi had already developed an aversion towards Annie. Even if she wished to do something for him, it was too late. He was thoroughly repulsed by her relentless pursuit. Ultimately, she only sought to persuade him to increase her salary. Lin Chi was resolute in his refusal. Why should he? Money was not so easily acquired in this world. With this thought, he ceased engaging with her. I have no money to lend you, and as your employer, I expect you to be mindful of that. Lin Chi consistently rebuffed her advances. Annie felt a tinge of disappointment. While he would not dismiss her from her position, he could certainly make her life difficult. He held a strong disdain for women, particularly those who were hypocritical. Did she truly think he would lend her millions? Absolutely not. As he perused the daily newspaper, Lin Chi finally found a semblance of peace. In the city of Lake He, 2 metallic pillars were discovered consecutively. Initially, these pillars did not attract any attention, but recently, they gave rise to a massive black-backed gorilla, along with a group of crystalline monkeys frolicking through the city. This colossal gorilla had mutated to the height of several dozen skyscrapers, wreaking havoc as if it were a mischievous canine demolishing a home. Fortunately, Lin Chi acted swiftly, executing a shoulder throw on the enraged beast. The enormous gorilla was infuriated by Lin Chi, yet Lin Chi proved to be the stronger adversary. With his luminous sword, Moonshadow, in hand, he was invincible. No matter how formidable the opponent, he remained the sovereign of this domain. Lin Chi effortlessly subdued the creature, and amidst the cheers of the citizens, he vanished from sight. Next came the crystalline monkeys, which posed quite a conundrum. They exhibited an utter lack of fear towards Lin Chi, and more importantly, they possessed the ability to disguise themselves as any object. This created considerable challenges for Lin Chi. With Ken returning to Creekwood Island to resume his role as mayor, Lin Chi found himself in need of an assistant at the Horn Daily, which was of utmost importance. Many operations required intelligence, necessitating long-term analysis of various aspects, such as the habits of Lake He's residents, local customs, recent peculiar occurrences, and the city's topography, all demanding a systematic examination, which was an impossible feat for Lin Chi to accomplish alone. Thus, in an unprecedented move, he sought out Laura. After elucidating the gravity of the situation, Laura was more than willing to assist Lin Chi. Choosing Laura was the result of Lin Chi's meticulous consideration. After all, she was no ordinary individual, possessing an unparalleled grasp of detail that was not easily replicated by others. All right. However, you must promise me one thing, Laura said, showing no inclination to refuse. What is it? Speak freely. As long as I can fulfill it. Your clothes must be entrusted to me for washing. This? Lin Chi was rendered speechless. What an absurd request. Did such requests truly exist in this world? Nonetheless, he had no intention of declining. How could he refuse such a beneficial offer? Having someone to wash his clothes was indeed a stroke of fortune, sparing him the trouble of tossing his garments into the dry cleaner, thereby contributing to both convenience and environmental conservation. No, I cannot agree to that. Surprisingly, Lin Chi declined. What? How can you refuse me? Laura pouted, visibly upset. No. You've misunderstood my intent. I meant to say you must also help me wash my socks and pants. Isn't that the essence of lending a helping hand? Lin Chi elaborated, navigating the conversation with finesse. Laura was rendered speechless by the news, her joy so profound that she could hardly articulate her thoughts. Were there others present? They would likely perceive her as a fool. How could anyone in this world make such an absurd request? To assist another, while also washing their clothes, was quite peculiar. The initial encounter between Laura and Annie sparked considerable friction. Annie believed that a man of Lin Chi's charisma was far beyond the reach of a woman like Laura. who struggled to keep up with contemporary trends. However, Laura was undeterred. In response to Annie's derision, she delivered a stinging slap. This scene left Ting and utterly astonished. Realizing that women could indeed engage in the most unexpected behaviors against one another. "What are you staring at, little brother?" Laura inquired, noticing Ting and's vacant gaze directed elsewhere. "Nothing," he stammered, internally tumultuous. "Oh dear, my hand hurts. Brother, could you blow on it for me?" Laura suddenly adopted a playful demeanor. "It's all your fault for striking my hand with your face." She turned her gaze to the ground, where Annie appeared dazed, her eyes filled with stars. Ting shivered, thinking, "I need to find a way to escape." It was apparent that jealousy could drive a woman to extraordinary lengths, and Ting was gaining a new perspective. Returning to Lake City, an unremarkable locale with a population of about 1 million, the city lacked notable fame. However, over the years, there had been frequent reports of laboratory leaks causing infectious diseases, transforming what may have once been mere rumors into unsettling realities. This situation was akin to nuclear leakage incidents, with a profound impact that rendered the entire city effectively quarantined. The residents were prohibited from leaving, subjected to the oversight of the federal guard. Consequently, they stockpiled numerous gas masks within their homes. Yet, despite their precautions, many residents inevitably contracted bizarre illnesses, which remained untreatable by any known medicine, leading to a slow demise. Some appeared to be in their 60s or 70s, but in truth, they were merely teenagers. Although the populace protested, demanding the relocation of these laboratories, their voices were drowned by the relentless force of capital interests. Those who dared to resist met with brutal fates, silencing the dissenters further. Do not inquire how Lin Chi came by this knowledge. All of this information was gleaned from Laura's thorough research. Chapter 108. Zeroing out, it was evident that Lake City harbored a clandestine conspiracy. Yet, even Lin Chi found himself perplexed by the nature of the secrets concealed within the city. For now, however, these matters would have to be set aside. Before him appeared a multitude of crystalline monkeys, remarkable creatures transformed into beings entirely enveloped in crystal. When these crystals came to a halt, they became transparent, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. At that moment, Lin Chi found himself within the confines of an abandoned asylum, a place still steeped in an atmosphere of madness. According to his leads, 7 of these crystalline monkeys lay hidden within the asylum's depths. These monkeys were perilous, known to feast on the brains of unsuspecting citizens, only relenting when their victims' life force dwindled to nothing. Although the police had been dispatched, Lin Chi held no illusions about their effectiveness. Corruption and collusion with nefarious forces had rendered these National Guardsmen mere idlers. While he internally lamented the incompetence of the officers, an unforgettable scene unfolded before his eyes. Several golden crystalline monkeys were voraciously gnawing at the head of a police officer. Lin Chi nearly retched. It was utterly insane. Just as he contemplated his nausea, a few crystalline monkeys gazed at him, chattering with unsettling glee. Finally, Lin Chi could no longer restrain himself. "Perish!" he exclaimed, unleashing a tremendous wave of scorching heat. Indeed, he intended to incinerate the entire asylum, convinced that these creatures could not possibly escape. Sparks ignited, consuming the asylum in flames. Lin Chi's mission unfolded flawlessly as he eradicated the nest of crystalline monkeys. However, he had not anticipated their profound capacity for vengeance. In retaliation, the remaining crystalline monkeys unleashed a frenzy of slaughter throughout Lake City. "Shadow Phantom, get out! Leave our Lake City!" the citizens cried, brandishing protest signs against Lin Chi's well-meaning actions. "It's all your fault. I despise you, Shadow Phantom. Because of you, I lost my dearest brother. I never want to see you again. Please leave our city." Lin Chi was not oblivious to the hostility directed at him by the townsfolk. Ultimately, beneath the cloak and mask, he was merely an ordinary individual. "Are you going to give up?" At that moment, Laura's voice resonated in his mind. Lin Chi sighed. "You heard them. They seem far from welcoming. You mustn't think that way. They only see the surface and are unaware of your contributions," she reassured him. "Indeed, they truly are a foolish populace," Lin Chi remarked with a hint of jest. This situation has truly saddened him. Yet, he finds himself powerless. Naturally, he chooses to forgive these citizens. Lin Chi gazed at the townsfolk, sensing an inexplicable something. "What is it? Have you discovered something?" "I perceive that these citizens seem to be under the influence of some unseen force." "How can this be? They are merely ordinary citizens. Anger is to be expected." "No, I once shared that belief, but now I have changed my mind, for I see not a trace of genuine emotion in their expressions, Lin Chi asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Laura was even more astonished. Shall I assist you in the investigation? Laura inquired. No need. I've already dispatched Ting into Lake He City discreetly. Lin Chi declined Laura's offer. Indeed, he had long arranged for Ting and to aid him. After all, this lad can assume any form of water, making it exceedingly easy for him to blend into Lake He City. The city has undergone a transformation, as if a formidable force is orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Thus, Lin Chi resolved to have Ting join him in the investigation. However, reality often diverges from expectations. Boss, we've arrived. Did you miss me? Came Ting's voice from behind. Lin Chi was taken aback. This lad was remarkably swift this time. As he turned, Lin Chi was astonished. For not only was Ting present, but there was also an unexpected figure in the distance. Yes, this woman had just been conversing with him. Yet, she had appeared before him in an instant. And that woman was none other than Laura herself. Are you not embarrassed to gaze at her so intently? Laura teased, her usual boisterous demeanor tempered by a hint of shyness at this moment. Ting, standing nearby, struggled to suppress his revulsion, making a face as if he might retch. Did I say something wrong? Laura asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone as she retrieved an automatic rifle from her back, blowing gently on the barrel. An intriguing sight indeed. She then looked at Ting with an endearing gaze. Startled, Ting quickly ducked behind Lin Chi. This woman doesn't seem benevolent. I can't provoke her. I can't. Calming the emotions of the two, Lin Chi gradually regained his composure. He then instructed Ting to investigate the bizarre outbreak afflicting the city. Meanwhile, Laura seemed unable to contribute much, so she opted to remain by his side. However, the air quality in this city is terribly poor. If they were to enter without precautions, infection would be inevitable. Lin Chi appeared to have a sudden realization. Laura, however, remained unconcerned. What is there to fear? Rest assured, I shall not be a hindrance to you. Furthermore, my father has provided me with a type of antibiotic, claiming it can combat the bacteria within this city. He also advised me to bring some along. With that, Laura produced a capsule from her belongings and handed it to Lin Chi. Lin Chi felt a wave of gratitude. It appeared the doctor had indeed recognized the anomalies plaguing Lake He City. It was likely that Laura's presence here was largely influenced by Dr. Lewis's intentions. With this thought, Lin Chi decided not to dwell on it further. Although the crystalline monkeys posed no direct threat to Lin Chi, they had been a source of considerable distress for the city. Particularly with the recent emergence of these creatures, the entire populace was engulfed in a state of anxiety. Residents had been advised to remain indoors, yet reports of gruesome attacks continued to surface. Initially, the police dismissed the idea that any creature would feast upon human brains. But the evidence captured by street cameras eventually compelled them to reconsider. In the subsequent days, Lin Chi dedicated immense effort to eradicate the mutated crystalline monkeys from Lake He City. It was only after this that the incidents of attacks began to wane. Chapter 109. Investigation. Despite the cessation of the monkey attacks, the turmoil within Lake He City showed no signs of abating. The entire city was gripped by an ominous atmosphere. According to Laura's data, the air quality in Lake He City was alarmingly deficient, failing to meet even the basic standards for human respiration. Why had the annual air quality report for Lake He City concealed this fact? What ulterior motive lay behind such a cover-up? In this era of advanced connectivity, it was astonishing that no external reports regarding Lake He City had surfaced. Furthermore, during his inquiries, Lin Chi discovered that the emotional state of the city's residents was exceedingly unstable. Had they been subdued to the point that their very souls no longer belonged to them? Were they perhaps infected by a zombie virus? The mere mention of zombies reminded Lin Chi of past events, the so-called Qingma virus, a fabrication that should not exist. It was possible that someone had already engineered this virus. Lin Chi found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Their efforts had failed. The Qingma virus had indeed fallen into the hands of malevolent individuals who had commandeered the entire Lake He City. This might well be the most plausible explanation for the current state of affairs. Damn it, Lin Chi cursed vehemently. He could hardly endure the stifling atmosphere of Lake He City any longer. That night, Lin Chi and his companions temporarily sought refuge in an abandoned landfill. It can be said that they knocked on numerous doors of residents, exhibiting remarkable politeness, yet ultimately faced relentless rejections. In truth, Lin Chi also reflected on their own shortcomings. But soon they discerned that the issue lay not with them, but rather with the city itself. Fortunately, in the end, they were taken in at an abandoned garbage dump by a little girl whose eyes emanated the same innocence, determination, and kindness as other children. When Laura inquired about her family, the girl burst into tears. Sensing the girl's sorrow, Laura refrained from pressing further. The girl's family had all passed away, leaving her with only her father since her birth. The two of them managed the recycling yard together, but about 2 weeks prior, her father seemed to have contracted some strange illness. Initially, he intended to procure some medicine on his own to endure, but he was reported by the vendor. Her father was taken away. Do you remember what kind of people took him? Lin Chi asked. This information was crucial for them, the key to continuing their investigation. They were all dressed in white. I could not see their faces, the girl replied, appearing to be around 7 years old. Yet Lin Chi could discern a hint of resolve in her expression. The three exchanged glances, as if they had already surmised something. White protective suits. It appears they are indeed conducting some sort of experiment, Lin Chi murmured. Previously, they had felt utterly lost due to the vastness of the city. There were thousands of hospitals, not to mention clandestine medical institutions. Even Lin Chi could not possibly search through all the hospitals in a short time. However, now it was different, for the little girl had pointed them in a specific direction. Rest assured, we will help you find your father, Laura assured the girl, Fendi, with unwavering confidence. Laura was deeply moved by Fendi. To be such a small child facing the loss of paternal love and enduring life in such a place was truly heart-wrenching. Really? Big sister, Fendi said, genuinely touched. Laura nodded. These two big brothers are superheroes. They will definitely assist you, won't they? After Laura spoke, she turned to Lin Chi and Tingyan, who appeared utterly bewildered. They had said nothing, wondering how this little girl had made such confident assumptions. Even if they were able to locate Fendi's father, who could guarantee that he was still alive? Based on the description of the identifiers provided by Fendi, Laura quickly identified the individuals who had taken her father. They were staff members from a hospital, and she could even ascertain the address. However, when Laura attempted to research more information about this hospital, her internet access was hacked. Damn it! Laura, clutching a miniature projection computer, was filled with fury. Have a drink. Don't overexert yourself, Lin Chi said, approaching her with a bottle of mineral water. Touched by Lin Chi's gesture, Laura felt tears welling up in her eyes. Let us discuss the rest tomorrow. After all, we've already uncovered the hospital's detailed address. Once we arrive, the truth will undoubtedly surface, Lin Chi reassured her. Laura nodded in agreement. Tingyan, observing this scene, felt as though he was being fed dog food. It was quite absurd to witness such a display amidst the refuse at night. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a gentle female voice emerged from the other end. Tingyan, do you remember me? You haven't called in ages. Caught off guard while drinking water. He sputtered it out in surprise. That beguiling voice was almost too much for him to bear. The caller was none other than Mira. Tingyan had little interest in her, as his heart was irrevocably drawn to Miss Laura. However, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, recognizing Mira's significance. Are you out of your mind? Calling me at this late hour, he retorted before hanging up. Yet, throughout the night, Mira seemed undeterred, repeatedly attempting to reach him. By morning, Tingyan bore the marks of sleeplessness, earning a chuckle from Laura and Lin Chi what a predicament he found himself in. Early the next day, adhering to their plans, they set out for the hospital. Regrettably, they arrived too late. It appeared the staff had anticipated their investigation and had vacated the premises ahead of time, leaving behind only an array of useless items. Damn it, they managed to escape. Lin Chi exclaimed, shocked that their mission had been compromised. The abrupt loss of leads was difficult for both Lin Chi and Laura to accept. However, for Tingyan, it was of little consequence. He was merely along for the ride. The plight of the citizens was a matter of great concern to others, but he felt content to follow Lin Chi. This hospital was situated in a remote corner of the city, masquerading as a mental health facility while, in truth, conducting numerous experiments, an evident case of false pretenses. What on earth are these? Tingyan gasped, startled by the array of torturous instruments stained with blood. Could this be the lair of a serial killer? He pondered, growing increasingly vigilant of his surroundings. Soon, he noticed a camera flashing ominously from the ceiling. Lin Chi, we must flee. There are bombs. Tingyan shouted in panic, grabbing Lin Chi and crashing through a window in a desperate escape. Chapter 110. Pursuit. Nothing of significance transpired. There were no explosions, and curiously, the streets were devoid of any witnesses. Ting felt a profound sense of embarrassment. But he was acutely aware that a bomb was indeed present. Just as Laura stood by the window, emitting a scornful laugh at her somewhat neurotic younger brother, a sudden explosion erupted from behind her. Laura was caught completely off guard. The turn of events was far too abrupt. Lin Chi, startled, swiftly intervened, rescuing Laura just in the nick of time. Yet, this was merely the prologue. The first explosion was but an appetizer. The entire street soon succumbed to a chain reaction, with violent detonations resonating relentlessly. Ting believed he had deciphered the enemy's ploy, but he was still too youthful and inexperienced. Lin Chi and Laura had long since vacated the danger zone, leaving Ting alone amidst the chaos. Minutes later, he emerged from the wreckage, his mouth agape as he expelled a cloud of smoke, his hair transformed by the blast into an unintentional new style. No one dared to mock Ting any longer, for his instincts had proven correct. This lesson had come at the peril of his own life. The true fool was himself. Their negligence had led to complete exposure. Lin Chi seemed to sense something amiss. Everything was orchestrated, and the situation was far from simple. The entire street lay in ruins. The deafening roar was astonishing, yet it failed to attract the attention of the residents. Even those in the distance remained oblivious to the calamity. Overall, the scene was alarmingly surreal, as if the populace had become mere shells of their former selves. Yet, all were acutely aware of the harsh reality. Information pertaining to the hospital had been severed. Lin Chi and his companions found themselves in a quandary. However, circumstances are always relative. If Lin Chi could not uncover the puppeteers behind the scenes, he could instead delve into the lives of the citizens. Fortunately, the Dragon No. 2 was equipped with various medical apparatus, allowing Lin Chi to analyze the bodies of the deceased. The arrival of the Dragon No. 2 did not elicit any curiosity from the public. After all, in the course of one night, the population of the city felt significantly diminished. Lin Chi could not ascertain their whereabouts. They might be hiding at home, or perhaps captured as test subjects. The external reports regarding Lake He City were ironically absurd, claiming that all operations within the city were proceeding smoothly, save for the emergence of some monstrous beasts, urging citizens to refrain from leaving the city unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, the outside world remained blissfully ignorant of the true state of affairs in Lake He City. Even more terrifying is that Lake He City is a place of profound self-awareness, where no other city dares to interfere in its affairs. The infected resemble lifeless corpses, reeking of a foul odor. Indeed, they exhibit no signs of life, they are deceased. Yet, it is evident that these individuals can clumsily maneuver their limbs, displaying remarkable strength capable of splintering wood. A look of disappointment and anger marred Laura's face. They are dead, yet seem to be under the thrall of some unseen force, easily provoked to attack any living being upon stimulation. Lin Chi glanced at the feedback from the detection report, a sigh escaping his lips. We seem to be surrounded. At that moment, distant cries from Ting indicated he had noticed something alarming. His face was pale with fear. Lin Chi and Laura turned to observe the scene outside, only to be met with a shocking sight, a horrifying throng of zombies. They clawed and crawled, wreaking havoc on everything alive within their reach. Stray cats and dogs were gruesomely devoured, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Chi and the others knew these creatures were clearly intent on them. Damn it, we've been discovered. A flicker of unease crossed Lin Chi's features. The zombies had completely barricaded the street, poised to assault Dragon 2. Fortunately, Ting activated the defense system just in time, and under the barrage of fire, most of the zombies were obliterated by Dragon 2. However, Lin Chi was acutely aware that this was not a sustainable solution. They needed to swiftly unearth the instigators behind this chaos, lest more zombies emerge. These creatures were exceedingly dangerous, although their combat prowess was lacking. They possessed a highly infectious nature. A mere bite could transform the victim into one of them. After vanquishing the last group of zombies, Lin Chi suddenly noticed a symbol emblazoned on one of their foreheads. This symbol was all too familiar to him. It was the emblem of the Black Cross. Indeed, this organization was intricately linked to the anomalies in Lake He City. At that moment, a shadow flitted in the distance, seemingly watching them intently. Lin Chi was determined not to overlook this crucial lead. He instructed Ting and Laura to remain in place while he stealthily pursued the shadow. Approximately 2 hours later, he found himself in a field of wheat, an unremarkable expanse overrun with disorder and devoid of any growing crops. At the center of the field flowed a river. Nearby stood an aged wooden cabin. Alongside the riverbank, a middle-aged man was meticulously cleaning a machete and a hunting rifle. Soon, a group of children emerged from the wooden cabin in the wheat field. They appeared utterly unafraid of the weapon wielded by the middle-aged man, who, in turn, was filled with joy as he hurriedly produced some candies from his pocket to share with the children. "Come out. I've already spotted you," he declared, rising to his feet and speaking in a rather frail tone. Lin Chi, who was hiding in the distance, certainly understood that the man was addressing him. "Remarkable. You managed to navigate through those high-voltage fences." The middle-aged man expressed his astonishment, observing that Lin Chi bore no visible signs of injury. "Humph. Growing old. Yet able to slay so many infected beings. How could I possibly overlook those electric barriers?" he mused, seemingly mocking himself. "I wish to know what transpired in the city of Lake He," Lin Chi inquired, aware that the man was not a malevolent figure. Had he been, he would not coexist so harmoniously with those children. "You're from out of town, aren't you?" the middle-aged man suddenly asked, directing his gaze at Lin Chi. "Indeed." Lin Chi nodded, revealing that their primary purpose was to investigate the infected beings in Lake He. "Get out. Leave our Lake He at once." The man's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Lin Chi's intentions, as if a surge of hostility had arisen within him. Lin Chi was taken aback. He sensed the man's disdain for the infected beings, but questioned why such animosity was directed at him. Chapter 111. The trigger. Lin Chi did not heed the man's unfriendly words and chose to remain. He was convinced that the man held valuable information. Finding the source of the infected beings was crucial, making this hunter significant to him. "I can assist you in seeking revenge. Do you not despise those individuals?" Lin Chi countered. "Help us? Those individuals once said the same, yet my daughter and loved ones perished because of them." The middle-aged man, named Li Tan, had departed from his daughter's home in the city following a quarrel. However, he could never forget the nightmarish scene that unfolded that day. Over the phone, he learned that his daughter had been forcibly taken by those people under the pretense of treating her illness, although she had merely been suffering from a cold. Since then, he had lost all contact with her and was convinced that she had met a tragic end. In an effort to gain Li Tan's trust, Lin Chi felt compelled to demonstrate his abilities. However, as soon as he unsheathed his lightsaber, Li Tan appeared to recognize him. "You are that electric boy?" he exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chi could only offer a resigned smile. At this moment, Li Tan appeared considerably more amiable, shedding the earlier persona that was devoid of human warmth. "Now, would you kindly recount what transpired subsequently?" inquired Lin Chi. "Certainly. I have faith in you. It is only the Shadow Knight who can salvage this city," replied Li Tan. He paused, gazing at the distant sunset. "Through my investigations, I have uncovered that these individuals are not a medical institution, but rather a company known as the Black Cross," he continued. "How can you be so certain?" Lin Chi queried, maintaining his composure. "I once infiltrated their ranks, but ultimately, I was discovered," Li Tan elaborated. "Initially, I believed they aimed to purify the pollutants plaguing this city, that they had come to Lake He City to rescue it. However, I later realized that these pollutants were, in fact, deliberately disseminated by them, transforming the entire city into their laboratory. Do you know the purpose of their experiments?" Lin Chi pressed. "I do not. But they have succeeded in instilling widespread panic throughout Lake He City, and soon, many more lives will be lost," Li Tan responded. According to him, not everyone in Lake He City had been infected. Only a small minority had transformed into the infected. Many others remained trapped in various locales throughout the city, refraining from communication, having lost faith in everyone. Furthermore, Lake He City had severed its ties with the outside world, becoming an isolated vessel, effectively under the control of this company. "The Black Cross," Lin Chi murmured to himself. Previously, he had enlisted Laura's assistance in researching the emblem of the Black Cross, but to no avail. Their concealment was executed with remarkable finesse. To add to this, they had already uncovered Lin Chi's identity as the Shadow Knight. "I am still puzzled as to why you appeared in Lake He City," Lin Chi inquired curiously, sharing a deep concern. "I have been a hunter since childhood, having studied some medical texts. My reason for venturing to Lake He City was primarily to seek fortune. I so dearly wish my daughter were still alive," Li Tan explained. Afterward, he retrieved a photograph from his pocket. The image depicted a spirited young girl, albeit somewhat faded. Lin Chi's understanding deepened. If he were not mistaken, those children must have been among those he had rescued in Lake He City. At that moment, a cacophony of hound sounds erupted from the distance. "Damn it, there's something amiss," Li Xitan exclaimed, raising his hunting rifle. Just then, a hound lunged furiously towards him. Curry, Li Xitan gasped in disbelief. His hunting dog had succumbed to infection, its body now stripped of fur, revealing only raw flesh. The children watching from afar erupted in screams at the horrifying sight. Good grief. Lin Chi suddenly felt his stomach churning. This was far too exhilarating. Fortunately, and was not present, or else that lad would have found a hole to burrow into. Lin Chi understood that this creature had already succumbed to infection, no longer resembling the Curry of Li Xitan. Reluctantly, he drew his lightsaber and dispatched it. However, to his astonishment, even when severed in two, the infected hound exhibited boundless combat prowess. With no other option, he resorted to incinerating it with starlight, finally ensuring its complete eradication. Li Xitan bore no resentment towards Lin Chi's actions, for he recognized the inevitability of the situation. Yet, a more terrifying spectacle was about to unfold. The wheat in all directions began to tremble ominously. Alarmed, Lin Chi sensed impending doom. Just as he prepared to act, several children fell prey to the oncoming infected, their lives extinguished by savage bites. Li Xitan engaged in combat with these creatures, sustaining a bite on his arm in the process. Indeed, these children did not transform into the infected, they perished outright. This indicated that becoming infected required certain prerequisites, necessitating the inhalation of a sufficient viral load before transmission. Clearly, they had already departed from the city harboring those pathogens. Cursed be the fate. Lin Chi unleashed a wave of heat from within, flames radiating outward to envelop his surroundings. The infected seemed to hesitate before the starlight. Though they exhibited a reckless disregard for life, they could not breach that fiery perimeter. Yet, Lin Chi had grown complacent. Just as he intended to annihilate the remaining infected, he was blindsided by their unexpected adaptability as they leaped over the flames with alarming agility. Even Lin Chi was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his wits, it was too late. Several infected had already pounced upon Li Xitan, tearing at his flesh with relentless ferocity. Li Xitan did not struggle. He merely gazed at Lin Chi with a glimmer of hope, as if he saw salvation in him, or perhaps, in that moment, entrusted his fate to Lin Chi for the first time. Lin Chi felt an overwhelming anguish. Yes, he had known Li Xitan for but a brief span, yet the pain was profound. A tempest of inexplicable fury ignited within him. He regarded the infected. Indeed, they too were innocent. However, in this moment of crisis, he had to respond. With a thunderous resolve, he eradicated the mindless, undead creatures. Yet, what did it matter? Li Xitan and those children would never rise again. Their lives had been irrevocably extinguished. The cursed Black Cross Corporation, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Lin Chi gazed upon the distant silhouette of Lake City, his fists clenched tightly, resolute in his determination. Chapter 112. The solution. Upon hearing about the research institute from Li Xitan, Lin Chi wasted no time. He needed to investigate at once. Situated in the northern part of the city, it is the largest research institute in all of Lake City. In truth, the Black Cross Corporation had long claimed this institute as their own. Upon his initial visit, Lin Chi could sense the ominous atmosphere enveloping the entire establishment. It was also exceedingly cold. Indeed, fortune seemed to have eluded Lin Chi once again. The institute was utterly desolate, devoid of any creatures, only an abundance of lifeless bodies. Were they conducting experiments on the living here? As Lin Chi surveyed the mountain of corpses in the distance, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These individuals were exceedingly elusive, aligning perfectly with Li Xitan's description. Lin Chi scoured the remnants of the institute, but found nothing of value. However, amidst the bodies, he discovered the corpse of Li Xitan's daughter. Alas, she was tragically unfortunate. The institute was filled with trivial debris, discarded materials, and instruments once utilized for research. It was apparent that they had anticipated Lin Chi's arrival. The members of the Black Cross had executed their actions with meticulous precision, leaving no trace of their misdeeds. Just as Lin Chi was about to depart from the Forsaken Institute, he spotted a familiar insignia not far off. Yes, it was the emblem of the Black Cross. Like a trophy of triumph left behind by victors, Lin Chi chose to leave swiftly. He had no desire to linger. Only the raging flames behind him bore witness to his presence there. With the emergence of the infected, Lake City had descended into profound fear and chaos, and the few survivors were gradually being consumed. After departing from the wheat fields, Lin Chi returned to Lake City. The number of infected individuals had escalated significantly. contaminating the city, its waters, and the very air. However, he soon received further news. The events transpiring in Lake He City had ultimately reached the outside world. More media outlets converged upon the city, and various rescue teams ventured into Lake He City in search of survivors. Yet, one thing was certain. The returning rescuers would be fewer than the survivors they managed to save. The entire official populace of Lake He City had succumbed to infection, and the authoritative explanation from the esteemed Geta City Research Institute was that Lake He City was facing a catastrophic disaster. The infection was believed to have originated from wildlife, and this bacterium was beyond human control. It has spread throughout the city of Lake He, and the only course of action now is to rescue more survivors within its confines. Confronted with those formidable infected entities, humanity's current arsenal proves utterly inadequate. Even the most advanced weaponry would struggle to eradicate the countless infected beings. Inside the presidential office, the president seethed, cursing the infection. If I were the mayor of Lake He, such a situation would never have arisen. He abruptly turned off the screen, his anger palpable. The sight of those horrific entities, with bloodied hands capable of piercing steel, was too much to bear. Nevertheless, the president was adept at managing such crises. He promptly connected with General Kukul, and after careful deliberation, he resolved to deploy a nuclear bomb over Lake He in a week's time, ensuring the annihilation of all infected entities. Given the current circumstances, there was no longer any necessity to save lives. During the press conference, our esteemed president presented himself with an air of nonchalance, his flamboyant demeanor scarcely resembling that of an elder statesman. Rather, he appeared invigorated. As you all can see, these individuals will inevitably transform into infected beings, even if rescued. Survival is not guaranteed. Thus, I have resolved to grant these entities a swift end. Any aggressor upon our territory shall face severe repercussions. I shall undoubtedly be remembered as the greatest president in history. No other leader has navigated two crises of this magnitude as I have. I am truly the finest president. Following the president's address, the assembled media reporters displayed overt disdain. Yet, this announcement undeniably occupied the forefront of public concern. A week remained for those in leadership to embark on the final mission of rescuing survivors from Lake He, for after that, a nuclear strike would lay waste to the city, reducing it to desolation. This news was incomprehensible to Lin Chi. The entire city stood on the brink of destruction, while its inhabitants remained oblivious to the impending doom. The survivors, having lost their loved ones, had ceased to trust anyone, left only with profound fear. Despite Lin Chi's formidable abilities, he recognized that there were many circumstances beyond his control. He lacked the means to eliminate such a vast number of infected entities, as they were widely dispersed and possessed remarkable resilience. Could he prevent the nuclear strike? He could not, for he was uncertain of the catastrophic consequences that would ensue should these entities spread beyond Lake He. More lives would be consumed by these infections, and countless more would perish. Indeed, it can be argued that the most straightforward solution to eradicate these infected entities is the deployment of nuclear weapons, which serves as the primary means to prevent their proliferation. However, when it comes to whether such an action is justified, Lin Chi finds himself at a loss for an answer. Previously, he had sought counsel from the doctor regarding information on the infected. Yet even the doctor was rendered powerless in this dire situation. The infected cannot be restored through treatment, as they have lost their vitality and consciousness, becoming akin to soulless husks. Since then, the Black Cross Company has seemingly vanished, and Lin Chi has uncovered no further traces of them in Lake He City. The lingering marks appear to mock him. Beyond Lake He City lies a mountain range that encircles a portion of the city. At this moment, Lin Chi stands atop a peak, gazing into the distance at Lake He City, with the imposing figure of Dragon 2 looming behind them. As the sun descends, its golden rays illuminate Lin Chi's form. I suppose this is not your fault. After all, you are not omnipotent, Laura observes, perceiving the turmoil within Lin Chi. With a heavy sigh, Lin Chi confesses, the evolution of events has far surpassed my expectations. Perhaps I should have anticipated that this crisis was far from simple. If only I could locate the Black Cross Company, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Without your intervention, more people in White Bear City would have been taken away. Without you, my father would not have been saved. Do you understand? You are a hero, at least in my eyes. Laura follows Lin Chi's gaze. Yet this time, I truly feel powerless, Lin Chi admits with resignation. Who says so? You have done all that you could. At the very least, you have made an effort. We must collaborate with the leaders to save more survivors. Chapter 113. After the calm, Lin Chi remains non-committal to Laura's remarks. As Laura has pointed out, the only course of action now is to cooperate with the leaders to rescue the survivors trapped within Lakey City, thereby sparing more lives rather than succumbing to despair and losing direction. Furthermore, regarding official matters, to expedite the rescue of those concealed in Lakey City, the Federation has dispatched an additional 5,000 leaders to the area. They are well-equipped and stationed at a camp outside the city. While these individuals prepare for the search and rescue operations, Lin Chi arrives at the leaders' camp. I believe you may require assistance, he suggests. Someone recognizes him as the Shadow Hero. You are the Shadow Hero? Are you here to aid us? How wonderful. It is an honor. Lin Chi presents his proposal to the leaders. Given the vast expanse of Lakey City, he recommends dividing the entire area into 50 sectors for the efficient search of survivors. Each region can allocate up to 100 leaders, who are poised to provide swift assistance should any situation arise. These leaders will first explore the outskirts of Lakey City, gradually advancing towards the city's center, thereby minimizing the risk of neglecting forgotten areas. Analysis has revealed that these infected entities are exceedingly sensitive to sound. Hence, when encountering them, it is advised to avoid confrontation whenever possible. This recommendation was promptly embraced, and the leaders mobilized with urgency. Today, Lakey City bears a transformed visage, plagued by a multitude of infected beings. Furthermore, the leaders are persistently conducting searches throughout the city, rescuing more survivors. Lin Chi will expedite their transport to safety, followed by comprehensive examinations and treatment. Day by day, the hours dwindle. Soon, a week will have passed. In total, Lin Chi and his team have located nearly 200,000 individuals in Lakey City and escorted them to secure zones. However, the seventh day proves to be exceptionally unusual for Lin Chi, perhaps for everyone. The president insists on deploying a nuclear bomb over Lakey City. They have a mere 5 hours left to evacuate. Lin Chi does not retreat. He continues to search for any signs of life within Lakey City. Yet, no further survivors are found. He feels compelled to persist, fully aware that in 5 hours, this place will cease to exist, and life will undergo a prolonged cycle. As the 5-hour mark arrives in the afternoon, Lin Chi hears a thunderous sound. He looks up to see a nuclear bomb descending. Although its yield may not be substantial, it possesses the capacity to obliterate the entirety of Lakey City. Lin Chi understands the magnitude of its power. He could neutralize this dreaded weapon and even launch it into outer space. Yet, he refrains from intervening, lacking any justification to do so. The city still harbors numerous infected entities that must be eradicated. Should they spread beyond these confines, the consequences would be dire. Is this justice? Lin Chi gazes at the approaching nuclear bomb with a bitter smile. The explosion engenders a suffocating roar, soon followed by the rise of a colossal mushroom cloud. Dubbed the most formidable weapon of humanity, the immense shockwave devastates countless structures. Among those destroyed are the resilient infected entities. Even Lin Chi finds himself deeply shaken by the unfolding scene. Perhaps this is the end. Lin Chi gazed at the impending shockwave, his body positioned 40 kilometers away from the nuclear explosion. This was the outskirts of Lakey City. Yet the sheer force of the nuclear blast was palpable even at this distance. In the days to come, specialized chemical defense units would enter the area to conduct investigations within the city. However, the infected entities had perished instantly, unable to withstand the violent repercussions of the explosion. The president delivered a speech on television. Recently, my team and I made a monumental decision. Yes, you heard correctly. We have eradicated all infected entities in Lakey City. As you have suggested, the existence of the Shadow Hero is of little consequence in this world. What truly matters is that you have an exceptionally capable president. The president narcissistically adjusted the tufts of white hair atop his head, eliciting disdain from the gathered media reporters. Though this chapter seemed to have closed, Lin Chi felt no elation. He was acutely aware that the malevolent Black Cross Corporation still lurked in the shadows. Until this organization was dismantled, the world would remain ensnared in peril. Despite the daily barrage of responsibilities, Lin Chi persistently tasked the journalists under his command with gathering information on this matter. To him, these individuals were utterly terrifying, having transformed Lakey City into a testing ground, resulting in the deaths of countless citizens, an unforgivable act. Months passed, and yet Lin Chi found himself devoid of any leads, a source of immense frustration for him, leaving him at a loss for solutions. Time rushed by. and Lin Chi returned to his routine life. He had his own existence to lead, but on this particular day, upon awakening, he received an email that left him utterly astounded. Mr. Lin Chi, congratulations on your ability to obliterate our research facility in Lakey City. However, I must inform you that this is merely the tip of the iceberg for our corporation. Would you be interested in a challenge? Risk the lives of the entire population of White Bear City in a contest with us? The email contained but a few short sentences, yet it sent a chill down Lin Chi's spine. Upon examining the email's sender, he was confronted with an image of a face obscured by the black cross, exuding an aura of sinister mystery. These individuals were indeed elusive and inscrutable. Without hesitation, Lin Chi urged Laura to investigate the email's domain and network information. Unfortunately, there were no leads to follow. Damn it, Lin Chi thought, feeling despondent. Yes, he possessed incredible strength, capable of relocating entire buildings and even traversing the sun. But what did that matter? In the face of such slippery adversaries, Lin Chi felt like nothing more than a mere elementary school student. My dear friend, I can assure you that these individuals have no connection whatsoever with Count Dracula. It is indeed perplexing, as the esteemed leader has succumbed to baseless suspicions, perceiving everyone as mere impersonators of the enigmatic Black Cross Society, even going so far as to suspect an association between this elusive organization and Count Dracula. However, I can confidently affirm that this matter has nothing to do with the Count. Chapter 114. Mission and Responsibility. Lin Chi appeared to have recognized his own peculiar state. He needed to recalibrate his mindset. It seemed as though he was being led by the nose by the Black Cross Society. Was this not precisely what they wished to witness? Regarding that email, Lin Chi conducted a brief analysis. Their next target was the city of White Bear, involving a considerable number of its citizens. Lin Chi was acutely aware that this was far from over. Indeed, just a few days later, he received another email from the Black Cross Society. The message was transmitted via the internet and was strikingly straightforward. Have you made up your mind? If you wish to participate in the challenge, please meet me at the Clock Tower in White Bear City tomorrow. After all, you are eager to see me, aren't you? You may bring many companions, even summon all the police. A mere few sentences, yet they ended abruptly. However, this time it left Lin Chi momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the organization he had been desperately seeking would so swiftly present itself before him, igniting within him a rush of excitement. Yet, this email was also seen by Laura, who had been by Lin Chi's side due to his circumstances. Laura's closeness to Lin Chi had rendered Shui Er visibly displeased. Have you truly made up your mind? Laura inquired. Gazing at Lin Chi, he nodded. He had to go. Although Lin Chi was well aware of the cunning nature of his adversaries, he also understood the dire consequences that the continued existence of the Black Cross Society would impose upon the world. My dear friend, you must not come to harm. Hearing that Lin Chi intended to confront the boss of the Black Cross Society, Tian and was struck with tears, convinced that this venture might lead to Lin Chi's irrevocable departure. Be quiet. Lin Chi interrupted Tianan. He had no choice but to confront the Black Cross Society. If he could vanquish them, it would be nothing short of a triumph. Resolute in his decision, Lin Chi ceased to dwell on his thoughts. By the dawn of the following day, he had already departed from his residence. In the city center of White Bear, a towering clock tower stood, its hands ticking rhythmically. Upon his arrival, Lin Chi immediately noticed a shadowy figure unfamiliar to him, unable to see the other person's face, as he was entirely turned away from Lin Chi. It seemed he was gazing at the entire city. Why have you done this? The two stood atop the clock tower, Lin Chi observing the figure with a tone of calmness, yet he was acutely aware that his heart was anything but tranquil. The masked individual turned his body, revealing his visage to Lin Chi for the first time. Slowly, he removed the black cross mask from his face, unveiling a countenance marred by deep indentations, a visage that appeared to be in a state of decay. Do you believe it? Do you truly think all of this stems from my penchant for witnessing the demise of others before my very eyes? He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chi and smirked disdainfully, raising his hand to glance at his wristwatch before casting it far into the distance. If I am not mistaken, you are Dr. Smith? Lin Chi surmised, observing the figure. You are astute. Did that old fool inform you about me? Dr. Smith replied. And if he did, what of it? Are you aware of the extent of your actions? My counsel is for you to surrender post-haste. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to leave this place, Lin Chi stated coldly. Yet, Dr. Smith merely laughed. Do you know why my face has come to resemble this? It is all because of that scoundrel. You have yet to complete your challenge, yet you audaciously demand I surrender? Such hubris, he mocked, his tone laced with scorn. Lin Chi was momentarily taken aback, but soon he heard the sound of sirens blaring below. Your time is running short. Should you succeed in your challenge, you could save numerous lives, along with garnering the admiration of the people. If you fail, it matters not, for at least you will have tried, will you not? Dr. Smith chuckled, his face contorting grotesquely. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi quickly turned his gaze towards Smith, only to find he had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Lin Chi cursed vehemently. He had discerned the unusual situation below. Several police officers were tied together, their faces etched with terror, their bodies embedded with a device. This apparatus was connected to their flesh, yet they could no longer feel pain. These devices were discovered when they regained consciousness after being incapacitated earlier that morning. Inside the apparatus lay biochemically engineered explosives. 0:59:058 time ticked away inexorably. The remaining officers were paralyzed with fear. However, their duty compelled them to clear the crowd swiftly. Is this the Qingmo virus? I never anticipated he would successfully develop this virus. Yet, to decipher the time mechanism would require at least 5 minutes. The voice of Dr. Lewis echoed in his mind. Indeed, time was running short for Lin Chi should the Qingmo virus be unleashed. The entire city of White Bear would inevitably descend into panic and grave disaster. The populace had only just begun to recover from the calamity in Lakey City. Another nuclear explosion would likely plunge the entire world into turmoil at the hands of the Black Cross Corporation. Lin Chi was acutely aware of the actions he needed to take. Evacuate everyone from this place, immediately. Is it the Shadow Hero? We are saved, exclaimed one of the officers, filled with astonishment. Yes, we shall not perish. Another officer echoed, equally exhilarated. If the Shadow Hero was indeed present, their salvation was assured. However, regrettably, Lin Chi was powerless to save their lives. You are police officers, correct? Lin Chi inquired. The officers nodded in affirmation. Then you must remember your duties and mission. Of course, we are committed to safeguarding the citizens of this city. We would lay down our lives for their safety without hesitation, replied the youngest officer earnestly. Lin Chi nodded. Should this virus be released, it will plunge the entire city into catastrophe. I can facilitate the salvation of the city's citizens, but I cannot save you. After uttering these words, he sensed the overwhelming despair of the 5 officers before him. After a few seconds, the captain turned to Lin Chi, and the other officers followed suit. Speaking with a tone of quiet dignity, our mission is to protect the entire city, ensuring that it is not violated by malevolent forces. Tears welled in the eyes of all the officers. They were taken by Lin Chi to the expanse of outer space. In the moments before consciousness faded, they beheld the breathtaking beauty of the azure planet below. 0:05:00:4 time was fleeting, and in those final moments, Lin Chi successfully transported the officers into outer space. Yet, he had no time for further actions. He could not save these officers. Chapter 115. Temporal airdrop. It has been said that power is akin to a blade. Some wield this power to achieve renowned feats, while others exploit it to inflict harm upon humanity. Lin Chi lay on the lawn, uncertain of his whereabouts. Yet, he had not felt such ease in a long time. He was free from the burdens of others' fates and the incessant threats of the Black Cross Corporation. In this moment, he was simply himself. He was not the Shadow Hero, but Lin Chi as long as he shed the cloak and removed the mask. The misdeeds of the Shadow Hero bore no consequence to him. However, though the dream was exquisite, the moment of awakening was inevitable. Lin Chi opened his eyes, knowing that it was time for him to depart. Upon returning to his villa at Chintai Beach, the earlier tranquility had long dissipated. An onslaught of journalists relentlessly assailed him with scathing critiques. The television screens were inundated with negative reports about him, and even his own newspaper, the Horn Daily, had begun to issue vehement condemnations. Damn it, Lin Chi cursed vehemently. I toil day in and day out to save the world, and you all come to criticize me? Lin Chi was left speechless. The Daily Mail proclaimed, the Shadow Knight, in a bid to prevent the police from disabling a time bomb, ruthlessly slaughtered 5 officers. Meanwhile, the Daily Express questioned, did the Shadow Knight, in full view of the public, murder an exemplary officer? Is he an embodiment of justice or a harbinger of evil? The internet was rife with disparaging reports about him, and the television continued to broadcast live tirades against the Shadow Knight. Lin Chi could no longer bear it. He reached into the screen and delivered a resounding slap to the oblivious host. leaving the individual bewildered, unable to recognize his assailant. Even when the ambulance whisked the host away, Lin Chi's ire was far from quelled, as other hosts stepped in to fill the void. Thus, he employed his newfound abilities to slap several of these hosts through the screen, relishing the moment. Iron Sandpalm, I have honed you for 30 years, and today, you finally serve your purpose, Lin Chi mused, as he gazed at his palm, feeling a significant release of his pent-up frustration. These media outlets were a farce, perpetually indulging in sensationalism and disseminating falsehoods. Just then, a boss-level email arrived in his inbox. Lin Chi initially assumed it was yet another insidious challenge from the accursed Black Cross Corporation, but upon opening it, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was from Annie at the company. Lin, the journalism sector is organizing a media summit, which I believe could greatly benefit the development of our Horn Daily. They have already sent us an invitation. Annie proceeded to relay the details of the summit to Lin Chi. The media summit was an annual celebration of journalism, attended by many esteemed news organizations. Previously, as merely a photographic journalist, Lin Chi had been aware of it but felt detached. However, his current role as the executive director of Horn Daily made this summit crucial for the newspaper's reputation. Thus, he was obliged to attend, which would also afford him the opportunity to network with numerous experts in the field. Yet, the primary allure of the summit for Lin Chi lay in the potential for strategic maneuvering. He agreed to participate, with the event scheduled for 2 weeks hence, allowing him ample time for preparation. For several consecutive days, Lin Chi had seemingly not encountered any further information regarding the Black Cross Company. He had long grown accustomed to this. He understood that those individuals were once again scheming something grand, intending to instill terror and chaos among the populace, precisely what Smith yearned for. Since their last encounter, Lin Chi had conveyed Smith's current status to Dr. Lewis and informed him that the latter had successfully developed the Qingma virus. Dr. Lewis was taken aback, while he had suspected that Smith might still be alive. He had not anticipated that Smith would indeed be entwined with the Black Cross Company. What baffled him even more was the realization that Smith had already succeeded in creating the Qingma virus, a step ahead of him. Dr. Lewis murmured, seemingly lost in thought. Lin, regardless of the circumstances, he is an exceedingly dangerous individual. I hope you will exercise caution in your dealings with him. I cannot fathom what he has endured to become the person he is today, but I am acutely aware that he is no longer the man he once was. The doctor's words trailed off. Yet Lin Chi was not oblivious to their implications. The doctor wished for him to disregard their past relationship. He nodded in understanding. Rest assured, doctor, I shall ensure that this scoundrel pays dearly. I would relish the thought of using his remains for fireworks. Lin Chi harbored an intense loathing for Smith. Had it not been for this rogue, nearly 1 million people in Lakey City would not have been innocently infected and perished. However, lamenting the past was futile. He had to forge ahead, honoring the memories of the departed. Ding. Completed challenge task 15 assigned by the Black Cross Company. Reward, Time-Space Airdrop 1. This airdrop allows you to return to the past. What? Lin Chi, immersed in a bath, felt a surge of exhilaration. Such fortune was unexpected. He had initially thought that sacrificing a few officers would be sufficient to deter Smith for a while, yet the system insistently presented him with a grand gift. It was as if it were conspiring to send him back to Lakey City before its destruction to rescue it. Ding. Airdrop location, the moon. Airdrop time, 2 days from now. Upon reviewing the airdrop details, Lin Chi was elated. He had to admit that this airdrop's landing point was relatively secure. At least he would not have to confront various dangers. With this thought in mind, Lin Chi began to await and prepare. 2 days was neither too long nor too short for him. He had to seize this airdrop to thwart Smith's sinister plot. Consequently, Lin Chi appeared particularly joyful. He resolved that upon his return, he would acquire those media companies that had incited his ire, for he was not lacking in wealth. Gone was his sense of guilt. He began to indulge himself extravagantly, relishing a brief period of opulence that left both Laura and Ting and somewhat astonished. Was Dada not exhibiting signs of insanity? Such behavior was decidedly peculiar. Moreover, unexpectedly, Dada took him to an amusement park. However, this excursion only deepened Ting and S trepidation towards Lin Chi. What was a roller coaster, after all? Particularly the kind that Dada had insisted they ride 10 times in a single morning. Was it merely a means for Dada to punish him for his foul mood? Ting felt as if he might weep in despair, nearly retching his insides out. Chapter 116. The astonishing vegetative state to Lin Chi. The moon was not a great distance. It was hardly a challenge. When the time came, he wasted no words and journeyed to the moon. He had not yet lost. To be precise, he had not entirely succumbed to defeat. Fate had granted him another opportunity, a chance to return to the past and save the citizens of Lake City. 2 days later, on the moon, Lin Chi collected an airdrop, receiving a reward from the system, a singular opportunity to traverse time. This was undoubtedly the most coveted reward for him. He opened the airdrop and selected to return to a month prior to the devastation of Lake City. However, the system made it abundantly clear that he had only 48 hours. After this brief window, he would be drawn back to the present. With a flash of light, Lin Chi vanished without a trace. This abrupt departure startled a stray cat squatting beside him, causing it to question its very existence. Lake City, a population of approximately 1 million. It was a typical weekend, with people going about their usual routines. The hospital, an unremarkable establishment in Lake City, was now the scene of extraordinary occurrences. The doctors and nurses within were behaving most unusually, their faces awash with astonishment. This was nothing short of a medical miracle. The attending physician was left speechless. Surely, this could warrant an application for the Guinness World Records. The nurses, too, were taken aback. How could they not be? Given the spectacle before them? Before their eyes, a patient who had been in a vegetative state for nearly 2 decades began to exhibit movement in his limbs. What else could this be if not a medical marvel? Was he crying? Quick, fetch a basin. The attending physician was momentarily dumbfounded. Yet soon, he realized that the vegetative patient was indeed shedding tears. A nurse hurried to retrieve a basin, and before long, the tears flowed abundantly, filling the container to the brim. How profoundly sorrowful is his plight. The attending physician was once again taken aback. In utter helplessness, the nurse could only fetch more basins. Little did they anticipate that within such a brief span, the tears of this comatose patient would fill dozens of basins. Astonishingly, the physician was left speechless. In the blink of an eye, torrents of tears surged forth, flooding the surroundings, and the entire hospital was awash in tears from within to without. Thus, an incongruous scene unfolded, nurses and doctors at the hospital toiling under umbrellas. Although such a spectacle might warrant an extended leave from the hospital director, their professional curiosity about the comatose patient prevailed. In no time, media reporters commenced an overwhelming barrage of coverage. On the verdant lawn of the hospital, a cluster of journalists convened. Indeed, they had gathered to investigate the medical anomaly at the hospital. A man who had been in a comatose state for nearly a decade had inexplicably shed tears, sending shockwaves through the entire institution. Initially, the hospital sought to keep this incident under wraps, yet it had already spread far and wide, prompting the media of Lake City to mobilize en masse. What could possibly explain such an occurrence in this comatose individual? A beautiful reporter from the Herald Daily, named Annie, inquired with keen curiosity. She knew she must perform admirably. Otherwise, her standing in the company would be jeopardized. I cannot provide an answer to that question. We are equally perplexed, the attending physician admitted, unable to elucidate the situation. After finally extricating himself from the reporter's relentless inquiries, the physician returned to the ICU, specifically to the room of the comatose patient. He began to peruse various documents, primarily concerning the patient's medical history. According to the records, the patient had entered a comatose state roughly a decade ago. However, due to the family's financial means, he was brought to the hospital for treatment. After a few years, the family had vanished without a trace. Adhering to the principle of healing, the hospital had not expelled him but instead provided attentive care. Yet, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Just as he was grappling with the shock of this case, an even more astonishing occurrence transpired. Indeed, he swiftly sensed movement beside him. Upon turning, he was astounded to find the comatose patient standing and walking toward the exit of the ICU. The attending physician was left dumbfounded, sitting on the floor for quite some time, unable to react. "Excuse me, is there any water here?" The comatose patient spoke. The physician, with decades of medical experience, had never encountered such a phenomenon. Yes, he exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly rushing out of the ICU to fetch bottled water for the patient. However, when he returned to the ICU ward with a team of doctors, nurses, and security personnel, he was left utterly stunned. He had been outsmarted by a comatose patient. This patient had managed to escape during the brief moment he went to fetch water. The news of this incident quickly spread throughout Lake City. A comatose individual who had lain in bed for nearly a decade had inexplicably vanished from the hospital. Indeed, This matter soon caused quite a stir across the entire city. Meanwhile, in a small box, the comatose individual remained alert, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Thank goodness they didn't follow me. He glanced into the distance. Who was that person? It was none other than Lin Chi, who had traversed through time from several decades into the future. He never anticipated that he would inhabit the body of a comatose patient. At that moment, his true self also existed in this world. And to prevent any complications arising from both identities, he had to adopt this method to arrive in Lake City. The city was orderly. Yet Lin Chi was acutely aware that his time was running short. Reflecting on how the entire hospital had been engulfed in his tears, he felt somewhat at a loss. As the true instigator of it all was not him, but Tingen. Indeed, he was not the only one who had crossed through time. Tingen had come as well. What should we do next? Tingen inquired, filled with curiosity. At that moment, he reshaped himself from water into human form. Lin Chi, upon hearing this, surveyed the vicinity. Uncertain, he decided it was prudent to observe the entire Lake City before proceeding. He shook his head. Although he had returned to this time, everything in Lake City appeared normal, yet Lin Chi felt utterly helpless. It could be said that he was in a state of isolation, unable to seek assistance from Dr. Lewis, nor could he reveal his identity, as that would only disrupt the course of time. Fortunately, he was aware of the research institute previously occupied by the Black Cross Corporation, so his immediate objective was to infiltrate it and turn the tide in his favor. I want to go with you too. Miss Laura instructed me to protect you. Tingen exclaimed, hastily following Lin Chi as he prepared to leave. Lin Chi remained silent. Although Tingen was somewhat clumsy, he possessed unique abilities. If Lin Chi's conjecture was correct, the research institute was currently under siege by the Black Cross Corporation. If he could blend into their ranks during this critical moment, he would have the opportunity to thwart their nefarious plans. Lin Chi arrived at the research institute that List had previously briefed him about. The entrance was tightly secured, concealing the happenings within. Lin Chi understood that this was not the time for reckless actions. He had to bide his time. He took up a position in a room across from the institute, observing every movement that transpired on the opposite side. Lin Chi discovered that individuals clad in protective suits emerged every few hours. Following them, he soon realized they were injecting a virus into the drinking water of the citizens. This revelation was undoubtedly a key. Fortunately, Tingen possessed the ability to manipulate water. He swiftly intervened and isolated all the contaminated water. You have done exceptionally well. Your task is to completely separate these viruses from the drinking water. I will find an opportunity to blend in with their ranks. Contact me if necessary. Lin Chi instructed Ting and before vanishing from the spot. For Lin Chi, time was of the essence. He had to act swiftly, or the Black Cross Corporation might repeat history. Trailing the Black Cross team, Lin Chi unceremoniously transported the last member of the group into outer space and promptly changed his attire. Having accomplished this, Lin Chi returned to Earth and integrated himself into the squad. As they advanced, they soon arrived at the research facility. The team possessed their own identity codes, and fortunately, Lin Chi was masquerading as an ordinary member, which meant only the captain's identity would be scrutinized. Everything appeared normal here, yet unbeknownst to them, citizens had already begun to be captured by Dr. Smith, who was using these individuals for live experiments. Lin Chi could only utilize the powers at his disposal to continuously explore and seek the underlying issues. Although Dr. Smith had long been aware of Lin Chi's existence, he remained oblivious to the terrifying extent of Lin Chi's abilities. Lin Chi had arrived in Lake City driven by his animosity towards the Black Cross. He had to complete his mission. It seems this time our objective will be achieved, Lin Chi thought, lurking in the shadows as he stealthily eavesdropped on Dr. Smith's conversation. Indeed, Lin Chi had not anticipated encountering Dr. Smith so soon. Soon, a mechanical voice resonated from a distance. Yes, Doctor, once these viruses are released, they will be capable of annihilating the entire Lake City. This brings your revenge plan one step closer. At this, Dr. Smith chuckled. How is the analysis of that boy's abilities progressing? Once we can replicate the Shadow Hero's genes, we will possess his power. Lin Chi glanced into the distance, fully aware that the entity conversing with Dr. Smith was merely a terminal. Yet, he had never expected this terminal to be so formidable, capable of replicating his genes. Give me a little more time, and I will swiftly fulfill your directive, the terminal assured Dr. Smith. However, at that moment, the screen on the terminal suddenly changed, revealing a surveillance feed. Lin Chi's heart raced. Fortunately, it was not his own image displayed. But as he discerned the face of the individual on the screen, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Indeed, Lin Chi was well acquainted with this individual, Lin Chi. It appeared that an intruder had breached their defenses. Should we take any action? The terminal's voice resonated. Merely a desperate soul yearning to save his daughter. Our subordinates can easily handle him. Smith dismissed the concern. It was not long before Li Si-tan was apprehended. Return my daughter, you fiends. Li Si-tan, oblivious to the unfolding situation, was solely focused on rescuing his beloved child. Take him away and execute him, Dr. Smith commanded, his anger palpable. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to administer a serum of his own creation. However, just as he positioned the syringe toward Li Si-tan's forehead, an unforeseen event transpired. Boom. Pardon my interruption of your nefarious deeds, Lin Chi announced, timely arriving to sever the syringe in two. A deluge of verdant liquid gushed forth, swiftly corroding the floor beneath. Without hesitation, Lin Chi recognized the necessity of an unexpected maneuver. After all, he was facing a cunning adversary, a creature consumed by hatred. The enemy had materialized. The terminal's voice reverberated. Yet, before the words faded, Lin Chi unleashed the Moonshadow lightsaber, cleaving the terminal asunder. While Lin Chi was unaware of the machine's formidable capabilities, he was acutely aware that his lightsaber was more than sufficient to deal with it. Caught off guard by Lin Chi's sudden intervention, Dr. Smith was momentarily paralyzed. He sought to rally his subordinates, but Lin Chi was swifter. Without uttering a word, he launched his lightsaber at Smith with blinding speed. A mid-air strike ensued. Aya! Smith screamed in agony. In truth, a mortal like Smith had no opportunity to emit such cries. He was utterly obliterated by Lin Chi's stellar fire, and the sounds of anguish were mere figments of Lin Chi's imagination. It was undeniable that the menace of Dr. Smith had been extinguished, and Lin Chi exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, he attributed his success solely to fortune, lamenting that his luck was extraordinarily favorable, as if fate had delivered his adversary to him on a silver platter. Nevertheless, vanquishing Dr. Smith was merely the beginning. Through his experiments, Smith had endowed his subordinates with extraordinary abilities. Soon, Lin Chi found his path obstructed by several individuals. They were children taken in by Dr. Smith, mourning their benefactor's demise, including the woman who had previously deceived Lin Chi into providing his blood. Fortunately, Lin Chi swiftly dispatched these societal miscreants with ease. Do not question his ferocity, for his intellect was sharply attuned. Lin Chi's recent endeavor undoubtedly dismantled the very stronghold and vital forces of the Black Cross Company. Regarding those who served Dr. Smith, Lin Chi refrained from a widespread massacre, opting instead to deliver them to the police, as he possessed neither the authority to judge those heinous individuals nor the power to adjudicate the coerced minions. Subsequently, Lin Chi deftly obliterated Smith's research facility. As for the secrets buried within, he chose not to pry too deeply, for such curiosity would only serve to complicate his thoughts. In the ensuing days, Lin Chi collaborated with Ting and to thoroughly eradicate the released viruses, at which point D585TY proved invaluable. You're truly amazing, Ting exclaimed, admiring how effortlessly Lin Chi had dealt with the Black Cross Company, giving him a thumbs up. Chapter 118. Returning the trash within a mere 2 days. Lin Chi had resolved the matter with the primary culprits. As the time to return approached, he gazed upon the pristine Lakey city, feeling an immense sense of relief. Finally, he had grasped control over the Black Cross Company, and in this moment, he felt inspired to compose a poem. Allow me, Ting interjected eagerly. This is precisely my forte. He looked into the distance, his enthusiasm reaching its zenith. You? Lin Chi regarded him with mild skepticism. Yes, indeed. I have been crafting verses since childhood. It is my specialty. Ting spoke with fervor. Then I shall begin, he declared. A duck by the bridge. Frying meat in a pot. The neighbor's child takes a couple of bites. May I inquire how many ducks remain? Ting recited, lost in the joy of his poetic expression. Upon hearing Ting's verse, Lin Chi nearly choked with laughter. In a flash of light, the two vanished from this parallel world. Upon returning to reality, everything unfolded as Lin Chi had anticipated. The Black Cross Company had been utterly obliterated, as if it had never existed on Earth. No one would remember the company's presence. It had vanished from the collective memory of all. Now, Lin Chi could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. At his seaside villa, the scenery was enchanting. Lin Chi stretched languidly, marking the first day since the demise of the Black Cross Company. The downfall of such a formidable adversary left him with an overwhelming solitude, a sensation that he alone could comprehend. The loneliness of the world pales in comparison to that of invincibility, Lin Chi reflected. Just then, an elderly man approached from a distance. Lin Chi was taken aback. Was that not Constantine, who was supposed to be confined in prison? How had this old man managed to emerge? What a pity, Lin Chi thought, observing Constantine, who appeared disheveled, resembling a vagabond. He seemed to comprehend that the old rascal was likely released due to his advanced age, rendering him a negligible threat to society. Indeed, this was the case. Because of Constantine's frailty, he was no longer confined and was instead set free. However, upon his release, he found himself destitute and forlorn. At that moment, his eyes suddenly glinted as they fell upon an object. Lin Chi was certain that the object of his gaze was not him, as he possessed no allure. It was food. Constantine fixated on a coconut lying on the ground, and his entire demeanor transformed, energized as if he had been invigorated. After ensuring that no one was around, he hastily picked up the coconut. For him, this represented a sumptuous feast, and he wasted no time in indulging. Yet, before long, a figure appeared before him. Indeed, this person was none other than Lin Chi. Upon seeing Lin Chi, Constantine could not help but exclaim, "It's you?" He resembled a hyena stumbling upon a formidable lion while gnawing on the bones of its prey, filled with dread. Lin Chi smiled at Constantine, greeting him warmly. "Constantine, it has been a while. How have you been faring lately?" There was a hint of disdain in Lin Chi's tone. Given Constantine's current predicament, it seemed he lacked the capacity to contend with him any longer. It should be noted that this old wretch had sown chaos and malevolence throughout his life. Constantine snorted in contempt, harboring a profound hatred for Lin Chi, so intense that it bordered on the desire to devour him whole. However, the tides had turned, and Constantine was now powerless to oppose Lin Chi. He merely cast a scornful glance at him, for past experiences cautioned him that anger would be futile. He could never best Lin Chi. What stood before him was a madman, a ruthless individual, and his current state was a direct consequence of Lin Chi's actions. His wife had abandoned him, and his friends had betrayed him completely. He had never envisioned that he would one day find himself in such a dire situation. Thus, his animosity towards Lin Chi was palpable. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Lin Chi now, leading him to retreat inwardly. However, Lin Chi was unrelenting. "Old man, it's been too long. How was your time in reform? Was the environment to your liking? I've heard that the people there are quite talented and eloquent. Is that true?" Lin Chi inquired with a hint of mockery. At these words, Constantine's expression darkened. "You shameless junior, may you meet your end." Constantine finally mustered the courage to retort. This was his first emotional release after enduring years of suppression. Lin Chi understood, and he empathized with him. "It appears that the culinary offerings within the prison leave much to be desired," Lin Chi mused to himself. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that the old rascal, Constantine, had already made considerable distance. Cursing under his breath, "You little brat, go eat dung. I shall never yield to you, even if it costs me my life." Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle. This old fellow still possessed a commendable spirit. With nothing better to do, he decided to pursue him. Although Constantine spoke with bravado, his heart raced when Lin Chi closed the gap. "Little brat, cease your pursuit. I will not capitulate," Constantine exclaimed, fatigue evident in his voice. "Why do you persist? Aren't you weary? I can hardly run anymore." Lin Chi remained unperturbed, quickly catching up to Constantine. "What did you just say?" he inquired, observing the disheveled Constantine with keen interest. Truth be told, the current Constantine was hardly worthy of mention before Lin Chi. Crushing him would be akin to squashing an ant. "I said you are quite handsome, Junior. You are undeniably a striking figure." Constantine's demeanor took a sudden turn. "Now that's more like it," Lin Chi replied, pausing thoughtfully as he regarded Constantine with a serious expression. Having broached the subject, he had little doubt that Constantine understood his intent. Upon hearing this, Constantine felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He never anticipated that Lin Chi would recall such matters. If Lin Chi had come to collect a debt, Constantine's situation would be dire, for he was utterly penniless. Having auctioned off the luxurious vehicles that Lin Chi once possessed, "I would sell my very belongings to repay you, but as you can see, my circumstances are dire. Perhaps you could lend me some money?" Constantine suggested with a mischievous grin. This proposal unsettled Lin Chi. What a rascal, he thought. Lin Chi extended his hand. prompting Constantine to instinctively correct himself in a panic. I shall repay you, even if I have to scavenge. Chapter 119. Diligent Endeavors. Lin Chi regarded the terrified Constantine, a sly smile creeping across his lips. This old scoundrel was indeed a cunning fox. Selling his possessions? Scavenging. Lin Chi chuckled softly, resolute not to fulfill the old man's desires. Did he think he could turn the tables without consulting him first? It is worth noting that Constantine had not been so magnanimous in his treatment of Lin Chi. As for Lin Chi himself, he was broad-minded. He would never stoop to quarrel with an old man. He simply relished in causing a bit of chaos. Subsequently, Lin Chi began to follow the old rascal. On the surface, Constantine claimed he was financially destitute, yet upon accompanying him to an apartment, Lin Chi discovered the old man had withdrawn a substantial amount of cash. Humph. You little brat, just wait and see how I will bring about your demise. I shall rise again, and then you will learn the consequences of opposing me. Constantine gazed at the money in his hands, oblivious to the fact that Lin Chi had already discerned all of his actions with clarity. He was indeed a stubborn old man unwilling to bow to adversity. However, I would never allow him to live comfortably. A smirk played on Lin Chi's lips, utterly indifferent to Constantine's maneuvers. Thus, Lin Chi continued to shadow Constantine. Given that Constantine was now of advanced age, he was spared the horrors of incarceration, needing only to report to the authorities once a month, leaving the rest of his time entirely at his own discretion. This approach was also intended to reduce the operational costs of the prison system. After all, an elderly man's financial demands are not trivial. A mere stumble could result in significant expenses. They had no desire to accommodate a scoundrel like Constantine and preferred to let him fend for himself. As time passed, it became apparent that within half a day, Constantine was already making new moves. He was seen at a second-hand market, beginning to procure goods. Lin Chi was perplexed, pondering what this old man was up to. However, he had ample time on his hands and merely needed to follow him to uncover the truth. Yet, this old fellow was quite suspicious. Lin Chi realized he must remain inconspicuous to avoid drawing attention. Before long, he discovered that Constantine was indeed quite resourceful. In his quest for profit, he was acquiring scrap and waste materials to sell, and surprisingly, he was pricing them quite high. Initially, he struggled to sell anything due to his unremarkable appearance, which failed to attract potential buyers. Constantine packed all his goods into a burlap sack and made his way to a clothing store, where he began to have a suit tailored. This action astonished Lin Chi, as well as the clerk, who found it hard to comprehend why such a destitute old man would desire a custom suit. However, upon seeing the money Constantine offered, the clerk ceased to question his motives. Indeed, in this world, those with wealth possessed the privilege of authority, despite their disdain for the scruffy old man. They were willing to serve him for the sake of profit. Several hours later, Constantine received his suit, and he was quite pleased, as it fit him perfectly. Sir, the clerk addressed Constantine, who understood the implication behind the clerk's words. Moments ago, he had merely paid a deposit. The remaining balance was yet to be settled. Cautiously extracting the money, Constantine moistened his index finger with his mouth, meticulously counting the bills one by one before raising his gaze to the female clerk, promptly handing the money over to her. The clerk nearly retched, as she could distinctly see remnants of food lodged between Constantine's teeth. However, once he exited the store, a wave of numbness washed over him. What on earth was happening? His snakeskin bag had been stolen. Goodness. In this day and age, there are all sorts of people, even those who would not spare the belongings of the elderly. Constantine was incensed. He insisted on reviewing the surveillance footage, convinced that Lin Chi was behind this mischief. Yet, upon witnessing the perpetrator of the theft, he shook his head. This incident had no connection to Lin Chi. The thief was merely a small child. Having departed from the suit shop, Constantine resolved to procure more goods. He could not allow himself to be defeated so easily, for he was unwilling to succumb to despair. Following the same approach, he returned to the market area. As before, the place was bustling with activity. Here, everyone had the right to set up a stall, allowing ordinary residents to purchase items that suited or pleased them. However, from that day forth, the atmosphere had shifted, as some individuals began selling items at exorbitant prices. Indeed, Constantine was a seasoned player. He resorted to exaggeration and grandiose claims about his wares, boasting that they had been used by celebrities. As a result, in a remarkably short span, his first batch of goods was entirely sold out. This success was attributable to his extensive experience. He was a wealthy man. well-versed and acquainted with many prominent figures. Even though he currently faced hardship, this reality could not be altered. Lin Chi, too, could hardly have anticipated this turn of events. The old fellow turned out to be quite formidable, Lin Chi muttered to himself. In truth, the previous items had been taken away at his behest. The contents were rather mundane, consisting of various photo albums, old mobile phones, and several journals, not to mention a collection of discarded books. Subsequently, Constantine sold several more batches of goods, accumulating an increasing sum of money. This development stirred envy within Lin Chi. How amusing it was. He had come to witness the old man's folly, only to find himself the fool. The current incarnation of Constantine was anything but ordinary. Sipping wine, adorned with a top hat, his words and actions instilled unwavering belief in the ordinary folk around him. Constantine was amassing wealth beyond measure, and Lin Chi realized that given a bit more time, this old rogue would surely rise again. Lin Chi must devise a plan, should he fail to restrain his adversary. The ensuing events would surely be far from his desires. He promptly dispatched an anonymous email to the urban management authorities. Indeed, it was not long before Constantine found himself penalized with fines amounting to several tens of thousands of dollars due to excessive fatigue. This financial blow inflicted considerable anguish upon him. On weekends, vendors are prohibited from conducting business, as regulations mandate a day of rest, and any transgressions result in fines. These rules were instituted to safeguard human rights. The hard-earned money he had accumulated was thus forfeited. Who would not feel disheartened in such circumstances? Moreover, he was required to familiarize himself with the regulations governing commerce. Upon completing his studies, Constantine was released once more. Although he had suffered a significant financial penalty, he was at least able to secure rental accommodation. Consequently, Constantine resolutely chose to rent a modest dwelling, for winter was fast approaching, and he needed a place to settle. Chapter 120. A true genius in adversity. Now that Constantine had rented a room, he devised a new scheme. He resolved to take a daring risk and engage in the sale of pirated goods. This was indeed a remarkable decision. He acquired a plethora of pirated books and games from various nefarious individuals, intending to sell them. However, on the very first night, a gang of thugs forcibly burst through his door. "Old man, where's the merchandise?" The leader of the gang impatiently demanded, brandishing a gun at Constantine. Bewildered, Constantine had no inkling of what was transpiring. Yet, despite his age, his mind remained sharp. It appeared that the buyers he had previously contacted had come to collect their goods, so he hastily handed over the pirated discs and a substantial quantity of counterfeit books. Slap! Constantine was stunned by a harsh blow from the gang leader. "Playing dumb, are we? We want the boss's goods." Another thug swiftly followed suit, delivering a slap to Constantine's face. Just as they were about to end his life, a cacophony of police sirens erupted from outside. The thugs suddenly realized their predicament. Damn it! Abort the transaction, there's a mole. Yet, it was too late, for the police had already forced their way in. Faced with such a multitude of officers, the gang members panicked and hastily raised their hands in surrender. Half an hour later, all the thugs were apprehended and loaded into police vehicles. Meanwhile, Constantine, suspected of trafficking in pirated goods, was taken to the police station for questioning. Once again, he faced punishment, and the pirated materials were confiscated. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Constantine discovered that his neighbor had been playing loud music for several nights in succession, much to his discontent. Determined to reason with the young man, he could easily infer the identity of the culprit. After all, what kind of woman would play music at such an ungodly hour? "You scoundrel, I advise you to cease your nocturnal melodies, for you are gravely disrupting my rest," Constantine declared, his tone decidedly unfriendly. He rapped on the door, which was promptly opened. To his astonishment, the figure before him was none other than Lin Chi. "My junior, what an unexpected encounter," Constantine stammered, his earlier bravado evaporating in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming sense of trepidation. He hastily turned to leave. "Long time no see," Lin Chi greeted with a smile. "What a delightful coincidence." "Indeed, quite fortuitous," Constantine replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Lin Chi inquired amiably, glancing at the bowl in his hands. No," Constantine nodded, somewhat taken aback by Lin Chi's thoughtfulness. He had not anticipated that Lin Chi would offer him food. With a generous gesture, Lin Chi extended the bowl towards him, a simple act that profoundly touched Constantine. "What on earth is this? It's absolutely delectable." he exclaimed after finishing the contents of the bowl, lingering over it as he scraped the bottom with his tongue in a desperate attempt to savor every last morsel. I must say, this is truly exquisite. Tears welled in Constantine's eyes from the sheer delight of the meal, although Lin Chi merely attributed it to his ravenous state. What do you think? Lin Chi teased. It seems to evoke fond memories of childhood. With a playful grin, he pointed to a large yellow dog wagging its tail enthusiastically in the distance. This was actually meant for my pet, and I never imagined you would enjoy it so much. Upon hearing this, Constantine's expression soured. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, realizing that he had consumed what was intended for a pet. Lin Chi now loomed in his mind as a fiend, a devil incarnate. Resentment bubbled within him, and he wished nothing more than to curse Lin Chi's very lineage. Yet, in that moment, he could only stew in his thoughts. As he turned to leave, he muttered under his breath, "Those who act unjustly will surely meet their demise." "Young man, take heed." Lin Chi, amused by the remark, chuckled inwardly. Indeed, those who act unjustly will meet their end. The police were summoned by him, and it was he who played the music at night. However, what recourse does Constantine possess? He is, apart from his fury, consumed by it. One could liken the current state of Constantine to that of a pufferfish, filled to the brim with indignation. Just a few days prior, he endured inhumane torment at the hands of Lin Chi, and the subsequent days offered him no respite, as he was subjected to nightly serenades. To be fair, Lin Chi is a man of principles. When he was previously humiliated by that old scoundrel, the latter had given no thought to his feelings. Thus Lin Chi harbored no pity in his heart. The torment that Constantine endured at Lin Chi's hands was unbearable. Upon seeing Lin Chi again, the old rogue's eyes had transformed into the precious rings of a panda. One might wonder, Lin Chi? Who is asking? Who is inquiring? Does this old scoundrel not consider moving? In truth, Constantine yearned to distance himself from Lin Chi, dreaming of relocating to escape his tormentor. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. The reason is simple. He is utterly destitute, having previously rented his abode for a mere 6 months. Furthermore, this was the most affordable option available. Should he breach the contract, he would inevitably incur a penalty, which, given his current financial state, he simply could not afford. After enduring a spell of torment from Lin Chi, Constantine reached his breaking point. He contemplated wielding a kitchen knife against Lin Chi. However, upon reaching the threshold, he opted for an axe instead. To slay the adversary unexpectedly seemed the most prudent solution. With the axe in hand, Constantine felt a blend of trepidation and a sense of purpose. If he could eliminate this nuisance, his future would be liberated from the incessant torment he faced. As he opened the door, poised for action, Lin Chi appeared with a platter of food. "Quickly, come taste this dish and tell me how it is," Lin Chi said with a smile. Perhaps boredom had driven him to the kitchen. Constantine wished to decline, yet hunger gnawed at him, as he had endured a day of fasting. "No, I refuse." "Really? A taste of this dish will absolve you of a debt of $10 million, Lin Chi countered. "I'll just have you sample it, mainly because your culinary skills are exceptional, but you must keep your word. I am not easily deceived," Constantine replied with utmost politeness. With that, he began to sample the dish. It was a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and it was evident he was speaking nonsense. For the entire dish was burnt. Delicious. Truly delicious. "You are indeed a culinary genius." Constantine nearly wept, but his remaining composure urged him to conceal his true feelings, despite the dish's dismal state. Chapter 121. The presidential motorcade. In the days that followed, Lin Chi frequented Constantine's rental unit nearly every day. Each time he brought a dish, Constantine felt an overwhelming urge to weep in despair. The food was utterly dreadful, yet he found himself powerless to refuse. He could only muster the resolve to consume every last bite. To make matters worse, Lin Chi consistently served portions that were woefully insufficient, leaving Constantine quite displeased. Could he not at least provide him with something decent, or perhaps treat him to a lavish meal? In response, Lin Chi merely retorted, "If it's not enough, head to the restroom. If you're hungry, help yourself." Faced with this exasperating situation, Constantine had no choice but to relent. However, on this particular day, Lin Chi received a phone call. The company's female secretary requested his presence at a media exchange conference, an event he had been eagerly anticipating. He had long harbored grievances against certain media companies that had tarnished his reputation and that of his firm. This was a splendid opportunity, and Lin Chi resolved to set Constantine aside for the moment. Having disappeared for nearly half a month, The company operated as usual. Boss, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. It feels like an eternity since we last met, Constantine exclaimed, rushing forward to greet Lin Chi as if he had not seen him in centuries. Without regard for his own status, he began to polish Lin Chi's shoes. Oh, this is unnecessary, Lin Chi replied, taken aback. No worries, it's my duty, Constantine insisted. Are you angling for a raise? Lin Chi inquired teasingly. No, how could I dare? At that moment, Lin Chi's new secretary approached. She was a strikingly graceful young woman, and her glasses added an air of sophistication. Boss, your vehicle is ready. We can depart at once, she informed Lin Chi. He nodded in acknowledgement, yet soon sensed something amiss. Was it truly necessary to create such a commotion for merely attending a conference? Indeed, what unfolded in the distance stirred Lin Chi's unease. There was an entire convoy waiting. Boss, this is just a minor detail. After all, you have topped the assassination list, haven't you? We are merely concerned for your safety. Constantine explained as he approached Lin Chi. Rest assured, with me around, I will ensure your protection, added in, who suddenly appeared with a resolute demeanor. Lin Chi's placement on the assassination list was something he had never anticipated. The origins of this predicament could be traced back to recent events, having come into wealth. He had made a conspicuous appearance at the wedding of a real estate tycoon's daughter, attracting considerable attention. However, that was not the primary cause. Rather, it stemmed from Lin Chi's actions that had led to Constantine's disgrace, prompting several affluent individuals to preemptively act out of fear that Lin Chi might one day undermine them as well. At present, the bounty on Lin Chi's head has soared to a staggering $1 billion. The mere act of eliminating him would secure this fortune. Lin Chi was taken aback, exclaiming, I can't believe I'm worth so much. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure your safety, Connie asserted, patting his chest confidently. Lin Chi approached Connie, teasingly asking, with such a price on my head, are you not tempted? Connie's lips twitched at Lin Chi's words. What are you saying, boss? My loyalty has long been pledged to you, he replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Lin Chi felt a wave of discomfort at this admission. Let us proceed as planned, he said, glancing at the lengthy convoy with amusement. For this outing, we have made the most meticulous arrangements. Feel free to choose a couple of vehicles. We will randomly alter our positions along the way, rendering it nearly impossible for any assassination organization to locate you. Connie explained his strategy. You truly are brilliant, Lin Chi complimented with a smile. You flatter me, boss. It is all thanks to your guidance, Connie replied, somewhat flustered. As a security personnel, Connie understood that his primary duty was to ensure Lin Chi's safe passage. Any misfortune befalling Lin Chi could jeopardize his own livelihood. To guarantee Lin Chi's security, Connie had equipped the vehicles with the world's most advanced bulletproof glass, impervious to gunfire, and even the tires were bullet-resistant. But that was not all. Within the other vehicles were numerous highly trained Special Forces soldiers, ready to swiftly identify and neutralize any threats. Do you think that is all? Connie continued. No. To ensure absolute security, I have also arranged for 10 ASM combat helicopters to provide aerial escort. This way, we can better manage any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Chi could not help but commend Connie's ingenuity, even as the money flowed like water. Lin Chi entered the first black vehicle, soon followed by Connie, while Tingen also joined them. Seriously? Did you two get into the wrong car? Lin Chi scoffed at Connie and Tingen. The latter, chastised by Lin Chi, awkwardly scratched his head and hastily exited the vehicle. Indeed, this was Lin Chi's luxurious extended limousine, meant solely for his enjoyment. Accompanied by a lovely attendant throughout the journey, Lin Chi found their overzealousness rather neurotic. After all, he was the shadow hero. Who would dare to challenge him? Yet, he had no intention of revealing his identity, and as an ordinary individual, it seemed he had no choice but to comply with the arrangements. The convoy set off, heading straight for the venue of the Media Forum conference. The entire street erupted in excitement. The president. It's the president. As citizens observed the convoy, many promptly retrieved their phones to capture the moment. Goodness, it truly is the president. One exclaimed, Mr. President, may I take a photo with you for posterity? The cheers of the crowd left Lin Chi speechless. It was understandable for the citizens to mistake him. After all, who else would evoke such fearlessness? Besides the president, who could it be? The Media Forum was primarily a platform for dialogue, focusing on the future vision for the media industry, grounded in realism. Additionally, there were some debates and opportunities for brand collaboration. Overall, it was a rare occasion for meaningful exchange. Lin Chi set aside the invitation to the forum. However, at that moment, a missile suddenly soared from the distance. By the time Lin Chi recognized the impending danger, it was too late, as the missile was already upon them. Fortunately, wealth can indeed resolve many issues. The luxury sedan Lin Chi occupied was extraordinarily resilient, boasting impressive defensive capabilities. The portable missile posed no threat to the vehicle. He merely felt a slight jolt, with no further sensations. "Boss, we have neutralized the target. The convoy is currently safe," came Connie's voice over the comms. Lin Chi was taken aback, having previously thought no one would be so frivolous. He had not anticipated being so conspicuous. Truly, a tall tree attracts the wind. And it was no easy feat. Chapter 122. Back to work tomorrow as a public figure, it was difficult for Lin Chi to maintain a low profile. The journey was fraught with interruptions. Fortunately, Lin Chi was no ordinary individual. While others perceived danger everywhere, he remained remarkably composed. Even faced with rocket launcher attacks and Barrett sniper fire, Lin Chi remained unflappable. "Boss, we are under attack." "Damn it." Connie's frantic voice broke through the comms. With a curious glance at the convoy behind him, Lin Chi noticed several vehicles had been blown apart, and both Ting and Connie were among those affected. How tragic. Lin Chi shook his head in disbelief. "Sir, help." Ting En's voice reached him as well. Lin Chi felt helpless. Seeking assistance was futile under such circumstances. After all, he was the target of this assault. What could he do? Thankfully, after an hour of navigating through perilous conditions, the convoy finally reached its destination. Upon disembarking, they were met by a swarm of paparazzi. Flashbulbs popped incessantly. Although Lin Chi detested such attention, he had no choice but to endure it. The forum was held within the architectural marvel known as the Water Sky Pavilion. Lin Chi made his way inside without hesitation. After the security personnel confirmed his identity, they proceeded with the registration. In addition, he is permitted to bring 2 friends along, which is quite humane. Anha and Connie are exceedingly pleased by this. "Mr. Lin, please allow me to guide you through the exhibition of our forum," she said. At that moment, a remarkably beautiful young woman approached from a distance. Her poise and demeanor suggesting she had been waiting for Lin Chi, he felt a sudden jolt as her hand hung loosely on his, creating an uncomfortable sensation. "Young lady, I advise you to treat yourself well, for I am quite exceptional," Lin Chi remarked disdainfully. "Do you know what I intend to do?" she queried. "How could I possibly not know? Otherwise, why would I refuse you? So, do you know what I plan to do? Why should I disclose your intentions?" The young lady appeared perplexed, her head slightly spinning. "Truth be told, this is our boss's wish. He hopes to dine with you at tonight's banquet. You may express any requests you have," she explained to Lin Chi. Understanding dawned on Lin Chi. "Requests? You wish to treat me to dinner? What is your boss's name?" "He is the executive director of How Long Daily, and he has long wished to seek your guidance," she replied. "How Long Daily? I have never heard of it." The fact that someone as knowledgeable as Lin Chi was unaware of this company left him pondering its insignificance. "I see. Very well, I shall consider it. As for touring the exhibition, I shall pass. I fear you might steal my soul," Lin Chi said. The young lady stifled a laugh. "All right then, it's settled." Lin Chi's current status was far from ordinary, yet he was dressed rather simply, so no one paid him much attention upon entry. Upon entering the venue, a brief keynote speech was scheduled to commence in half an hour. The hall was already densely populated, and as Lin Chi surveyed the front, he noticed all other spots were filled, leaving only 3 seats available in the front row. "This is a prime location," he thought, and without hesitation, he made his way over and sat down. However, no sooner had he settled than he felt numerous peculiar gazes directed at him, as if he bore some unsightly mark on his face. "Is there something on my face?" Lin Chi inquired, looking at Connie. Connie shook his head, indicating there was nothing. Unbeknownst to Lin Chi, the seat he occupied had originally belonged to a prominent figure, now inadvertently claimed by him. Sorrow, known as the Godfather, had many subordinates and was notorious throughout the city, with few daring to provoke him. Those who did typically faced dire consequences. Upon awakening, one finds oneself dismembered, and in a dazed state realizes that one's family has vanished. This unsettling phenomenon has long since coalesced into a consensus throughout the city. Solomon is deemed a scoundrel. Yet, the populace refrains from speaking out, for no one wishes to invite discomfort upon themselves. "Boss, should I arrange for someone to capture his family? This fellow seems to have a death wish," a lowly henchman remarked, glancing at Lin Chi. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 vacant seats were reserved for the boss himself. It was a reckless endeavor. Indeed, I concur. He appears to be courting disaster. Solomon's confidant murmured, casting sidelong glances at Lin Chi. Go ahead. Be gentle, but ensure that all his relatives are apprehended. I wish to teach him the meaning of status, Solomon said, wearing a facade of smiles. Though outwardly indifferent, he harbored a profound animosity towards Lin Chi. Did he not value his reputation? Everyone present was acutely aware of the 3 designated seats for him. Even in his absence from meetings, they were traditionally reserved. This blatant act was a striking affront to his pride. Meanwhile, Lin Chi sneezed and rubbed his nose, sensing an unseen gaze upon him. However, a cursory glance around revealed nothing amiss, leaving him perplexed. He shrugged it off and continued to engage with the forum's primary discussions. Though the content was generally tedious and uninteresting, most attendees would find themselves drowsy, let alone someone like Lin Chi, who was typically aloof. The discourse revolved around the need for camaraderie within the journalism sector, advocating for the sharing of information to ensure that citizens receive the latest and most accurate news. Eschewing deception and pretentiousness, a resounding applause erupted from the audience. As time progressed, the forum transitioned into a discussion on emerging enterprises, which, rather than a media forum, resembled a charitable gala. Each year, the organizers invited several underperforming small businesses to participate, allowing investors to offer their support. Lin Chi wandered about the exhibition as if it were a casual stroll, unperturbed by any lack of understanding. For Connie was adept in this arena, though she had since shifted her focus from academia to practical pursuits. How is your company faring? Lin Chi inquired, eyeing a booth showcasing an innovative smart cooking device, piquing his interest. However, the product left much to be desired, and its overseer was visibly displeased with Lin Chi's casual handling, which had inadvertently damaged the gadget. What are you doing? My product is delicate. Step away. The manager retorted. I am quite fond of your product. I am prepared to offer $5 million to acquire your company. Report to my office tomorrow. Lin Chi replied nonchalantly. He was certainly not jesting. He was utterly serious. Chapter 123, The Fifth Bullet. With a staggering sum of $5 million, Lin Chi directly acquired the enterprise. The man named Florida underwent a complete transformation in his attitude towards Lin Chi. Indeed, given the substantial amount of money Lin Chi had just transferred to him, he would not hesitate to commit even the most heinous acts. Such is the allure of wealth. Few can resist its seductive power. With this newfound affluence, Florida could purchase a home, acquire a villa, and indulge in nightly escapades at bars. In essence, he had become a wealthy man. Goodness, have you lost your senses? How could you sell this for such an exorbitant price? I believe this contraption is worth no more than $1, Tianan remarked, gazing incredulously at the culinary device on display. Lin Chi shot him a cold glance. The young man was utterly clueless. You fail to comprehend the bigger picture, don't you? The boss is thinking ahead. Just imagine, once he secures this patent, he could feast on whatever he desires in the future. Do you see? This device even cultivates various types of meat, which could save the boss a fortune, Connie countered. Disagreeing with Tian's assessment, he reflected on the intelligent cooking machine and suddenly realized something profound. The boss has truly moved me to tears. From now on, this device can prepare diverse flavors of food for every employee in our company. With that, Connie wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Tian was left momentarily speechless by Connie's remarks. He had never imagined that this seemingly trivial machine could hold such significance. Does this mean I can finally savor authentic roasted intestines? Not only authentic. Even if you desire a counterfeit version, it can accommodate that, Connie responded emphatically. Tianan, now persuaded by Connie's enthusiasm, began to examine the cooking device. However, the moment he touched it, the precarious apparatus threatened to topple. Upon overhearing their exchange, Lin Chi felt somewhat exasperated. To be honest, he had not given the acquisition much thought and did not consider it a primary focus. His attention was directed elsewhere. Lin Chi had actually heard of Florida's story in the news long ago. This young man was a genius, a rare talent. At the tender age of 5, due to his family's poverty, he created an invention that eventually garnered a patent and earned him some money. Tragically, when his mother fell gravely ill, he invented several more patents, but none could save her life. Since then, Florida's inventions had declined in value, and he faced scorn and derision, deepening his sense of despair. Thus, Lin Chi was drawn to his filial piety and remarkable talent, prompting his decision to acquire the enterprise. Did you think this was the end? In a matter of hours, Lin Chi had acquired over a dozen companies, which had now become his subsidiaries, or he had emerged as the principal shareholder of these enterprises. The swiftest method of generating wealth is akin to a snowball effect. The larger the investment, the greater the potential returns, albeit accompanied by increased risks. However, those concerns were secondary. The godfather, Sorrow, had now crossed paths with Lin Chi. Are you blind? One of Sorrow's men nudged Lin Chi. He was well aware that it was the other party who had collided with him, yet he chose to remain silent, understanding that these individuals seemed quite irate and were clearly targeting him. Is there something you need? We are quite busy. If you wish to engage in a fight, we are more than willing to oblige. Connie stepped forward, feeling compelled to defend his employer. After all, safeguarding the boss's safety was part of his duty, and a raise would be an added bonus. His display of loyalty would undoubtedly impress Lin Chi. Did I address you? One of Sorrow's men brandished a gun, pointing it at Connie. In that instant, Connie's bravado evaporated. He was just an ordinary man, unable to shield himself from bullets. The fear within him surged, prompting him to kneel on the ground with his hands clasped behind his head. Frankly, this was the safest course of action, signaling to the aggressors that he posed no threat. Sorrow observed this with disdain, a deep-rooted contempt for Connie. Mr. Lin, you carry yourself with quite an air, don't you? Sorrow adopted a haughty demeanor. A bit, just a tad, Lin Chi replied, extending his hand in a comparative gesture, a smile gracing his face. Do you possess more arrogance than I? Sorrow clearly dismissed Lin Chi's stature. Oh, just how arrogant are you? Lin Chi inquired with curiosity. Sorrow, uninterested in further discourse with Connie, produced a revolver from his coat and loaded 4 bullets into it. This was an ordinary revolver, capable of holding 6 rounds. Yet it held profound significance for Sorrow, as it had been passed down from his grandfather to his father, who in turn had bequeathed it to him upon his passing. His father had once imparted a vital lesson. As long as one wields a weapon, they shall not be subjected to intimidation or bullying. In no time, Sorrow had loaded the 4 bullets. Initially, Connie feared that Sorrow intended to shoot Lin Chi, contemplating intervention. However, he quickly realized that this was not the case. Sorrow aimed the revolver at his own temple, then coldly regarded Lin Chi. Lin Chi, bewildered, had no inkling of Sorrow's intentions. Bang! He had pulled the trigger, but fortunately, it was a blank, and no bullet was discharged. This scene was undeniably exhilarating for the Godfather's henchmen. They cast disdainful glances at Lin Chi, seemingly mocking him. However, Lin Chi remained indifferent, appearing entirely disinterested. Well, do you comprehend my prowess now? Sorrow glared menacingly at Lin Chi, yet Lin Chi continued to wear an expression of contempt, seemingly unaffected. This provoked Sorrow's ire. Was he not being ridiculed? Did he believe he was performing some sort of circus act? At this point, Sorrow loaded a bullet into his revolver. Not only Connie and Ting, but even Lin Chi found himself momentarily speechless. Was this man reckless? Such perilous behavior. Nevertheless, Sorrow remained unfazed, completing the loading process and then spinning the cylinder. A revolver can hold only 6 bullets, and now it contained 5, should it be fired. Sorrow had a 5/6 chance of being fatally wounded by his own weapon. Yet, the Godfather Sorrow was oblivious to such concerns, brimming with confidence. Bang! However, this time the outcome was rather awkward, as the bullet penetrated Sorrow's skull, causing him to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Everyone was taken aback, clearly not anticipating the Godfather's demise in such a manner. Chapter 124. The heart-wrenching Lady Elif. The fate of Godfather Sorrow was nothing short of an accident. A tragic tale that reminds us not to be overly arrogant or pretentious. He likely never imagined he would perish through his own signature skill. His subordinates stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. One must recognize that the Godfather, who had conquered countless adversaries with his unparalleled revolver skills, was not one to be trifled with. Yet, to Ting, this spectacle was downright amusing. He erupted into hearty laughter. Do not become too complacent, you fool. One of the subordinates seethed, striding forward to teach Ting a lesson. However, Ting swiftly struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. Unrecognizable even to his own mother, Lin Chi regarded Sorrow with a look of incredulity. One reaps what one sows. This was hardly their fault. Moreover, one must not attempt tasks beyond their capabilities. This man was indeed courting death. Lin Chi and his companions departed, for the gangsters, now leaderless, dared not cause any trouble, especially with Ting's demonstrated fighting prowess rivaling that of a formidable yak. The subsequent hours were dedicated to a gala, a welcome respite for those attending the gathering. and Lin Chi and his companions were certainly among them. Observing the throngs of people around him, Lin Chi maintained a remarkably composed demeanor. He noted that those surrounding him were primarily engaged in flattering the prominent figures present, while he himself went entirely unnoticed. This was quite understandable, as Lin Chi could be regarded as merely a minor player in this grand assembly. Such gatherings, aside from hosting media companies, also included their collaborating partners. And amidst the multitude of esteemed individuals, it was hardly surprising that Lin Chi remained in the shadows. Half an hour later, the forum continued its proceedings. True to form, Lin Chi did not disappoint himself. He had invested in the acquisition of several companies, albeit discreetly, with few being aware of his endeavors. Yet, even a person as unassuming as Lin Chi could not escape the vexations that life often presents. Just moments ago, while he was peacefully sipping water, an oblivious individual collided with him. The offender was an elderly woman who had been engaged in a conversation, more accurately, a reprimand, of a young man, mercilessly berating him. As Lin Chi was jostled, he was fortunate to remain unscathed, but the wealthy matron faced a more unfortunate consequence, with water splashed onto her shoes. This incident was trivial, for an individual of Lin Chi's caliber would never stoop to quarrel over such minor matters. However, as is often the case, circumstances took an unexpected turn. The elderly woman began to chastise Lin Chi. "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm standing here?" she scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Lin Chi was at a loss for words. Why was he being blamed? He had merely been drinking water, doing no harm whatsoever. "My apologies, I truly apologize. I was simply careless," Lin Chi responded, recognizing the necessity of decorum in addressing an elder. The principle of respecting one's elders was not lost on him. "Do you think a mere apology suffices?" the elderly woman retorted, clearly displeased. Lin Chi was bewildered. Was she expecting him to kneel in contrition? "What do you desire from me?" he inquired. "You must clean the water stains from my shoes," the affluent matron demanded imperiously. "Young man, hurry up and wipe them." A voice cautioned him. "You cannot afford to offend her. She is Lady Alif, the organizer of this conference." Indeed, the moment Lady Alif made her appearance, her beauty was undeniable, and the sycophants swiftly emerged, eager to shower her with compliments. Lin Chi observed the fawning admirers. While the elderly woman may have possessed some wealth, it was utterly absurd for them to proclaim her beauty. Clearly, the ravages of time had left their mark, and Lin Chi struggled to comprehend the source of her supposed allure. As anticipated, with the flattery surrounding her, Lady Alif's visage betrayed her age, with wrinkles becoming increasingly conspicuous. Madame Ailey, a figure long courted by the masses, was accustomed to such treatment. However, today was markedly different, for she encountered Lin Chi. Lin Chi regarded her with utter disdain, raising his hand to pour a cup of water directly at her feet. Having already offered his apologies, it was now time for him to voice his demands. This audacious act left everyone present in sheer astonishment. Had this young man lost his mind? Anyone who dared to drench her with a cup of water would be rewarded with a staggering sum of 500,000. Lin Chi had laid his cards on the table. He found this elderly woman repugnant. Did her wealth and power truly elevate her above others? Though he had been unfamiliar with her prior, it was impossible not to recognize Madame Ailey once her name was mentioned. As the founder of the Wudong Fund, Ailey had been pampered since childhood, instilling in her a profound awareness of her elevated status, setting her apart from ordinary individuals. She was noble and possessed an obsessive cleanliness, showing no compassion towards her subordinates. Any minor mistake would result in them being subjected to humiliating tasks. Yet, her lofty position deterred any rebellion, leaving only the option of enduring her whims. This was Madame Ailey, and it was not surprising that she would demand Lin Chi to wipe the water from her feet. Yet, she had encountered Lin Chi, whose words incited bewilderment among the onlookers. This was, after all, Madame Ailey. Her secretary hurried over, urging, "What are you waiting for? Call security at once." Madame Ailey shot a glare at her secretary, who trembled in fear, not wishing to provoke the old witch. "You are nothing but a madman. Quickly, summon security to expel this lunatic." Madame Ailey's disdain for Lin Chi was palpable. Why fear? This was 500,000, a windfall not to be missed. Then, Ting stepped forward, pouring water over Madame Ailey's head. What audacity! The spectators were astounded by Ting's boldness. Yet, who could resist the allure of 500,000? Thus, even those of high social standing and education began to unleash their pent-up frustrations upon Madame Ailey. Cups of water were poured over her. A long-held disdain finally finding its outlet. A man, once chastised by Madame Ailey, unceremoniously drenched her with water. In mere moments, she was left a soggy mess, an experience entirely foreign to her, utterly heart-wrenching. It seemed that, in this instant, all the bottled-up anger of the crowd had burst forth. Chapter 125. I will not force it indeed. When an individual harbors dissatisfaction towards a particular matter for an extended period without an outlet for expression, it inevitably festers within until it is finally unleashed. However, this scenario also illustrates that Lady Elif is not as well-liked as she might believe. In fact, those who harbor disdain for her outnumber her admirers. Half an hour later, the crowd ceased their efforts, as they had run out of water. At that moment, Lady Elif's most proud secretary approached, having long wrestled with the decision of whether to douse Lady Elif. She loathed this woman, who had severed the ties between her and the person she cared for deeply. Such a woman she wished to obliterate, yet felt utterly powerless as a mere ordinary office worker. Lady Elif opened her eyes, filled with rage, and glared fiercely at her secretary. The young woman trembled in fear, aware that should she truly pour water over Lady Elif's face, her position would be irrevocably lost. Yet, in the end, she chose to pour the water upon Lady Elif. Despite her inner turmoil, she acted with resolve. You are fired. You better return that garment you are wearing. Lady Elif barked angrily. I quit. I'll return this wretched outfit to you. The secretary retorted without a hint of courtesy. As she spoke, she removed her work attire and hurled it vehemently at Lady Elif. The forum concluded on a sour note due to Lin Chi's dissatisfaction with Lady Elif. Although this did not significantly impact the proceedings, as the event was nearing its end. Outside the venue, Lin Chi called to the secretary, What is it? Do you need something? Lady Elif's secretary regarded Lin Chi with curiosity. This is what you deserve, Lin Chi said, handing her a check. $50,000. Yes, that's correct. Lin Chi stated, presenting her with a check for $50,000. Honestly, I simply despise that old woman. The secretary, Carlos Barina, confessed to Lin Chi. Lin Chi chuckled. Every person who accepts my check seems to express the same sentiment. Very well. I must admit, I am quite interested in that $50,000. It would certainly ease my burdens for a while. Carlos Barina replied with a smile. May I invite you to dance? Lin Chi proposed, gazing at her. This is a public place, Carlos Barina observed, glancing around. Indeed, this is not a ballroom. Yet you have been invited to dance right here, Lin Chi remarked. Isn't that thrilling? Do you not wish for others to witness your grace? He added with a playful shrug. Although he had just consumed water, he found the woman before him, who had shed her professional attire, to be exceedingly captivating, prompting him to consider extending an invitation. Very well, I shall gladly accept. Carlos Barina responded to Lin Chi as they stepped onto the dance floor. Lin Chi and Carlos Barina began to sway rhythmically in this public space. Their movements soon attracted the attention of onlookers, whose applause echoed around them, seemingly showering Lin Chi with admiration. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lady Elif was seething with frustration. Have you ascertained the identity of that individual? She inquired. Behind her stood an elderly gentleman, her steward, Pujia. I fear he is not someone we can provoke, Pujia cautioned. What nonsense are you spouting? Lady Elif retorted, visibly displeased. I have conducted thorough investigations. He is the proprietor of the Horn Daily. It would be wise for us to avoid crossing him, lest he uncover our misdeeds, Pujia advised, showing a modicum of foresight. The Horn Daily? The very publication that toppled Constantine from his pedestal? Indeed, that's him, a man of inscrutable depth. Do you know what he did previously? What did he do? He orchestrated the demise of the Godfather, Pujia revealed, recounting the circumstances surrounding the Godfather's death to Lady Elif. Staggered by this revelation, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. This individual is formidable. At such a young age, he has already achieved so much. Well then, if I cannot confront him, I can certainly evade him, Lady Elif ultimately conceded. Indeed, she resolved to take a reprieve for herself, thereby distancing herself from the young man's gaze. Lin Chi, oblivious to the discussions unfolding behind him, merely expressed his inner discontent through his dance. Ironically, this very display amplified the admiration the onlookers felt towards him. What? Is he truly Lin Chi? Can it really be him? Believe it or not, just check your phone. I can hardly believe I have encountered him. His bounty has soared to $500 million. What an alluring man. Are you perhaps enamored with his wealth? As the spectators continued to watch Lin Chi dance, their fondness for him only grew. Who wouldn't wish to be associated with such a dashing and affluent gentleman? After departing from the venue of the forum, Lin Chi contemplated leaving further behind, yet he did not intend to return just yet, for he had encountered a familiar face. Yes, that person was Laura. "Miss Laura, how delightful it is to see you here," exclaimed An, glancing at Laura as she approached from afar. "What brings you to this place?" Lin Chi gazed at Laura, his surprise starkly contrasting with An's expression. "I missed you, so I came to see you," she said, her concern for Lin Chi evident in her words. "Moreover, you've made it onto the bounty list. I couldn't help but worry about you being targeted." Laura had indeed noticed the bounty issue and was anxious about Lin Chi's safety, which prompted her immediate visit. "Are you not moved at all?" Laura cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chi. He inwardly chuckled bitterly. "Surely, you must have come to protect me, rather than just to scrounge a meal?" Lin Chi inquired skeptically. Laura retorted, "Impossible. I've already had my meal, truly." Yet, no sooner had she spoken than her stomach began to rumble audibly. A hint of embarrassment washed over her as she shyly added, "I had lunch." After a brief pause, she quickly supplemented, "If you don't wish to treat me, I won't insist." Despite her words, Laura's hand had already latched onto Lin Chi's arm. Laura herself was astonished by how fond she had grown of him. She was aware of Lin Chi's previous encounter with Madame Alif and admired his sense of justice immensely, wishing she could throw herself into his embrace. However, she understood the necessity of presenting herself as a refined lady. Perhaps this was what love felt like. Laura remained noncommittal. Chapter 126. Take it away. Seated in the restaurant, the two were under the watchful eyes of several pairs outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Even having a meal, Lin Chi found himself the center of a crowd. It was nearly impossible not to attract attention. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Chi's mind. "Wow, so many people are watching," the manager exclaimed. But he quickly recognized Lin Chi's status. "This is a top-tier millionaire. Manager, this is Lin Chi, the wealthy magnate. Who would have thought he would grace our humble establishment? What a rare opportunity," exclaimed the staff member, Lily. Upon hearing Lily's words, the manager swelled with pride. "Did you see that? Even the wealthy come to our shop." With little time for further contemplation, he grabbed his phone to take pictures and share on social media. Lin Chi was at a loss for words. "Come on, superstar, smile," the manager exclaimed excitedly. Aiming his phone at Lin Chi, he attempted to decline, but his arm had already been linked by Laura. Laura, beaming at the camera, showed no signs of nervousness and rather reveled in the attention. Reluctantly, Lin Chi could only muster a wry smile. "There are so many people watching," he said hurriedly as he attempted to push Laura's hand away. However, Laura clung tightly, fearful that if she let go, she would never be able to grasp him again. "I am currently a rather perilous individual. Perhaps we should finish our meal and depart swiftly," Lin Chi suggested as he gently pushed Laura's head away. Hearing this, Laura nodded, seemingly in agreement. "All right then, but you must accompany me and play," she said with a smile. Goodness, this is excessive, Lin Chi thought, wishing he could throttle Laura. What nonsense. Not only does she want to push me away, but she also has demands. "I agree to take you to the amusement park." Lin Chi gritted through clenched teeth. "Will that suffice?" "Splendid. This is absolutely wonderful," Laura exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Lin Chi, however, did not intend to take her to the amusement park for amusement's sake. Rather, he sought to exhaust her, though the underlying intention was indeed playful, laden with deeper significance. After settling the bill, Lin Chi planned to escort the group of 4 from the restaurant. Little did he expect that within the span of a mere hour, An Ankani had devoured a fortune amounting to several tens of thousands of dollars. "Are you two feasting on dragon meat?" Lin Chi's lips twitched in disbelief. "Big brother." I momentarily lost control of my appetite and admitted with a wry smile. "Boss, the captain insisted I indulge. He claimed our boss is wealthy and wouldn't mind such trifles," Connie added, leaving Lin Chi momentarily speechless. Yet, it was time to leave, as lingering any longer served no purpose. "Why don't you two play a while longer? The environment here is splendid," the manager implored. To him, Lin Chi's presence was the greatest favor their modest establishment could receive. Lin Chi waved his hand dismissively. No. The manager, holding onto Lin Chi's arm with great earnestness, refused to let him depart, leaving Lin Chi in a quandary. Ultimately, however, the manager conceded. Indeed, misfortune often strikes first, for as they had only traversed halfway, calamity ensued. "Missiles! There are missiles!" someone shouted, causing a pandemonium. as the missile was headed towards the very restaurant where Lin Chi and his companions had just dined. By heaven, this scene astounded everyone, prompting them to flee in all directions. Lin Chi pressed his forehead in contemplation. Perhaps only in such dire circumstances would the paparazzi finally distance themselves from him. The entire restaurant was reduced to ruins. All his hard-earned money had vanished into thin air, leaving the manager deeply despondent. This jinx. This kid is truly a harbinger of doom, he lamented, wishing he had never allowed Lin Chi to linger. Now, the restaurant lay in shambles. Meanwhile, Lin Chi and Laura's group had already arrived at the amusement park. Lin Chi directly arranged for Laura to experience 100 roller coasters. However, he underestimated her capabilities. Laura reveled in the thrill, effortlessly overpowering both Lin Chi and Tingyan, while Connie was rendered entirely incapacitated, collapsing and frothing at the mouth. Lin Chi's intentions were undoubtedly thwarted. It was no surprise, as Laura had undergone specialized training. This level of intensity was merely child's play for her. Lin Chi felt a pang of regret, for it was he who had made the promise, yet he found himself unable to endure the experience, ultimately succumbing to nausea. The following day, Lin Chi observed Laura serenely placing a bowl of porridge before him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had returned to his villa, evidently escorted back by Laura. "Where are my clothes?" He soon discovered an issue. Glancing beneath the covers, he was taken aback. "I washed them for you," Laura replied with an air of nonchalance. Yet Lin Chi was far from composed. What did you say?" "I washed them. Considering your state last night, it was quite a feat to survive." Laura smiled at him. Lin Chi was left speechless. "So, you're saying my clothes and pants were also handled by you?" Indeed. All my doing." He scratched his head, lamenting that he had taken Laura to such a perilous place the previous night. "Last night was not dangerous at all. It was exhilarating. Frankly, it reminded me of several years ago." Laura appeared to be reminiscing, her expression one of lingering enjoyment. Lin Chi, gazing at her innocent demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. "You previously promised me that you would wash all of my clothes," she reminded him. "Did I? I was not aware." Lin Chi feigned ignorance. Hey. Just as Lin Chi finished speaking, Laura began to lift the covers, startling him. "All right, go ahead and wash them. If you enjoy it, then do so," he reluctantly conceded. Indeed, Lin Chi had previously agreed to let Laura assist in investigating Lakey City, thus accepting her unreasonable request. He watched as she unceremoniously gathered his garments. "Don't you find me dirty?" he inquired. "Impossible. I am a lady. But that does not mean I cannot accept your soiled garments, and only from you," Laura replied. "Very well. I surrender. You have one. Take the clothes." With a clang, the bedroom door was swiftly shut by Laura, prompting Lin Chi to change into a fresh outfit, significantly improving his state of being. As he exited the bedroom, he nearly stumbled. Before the door of his bedroom lay two fools, Connie and Tingyan, still in a state of unconsciousness. Last night, Laura had indeed emerged as the ultimate MVP. Tingyan had merely accompanied Laura on 30 roller coaster rides, while Connie had managed 20. But Lin Chi had astonishingly reached 90. Chapter 127. Schemes. As soon as Lin Chi stepped out of the villa, he was greeted by the sight of the main deity hunter confined within the courtyard. Yes, it was that enormous snail. With no gaze exchanged, the deity hunter refrained from attacking Lin Chi, yet this did not imply that it was devoid of danger. At present, it demonstrated little interest in Lin Chi, being completely captivated by an array of fruits. It was seen munching on the fruits with a casual indifference, surrounded by many fresh offerings, for which a special garden had been cultivated, replete with numerous rare fruit trees. Lin Chi gazed at the massive snail, feeling an inexplicable sensation within him. Oddly enough, he found the creature somewhat endearing. Shaking his head, he sought to dismiss such thoughts, recognizing them as ill-conceived. Recently, Lin Chi had acquired additional knowledge, and he surmised that this situation exemplified the principle of mutual generation and restraint. Having departed from the villa, Lin Chi returned to his company. He was informed that someone had come to report for duty, Florida. Although Florida had been anticipated by Lin Chi, as an inventor, he bore an abundance of tools, preventing him from entering the company freely without Lin Chi's direct oversight. Upon arrival, Lin Chi encountered Florida, who was laden with an entire box of tools. Given the sheer volume of equipment, few would dare allow him entry, especially into a large corporation like Lin Chi's. The two embraced upon their reunion. Florida appeared transformed from the previous day, possessing an even more striking handsomeness. "Boss, This building is simply magnificent," Florida exclaimed, praising the establishment. Lin Chi smiled. "What is on your mind, young man?" Florida shook his head, not daring to entertain any thoughts. Thus, the pair made their way into the company. Lin Chi promptly assigned tasks to Florida, who had no objections. As Lin Chi opened the newspaper delivered by his secretary, he read attentively. Soon, he came across a significant headline concerning himself. The notorious Demon Thief Guild had sworn to kidnap Lin Chi, and the matter had escalated on their agenda. Lin Chi scrutinized each word, muttering, "Good heavens, yet another group of deluded individuals." Lin Chi had initially dismissed the situation, believing that with the current bounty he had placed, there were far too many individuals eager to apprehend him. It seemed utterly neurotic to stir up a tumult over just a handful of thieves. However, his perspective shifted dramatically upon viewing a brief video clip. In this footage, several masked men maliciously trampled over Lin Chi's image and promotional posters, even setting them ablaze, all while reveling in their antics. Their voices, however, had been manipulated, making it virtually impossible for Lin Chi to identify them through technological means. This was clearly a blatant provocation. While he could endure many things, this was intolerable. Lin Chi resolved to make these ruffians pay dearly for their insolence. He made a phone call, promptly convening a press conference on the lawn of the Horn Daily's media reception area. The sun shone brightly that day, and given Lin Chi's acquisition of numerous media companies, there were many at his disposal. The Sky Thief Syndicate? Are they formidable? Let me be clear. Whoever captures them will receive a bounty of $50 billion from me, the chief owner of Horn Daily, Lin Chi declared unabashedly. Money had become trivial to him. $50 billion was akin to a mere $100 for an entry-level employee. Yet, Lin Chi was acutely aware of the syndicate's notorious background, known for pilfering the world's most precious treasures. He had not sought them out, but to his surprise, they had come knocking at his door. Once the news was disseminated through the media, the entire city erupted in excitement. However, the internet was rife with sarcastic commentators who began to stir up trouble. What? The one with the bounty is now offering a reward for the Sky Thief Syndicate? How absurd. Haha, isn't this just a classic case of greed? Such remarks flooded the online forums. Mocking Lin Chi unfazed, Lin Chi retaliated swiftly, delivering a resounding slap to the instigator of the ridicule. It was as if he had struck through the very internet, leaving the provocateur in a state of bewilderment. Yet, Lin Chi's bounty had drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. In no time, Lin Chi found himself in possession of various media resources, having gained control over a significant portion of the nation's media landscape. This was undoubtedly his advantage, and he intended to leverage it fully. Breaking news from the presidential office announced that the president had decided to take decisive action against the Sky Thief Syndicate, deploying a force of 20,000 special troops. This revelation captured everyone's attention. Isn't this simply astonishing? Even the president has been stirred. However, Lin Chi exhibited little reaction. It would be unjust to solely blame him for his lack of compassion. The audacity of this audacious criminal organization is overwhelming, even ensnaring him and subjecting him to utter humiliation. Truly, they have gone too far. Yet, Lin Chi never anticipated that upon completing his tasks and preparing to return, someone would tap him on the shoulder. Indeed, it was Florida. Were you not dispatched to the branch office? Lin Chi was quite intrigued. Yes. The Horn Daily is a media company and certainly has no need for inventors. Thus, Lin Chi had previously arranged for Florida to be sent to a subordinate company. But what could this young man possibly be doing here now? Oh no, this is a trap. Lin Chi's heart sank. He had just begun to contemplate a response when his body became somewhat unresponsive and his head began to grow heavy with drowsiness. When Lin Chi regained consciousness, he still felt a lingering dizziness. Although he possessed extraordinary abilities, there was one undeniable truth. He was not infallible. He too could experience hunger. And if he consumed something toxic, he would undoubtedly react. Indeed, it was not long before he beheld a familiar figure. Boss, I'm truly sorry. I had no intention of deceiving you. But who could resist your kindness? Florida appeared before Lin Chi. Lin Chi had long surmised that Florida was behind this scheme. Mr. Lin, did you ever imagine we would meet so soon? A man's voice echoed in Lin Chi's ears. Shortly thereafter, footsteps approached. Lin Chi surveyed his surroundings. He was in a warehouse, of moderate size, filled with numerous containers. Goodness, I never expected it would happen so quickly, Lin Chi remarked with a wry smile. Chapter 128. The situation improved. Lin Chi's capture by the audacious criminal organization was something he had never foreseen. Nevertheless, he was aware that these individuals would not dare to harm him. Thus, he remained completely unperturbed. Brother, after verifying his identity, it is confirmed he is Lin Chi. A burly man approached after checking Lin Chi's identity and relayed the information to the leader of the audacious criminal organization, Edward. Excellent. It seems our plan is flawless. Edward replied calmly. Everything was well within his control. When shall we meet the informant? The burly man inquired. That's simple. Once the informant arrives tomorrow, this young man's fate will no longer concern us. Edward replied indifferently. Indeed, they had already negotiated a price with the seller. Capturing Lin Chi alive would yield them a substantial sum. I'm hungry. Bring me something to eat, Lin Chi expressed, his face revealing his hunger. Yes. He was exceedingly famished. The robust man was named Sane. Without uttering a word, he delivered a resounding slap to Lin Chi's face. We are at the gates of hell. And you still think of eating? Allow me to bestow upon you a hearty slap. Sane's visage was one of rage. What are you doing? He is merely an ordinary person. Is it not natural to be hungry? Hurry and procure him some food. Edward intervened, halting Sane. Though he had captured Lin Chi, he had no intention of harming him, for the one who issued the bounty had stated that as long as he was alive, the dead held no value. Sane snorted disdainfully and departed from Lin Chi's sight. Unbeknownst to anyone but Lin Chi, Sane's slap had not been advantageous. Instead, it had backfired, causing him considerable self-harm. Lin Chi possessed a body of stone. Even though Sane's slap could exert a force of several hundred kilograms, it was trivial in comparison to Lin Chi conversely. While no one was aware, both Lin Chi and Sane understood that the impact of that slap had left Sane's hand red and swollen, likely causing him pain for an extended period. Soon, Sane returned with food, yet Lin Chi was far from pleased. This is not fresh. I do not like it. I desire a grilled steak. He glanced at the food, instantly losing his appetite. Is Sane truly this stingy? He actually brought back takeout from a food stall? No. Let there be no misunderstanding. Lin Chi did not harbor contempt for food stalls, but today he yearned for a fine steak. Don't push your luck. Sane glared at Lin Chi, visibly displeased. Lin Chi's intuition proved correct. He did not receive another slap, as Edward stood by his side. What are you still doing? Quickly go and buy him a steak. Edward commanded. In the past, he would have dealt Lin Chi a swift punishment, but now, Lin Chi held significant value to them, and thus they could not afford to mistreat him. Given Lin Chi's status, his desire for a steak was quite reasonable. Consequently, Sane had no choice but to obediently fetch the steak under Edward's admonition. You are the lord here. Such a trivial request hardly qualifies as a demand. Edward aimed his gun at Lin Chi's forehead. Yet, Lin Chi displayed no semblance of fear, facing the situation with calm indifference. Time swiftly passed, and the warehouse door swung open. Sane returned, carrying a steak before Lin Chi. It was a whole steak, fragrant and untouched. Lin Chi shook his head, an expression of distaste upon his face. What kind of steak is this? I yearn for a premium tomahawk steak. Lin Chi was quite displeased, wondering if this steak was meant to appease beggars. If you don't wish to eat it, then I shall not serve you. Sane contemplated striking Lin Chi, yet reason reminded him that his hand still ached. Edward glanced at the steak, then coldly turned his gaze toward the sulking Sane on the ground. Go and procure the finest tomahawk steak. Here's a card. Money is no object. Edward handed a card to Sane. Boss, I'm not going. I believe this guy is merely toying with us. Sane was no fool. Let him toy with us then. I am curious to see what tricks he has left. Edward remained unfazed. Indeed, he was indifferent, perceiving this as nothing more than a fleeting desire. Satisfying a minor request was inconsequential, considering the stature of others involved. Very well, I shall go. Ultimately, Sane yielded. He exited the warehouse, feeling like a mere punching bag, as if he were there only to endure grievances. However, with the boss having spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Half an hour later, Sane returned, not alone but accompanied by his subordinates, having kidnapped a top chef from a renowned tomahawk steak establishment. Astonishingly, the once illustrious band of thieves had transformed into a kidnapping syndicate. Why resort to kidnapping? The reason lay with Lin Chi. Sane feared further tricks, thus he brought the chef back under duress. Hey, I haven't done anything. Why are you kidnapping me? As long as you don't kill me, I will reveal to you where my wife hides her money. The chef was utterly terrified. Sane replied, You only need to prepare this young man a tomahawk steak. We shall not harm you. Indeed, he was merely required to cook the steak. Sane was eager to witness what other antics Lin Chi might conjure. 2 hours later, the tomahawk steak was presented flawlessly before Lin Chi, occupying a modest plate that cost Edward a staggering $200,000. After all, how could one not deem this a meal fit for the wealthy? Truly, the extravagance was astounding. Even a steak cost $20,000. Florida was left utterly dumbfounded. This was no mere meal. It was a feast of wealth. Finally, Lin Chi was thoroughly satisfied. After feasting, the day had grown late. Yet Lin Chi found himself dissatisfied with his sleeping arrangements. The small room contained only a single bed. "I demand a different bed. I shall not sleep otherwise," Lin Chi protested. "Then do not sleep. You want to die from it," Sane retorted indifferently. He had already exhausted himself for this young man throughout the day. As long as he remained alive, it mattered little to him. However, Lin Chi swiftly produced a rope. Goodness, he actually contemplated hanging himself. This scene instantly sent shivers down Sane's spine. The boss had already stated that this young man's life was exceedingly valuable, and they could not afford any mishap. Should he expire, their fortunes would vanish. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and procure the most opulent bed for him. Edward practically squeezed these words from his lips. Chapter 129. Destruction due to Lin Chi's status. No one dared to lay a finger on him. After all, the thunderous phantom thieves had made a solemn vow not to harm Lin Chi. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Chi felt an unusual sense of belonging in the warehouse. Edward and Sane, unable to oppose him, could only acquiesce to Lin Chi's demands. In his mind, he believed that once tomorrow passed, everything would return to normal. At that point, Lin Chi's fate would no longer concern him. However, he could not have anticipated that on the following day, the individual who had issued the bounty would be unable to arrive, as all the roads in the city had been sealed off, and everyone was subjected to rigorous scrutiny. "Boss, can we not send this kid away?" inquired a man named Kalanda, scratching his stubbled chin. His question elicited a fervent response from the other members of the thunderous phantom thieves. They stood within a room, and on the large screen, Lin Chi was depicted in a deep slumber, a sight that appeared utterly comfortable and serene, entirely unbefitting a hostage. It seemed as though he were in the comfort of his own home. The sight compelled the others to resist the urge to slap Lin Chi awake. Yet, they were acutely aware that they could not harm Lin Chi. He was their golden goose. Indeed, while they could not touch Lin Chi, they could expedite his departure to avoid detection. Edward contemplated this plan and found it feasible. "Gentlemen, let's spring into action. We are about to undertake a grand endeavor," Edward instructed his team members. Consequently, he directed Sane to assist Lin Chi, and the entire squad commenced their operation. However, Sane was perplexed. He attempted to lift the slumbering Lin Chi, but discovered that, despite exerting all his strength, he was utterly incapable. He was merely an ordinary man. "Why are you so useless? Indeed, you must have engaged in some unspeakable activities last night." "Ha ha, Sane, how did you become so inept?" A chorus of mockery ensued from the group. Yet, Sane was acutely aware that this was not his fault. Only Edward discerned Sane's inner turmoil. "I shall go take a look," Edward murmured. Having spoken, he approached Lin Chi, intending to lift him effortlessly. However, he quickly realized that the young man was as heavy as iron, utterly immovable. At this revelation, everyone was rendered speechless, and the plan to deliver Lin Chi to their employer was abandoned. Consequently, Lin Chi had no choice but to remain with them. No one could comprehend the reason behind Lin Chi's extraordinary weight, yet they all understood that he was no ordinary individual. Did they believe that Lin Chi's consumption of top-tier war axe steak was the pinnacle of it all? That was merely the beginning. Lin Chi incessantly challenged the perceptions of the members of the illustrious Phantom Thieves Guild. The paper towels had to be crafted from volcanic ash, and even the chopsticks used during meals were fashioned from solid gold. While this was somewhat acceptable given the guild's prestigious heritage, demanding a member of the Phantom Thieves Guild to perform a headstand while washing their hair was simply outrageous. "I refuse. Why must we endure such indignities? We treat him like royalty." Sane was the first to voice his discontent. "What is the point of living if we cannot even witness a simple headstand wash? It would be better to perish." Lin Chi entered his theatrical phase. Upon uttering this, everyone was taken aback. What kind of statement was that? A few nearly succumbed to shock. They had catered to Lin Chi in every conceivable way, yet he dared to question the very essence of existence. As he spoke, Lin Chi attempted to hang himself. This left the members of the Phantom Thieves Guild in utter disarray. All right, I beg of you, do not resort to such drastic measures. I will perform the headstand wash. Among the guild, there was a female member named Dylan, who was well aware of Lin Chi's formidable nature. Thus, she took it upon herself to demonstrate the headstand wash for him. I don't care. You must perform the chicken dance for me, Lin Chi insisted, still unsatisfied after watching her. Don't push your luck, Dylan retorted, baring her teeth. You can choose to refuse my request, but I can also choose to end my life. Lin Chi remained unfazed, for he could easily choose to meet his demise through other means. Edward glanced at Dylan, as if they were silently exchanging thoughts. Dylan pouted, staring intently at Lin Chi. Her eyes seemed to convey her inner dissatisfaction, but it was all in vain. Ultimately, she acquiesced to Lin Chi's demand. In just 3 short days, Lin Chi had subjected the Phantom Thieves Guild to unimaginable torment. They had never encountered anyone so shameless. He was utterly brazen. Boss, we have received word from the employer, stating that he will meet us with the payment in 3 days. But he has made it clear that this young man must remain unharmed. Florida approached Edward, conveying the information he had just received. Excellent. We only need to endure 3 more days, Edward exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. It is likely that anyone entangled with a master like Lin Chi would find their situation rather unpleasant. The past 3 days have proven to be excruciating for them, as they remain oblivious to the further mess Lin Chi might create. In just a few days, Lin Chi has already squandered millions of dollars on them. It might not be an exaggeration to say they have captured a true ancestor. However, Lin Chi harbors a completely different perspective. To him, this experience feels akin to a holiday, especially with a personal chef at his disposal. His life has become increasingly splendid by the day, leaving no intention of departing from this place. Yet, after 3 days, a piece of news left Edward and the others disheartened. Indeed, their employer conveyed that the current circumstances were unfavorable, rendering it impossible for them to gather the funds swiftly. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to wait another 3 days. However, 3 days turned into another 3, pushing the entire illustrious band of thieves to the brink of tears. To be precise, they were on the verge of being driven mad by Lin Chi. They were increasingly reluctant to engage with him, as his demands escalated beyond reason. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, this so-called illustrious band of thieves collectively fled on the morning of the fateful 3rd day. Yes, you heard it correctly. They all made a hasty retreat. Lin Chi was left in despair, as his pleasant existence had abruptly come to an end. When the police discovered Lin Chi, he was leisurely humming a tune, exuding an air of comfort that belied his status as a kidnapping victim. Alas, what a splendid opportunity squandered. However, considering the kindness they had shown him during these past few days, he decided not to hold it against them. Lin Chi murmured to himself. The police had rescued Lin Chi, though to be precise, they had not done much at all. It was later revealed to Lin Chi that it was indeed the illustrious band of thieves who had informed the police of his whereabouts. Chapter 130. The crisis in Prantown. Upon returning to his villa at Chintai Beach, Connie was the first to come forward to seek forgiveness. He felt guilty. Connie approached Lin Chi, fervently grasping his hands, and then embraced Lin Chi's face, inspecting him as if he were lamenting the suffering Lin Chi had endured during this time. This scene nearly caused Lin Chi to spit blood. He immediately knelt before Lin Chi, observing Connie. Despite the numerous grievances and injustices he had previously inflicted upon Lin Chi, it was evident that Connie's loyalty had become unmistakably apparent. At this moment, Connie knelt before Lin Chi like a contrite child. "What are you doing?" "One might mistake me for your father," Lin Chi remarked, speechless. "Is it true? Are you genuinely speaking from the heart?" Connie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Lin Chi. Lin Chi, however, was utterly speechless. He had merely spoken casually, yet Connie had taken him seriously. What perplexed Lin Chi was the transformation of Connie, who had previously been antagonistic towards him, into this subservient figure. In contrast to Connie's fervor, Ting-En remained remarkably composed, utterly unconvinced that anyone in this world could harm Lin Chi, let alone abduct him. Ignoring Connie, Lin Chi retreated to his own room. Once there, he stepped onto the weighing scale and was astonished to discover that he had gained several pounds during his time captured by the notorious demon thief gang. It seemed he needed to be mindful of his diet, he murmured to himself. Now, Lin Chi was quite curious about who had issued the bounty. "This matter is entrusted to you. Do not return until you uncover the mastermind behind it," he instructed Connie, who stood outside his room. "Rest assured, boss. I shall perform admirably this time. I will not let you down. Connie responded with palpable enthusiasm, as if he had finally been given a significant role. By the way, where's Laura? I haven't seen her, Lin Chi inquired, glancing at Ting logically. This clingy girl should have appeared immediately upon his return. Yet her absence seemed rather unusual. Ting pondered for a moment before responding. Her. It seems she has returned to the base, claiming she had something to finish. But I suspect she has forsaken you. I saw a man accompanying her quite closely. After saying this, Ting turned away, a smile spreading across his face, reveling in his own cleverness. Following this little gesture, Ting glanced back at Lin Chi, eager to observe his reaction. However, Lin Chi remained unfazed, dismissing Ting's words entirely. If that were indeed the case, it would be a blessing in disguise for Lin Chi. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from the doctor. Lin Chi, I'm relieved to hear you're safe, the doctor said. Doctor, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to look even more dashing lately, Lin Chi replied. Enough flattery. I have made a significant discovery. You should come to see me as soon as you can. Dr. Lewis spoke gravely, as if he were harboring concerns that he hesitated to voice. Lin Chi nodded. All right. I will hurry over. After the call ended, he set off for Dr. Lewis's base. He decided to take a taxi, preferring not to travel in a flash of light, as that would be far too mundane. A life lived at such a rapid pace could lead to baldness. Several hours later, Lin Chi arrived at Dr. Lewis's base. Soon, he beheld Dr. Lewis, who still radiated brilliance, a paragon of human intellect standing at the pinnacle of genius. Have you discovered something? Lin Chi inquired with curiosity. It was evident that Dr. Lewis would not seek Lin Chi without significant cause. Let us address two matters. We shall begin with the first, Dr. Lewis stated, disliking circumlocution. Lin Chi turned his attention to Dr. Lewis, eager to listen. In a remote region, there lies a town named Pran, with a population of approximately 10,000. This settlement, adjacent to the desert, primarily engages in the extraction of crystal ore, which constitutes a substantial portion of the market. However, recently, the workers who ventured to mine the crystal ore encountered a series of unfortunate incidents. Their necks were savagely attacked, Dr. Lewis remarked as he clapped his hands, conjuring a vivid image in Lin Chi's mind. The scene revealed several corpses, each bearing unmistakable marks of brutal bites. Such a sight was profoundly gruesome, likely to induce discomfort in any ordinary observer. What is crystal ore? Lin Chi asked, intrigued. Dr. Lewis seemed to anticipate this inquiry and promptly elaborated. Crystal ore is a novel resource, capable of withstanding the highest temperatures conceived by humanity and is utilized in various weapons and high-precision components. This is precisely why Pran exists on the desert's periphery, where the populace, predominantly miners of crystal ore, is supplemented by those seeking other precious minerals, such as metals. However, the environment is exceedingly harsh, with daytime temperatures soaring to 50 C and plummeting to -30 C at night. Numerous thieves perish daily due to resource theft accidents. Yet, this time is different. These individuals did not die by mischance, but were evidently mauled, warranting Lin Chi's investigation. Previously, Dr. Lewis intended to inform Lin Chi of this matter, but refrained upon noticing that Lin Chi had encountered some unforeseen events. Rest assured, Doctor, I shall investigate promptly. Lin Chi assured him. You truly are a commendable individual, Dr. Lewis smiled appreciatively. By the way, what is the other matter you mentioned? Lin Chi queried, as a thought crossed his mind. Ah, yes. This matter must also be conveyed to you without delay. Do you recall the mysterious other-dimensional metallic pillars? Dr. Lewis asked. Of course I do. What of them? Lin Chi responded. Recently, I have pinpointed the precise locations of these artifacts. Yet the bioengineered individuals I dispatched seem incapable of handling them. Fortunately, most of these metal pillars are situated far from human habitation. Your intervention would be most beneficial, Dr. Lewis concluded. Lin Chi readily agreed, considering it a trivial matter, and he had no reason to refuse. After all, it was merely a matter of making another trip. Chapter 131. The primary rival. Upon exiting the base, Lin Chi quickly spotted Laura in the distance, gazing at him. He attempted to conceal his face, wishing to avoid being recognized. Hey, you fool, what are you doing? Sneaking around. Are you stealing something from my father? Are you mistaken? Do I know you? How could I possibly steal anything? Lin Chi replied, deliberately raising his voice and covering his face. You've stolen my heart, Laura exclaimed. Pulling Lin Chi's hands away from his face, her intent clear as she prepared to leap towards him. Oh no! A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Chi. He hurriedly attempted to flee, but Laura, more agile, seized his collar. You still claim you haven't taken anything from my father? She scoffed, looking at Lin Chi with disdain. Even Lin Chi, despite his naivety, could not fail to grasp her meaning. What a cliched line. He felt a wave of nausea rise within him. I want to drink milk tea. Take me. Laura pleaded with an earnest expression. I'm broke. I'm poor. So don't expect me to part with my money. Lin Chi refused. Then I'll treat you to the first cup of milk tea of winter, Laura countered. Lin Chi wanted to decline, but Laura covered his mouth, declaring, if you don't take me for milk tea, I'll tell my father that you're bullying me. In the distance, Dr. Lewis observed the entire exchange. Lin Chi pressed his forehead in exasperation. All right. I can't argue with you. This is the last time. Laura was as ecstatic as a 500-pound rabbit, tugging Lin Chi as they set off together. However, as they approached the milk tea shop on Commercial Street, Laura suddenly halted. Good grief. Lin Chi internally groaned, bewildered. She had insisted on milk tea, and he had aimed to please her, only for her to change her mind now. Let us go to a different shop. Laura grasped Lin Chi's wrist and suggested. Lin Chi was taken aback. He had assumed she had lost interest in milk tea, only to discover she wanted to switch locations. As he turned around, he noticed a man in the distance watching Laura intently. From his expression, Lin Chi surmised they were acquainted. However, Lin Chi had no desire to meddle in others' affairs, knowing it would only bring him unnecessary trouble. Yet, before they could walk any further, the man approached Lin Chi and Laura. Laura, I never expected to see you here. It seems we truly are destined to meet. The man said as he approached her. This man was named Harrington. Could you please remove yourself from my sight? Laura seemed quite displeased with Harrington's presence. He presented her with a bouquet of roses, yet she had no intention of acknowledging his gesture. I have no interest in you. You might as well abandon this foolish hope. I do not understand why you have suddenly appeared before me, nor do I wish to. Laura spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional inflection, as she pushed Harrington aside and took Lin Chi's arm, leading him towards a distant milk tea shop. Are you not curious about my relationship with him? Laura inquired as they walked. I'm afraid I'm not interested in the affairs of others, Lin Chi replied, indifferent to the nature of her connection with Harrington. However, Laura pouted, if you won't ask, I shall tell you anyway. She huffed, he is my captain, named Harrington. An exceedingly bothersome individual. During a mission in the desert, I placed immense trust in him. Only he and I survived. To my dismay, he absconded with all the supplies, leaving me behind. I never imagined he would reappear in my life, seeking to pursue me. It baffles me. Laura appeared lost in thought, recalling a long-ago chapter of her life, one that brought her considerable discontent, an irony that weighed heavily on her. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi suddenly understood. It seemed that the man and had mentioned earlier must have been Harrington. While Lin Chi was more than willing to find someone who would cherish Laura, he was acutely aware that he could not lead her towards a devil like Harrington. Lin Chi found it difficult to tolerate someone as selfish as Harrington. Had it not been for my father finding me, I shudder to think what fate awaited me. I might have already become a lifeless corpse. Laura remarked with a bitter smile. Yet upon his return, he claims he has come solely to apologize to me. As they continued their walk, they arrived at the milk tea shop. This was Lin Chi's first inclination to treat Laura to a drink. With winter upon them, although Laura had a playful demeanor, he sensed her exceptional qualities. However, he felt it inappropriate to comfort her, as there were no emotional ties between them. Perhaps it was best to help her forget her troubles. Indeed, there is a commonality among girls. They all have a penchant for sweet treats, and Laura was no exception. With each sip of milk tea, her previously troubled mood began to dissipate. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Laura indulged in 3 cups of milk tea. However, just as they were about to leave the shop, they encountered Harrington standing at the entrance. Laura completely ignored him, treating him as if he were merely air. She utterly detests this fellow, wishing fervently for his disappearance from her sight. However, being an adult, she refrains from indulging in immature actions. In stark contrast, Lin Chi is different. It is abundantly clear that Harrington perceives Lin Chi as a rival in love. I urge you, young man, to avoid inviting unpleasantness into your life. If I were in your shoes, I would swiftly distance myself from Laura. After all, one must learn to let go. Harrington's voice was low, yet it resonated in Lin Chi's ears with crystal clarity. Oh, how intriguing. I share no relationship with her, so do not overthink it, truly. Lin Chi has no desire to meddle in others' affairs of the heart. Yet, the words of this young man irked Lin Chi considerably. What nonsense is this? How is it that he is the one seeking discomfort? He has done nothing wrong. Humph. I merely offer you a warning. Should you wish to avoid a most humiliating demise, you ought to remember my words. Harrington's demeanor towards Lin Chi was anything but amicable. Since the moment he laid eyes on Lin Chi, he had already designated him as his primary rival in affection. Is that so? I must thank your entire family then. But I must inform you that a selfish, good-for-nothing like you is utterly unworthy of her. Thus, I advise you to abandon this futile pursuit. Lin Chi maintained his composure, refusing to be intimidated. He had no desire for excessive entanglement with Harrington, yet he never anticipated that the other would so brazenly direct all hostility towards him, which left Lin Chi quite displeased. Chapter 132. Captured, however, the moment Lin Chi's words escaped his lips, Harrington became visibly enraged. What did you say? I believe you are courting death. Harrington was incensed by Lin Chi's retort. Upon finishing his statement, he attempted to approach Lin Chi with the intent of delivering a couple of stinging slaps. Yet, Lin Chi seemed to have foreseen Harrington's reaction and had already slipped away. He was well aware that Harrington was poised to strike him with considerable force. Humph, worthless scum. Should we cross paths again, I shall knock your teeth out. Harrington, having undergone professional training, believed that dealing with someone like Lin Chi would be a trivial matter. Moreover, Lin Chi's recent escape only underscored his own fear. Laura, I shall not relinquish you. My affection for you runs profoundly deep. Harrington muttered with a hint of defiance. She must be testing me. She surely still harbors feelings for me. Harrington fell into a state of self-delusion, unaware that Laura held no feelings for him whatsoever. Observing the pair of them vanish without a trace, Harrington had no choice but to relent for the time being. However, as an operative, his skills in surveillance were indispensable, so he had no worries about locating Laura again. This time, I was unprepared, but when next we meet, I shall surprise you greatly, Harrington declared. To be precise, he had now assumed a different identity. To describe him as a mere agent would be an understatement. He is, in fact, a concealed heir to a fortune. In his younger years, his father sent him away for further education, deliberately keeping his lineage a secret to shield him from the vices often associated with the privileged. Now, having reached the age of inheriting the family wealth, his status has transformed significantly. He cannot fathom that there exist women in this world who are indifferent to wealth. How could a penniless boy dare to aspire to win the affection of Laura? It is akin to a toad yearning for a swan's embrace. Laura's beauty is, without a doubt, exceptional, particularly her rarefied aura that makes many covet her. Yet, few dare approach her, for she is an unequivocal agent, and thus, her circle of male acquaintances is exceedingly limited. Returning to Lin Chi, after evading Harrington's gaze, Laura vanished from sight. Lin Chi presumed she had departed, only to discover at the next intersection that Laura had rested her head upon his shoulder. Upon their return to the villa at Chintai Beach, Lin Chi intended to organize his affairs. Indeed, he was bound for Pran Town, but prior to that, meticulous planning was imperative. I want to go too, Laura insisted. Eager to accompany Lin Chi, I want to go, big brother. I am destined for greatness. You cannot confine me to training that inept crowd. Tinjing also clamored to join. Indeed, he felt woefully underutilized, languishing among a cadre of incompetents, a situation that felt like an affront to his capabilities. Upon learning of Lin Chi's impending adventure, Tinjing could not let such an opportunity slip away. Lin Chi, resigned, raised his hands in surrender and acquiesced. Very well. You may accompany me. However, the conditions there are quite harsh, so I trust you will be adequately prepared. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Laura as he concluded. Laura pouted, Humph. I won't let you down. You need not worry. Lin Chi's agreement to bring these two burdens was a reluctant decision. It would be manageable with just the two of them, but should they venture alone, the consequences could be dire. 3 companions, at the very least, would provide some company, which was a comfort. This was of little consequence. Lin Chi could not voice his reservations. As preparations commenced for their departure, the significant distance meant that Lin Chi would require ample time if traveling alone, but with company, the journey might take even longer. Arriving at the western region under federal jurisdiction a day later, Lin Chi, along with Laura and Tinjing, found themselves at the outskirts of Pran Town. Tinjing struggled with 2 suitcases and a backpack, while ahead of him, a pair of amorous companions appeared, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. Had he known, he would have refrained from joining. He had anticipated an adventure of monster slaying, only to find himself toiling instead. However, it was not long after their arrival that Laura became captivated by the distant stones. Indeed, those stones were exquisite, too enchanting for any young girl to resist. Yet, this action placed the trio in an unfavorable predicament. Shortly thereafter, they attracted the attention of the locals. The three were bound and restrained, as they were mistaken for wrongdoers. "Old man, we are not treasure hunters," and pleaded. "Do you even bother to concoct a believable story? This is the typical excuse of every outsider caught here," retorted the apprehending father, his son by his side, gripping a hunting rifle with a wary expression. He had never anticipated encountering such nefarious characters during his patrol. The town had been rigorously cracking down on treasure hunters, with even the most severe cases facing vigilante justice. Thus, the trio found themselves loaded into a truck, along with their luggage. This turn of events was unexpected. "Where are you taking us? I don't want to die," and exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious. The old man ignored him. In the past, he would have readily employed his abilities to escape, but this time was different. As the leader had stated before their departure, the primary focus was investigation, and they must refrain from using their powers on ordinary people. Lin Chi remained silent, recognizing the potential advantage of being brought into the town of Pran, where they might uncover the mysteries surrounding its recent peculiarities. Before long, the truck arrived in Pran. Night had fallen, and the temperature dropped sharply. Laura shivered from the cold. Although the holding facility was well insulated, she was merely an ordinary woman, ill-equipped to withstand such chill. In stark contrast, and had already succumbed to slumber, seemingly oblivious to the biting cold. Lin Chi felt the chill as well, but harnessed his powers to manipulate the starlight, warming his own body considerably. "It's so cold," Laura's voice reached Lin Chi's ears. Her consciousness began to fade, and before Lin Chi could react, Laura had rested her head on his shoulder. Goodness, Lin Chi felt as though he had been taken advantage of. Yet, in such a situation, he could hardly push Laura away. Doing so would surely endanger her. So, he allowed the warmth generated by the starlight to envelop her. Before long, Laura's condition improved significantly, her color returning to a healthier hue. Lin Chi was overjoyed, relieved that Laura was safe. Chapter 133. Burn them alive. Although Lin Chi and his companions had been captured, it was peculiar that no one came to interrogate them that night. Given this unusual situation, Lin Chi could no longer afford to remain passive. At times, he found himself envying Tingyan, who seemed carefree and unburdened, able to sleep soundly even under such circumstances. However, it was evident that he could not emulate that tranquility. As dawn broke, their confinement was abruptly disturbed. The door to their cell swung open, startling both Laura and the still slumbering Tingyan. It was that scoundrel who had shattered the young master's beautiful dream. Tingyan, still drooling, recalled a vivid dream in which he had brushed past a young woman who had graciously provided him with her contact information, only to be interrupted by these ruffians. It was undoubtedly them, the mayor, who sought to pilfer their precious stone crystals. The old man from yesterday approached, visibly astonished. His surprise stemmed from the fact that Lin Chi and his companions had not succumbed to the frigid cold. Nights here could be brutally chilling, a temperature most people could scarcely endure. "Are you unaware that you have violated the regulations of our town?" The mayor, a gentleman clad in black, exhibited little of the decorum one might expect. "Humph, what regulations have we violated? We have done nothing wrong. It would be best if you released us, or else prepare to face the consequences," Tingyan retorted with bravado. Frankly, he was oblivious to what transgression warranted their capture. The onlookers exchanged derisive smiles. "We are the architects of these rules. It is your kind, these thieves, who have brought divine retribution upon our town, and you deserve to perish." The gentleman mayor's frustration was palpable, his tone growing increasingly severe. "Huh, how laughable," Tingyan scoffed in disdain. "We are not thieves, truly." At this moment, Laura addressed the impeccably dressed mayor. The group was bound with ropes, utterly devoid of any means to resist. "All captured thieves make the same claims. Do you think we would fall for your lies again?" The mayor's anger was justified. The recent bizarre occurrences in the town and the tragic fate of its deceased residents fueled his belief that these outsiders had offended the divine. "Behold, what is this?" The gentleman mayor produced a stone from Laura's possession. Though its purity was minimal, it was deemed a violation of the town's new regulations, warranting their surrender to the divine, as declared by a bespectacled elder of considerable wisdom. Upon hearing this, Laura nearly choked on her indignation. Indeed, That is correct. She casually picked up a stone from the ground, only to face the prospect of a death sentence. Who could possibly accept such a fate? Accept the punishment. They offered a sumptuous feast, hoping to appease the divine and earn forgiveness. The gentlemanly mayor wore a look of sorrow. Indeed, he had never anticipated that such young individuals would resort to such petty thievery, risking their very lives in the process. Is this real? We came to save you. Please do not treat us this way. Hearing these words, Ting felt a deep sense of despair. What terrible luck to arrive in Pran Town only to be subjected to a lynching. Fortunately, he managed to secure a meal for the day. It must be said that Pran Town's culinary offerings were quite lavish, featuring aged duck liver, fine wine, and delectable steaks. Why not partake in it? Food is essential for survival, after all. Lin Chi glanced towards Laura in the distance. Ting savored the meal with great delight, yet Laura found herself lacking appetite. I apologize, but I truly have no desire to eat. I never imagined they would treat us in such a manner. Their ignorance is astounding, Laura sighed. Yes, I too was taken aback by their approach to resolving issues. It shows a complete disregard for life, Lin Chi replied with a bitter smile. It is also my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have been captured by them, Laura expressed some remorse. However, this predicament is not entirely without merit, for it has revealed the true state of the entire town. He was curious to see how these individuals would present them to the divine. Ultimately, Lin Chi did not eat. All the food that had been brought was devoured by Ting. Thank you for last night, Laura said gently, looking at Lin Chi. Lin Chi was taken aback. I couldn't just stand by and watch you perish, could I? Besides, your father urged me to assist you, and I did nothing. It was you who insisted on leaning on my shoulder, Lin Chi retorted, unappreciative. Laura cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chi, snorting in response. Enough, you two lovebirds. Must we truly be sacrificed? Why don't we escape? Ting pondered the graver implications. If we flee, it will only complicate matters. We came to resolve issues and must confront the problems faced by Pran Town, Lin Chi answered decisively. Laura couldn't help but admire Lin Chi inwardly, thinking him exceptionally admirable. She vowed never to marry anyone but him. And of course, all of this did not escape the notice of Ting, who felt as though he had been served a dish of dog food in addition to his grand meal. What a fate it is to feast on dog food daily. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. They were brought to the newly constructed altar in the town. In a flurry of activity, they found themselves bound. As townsfolk from all directions hastily gathered upon hearing the news. Burn them! Burn them! They have offended the divine, came the fervent cries. They were deemed wretched fiends, unworthy of existence. Indeed, had it not been for these marauders, how could the infernal demons have been unleashed? The voices of disdain echoed from below. Yes, they were to be burned alive. O Divine One, it is our fault. Today we offer you these three villains. Hoping you will cease to harm the good people of Pran Town, the mayor lamented to the heavens. He then murmured to the wizards at his side. There were 3 wizards, and upon hearing the mayor's words, they exchanged glances before beginning to dance. To Ting, this spectacle appeared somewhat comical. Was this truly a form of communication with the divine? How absurd. After 2 hours of their antics, nothing occurred. The sky began to darken, marking the time agreed upon by the mayor. Yes, they were preparing to immolate Lin Chi and the others as a sacrifice to the divine. Additionally, this act served to warn the marauders, urging them to reconsider their ways. Chapter 134. The sandstorm. The night cast a warning upon the people, as if foretelling that unknown events were about to unfold. Although Laura and Lin Chi were bound, their reactions were notably calm, save for Ting. Laura had unwavering faith in Lin Chi, who was confident in his abilities. As for Ting, he harbored a distinct desire to avoid a fiery demise, which would be utterly intolerable. However, before long, an unforeseen event transpired. A strong wind suddenly surged from the distance, so fierce that it rendered one unable to open their eyes. Alongside the wind came a swirling sandstorm. Good heavens, this is no divine intervention. It's clearly a sandstorm approaching. Everyone run. Ting, bound to a high wooden stake, had a clear view of the chaos. You chatter too much. Someone, gag him with my sock. The gentlemanly mayor exclaimed in frustration, questioning who truly held authority. Panic ensued among the townsfolk. Indeed, Ting-en's words were devastatingly impactful, causing the already disoriented villagers to squirm in anxiety. Do not panic. This is the divine communicating with us. Remain calm, the gentlemanly mayor declared. Yet the encroaching sandstorm showed no regard for the mayor's reassurances, swiftly drawing near. "Mayor, this truly appears to be a sandstorm," an esteemed elder remarked. In a fit of rage, the mayor declared, "Let us burn them all." His contempt for Ting Un and the others was palpable. With that, he raised a torch and advanced towards them. Although Pran Town was situated on the fringes, its resource reserves were remarkably abundant. Even the firewood was cut with precision. The torch was cast upon the gasoline-soaked timber, and in an instant, flames erupted violently. As the inferno blazed brighter, the mayor felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, an ominous change soon unfolded in the sky. A long claw emerged from the swirling dust, piercing through a townsman. Despite his frantic screams and pleas for help, they fell on deaf ears. The more he struggled, the greater his suffering became, and soon he succumbed to unconsciousness, his life extinguished. "Oh, divine being, I beseech you, spare the citizens of Pran Town. We have already offered those trespassers who disturbed you as a sacrifice." The gentleman mayor fell to his knees, bowing in worship. Yes, he bore responsibility. As the mayor of Pran Town, he could not turn a blind eye to the consecutive deaths of his townspeople. Witnessing their mayor kneel, the other townsfolk hastened to follow suit, eager to seek the deity's forgiveness. Yet again, claws emerged from the dust, impaling several townsfolk, sending the remaining citizens into a panic. The scene resembled a hunt, as a grieving mother collapsed, wailing for her lost child. Just yesterday, all had been well, but now they were separated by the chasm of life and death. A deafening roar echoed from the heavens, a sound akin to a demon's fury, compelling all to cover their ears. In a matter of moments, over a dozen citizens of Pran Town had their lives claimed by the mysterious claws. Yet, this was not the end. Suddenly, a multitude of skeletal frames surged forth from the dust storm, accompanied by a thunderous cacophony that would be etched in the memories of those present. "What on earth is happening?" A young man from Pran Town gasped, terror-stricken. "This is too intense. I must leave, escape this cursed place. I hope never to encounter such monsters again." The townsfolk, having never witnessed such chaos, scattered in all directions. However, the speed of the skeletal frames was overwhelming. They had little time to flee. One particular skeletal figure was hurtling directly towards the gentleman mayor. "Oh, divine protector, please do not take my life," he pleaded desperately, but there was no response from the heavens. As the skeletal figure approached him, a man unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. With a powerful swing of his fist, the skeleton was shattered into pieces. This man was truly formidable. The gentleman mayor expressed his astonishment. However, his delight quickly faded when he recognized the man's face. It was none other than Ting Un. "He saved me?" The gentleman mayor was finally coming to his senses. Indeed, the man had not perished. Instead, he had obliterated those skeletal remains, rescuing numerous townsfolk. "Rest assured, I shall handle this," Ting Un proclaimed, radiating strength. Streams of water gushed from his body, aiming to dilute the swirling dust. Soon, the haze began to dissipate, leaving behind only a multitude of skeletal remains. These skeletons were the very townspeople who had been captured. No one had anticipated that they would meet such a fate in such a short span of time. "My wife, how tragically you have perished," a middle-aged man lamented, cradling a skeletal frame, tears streaming down his face. Yet, it was evident he was feigning sorrow, for he had smeared onion juice at the corners of his eyes. If his wife were truly dead, he would receive substantial compensation, allowing him to settle his debts. Dreaming of riches. Just then, his wife emerged from a distant restroom. "Wife, how in the world are you still alive?" The man's face fell in despair. His wife, no fool herself, seized his ear with one hand, causing him to yelp in pain. "What is happening?" On the streets of the town, Laura gazed at the horizon. The sky had dimmed, illuminated only by the moon. The sandstorm had receded, enveloping the entire town of Pran in a thick layer of dust, making even breathing a challenge. Fortunately, the residents had devised ways to cope. "Miss Laura, I too cannot see clearly, but I sense something vast. However, I trust that the Tao will surely uncover the true identity of that monster," Ting Un reassured Laura as he approached her. Indeed, they were not burned to death. How could that be possible? This was all orchestrated by Lin Chi, who desired to witness the true face of the creature hidden within the storm. Nevertheless, let us first concern ourselves with our own safety. Ting Un surveyed the surroundings, his expression darkening, for a multitude of townsfolk had encircled them. Just as Ting Un contemplated fleeing with Laura, the mayor emerged from the crowd. Chapter 135. A new discovery, just when Ting thought the mayor would command his sycophants to deal with them, the mayor spoke. Protect them well. We cannot allow any further incidents. The mayor's words took everyone by surprise. Indeed, the mayor was as changeable as the wind, indifferent to the gazes of the many present. He approached, grasping Ting's hands with palpable excitement. It was you who saved me. I truly did not expect it to be you. Ting found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed with embarrassment. However, he recalled the words of a wise person in the past. As long as he remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel the awkwardness. With this thought, he relaxed considerably. It is nothing. I am a deity, and to save you is to save myself. Ting began to boast, proclaiming that it was divine guidance that led him to their rescue. Rest assured, we will annihilate those demons completely. Laura, upon hearing Ting's declarations, felt a laugh bubbling within her, yet she refrained from exposing him. Please, invite the deity inside. Yesterday, it was entirely our fault for being so reckless. The gentlemanly mayor expressed sincere apologies. You need not worry. We shall make amends to his divine grace. The mayor displayed utmost respect towards Ting and Laura. However, Ting regarded him with disdain, recalling that this old man had been intent on their demise just the day before. It was quite ironic to witness such a transformation. Nevertheless, Ting chose not to press the matter further. After all, this was a splendid opportunity. He could finally enjoy a life of luxury in this desolate place. With ample food and drink at his disposal, as he had now become a conduit for divine communication. Yes, for the first time, Ting felt warmth amidst the cold night. Despite the frigid temperatures of Piran town, the residents had free heating systems installed in their homes, rendering the nights bearable. This was undoubtedly good news for Laura and Ting. The mayor even escorted them to the finest accommodations, specifically his private residence, where only his closest friends were typically welcomed. The place even boasted a personal maid. The sheer size of the residence left Ting in awe, featuring an oversized bathtub, an elongated dining table, and a grand billiards room, not to mention the exceptional quality of the wine. This can't possibly be acquired through corruption, can it? Ting remarked, leaving the mayor momentarily dumbfounded. The mayor scratched his head awkwardly, at a loss for words. Ting was genuinely astonished by the scene before him. In a remote town, it was hard to fathom how a mayor could possess such luxurious quarters. Yet, Ting chose not to pursue the matter further. He was indifferent to the means by which this opulence was attained. For now, he simply wished to revel in the experience. Even before bedtime, several servants would gather by his pillow to narrate bedtime stories, a delightful pastime of the mayor, who believed even a figure as distinguished as would appreciate such tales. The feast continued. The servants presented an array of delectable dishes, marking the arrival of breakfast. Indeed, the dawn of a new day had arrived. The mayor had meticulously arranged a splendid assortment of pastries, along with milk and fresh fruits. As beheld the vibrant fruits, his mouth watered. In such a desolate place, fruits were a rare treasure, yet here they lay before him in abundance, revealing the mayor's remarkable depth of character. However, Laura was not in such a cheerful mood as in. She pondered over his well-being while gazing out the window. She had gone an entire night without food, lacking appetite. Her thoughts consumed by Lin Chi. It was Lin Chi who had rescued them last night, saving them just as the raging flames threatened to engulf them. The fire had not harmed them, and soon Lin Chi had detected something unusual within the sandstorm. According to Lin Chi, it was a colossal beast, immense beyond measure. Yet its form remained obscured. Thus, he had pursued it. Yet, as the night wore on, Lin Chi had yet to return, causing Laura considerable concern. Rest assured, he is surely thriving, perhaps even on a date with a lovely lady. Laura's friend attempted to comfort her. Do not fret too much for him. And have you ever read a book? The protagonists always emerge victorious. I believe he possesses that protagonist aura, and spoke with such conviction that Laura almost believed him, regarding him with scorn. All you do is eat. How would you know if Lin Chi is hungry? Laura retorted. Fear not. Even if he were to drown in a stinking gutter or suffocate from the stench of socks, he would never perish from hunger, he replied, seemingly well acquainted with Lin Chi. Really? You seem to know him quite well, she remarked. Of course. Who knows him better than I? And beamed with confidence. Is that so? Laura's expression darkened. Yet, and remained oblivious to her mood. Could there be any doubt? So, do you know what his favorite food is? What color underwear he prefers? What type of girls he likes? When he enjoys his meals? As Laura approached him, she pressed her hands on the table before him. her chopsticks having been snapped in her grip, startling him into silence. The food in Anne's mouth fell away as he sensed Laura's rising jealousy. Ah, the nature of women. He dared not speak further. I was mistaken. I was mistaken. Laura, you are truly the one who understands him best in this world, and quickly amended his statement. Upon hearing this, Laura's expression brightened. Miss Laura and the esteemed gentleman were indeed a match made in heaven, as Ting and tremulously remarked. Precisely, little Lin, in the future. Your sister will care for you, but one must also possess the wisdom to speak, Laura said, playfully pinching Ting and's cheek. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Your Grace, the mayor has asked us to inform both of you to come at once, announced a young servant. Very well, lead the way, we shall follow shortly. Ting replied. The two exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they hurriedly followed the servant towards the western part of the town, where a carriage awaited them. After traveling a few hundred meters, the carriage came to a halt. Upon reaching the town's entrance, they found a large gathering of townsfolk, seemingly engrossed in something. As they approached the crowd, they were greeted by the sight of enormous feathers, several meters in length, alongside lifeless bodies that sent chills down their spines. These unfortunate souls were undoubtedly the recently missing townspeople, and their relatives were weeping inconsolably. Chapter 136. Everyone, take cover. As the crowd stood in shocked silence, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It was none other than Lin Chi, his face serene as he gazed downwards, though his shoulders bore several massive claws. Bloodied and gruesome. With a thunderous crash, Lin Chi hurled the severed claws before the townsfolk. It became abundantly clear that there was no divine presence here, only a monster wreaking havoc upon Pran Town. Lin Chi descended slowly, and the townspeople regarded him with incredulity. The children, filled with joy and admiration, beheld him as a true hero. A monster? What manner of creature is this? An elder inquired, leaning heavily on his cane. Indeed, our Pran Town has never wronged any monster, echoed another young man. The crowd fell into deep contemplation. I am uncertain myself. It managed to escape, Lin Chi replied, helplessly raising his hands. It was not his fault. He had pursued it for hours, ultimately only managing to sever a few of its claws. Although Lin Chi had not vanquished the creature, his actions bore significant weight for all of Pran Town, for he was no ordinary individual. Their perception of Lin Chi and his companions underwent a profound transformation. Upon returning to Pran Town, the mayor arranged accommodations for Lin Chi. Yet he found little time for leisure. During this journey, he uncovered several matters that warranted attention. What? Are you referring to that abandoned mine? The mayor appeared somewhat skeptical after listening to Lin Chi's words. Lin Chi nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, if I am not mistaken, there is more than one creature. Perhaps that forsaken mine has become their lair. The mine Lin Chi mentioned was the largest in the entire Purang town, yet it had been completely depleted several years prior. With machinery removed and no one willing to venture there, the steep canyons made it exceedingly perilous, and a moment's carelessness could prove fatal. On what grounds should we place our trust in you? The mayor's strategist began to voice his doubts. He believed Lin Chi's assertions were unworthy of belief. Mayor, we cannot rely solely on this lad's word. We must investigate for ourselves. The others gradually regained their composure. While Lin Chi and his companions had rescued them, it did not clarify their intentions. We are here specifically to save you. How could we possibly deceive you? Tian and remained speechless. Why should we believe you? Not a single word you utter is true. For your own gain, I even sacrificed my old sow. One townsman expressed his disdain for Tian and very well. Since you all doubt my words, you may accompany me to hunt the creature. However, should any misfortune befall you, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Lin Chi shrugged. There was no need for excessive explanation. Since they wished to broaden their horizons, Lin Chi saw no reason to refuse them. Thus, the townsfolk of Purang prepared their gear, amassing considerable provisions, including specially crafted large hunting nets and numerous shotguns. Next came the selection of the town's most elite young men. Lin Chi, having received an invitation, was granted the authority to choose the valiant warriors. Initially, he intended to decline, but observing the fervor and enthusiasm of these individuals, eager to face danger, he found it hard to refuse. He selected a total of 30 young men, the finest of Purang Town, who would need to exert themselves for the safety of their home. Under Lin Chi's leadership, they all boarded a large truck, heading towards the abandoned mine. The Purang mining area was extensive, primarily constructed for the extraction of crystal stones. Yet, the inhabitants remained oblivious to the irreversible damage inflicted upon the environment. Laura reflected, pondering that those living in comfort rarely grasp the changes occurring on Earth. The vast, desolate Gobi Desert, where even the air carried grains of sand. Was this not nature's ultimate retribution for humanity's wanton destruction? Laura, with her notebook in hand, diligently recorded everything she witnessed in her journal. As they ventured deeper into the mining area, the surrounding temperature grew increasingly sweltering. This place remained impervious to the changing seasons, maintaining a perpetual state of heat during the day and chill at night. Fortunately, the truck continually dispensed cool water, providing some respite for the young warriors. The abandoned mine that Lin Chi referred to was relatively old and situated quite a distance from Pran Town. After traversing over 10 kilometers, they halted before a vast pit. The engine quieted, and everyone leapt from the vehicle. I never imagined such a place existed in this world, Laura exclaimed in astonishment. The pit was immense, so vast that if filled with water, it could easily be mistaken for a lake. More alarming, however, was the depth of the abandoned mine. It was so profound that even a stone cast into it produced no sound. Is this the mine you speak of? The mayor inquired, pointing towards the pit. Lin Chi nodded. If I am not mistaken, the offspring of that monster should be lurking at the bottom of this mine. Then what are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly and exterminate these creatures. This time, in addition to the youthful fodder, several elders from the town had joined them. Some were mourning lost loved ones, while others were simply eager to witness the monster's might. It is important to note that Lin Chi did not invite them. However, he had no authority to turn away those curious townsfolk who wished to broaden their horizons. Mayor, there is something strange down there, exclaimed a young man with keen eyesight, his face suddenly pale with alarm after surveying the situation below. The mayor disdainfully glanced at the youth. What a trivial matter. Did not our divine informant declare that the monster had fled in injury, leaving only its young behind? With that, he approached the edge of the pit. But as he peered downward, a surge of dust erupted from below. The scene resembled a grand hot spring, albeit one spewing forth clouds of dust instead of water. Oh my goodness, it's true, the mayor exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he turned to flee. However, after running for a short distance, he stopped, realizing he was the only one escaping while the others lay flat on the ground. In a moment of false bravado, he also crouched down, then shouted to the others, "Everyone get down, quickly." Chapter 137. The Spider Queen. Mayor, get up. The dust storm is approaching us. Just as the mayor issued his command, everyone had already risen to their feet. This turn of events left the mayor feeling exceedingly embarrassed. At that moment, survival took precedence. Yet, in the face of the formidable dust storm, the group found themselves with little means of resistance. They embraced tightly, as per Lin Chi's directive, for this ensured everyone's safety. Dozens of individuals formed a protective barrier, with those on the periphery gripping the rocks firmly with their claws, steadfastly anchoring themselves. In the distance, even a massive truck was swept away by the ferocious sandstorm. Fortunately, everyone remained unscathed, albeit covered in dust. Shortly thereafter, at the mayor's command, they all descended to hunt the monstrous offspring. The expansive mining area featured wide and sturdy pathways along the mine walls, allowing ordinary people to traverse with ease. However, as they walked these paths, a somber atmosphere enveloped them. The deeper they ventured, the more grotesque sights they encountered. Remains of deceased animals and human skeletons littered the ground. Few could withstand such a ghastly scene. Why don't you just wait for us up here? Lin Chi suggested to Laura, glancing at her. Indeed, the conditions below remained uncertain. It would be prudent to minimize the number of those who descended. What if I encounter one of those monsters? I'm just a frail woman. If I were swallowed, how would that be? Laura pouted. Very well. You can tag along, but the situation below is rather precarious. Lin Chi replied. But I just twisted my ankle, Laura pointed out, indicating her foot. Lin Chi glanced at her, a flush of concern crossing his face. What should we do then? Perhaps you should find a safe spot. We'll return shortly, he suggested. You could carry me down. I'm not that heavy, Laura insisted. Pouting further. Goodness, Lin Chi exclaimed, exasperated. You might as well let the monster devour you. Minutes later, Lin Chi joined the group, bearing the weight of a beautiful woman on his back. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could toss Laura aside, but clearly, that was not an option. Reluctantly, he continued on with her. The descent was fraught with difficulty. The steep surroundings deterred anyone from looking down. Yet, they all held their breath, for the unknown loomed ominously ahead. The further they descended, the darker it became, though thankfully, many were equipped with gear for such an expedition. The space below was vast, capable of accommodating thousands without issue. Suddenly, as they reached the bottom, astonished gasps erupted from the crowd, for they beheld numerous individuals ensnared in spider webs. Alas, these unfortunate souls appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness. Before long, new discoveries emerged among them. "Look quickly, what is that?" someone exclaimed. Lin Chi gazed into the distance, his expression darkening. There lay numerous nests, each containing enormous bird eggs. "Are these the monster eggs you mentioned?" Laura inquired curiously. Lin Chi nodded, responding with a sigh, "Indeed. However, I had no opportunity to address them earlier. I had intended to deal with them upon my return. But now I find myself burdened with an unexpected surplus of cannon fodder." Suddenly, a multitude of large spiders emerged from the distant nests, their bodies cloaked in darkness and their mouths adorned with menacing fangs, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. "Eliminate them," the mayor commanded. In this moment, he wielded authority, driven by a desire to uncover the fate of the missing townsfolk. Witnessing the scene before him, he was convinced that the missing individuals had been captured by these monsters. The valiant warriors grasped their weapons, ready for battle. Prantown, a locale of modest means, boasted firearms of exceptional caliber. These were no ordinary shotguns, but sophisticated automated rifles, and even rocket launchers. Moreover, the selected young men were adept in weaponry, true elites. The sound of gunfire echoed through the mine, engulfing the area in flames. However, the mayor soon realized that such measures would not eradicate the creatures. Instead, they had drawn the attention of the slumbering giant spiders. "Burn them," Lin Chi instructed the assembly. Upon hearing this, the group found their direction. In an instant, rocket launchers were aimed at the nests, resulting in the obliteration of numerous spider lairs. No one had anticipated that the former mine would serve as a nesting ground for such monstrosities. It was indeed horrifying. Lin Chi comprehended the situation. Not only were mysterious great birds nesting here, but mutated spiders had also made their home. Could it be that these creatures had transformed due to the influence of the enigmatic metallic pillars? Lin Chi observed the monsters, his countenance growing increasingly serious. Yet, he soon realized that there were no such metallic pillars in the vicinity, and the doctor had failed to mention any discoveries of mysterious columns prior to their departure. This revelation perplexed Lin Chi. He felt a fleeting relief that the monsters appeared not overly formidable, as the others remained unaware that the true peril was only just beginning to unfold. Indeed, a far greater danger loomed. The entire mutated spider colony was under the dominion of a spider queen, who had spawned a multitude of large spiders. At this moment, she was undoubtedly disturbed. Casting a furious glance at the humans who dared to invade her realm, her demeanor decidedly hostile. With a swift expulsion of silk, the Spider Queen ensnared a warrior from Prantown, drawing him towards her maw before the eyes of all. Attempts to rescue the unfortunate soul were futile. Collectively, the strength of the onlookers paled in comparison to that of the Spider Queen. As she prepared to devour her prey, Lin Chi intervened. He transformed into a radiant beam, swiftly arriving before the Spider Queen. Yet, to his astonishment, she seemed to anticipate his approach, unleashing a torrent of black liquid that coalesced into an impenetrable fog. This dark mist was so formidable that even light could not penetrate it, leaving Lin Chi with no opportunity to act. The unfortunate warrior emitted a wretched scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. However, his struggles proved in vain. Within moments, he succumbed to his fate. Lin Chi sighed, recognizing that the young man's demise was not entirely unwarranted. Had he displayed a modicum of cleverness, he might have evaded such a grim fate. Nonetheless, Lin Chi quickly quelled these thoughts. Now was not the time for lamentation. He understood the urgency of eliminating the Spider Queen to prevent further loss of life. Chapter 138. The moment of the hunt, the remaining young warriors of Prantown were rendered despondent in the presence of the terrifying Spider Queen. They had never encountered a creature of such might, struggling to fathom that a spider could grow larger than an automobile. Lin Chi knew he must bide his time, for only through careful observation could he discern a weakness. The Spider Queen's combat prowess was overwhelming. Her reflexes were lightning fast, and her body impervious. With relentless determination, Lin Chi swung his lightsaber, striking at the Spider Queen, yet his efforts were in vain. She stood firm, unyielding as a mountain, while Lin Chi grew increasingly fatigued. As more spider eggs were incinerated by fireballs, the Spider Queen's fury intensified. She redirected her wrath towards the townsfolk, unleashing a torrent of webs that ensnared several more unfortunate individuals. These webs were laced with paralyzing venom, and their struggles were short-lived as they met their demise. With a swift motion, arrows flew from Laura's bow, aimed at the distant Spider Queen. However, she soon found herself disheartened, despite their special enhancements. The arrows shattered upon impact with the Spider Queen, who appeared invincible. Lin Chi, witnessing this spectacle, was left in a state of astonishment. Useless. This fellow is even stronger than we imagined, he remarked. Just as Lin Chi narrowly dodged, Laura was close to being ensnared by a mass of spider silk from afar. Damn it, I can't afford to hesitate, Lin Chi exclaimed as he rushed to stand in front of Laura, shielding her. Laura was moved to tears. Quit crying. Hurry up and run, Lin Chi cursed. Struggling with all his might, he soon realized his efforts were futile. The more he fought, the more he felt an oppressive force pressing down upon him. In desperation, Lin Chi resorted to petrifying himself, a strategy that allowed him to avoid being paralyzed by the toxins emanating from the web. However, while he sought a solution, the Spider Queen had no intention of granting him any respite. With a rustling sound, Lin Chi was gradually pulled towards the Spider Queen. At that moment, she had already set her sights on him as her target. Without warning, Lin Chi was swallowed whole by the Spider Queen. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Yet there was no time to pause. We must kill it. We cannot allow it to continue wreaking havoc. The mayor swallowed hard. The Spider Queen, in a frenzy, moved with lethal grace, dispatching several warriors from Pran Town with ease. Boom. The bullets and rockets are ready. Fire. The thunderous explosions echoed, but all efforts proved futile, as these assaults had little effect on the monstrous Spider Queen. This is terrifying. It can't be killed? How on earth did it come to Earth? This is utterly cursed. This is more frightening than anything seen in movies. We should not have come here. We must flee. If we delay any longer, we will surely perish. The warriors of Pran Town, drenched in cold sweat, were gripped by fear. In their usual bravado, they were unmatched even by thieves. Yet now they found themselves utterly outmatched by this monstrous creature. The formidable Spider Queen was a daunting presence, especially now that Lin Chi was gone, leaving everyone feeling utterly demoralized. Their former zeal had evaporated. Thus, they began to retreat toward the summit of the mine. Laura could hardly believe her eyes. In contrast, Tingen remained remarkably composed. Don't worry, Lin Chi will be fine. We should evacuate this place, Ting and reassured Laura. In fact, Lin Chi had quietly entrusted Ting and with a message earlier, instructing him to take Laura and leave at the first sign of trouble. All right, I believe you this time. Laura gazed at the exceedingly irate Spider Queen, murmuring to herself as she witnessed and fleeing towards the outside. Little did anyone anticipate that the Spider Queen had commenced her pursuit, resolutely unwilling to forfeit such an exquisite hunting opportunity. Damn it, she is chasing me, a young man cried out, only to meet his demise the very next moment. The Spider Queen frantically unleashed her webs upon him, ensnaring him instantly. As if that were not enough, more spiders emerged from the depths of the mine, advancing towards the fleeing individuals under the command of the Spider Queen. Laura stood in shock. Had she not witnessed the scene with her own eyes, she would have deemed it utterly unbelievable. To make matters worse, the Spider Queen was now lunging towards her, placing her in a dire predicament. Should it close the distance, Laura would undoubtedly meet her end, for her weapon bore no capacity for defense, and Lin Chi, the only one capable of contending with the Spider Queen, had already succumbed to her belly. However, just as the Spider Queen approached Laura, her abdomen began to convulse violently. A deafening roar erupted, and the Spider Queen's body exploded forth. I knew you were still alive, and exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. The others halted in their tracks, eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Lin Chi was alive. How could he possibly perish so easily? He had merely concluded that attacking from within the belly of the great spider would afford him a better chance of vanquishing it. After all, its exoskeleton was impenetrably tough, and breaching it from the inside presented a significant vulnerability. Yet, Lin Chi had no time to celebrate with champagne, for he soon encountered a new dilemma. The spiderlings appeared to sense their mother's demise, shifting their focus towards him. Oh no, here they come again, Lin Chi lamented internally. It was no wonder, as nearly hundreds of large black spiders materialized before him. Referring to them as spiderlings was merely a comparative term against the Spider Queen. However, to humans, they remained overwhelmingly massive. Let us assist you, your divine highness. Together, We shall send these wretches below. We shall not grant them a moment's respite. Let us avenge the fallen. The spirit of the young men from Prantown rekindled fervently. Yet, at that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Chi's mind. Bounty time. Slay 100 spiderlings to unlock a new ability airdrop location. Slay 500 spiderlings to unlock a treasure chest airdrop location. Failure to eliminate 500 spiderlings will result in punishment for your closest companions. Lin Chi gazed at the spirited young men in the distance, suddenly feeling a surge of panic.